Chapter 1 Born Again before the fall of the game. Huaxia, luxury villa area on the outskirts of the capital Dragon City. Inside a lavishly decorated room, a youth awoke with a start in a large bed. Upon seeing what was in front of the youth was confused. Didn't I die in the Great War? Where is this? When he looked at the setup of the room, the youth's pupils shrunk, and a flash of horror appeared on his face. It was a while before he muttered something. This is my home. Home 10 years ago. Could it be that I've been reborn? The youth hastily took out his cell phone, and on the screen of the phone, the time was displayed. July 1st, 2034. I've really been reborn. I was reborn before the game came down. My current identity is not the exile Yang Qi, but Yang Qi, the son of the Yang group. Everything in the room was a constant reminder to Yang Qi that he was reborn. Yang Qi would have been the son of the Yang Qi group, if, for example, everything had followed the normal trajectory. As the son of the Yang group, he holds tens of billions of assets in his hands, a lifetime of clothes and food. As long as he wasn't thinking of going into business and making investments, he wouldn't be able to spend all this money in a few lifetimes. Until 7 days later, the world has changed beyond recognition. Massive monsters appeared out of nowhere on the crowded streets, devouring humans indiscriminately. Replicas that only appear in the game world have also appeared around the city. Turn the whole world into a game of sorts. Humanity, globally, is forced to join the game. Everyone appears with an attribute panel only available to game characters. It was only at this time that someone realized that everything that appeared in this world was tied to a game. The copies, the monsters, it's all from that game. Even the players of that game have an advantage that is often unattainable. The money they topped up in the game still resides in their personal panel. They can easily get game props in reality using the game coins obtained from previous recharges. The average person, on the other hand, can only drop game coins by fighting monsters. Game coin drops are extremely rare. So much so that 99% of the game's money is in the hands of that group of players in the early stages. When everyone woke up, they realized that that game was out of service. You can't find a way to recharge if you want kryptonite. Except for them, ordinary people are in jeopardy, facing monsters that are vast in number and incredibly powerful. Thermal weapons have very little lethality. In the early stages, it can be somewhat useful, but in the later stages, hot weapons are only good for tickling monsters. Countless humans have been killed by game monsters. This is reality, not a game. After being killed, there is no resurrection, only permanent disappearance. The only way for mankind is to be fully immersed in the rules of running this game that seems like a game but is not a game. Killing monsters and practicing night and day. Being strong is the only way to earn yourself a chance at life in this world. In his previous life, Yang Qi, as a rich son, in the early stage, there is still money ability to hire a game master to protect himself. But over time, the order of the original world gradually collapsed, and Yang Qi's rich and powerful assets turned into a pile of waste paper. The people who had gathered around them gradually dispersed. Yang Qi had to be alone and start practicing and upgrading. However, in the early days of the game's descent, Yang Qi did not practice leveling, causing his level to lag behind all the time. Survival and its hardships. After languishing in this world for a decade or so, he eventually lost his life in a major battle. Phew! Yanqi exhaled deeply. Born Again is back. In his previous life, he languished for 10 years. Suffering from the human condition, he eventually died at the hands of a demon. In this life, he's going to change his fate. A cold color flashed in Yang Qi's eyes. Flooded True Immortals. That's the name of the game that's about to come down to reality. All Yankee has to do now is become a player of this game. Gain an absolute advantage after the next 7 days. Yang Qi's mind kept searching for information about the Flood True Immortals. A moment. Yang Qi took out his cell phone and directly searched in the cell phone application mall. The first one that pops up as the app is Flood of True Immortals. Flooded True Immortals is a handheld game. Yanqi didn't hesitate and immediately clicked download. A download prompt appears on your phone. Yang Qi was delighted in his heart. It can be downloaded. Taking the time to download, Yanqi glanced at the game's promotional animation. The game's promotional animation shows a tiger with two wings flapping, and light glowing with purple, imposing and majestic. This biplane tiger Yang Qi recognized. This is a monster that appears shortly after the game descends. It even caused a stir in Dragon City at that time. It cost countless people their lives. Yang Qi saw this animation and his heart was greatly stabilized. It's this game. This game is still available for download. He still has a chance. In less than a few moments, the game had downloaded. When you open the game, an account registration prompt pops up right away. Yankee registers an account directly. Considering the problem of unrecognizable game advent in the future, Yang Qi's game ID was directly set to his own name. Yankee landed full of joy. It seems that the game is still functioning properly. But the next second, a prompt popped up on his cell phone making him freeze in place. Game opening countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. This countdown is still ticking. Isn't that when the game comes down? The so-called game opening is when the game descends into the real world. Nope. Yang Qi suddenly woke up. The game hasn't opened yet. And where did all those gamers in the past life get their gaming coins from? In his previous life, Yang Qi hadn't understood it carefully either. By the time he knew about it, the game could no longer be logged in. Recharge had been verified. There is no point in pursuing it. Yang Qi's eyes narrowed. Finally, I found a tiny line on the game's login screen. The game is about to start. Precharge starts now. Precharge? Could this be the source of game money for those players? Yankee clicked directly. A line appears on the page. Precharge activities. In the game before the opening of the service can be precharged. The amount of recharge will be in the game after the opening of the service as much as into the player account. Seeing this, Yang Qi directly came to a sudden realization. Turns out it's a precharge. It's no wonder that people with gaming coins were so rare in previous generations. Turns out the game hasn't started yet. Those so-called gamers are not actually officially in the game yet. Only, they do a pre-recharge. There are very few pre-charged gamers. After all, no one is going to believe a game that only has an animated campaign that hasn't even opened yet. Those who do pre-charge are, after all, in the minority. There are now 6 days to go. He has to turn all his assets into cash and recharge the game in 6 days. Chapter 2. Sale of Assets. Yang's Group is a big company in Longcheng and even in the whole country. Its subsidiaries are involved in various industries. In China, graduates of prestigious schools are proud to enter the Yang Group. Yang Qi took out his cell phone, found a phone inside his address book, and directly dialed it. Assistant Wu, please help me count all the realizable assets. On the other end of the phone, there was a pleasant and melodious female voice. I'll take care of it. Yang Qi put down the phone after a brief explanation. His parents were killed in a car accident some years ago, leaving him with 10% of the Yang Group. The Yang Group is the lifetime achievement of Yang Qi's parents. Just by leaving behind 10% of the shares, Yang Qi was already the largest shareholder of Yang Group. Unfortunately, Yankee has no interest in managing a company, never been involved in company decisions. Even all the assets are arranged for their own assistants. Became a loose rich kid himself. The call just now was to his own personal assistant. After Yang Qi put down his cell phone, a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Yang Group is such a big company. His attempt to sell off his assets was not destined to be that easy. However, it was a matter of his life, and no one could stop him. The call from the personal assistant came back quickly. Mr. Yang, you have 10% of the shares of Yang's Group under your name, with a market valuation at 10 billion and 500 million, 6 villas under your name with a market valuation of 60 million, and 19 cars under your name with a valuation of around 40 million. All of your current assets have a market valuation of around $10 billion $600 million. 10 billion plus. This is an amount that is out of reach for the average person. A fraction of a cent can feed and clothe a family. But in the future, this $10 billion or so will become a pile of data. A pile of waste paper. Yankee nodded. The amount was not far from what he had expected. The most valuable are the shares of the Yang Group. Yang's Group is not considered the pyramid of domestic groups though, could also be atop of the second tier. 10% of the shares are already worth $10 billion. Assistant Wu, if all the assets are sold within 3 days, roughly how much money can be returned? Yang Qi did not manage the company, but the Tao of it was very clear. Trying to sell off quickly, these assets are destined to have shrinkage. How much it can be shrunk is the question. When Yang Qi uttered these words, the end of the phone obviously froze for a moment. Just a moment. Mr. Yang, I'll do the math. If sold off quickly, these assets would probably buy about $9 billion. Yang Qi frowned when he heard this. 9 billion, too little, shrinking by more than a tenth. Obviously, this was not Yankee's mental price. Yankee mused for a moment. In conclusion, Assistant Wu, you first sell all the real estate cars under my name. This piece should not shrink too much, and then remember, take the high road. Yang Qi already had a plan in his mind. Immediately after the call, Yankee logged on to the hottest social media in the country, posted a dynamic. I've been selling my family's property recently, so if you're interested, contact me. Yankee was on the bib, and was considered a celebrity. Some years ago, Yang Qi, with his status as a rich second generation, bombarded the entertainment industry on the scarf. There was no one in the country who didn't know Yankee's identity. Yankee, this dynamic has been sent. It created a wave right there on the internet. The comments at the bottom were instantly in the thousands. Mr. Yang is joking again, laughing to death. This rich kid took the time to tell me a joke. Male silence. Is Mr. Yang short of pocket money? Most of the comments are from regular internet users. None of them believed that Yang Qi would actually sell his family's property. After all, Yang Qi was a rich second generation who would never lack money to spend. Yang Qi didn't have much interest after taking a look at it. It's just warming up now. Just as he was about to close the comment section, Yanqi's afterglow skimmed a comment. Is Mr. Yang interested in selling the shares of Yang Group? Huayan Group will pay a high price for them. It was sent by the old president of the Huayan Group, a rival of Yang's group. The phrase, flirting a bit more. Everyone knows that Yang's group and Huayan Group are competing for market share. With its rich heritage, Yang's group has now captured most of the market. Sooner or later, WARC will lose its market sovereignty. Yankee reply. Bring a price to talk. If the price is high, we'll trade tomorrow. After Yang Qi replied, he didn't pay any more attention to it. It wasn't long before Yankee received a message from his personal assistant. Now, all the properties in his name, cars, have been sold. The bank card notification was also sent. 100 million. This is the money from the sale of all his real estate cars. The most valuable thing is his real estate. Although real estate has shrunk a bit in the last 2 years, but the locations of his properties are prime. There is never a shortage of buyers. Any one of these properties is worth $10 million or more. It's still a quick sell-off. If it took some time to find a buyer, $130 million or more, it could still be sold. Looking at the 100 million lying on the bank card, Yang Qi revealed a smile. At the same time, several photos were received on the cell phone. These are the information related to Yankee's sale of his family's property. By now, the bib was a sensation. Mr. Yang is really selling his family's property. A friend has photographed it, and several of Mr. Yang's properties are already listed on the exchange. Attached below are pictures. The comments at the bottom are a hot mess. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Yang is really selling his family's assets. Which celebrity female netizen is Mr. Yang going to throw away money for this time? What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Yang is out of pocket money. Not much longer. The real estate agent sale posted on the bib. Properties from Mr. Yang are exactly listed for sale. A large villa in a resort area from the South China Sea, a room in the school district of Longcheng Primary School, and a room in the Tianlong Villa area of Longcheng. 6 whole properties are listed. Yankee sold the property straight to the real estate agent. He didn't have time to find an individual buyer. Everyone was surprised when this dynamic came out. The dynamic is accompanied by a photo, which is already impossible to fake. While netizens are still shocked that Yankee really sold his property, the used car agency also released a sensational development that hit the web. 19 beloved cars from Mr. Yang. Each one is over 90% new. Yang Gongzi's car lovers, asking price is cheap. Welcome to tease. At the bottom, a dozen or so pictures of the sedan were attached. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The only limited edition sports car in the country. Mr. Yang's exclusive car. These are Yankee's cars. He's really selling off his family's assets. Is this the Yang Group going bankrupt? Self-media bloggers have retweeted the news, wanting to follow the trend to eat this wave of traffic dividends. For a while, it was a sensation all over the internet. Chapter 3, is he crazy? He's even selling his shares. Storms sweep across the internet. Inside a building chairman's office, a middle-aged man was holding a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. Not long after, a young man rushed in. Dad, did you get the news? Yang Qi is going to sell the family fortune. Isn't it normal for him to sell his family's assets? What a fuss, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Yang Li, all of you are in your 20s and 30s. Learn to be calm. Fluffy, how are you going to manage the whole Yang Group when the time comes? The middle-aged man patiently lectured. Yang Li nodded. The internet has gone crazy. Yang Qi has sold all the real estate cars. I'm afraid he'll sell his shares in Yang Group. The middle-aged man laughed out loud when he heard this. It won't be. 10% of Yang Group's shares are his last capital. Without them, he can't survive. Don't worry. Yang's Group, sooner or later, will be in my hands, whether it's management rights or shares. Speaking here, a coldness flowed from the middle-aged man's eyes. Yang Li heard these words and relaxed. Humph. Yang Qi is directly nothing but a waste of space, relying on the shares left behind by his parents to reap the benefits. We, father and son, have worked so hard to manage the company, and we only have 1% of the shares in our hands. The middle-aged man looked at his son's righteous indignation. Laughing, he said, don't worry, shorting him is just a matter of time. On the side of his personal assistant, Wu Feiying, you go and make more contacts. Fix her up and it's all good. Hearing the name Wu Feiying, Yang Li couldn't help but be frustrated. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Yang Qi has filled Wu Feiying with. Oil and salt. Obviously, Yang Li had already been in contact with Wu Feiying. On the other hand, Yang Qi called his personal assistant, Wu Feiying, ask about the share sale for me. Yankee was succinct. Wu Feiying froze when she heard this. It's not even a problem for Yang Qi to sell his real estate cars, but now he wants to sell the shares of Yang Group? Yang Qi has always done things as he pleases, and he has done a lot of things like buying a car today and selling it tomorrow. But the shares of Yang Group were the root of Yang Qi's peace of mind. Without the shares of Yang's group, Yang Qi will not end up well. As an honorable beater, Wu Feiying shouldn't have talked too much, but what Yang Qi did was too weird. Selling real estate vehicles and also selling shares. Could it be that you want to invest in business? Wu Feiying thought. Mr. Yang, are you investing in business? If that's the case, I suggest you don't sell the shares of Yang's group. Yang's group still has a lot of upside right now, and right now Yang's group is competing for market share, and it looks like it's about to get there. Over the next 6 months, the market valuation of the shares will multiply by 0.5. Holding shares of Yang Group is better than making any business investment. Wu Feiying spoke his thoughts out. Yang Qi couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. How do I explain this? You can't say that you're going to take the money and recharge the game, can you? Not to invest or do business. I'm worth enough now for several lifetimes. I have another use for this money. Just do as I say. After giving an explanation, Yan Qi hung up the phone. In his previous life, after the game descended, he utilized the free money he had on him to live quite well in the early days of the game's descent, but he didn't get a single share of Yang Group. The reason for all of this is because Wu Feiying was in the pre-game descent. Then he was killed by the demon. The day after Wu Feiying's death, the great-uncle's family emptied his shares. Yang's group is in the hands of his eldest uncle. Yang's group was built by Yang Qi's parents. Later, the eldest came to join him. Yang Qi's parents only gave 1% of the shares. One day to turn over a new leaf. His cousin, Yang Li, had also become a powerful gamer due to the added status of being the son of the Yang group. And then Yang Qi, who was wandering around, lingered on. It was at that time that Yankee realized. It turns out that the eldest had been scheming to shortchange his own shares. All of it was blocked by Wu Feiying. In fact, Yang Qi's relationship with Wu Feiying was very innocent. It's just pure employment. To put it mildly, it's a money deal. Feiying Wu helped himself to the administrator's assets. Yang Qi also gave Wu Feiying an extremely high salary. The memories with Wu Feiying swirled in Yang Qi's mind. You're the best masters in economics graduate in your school's class? I have a job for you. Are you interested? I have a lot of assets and I need a personal assistant to manage them for me. I'll pay you $500,000 a month. You don't need to help me make money. You just need to help me keep it so I don't lose it too fast. This job, I'll do it. Mr. Yang, as long as I'm here, your assets won't shrink a penny, and no one can take your money. It's such a simple conversation. The two then signed a labor contract. In fact, Wu Feiying really did it. By herself alone, she helped Yankee manage tens of billions of assets for 5 years. Nothing about assets has ever bothered Yankee. After a long time, Yang Qi's mind returned to reality. Even if you do your part, I can't live up to your sincerity. Inside an apartment room, everything inside the room is decorated in black. Black walls, black furniture. The whole room had a heavy air about it. Wu Feiying was dressed in black pajamas and her long, dark, shiny hair was draped over her shoulders. A pair of black glasses hung from the high bridge of his nose. Wu Feiying put down her cell phone. A trace of doubt appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. In the next second, the glimmer of doubt dissipated. Moments later, the top investors in the industry all received a message from Wu Feiying. Interested in selling 10% of Yang Group. Just one piece of information has caused a tremor in the investment community of the Dragon Kingdom. 10% of the Yang Group. Tens of billions of dollars in transactions. No one in this world would sell their shares in a company, unless poorly run and forced to do so. But Yang's group is still on the upswing. The future is bright. Who the hell is it? Would do such a thing? Everyone locked onto Yankee. In this world, there is only one person who has 10% of the shares of Yang Group. When everyone knew it was Yankee who was selling shares, it was all a gasp. Is he crazy? Even the shares left behind by his own parents are ready to be sold. Yanqi's image on the internet is that of a rich, second-generation dude. It's not surprising that he could do such a thing. And he sold all of his real estate yesterday to liquidate it. Investors are sniffing around, wanted to buy the shares of Yang Group at a low price. Chapter 4, Good Nephews. Fertilizer flows. Yang Qi received a message from Wu Feiying's. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Now the net is down and waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Tomorrow, the news that Mr. Yang was going to sell 10% of the shares of the Yang Group would spread throughout the entire country. Looking at the time, it was already 10 minutes into the evening at this moment. Yankee simply ate something at home and fell into a deep sleep. The property is now sold, but it was for a short period of time. Yanqi could still stay here. The real estate company is in no hurry to take possession of the house either. After all, Mr. Yang's reputation for bravado was well known. The next day, Yanqi woke up. The first thing you do is pick up your cell phone. It was now noon. There were already several missed calls on his cell phone. When he opened it, There was a familiar phone number in addition to Wu Feiying, Yanqi's great uncle, Yang Jin's house. Yanqi wasn't in a hurry to fight back. It's not yourself who has to be in a hurry now. Logging into the flood true immortal, Yang Qi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the precharge portal was still there. By now the nanny had already prepared breakfast. Yanqi ate hastily. Immediately, he called Wu Feiying. Assistant Wu, how many buyers are interested in acquiring the shares now? Yanqi went straight to the point. He never wasted words in his exchanges with Wu Feiying. Huayan Group is willing to offer $9 billion to buy it. Penguin Group is willing to offer $8 billion for it. Jinlong Group is willing to offer $1 billion for the purchase. There are still a few bids below $8 billion. Hear that answer. Yang Qi was very satisfied. However, he wasn't going to sell them. Hang on to them for now. Keep in touch with every buyer and cut them a deal. Yes, Mr. Yang. It didn't take long to hang up. Yang Qi's eldest uncle, Yang Zhenjia, called in again. Hey, uncle. Yang Qi's eyes were slightly cold, but he still maintained his usual tone words. On the other end of the phone, there was a very kind-sounding voice. Oh, Archie, you're selling off your shares in the group? Why don't you consult me on such things? Tell you what, where are you? I'll go over there right now and take to you for a chat. Yang Zhenjia said a few words in one breath and wanted Yang Qi's address. Yanqi smiled. Don't bother uncle. I'll go to the office later to talk to you, said directly after hanging up the phone. Then sent a message directly to Wu Feiying. Get ready and come pick me up in 10 minutes for Yang's. All of Yanqi's vehicles have been towed by the auto agency. Fortunately, Wu Feiying has also bought a car in the past few years. Within moments, the sound of an engine roaring came in the distance. A big black G stopped in front of Yanqi. In the driver's seat was Wu Feiying in a black suit. Yanqi went straight to the car. With the roar of the engine, the two arrived at the downstairs of the Yang Group. Yang's Group is a big business. An office building was built in the capital, Dragon City. Yang Qi walked straight in, followed closely by Wu Feiying. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the receptionist. Hello, sir, may I ask who you are looking for? Looking for Yang Zhenjia. Do you have an appointment, please? The receptionist in charge of hospitality was a young man. Yanqi frowned. Just wanted to make myself known. A man scurried off to the side. The young man who was in charge of hospitality immediately greeted him. Hello manager. The visitor was a middle-aged man. When he saw Yang Qi, his face changed. Immediately said, Mr. Yang, this young man just arrived and doesn't know any better. Upstairs please. Saying that, he was about to lead the way for Yang Qi. Yanqi waved his hand. No, I'm familiar with this place. After saying that, he directly led Wu Feiying in walking into the elevator. Inside the lobby, the manager looked at the departing pair. Why don't you kid look at him? He's Mr. Yang of the group, the biggest shareholder. Next to him is his personal assistant, Wu Feiying. It's all from characters you can't afford to offend. Yang Qi directly knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Yang Zhenjia's voice came from inside. Come in. When Yang Qi went in, Yang Zhenjia saw the visitor and immediately greeted him. Oops, it's Kiki. I thought it would take a while for you to arrive. Sit down first. We uncle and nephew haven't seen each other for a long time. Secretary, pour the tea. Yang Qi was not polite and directly sat on the main seat. When Yang Zhenjia saw this, his face was unhappy, but he immediately collected himself and revealed a kind smile. Shao Qi, why didn't you tell me about the fact that you were going to sell your shares in the group? Saying that, he also signaled Yang Qi to let Wu Feiying out. Yang Qi smiled faintly. Wu Feiying is in charge of selling the shares. Yang Zhenjia then stopped. Yang's Group is the heart and soul of your parents and me. How can you just sell it? Yang Zhenjia looked pained. Yang Qi sneered in his heart. When did Yang's Group become his and his parents' heart and soul? It's clear that the parents fought their way up. Yang Zhenjia came to join the Yang Group after seeing its rise in power. 1% of Yang Zhen family's shares were still allocated to Yang Zhen family by his father for the sake of his blood brothers. Yang Qi's face was as usual. It happened suddenly, and I won't tell you exactly what happened. Several buyers have now expressed interest in purchasing. If nothing else, it's just a few days of trading. Yang Qi wouldn't pull any punches with the Yang Zhen family. When Yang Zhenjia heard this, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. He had already regarded the 10% shares in Yang Qi's hand as his favorite. How could he let Yang Qi sell them? Yang Qi took advantage of the situation to drop his tent, and with a glance, signaled Wu Feiying. Wu Feiying understood and took out a stack of A4 paper printouts in his bag. Several companies have made offers now. The eldest can help me over a bit. Yang Zhenjia picked up the information and took a look. Penguin Group bid $8 billion. Huayan Group is bidding $9 billion. This time, Yang Zhenjia became even more anxious. The shares are still in Yanqi's hands, and he'll get them sooner or later. But if Yanqi really sells the shares, it's not up to him to get these powerful groups into the picture. Penguin Group, the top company in China. Huayan Group, Yang's current share competitor. When you break it down, there's not a single saving grace. Such large companies have their own legal departments, and there is certainly no chance of hedging your shares. Wait until these big companies get 10% of the shares. They become the biggest shareholder of Yang Group with veto power. At that time, he will not even be able to be the chairman of the board of directors, and at the same time, he will lose the control of the Yang Group. Yang Zhenjia tried to stabilize his emotions. Ryoga spoke slowly. Odd. I respect you as your elder, but this Yang Group, it has to be run by our Yang family. When you sell it like that, is Yang still Yang's? Nephew, if you really want to sell it, uncle will have to buy it for the Yang family, even if he has to blow up the pot and sell the iron. Chapter 5 15 billion. Inside the office, Yang Qi revealed an imperceptible smile, watching Yang Zhenjia speak so beautifully. It was as if the man in front of him was a loyal and righteous man who had been the first to die for the sake of his family. But Yang Qi, who had lived a new life, knew that, right in front of me is an old fox. Wu Feiying's face was cold and stood quietly on the side. Yang Qi smiled. Since uncle is interested, there's no harm for me to sell it to you. After all, fertilizer doesn't flow into other people's fields. Hearing this, Yang Zhenjia's face eased a bit. The eldest doesn't want you to suffer either. But after all, the eldest doesn't have much money. I'm willing to take out $6 billion and buy 10% of the shares. At these words, Wu Feiying's face changed. Looking towards Yanqi, $6 billion. That's already 50% off. The man had the nerve to open his mouth. Yanqi's assets have always been managed by her. How could she not know the wolfishness of the Yang Zhen family? What she was afraid of now was that Yang Qi had directly agreed to it because of Yang Zhenjia's flowery words. But in the next second, Yanqi's words put her in a trance. $6 billion? Sending off beggars, Yang Qi said coldly. Yang Zhenjia was also stunned by Yang Qi's words. He couldn't have imagined it. His own punk nephew spoke out of turn. $6.5 billion then. That's all Big Uncle's family has over the years, Yang Zhenjia said with a meaty face. Yanqi was unmoved. Over $15 billion. 1 penny less and I'll sell it to Penguin Group immediately. 15 billion. Wu Feiying opened her mouth, the shock on her face hard to hide. Yang Zhenjia also froze in place. The lion's share. And I'm done with your bull $11.5 billion to acquire. You can afford to buy it. Deal immediately. If you can't afford it, then let someone else buy it. After Yang Qi finished speaking, he drank tea to himself. Great nephew, can it be cheaper? $8 billion. I'll buy it. You bought it for Penguin for $8 billion too. That way you don't lose out. Yang Zhenjia continued. Yanqi laughed. Uncle, 10% of the shares are worth over $10 billion right now. The market for the shares that Yang Group is about to force down will have at least double the market value after half a year. By then, it'll be more than 15 billion. When Yang Zhenjia heard this, his heart sank, and his heart senses towards Yang Qi changed extremely quickly. He always thought his nephew was a dude, only know how to eat, drink and be merry. In hindsight, Yanqi wasn't stupid, and it's smart. The false smile on his face tightened, lost in contemplation. Yanqi was actually right. After half a year, the market value of Yang's group will rise extremely fast. He was now torn. The cooked duck is going to fly away, and try to take a piece of meat off of him. That feeling of holding back was overwhelming. It seems the eldest is not interested in the shares I hold. In that case, I'll contact the Penguin Group people this afternoon. Assistant Wu, let's go, Yanqi said, about to walk out. When Yanqi was about to walk out of the doorway, Yang Zhenjia finally spoke out. Good, $11.5 billion. Yang Qi listened and revealed a faintly imperceptible smile. Yang Zhenjia finally made up his mind at this time. Spending a little more money now and buying the shares out to go is their only option. If other businesses get in, he can't eat it. The entire Yang Group will be in someone else's pocket. That'll do. Remember, I don't accept any money owed. 2 days, if you raise enough money, look for me to make a deal. If I can't get $15 billion after 2 days, I'll deal directly with other buyers. After Yang Qi said this, he directly followed and left this place. After the two Yankees left, Yang Li rushed into the office. Dad, that punk Yang Qi is going to sell his shares in the group. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a grim-faced Yang Zhenjia. Yang Zhenjia looked up. $11.5 billion. I'm going to buy 10% of Yang Qi's shares. Hearing these words, Yang Li's face changed drastically. 15 billion. Are you crazy? In the next second, a loud slap landed on Yang Li's face. What do you know? If I don't buy it, Yang Qi will sell it to Penguin Group. By then the entire Yang Group will be owned by Penguin Group. He's already contacted the buyer. Within 2 days, if we can't raise 15 billion, he'll deal directly. Yang Li's face was filled with incredulity, and he also forgot about the fiery pain on his face. How can he, a loser, have such perseverance? Yang Zhenjia exhaled heavily. We underestimated him. This nephew of mine, he's not simple. Yang Zhenjia had to admit that he had underestimated Yang Qi. Was expecting a random dude to take it. Unexpectedly, Yang Qi's methods were so decisive. He finally saw it. The previous reason for Yanqi to sell his property was to draw the attention of others. Make everyone think he needs money now, then put out the word to sell the shares. That way, those buyers don't throw in the towel. With a buyer, Yanqi can boldly find himself asking for a price. And the price isn't outrageous. Yang Zhenjia looked at his son. An infection of hate was born. But 2 days to go and get and raise so much money? Yang Li asked. Sell all the properties. Over the years, I've taken billions of dollars inside the group, and I barely raised enough for $8 billion. For the rest, take out a loan. Yang Zhenjia deployed quickly. After controlling Yang's group for the past few years, his value has surpassed the vast majority of people in the country. But we won't be able to come up with $15 billion for a while. Had to go to the bank for a loan. Fortunately, the status of the chairman of the Yang group can easily get a loan at the bank. It's, Yang Li muttered. Yang Qi is too ruthless. 15 billion. That's more than the market price. Evil thoughts festered in his mind. Dad, why don't we? With that, he used his hand as a knife and wiped his neck. Yang Zhenjia sighed as he looked at his son. Ugh, do you know how many eyes are on us out there? You think I haven't thought about it? If Yang Qi dies, we can inherit his shares openly and honestly. But sooner or later, this kind of thing will be exposed. Yang Li drifted off. But still, it's not convincing. I have a few friends from the Siren Kingdom who have recently come to China. Yang Zhenjia's face showed a fierce color when he heard it. The Siren State's assassins are known around the world. The killings are silent and difficult to locate the employer. But now, when something happens to Yang Qi, the police will be the first to look for him. That's him. Under police criminal investigation, all traces are hidden. After some contemplation, Yang Zhenjia said, let your friend stay a few more days first. When we finish the deal, at that time, Yang Qi will be too high profile for trading shares, causing robbers to kidnap him and be killed. But for now, raise the money. Yang Zhenjia had coldness in his eyes. Chapter 6, $15 billion in the bank. Recharge. Yang Qi was naturally unaware of what was happening within the Yang group. After leaving the Yang group, Yang Qi hitched a ride with Wu Yingfei and sped through the street downtown. Looking at the streets where people were coming and going, Yang Qi was in a trance. In his previous life, these bustling landscapes went up in smoke under the attack of monsters. All that's left behind is full of ruins. I didn't think that I would ever get a chance to see this. Unfortunately, though, these sights, just as in a few days, will lead to the same end. Mr. Yang, what's the next arrangement? Suddenly a pleasant voice came to his ears. It was only then that Yang Qi came back to his senses. Wu Yingfei held the steering wheel with one hand without looking away. This sentence was a question to Yang Qi. Dinner is next. Yang Qi said. The next step is to wait for the flood of true immortals to come to reality. Now, Yang Zhen's family has no way out. The only thing to do is to promise yourself. This is so that the Yang Zhen family can keep the Yang group. Even if Yang Zhenjia suddenly lost his heart and refused to deal with Yang Qi, then Yanqi can find a buyer in no time too. It's just a shrinking of assets. Yanqi didn't know what percentage of this money would be recharged into the game. As far as the front end is concerned, the difference between $10 billion and $15 billion isn't that big. Dota's SUV stopped in front of an ordinary restaurant. As soon as Yang Qi got off the bus, he looked at this ordinary and classless restaurant. Doubtfully, he looked at Wu Yingfei. What the hell? I'm just selling my assets now. I'm not bankrupt yet, okay? Though he didn't resent it. But in the past, when I had dinner with Wu Yingfei, was it not the highest gear? Wu Yingfei shrugged. Have a normal meal. Those restaurants you used to eat at, they're expensive and they don't fill you up. Yang Qi nodded his head, strongly agreeing with this statement. Followed Wu Yingfei into the hotel. Order casually. Yanqi didn't make a pretense either. At a table of dishes, he began to wolf down the food, leaving Wu Yingfei on the side to look on in disbelief. Richie Rich? It's a starving man's life, isn't it? A good long time and a full meal. Assistant Wu, for the next few days, I want to be able to find you at all times, Yang Qi said casually with a toothpick in his mouth. In his previous life, Wu Yingfei lost his life to a demon shortly after the game descended. Now, reborn back, Yang Qi couldn't watch her repeat her mistakes. Apart from his personal emotions, Yang Qi had another reason why he had to bail out Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei alone manages his $10 billion in assets. That kind of talent is extremely rare, even after game fall. Wu Yingfei nodded carelessly as he heard this. Why don't you move over to my side first? Yang Qi thought about it and said. Wu Yingfei looked up, his eyes blushing slightly. Okay. Wu Yingfei never talks much nonsense. Just like that, Wu Yingfei temporarily lived in the villa that Yang Qi had already sold. This villa has so many rooms that staying with an extra person doesn't make any difference. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yanqi received a call from Yang Zhen's family. Naturally, there was an extra 15 billion on the bank card. The shares of the Yang Group were also successfully transferred to the name of the Yang Zhen family. The process didn't rip off. However, Yang Qi could feel that Yang Zhenjia hated himself. To this, Yang Qi didn't care. When the game comes down, Yang's group is doomed to destruction. Even in the early stages, the Yang Zhen family was able to utilize the advantages of the Yang Group to grow rapidly, nor could it surpass Yang Qi, who had recharged 15 billion. The first time he got the money, Yanqi opened his game account. Do you pre-fill 151 million? After pre-funding, it's non-refundable. Without hesitation, Yang Qi directly clicked on recharge. Pre-charge successful. Look at the line that pops up on the phone's interface. Yang Qi revealed a smile. The next step is to wait for the game to come down. It's July 4th. 3 days until the game descends. Yang Qi was ready to enjoy the life of a rich second generation in these few days. After the game descends, there is no need to prepare any food or other supplies. Early in the game, the social order has not yet collapsed and food does not cause shortages. As the level rises, the human need for food has faded. Even more needed are the resources in the game world. Inside the lavishly decorated living room, Yanqi was watching TV. 100 chats of laziness, was trying to turn off the TV. Suddenly a news story popped up on the TV. Ladies and gentlemen, today, an unknown figure has appeared in the vicinity of Dragon City. They wear old-fashioned costumes, act strangely, and sometimes stay in one place for long periods of time. All citizens should be safe out there and minimize contact with strangers. A video also appeared on TV. The video shows an old man dressed in a white antique robe, walking down the street, oblivious to what's on the street. People in the neighborhood were stopping to watch and point. Within moments, the old man in ancient clothes had disappeared into the street. The internet is also buzzing about these strange costumed people. Where did these people come from? Cosplay? That's too much of a likeness. It couldn't be a groupie from some theater that ran out. Could it? Has anyone gone and made contact with them? How do you make contact? Blink and you're gone. Besides, how can you dare to make contact with someone when you don't even know what they are? Brothers, I'm not pretending anymore. This is my clan elder coming to fetch me back to the mountain. The 3-year period has come and gone, and I'm going to expose my identity. That's right, I'm an immortal. Do you think there's a possibility that they're all crazy? The internet doesn't care about this. More flirting. And when Yang Qi saw this scene, he already had a plan in his heart. This is the NPC. It's a precursor to the game coming down the pike. In the early stages of the game, NPCs are much more advanced in their descent into the world. These NPCs are the only way to activate the game panel. The NPCs descended first, and this could be humanity's chance. Unfortunately, in the previous life, it was only after the monsters had descended that humans discovered the usefulness of NPCs. Yang Qi suddenly thought of an NPC. He remembered that there was a merchant NPC in descending near Dragon City. The location he still remembers. The reason was that a player who had made a pre-charge had bought game props from that NPC, fast-tracking his strength and becoming the strongest in Dragon City. Later, people wanted to trace the path of that one's power. Just tapped into this NPC. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people don't do a pre-charge. Finding this NPC is of little use. How could Yanqi let go of this opportunity? The southern outskirts of Dragon City. After searching in his mind for a while, Yang Qi finally remembered where that NPCs appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Yanqi acted immediately, borrowed Wu Yingfei's sedan and went straight out. Chapter 7, Encountering the Elder Lord Tai Shang. 15. 1 billion immortal crystals. Yang Qi had been prepared to bring Wu Yingfei along. Let her go ahead and activate the player panel. But to think, now everyone doesn't know about the game coming down. Take Wu Yingfei with you, and you don't know how to explain it. Driving the big G on the fast road, Yang Qi went straight to the southern suburbs of Dragon City. Yang Qi's location was the northern outskirts of Dragon City. The distance between the two is about 30 kilometers. In less than a moment, Yang Qi arrived at the southern suburb. The southern suburb of Dragon City was a villa area. The city had expanded greatly, and most of the suburbs around Dragon City were now being built into townhouse areas. It became a haven for the rich and famous. The place where Yang Qi was now was outside a cluster of villas. The villa area was sparsely populated and there were not many pedestrians on the road. Yang Qi followed the location in his memory and directly went there on foot. Walking within the villa area, Yang Qi suddenly saw a white figure not far out. It was vaguely visible that the figure was wearing a white robe. That's what happened? Yang Qi couldn't help but wonder. This is not the location as remembered. Yang Qi couldn't help but quicken his pace. Upon getting closer, Yang Qi saw that there was an old man in a white Taoist robe walking on the sidewalk with a 4-footed gait as if he was floating. This old man was wearing a Taoist robe with a Taiji pattern printed on it. His beard and hair were white, and he had a floating dust in his right hand. Although his beard and hair were white, this old man, with his rosy face and upright body, did not have the slightest appearance of an old man. Seeing the old man's appearance, Yang Qi couldn't help but be disappointed, because it wasn't the merchant NPC he was looking for, but he was sure it was an NPC as well. It's only NPCs that dress like this. The NPC he was looking for was a middle-aged man. The old man stopped in his tracks when he saw Yang Qi. A kind smile appeared on his face and he squeezed a hand seal on his hand. "This little friend, please stay." Yang Qi stopped and looked at the NPC in front of him with a puzzled face. In the pre-game, these NPCs don't actively seek out people to chat with. How did this NPC take the initiative to talk to himself? Yankee stopped as well. These NPCs are all powerful beings. NPCs have their own personalities and are not mere products of game data. And there are different personalities. Some are kind and some are nuclear. In case he encountered a nuclear good NPC, if Yang Qi was impolite, he might be sent to respawn in a single glance. "Hello, this old man," Yankee said politely. "This little friend. I am the Elder Lord Taishang. I am new to this place and would like to ask my little friend, what realm is this?" There was a kind smile on Taishan Laojuan's face. Yang Qi was shocked in vain when he heard these words. Taishan Laojun. Surprisingly, it's him. Long ago memories echoed in Yang Qi's mind. In a previous life, after the game came down, something big happened. A demonic powerhouse had descended on this world in advance, hunting down the highest leveled players at the time. The demonic powerhouses were powerful, and the players were simply not a match for them. At that time, the top 10 players on the rankings were all killed by powerful great powers. This led to a greenish glow in players' strength, and all players were in despair. Yankee was at the bottom of the heap at the time, so he wasn't affected. The root of all this was the Taishan Laojun in front of him. Taishan Laojun is a pre-existing NPC who specializes in alchemy, but he also has a hidden identity. It was the detachment of the Taoist sage of Tai Ching in the Flood world. Yang Qi had no concept of how powerful a saint was, but the Taishan Laojun in front of him was very strong. His power is not only reflected in his strength, rather, it's the underpinnings. All NPCs are forced into this world by a mysterious presence and become NPCs for the game. They have a mind of their own, but all behavior has to be within the rules of the mystical being. It is possible that this powerful and mysterious being is the dominant force behind this game. In a previous life, someone summarized the code of conduct for NPCs. The most obvious of these is the inability to talk about the nature of the game. And Taishan Laojun is an exception. After he descended into this world and became an NPC, he had been exploring the nature of this world. He also became friends with a player who was the #1 ranked player in terms of leveling strength at the time. I also wonder what kind of feat Taishan Laojun has done. Yang Qi only knew that at that time, the heaven and earth were dimmed, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire heaven and earth, causing all living beings to tremble. Taishan Laojun became a madman. It's a lie to everyone, crazy all day long. Not long afterward, powerful demonic powers descended to take on the Elder Lord Taishang. Taishan Laojun was no slouch, despite his madness. Only then did the demonic powerhouse turn around and kill the strongest player. After killing the top 10 ranked players, the demon race's great powers struck down all those who had come into contact with Taishan Laojun again. Some speculate that the Supreme Lord has learned the truth about this world, offended the being behind the game. Divine punishment from heaven became a madman. Yang Qi's eyes were stunned. Taisho is chance. This is an unquestionable fact. In his previous life, the guy at the top of the list only made it to the top because he befriended the Supreme Lord. He's not even a pre-recharge player. Taishan Laojun, in the future, would offend the mysterious existence? This could not be changed by anyone. The road before Yankee. Either that or just ignore Taishan Laojun's existence. Let Taishan Laojun follow the path of his previous life. Either that or take the chance away from that guy in his previous life. He himself became a forgotten friend of the Elder Lord Taishang. That's a huge risk to take. The first one to die after a powerful demonic powerhouse descended was Yang Qi. After thinking for a moment, Yang Qi made up his mind. He had now precharged 151 billion to live in this world and to live like a human being. Then, even if he wasn't Taishan Laojuan's forgotten friend, he would still be struck down by a demonic powerhouse just the same. There's no escape, because he's now in contact with Taishan Laojun. The demonic powers would strike down all those who had come into contact with the Supreme Lord. Yang Qi's heart crossed. He was going to be killed anyway, so he might as well take the chance into his own hands. He didn't believe that he had recharged more than $10 billion, and that he would still be no match for the demon race's great powers when the time came. Just as the Yang Qi was about to answer the Elder Lord Taishang, he felt a blurring of the scene before him. In a moment, sight was restored. Yang Qi found a translucent dialogue box floating in front of his eyes. Yankee, rank, 0, race, Hare Krishna, skills, 0, talent, 0, Parcel space, 0. Immortal crystal, 15. 1 billion. Yang Qi was stunned, and then he was in a state of ecstasy. The $151 billion he had precharged had indeed arrived. Yang Qi couldn't stop his ecstasy. He never knew the percentage of precharge. Now he knows. 1-to-1 recharge. This immortal crystal is the only currency after the game has descended. With immortal crystals, everything can be bought. Chapter 8, The Sage's Underpinnings. Experience value permanently increased by 50%. Open the Personal Attributes panel. Blood, 10. Mana/inner strength, 0. Power, 1. Speed, 1. Defense, 1. It's a normal human attribute. Yanqi took a cursory glance, looking towards the Supreme Lord before him. Greetings to the Supreme Lord. This is the Dragon City of Earth China. A different metropolitan world. Yanqi replied directly. Since Taishan Laojuan's heart disease was the truth of this world, then Yangqi would satisfy him. Hearing this, the Supreme Lord fell into deep thought. Ryoga murmured, could it be a middle millennium world? Why does the poor Taoist feel that a force is pulling me? Yanqi shook his head. Not a middle thousand world, but a complete world. As for that power, I'm also curious as to what it is. Can't answer you. Taishan Laojun nodded gently. Strange. In your world, there aren't any great powers in existence. I also feel a power in your body. The same root as the power in me, but slightly different. Strange. The elder Lord Taishan's eyes were tightly closed, once again in deep thought. Yangqi didn't disturb him and just stood quietly in front of him. An aura suddenly surged up from the Supreme Lord, and his robes fluttered without wind. His expression was agonized, and after a long time, a wave of qi swept out over Taishan Laojuan's body. It vibrated Yangqi back several steps. With a poof, a mouthful of blood spilled out from the Supreme Lord. It turned into a curtain of blood in midair, which was very beautiful. Taishan Laojuan's eyes snapped open. The expression on his face was one of shock and disbelief. A powerful presence. No prying eyes. The entire Taishan Laojun aged a few dozen years, and his demeanor became old, as if he was an old man on the verge of dying. He looked at Yangqi, who was all in front of him. Many thanks to this little friend for clearing up the confusion. He who is unsearchable has just gazed upon me. Yangqi was shocked beyond measure. Just now, the Supreme Lord had actually spied on the mysterious him. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. Could it be that it was because of this matter that he sent demonic powers to descend? It's worthy of being a saint's bilocation. So if a saint came down, would he or she just peek into the truth of this world? As a reborn person, Yangqi was also curious about the truth of this world. How he was reborn, he still hasn't figured out. Even if he was reborn and came back, he would still be nothing more than gravel under the big waves. You can only go with the flow. The elder Lord Taishan's eyes were like moments, as if he could see through what Yangqi was thinking in his heart. A meaningful smile appeared. Little friend, it looks like we're on the same path, but your bottom line is so bad. I am gifting you a chance today. I hope that in the near future, we can stand in the same position and explore the truth. At the end of his words, the figure of Supreme Lord Taishan Laojun directly disappeared in front of Yangqi's eyes. Immediately afterward, a prompt appeared on the transparent prompt bar in front of Yangqi. Supreme Lord Taishan presents you with a chance. Do you accept it? Without hesitation, Yangqi chose to receive it. You have accepted the gift of the Supreme Lord and gained the Heavenly Dao Sage base. You've gained the gift, Sage Underpinnings. Talent, Sage's Underpinnings, plus 50% of experience value. Yanqi was in a trance. A saintly underbelly? Plus 50% experience value. He had unexpectedly acquired a powerful talent by accident. In his previous life, he had survived in this world for 10 years and had not met any person who had gained the talent. Talent is an additional attribute. It's not available to everyone. Some people obtain it by practicing special feats. Some acquire it by inheriting the legacy of other powerful races. But without exception, these people are 1 in a million. The plus 50% experience value doesn't look great. But Yangqi was a reborn person and knew very well how powerful this talent was. This talent is, arguably, the top of the line. The saintly underpinnings. Saints were at the top of the pyramid in the flood world. After Yangqi obtained the talent, he didn't feel a trace of joy other than being surprised. Perhaps it was because Taishan Laojun's quest for the truth of the world influenced him. Perhaps it is despondency in the face of a great enemy that will descend in the future. Looking at the place where the Supreme Lord disappeared, Yangqi muttered, "Don't worry, there will definitely be this day." With that, Yangqi walked towards his destination. In his memory, the merchant NPC was not far ahead. I wonder if Taishan Laojuan's presence here is because of that NPC. Yangqi dispelled the doubts in his mind. Keep moving forward. All the experiences of his previous life had told him that all intrigues and schemes were not as real as strength. As long as he kept getting stronger, one day he would be able to stand at the peak of this world and explore it all. But for now, it's better to do what's in front of you. Without playing, Yanqi arrived at his destination. This is the backyard park of the villa area. As a luxury villa area, the place is complemented by a not-so-small park, planted with evergreen green trees and a variety of nice and attractive flowers. But because it was built on a small hill, it was a rare place to see people. Yanqi found a middle-aged man dressed in black robes inside a small pavilion in the park. This middle-aged man was dressed in black robes and did not look as immortal as Tai Shang Lao Jun, but instead had the marketplace atmosphere of a merchant peddler. The man had stubble on his face and a weathered look in his eyes. Yang Qi came directly in front of the middle-aged man. He was given an arching salute that was popular among NPCs. The middle-aged man then looked over this head. This little brother, I am the Taoist of scattered wealth. What do you need? When Yang Qi heard this, he thought that he had come to the right place. He was looking for the scattergories. This guy is an anomaly among NPCs, specializing in business. Just pay enough immortal crystals. You can buy what you want from him. Taoist scattergood. I'll take a look at the goods first. Just touching an NPC character activates things like game panel attributes. Originally, Yang Qi was going to activate his panel here at the Scattered Wealth Taoist, but he accidentally met Lord Tai Shan Lao. This step is now directly eliminated. Yang Qi directly opened the door to take a look at the goods of the scattergories. When Taoist Scattered Wealth saw Yang Qi being so direct, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He wiped at his arms and a thick book appeared in his hand. The book glowed with a golden color, as if it were something from heaven. This little friend, you can look in the catalog for whatever you need. If little friend has goods to sell, you can also bring them out for the poor Taoist to palm. Saying that, he handed the golden book in his hand to Yang Qi. Yanqi wasn't surprised. Scattergories are an anomaly among NPCs, a GameStop-like existence. There is no favoritism or hatred. Not only can you buy goods from him, but you can also dump unwanted things from him. Chapter 9, a call from Wu Fei to buy supplies. Yang Qi received the golden book. Into the hand heavy. A thought. The book automatically turned the page. What came into view was the name of one treasure, and the price. Before Yanqi could take a closer look, it was interrupted by a cell phone ringing. Yang Qi picked it up and saw that it was Wu Fei. It was high noon. What was Wu Fei doing calling himself at this hour? Could it be something urgent? Yanqi wondered. But pick up the phone first. Mr. Yang, there's something I need to tell you. The phone had just been connected, and Wu Fei's pleasant tone came through. You say, there are a couple of foreigners hanging around near your place. I reckon they're coming for you. Do we need to call the police? Yang Qi pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, not yet. Keep yourself safe. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Against me? Yang Qi did not doubt Wu Fei's judgment. As a capable personal assistant, Wu Fei's ability is unquestionable. Yanqi was now curious as to who was targeting him. In a previous life, this didn't happen. It seems to be the work of the Yangjin family. A moment later, Yang Qi already had a plan in his mind. The only person he had offended when he came back from rebirth was the Yangjin family. Then the identity of the group cries out. After hanging up, Yanqi put his cell phone back into his pocket. The Scattered Wealth Taoist in front of him was curious when he saw an object that could glow and also wear a voice. But there was no talking. Yang Qi's eyes were drawn to the catalog in front of him. The catalogs that are listed have about hundreds of all commodities. Yanqi looked at it, and it was roughly divided into several types. Fabulous weapons, elixirs, feats, spells, and consumables like talismans. Lower grade spiritual treasure Qinggang sword, priced at 1 immortal crystal. Inferior grade spiritual elixir restoring yang pill, priced at 1 immortal crystal a bottle. Inferior grade technique spiritual rhinoceros decree, priced at 3 immortal crystals. Lower grade sword technique clear wind sword technique, priced at 3 immortal crystals. Finally, Yanqi picked a few items. Thinking about Wu Fei's call just now, Yang Qi bought 10 more lower grade talismans vigorous Vajra talisman at a cost of 1 immortal crystal. After determining these items, Taoist Scattered Wealth reached out and wiped his hand in his bosom, and these items appeared in his hand. And Yang Qi's immortal crystal balance was automatically deducted by 9 pieces. After thinking about it, Yanqi felt that he still needed a wrapping space. Otherwise these are hard to carry. There were still 3 days until the game descended, and he couldn't carry a sword on his back all day for those 3 days. So once again, I bought a space prop from Scattergories. 100 cubic meter storage ring, priced at 500 immortal crystals. This is the most expensive thing Yanqi has ever bought. 500 immortal crystals. Even in Yang Qi's previous life, it was an unattainable fortune. Yang Qi bought such a large storage ring purely because he didn't want to spend money to replace it later. A storage ring was considered a type of equipment magic treasure. After recognizing the owner, there is 100 cubic meters of space inside. And something else. Yanqi is all about purchasing what is best for him at the moment. Inferior spiritual treasure Qinggang sword. After equipping it, attack power plus 10. Equipment requirement, strength 1. 1 point of power can hit for 1 point of attack. Now that Yang Qi had picked up the Green Gang sword, if he encountered a monster whose blood level was 10 points, he could directly kill it with a single stroke of the sword. It was considered the most suitable magic weapon for Yang Qi. Inferior grade elixir of restoring Yang. After taking it, within 3 seconds, blood mana value is restored by 15. Put in the game. It's a combination of the blue pill and the red pill. Now Yankee's blood level was 10 points. As long as Yang Qi wasn't dead, one of these would directly restore him to full status. Inferior grade technique spiritual rhinoceros decree. After cultivation, the introductory stage can gain 10 points of mana value, plus 1 per minute of life value recovery, and plus 1 per minute of mana value recovery. There are 4 stages of Kung Fu cultivation: initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Spiritual rhinoceros decision. Learning condition, level 1. You can increase your mana by 10 points per stage. The cultivation of feats, in addition to running feats of cultivation, can also be improved through experience cards. Experience cards are sold here at categories. However, Yang Qi didn't want to spend too much immortal crystals on low-ranked feats, so it was not purchased. For now, the Spirit Rhinoceros decision is sufficient. The lower grade sword technique, Clear Wind Sword Technique, is a skill. Use it once, costing 3 mana points, plus 5 speed, plus 5 attack speed for sword-type weapons, plus 5 attack power for sword-type weapons. Powerful Vajra Charm. After using it, strength plus 5 for 10 minutes. The first thing Yang Qi did after getting them was to learn the Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree. The Spiritual Rhinoceros Decision skill book was a book-like book. After Yang Qi clicked on Learn, the book transformed into a green-colored light and drilled into Yang Qi's body. Immediately after that was to take out the books of the Clear Wind Sword Technique. After clicking Learn, a bit of white light entered Yang Qi's body. Tap on the property bar to take a look. At this point the attribute column has changed. Yankee, rank, 0/10. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Rhinoceros Decree. Skill, Clear Wind Sword Technique. Talent, Saints Underpinnings. Package space, 100. Immortal Crystals, 15. 099. 999. 949. 991. Blood, 10. Mana/inner strength, 10. Power, 1. Speed, 1. Defense, 1. If he had equipped the Green Gang sword, Yang Qi's due attack power would have directly broken 10. If he used the powerful Vajra Talisman and used the reduced Clear Wind Sword Technique skill, his attack power directly reached 21 points. With such attributes, even after the gain descended, Yang Qi was not false. Yang Qi couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have money. This wave of spending was not even a fraction of the 151 billion, yet it directly surpassed all of the previous period. At the beginning of the game's descent, the burst rate of immortal crystals is pitifully low. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Qi immediately felt that he had broken the bank this time. There's a lot of money to be spent in the future. Slaying a demon will only increase the experience value. Even the most trashy equipment won't pop out, not to mention supplies like feats and skills. Equipment, skills, feats, and such things only had a chance of popping out on a boss's body. But even in the early stages, the strength of the boss went straight up to level 10 and above. If an ordinary person touches it, there is only a way to die. The Mano War tactics don't work either. This is reality. Dead is dead. Even more powerful was an elixir like the Restoration of Yang Dan. Having an elixir like this was equal to having an extra life. It could be said that Yang Qi's current outfit was extremely luxurious. Looking at his attributes, Yang Qi was full of confidence. After getting this done, Yang Qi directly left. NPCs like Scattered Wealth Taoist have insufficient spirituality, let alone comparing themselves to Taishan Laojun. Even compared to normal NPCs, it's not even close. Yanqi didn't want to waste any energy on him. Chapter 10, One Punch a Killer. This is the dude? It was already evening when Yang Qi came out in the villa area. The yellowing sunset hung in the sky, illuminating everything in a golden color. Yang Qi went out of the villa area and directly got into his car. Scattergories stay in this place all the time. In time, this villa area will become a special place. Yankee wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to find him next time. With the roar of the engine, Yanqi returned to the villa that had been sold. There are now only 2 people living in the villa. Yang Qi, Wu Yingfei. The nannies and the like had long since been dismissed by Yankee. As soon as Yang Qi entered the door, he saw Wu Yingfei dressed in black, looking outside with a vigilant face. She was relieved to see Yang Qi return. Mr. Yang, you're finally back. I'd suggest calling the police. The guys should still be around. Yang Qi couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. I've been watching carefully all the way back myself. There was no sign of anyone else. Looking at Yang Qi's puzzled look, Wu Yingfei then explained. I put locator devices on their cars when I went out today. Yang Qi gave Wu Yingfei a thumbs up in his heart as he listened. Wu Yingfei took out his cell phone, opened the monitoring software. The locator instrument was found not far from the neighborhood. Yang Qi's face chilled. True to death. Stay home. I'll go meet them for a while. Remember, no police. Under Wu Yingfei's dismayed expression, Yang Qi went out alone. Looking at Yang Qi's departing back, Wu Yingfei bit his lip and eventually relaxed. Yang Qi took the locator monitoring software and came to a hidden shade. At this time the night was gradually falling. Hidden by the shade of the trees, there was a black, high-class business car that was parked here. On Yang Qi's cell phone, the positioning showed that it was the car in front of him. Inside a black high-end business car, several brown-skinned people were talking. They wore tank tops that showed off their toned muscles. The eyes were full of ruthlessness and cold blood. Boss Yang, the target just returned. And now there's a female there. Good. No problem. A curly-haired man typed in broken Chinese. After hanging up, he looked around, looking at a few companions. Whispered, Boss Yang's side demands that we do it quickly. The remaining few nodded. A beastly gleam came into his eyes. One of them had binoculars in his hand and poked out the window, aiming at Yanqi's residence. Big brother, the target is gone. Everyone shuddered at this statement. Now they're on a mission, and the target just came back. So how could they be missing? See if the woman is still there. The woman is gone too, and the curtains have been drawn in the second floor room. The leader revealed a meaningful smile when he heard this. Mud, rich second generation really know how to enjoy themselves. Such a pretty one female. Straight away they've adopted her. Brothers, what do you say? Should we go in and kidnap him at this point? Let him stimulate. At that, a lewd laugh pierced through the compartment. The next second, the car door was opened. Several people in the car were shocked in vain. Upon seeing the appearance of the person coming, all of them had a jolt in their hearts. Then came the ecstasy. Isn't that their goal this time? At the leader's signal, two people immediately took the burlap bags and came forward to pull Yang Qi. Yang Qi reached out and flicked his hand, and a powerful Vajra talisman appeared in his hand. Direct use. At once, he felt energized all over. A normal person has an initial strength of 1, and after Yang Qi used the power Vajra charm, his strength increased to 6 points. That's a little superhuman for the average person. Yang Qi revealed a confident smile. Looking at the two men who had gotten out in the car, he threw a straight punch. Palm landed 2 punches and only 2 cries of pain were heard. The 2 men were already covered in blood and lying in the car. A cursory glance. There are 4 people in this car. After taking care of the 2, a driver and the leader remained. The leader was trying to be mean. Yang Qi's hand had already grabbed his throat. Before he could react, a choking sensation appeared. Yang Qi possessed an incomparably huge power in his hands. As long as Yang Qi was willing, he could pinch him to death at any time. Listen well and stay alive. Coldness flowed from Yang Qi's eyes, and a fierce aura appeared on his body. It was as if the next second, a killer would storm out. That leader by now had both eyes rolled over and his face was red, and at any moment he might suffocate to death. Still, he tried to wave his hand to signal that he was listening. Only then did Yang Qi let go of his hand. Now, pick up your phone and call your boss and say the man has been captured. Yanqi didn't bull asterisk. He didn't even have to ask who was behind these guys. The leader slowed down for a few moments before returning to normal. How could he have thought that this rich kid had such a body? They can be the tip of the knife to lick the blood of the outlaws. Each person, not to say 1 against 10. At least 3 or 5 people do not dare to get close. In one shot, 2 were knocked down. Looking at the 2 companions on the ground, their heads were bleeding, and at this point, they didn't know if they were dead or alive. As an experienced 5-star assassin, he knew that he had met a tough guy today. Don't do it. I'll do whatever you want. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, the leader gave in. His rich experience told him that if he didn't listen, he would not be able to escape death today. He took out the phone and said in broken Chinese, "Hey, I've got the man. I'm sending him to you now." Yang Qi heard and revealed a satisfied smile. "Where's the location?" "Chauffeur drive." The driver on the main cab had seen his 2 companions fall to the ground and had long since had his liver and gall blown away. And when he heard Yang Qi's words, a shiver ran through him, causing the vehicle to die continuously. It took a while for the luxury business car to move slowly. Inside an abandoned factory building, Yang Li came alone for the first time. As soon as you get out of the car, you go straight to the interior of the plant. The smile that spread across his face indicated that he was in a good mood today. He just got a call that Yankee had been kidnapped by the assassin he hired. That's good news. He'd long since looked at his punk-ass cousin with disdain. Eat and drink all day long, but take up the most shares. In order to successfully complete the share transaction, Yang Zhenjia specifically instructed him to do it after the share transaction was completed. If not, you will surely be suspected by the police. Today is the day after the deal was finalized and he can't wait to get his hands dirty. One would have thought that Yankee would have hired bodyguards for protection. Unexpectedly, Yang Chi didn't set up any protection at all, easily won by the killer. Followed the script he had envisioned. Yankee will be missing for a while. With any luck, Yankee's body would be found in the ocean a month later. If Yang Chi was unlucky, then he would sink to the bottom of the sea permanently. In every way he had already taken care of it. The matter has been made foolproof. In Yang Li's mind, he had already anticipated a look of despair on Yang Chi's face. Thinking of this, Yang Li let out a cold snort. Chapter 11, You Piece of. The high-class business car passed through the bustling streets and drove straight out of Dragon City. As the view out the car window grew desolate, the business car came to an abandoned factory building. The iron door of the factory was rusty and weeds grew in front of the door. The plant had been abandoned for who knows how long. There was no one around either. Only a few small animals linger. As soon as Yang Chi got off the bus, he observed his surroundings. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Sure is a good place to do bad things. The driver stopped the car and cast an inquiring glance at Yankee. Get in there, Yang Chi said indifferently. He wanted to see what the Yangjin family was going to do to him. With a creak, the rusty door was opened. Maybe they heard the commotion. Yang Li's figure appeared. Upon seeing Yankee, a satisfied smile spread across his face. 3 steps and 2 steps to meet them. Ha ha ha, brothers, the work is really reliable. Yang Li laughed out loud, said he was about to hand the leader a cigarette. Not noticing in the slightest that the original team of 4 assassins was now missing 2 people, the leader was embarrassed for a moment. I don't know what to answer. Yang Li, this is because he hasn't seen the situation clearly yet. Yang Chi signaled with a look before the leader dared to take the cigarette. Yang Li also lit a cigarette himself. The expression was extremely arrogant. It came directly to Yang Chi's body. A mouthful of thick smoke came out of his mouth, directly spraying on Yang Chi's face. Yang Chi frowned and didn't say anything. There was a look of amusement in his eyes. Yang Li's performance did not disappoint. Yo, isn't this our famous rich kid Yang Chi? What? Didn't expect it. Yankee laughed. Indeed, I didn't think of that. Yang Chi really didn't think that this cousin of his hadn't understood the situation until now. I didn't think it would be right to introduce you for the record. These 2 are my friends in the land of sirens, professional assassins. You know the land of sirens, the land where you have to get GA wasted when you go there. Yang Chi couldn't help but laugh when he heard the words professional killer. These killers are indeed professionals. Yang Chi's smile, when it landed in Yang Li's eyes, it was extraordinarily piercing. His expression turned grim. Yang Chi, you still can't see the situation until now? Sure enough, it's a waste. All you know how to do is eat, drink and have fun all day long. Let me tell you what's going to happen to you. Yang Chi, 1 day later, your corpse will be thrown into the sea. You will die. The veins on Yang Li's face popped out, and he gave Yang Chi a vicious look. When Yang Chi heard these words, the smile on his face remained the same, but the killing intent had already grown in his heart. He knew that Yang Li would be unkind to his own, but he didn't realize that Yang Li was trying to kill himself. His life, it seems, is no longer necessary to keep. Does the eldest know about this? Yang Chi said indifferently. When Yang Li heard this, it was as if he had heard a big joke, laughing up at the sky. Ha ha ha, my dad? I can't believe you asked my dad if he knew. Surprisingly, if you want to know, I'll just tell you. It's something that my dad knows about, and he's instructed me to make sure it's settled cleanly. Didn't expect it. Yang Chi. A cold color appeared on Yang Chi's face. Surprisingly, he didn't have to be polite. He hadn't wanted to cause too much trouble. In his previous life, the eldest uncle's family did not kill him. Similarly, Yang Chi didn't have the intention of rushing to the end after getting what he wanted. At most, we'll be strangers from now on. I didn't realize that the eldest was going to kill him. The leader stood aside with a little brother, his eyes constantly reminding Yang Li. The heart had already cried out long ago. Brother, stop it. We'll all get cold if we keep talking. But Yang Li was talking right on top of it at the moment, which would have noticed the look in the leader's eyes. In his eyes, a professional 5-star assassin, dealing with a rich 2nd generation hand-to-hand. 9 times out of 10, there will be no change at all. The leader's face was already chilled when he saw Yang Chi. The heart trembled. Yang Li still wanted to continue. He couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Young. The leader interrupted Yang Li's speech to his heart's content. Yang Li thought the leader was asking for payment and waved his hand carelessly. Don't worry, I'll give you $3 million after this. Now the biggest shareholder of Yang Group is my dad. A few million is small money to me. Now, give me a good beating on this punk, said the man, about to take 2 steps back, but the backward step was stopped by a large hand. Yang Li turned around, but he realized that it was the killer who was leading the way. What do you mean? Yang Li wondered. The leader of the killers said awkwardly. Yang Chi wasn't kidnapped by us. When these words came out, Yang Li's eyes froze. and for a moment he didn't know what the killer leader meant. Just then, the door of the business car opened. The two slayers who had just fainted staggered out with their faces covered in blood. Yang Qi had just thrown 2 punches and hadn't used his full strength. The 2 killers, however, were just dazed to the point of unconsciousness. Yang Qi had long since noticed that the 2 killers had woken up. When he looked back, his eyes couldn't help but stare. The 2 killers who had just woken up, one of them, was actually carrying a pistol in his hand. At this, even the leader froze. The assassin who carried the gun staggered, but the pistol in his hand was pointed at Yang Qi. Right at this instant, Yang Qi felt a death crisis surround him. Without the slightest hesitation, the storage ring on his hand was unleashed. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Aoka sword. The clear wind sword technique was instantly launched. A third of the mana was drained directly. With a bang, a fire snake erupted from the muzzle. In that instant, Yang Qi's figure directly disappeared in place. The next second, his figure appeared on the side of the gun-toting killer. Hands up and swords down. A head rushed up into the sky with the blood that was being sprayed. Xingfeng sword technique. Speed +5. Sword weapon attack speed +5. Sword weapon attack +5. Normal human speed is 1. After the skill was activated, Yang Qi's speed had reached 5 times that of a normal person. Yang Qi, who had used the clear wind sword technique skill for the first time, looked at himself moving several meters in a flash and revealed a satisfied smile. Not a bad skill to have. The few people present saw Yang Qi rioting and killing. The eyes were full of shock. A sword appeared out of thin air and moved 7 or 8 meters in a flash. None of this is normal anymore. The leader of the killers had despair in his eyes. He knew that the day was going to be over. So far, he hadn't made a move. The reason was that Yang Qi's strength was simply too great. Without a weapon, it's no match at all. Knocking out 2 experienced killers with 2 punches. This is a normal person? What he didn't expect was his companion, who was hiding a pistol. Isn't this a death wish? Chapter 12, I'm your cousin. Possessing weapons in the Dragon Kingdom is a felony. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, the few of them entered the Dragon Kingdom this time without carrying any weapons. Even the identity is clean. What he didn't expect was that even if he had a pistol, he couldn't solve Yang Qi. A flash of despair surfaced on his face. After Yang Qi solved one person, with a casual swipe of his sword, he finished off the other assassin who had just woken up on the side. Another head shot up into the sky. It fell to the ground with a snap, splattering drops of blood. Yang Li, the leader of the killers, and the killers, all 3 of them had a look of horror on their faces. At this time, Yang Li no longer had the party school arrogant expression. Seeing Yang Qi solving 2 people with 2 swords, he was also a rich kid. How had he ever seen such a scene? The liver and guts had already been cracked and the legs were trembling. Yang Qi resolved the 2 men and pulled a nice sword flower on his hand, walked straight over. Before he could take 2 steps, Yang Li flung himself to the ground. Cousin, don't kill me. We're brothers. You can't kill me. I was just kidding. You can't kill me. It's against the law to kill. Yang Li even had a crying voice. Yang Qi's killing decisiveness completely broke through his psychological defense. Yang Qi's expression was cold as he glanced at Yang Li. Ha, what difference does it make to me to kill one more? With a sword light slicing through midair, Yang Li didn't even let out a miserable scream before his head had left his body. Until his death, he still had an incredulous look on his face. Yang Qi looked at the leader of the killers. There were only 2 killers left in the field besides Yang Qi. The leader of the killers saw the murderous aura in Yang Qi's eyes. Surprisingly, he even tried to de-escalate the scene. Don't kill me. I didn't know he had a pistol either. Ah, 2 more sword lights. Yang Qi looked at the bodies of the 4 on the ground. The face was ancient. He who kills, man kills. In his previous life, it wasn't that he hadn't killed people. The game is descending in just a few days. As long as they go undetected for a few days, countless people will lose their lives when the game comes down. Who cares if there are 4 bodies in this remote location? Even if he was discovered, Yang Qi didn't care. With his current means, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to subdue him. Wiping the blood off the Aoka sword, he wiped it onto his hand. The Green Gang's sword in his hand was put into his storage ring. Walking out of the abandoned factory, Yang Qi directly headed towards his residence. Before he left, he glanced at the pistol on the floor. Didn't end up picking it up. These hot weapons are only getting more and more useless. The pistol was no longer a threat to his life now that the game had not yet descended. It's useless to bring such things. Yang Qi walked all the way back to his residence when it was already late at night. Looking at the villa, which was still lit up inside, Yang Qi had a strange expression. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wu Yingfei with a worried face, sitting on the sofa. It was only when he saw Yang Qi come in that the flash of worry gradually melted away. Yang Qi smiled faintly. It's settled. Wu Yingfei was puzzled. Yankee, that settles things? But as a personal assistant, she knew not to ask what she shouldn't. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After dealing with Yang Li as well as the killers, Yang Jin's family never looked for them again. Yanqi was also happy to be quiet. Yankee had been following things on the internet about the game coming down. These days, anything that happens is the first thing to be posted on the internet by netizens. 2 days ago, the only thing on the internet was about NPCs. And, of course, there's the news that he, Mr. Yang, sold his shares. One of the videos caught Yankee's attention. Blogger risks his life to reach out to mysterious characters, and a game panel appears. The video caption had immediate heat on the internet. The video, however, did not capture the blogger's contact with the mystery man. Instead, videos are made in the form of after-the-fact recollections. The blogger reveals that after coming into contact with the mysterious figure, a change occurs in himself and a game panel appears. But the netizens aren't buying this kind of video. They've seen a lot of videos like this rubbing it in. The comments at the bottom aren't too friendly either. Mud. What kind of cats and dogs come out to make videos these days? The blogger is rubbing this heat very well. This is playing games like crazy, isn't it? And game panels. Write a script and make up. Everyone doesn't believe what this video blogger is saying. When Yang Chi saw this, he couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. He also swiped this video in his previous life. He didn't believe it at the time either. When the game comes down, people will remember this video. It's because this video was dug up after the fact that tons of people went looking for NPCs to activate game panels. It seems that my rebirth didn't inspire a butterfly effect, and some of the things I wasn't involved in are still running according to their original trajectories. July 7th, the first day of the game advent, 7 in the morning. Yankee woke up early, taking Mu Wingfei to the rooftop of the villa. Yankee remembers the game descending right at 8 o'clock sharp. The sky was dark at the time. Countless monsters have appeared in this world. Some of the monsters are charging straight into the city. Causes confusion. It was at this time that people realized that the world had changed. Wu Wingfei was still asleep when Yang Qi pulled him up. The face was still sleepy. She didn't understand what Yankee was pulling her out of bed for in the middle of the morning. She has been very comfortable here for the past few days, because Yankee now has no more assets for her to manage. She doesn't even need to work right now. No need to get up early every day. Just go straight to bed until 12 noon. Wu Wingfei was still wearing a nightgown, and her fiery figure had been covered by the loose nightgown. A pair of white and slender calves were exposed in the air. Both came to the rooftop. Mr. Yang, what are you doing? Wu Wingfei voiced his doubts. Yang Qi smiled mysteriously. Take you to see the sunrise. Sunrise? It's 8 o'clock. Wu Wingfei looked at the blazing sun hanging in front of him and was speechless for a while. Wu Wingfei rolled his eyes and didn't retort. Yang Qi looked at the blazing sun hanging high and the warm sunlight spilling down. Everything looks alive and well. Being in a villa area, the surroundings are very peaceful. Yang Qi even carried 2 stools up to the rooftop on purpose. The 2 were on the rooftop, basking in the sun. As a little bit of time passes, 8 o'clock is here. Yankee looked at the time. 8 o'clock sharp. A gust of wind came out of nowhere and blew Wu Wingfei's dress over. Wu Wingfei tightened her nightgown, her face full of raw emotion. The gale is getting stronger. It blew through the walls with a whine. A dark cloud immediately followed. This dark cloud covered the sky and instantly blocked out the blazing sun. It was dim under the dome. Chapter 13, the game comes to life. The game is officially here. The sunny day of the party was gone. It was dim under the dome. This is going to change. Wu Wingfei looked at it and pushed up his glasses. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the dark clouds that covered the sky. The wind is howling. On the street, pedestrians were all shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a sight. Some people fled home in a hurry. Someone took out their cell phone and tried to record the sight. Someone looked at the sky in confusion. In all corners of Dragon City, NPCs dressed in ancient costumes were looking up above the dome. Yang Qi watched quietly from the rooftop. Strange figures loomed in the center of the huge whirlpool. Everyone at the bottom saw the scene as well. They let out exclamations of surprise. Look, there's something up there. What's that? Film it. I want it to be a hit. In the next second, the figure in the vortex directly disappeared. Immediately afterward, bursts of shrieks emanated from all parts of Dragon City. Holy, there's a monster. Help! The swirling figure landed directly on the ground. It transformed into an oddly shaped creature. There are monsters with human body and wolf head, holding a wolf's tooth stick. There were giant wolves 2 or 3 meters tall. They appeared abruptly in the street. When you see a person, you just pounce on them, causing a mess. When Yang Qi saw the figure on the vortex disappear, it was clear in my mind that the monster had descended. The hissing of a monster came from downstairs in the villa. Wu Wingfei couldn't help but shrink his neck when he heard that. A look of horror looked around the room. Yang Qi reached out to his storage ring. The Ayuka sword appeared in his hand. The cold light of the Ayuka sword appeared, extremely dazzling in the dimly lit world. When Wu Wingfei saw Yang Qi beside him, he suddenly had a long sword in his hand. Not without a pang of surprise, She had come up to the rooftop with Yang Qi. Yang Qi didn't come up with a sword. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder how the long sword had appeared. Mr. Yang, you. Yanqi turned around and smiled. Let's go. Kill the monsters, said Yang Qi directly went downstairs. Wu Yingfei was at a loss, only to follow Yanqi downstairs. Just as he came down to the first floor, he saw a giant wolf charging the gate. Wu Yingfei let out a shriek when he saw this scene. As an ordinary person, where she had seen a 2 or 3 meter tall giant wolf? Escape. That's the first reaction of an ordinary person when they see a monster. Yanqi reached out and patted her shoulder. Don't panic. In the next second, Yang Qi's figure rushed straight out. With a swing of the Ayuka sword in his hand, a sword light cut through the air. The glass door instantly shattered and turned into a field of glass slag. Immediately after that, Yang Qi stabbed out with another sword, straight to the giant wolf's head. With the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh and blood ringing out, the Ayuka sword pierced into the giant wolf's head. Yang Qi drew his sword. With a thud, the giant wolf fell to the ground. A line appeared in front of Yang Qi's eyes. Kill level 1 giant wolf. Experience +2. Gifted Sage Base activated. Experience automatically +50%. Experience +1. Right now, Yanqi was level 0, and upgrading to level 1 required 10 experience points. A giant wolf directly increased his experience by 3 points. By killing 3 more giant wolves, Yang Qi would be able to upgrade. A smile appeared on Yang Qi's face when he saw the experience tip. With the Gift of Saints undertaking in place, he upgraded quite a bit faster than the others. At this time, it is assumed that only a few people have activated the game panel. Gotta hurry, Yanqi muttered to himself. In the future, when the great powers of the demon race descend, the first one to suffer will be him. He could only survive if he improved his strength. After the giant wolf's body fell to the ground, it didn't just disappear like in the game world. Red blood flowed over the giant wolf's corpse. Yang Qi could still smell a fishy odor from his close contact with the giant wolf. It's the smell from the giant wolf. These monsters come into the world as real creatures. Whether it's the flavor or not, it's proving that these monsters are real. Yanqi had long been accustomed to this. He had already experienced it in his previous life and was not surprised. But Wu Yingfei on the side could be all freaked out. Mr. Yang, this. For a long time, there was no how to say a complete sentence. Yang Qi also didn't say anything and directly carried his long sword out the door. Giant wolf demons never appear alone. There should be other giant wolves nearby. Giant wolves are terrifying creatures to others, but to him, these giant wolves were walking experience values. Sure enough, just as he stepped out of the doorway, Yang Qi saw a giant wolf gnawing on a corpse. The body was wearing a suit that was by now in tatters, half of its body gone, and stained blood dripping all over the place. Yang Qi's appearance drew the giant wolf's attention. Turning his head towards Yang Qi, he bared his teeth, his sharp fangs still stained with blood and flesh. It seemed to be displeased with Yang Qi for disturbing its feeding. Yang Qi didn't have any nonsense, and the Qingfeng sword technique was unleashed. A third of the mana was instantly drained. Yang Qi's figure disappeared in place afterward. In the next second, it appeared behind the giant wolf. With a stab of the sword, the giant wolf directly fell to the ground and died. Kill to level 1 giant wolf demon. Experience +3. This time, instead of prompting the roll of the sage's underlying talent, the experience value was directly added by 50%. With 4 more experience points to go, Yanqi would be able to upgrade. Yang Qi didn't stay after resolving the giant wolf. The hissing of a giant wolf was heard in the distance. Yang Qi carried his long sword and headed straight there. Inside a villa, a man was laboriously pressing against the door. Outside the door, it was a giant wolf charging. The man felt the massive force coming from the door. A flash of despair appeared on his face. He was wondering how such a creature could appear in this world. As soon as he woke up in the morning and went out, he saw a 2 to 3 meter tall giant wolf with its teeth bared. He thought it was because he had been working a lot of overtime lately and was overworked, and he went out and hallucinated. But the fishy odor that met him told him that if he didn't run, he would absolutely die. I thought I'd run home and be safe. I didn't expect the giant wolf to charge straight through the gate. With a thumping sound, on the second floor, a woman appears holding a baby. The man saw it and shouted anxiously, "Go to your room and lock the door. Hurry up, can't hold out much longer." The woman didn't know what was going on, but rushed back into the room. The man was relieved to see his wife go back. The next second, the door was slammed open. It directly knocked the man 3 meters away. A giant black wolf, with a pungent, fishy odor, walked through the gate. The man looked at the 2 to 3 meter tall giant wolf, and surprisingly, his heart couldn't generate any resistance. Desperation was all over his face. Chapter 14, Upgrade. Level up. Just when the man thought he was going to be buried in the jaws of the wolf, a figure appeared at the doorway. Yang Qi was dressed in sportswear, with the Green Gang's sword in his hand. When Yang Qi appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the giant wolf. The man thought it was the police. When he saw it was a young man, speak up in a hurry. Move. My wife and kid are still upstairs. Man, if you don't escape, call the police for me. Yankee glanced at the man. Calling the police at this point is probably not going to help. Still, the fact that the man let himself go as soon as he opened his mouth made Yanqi think highly of him. Not a word more about it. In the man's incredulous eyes, the long sword in Yang Qi's hand transformed into a powerful swordlight and charged straight at the giant wolf. The giant wolf was still trying to resist. In Yang Qi's state of turning on the clear windsword technique, the giant wolf was unable to touch Yang Qi's figure at all. As the giant wolf let out a wail, Yang Qi pulled his long sword out over the giant wolf's head. Kill a level 1 giant wolf. Experience +3. Took a look at the giant wolf's carcass. After determining that no equipment had been dropped, Yang Qi directly left. The man came back to his senses only after Yang Qi left. Looking at the corpse of the giant wolf on the ground, his heart palpitated. When remembering the splendor of Yang Qi's sword, he couldn't calm his heart. Who the hell is he? How could he have such a means? Questions surfaced in the man's mind. In his mind, a figure overlapped with Yang Qi. He's Yang Qi, the son of Yang Group. Yankee's photo has been circulating on the internet for a long time some years ago. It took the man a while to think that this man was Yanqi. The woman appeared at the top of the stairs holding the baby. Her heart was in turmoil when she saw the body on the floor, and her horror-filled husband to one side. The man immediately reassured. It's okay, go to your room and hide. After Yang Qi left, they all immediately ran to the next location. These giant wolves were also considered old friends of Yang Qi. In Dragon City, it's giant wolves at best. In his previous life, Yang Qi also upgraded by destroying giant wolves. Knows the habits of the giant wolf very well. These giant wolves all had a habit of raising their voices to the sky when it was time to attack or when they found their prey. Following the sound of a giant wolf hissing, Yang Qi found a giant wolf on the roads. He was now 2 giant wolves short of an upgrade. The hand rose and the sword fell, and Yang Qi immediately saw the scripture arrive. A closer look reveals that no equipment has been dropped. The chance of a level 1 giant wolf dropping equipment is approximately equal to 0, but there's still a all chance of dropping equipment. Yankee didn't want to miss out on any equipment right now. Half a bell later, Yang Qi returned to his residence, directly ignoring Wo Yingfei's curiosity. Open the panel. Yankee, rank, 1, 15/20ths, race, Hare Krishna, technique, Rhinoceros Decree, skill, Clear Windsword Technique, talent, Saint's Underpinnings, package space, 100, immortal crystals, 15, 099, 999, 949, 991, blood, 20, mana/inner strength, 0, power, 2, speed, 2, defense, 2. After killing all the giant wolves in the villa area, he finally upgraded. After ascending to the second level, all attributes were doubled except for internal strength. The only thing that gets cleared is mana. When killing the giant wolf, Yang Qi directly used his skills in order to save time. With one wave, Yang Qi's due mana value was directly emptied. Upgrading did not raise mana value. Mana value could only be raised by practicing feats. Fortunately, the passive skill of Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree could return mana. 10 minutes to restore 1 point of mana. For Yankee, it was just a matter of resting for a while. Now, even without using the power of his equipment, he was beyond ordinary people. With 5 more experience points, Yang Qi would be able to ascend to the 3rd level. The giant wolves in the villa area had already been killed, so if you wanted to upgrade, you could only go out of the villa area. At present, the situation of the outside are unknown. Yang Qi did not want to take a big risk to go out. The first part is mostly small monsters though, but there are also bosses present. With Yang Qi's current level, if he encountered a boss, he could only run for his life. If you encountered a powerful boss, you might as well give up your life here. At this moment, Yang Qi's body didn't even have any bloodstains. The green gang sword had already been put away in his storage ring. Looking at the corpse of the giant wolf in the living room, Yanqi was disgusted for a while. This giant wave has no value. The wolf meat was so fishy and stenchy that even those who hadn't eaten for 3 days couldn't get their mouths around it. After thinking about it, Yanqi decided to strip the giant wolf out of the door, lest it affect you. Under Yang Qi's strength that surpassed double that of a normal person, the huge giant wolf was dragged out. After cleaning up, Yanqi went to take a shower, killed a couple giant wolves in the morning. Although Yang Qi was not tired, his body was sweating. After finishing, Yanqi looked at the time. It was now noon, took out his cell phone and looked at it. The internet is full of requests for help. Some people are trapped inside their houses afraid to go out. Someone escaped under the monster's bloody mouth. When danger comes, all people put their own lives first. Messages for help on the internet were not answered. After a cursory look, Yankee put down his phone. He went back to his room and rested straight away. The giant wolves inside the villa area have all been removed, but Yankee didn't put his heart down. These monsters all have one characteristic. At each place, there would be a mini-boss present, the legendary elite monster. Yang-Chi didn't find it after looking around, maybe somewhere near the villa area. Only after the mana value was fully restored would Yang-Chi be able to resolve it. Also, these monsters refresh. Soon after Yang-Chi killed this wave, a new monster would appear. Setting the alarm clock time, Yang-Chi went straight to Dreamland. Inside the villa's living room, Wu Wingfei was now in an apprehensive mood. What she encountered today turned her perception of the world upside down. Giant wolves 2 to 3 meters tall appeared in the world out of nowhere. It's clearly not a creature of Earth. And this is not an isolated case. On the internet, several instances of giant wolves attacking people have been exposed. And her boss, Yankee, surprisingly, he could take out a long sword out of thin air. What was even more outrageous was that Yang-Chi killed all the giant wolves with a single sword. The change caught her off guard. Why don't you ask him? Wu Wingfei thought of the sight of Yang-Chi flying and killing the giant wolf with a sword. Changes must have occurred in Yankee as well. He must know something, Wu Wingfei said with certainty in his heart. When she saw that Yang-Chi had already walked into her room, Wu Wingfei had no choice but to stop. Forget it, let's just wait until he comes out and ask. Wu Wingfei waited this time, directly for 2 bells. After Yang-Chi woke up, he just went out to the living room and saw Wu Wingfei looking at himself with an expectant face. Yang-Chi froze and immediately understood that Wu Wingfei was trying to ask himself. Chapter 15, Chaos. Wu Wingfei's big eyes were full of curiosity. Mr. Yang. Yang-Chi took a bottle of drink for himself and drank it. Are you asking me what this is all about? And you're going to ask me how I got to be so good? Wu Wingfei nodded. Yankee laughed. He'd been ready to say something for a long time. Take out your cell phone and just tap on a video. This video is exactly what happened when a blogger said earlier that he activated the game's character panel after encountering an NPC. Read this first. Wu Wingfei wondered. But still, he took to his cell phone and looked at it. A few minutes later, the video was broadcast. Wu Wingfei looked up incredulously. Is this true? Yankee nodded. Something has changed in this world. Monsters descend, game character panels appear, and the entire planet will become a game. All we can do is keep killing monsters and upgrading. Wu Wingfei drifted off. Besides, that long sword of mine, it's my weapon. I also encountered an NPC that activated the game character panel. Saying this, Yang-Chi paused for a moment. Assistant Wu, the world has changed. You this job, cannot keep it. Oh. Wu Wingfei rolled his eyes. What's the point of talking about work now? After all, she had received higher education. How could she not realize that the original order of the world would collapse? By then, the assets are worthless. She's doomed to unemployment. But I'm just short of someone to help me out right now. If you're interested, you can come over and help. I can offer you some facilities to help you grow and practice. Even game equipment, I can give you. What you need to do is to help me with trivial things. As you know, I'm too annoying for my own good. Yang-Chi immediately threw out an olive branch. He did need someone like Wu Wingfei badly. After the game descends, though personal force is absolute, but it also requires strong backing support. Even if you're strong, you can't do everything yourself. You always need help. And Wu Wingfei is a perfect fit. If Wu Wingfei didn't agree, he didn't care. There is no shortage of talent in this world. Of course, Yang-Chi was more hopeful that Wu Wingfei would agree. Wu Wingfei thought about it and nodded. Yes, I'll rely on Mr. Yang to take care of me in the future. Yankee laughed. Just don't call Mr. Yang. Call me by my full name. Yes, Mr. Yang. Yang-Chi didn't argue with Wu Wingfei either. Take out your cell phone and tap on the popular messages. All the hot searches hanging on the hot search list at this point are about monsters. The first hot search turned out to be the video that had just been shown to Wu Wingfei. I didn't look closely enough just now, and the hits have exploded at this point. Yang-Chi clicked in to take a look. Found the comments section already very lively inside. Asterisk 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 the blogger's video confirms it all. It's true. This time O really is turning into a game world. Pro tip. I've activated the game panel. Why didn't I trust bloggers before? Now I'm stuck inside a supermarket. Second on the hot list is a cheat sheet. In the guide, the locations of some NPCs are marked, and it explains that going in contact with these NPCs activates the panel. Yang-Chi looked at them, and these NPCs were quite widely distributed. It's even thoughtfully divided into cities. Yang-Chi tapped into the Dragon City NPC distribution to take a look. Most of the NPCs in Yang-Chi's past life memories had already been labeled. There are only a few that have gone unnoticed. For the next short while, these NPCs will be surrounded by people. Everyone come and activate the panel. Third on the hot list is a life-saving strategy. In the guide, a method is suggested to have a chance of avoiding the monsters by masking their own odor. This guide also states that it will work in some cities and not in others. Fourth on the hot list is a map of the city's monster distribution. In the distribution map, the monsters that appear in each city are different. The Dragon City appeared as a giant wolf. Spiders are appearing in Rock City. Tigers appear in North Haven. Yankee was not very interested. This information, he kept in his head. Yankee turned off his cell phone. Instead, he saw a prompt pop up in front of him. Chat channel function is open. City chat channel, national chat channel, private chat channel. Yankee clicked in and saw that there were only 3 chat channels in total. Each chat channel has a different range for. Looks like more people have activated the panel now. Yankee muttered. The opening of the chat channel indicates that a lot of people have now activated the panel. Yankee tapped into the national chat channel to take a look. There's been a lot of information swiped here. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this really is a game chat channel. Damn yeah, that's too strong. I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to kill monsters. Upstairs, monsters aren't that easy to kill. Going alone will only get you killed. Team up and kill the monsters. Team up to kill monster drops. In the chat channel, most of the people look like they've had a good fight. Revel in the excitement of the game panel activation. I can't wait to rush out now to kill monsters and upgrade. To this, Yankee could only say that it was too young. It wouldn't take long for these guys yelling about killing monsters and practicing to run home in disgrace. If you are unlucky, you may even lose your life. Yankee looked at it for a while and found it uninteresting, so he didn't continue to look at it. Now that the chat channel is open, the next thing you know, the original communication device is out of order. The internet, phones, etc. all get destroyed. If you want to communicate, you can only do so in the chat channel. In addition to the chat channel, the Game Buddy feature is also open. After adding a friend, you can access a private chat channel. Yankee was very familiar with this, not too much mashing either. Glanced at the time, Yankee decided to get down to business first. The most important thing now is to upgrade. Next, taking Fei Wu to activate the panel. The two are not in conflict. Yankee directly called on Wuing Fei to go out. Assistant Wu, going out. 2 minutes later, Yankee, who was dressed in white sportswear, was the first to go out. Following behind him was Wuing Fei, who was dressed in black. Wuing Fei was wearing tight black jeans with a black shirt. It schemes the figure and is very eye-catching. Yankee couldn't help but look at it a few more times. What he got in return was a blank stare from Wuing Fei. The two stood together, one black and one white, with an extra flair. Yankee didn't choose to take a car. Instead, go out on foot. It's chaos all around now, and the roads must be jammed with traffic. While the Big G has decent off-road performance, it's not likely to pass unimpeded. It's not as fast as relying on the 11 buses. Yangtze's, the destination wasn't far. It's the location of the nearest NPC. Wuing Fei doesn't have an active panel right now. This trip was for that very thing. Chapter 16, Elite Monster Wolf Demon Leader. When Yangtze went out, no new monsters had appeared in this villa area. The speed of the two was not affected much. In less than a moment, Yangtze was already out of the villa area. Beyond the villa area, a road. On weekdays, the cars on the road are like a river of carp. And now, there was no one in sight. Only a few cars that had been vandalized lay in the middle of the road. Traffic has been backed up. Yankee saw this scene and was glad he didn't drive out. A quick glance didn't reveal any sign of the monster. Yankee couldn't help but feel a little lost. He was still a few points short of experience to upgrade. This time out, besides helping Wuing Fei activate the game panel, the most important thing is to kill monsters and upgrade. Expecting monsters beyond the villa area, he was not expected to be disappointed. Wuing Fei was off to the side with a tablet computer that was displaying a map. Lack of moral maps. It's hard to walk between big cities without a map. Yankee took the tablet and looked at it. The nearest NPC to this place is 5 kilometers away. These 5 kilometers are separated by an industrial park. The endpoint, in a large wetland park. Yankee didn't know why. These NPCs all liked to stay in places where there were no people. Maybe it's because all these NPCs are from the flooded world. Go! 5 kilometers was not even a thing for Du Yanqi's current physique. But for Wuing Fei, an ordinary person, it was hard enough. The two were making their way down the road. At a stoplight, Yankee Wei stopped. His face tightened as he looked around. The Ayuka sword had appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Wuing Fei hurriedly ducked towards the road teeth. Yankee drew his sword and looked around. Just now, he smelled a smell belonging to a giant wolf. The fishy smell of the giant wolf's body was extremely unpleasant. After Yankee smelled it once, it was unforgettable for the rest of his life. This time, it's clear that it can't be wrong. With a growl that belonged to a giant wolf. Surprisingly, there were giant wolves all around responding with growls as well. Yangtze's face stared. Looks like a wolf encounter. These giant wolves usually act alone, but wolves are pack animals. After all, acting alone because they haven't met the enemy yet. If they encounter an enemy, they gather together quickly. As the roar got closer, Yang Qi also got a good look at the wolves. When he saw the appearance of the head wolf of the pack, Yang Qi couldn't help but change his face, only to see that in the middle of the road, there were 7 or 8 giant wolves lined up, standing behind a monster with a human wolf head. This human body wolf head monster. Its head was a dark green wolf head with hair like steel needles that clung to its face. Its ears were upright, and its eyes were red with a bloodthirsty glint. A mouthful of wolf's teeth was even more inspiring, and the 2 fangs in front were about 10 centimeters long, with a cold light appearing. Underneath the head was a stocky man's body, about 2 meters tall with dark skin. It has a human body, but no human clothing, only the lower half of his body, wrapped in a strangely patterned animal skin, putting huge muscles on display. In its right hand, it also held a wolfsbane. The craftsmanship of the wolfsbane looks rough and rugged. It's simply a wooden stick with animal teeth set in it. Yang Qi revealed a bitter smile when he saw the wolf-headed monster. I didn't expect to encounter an elite monster so soon. This is the elite monster wolf demon leader. Normal giant wolf monsters are level 1, and the elite monster wolf demon leader was level 5. This was the information that Yang Qi had learned in his previous life. As long as you cultivate the relevant skill, you can go as far as seeing through the monster's information. Unfortunately, Yang Qi didn't realize that there were such skills there now, but it didn't stop him from knowing the rank of the wolf demon leader. Behind the wolf demon leader were about 10 giant wolves. Yang Qi is now level 1. No hesitation. Reaching out, the powerful Vajra-Du talisman appeared in his hand. Direct use. The feeling of growing strength followed. Now he was able to break through 10 points in attack power. It has to be a quick fix, Yang Qi whispered. If the commotion was too great, it would definitely attract other giant wolves. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Yang Qi didn't want to be surrounded. Besides, Wu Yingfei is still there. A flash of despair appeared on Wu Yingfei's face when he saw the wolf demon leader and the dozen or so giant wolves. She looked at Yang Qi. Now it's up to Yang Qi. But facing more than 10 giant wolves, even if Yang Qi activated the game panel, it would be difficult to solve it. Just when Wu Yingfei was in despair, Yang Qi had already flown out. The clear wind sword technique was directly activated. A harsh sword light flashed. The wolf demon leader on the opposite side saw Yang Qi being so brave. The wolf's head unexpectedly appeared with a touch of humanized sneer. The wolf tooth stick in his hand was not willing to show weakness and met Yang Qi. Just when their weapons were about to collide, Yang Qi's figure flashed and directly crossed over the wolf demon leader. With one swing of the sword, a giant wolf was killed on the spot. Immediately after that, Yang Qi swung another sword at the closest giant wolf. In a flash of lightning, another giant wolf was killed. Kill level 1 giant wolf. Gain experience 3. Kill level 1 giant wolf. Gain experience 3. Originally, Yang Qi was level 1 and was 5 experience points short of level 2. After resolving the 2 giant wolves, it was a direct upgrade. Glancing at his attribute bar, Yang Qi, rank, 2, 1/40th, race, Hare Krishna, technique, Rhinoceros Decree, skill, Clear Wind Sword Technique, talent, Saint's Underpinnings, package space, 100, immortal crystals, 15, 099, 999, 949, 991, blood, 30, mana/inner strength, 7, power, 3, speed, 3, defense, 3. In addition to the 3 mana points deducted from using the Clear Windsword technique once just now, all base attributes are doubled. When the wolf demon leader saw that the 2 giant wolves under his command had been killed, he was instantly enraged and let out a long whistle to the sky. The wolf tooth rod in his hand was swung with a gust of wind-breaking sound and came straight at Yang Qi. A level 5 elite monster's basic attributes were no longer comparable to a normal level 5 monster. Yang Qi didn't choose to fight hard. The Clear Wind Sword technique was unleashed once again. 5 points of movement speed were added directly. His figure once again disappeared in front of the wolf demon leader. In the next second, wailing sounds rang out as the 2 giant wolves fell to the ground in response. The wolf demon leader charged again. Yang Qi activated the Clear Wind Sword technique again. This time, only 4 giant wolves remained in the field. Yang Qi's mana value had also bottomed out. Reaching out to his storage ring, a Yang Restoration pill appeared in his hand. Throwing the Yang Restoration pill into his mouth, Yang Qi still wanted to continue attacking the remaining 4 giant wolves. However, these few giant wolves watched their companions being easily killed by Yang Qi and had long been on guard. Before Yang Qi could come over, he poofed away. The restoring Yang Dan entered the mouth and instantly melted away, transforming into a trace of coolness that swept over the entire body. Yang Qi's gaze was firm, and the long sword in his hand was waved once again. Chapter 17, Exploding Equipment. Yang Qi glanced at his mana value. It has been restored at this time. The Qingfeng sword technique was unleashed again, and its purpose had changed. Straight at the wolf demon leader. When the wolf demon leader saw this, His hideous wolf head revealed a smile. The wolf tooth stick in his hand was raised high and was about to smash down on Yang Qi. Yang Qi's speed did not decrease, and when he arrived in front of the wolf demon leader, his figure flashed. It came directly to the wolf demon leader's side. The Qinggang sword turned into a flash of cold light and stabbed straight into the wolf demon leader's neck. The Auka sword was drawn, and immediately a line of blood shot out. The wolf demon leader covered his neck with his left hand and let out a cry of pain. The wolf tooth stick on his right hand, however, did not pause for a moment and chopped and wheeled down at Yang Qi. Yang Qi immediately felt a sense of crisis. In his heart, he was horrified. The attack power of this wolf demon leader was estimated to be ridiculously high. The clear wind sword technique was launched in a hurry. Feeling his speed, Yang Qi's body flashed. Again, he came behind the wolf demon leader. Raising his hand and striking his sword, he directly pierced the wolf demon leader. The chilling sword pierced out in the wolf demon leader's chest, which was still stained with blood. The wolf demon leader's huge body collapsed to the ground at this moment. The large wolfsbane was awarded to fall to the ground with a loud bang. Kill level 5 wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience. Seeing the experience arrive, Yang Qi knew that the wolf demon leader was dead. Yang Qi's sword directly penetrated the wolf demon leader's heart. Even if the wolf demon leader's level was as high as level 5, with a broken heart, he would have to die all the same. The remaining 2 giant wolves were horrified when they saw that their own boss was already lying on the ground and ran away with their legs spread out. But how could Yankee let them go? There were only 4 mana points left, and they were instantly drained. The Qingfeng sword technique was activated, and Yang Qi's figure disappeared like a ghost. In the next second, it appeared in front of the 2 giant wolves. Hands rose and swords fell, and the corpses of the last 2 giant wolves fell to the ground with a loud crash. After resolving the battle, Yang Qi took back the Green Gang sword into his storage ring. Looking at the carcasses of the giant wolves all over the ground, Yanqi smiled with satisfaction. His biggest advantage right now was the speed of the clear wind sword technique. As long as he didn't encounter speed-type monsters, he could crush them through speed. The shortcomings are also obvious. Mana is too low. It was only enough to inspire the clear wind sword technique 3 times. If the mana value was a little higher, in the battle just now, Yang Qi wouldn't have had to delay the battle at all. Directly launching the Qingfeng sword technique, the number of giant wolves wouldn't have been enough for him to kill. Suddenly, Yang Qi's afterglow caught a glimpse of a green light. It's the body of the wolf demon leader. After seeing the green glow, Yang Qi smiled. He hadn't expected to be so lucky either. Elite monsters popping stuff. The kill rate is very low. Yang Qi knew this well in his previous life. Usually only bosses pop out equipment. Elite monsters have a burst rate of less than 1% of a boss. It's purely in the face. If you have a black face, you won't pop it after brushing hundreds of elite monsters. Apparently, Yankee's face wasn't black. Turning over the body of the wolf demon leader, Yang Qi saw the source of the green light. Underneath the green glow, there was a long grayish-brown thorn lying there silently. The long spikes were about 50 centimeters long, one-piece material, rounded at the handle, and took up half the length of the entire weapon. The other end, open on both sides and tipped with a diamond-shaped spike, gave a dangerous, regal feeling. Weapons? Yanqi couldn't help but be curious. It was only logical that such a low-level elite monster shouldn't have weapons popping out. The grade of the magic weapon. The lower-grade spirit weapon was the lowest level of existence. The Qinggang sword in Yang Qi's hand was in this category. All purchases at the Taoist of Scattered Wealth cost 5 immortal crystals. So lucky? Yanqi couldn't help but be skeptical. When the long thorn entered his hand, Yang Qi realized that he was being superficial. Semi-inferior spiritual weapon, Wolf Stinger. Attack power +5. Equipment requirements, Strength 1. One of the lower-grade spiritual weapon Wolf Soul sets. Collect all 5 pieces of Wolf Soul equipment to synthesize the middle-grade spiritual weapon Wolf Soul. Yanqi looked at it and was surprised. This suit rings a bell with him. Medium-grade spiritual weapons that can be used up to level 10 and above. Once you have assembled a wolf spirit treasure, you can also, if you have a treasure skill, to summon a wolf spirit to fight for you. In his previous life, there was a person with a burst of luck who extremely had this suit, and at that time, he even topped the strongest in Dragon City. Unfortunately, that person was killed by a single move after the demonic powerhouse descended. This Wolf Soul set is also nowhere to be found. However, right now, this weapon was no match for his own lower-grade magic weapon, the Green Gang sword. Yang Qi naturally had no intention of replacing the Green Gang sword. Putting the wolf spur into his storage ring, Yang Qi looked at Wu Yingfei. It was only at this time that Wu Yingfei shook his head, looking at the giant wolf carcasses all over the ground. A trance set in. Yang Qi killed all the giant wolves, even killed that wolf-headed monster. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wu Yingfei would never have believed that Yang Qi, a dude, would have such combat power. After seeing Yang Qi's superb combat power, Wu Yingfei was even more excited about the game panel. The two continued on to their destination. In the online tutorial, this is a quest-based NPC. As the name suggests, the NPC that gives out quests and rewards. Yang Qi was no stranger to these types of NPCs. Of all the NPCs, such NPCs make up the majority. People can get some skills, weapons, and even feats on them. The two crossed the main road and walked for a good 4 kilometers. Finally, we arrived at the entrance to the park. During this period, Yang Qi also killed a few fallen giant wolves. Unfortunately, no elite monsters were encountered. Now that Yang Qi's experience had reached the critical point, he was just a little bit short of the experience value to be promoted to level 3. Yankee, rank, 2, 39/40, race, Hare Krishna, technique, Rhinoceros Decree, skill, Clear Wind Sword Technique, talent, Saint's Underpinnings, package space, 100, immortal crystals, 15, 099, 999, 949, 991, blood, 30, mana/inner strength, 10, power, 3, speed, 3, defense, 3. The last wave of elite monsters with 10 giant wolves directly pulled Yang Qi's experience value to 33. Among them, the one who contributed the most was the elite monster wolf demon leader, which brought Yang Qi a full 20 experience points. On the way, Yang Qi killed 2 more fallen giant wolves. It went straight to 39 experience points. When the two arrived at the entrance to the park, they found a surprising number of people waiting at the entrance. This includes young people, middle-aged people, and even older people. One by one, they were sitting on the entrance steps with sad faces. In the map, the NPC here is inside the park. Why are there so many people gathered here? Shouldn't you gather in line in front of an NPC to activate the game panel? Chapter 18, want to activate the panel? What are you dreaming of? Yang Qi couldn't help but be curious when he saw these people. Everyone knows the world has changed. Now is a good time to act. Why are these people sitting here at the entrance? Did they all activate the panel? With the sadness on their faces, Yang Qi realized that things weren't that simple. Sure enough, before Yang Qi and his two had taken 2 steps, a middle-aged man raised his head and spoke. There's no need to go up there. This place is already covered by Yang's group. Middle-aged man tall, wearing a camouflage uniform, face full of years of frost, feet wearing a pair of liberation shoes. Yang Qi could tell at a glance that the man was a migrant laborer. The middle-aged man's words made Yang Qi even more curious. Yang's group? Isn't that the one he just sold his shares to? What's going on here? This brother, what's going on here? Wu Yingfei stepped forward and asked politely. The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 men and lowered his head again. What else could be going on? Yang's group, relying on their large number of people, directly surrounded the entire park. And if you want to go in, you have to fulfill their demands. I heard from the workers that you can activate some kind of game panel here. And with the panel, you can kill those damn giant wolves. I didn't expect to come here and be driven down by the Yangs before I even went up. Hey, how can people live in this world? The words were helpless. Yang Qi was also touched by what he heard. It seems that the rise of Yang's group has begun. In the previous life as well, Yang's group directly bagged several NPC locations. Ordinary people who want access to NPCs have to be available to them. It was because of this lack of morality that Yang's group stood firm in a short period of time after the world changed. It later became a major power. Yang Qi's face was slightly cold as he lifted his feet and walked directly upwards. He and Yang's group can be considered to be enemies. Yang Jin's family sent assassins to kill themselves, and the score hasn't been settled yet. I didn't realize that Yang's group had come to the door. Seeing that Yang Qi didn't listen to the advice, the middle-aged man couldn't help but get anxious. Young man, don't go up there. There was a fight up there just now. After saying that, he looked at Wu Yingfei again. Girl child, persuade your boyfriend. There's really no good consequences for going up there. When Wu Yingfei heard this, he couldn't help but blush. Looking back, Yang Qi's figure had long gone away. Not caring about that much, Wu Yingfei directly followed. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed when he saw it. Alas, young unbelievers. Yang Qi walked all the way up the steps. This park is built on a small hill, with steps being the only path up the hill. Just as he entered the park, Yang Qi saw a few people in black security outfits not far away. The security guards were armed with clubs and looking ahead. In front of them, there were several people lying and rolling on the ground. Yang Qi frowned. Looks like there was a real armed fight here. Cross over to the injured man on the ground. Yang Qi walked directly to the security guard. Hello sir, is this to activate the game panel? A young man in a suit walked out behind the security guard with a kind smile on his face. Yang Qi looked wary. Sir, it's like this. If you want to go in and activate the panel, you need to sign an agreement with our Yang group. And after activating the panel, our company will arrange jobs for you. Yang Qi looked at the injured people on the ground and knew it wasn't that simple. Before Yankee could say anything, a young man covering his arm said, pointing at the man in the suit. Don't believe him. Yang's group just wants to hijack this place so that we have no way out and obediently follow therein. Before the words were out of his mouth, a security guard stepped forward and gave the young man a direct kick to the head. The young man cried out in pain, but the mouth remained unconvinced. Yang's group is doing all these unethical things. The security guard was about to continue the beating when there was an extra man in front of him. Yang Qi coldly glanced at the security guard. In the next second, the huge fist blasted directly into the guard's face. There was a rush of blood. When its man in the suit saw this, he was horrified and took 2 steps back, hiding himself behind the security guard, and shouted, "There's a troublemaker. Guys, clean it up." The security guards listened to the order and directly lifted the throwing sticks in their hands and rushed up. Yang Qi liked to fight fairly, so the green gang's sword appeared in his hand. A sword appeared out of thin air in Yang Qi's hand. In the past, others would have thought this witch magician was playing tricks. But now, things like game panels come into play. It opens their eyes. They understood that Yang Qi's body was feared to have space-type treasures. Several of the injured young men looked curious. The security guards, on the other hand, showed a touch of greed. As long as Yang Qi was subdued, wouldn't this space treasure be theirs? 7 or 8 security guards surrounded them in a matter of moments. Yankee face admission. Even Wu Yingfei was like that. Wu Yingfei had seen Yang Qi's ability. 10 or so giant wolves could be easily solved. Not to mention the 7 or 8 security guards. Yang Qi pointed his sword ahead and loudly scolded, "Be a good boy and get out of the way and this will be over. If it continues, don't blame me for the sword." Yanqi lightly chortled. "These security guards in front of us are all hit men. If it wasn't necessary." Yang Qi really didn't want to hurt their lives, but in the next second, the words of the security guards made Yang Qi furious. "Brothers, 7 or 8 of us are still afraid of him. Take him, this brat. He has a treasure on him. As long as we take it, that treasure will be ours. And don't know where this kid got the luck to get game props so quickly. Go on, don't be afraid of him." 7 or 8 security guards. Surprisingly, none of them retreated. Instead, each of them showed greed as if they were pumped up. Yanqi shook his head. He overestimates human nature. These security guards are young and very aware of the game characteristics. For them, the fact that the world has changed is a gift to them. Yang Qi didn't talk much. The long sword was waved in his hand. A sword slash at one of the security guards who rushed up. The sword light flashed, and the security guard directly parried it with his stick. But the green gang sword was already a lower grade spirit weapon, the category of a magic treasure. Ordinary batons, no matter how good the alloy was, were only mortal. How could they be compared to a magic treasure? The sword light was overwhelming, and the Greenoka sword was like cutting vegetables and tofu, directly splitting the metal club in half. The Ayuka sword's momentum did not decrease, turning into a cold light that fell straight towards the security guard's head. With the sound of a weapon breaking through flesh and blood, the security guard had an extra bloodstain on his head. A stream of blood ran down the security guard's forehead. His body then fell straight to the ground, puffing up a cloud of dust. To death. He had an unbelievable look on his face. Chapter 19. So it's Mr. Yang. When the first man fell, all the security guards stopped in their tracks. They're just security guards. Usually it's just a matter of keeping order and patrolling and standing guard, bullying the few with the many. That's because of an absolutely crushing numerical advantage. But now, their companions were dying in front of them. Looking at Yang Qi, who had a calm face and was holding a long sword, a chill arose in their hearts. A vivid life just dissipated in front of their eyes. The security guards looked at each other and no longer had the courage to go forward. When the man in the suit saw this scene, he had already cracked his liver and gallbladder. His legs were trembling, and his mouth was stuttering, unable to speak. It was a long time before he took out the walkie-talkie in his arms. Emergency situation at North Entrance. A few injured youths were also stunned when they saw how decisive Yang Qi was in killing. They couldn't help but question in their minds, who the hell is this guy? How dare you go out and kill someone? Wu Yingfei stood frozen in place. She didn't feel anything when Yang Qi killed the monster, but she didn't expect Yang Qi to dare to kill. When Yang Qi saw that the scene was under control, he waved his hand to shake off the bloodstains on the Qinggang sword, and then he put the Qinggang sword into his storage ring. "Now, get out of the way," Yang Qi said indifferently. Then, it lifted its feet and stepped forward. One step seemed to step on the hearts of the security guards holding sticks, sending chills down their spines. The security guards who had been intimidating and chastising the crowd with their clubs were now good little boys. As Yang Qi took a step, they collectively took a step back. At this point, the man in the suit recovered his mind and stood forward to come. "Wait, our Yang group's men will be here soon. You can't run away. If you tie your hands now, I can still be lenient and put in a good word for you then. Do you know the strength of our Yang group?" The man in the suit spoke loudly, but Yanqi could hear the lack of breath in his words. Yang Qi revealed a sneer when he heard this. The strength of Yang's group? It seemed that the man in the suit didn't realize that he used to be the major shareholder of Yang's group, but when he heard that someone else from the Yang group was coming, Yang Chaochuan also stopped in his tracks. Since we're coming, let's settle this all at once. The man in the suit thought that Yang Qi heard the name of Yang group and developed fear. The toes were high and mighty, and they turned their nostrils towards Yang Qi. The security guard who was lying on the ground beside him, already dead beyond repair, had long been forgotten by him. Soon there was a sound of footsteps not far away. Listening to the commotion, there are quite a few people here this time. Wu Yingfei and a few youths were all looking worried. In this situation now, if Yang Qi didn't give it a go, they wouldn't end up any better. Yang's group even already dared to encircle NPCs and engage in monopolization. Something against morality. I believe they will not be soft. In the field, only Yang Qi was calm. As the footsteps get closer, the visitor reveals himself. A group of dark figures appeared in front of the crowd. There were about 20 people in the group, dressed in black uniforms. It was vaguely obvious that these were security uniforms, but not quite the same as a couple other security guards. Each of them was tall and powerful, with large muscles that filled out their uniforms. What was even more remarkable was that the eyes of this group of security guards were ice cold, as if they did not have an ounce of emotion. These 20 or so security guards, when compared to the previous few, were a world apart. Yang Qi was also surprised to see this group of security guards. With this kind of energy, this group of security guards is not simple. Behind the security guard, a middle-aged man in a white shirt came out, all neatly and meticulously dressed. When he walked out and saw Yanqi, it was a surprise. So it's Mr. Yang. It seemed that this person was already in the management of Yang Group and was able to recognize Yang Qi. Yang Qi sneered. Which one are you? Is this an attempt to take over the mountain? The middle-aged man didn't retort either. My name is Long Shou. I'm the chairman of the Yang Group's Dragon Head Security Company. Mr. Yang, you're no longer a shareholder of the Yang Group now. We only follow the orders of Chairman Yang Zhenjia now. I advise you to leave before it's too late. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Shou's words had just finished, and in the field, other than Wu Yingfei, everyone else was surprised. They had all heard of the great name of Yang Qi, the son of the Yang Group. The high-profile sell-off of Yang Group's shares some time ago made a big splash on the internet. What they didn't expect was that Mr. Yang was by his side. However, after hearing Long Shou's words, they were also aware that Yang Qi's identity couldn't account for any benefits right now. Just then, the man in the suit stepped out of the crowd. Come to Long Shou's face. Mr. Long, we can't let him go. He just killed a brother. Everyone's nerves tightened at these words. The security guards who were afraid of this group of wolves and tigers rushed up and beat themselves up. Long Shou frowned when he heard this. It was then that he could see the body off to the side. Long Shou's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, then please ask Mr. Yang to come with us, said with a wave of his hand. The 20 or so strong men behind him then surrounded them. Yang Qi wasn't alarmed either. The Ayuka sword appeared in his hand. These burly men, presumably, have activated the panel. However, with Yang Qi's level suppression and the advantage of a piece of equipment, it was nothing. Without any nonsense, the clear wind sword technique was unleashed. Yang Qi's figure was ghostly, instantly arriving in front of a strong man. With a swing of the sword, a human head shot up into the sky. Before the burly men could react, Yang Qi's figure disappeared once again. The next time it appeared, another life fell. After killing 2 people in a row, Yang Qi stopped on a piece of ladder, the Ayuka sword he held in his hand, his eyes cold. I don't want to kill anyone. Back off now, or I'll kill you all. Yang Qi's tone was calm, but the 2 corpses on the ground showed that he would really kill people. The 20 or so burly men, upon hearing this, all of them revealed a look of horror. They're kind of trained security guards. The usual thing to do is not a normal janitorial patrol, but a mission with danger. But in front of the life and death crisis, they all showed their timidity. There's no one who doesn't love their life. Long Shou saw Yang Qi like this. There was much resignation in his eyes. Let him through. Back off. The security guards heard this order and immediately gave way. Yang Qi sneered. Wouldn't it be nice to get out of the way sooner? Without saying a word, Yanqi walked straight up. Wu Yingfei followed closely behind. A few injured youths, seeing this opportunity, followed suit. The security guards tried to block it, but Ryushu stopped them. He didn't want to anger Yang Qi because of this. Looking at the back of Yang Qi's few people, Long Shou showed a difficult expression. A phone call was eventually made. Chapter 20, Mission-Based NPC. Wu Yingfei activates panel. Yanqi walked deeper into the park. There are steps all the way up the hill. These steps were originally designed for the convenience of the residents in the neighborhood to exercise. The mountain wasn't too steep, and in terms of Yang Qi's physique, it was not effortless at all. Even Wu Yingfei, who had walked 5 kilometers, didn't stop for a second. Instead, he was in high spirits. and I'm not sure if it was the excitement of being close to activating the panel. Instead, a few young men behind them were beaten by the security guards. Their faces were bruised and purple, and they were walking with a limp. Egg is still trying to keep up with Yankee. Within a while, Yanchi met the NPC. On the gazebo at the top of the mountain, there was an old man with white hair and wearing a green-colored Taoist robe, holding a piece of bone in his hand and examining it. When he saw the crowd coming, he didn't look up. Immerse yourself in your own world. Yang Qian came directly in front of the old man. It was then that the old man looked up. A few young men, can you do me a favor? The old man has loved studying demonic bodies all his life, but suffers from a lack of raw materials. If a few young people can help me find a demonic body, I will be heavily thankful. There are many wolf demons here, and I need wolf heads as research materials. Yang Qi wasn't surprised to hear this. These NPCs have minds of their own. Everyone has their hobbies. It seems that this NPC likes to study the demon race. Behind Yang Qi, a young man spoke. So that's it. No wonder Yang's group of people want us to give them all the heads of the wolf clan after we activate the panel. So I'm here to pick up a mission. Isn't it crushing us to get us to complete tasks for them? Several youths were indignant, but when they saw Yang Qi's cold face, they didn't say anything else. Yanchi wasn't interested in this mission. This NPC he had encountered in his previous life. After collecting the wolf heads and handing over the quest, the rewards were some magic weapons. None of them could reach the category of lower-grade spiritual weapons. The only good thing about this NPC is that it's collected over time, not limited at all. This has become one of the favorite NPCs for newbies. Yanchi said he wasn't interested and gave up a body position. Let Wu Yingfei come forward. Little girl, can you help me? Wu Yingfei didn't reply, and his entire body froze in place. Yankee knew that she had activated her panel. A moment later, Wu Yingfei returned to Yang Qi's side. Activate the panel now? Aha! Wu Yingfei's mind was still immersed in the panel's information. A few of the remaining young men immediately stepped forward. Both activated their panels as well. Yang Qi saw that the purpose had been achieved this time. The next step was to take Wu Yingfei to practice. Was about to go down, but he was stopped by a man. Mr. Yang, wait. 4 or 5 young men, after activating the panel, all came in front of Yang Qi. Mr. Yang, thank you. Without you, the panels we couldn't activate would only be squeezed by the Yang group. Yang Qi nodded slightly. It's all trivial. Have a good time practicing. After saying that, he took Wu Yingfei and left directly, leaving a few people staring at each other. Yanchi activated the panel a long time ago, right? I wonder how many levels he is now. Looking at his combat power, he should be level 1. The words were full of envy. I want to expose the evil deeds of the Yang group. I've tried. Posting things about Yang's group on the internet will be harmonized. Look guys, there's a chat channel. We can expose it in the chat channel. I don't believe that Yang group's hand can reach the chat channel. Let's stop chatting and hurry up. Wait for the Yang group's people to come again. Yang group office building. Yang Zhenjie sat in the chairman's office, looking at the Yang group that was already in his hands. He wasn't happy at all, because his only son is now missing. Where Yang Li had gone, he knew in his heart. In the past few days, he had wanted to utilize the resources of the Yang group to search for Yang Li, and to live to see a person die to see a corpse. But the world has changed drastically, greatly disrupting his rhythm. One could only put the search for Yang Li aside. Yang's group now has control of 3 venues with NPCs, and arranged for his men to practice. It's the world that's changing, and Yang's group can dominate. Yang Zhenjie muttered, a cold light appearing in his eyes. This is all because of Yanchi. Yang's group are now all the power to hold the NPC venue. It really couldn't spare the manpower to trouble Yang Qi. Just then, a call came in. A moment later, Yang Zhenjie's face was red with rage. He just got a call from Longzhou. Yankee showed up and killed several of his security guards, and destroyed control of an NPC site. Yang Qi struck out viciously. Yang Zhenjie didn't even need to think about it now. His son Yang Li was dead. Stop him. Kill him. Yang Qi must die. Yang Zhenjie let out a growl. Chairman, our security guards can't beat him. Don't we have several people in our group who have already upgraded? Let them go. When Yang Qi left the park, he could no longer see the Yang group's people, but he didn't care so much. The most important thing to do now is to practice. Although there were tens of billions of immortal crystals in hand, but the level still needs to be practiced. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will be surpassed. After thinking for a while, Yang Qi directly gave Wu Yingfei the wolf spur that had just burst out. The wolf stinger had little effect on him. It is for Wu Yingfei. It is simply timely rain. Wu Yingfei was ecstatic after getting the wolf stinger. The two of them went straight back the way they came, ready to kill monsters and practice. In the meantime, the Dragon City chat channel. A message stunned the crowd. Young's group controls NPC addresses, squeezes population. A person named Lu Qingqiao posted this message directly on Dragon City's chat channel. There was a mass outrage. Marred. Yang's group is too unethical. They used to suppress the labor force, but now they even want to squeeze us. Yang group capitalist face. That Yang Qi isn't all that good. Basking in wealth on the internet every day. Quick, how did you end up activating the panel? When Lu Qingqiao said that he was rescued by Yang Qi, the crowd was stunned. What? Yang Qi killed someone from the Yang group? Isn't it illegal to kill people now? They deserve to be killed. I didn't expect Mr. Yang to be such a person. I almost forgot. Yang Qi has now sold his shares in the Yang group. He no longer has a relationship with the Yang group. Yang Qi can actually single-handedly challenge 20 people? Just how many levels is he? While everyone expressed their hatred towards the Yang group, they were more curious about Yang Qi's rank. After all, most people are at level 0 now. Chapter 21, Leveling Mecha. Continuous upgrade. After Yang Qi left the NPC with Wu Yingfei, he didn't return to his residence, but went in another direction. Now Wu Yingfei had activated the game panel. The only thing Yang Qi had to do was to go kill monsters and practice. Originally, Yang Qi was prepared to kill scattered monsters along the way to upgrade, but that's too time-consuming, and easily disturbed. As it happened, Yang Qi knew of a practicing mecha. This leveling mecha, in its previous life, was notoriously bullish. There are countless demons in there that can be supplied with upgrades. Unfortunately, in his previous life, this place was all wrapped up by big powers. The average person can't even get close. Even if they were close, there was nothing they could do against the sheer number of demons. And right now, everyone still doesn't know this place exists. Just the chance for Yankee. After driving around the city, Yang Qi and Wu Yingfei came to a place that was considered remote. This is a wasteland, and in the old days, it was a bomb shelter. In times of peace, no one will remember this place. In a previous life, a man remembered the existence of bomb shelters and wanted to go in to hide from demons. Had gone in, he saw a field full of demons, and was so frightened that he fled and spread the news. Yanqi didn't meet anyone along the way. Everyone was hiding in their homes now, or in activating the game panel. Alternatively, kill demons in groups to upgrade. Look at the middle of nowhere. Wu Yingfei wondered why Yang Qi had brought himself here. Mr. Yang, what is this place? Wu Yingfei held his wolf stinger and looked around vigilantly. It was only after realizing that no demons were present all around that he let his heart drop. Great place to kill monsters in practice. Yang Qi laughed. Wu Yingfei was even more puzzled. There's not a demon to be seen in this place. How do you kill monsters in practice? Just follow me. Yang Qi smiled mysteriously. After saying that, he directly approached the middle of the wasteland and found a ladder leading underground under a large stone. When Wu Yingfei saw this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the wolf stinger in his hand. As the two walked down the tunnel, a fishy odor greeted them. The smell of giant wolves. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes surfaced in the dark tunnel. A roar of a giant wolf sounded. Yang Qi didn't talk nonsense, and the Qinggang sword appeared in his hand. A portable light appeared in the left hand. As the headlights lit up, the tunnel came into view for both men. In the tunnel, there were countless giant wolves gathered here. The tunnel looked crowded under the huge body of the giant wolf. Kill! Yang Qi placed the portable lamp on the ground. Carrying his Auka sword, he charged. He is now level 2. The level 1 giant wolf that he was facing was already in a crushing situation in terms of attributes. Adding to the fact that he now had a lower grade spiritual weapon like the Green Gang sword in his hand, his attack power went straight to 14 points. Even so, Yanqi was still not satisfied. The powerful Vajra talisman struck again, attacked directly to 19 points. Under Yang Qi's attack, the giant wolf had no power to fight back at all. Within a moment, Yang Qi's feet were filled with the corpses of giant wolves. Kill level 1 giant wolf. Gain experience 2. 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 Upgraded. Yang Qi would have needed a little more experience value to rise to level 3. Now that he had killed a dozen giant wolves, he had directly completed the upgrade. Unfortunately, as he leveled up, the experience brought to him by the level 1 giant wolf was getting less and less. It would have been 2 points of experience, plus the 3 points of experience that could have been gained with the addition of the gifted sage undertaking. However, right now, even with a saintly underpinning, killing a giant wolf was merely gaining 2 points of experience. Yang Qi glanced at his attributes. Yankee, rank, 3, 23 out of 80. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Rhinoceros Decree. Skill, Clear Windsword Technique. Talent, Saint's Underpinnings. Parcel Space, 100. Immortal Crystals, 15. 099. 999. 949. 991. Blood, 40. Mana/inner strength, 10. Power, 4. Speed, 4. Defense, 4. the experience needed to upgrade goes straight to 80. Until the teens, the experience required to upgrade is doubled. And with each level, the base attributes are increased one by one. Yanqi gently exhaled. Upgrading is a long way off. Looking back, he realized that Wu Fei was still staring at the same spot. Yang couldn't help but frown. Kill monsters and upgrade. What are you waiting for? Although Wu Fei was level 0, after equipping the wolf spur equipment, his attack power was such that he could directly crush an ordinary giant wolf. Up to 3 attacks could kill a giant wolf. It took Wu Fei a while to speak. I can't intervene when you're having a good time killing. Yanqi then smiled awkwardly. Just now, he was so excited to kill himself that he forgot that there was also Wu Fei. In that case, you'll kill the giant wolf that I'll leak out later. Wu Fei nodded solemnly. Yanqi turned his head to look at the tunnel. Not a single giant wolf survived within the range of the portable light. This shelter is extremely peculiar, and the giant wolves will only attack if there is a light source. Without a source of light, these giant wolves could only stay obediently in the darkness. Yanqi thought about it and directly arranged a task for Wu Fei. When Yanqi killed all the giant wolves within the range of the portable light, she was going to move the portable light. With the portable light moving around, a dozen giant wolves rushed out in the tunnel. Yanqi didn't pause. Between the flashes of sword light, a giant wolf perished. While killing the giant wolves, Yanqi would also be distracted and release some injured giant wolves one after another, leaving them for Wu Fei to kill. I don't know how long it's been. Yanqi stopped killing. Yanqi, rank, 4, 30 out of 160, race, Hare Krishna, technique, Rhinoceros Decree, skill, Clear Wind Sword Technique, talent, Saint's Underpinnings, package space, 100, immortal crystals, 15, 099, 999, 949, 991, blood, 50, mana/inner strength, 10, power, 5, speed, 5, defense, 5. Another upgrade. Now he was directly at level 4. After killing dozens of giant wolves, it was hard to not explode any equipment. Yanqi no longer had any expectations for the equipment's explosion rate. At this stage, the ones that Yanqi had killed in the tunnel were ordinary level 1 giant wolves. As they slowly advanced deeper into the air defense cave, elite monsters like the wolf demon chief would also appear. There will even be bosses. The current Yanqi was physically and mentally exhausted. There was no more motivation to continue. Wu Fei was also panting. Upgraded? Level 1 now. 2 more giant wolves to go before we can level 2. Yanqi smiled with satisfaction when he heard this answer. Wu Fei didn't have a talent like Sage Undertow, and his upgrades were destined to be slower. Chapter 22, Goodbye to the Dispenser of Wealth. After a day of fighting, Yanqi realized that his shortcomings were very obvious. That's just too little mana. The root cause was the insufficient level of cultivation of the Gongfu Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree. Right now, his Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree was still at the introductory stage. Only 10 mana points. With 10 mana points, it was only 3 times to activate the Clear Wind Sword technique. If he encountered a powerful demon, Yanqi had very limited means to fight against the enemy. It looks like we have to make a trip to the Taoist of Scattered Wealth. Yanqi had long had a plan in his heart. Letting him insta-cultivate his feats was just impossible. It takes a lot of time and energy to cultivate Gongfu. Now is a good time to kill monsters and upgrade. Now it looked like Yanqi had the power to defend himself in this world. But the reborn Yanqi knew. Wait a few days and a rank list will appear. Wait until the rankings come out. The leaderboards are rewarded handsomely. The reward for first place was a pupil skill that, when practiced, could see through the attributes of monsters. Yanqi wouldn't let it go. Therefore, Yanqi was prepared to directly purchase props to raise the cultivation level of his Gongfu. After both of them upgraded, they left the place satisfied. Out of the bomb shelter, it was dark by this time. Looking at the time, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Yanqi directly returned to the villa with Wu Fei. Now this villa was not under Yanqi's name though, but at this point in time, no one cares about that either. All busy activating panels, busy surviving now. After returning to the villa and washing up, Yanqi went straight to sleep. The next day, it was just dawn. Yanqi then got up. As soon as he woke up, he saw Wu Fei's figure busy in the kitchen. Yanqi was suddenly surprised. Wu Fei carried 2 bowls of noodles and placed one of them in front of Yanqi. It was an ordinary bowl of egg noodles, and on top of the noodle soup, there were a few grains of scallions floating. Yanqi had prepared food in the refrigerator for about 10 days. These, obviously, were taken right inside the fridge. To thank Mr. Yang for taking me to practice, I'll cover breakfast from now on. Yanqi smiled and after saying thank you, he directly finished the bowl of egg noodles. There are game panels now though, but he was, after all, in a mortal body, and still felt hunger and exertion. After eating the noodles, Yanqi felt refreshed, and then it's straight out the door. This time, he didn't bring Wu Fei with him. The first is because cars are now unusable and there are so many roadblocks that you have to rely on your legs to get around. Wu Yingfei's level was low, and he simply couldn't keep up with Yang Qi in terms of speed. The second reason was because, this time, Yan Qi was going to purchase supplies. The less people knew about the fact that he was carrying 15 billion immortal crystals, the better. At least, it's not time to let Wu Yingfei get too much exposure. The scattered wealth Taoist was about 30 kilometers away from Yang Qi's residence. With Yang Qi's 5 times the speed of a normal person, in less than half a bell, Yang Qi had arrived here. Walk into the luxurious villa area. In the past, the place was sparsely populated, and now, it was even more silent. On the way, Yang Qi also settled a few giant wolves by hand, gave him about 10 experience points. It's better than nothing. When he saw Taoist scattered wealth was still leaning against the pillar of the gazebo. A black robe fluttered. Seeing Yang Qi arrive, Taoist scattered wealth stood up. Little brother, we meet again. I wonder what little brother wants to buy this time. Scattergories seem to be a tool of the trade. The words were polite, but the tone was flat. With that, he pulled out a book. Exactly the catalog. Yang Qi was not polite either. Lessons learned by countless people in previous lives. Scattergories are a ruthless tool of the trade. Take the books. Yan Qi quickly found what he wanted. Lower grade technique enhancement card. After using it, you can enhance the cultivation stage of the lower grade technique once. Priced at 5 immortal crystals. Yang Qi almost cursed when he saw this price. The lower grade technique, Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, was only sold for 3 immortal crystals at that time. I didn't expect that an enhancement card for a lower grade feat would cost 5 immortal crystals. In the end, Yang Qi still gritted his teeth and bought 3. In the blink of an eye, another 15 immortal crystals were scratched off the account. On top of that, Yang Qi also felt that his lacked group attack skills. Group attack skills are undoubtedly best when facing a large number of demons. After searching for a long time in the catalog, Yang Qi decided to spend 3 immortal crystals to buy a group attack lower grade sword technique. 4 directions sword light, square sword light, lower grade sword technique. After using it, you can instantly strike your sword 4 times at different or the same target, causing equal damage. Consumption of mana, 5. After the transaction was completed, Yang Qi directly learned the 4 square sword light skill. This skill was overall quite satisfactory to Yan Qi. You can attack 4 times instantly, which is a good skill for both group and solo attacks. The only downside is that the mana consumption is rather high. After learning about the 4 directions sword light, Yang Qi used the lower grade feat enhancement card that he had just bought again. In an instant, the cultivation level of the Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree was pulled to the realm of perfection. Yang Qi's mana value, 2, was raised to 40 points. For now, Yan Qi could use his skills with impunity. Even if he consumed the terrifying 4 directions sword light, he could catalyze it 8 times in a row. Yankee, rank, 4, 40 out of 160. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, complete. Skills, Clear Wind Sword Technique. 4 square sword light. Talent, Saint's Underpinnings. Parcel space, 100. Immortal Crystal, 15. 099. 999. 949. Blood, 50. Mana/inner strength, 40. Power, 5. Speed, 5. Defense, 5. Right now, Yang Qi had 2 skills, a sudden assassin type skill and a group attack skill for 1. The mana value had also reached the peak of the Spiritual Rhinoceros Decision. If Yang Qi wanted to continue to raise his mana value, he could only cultivate other techniques. Another dozen or so immortal crystals spent. Yang Qi let out a lament. Every time he saw a decrease in immortal crystals, he felt a wave of torment. The further it went, the more immortal crystals were spent. That's why he saved both purchases. It's not that he doesn't want to spend it. With tens of billions of immortal crystals, he would be able to buy Grand Dao level techniques right now. But, after buying it, he's in for a rough ride later. Instead, save a little now and be comfortable later. At the later stages, without immortal crystals, it could be truly difficult to move an inch. Moreover, the demons at this stage wouldn't be able to burst out immortal crystals. Quite literally, Yankee used as much as he could get away with. Therefore, all that Yang Qi purchased now were necessities. Everything that was fancy, Yan Qi didn't dare to touch. When Taoist Scattered Wealth saw Yang Qi's remorse, a smug smile appeared on his face, and then he sat back down on the leaning stool and closed his eyes. Yang Qi didn't stay too long after purchasing the direct. With a flash of his body, he directly disappeared in place. Chapter 23, Successive Upgrades. Half an hour later, Yang Qi's figure appeared in front of the villa door. Wu Yingfei had long been waiting inside the living room at this time with his wolf stinger in his hand, always ready to head out to brush up on your practice. Wu Yingfei, in order to facilitate the practice, directly wore a tight jeans. Even the upper body is tight clothes, wrapped tightly, but it reveals a well-built all figure. Looking at Yang Qi shook his head. Wu Yingfei had a red face and angrily glanced at Yang Qi. Yang Qi smiled awkwardly. Go! The two followed the same route as yesterday. Come straight to the Do bomb shelter. The bomb shelter remained dark. In the darkness, I don't know how many pairs of scarlet eyes there are. Portable lights turn on. The giant wolf charged straight out. Still in the same rhythm as yesterday. Same crushing strength. But what was different today was that Yanqi had learned a new skill, and it reached 40 mana points. Facing an ordinary tier 1 giant wolf, Yang Qi did not use a skill attack. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The weak level 1 giant wolves were directly one sword at a time under Yang Qi's ordinary attacks. As for Wu Yingfei, he was behind Yang Qi, using his wolf spikes to kill the giant wolves that had missed. After half a day, Wu Yingfei had also killed quite a few giant wolves, but compared to Yanqi, the giant wolves she killed were not even a fraction of Yang Qi's. Finally, Yang Qi felt a swell of power in his body. Another upgrade. After half a day of killing, Yang Qi finally rose to level 5. The number of giant wolves that had died under his sword had been counted in the hundreds. Yanqi, rank, 5, 0 out of 320. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, complete. Skills, Clear Wind Sword Technique. For Square Sword Light. Talent, Saint's Underpinnings. Parcel Space, 100. Immortal Crystal, 15. 099. 999. 949. Blood, 60. Mana/inner strength, 40. Power, 6. Speed, 6. Defense, 6. After level 5, more than 300 experience was needed to upgrade. On Wu Yingfei's side, he also managed to rise to the second level. At this time, Yang Qi was already exhausted. Wu Yingfei was also panting, her high chest rising and falling with her breathing. Take a break. Yang Qi and Wu Yingfei went straight out of the air defense shelter. It was overcast at the moment, without a ray of sunshine. The entire sky was covered with dark clouds, but it just didn't rain. This hellish weather has been going on since the game descended. Yang Qi looked at it and didn't care. In about a couple of days, the weather will return to normal. When the time comes, it will also be the time when heaven and earth will change. Even more massive flooded worlds are coming down the pike. Taking out fast food in his storage ring, the two of them Yang Qi directly sat on the ground, feasting on dirty grass. In his spare time, Yang Qi opened the chat interface. At this point in the Dragon City chat channel, the number of people was already high. Everyone is talking about how to kill monsters and upgrade. Yang Qi was also watching with great interest. Now that we're all level 0, facing a giant wolf alone, we can't beat it even if we have weapons. People can actually use hot weapons with the help of. It's useless upstairs. It's been tried. Thermal weapons have limited lethality. The only way to do this now is to team up and brush the monsters. That's how you play in the game. There's already a lot of people teaming up to kill monsters now. There are even some that are up to level 1. If you have time to bowl ***** here, you might as well go kill monsters. It's only 2 experience points to kill 1 giant wolf. You need to kill 5 to upgrade. Giant wolves are not easy to kill. My brother has already been eaten by a giant wolf. Stay safe, everyone. Yanqi looked at the chat channel in harmony, not without a sneer. Human nature cannot be tested. Now it's the game just descending. All of these people are holding out because they need to survive. By the time the entire world stabilized, inside the chat channel, there would only be a hostile atmosphere. The trust between people will also be gone. What with all the distortions of human nature and moral bankruptcy that comes with it. Yang Qi has seen a lot in his previous life. Turn off the chat channel. When he raised his eyes, Wu Yingfei had already arrived in front of Yang Qi. Mr. Yang, add a friend first. Yanqi froze before reacting. The chat screen has a buddy feature that allows you to add a buddy to chat with. In the future, that's the only way people will be able to contact each other. All means of communication in reality are disabled. Yes, within a few moments, the two added friends. If there was anything, Yang Qi could directly look for Wu Yingfei here in the friend function of the chat interface. The two rested for a while and went straight into the bomb shelter again. Inside the air defense shelter, the front had been cleared of a vacuum by Yanqi. Make your way along the dark shelter. During this time, a giant wolf rushed out following the light source and was resolved by Yang Qi with a slash. Kill a level 1 giant wolf. Gain experience 1. Yang Qi frowned. The experience brought to him by the level 1 giant wolf was becoming less and less. Now there's only a pathetic bit. If we really want to kill the giant wolf to upgrade, how long will it take? Luckily, this bomb shelter is known as a mecca for practicing. Among them are also more advanced demons. The two Yang Qi came to a corner. It's a huge underground space, sort of a larger sheltered spot. Just after arriving here, Yang Qi felt something was wrong. The fishy smell is a little more intense here than elsewhere. The Ayuka sword appeared in his hand. Wu Yingfei stood behind Yang Qi with a portable lamp in one hand and a wolf stinger in the other. With the light from the portable lamp, Yang Qi finally saw what was inside this cave. Just inside the cave, countless figures stood, all of them stocky, with short leather pants. Their head was a large wolf's head. Wolf demon leader, the leader of a litter of wolf demons. Yankee laughed. It's stepping out of the way. I didn't realize that there were so many wolf demon chieftains here. He had just spat about the low experience of a level 1 giant wolf. Killing a level 5 elite monster wolf demon leader is several times the cost of a normal level 1 giant wolf. And when Wu Lingfei saw this scene, he couldn't help but take a step back. She had seen the power of the wolf demon leader before. It's amazing how many there are now. Yang Qi's expression remained breezy, looking at the many wolf demon chieftains, took out the Auka sword. Lingering in the light of the sword flashed in the light. It directly attracted the wolf demon leader. A roar resounded through the cavern. The wolf demon chieftains, either armed with wolfsbane sticks or rusty machetes, wailing, he rushed at the two. The wolf demon leaders numbered about 20 to 30 and ran with great vigor. Chapter 24, the beginning of the global gaming era. Yang Qi took a step forward, and the green cylinder sword in his hand transformed into a sword shadow. The Qingfeng sword technique was activated, and Yang Qi's figure directly disappeared in place. In the next second, it appeared in front of the wolf demon leader. With one swing of the sword, a wolf demon leader perished, killed a level 5 wolf demon leader and gained 20 experience points. Fortunately, even though Yang Qi was now level 5, killing level 5 elite monsters still didn't reduce his experience in the slightest. This made Yanqi even more excited. Although Yang Qi was now at the same level as the wolf demon chief, but because Yang Qi had equipment to add to his body, all of his attributes had long surpassed the wolf demon chief, adding the two major skills to worry about. The many wolf demon leaders had no power to fight back for a while. Sword light in all directions. Yang Qi softly whispered. The Qinggang sword in his hand instantly transformed into 4 sword shadows, stabbing each of the 4 wolf demon leaders. Under Yang Qi's powerful attack, the 4 wolf demon leaders instantly fell to the ground. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. A skill move that directly brought Yang Qi 80 experience points. Looking at the slowly rising experience value, Yang Qi was overjoyed. Isn't it just 300 experience points? A few more skill hits would be nice. At the same time, he was extremely shocked by the power of the 4 directions of swordlight. In his previous life, he didn't have access to this kind of skill. Cognizance of all group attack skills is still at a very shallow stage. Only now did he realize that the skill, 4 directions swordlight, was simply a divine skill for leveling. A steady stream of wolf demon leaders rushed out. Without the slightest pause, Yang Qi once again unleashed the 4 directions swordlight skill. Another wave of experience values arrived. It cost 5 mana points to cast the 4 directions swordlight skill once. Right now, in his full state, Yang Qi had a full 40 mana points, enough to cast the 4 directions swordlight 8 times in a row. For a while, inside the air defense shelter, swordlights flashed. As the wolf demon leaders fell to the ground one by one, Yang Qi's experience value kept rising. Wu Lingfei stood behind Yang Qi. With the portable lamp in his hand, he dared not make the slightest movement. If it was a level 1 giant wolf, she would still be able to handle it. Now this level 5 elite monster wolf demon leader, even if Yang Qi purposely left out a wolf demon leader, she was not capable of dealing with it. Therefore, Yang Qi directly wrapped up all the demons by himself. When the last wolf demon leader fell to the ground, the entire underground space was filled with corpses lying all over the place. A strong smell of blood filled the room. Now, Yang Qi's mana value was also empty. Physical strength is also at its limit. Looking at his attribute laziness, Yang Qi revealed a pleased smile. Upgraded. Now, Yang Qi was already at the 6th level. All basic attributes were increased by 1 point, except for mana, which was already zeroed out. The experience value for leveling up to 7 became 740. This wave, Yang Qi had already been considered to have reaped a great harvest. For now, Yankee could only take a break. After practicing the feats, not only will there be mana values, and mana is automatically restored. Now, Yang Qi's spiritual rhinoceros decree had been cultivated to the consummate realm. The mana recovery rate was also stretched to the limit. 10 minutes to restore 3 mana points. It's not fast, but it's good enough. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Wu Lingfei witnessed the entire battle though. But still, the shock was overwhelming. She couldn't help but be curious in her mind. How many levels is Yang Qi now? Yang Qi put away the green gang sword. Then he started checking to see if any equipment was exposed. The elite monster wolf demon leader. But there was a chance that a medium spirit weapon set would be popped out. In the dimly lit bomb shelter, Yan Shi saw a green glow flickering. It was a moment of spirit. Walk over and pick it up. Heck, it was a wolf soul set. An ebony-black colored cloak appeared in Yang Qi's hand. The cloak was made of an unknown fabric, cold to the touch and silky as dev. Semi-inferior spiritual artifact, Wolf Soul Cloak. Speed +5. Defense +2. Equipment requirements, Level 1. One of the lower-grade spiritual weapon Wolf Soul sets. Collect all 5 pieces of Wolf Soul equipment to synthesize the middle-grade spiritual weapon Wolf Soul. I can't believe it's a cape. Yanqi was suddenly surprised. There are all kinds of equipment, and they add different attributes. However, only one base attribute will usually be added. This cloak, in addition to adding speed, surprisingly added 2 points of defense. It is also considered rare among low-end mana. Yang Qi scrutinized it for a while and directly gave it to Wu Yingfei. Adding 5 points of speed was dispensable for Yang Qi. With the speed boost from the clear windsword technique, it was already enough. Moreover, Wu Yingfei now had the wolf stinger in his hand. With enough attack power, defense and speed were still in short supply. It fits just right. By then, the Wolf Soul set would be enough for Wu Yingfei to use for a while. Wu Yingfei was a bit surprised when he received the Wolf Soul Cloak. That's for me? Yanqi nodded. There will be better equipment later. Yang Qi did not mince words in painting cakes for Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei was not polite either. It was draped directly behind him. Go back and come back tomorrow. After determining that there was no exposure to other equipments, Yang Qi decided to go back first. He hadn't recovered his mana now. Waiting here dryly wasn't an option either. Might as well go back for a good rest. Apart from the air raid shelter, it was already late in the evening. He returned to the villa and had a meal cooked by Wu Yingfei himself. Yanqi then returned to his room. With nothing to do, Yanqi took out his cell phone to browse the web. The thing about cell phone networks these days is that they get less and less every day you use them. In some places, the signal base station has been destroyed and the cell phone is simply out of signal. It won't take long for it to become fully ineffective. Yanqi went straight to the hot list. Monsters are descending on all countries. Globally, reporting from a reporter in Neon, all flights worldwide are currently out of operation. 80% of people in the country have already activated the game panel. Expert prediction, the era of global gaming is about to dawn. The day before yesterday, the president of the Academy of Science posted that the source of all this could be caused by some powerful civilization, which cannot be probed with the current level of human technology. NPCs are real people. Don't treat them like NPCs inside a game. In the capital, Dragon City, a company has surrounded the NPC address in an attempt to monopolize it, and has, for now, been driven away by the people. A student of a college in Pengchang, with his own strength, completed the upgrade. After the upgrade, the physical ability will be twice as much as an ordinary person. Monsters are vicious. It is recommended that the people team up to kill them. The hot list is quite informative. Yanqi saw 80% of the people activating the panel. Can't help but talk to myself. The rankings are coming. Now, it's the age of global gaming. In foreign countries, other games appear as well. Flights are suspended and transportation is difficult. The whole order of society has begun to fall apart. Chapter 25, top of the ranking list. The most important of these is the release of the leaderboards. Ranking leaderboards that rank people across the country. Anyone who ranks in the top 10 will be rewarded. The rankings were released for the first time with the most generous rewards. Yang Qi remembered that the reward for the first place in his previous life was a pupil skill. Yanqi had long been prepared for this. He is now at level 6. According to the timeline of the previous life, the highest ranked person should be level 3 now. Yanqi was confident about this. Putting down his phone, Yanqi opened the chat channel again. Chat channels are now becoming an important way for people to communicate. Even now, messages are scrolling all the time in the chat channel. So hard to upgrade. 2 experience points for a giant wolf. Don't all games have equipment? I'm level 1 and I haven't even seen any equipment pop up. Team up, team up. Goat City team up to kill monsters. Need to be physically fit. No calling monsters needed. Upstairs, no one has exposed their equipment yet. Maybe, later, I want equipment too. Right now I'm hacking at giant wolves with a kitchen knife that's curled up and it's not even cutting through the skin. It's too outrageous. You can only grind slowly to kill giant wolves now. Can't even see the monster's attributes. Last time I saw a monster with a human wolf head with my friend, I thought it was a good fight. My friend lost it as soon as he went up. When Yang Qi saw this, he couldn't help but sigh that people couldn't be compared to each other. He's at level 6 now. You can kill the wolf demon leader in seconds with your hands, and most of them are still stuck on how to kill the giant wolf. Yang Qi wasn't some kind of motherly. There was no way he could help others with this kind of thing. After closing the chat channel, Yan Qi decided to take a break first. Now that the giant wolves in this villa area had been cleared out by his, no other demons would appear for the time being. You can sleep without worry. On the next day, the first rays of the morning sun fell. Yang Qi opened his eyes. Having rested all night, he was now refreshed. 40 mana points were also restored to their peak overnight. Just coming into the living room, I saw a bit of a bowl of white porridge on the table. Wu Yingfei, however, is nowhere to be seen. Only after Yang Qi finished his white porridge did Wu Yingfei rush out. Look, Mr. Yang, rankings, you're in first place now. Yang Qi froze. He didn't expect the rankings to be released so quickly. Open the panel in a hurry. Found an extra feature now. Ranking charts. Yan Qi opened it. Ranking list, rewards for those on the list. First place, Yang Qi, level 6. Second place, Jiang Qingsong, level 3. Third place, Lu Shang, level 3. Fourth place, Chen Yijian, level 3. Fifth place, Yang Qiu, level 2. Sixth place, Wu Yingfei, level 2. Yang Qi wasn't surprised when he ranked himself first. Yingfei Wu came in sixth. It's kind of expected. Other than the two of them, himself and Wu Yingfei, the rest were familiar faces from his previous life. These people, in their previous lives, were all the rage. It was an existence that Yang Qi looked up to. Right now, Yang Qi's ranking directly suppressed theirs. The leaderboards have appeared. Yang Qi also put down his heart. The gap of 3 levels is not something that can be bridged by breaking time. He didn't have to rush his leveling for a while. As for the reward for the first place, Yang Qi estimated that it would be handed out tonight. The pupil art, he had been looking forward to for a long time. Mr. Yang, you're actually level 6 already. Wu Yingfei had always been curious about Yang Qi's rank, then thought Yankees was almost 3 or 4. I didn't realize that my own boss was already a level 6. Nothing but surprises. You ranked 6th. Not bad at all. Yang Qi laughed. Most of them are still hovering around level 1 right now. Wu Yingfei nodded heavily. Then thank you in advance, Mr. Yang. So Mr. Yang, when's my start date? Wu Yingfei is a workaholic himself. The past few days had been following Yang Qi as he practiced. The benefits received are tangible. Ranked 6th in the hierarchy, Wu Yingfei's self-professed cleverness would not have thought that he had such a skill. It was all still dependent on Yankee. There are 2 more pieces of equipment. She's been on the chat channels, on the internet, and never heard of anyone getting the gear. This shows how valuable equipment is. And right now, she's got the gear, and 2 of them at that. These benefits have put her way above the average person. She was a little embarrassed now. The heart is not in the right place. Yang Qi revealed a smile when he heard this. Level up first before you get a chance to work. There are many places that can use Wu Yingfei in the future. When Wu Yingfei heard this, he glanced at Yang Qi strangely, as if to say, are you thinking of me? Yang Qi directly gave her a blank stare, ignoring Wu Yingfei. Yan Qi opened the chat channel. At this point the chat channel was already abuzz with it. I can't believe there's a leaderboard for this kind of thing. I'm curious what the ranking rewards actually are. Oh, my god. First place. What's the deal? Level 6. I'm still level 0. How the hell did you get up there? Could it be that there are still extras? The first place winner, Yang Qi, isn't he the son of the Yang group? Just kidding, how can that be? Guess it's a rename. But I've heard from my friends over in Dragon City that Yang Qi struck out once some time ago. The real deal. The first place winner, Yang Qi, is the son of Yang's group, but now he has sold his shares in Yang's group. It's really him. Brothers out of Dragon City come out and say something. I'm from Longcheng. The 6th place finisher, Wu Yingfei, is Yang Qi's personal assistant, so I guess that's him. What kind of heaven-defying chance did Yang Qi get? I admit I'm sour. Yang Qi took a look and realized that most of them were talking about themselves. Even Wu Yingfei's identity has been picked up by people who are interested. Yankee didn't care about that. Wu Yingfei was his own personal assistant, and sooner or later this matter would be discovered. It had no effect on him. Even better things to do later. On top of that, there was a hot post on the internet that caught Yang Qi's attention. Yang Qi, harboring a big secret. The subject of the post is very clear, directly pointing at the number 1 ranked Yang Qi. Yankee took a cursory look. Finding out is all about having a big secret, to be able to upgrade quickly, and with this own personal assistant upgrade, which is also analyzed with reason. In response, Yan Qi could only put a smile on his face. Are the secrets of his body not for them to pry into? It's okay to mouth off on the internet. If he were to trouble himself in reality, he wouldn't hold back. Today, Yankee was going to take a day off, waiting for the reward for the first place to be awarded. Chapter 26, Reward Distribution. Request for spells? A little bit of time passed. The rewards for the leaderboards are also given out after 24 hours. Also, in the leaderboard screen, the bonus stuff is labeled. First place, Yang Qi, level 6, rewarded with the top grade spell Spirit Pupil. Second place, Jiang Qingsong, level 3, rewarded with a lower grade technique, Nourish the Spirit. Third place, Lu Wake, level 3, rewarded with the lower grade spell Wind Driven Body technique. 4th place, Chenijin, level 3, rewarded with the lower grade spell Punching Fist. 5th place, Yang Qiu, level 2, rewarded with the lower grade spell Green Cloud Gun Technique. 6th place, Wuing Fei, level 2, rewarded with the lower grade spell Exploring Spectre Steps. There are different rewards for the top 10 on the leaderboard. All of these rewards were lower grade spells, with the only exception being the 1st and 2nd place. One is a top quality spell and the other is a feat. Yang Qi opened the interface and a prompt immediately popped up, whether or not to receive the leaderboard rewards. Yang Qi didn't even think about it and directly collected it. This copy of the pupil has been hot in the eyes for a long time. A light flashed in his hand, and Yang Qi suddenly felt that he had an extra thing in his hand. Only after the light dissipated did Yang Qi see what was in his hand. It's a book, also known as skill books. All of the skill feats are in the form of books. As soon as the study is done, the books disappear. Yanqi immediately chose to study. The book in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light and drilled into Yang Qi's skull. A stream of information appeared in Yang Qi's mind. Upper grade spell, Spirit Pupil, passive spell that can see through the attributes of characters/monsters of up to 20 levels above one's own level. Seeing the introduction of the Spirit Pupil spell, Yang Qi revealed a smile. Sure enough, it was this spell. Previously, he could only conclude the attribute levels of the monsters according to his previous life's perceptions. With the Spiritual Pupil spell, you can look directly at it and know. The point is, this spell is still a passive skill, doesn't have to consume any mana. What was even more surprising to Yang Qi was that this Lington was actually a top-grade spell. The higher the rank of the spell, the more powerful the spell was. Even in Yang Qi's previous life when experts were everywhere, lower-grade spells were the mainstream for ordinary people. Individuals who are strong have the opportunity to practice medium-grade spells. Those who were able to cultivate top-grade spells were all experts among experts. As for extreme spells, Yang Qi had never heard of them or seen them. Above the very best spells, legend has it that there are immortal spells, and this Spirit Pupil spell, which already belonged to the upper-grade spells, was considered a top-notch existence. Yankee was ecstatic, and Wuing Fei's reward was also a spell. The reward for 6th place was a lower-grade spell, the Pathfinder? Yang Qi thought about it for a while and had no impression of this spell, but just by hearing the name, it was clear that it was a body spell. Combined with Wuing Fei's Wolf Soul set, it could also have a different effect. The only problem now is, spells were easy to practice, but spells were difficult to cast. It takes mana to cast spells. Mana values, on the other hand, needed to be cultivated in order to have them. Among the top 10 rewards, only Jiang Qingsong, the 2nd place winner, also received a merit reward. The others are lower grade spells. Yang Qi remembered that this Jiang Qingsong was also from Dragon City. In his previous life, Jiang Qingsong was a master of the high and mighty. Yang Qi, on the other hand, is just a rich kid who is just a bum. The two men's positions were so disparate that they did not cross paths. Yanqi opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the chat channel was already a mess. Various messages have been swiping. Asterisk. The rewards for the leaderboards are so generous. The so-called spells should be skills. If I had known, I would have tried to kill monsters and level up. They can level up even faster when they have skills. The 1st place winner, Yang Qi, got a surprisingly top-grade spell. All the others got were lower-grade spells. Wrong. The 2nd place Jiang Qingsong got a lower-grade gongfu. There's still a difference between gongfu and spells. Anyway, a top-grade spell. That sounds impressive. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this for Yang Qi? It's not even if the level is level 6. He even obtained a top-grade spell. No comparison. The chat channels were talking about this leaderboard reward. Just at this time, a message directly triggered the whole room. Extra. Inside information. What insider information? Fine word upstairs. My cousin's husband's sister's sister-in-law's great-aunt, who has a son who is ranked in the top 10, gave me a tip. That is, feats and spells should be used in conjunction with each other. After practicing a spell, you have to use it in conjunction with a kung fu. It seems like it takes some kind of mana. Asterisk. Wouldn't none of the top 10 rewarded ones work? That's really empty. I guess someone will be looking for feats next. Yanqi wasn't surprised to see this. Feats are more rare than spells. Before level 10, it was extremely difficult to obtain feats. In his previous life, before level 10, he relied on a brute force to fight monsters. Where are the feats of skill? But these had nothing to do with Yankee anymore. He had already practiced the kung fu a long time ago, and it's still a consummate feat. There was only Wuing Fei, and Yang Qi could only try to find a gong method for her to cultivate. When Yanqi was ready to exit the chat channel, a message caught his attention. I am Jiang Qingsong, and I am now seeking to purchase spells. I'm in Dragon City. Come see me if you're interested. You guys don't have any feats and it's useless to get the spells anyway, so you might as well sell them to me. Yankee thought that was the end of it. I didn't expect this Jiangqing song to continue. Yang Qi, I know you're in Dragon City, and I'm very interested in your top grade spells. Give it to me and I'll give you everything you want. Guys, stop swiping. As soon as Jiangqing Song's words came out, within the chat channel, there was direct silence. Surprisingly, none of them dared to make a sound. Yanqi read a message and directly laughed. Give me everything I want? On what grounds? He remembered that this Jiangqing Song's father's family was a very powerful person. In Dragon City, it's the kind of thing that speaks for itself. However, what does this have to do with Yankee? Yang thought for a moment and replied directly within the chat channel. Not interested? You can't give me what I'm interested in. Find another home. After replying, Yanqi directly closed the chat channel. After Yang went offline, within an upscale small district in Dragon City, this one upscale neighborhood, as if it hadn't received the monster's influence, was still the same as it had always been, with old men and women still talking and laughing in the neighborhood park. Baby moms play in the park with their children, making noises of innocent and romantic laughter. Beyond the neighborhood were stout, flat-headed men with straight backs and eyes full of rigidity. They formed a circle and surrounded the entire neighborhood, and with weapons in hand, he looked out warily. Inside a large flat somewhere in the neighborhood, a youth saw the reply in the chat panel and directly slammed the teacup in his hand. Nima, give face. Yang, it's just a rich second generation. What I want, no one can stop. Chapter 27, The Giant Wolf King. The chat channel fell into silence. For a long time, Jiangqing Song stopped talking, and the chat messages only gradually increased. Were the two big guys just talking? That's a bit of a fire. List 1. List 2. Why does it feel like Jiangqing Song is much more powerful than Yang Qi? Does anyone know what his background is? Jiangqing Song, I've heard that he's from the first group side. Everyone was surprised at this statement. Group 1. Surprisingly, it's someone from the first group side. No wonder they upgraded so quickly. This is going to be a good one. Yankee is the Yankee group. Jiangqing Song is the first group. Upstairs fart. Can Yang's group be compared to the first group? Moreover, Yang Qi has no relationship with the Yang group now. I heard that Yang Qi is wanted by the Yang group. What's the grudge? Upstairs Cecil. Yankee cold. If someone from the first group comes to me to buy a spell, I'll be the first to turn it in. This wave of Yang Qi's is not sensible. So what if Yang Qi has a high rank in front of the first group? It's useless how high the rank is. The chat channels were all unimpressed with Yang Qi's current situation. As long as it is a little bit of understanding can be known that the Yang clan group in being wanted Yang Qi. Now it's messing with the first group. Group 1 is not like any other collective. In front of the first group, Yang's group is not even worthy of mentioning shoes. Have you all thought about it? Jiangqing Song has group 1 as his backer. What about Yang Qi? Yang Qi's level is twice as high as Jiangqing Song's. How on earth did he rise up? There's a big secret in Yang Qi. Brothers of Dragon City. If you have a chance to track down Yang Qi, there might be a big surprise. Private chat upstairs. Coordinates Dragon City. Upstairs Cecil. A conspiracy against Yankee is being drawn out in the dark. Yankee didn't know anything about it. The next day, after lying flat for a day, Yang Qi decided to continue practicing. Early in the morning, Yang Qi took Wu Wingfei out, straight to the bomb shelter. At this time, the monsters in the air defense cave had already been cleared by Yang Qi for a large chunk. Now only the last area remains. This shelter is a special area. After all the monsters here are cleared, in a short period of time, the monsters here will return to their original state. The doorway of this was not known to Yang Qi. In his previous life, this place was held by a large power and became a private practicing mecca. Now, only the deepest monsters remain uncleared. Yanqi couldn't help but look forward to it. In his previous life, a boss existed in the depths of the legend. Bosses that are level 10 at worst. Yang Qi didn't know if he could match it now. But, surprisingly, I came here, so I can't just go back. Now that he had the spirit pupil spell in place, he could know the monster's information just by looking at it. Even if you can't fight, there's still a chance to run. Portable light taken out in the storage ring. Yanqi went straight to the defense cave that he approached. Inside the air raid shelter, the ground was filled with the corpses of giant wolves. The bodies of these monsters and not going away. They would normally go through the corruption of the body and eventually turn into the sustenance of this heaven and earth. There was an unpleasant odor in the air. Wu Wingfei had even brought a gas mask with him this time when he came to counter the odor. Yankee didn't care about that. In his previous life, as a bottom feeder, he had long been used to these flavors. As the two went deeper, soon, it was the deepest part of the bomb shelter. At the deepest point, there was a corridor. The corridor was 5 or 6 meters wide and led into darkness. The light from the portable lamp shines through. the depths slowly came into view for both of them. When the two of them looked into the depths, their hearts could not help but jolt. Deep in the corridor was a black wall. On top of the wall, mysterious runes were sealed, vaguely showing the appearance of a wolf head. Mysterious runes covered the entire wall. It seems very mysterious. Beneath the wall was a massive seat. The texture of the wood is clearly visible on the backrest of the seat, as if it were the throne of a king. On top of the throne, a topless, long-haired young man sat on it, his eyes closed tightly and his expression calm. The long-haired youth had mysterious designs tattooed on his face, full of wildness. Wu Yingfei was surprised when he saw this scene. Why is there someone here? Yanqi shook his head. He's not a human. He's the Wolf Demon King. To be precise, he's all demon. The monsters that descended into this world are like that. The front is still monster-like. Behind them, the oddly shaped monsters became fewer and fewer. More of these monsters in human skin. These monsters, though human in appearance, were no different in nature from wild beasts. It's nothing more than having more wisdom and knowing the language. This is the background of the flood of true immortals. Yang Qi even went to look up information about the flood for this reason. Passing on, the flood was the mythical age of China. There were countless races in the flood, and the human race was just one of the weak races, powerful races, including the demon race, the sorcerer race, the dragon race, and so on. No matter how strange the original shape was, as they cultivated, they could take human form at will. Wu Yingfei didn't think that monsters could still look like this, but when she remembered the monster from before with the human body and wolf head, could it be that all these giant wolves are evolving to look like humans? The thought made her shudder. Yanqi I didn't say anything. When he saw the long-haired youth, a message automatically appeared in his field of vision. Wolf Clan Giant Wolf King. Rank, 10. Blood, 120. Power, 12. Speed, 12. The Wolf King of the Giant Wolf branch of the Wolf Clan possesses the most perfect talent of the Giant Wolf Clan, and legend has it that, as long as he keeps practicing, he will be able to reach the realm of the immortals. That was the message of the long-haired youth in front of him. Yang Qi froze when he saw the information. Can you go straight to the immortal realm? This evaluation showed that this Wolf King's potential was not low, and, as a being as high as level 10, this Wolf King's attributes were not low. All of the attributes were more than twice as high as Yang Qi. Yang Qi had spells and treasures and was no match for him. As the giant Wolf King, he definitely possessed spells and magic treasures. It wasn't the kind of giant wolf or wolf demon alpha that could be compared to the previous ones. As for Wu Yingfei on the side, she couldn't intervene at all in this kind of battle. Yang Qi pondered a bit, and directly chose to leave. The portable lights went out, and Yang Qi took Wu Yingfei and left the place silently. The real world is not the game world. Yang Qi would definitely not provoke this giant Wolf King without absolute certainty. Right now, he had a nearly endless supply of immortal crystals. How can you take a chance when you haven't had a good time yet? Chapter 28, Yang Qi's Chance. After walking out of the bomb shelter, Yanqi went straight home. Now, he needed to upgrade his equipment. Otherwise, it would not be a match for this Wolf King at all. After Yang Qi left, there was a black shadow that landed at great speed high in the sky. It finally landed in front of the bomb shelter. Heck, it's a drone. Inside a tall building, two youths, one was operating a drone and the other was looking into the distance with binoculars. Li Neng, this is the place. Yang Qi just came out from here with his personal assistant. This place is more than 10 kilometers away from his residence. He couldn't have made a special trip to come here if there was nothing going on. Speaking of this, the two looked at each other and randomly revealed ecstasy. Yang Qi's secret is inside. Let's go. Yanqi is already far away. Let's go in and see what's going on. Don't. Better take control of the drone and go in first. Who knows if there's any danger in there? Makes sense. This time, we brothers are going to be rich. The two men held back their excitement. The control drone swung into the bomb shelter. Li Neng, fly slower. It's so dark in here. Damn. Zhang Cheng, do not bother me. If you have the ability to control, cannot do not BB. Li Neng spat and continued to control the drone. Share the image. I want to see it too. Turn on the drone lights. Turn on the drone lights. The scene inside the bomb shelter appeared before the two men, only to see the bodies of giant wolves lying all over the ground in the large air defense shelter. These corpses were in horrible shape, all killed by a sword. It was unnerving to watch the two men. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but shiver. All these monsters were killed by Yang Qi? There are so many. There are hundreds of them. This is too scary. Both of them had already leveled up once, so they naturally knew that all of these giant wolves were terrifying. 5 or 6 ordinary people wouldn't necessarily be able to handle a giant wolf, but now they see the ground full of giant wolf carcasses. Keep flying in. There must be something else in there. The palm-sized drone traveled through the darkness. Fly into a passageway. A sight within the passageway was even more moving and shocking to the two. This. Isn't that kind of powerful monster? A humanoid wolf-headed monster. Geez, there are so many here. 30 heads. What the hell is going on here? How can there be so many terrifying monsters inside this air defense shelter? The two of them, Li Nang Zhang Chang, were stunned by the scene in front of them. All of these, did Zhang Qi kill them? Zhang Chang ventured this question. Quickly, he dismissed it. These monsters were so powerful that even if Yang Qi was level 6, he couldn't possibly be their opponent. Although the two of them were horrified in their hearts, they hadn't thought about the fact that all these monsters were killed by Yang Qi alone. Go on, there's room in there. The two of them calmed down, intending to continue exploring inside. The drone made a piercing sound in the quiet space. The four propellers kept cutting through the airs and the buzzing sound was incessant. After searching for a while, neither found anything else. Why don't you look again? Yes. Moments later, the drone flew into a long corridor. What's that? There's even one here. The two saw a throne placed at the end of the hallway. On the throne, there was a young man with long hair, sitting above. How is this one occupied? Could it be an NPC? Go on. Look closer. Maneuvering the drone, he slowly approached the long-haired man. The ear-piercing sound of propellers continued to echo through the corridor. As the drone approached the long-haired man by 5 meters, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the hallway. The long-haired man opened his scarlet eyes and glanced in disgust at the drone that was making noise. With a casual wave of his hand, the drone 5 meters away directly turned into a pile of scrap metal and crashed to the ground. Inside the tall building, Zhang Chang, Li Nang and the two of them broke out into a cold sweat as they watched the final image on the screen. I'm glad I'm not going in there myself. Who the hell is that long-haired man? The drone was 5 meters away from him, and with a wave of his hand, it was gone. Could it be an NPC? The two were shocked. The bomb shelter turned out to have a mysterious long-haired man inside. Yankee's secret couldn't be this long-haired man, could it? What's the whole deal now? Once we're in there we might as well be out of it. Expose this news. I'm sure a lot of people would be interested. Find Jiang Qingsong and tell him to bid high. The two soon decided to liquidate the find. Inside the upscale neighborhood, Jiang Qingsong put down the phone. There was a smile on his face. He didn't expect that someone would turn out Yang Qi's secret so soon. He was able to reach level 3 because the first group sent someone to protect him from start to finish. There is a numerical advantage, and Yang Qi, but alone, was able to rush to level 6 in just a few days. There must be some unknown secret. After his observation, the air defense shelter might be Yan Qi's practice place. The long-haired youth in the depths might be Yang Qi's helper. Befriending NPCs? Jiang Qingsong mused. No, this is colluding with NPCs and plotting against their own kind. Thinking of this, a cold light was exposed in Jiang Qingsong's eyes. Quickly, he dismissed himself again. Go ahead and make contact. If you can take advantage of his chance, then hide it. If not, then make this matter public. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingsong picked up his cell phone. Uncle Yang, I want to go out. Set me up with someone. Half a bell later, a group of people set off in a huge way in the upscale neighborhood. One by one, the fit young men formed a circle and set off in the direction of the bomb shelter. Between 20 and 30 green and strong, Jiang Qingsong looked calm and leisurely, as if he was walking in the park. If you were anyone else, which one of you would go out at this time and not do it with your tail between your legs? All of them hated to give themselves invisibility so they wouldn't be noticed by the demons. How can anyone be like Jiang Qingsong? A group of people came to the front of the air raid shelter in great numbers. At this moment, the two Zhang Chang Li Nang, who were hidden nearby, walked out. The two of them looked at Jiang Qingsong, who was being protected by many strong men. Envious, coyly through the crowd. Come to Jiang Qingsong. Mr. Jiang, we are the ones who sold your video. Look. Jiang Qingsong raised an eyebrow and skimmed the two. Good job on this one. Follow me from now on. The two men were ecstatic with this response. To be able to work beside Jiang Qingsong, how many people have been begging for this? Jiang Qingsong's identity wasn't as simple as second place on the rank list. Behind him was the entire first group. With Jiang Qingsong, it's like getting on the big boat that is Group 1. Even the green and strong men who were protecting Jiang Qingsong had cast envious glances. Chapter 29. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Qingsong, as the descendant of the first group of executives, was never short of followers around him. But not just anyone can follow him. The two of them, Zhang Chang and Li Nang, were able to follow Jiang Qingsong with a single message. Obviously, Jiang Qingsong was very satisfied with the two of them. Jiang Qingsong glanced at the entrance to the air raid shelter. A smirk appeared on his face. This Yang Qi's chances inside, sure is stealthy enough, but it's all mine. A confident smile spreads across his face. With a wave of his hand, 20 to 30 strong men entered the bomb shelter in good order. Zhang Chang hurriedly stopped it. Young Master Jiang, there's a long-haired man inside. Very powerful. Jiang Qingsong scoffed at that. 20 to 30 well-trained and strong men of their own. And they're still afraid of some long-haired guy? He waved his hand carelessly. Don't worry. What long-haired man is nothing in the face of absolute numbers? Jiang Chang swallowed as he looked around at the burly men with bare arms. With so many people, Jiang Qingsong does deserve to say this. As the burly men entered the bomb shelter one by one, Jiang Qingsong also entered it. Zhang Chang Li Nang, the two of them, followed Jiang Qingsong closely. The dark and quiet bomb shelter was instantly more popular. The hand took out a strong flashlight, and in an instant, the entire underground space was illuminated. What met everyone's eyes was a field of giant wolf corpses. This scene shook everyone to their core. Zhang Chang Li Nang and the two of them had only utilized drones to enter earlier. The experience is simply not the same now that I'm in it myself. The air smelled fishy, not to mention bloody. The atmosphere was very depressing. 20 to 30 strong men had already fought the giant wolf a long time ago. The terror of the giant wolf was clear. When they saw the carcasses of giant wolves all over the ground, the shock was hard to hide. A burly man crouched down to examine the giant wolf carcass. Mr. Jiang, this sword wound, a fatal move. Jiang Qingsong was also surprised to hear this. He was now fighting the giant wolf solo, and he was perfectly capable of doing the kill. But it couldn't be done to the point of killing with one move. Could it be Yang Qi's doing? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingsong shook his head slightly. How is that possible? These bodies are so dense. It can be concluded that these giant wolves struck at the same time. Even if Yang Qi was a few levels higher than him, it was impossible for him to have such combat power. Facing dozens or hundreds of giant wolves, it was useless for anyone to come. It must be the work of the long-haired man in the depths. Jiang Qingsong was even more certain of the identity of the long-haired man. This long-haired man was presumably a powerful NPC who was helping Yang Qi. It wasn't that Jiang Qingsong hadn't come into contact with NPCs. The first group took control of several NPCs. He knew very well that these NPCs had different personalities. Some like to collect things, some like to talk to people, but none of these NPCs allow for quick upgrades. And this NPC must be an exception. Otherwise, how could Yang Qi upgrade at such a speed? Keep going deeper. At Jiang Qingsong's call, the strong men slowly went deeper. Within a moment, they saw another pile of bodies. Dozens of corpses were lying on the ground, and basically every one of them had a fatal wound on it. It's a wolf-headed monster. I can't believe there are so many. There were exclamations of surprise from the burly men. These wolf-headed monsters, every time they encountered them, they only fled, not daring to take on the enemy at all. These wolf-headed monsters, as if they were superhuman, were several times the strength of ordinary people. Even Jiang Qingsong couldn't take on the enemy alone. Jiang Qingsong was even happier to see the corpses of these monsters. Being able to help Yang Qi kill these monsters meant that this NPC was awesome. He had already envisioned how his rank would soar after he obtained Yang Qi's chance. Keep going deeper. 20 or 30 people, heading straight for the depths. Soon they came to the deepest corridor. At the end of the hallway, the long-haired man opened his scarlet eyes. In his eyes, there was a bloodthirsty glow. He twitched his nose. A cruel and horrible smile appeared. As soon as Jiang Qingsong and the others arrived, the long-haired man was seen standing up. Jiang Qingsong calmed his excitement. Step forward. This big brother? Jiang Qingsong said directly. He had come into contact with many NPCs and had long known what kind of existence they were. As soon as the NPC is contacted, the NPC will give conditions to be exchanged between the two. For a long time, the long-haired man didn't respond. Jiang Qingsong was puzzled and looked up. What was seen was the long-haired man's bloodthirsty smile. He waited, but it wasn't the long-haired man who answered. The long-haired man gave him a look and his tall form disappeared like a ghost. In the next second, it appeared beside Jiang Qingsong. Gently lift your hand. Jiang Qingsong then felt a powerful force hit his chest. His body flew out backwards like a kite on a short string. Enemy attack. Protect Mr. Jiang. The scene was a mess. 20 to 30 strong men were well trained after all, and soon surrounded Jiang Qingsong in the center. At this moment, a smear of blood flowed from the corner of Jiang Qingsong's mouth. The long-haired man's ghostly and mysterious strike had wounded all of his internal organs. Move. Protect Mr. Jiang and retreat. The two of them, Zhang Chang and Li Nang, set up Jiang Qingsong and retreated outside. 20 to 30 strong men directly blocked the corridor. Without a word, the long-haired man's form disappeared again. The next second, a scream rang out in the hallway. A burly man had an additional bloodstain on his chest that was deep enough to see through to the bone. The long-haired man disappeared like a ghost, and a burly man fell to the ground. It was a massacre. Inside the air raid shelter, the screams were endless. Zhang Chang Li Nang, two people racked Jiang Qingsong out of the air raid shelter, and found that there were only 3 or 5 strong men left around. The rest of them, they were left in the bomb shelter. Jiang Qingsong coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Emotions nearly broke down. What the hell is this? How did that long-haired guy just strike out? This isn't even following the script. Looking around him, there were only a handful of strong men left. Jiang Qingsong's heart was dripping blood. These burly men are from the first group. Not so much now. It's not good enough for him to go home. Also, he now felt like he was bleeding internally. If not treated, maybe it's going to be accounted for here too. He is now level 3. Physical fitness is 3 times higher than the average person. If it was an ordinary person who was coming under the grip of the long-haired man, the strong men who can't get out are the perfect example. At the same time, a question popped into his head. Isn't this Yankee's secret base? How could there be such a scary character? Jiang Qingsong's heart crossed. Since I can't get this chance, then don't blame me. Expose these. Just say that Yang Qi colluded with the NPCs to brutalize his compatriots. Jiang Qingsong commanded. Zhang Changli could immediately understand. Good. Arrange it right away. Jiang Qingsong fell into a coma after arranging everything. Quick. Send Mr. Jiang to the hospital. Call back to the group. Chapter 30, The Shop appears. 10,000 swords through the heart spell. Yang Qi didn't stay for a moment after he returned. It went straight to the scattergories. The giant wolf king was too powerful. Yang Qi thought to himself that he was not an opponent. It's a waste of time to get on. As for going to practice and then challenge after, Yanqi didn't have the patience for this. Is a boss still a boss if you don't fight it? Yanqi said that he couldn't even tolerate it for a moment. It was time for a little gear change right away. Right now, he still had a large amount of immortal crystals on him, although Yang Qi was reluctant to spend this hard-won immortal crystal. But in a pinch, Yanqi also knew what was most important. Yang Qi came to the northern suburb villa area. When he saw the scene in front of him, he wore an odd expression. The villa area of the past has disappeared. In its place was a green jungle. There were countless towering trees in the jungle. Changing terrain so quickly? Yanqi was puzzled. After the NPC descends, it changes the nearby terrain. But it happened too soon, didn't it? Isn't it a month after NPCs change terrain? What the hell is going on here? The Scattered Wealth Taoist is a special presence among all NPCs. He doesn't have a position. He just sells stuff. It's also the NPC that people have always had to come into contact with from the beginning to the end. Filled with doubts, Yang Qi walked into the jungle. As soon as he entered the jungle, Yang Qi realized that there was a goat path that appeared in front of him. The sheep farm trail spreads deep into the jungle with no end in sight. Yang Qi went straight ahead along the sheep farm trail. At the end of the road, an old building was seen. The old building is a shophouse-like building with wooden platforms and red lacquer. On the doorway, there is a plaque. Appeal to the Court of Scattered Wealth. Yang Qi took a look. Isn't this the Scattered Wealth Pavilion that he had seen in his previous life? When he walked into the Scattered Wealth Pavilion, he saw Taoist Scattered Wealth sitting on a chair with a calm, ancient expression, oblivious to Yang Qi's arrival. As soon as Yang Qi got closer, he realized that a prompt appeared on the game interface. Store interface activated. Clicking on it reveals that inside is the Scattergood Dodgers catalog. Yanqi was familiar with this. In his previous life, the scattergories only appeared in the early stages. Since changing the terrain, he moved into the Scattered Wealth Pavilion. Everyone's game interface then appears as a store. Just store in the store and the item will automatically appear in your hand. Extremely convenient. But that was also a month later. It's only been a few days? Could it be because he had consumed too many immortal crystals? Yanqi couldn't help but guess. In his previous life, not many people had immortal crystals in the early stages. Thinking about it, that's the only possibility. Also, the store interface is not quite the same now as it was in the previous world. In my previous life, the store interface appeared automatically. And now, it was only when one came to the Scattered Wealth Pavilion that the store interface appeared. There was no way for Yang Qi to explore the doorway of this. Sooner or later, though, this store interface is going to be in everyone's interface. This is an indisputable fact. In the background, more and more people found out about the existence of the Scattered Wealth Taoist. At that time, immortal crystals were the mainstay of everyone's consumption. Since the store interface had already appeared, Yang Qi didn't stay too long. Purchase items directly from the store screen. Upper grade spell, 10,000 swords through the heart, priced at 500 immortal crystals. 10,000 swords through the heart, summons 10,000 sword implements to deliver a fatal blow to the target, dealing 100 times the damage of the base attack power, consuming 30 mana. This spell Yang Qi had long coveted, never bothered to purchase it. Now that he had encountered the giant Wolf King, it gave him an excuse to spend money. In the store, the highest ranked spells are now the top ranked spells. The very best spells above the top grade spells, as well as the immortal spells, had yet to appear. In his previous life, Yanqi didn't live to any period of time either. Yang Qi's choice of the sword Dao was also simple. Kendo has the highest attack power of all the directions. Moreover, as far as Yang Qi knew, when the sects descended at that time, the most powerful sect would be a sword Dao sect. This was the reason why Yang Qi chose the sword Dao. After purchasing the strongest spells, Yang Qi looked at the feat's interface. Right now, he was cultivating the spiritual rhinoceros determination of 3 immortal crystals, and cultivating it to its peak was only 40 mana points. With the 10,000 swords through the heart spell, it was clear that it was no longer enough. Opening the merit law commodity interface, a column of merit laws was displayed in front of Yang Qi's eyes. Superior grade technique, heavenly immortal decree, priced at 10,000 immortal crystals, cultivation requirement, level 10 or above. Medium grade technique, codex of refining void, priced at 1,000 immortal crystals, cultivation requirement, level 10 or higher. Yanqi said to interrupt. Hurriedly shut down the store interface. Yang Qi hadn't carefully browsed through these high-level feats and spells before. It was just a choice of a lower-grade technique. What a wise choice it seems now. Aside from the lower-grade feats, the middle-grade feats all required level 10 or higher to cultivate, and the price was hundreds of times that of an inferior feat. Price is not an issue for Yankee. The biggest problem is that there aren't enough cultivation pre-levels. Yankee could only give up. After clicking purchase, a book appeared in Yang Qi's hand. This was the so-called skill book. The balance of immortal crystals on the account was also deducted by 500. After purchasing the 10,000 swords through the heart spell, Yang Qi directly cultivated it. The book turned into a stream of light and drilled into Yang Qi's head. Huge information appeared in Yang Qi's brain. Heck, it's the message of 1,000,000 swords through the heart. An additional spell has appeared on the attribute status bar. After purchasing this spell, Yang Qi was full of confidence. Now, he didn't have to fear the Chiron King at all. Right now, Yang Qi had 7 points of basic attack power, and after doubling it 100 times it would be 700 attack power. Killing the Chiron King in seconds is no big deal. After consuming a wave, Yang Qi looked at the immortal crystal balance again. A feeling of needy pain came over me. This immortal crystal, it's gone when you spend it. Yang Qi's heart was dripping blood. The feeling of joy from getting a powerful spell just now was gone. There are only 2 ways to get immortal crystals other than pre-charging. One is to kill monsters to pop them. One is to get it from an NPC. Most of the immortal crystals are from monsters. The conditions of the immortal crystals obtained from the NPCs were too difficult. No, we can't just sit around and eat. Yang Qi made up his mind to earn immortal crystals. Otherwise, one would sooner or later spend all the tens of billions of immortal crystals. After Yang Qi set a goal for himself, he immediately returned home. If anyone else heard these words, they would probably want to kill Yang Qi on the spot. Right now, most people didn't know about the existence of immortal crystals. However, as the overall level rises, the currency of immortal crystals will sooner or later enter everyone's vision. Chapter 31, Yang Qi colludes with NPCs, mutilates compatriots? Yang Qi hadn't yet returned from the scattered wealth Daoist, and just as he entered the door, Wu Yingfei came to Yang Qi with his cell phone. Mr. Yang, something big has happened. What's so urgent? Wu Yingfei gave his cell phone to Yang Qi. Yang Qi's expression became odd as he took a look. Rank number 1 Yang Qi colluded with NPCs and brutalized his compatriots. The first group, Jiang Qingsong, risked his life to explore the mystery. Clicking in, it was clear that someone had filmed themselves entering the bomb shelter with a drone. And Jiang Qingsong is involved. Yang Qi didn't need to think about it, then he realized that Jiang Qingsong was probably injured by the giant wolf king. Wu Yingfei's face was worried. Mr. Yang, what now? If this matter was not handled properly, Yang Qi would be a rat crossing the street in the future and everyone would be shouting at him. There is no room for him in the big country. Most people's lives are now changed by the sudden descent of the game. Faced with the cruel reality, they can only follow the pace of the times. Forced into this game, now they are being told that someone is colluding with these NPCs. How can they bear it? It didn't take long for this video to be released, and it became the breaking news on the internet. The network equipment is still functioning properly, and everyone, up and down the country, will be able to see the message. Countless people were outraged and left the vilest words under the comments section. Marred. The video sent out by the first group, Jiang Qingsong. It's authenticated. If this video is true, Yankees is really a traitor to humanity. Can't you see? In the depths of the air raid shelter, there's a man with long hair, and he's the one Yang Qi is working with. It's also too vicious. So many people were killed by monsters. Since Yang Qi colluded with NPCs, those monsters and NPCs might just be in cahoots. None of them are any good. Where is Yang Qi now? I'm going to chop him up right now. This time, I'm on the side of the first group. A company as big as first group is most credible. What is he? Yang Qi? Yang's group is the property of Yang Qi's family. Let's go to Yang's group's official website to get a statement. Countless netizens seem to have found a breakthrough. Directly rushed up to the official website of Yang's group. Yang's group made the first announcement. Yang Qi is no longer a shareholder of Yang Group, and Yang Qi's personal behavior has nothing to do with Yang Group. In addition, If anyone grasps Yang Chi's whereabouts, please inform our company as soon as possible and we will be grateful. After posting the announcement, Yang's group directly shut down the website. The netizens went back to the comments section of the video like a headless fly. Brothers of Dragon City, I know Yang Chi's address. I don't know who said it. Straight away, the comments section detonated. Yang Chi currently lives at No. 99 in the southern suburb of Dragon City's Villa District. Brothers of Dragon City, let's go directly to Yang Chi. So what if it's the highest rank? Can he still beat us? Rally. Ask for a rallying point. Charge him. In an upscale neighborhood. Jiang Qingsong lying put on, pale, and the chest is still attached to the electrocardiogram. On the side, the two Zhang Changli Nang were opening the lunchbox for him. Jiang Qingsong looked at the direction of the wind on the internet and revealed a smile. Yang Chi, this time you're bound to die. Wait, you two go and rally as well, and take over for me for a while with this Yang Chi. Zhang Chang and the two of them looked embarrassed. Mr. Jiang, will this really go to anyone? How can someone really go after Yankee just by posting a video like that? Jiang Qingsong raised an eyebrow. Just post a video? Don't you guys know there's a thing called a sailor? Without someone to lead the tempo, will someone go up to trouble Yanchi? The internet is nothing but a bunch of munchies. All they do is watch the show and make statements on the internet that fit the wind. If it touches a fundamental interest, no one will pay attention to you. Yang Chi's address was my blasted out, and the shouts to rally for Yang Chi's trouble were my people too. The two men were horrified to hear this. The first group is just powerful. Just one video alone could put Yang Chi to death. If they were both replaced, wouldn't. The two men shivered in unison at the thought. On the other hand, Yang Chi looked at all the comments on the internet. It was immediately clear that this was someone screwing themselves. Yang's group? Yang's group has just shut down their official website. That leaves only one possibility. The first group. Jiang Qingsong. Yang Chi didn't have much of an impression of Jiang Qingsong. All that is known is that he is the heir to the first group and became a master after the game descended. I didn't realize that I had gotten into this trouble by refusing to trade spells. Mr. Yang, they rallied and said they wanted to come to you. Wu Yingfei was the first to gather information on the internet. Yang Chi sneered. The tactics of these online water armies, although slightly naive, can also kill people. It seems that Jiang Qingsong is not going to let himself go. How could anyone do such a thing without someone taking the lead? Obviously, behind this, it is Jiang Qingsong who is running the show. Rallying to come after yourself? The whole community now belongs to an unregulated state. They rallied to trouble themselves. It was expected that he would only end up dead. A cold light flashed in Yang Chi's eyes. You use my identity to post a message on the internet for all those assembled. To go to the bomb shelter. I'll meet everyone where they are. Also, have a live show. Wu Yingfei listened and nodded slightly. Soon, a person claiming to be Yankee posted a message on the internet. I'm Yang Chi. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. In the air raid shelter. I won't see you all there. At that time, it will be turned on live. Looking forward to seeing everyone. When this message came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Chi is also too arrogant. I didn't want to go, but now, I have to go. And I'm sorry for myself if I don't. I'm almost level 2, and for something like this, I have to go. Inside the upscale neighborhood, Jiang Qingsong saw this message and laughed out loud directly. Ha ha ha, Yang Chi is committing suicide. Now there are even more people who are going to go after him. I thought he was a character, but I didn't realize that it was a brainless thing. If it were me, I'd leave Dragon City overnight. Jiang Qingsong's heart was even more delighted when he saw that Yang Chi was so death-defying. He's never been soft as the heir to the first group. There's nothing in this world that he can't get. It would have been fine if Yang Chi had been honest in his dealings before. It was a blatant rejection of him. Now, whether it was the first place in the rankings or the top quality spells, he wanted them all. Command them to go down. Tomorrow, directly let the people raise a ruckus and take advantage of the chaos to kill Yang Chi. Chapter 32, Killed on the Spot. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, the crusaders against Yang Chi were gathering in all directions of Dragon City. The crowd was vast, shouting high slogans. Come to the bomb shelter. By now there were over 1,000 people present. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't Yankee say something about coming on the air? Where are the people? Shouldn't be afraid. I reckon Yanchi ran away a long time ago. If Yanchi runs away, we'll just go straight into the air defense shelter and see what's inside it. Yang Chi is most guilty of colluding with NPCs and brutalizing his compatriots. Today, we must find him and demand a statement. There were many people in the crowd holding up their cell phones, broadcasting live. On the internet, countless people were following this live broadcast. They'd like to see what Yang Chi wants. Inside the upscale neighborhood, Jiang Qingsong had a smile on his face, looking proudly at his masterpiece. At his side was a walkie-talkie, ready to maneuver the scene. In front of the bomb shelter, Just as everyone was about to go straight into the bomb shelter to find out what was going on, Yang Qi's figure arrived late. Behind Yang Qi was Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei was holding a camera in his hand and was also broadcasting live. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 1 million. On the pop-up screen, none of them were vocalizing Yang Qi. Yang Qi was dressed in white sportswear and came directly to the air defense shelter. Yang Qi, you scum, you must give us a statement today. Isn't colluding with NPCs and brutalizing the first group, Jiang Qingsong, because Jiang Qingsong is in second place? Inside the bomb shelter is your accomplice. Let him out. The video of Jiang Qingsong being attacked by the long-haired man in the bomb shelter has been circulating for a long time. They don't have the guts to go in there. Yang Qi stood directly in front of the crowd. For the record, the one inside the air defense shelter is not my accomplice. He's just a boss. The purpose of my coming here today is to kill him. Whatever. Explained the dog. It's none of my business that Jiang Qingsong went inside and suffered an attack. As soon as Yang Qi's words fell, someone in the crowd said, "You fart. There's video evidence that you and Wu Yingfei came out from inside the air raid shelter. How could Jiang Qingsong lie? It's obvious that you're the one who's twisting the strings to clear your name." Yang Qi followed the voice and saw a strong man in the crowd shouting loudly. Yang Qi's eyes were slightly cold. His figure disappeared like a ghost. Immediately afterward, it appeared in front of the burly man. Qingfeng swordsmanship. The Qinggang sword appeared in Yang Qi's hand at an unknown time. One swung out, and the huge reveal rose up into the sky. Blood burst forth like a fountain. Yankee killed someone. The crowd was in an uproar. Yang Qi's long sword was picked, and a black walkie-talkie was picked out under the strong man's body. This scene stunned everyone. Yang Qi actually killed someone in public. As they looked at Yang Qi, they couldn't help but tremble with their legs as they backed up. Those who smear me will not rest until they are dead. Yang Qi's figure disappeared once again. Come to the bomb shelter. There's someone behind this whole thing. Someone is manipulating it. Yang Qi said aloud. How do you prove it? Yeah, don't think you can scare us by killing one person. The voices in the crowd were in twos and threes, and had long since lost the loudness of a moment ago. Obviously, they have reacted at this point. It's the kind of thing that, with a little bit of brain power, one can think of traces of human manipulation here. But the mouth remained unconvinced. Yankee didn't want to go into detail about the disclosures. I'm here, today, to kill the boss. Next, the live stream of me killing the boss will be broadcast directly on the internet. Since you say he was my accomplice, how could I kill my own accomplice? After saying that, Yang Qi directly turned around and entered the air defense cave. Wu Yingfei followed closely behind. The crowd was in an uproar, but just about no one dared to follow them in. The bodies on the ground are the best example. Yang Qi really dared to kill. The internet, too, is a sensation. They didn't expect Yang Qi to strike first and directly kill one person, shocking the entire audience. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of things that don't add up. There are only two possibilities now. One was Jiang Qingsong's forgery to discredit Yang Qi. One is that Yankee collusion with NPCs is true. The next step was to see if Yankee actually killed the long-haired man inside. Yankee approached the bomb shelter, with Wu Yingfei turning on the lights. Reveal all the sights inside the bomb shelter on the air. Yanqi's footsteps were light. Soon it was time to come to the deep corridors. The camera gives to the long-haired man in the depths. On the black throne, the long-haired man stood up with a bloodthirsty smile. At some point, a strange wind suddenly blew through the corridor, blowing the man's long hair up. The live feed was already abuzz. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is this? A throne deep in the corridor? Why do I feel a sense of oppression? Upstairs, it's right to have a sense of oppression. Jiang Qingsong, who was ranked second in the rankings, was all seconded by this person with a single move. Heavens, Yang Qi dared to come in here alone. It can't really be an accomplice. It's solid. The fact that Yang Qi dared to come here means that this person won't attack him. As long as Yang Qi walks out of here alive, it means something is wrong. There was a lot of pop-up talk. Wu Yingfei stood behind Yang Qi, the camera in his hand steady as an old dog. She didn't know how Yang Qi would deal with this monster this time. Last time, Yang Qi saw the monster one side and immediately retreated with her. In just one day, could it be that he's upgraded again? Wu Yingfei couldn't help but guess. Wolf Clan Giant Wolf King. Rank, 10. Blood, 120. Power, 12. Speed, 12. The Wolf King of the Giant Wolf branch of the Wolf Clan possesses the most perfect talent of the Giant Wolf Clan. And legend has it that, as long as he keeps practicing, he will be able to reach the realm of the immortals. The Giant Wolf King's message appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. This attribute was enough to crush Yang Qi. Last time, Yankee knew what to do. This time, it's different. But now, Yankee was confident. Chapter 33, A Rich Harvest. Before the Giant Wolf King could make a move, Yang Qi directly made a move. 10,000 swords through the heart. the top-grade spell 10,000 Swords Through the Heart was directly cast. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared within the corridor passage. The spectators on his side in the distance only saw Yang Qi let out a low cry. The screen was already white. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on here? It seems like Yang Qi just used a spell? He's really here to kill NPCs? Are you kidding me? NPCs can't be killed. Someone tried. I know. Yankee is acting. Inside the corridor passage, sword awnings converged in midair. He then charged straight at the giant Wolf King. When the giant Wave King saw the powerful spell, a touch of fear unexpectedly appeared in his pupils. Yankee then heard a prompt. Kill the level 10 boss Chiron King and gain 100 experience points. Up to this point, Yang Qi revealed a smile. It was worthy of being a top-grade spell, killing the Chiron King in a single move. At the end of the corridor, the throne had shattered into pieces. The body of the giant Wave King had 1,000 holes in it, and it was paralyzed on the ground, already too dead to die. A glow filled the body of the giant Wolf King. Then it disappeared again. The corpse of the Chiron King on the ground was gone, and in its place was a huge wolf corpse. Yankee was not surprised by this. That's the original form of the giant Wolf King. After killing the monster, whatever shape the monster changes into will be transformed into its original form. This scene was not uncommon for Yang Qi, but for the people on the air, it was a knife law ass and an eye-opener. What's going on here? The long-haired man that Yang Qi just killed in seconds, and then the long-haired man turned into a giant wolf again? Yang Qi's strength is just too terrifying, isn't it? The last time Jiang Qingsong came over, he was injured. Is Yang Qi really so bullish? Everyone was shocked by Yang Qi's strength. After Yang Qi killed the giant Wolf King, he directly asked Wu Yingfei to turn off the live broadcast. Next up, a prize drawing and corpse touching session, not suitable for live streaming. Underneath the corpse of the Chiron King, there was a law of golden light flickering. Yang Qi was overjoyed when he saw it. This is getting good stuff. Pulling the body apart, Yankee was met with the good stuff for once. Underneath the corpse of the giant wolf there were several things lying there quietly, flashing with golden light. Among them, there was a pile of particles like coarse salt that was emitting a milky white light, which was most exciting to Yang Qi. This is the fairy crystal. Although immortal crystals can be recharged, they are also physical. This pile of immortal crystals that were like coarse salt was more than enough for one hand to grab. Once he picked it up, Yankee saw the prompt. Immortal crystal asterisk 100. Whether or not a balance has been earned, and after it has been earned, it can be taken out at any time. Yankee chose income directly. On the account balance, the balance of immortal crystals jumped, increasing by 100. It wasn't even a fraction of a percent in Yankee balance, but Yang Qi was unusually excited, bursting out with immortal crystals. At the very least, he wouldn't have to sit around and eat. Yang Qi continued to look at the remaining few items. A wolf's head mask with bizarre patterns depicted on it, which vaguely presented a wolf's head. Yang Qi held it in his hand and it was as light as a feather. Token, honor of the Wolf Clan. Yankee thought it was equipment. It seems that this item is not equipment, but rather a symbol of wolf status. It belongs to the category of props, although it doesn't have any bonuses and can instead play a key role if you meet a specific person. It suddenly occurred to Yang Qi that in the future, when the flood sects descended, some of them seemed to need initiation tokens. Could it be that this mask is one of the initiation tokens? But now Yankee had no way of verifying it. Only later, putting the mask into his storage ring, Yang Qi picked up another book. Lower grade technique, Wolf Soul Decree. Yang Qi was surprised. This wine exploded with feats. However, now he had cultivated a lower grade technique. The Spirit Rhinoceros Decree. You can only practice one technique at the same time. To put it another way in game terms, there is only one feat slot. Yankee thought about it, beckoning Wu Yingfei to come over. Wu Yingfei had been giving Yang Qi a light from the side. When he saw Yang Qi beckoning, he immediately came over. Here, practice now. Yang Qi casually handed the books of feats to Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei took a look, dumbstruck. This is a kung fu? That's for me? Wu Yingfei's eyes were rounded with disbelief. She had been following the information on the internet lately, so how could she not realize the importance of feats? And she's also someone who only has spells without mana. The reward for the second place in the rank list is only a lower grade technique. Wu Yingfei looked at Yang Qi strangely, nor did he speak much, choosing to cultivate directly. The Wolf Soul Decree turned into a stream of light and drilled into her skull. A moment later, a smile appeared on Wu Yingfei's face. With a brush, her figure disappeared in place, and in the next second, appeared 3 meters away. This was the body spell that Wu Yingfei had gotten. Wu Yingfei was full of happiness. Yang Qi then looked down at the last item. It was a round jade pendant. It was warm in the hand, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, as if it were a third-rate item on an antique stall. Lower grade magic treasure, rhyming law jade. After wearing it, mana is restored for 1/10 of a second. This magic treasure fit Yang Qi very well. After Yang Qi now had the 10,000 swords through the heart spell, the mana value could no longer support his consumption. This magic treasure restored 1 point of mana value in 10 seconds, which was already very impressive. Yang Qi didn't have to worry about mana for the time being. Yankee wears it directly. The mana value that had dried up began to slowly recover. By now, all the loot had been packed up. Yankee stood up. Go! Meet this group of people who have come to crusade against me. Outside the bomb shelter, thousands of people were stationed. Yang Qi entered in just half a bell. Each of them held their cell phones and watched the video of Yang Qi killing the giant wolf king. The shock on his face couldn't be calmed for a long time. Why is the live feed off? Could there be something fishy going on? The crowd murmured until Yang Qi's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Thousands of people were suddenly silent. Not even the sound of whispering. It could be said that a needle could be heard. I've killed the boss. Also, whoever smeared me this time, wash your ass and wait for me. Yang Qi's voice was not loud, but in the quiet environment, it reached everyone's ears. Some people's faces became ugly. They are the ones who screamed the loudest. The situation is now very clear. Yankee is not colluding with NPCs and brutalizing his fellow countrymen. Rather, someone is behind it. As for who's up to no good, we all know, but no one will stand up and say so explicitly. Someone's eyes were filled with excitement. Yang Qi's strength had already exceeded the scope of everyone's perception. There was no doubt that leaning on Yang Qi's thigh would be very nourishing in the future. There was a commotion in the crowd. Chapter 34, Envy of being able to follow Big Brother Yang Qi. After a commotion in the crowd, a few young men pushed their way inside the pile. These young men, their faces full of childishness, were about in their early 20s. Yang Qi looked a bit familiar, but can't remember where I've seen it before. The first man spoke up. Big Brother Yang Qi, our brothers have no intention of targeting you. I was saved by you before, and I'm here today to find out what's going on. Since Big Brother Yang Qi hasn't done anything like this, we brothers will say sorry to you first. Saying that, he actually bowed to Yang Qi in front of thousands of people. Everyone was looking at the four with a blank expression. Couldn't understand where these four had come from. Is this the drag that Yankee hired? Yang Qi was also confused. When did I hire a toe? That's too much of a match. Then Yang Qi tapped his head and remembered who these people were. Wasn't this the same few people that Wu Yingfei had encountered when he activated the attribute panel? These people were being beaten by the Yang Group's security guards at that time, when Yang Qi appeared in time to divert their attention. In the end, the guys were also blessed by the fact that they were able to activate the game panel without any problems. So it's you guys. Yang Qi waved his hand to show that he was generous. The youth in charge added, Big Brother Yang Qi, can our brothers follow and practice? Don't worry, it definitely won't hold you back. Yang Qi pondered for a moment and finally nodded his head. Alright, you guys will follow Wu Yingfei from now on. The four of them thanked him repeatedly and ran their asses to Wu Yingfei's side. Hello, Sister Fei. My name is Lu Qingqiao. My name is Chen Kongming. My name is Chen Kongshen. I'm Lu Cheng Shui. Yang Qi couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. These four guys, they're two pairs of brothers? But it doesn't look like it. Wu Yingfei directly made the four people stand behind her. The four of us came from the same village and went to the same university. It was only when Yang Qi heard this that he realized. Alright, from now on, listen directly to Wu Yingfei. The four of them nodded again and again, and the smiles on their faces simply could not be hidden. They didn't even think that they would be taken in by Yang Qi so easily. The rest of the thousands of people looked at the four with eyes filled with envy. Yang Qi's strength was now at the ceiling. Since the world had changed drastically, Yankee was the first person to do so. Following Yang Qi was already a heavenly benefit. At least you don't have to worry about it. Some of the details. At that moment, another person in the crowd stepped forward. Big Brother Yang Qi, we also want to follow. Only halfway through his words, he was stopped by Yang Qi raising his hand. He didn't want to take in people who were all of unknown origin. The reason he took in these four brothers was because he remembered that in his previous life, these four brothers were also considered experts. And the wind is better. It's one of those rash type of masters. But unfortunately, these four brothers, who like to go to the wall and do things straight, were eventually hunted down and killed by the big powers. It caused quite a stir at the time. Everyone is better off practicing freely. I can't carry so many. Yankee rebuffed with a sentence. The crowd looked at the four brothers with even more envy. Yankee wasn't paying attention. Straight away, he led a few people away. Thousands of people looked at Yang Qi's departing figure, and remorse appeared on their faces. He regretted that he didn't stand up at the first time and put in a good word for Yang Qi, and missed the opportunity. But he forgot that he came here to crush Yang Qi. On the internet, Yankee's popularity began to reverse lopsidedly. Right now, no one would crusade against Yang Qi. On the contrary, there is quite a lot of talk about Zhang Qingson, but because of the existence of the first group, it dares not spread widely. Even so, there are countless comments on the internet about Zhang Qingsong's shady behavior. Yang Qi became the most recognized and powerful person in the entire kingdom. Yankee didn't know anything about it. Upon returning to the villa, he contemplated moving out of the place. After all, the place didn't really belong to him. The villa had been sold by him long ago, only no one ever came to take possession. He had a plan for what was to come. He, alone, was destined to have limited power, all to develop some trustworthy people who will be good to work with later. Wu Yingfei exists for exactly this. Now there are 4 extra brothers. Lu Chun. He's going to put a plan on the agenda. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Qi decided not to move for the time being. The game hasn't come down in its entirety yet, and there are still some changes to come to this world. That's when he's going to strike. Wu Yingfei is no less than a personal assistant. The 4 were soon settled. The next day, Wu Yingfei stood in front of Yang Qi with his 4 brothers. Wu Yingfei, you will now take a few of them to practice first. If you encounter a monster you can't beat, notify me at the first opportunity using the chat channel. Saying that, Yang Qi took out a map, marked the location on the map. This was the place that Yang Qi had marked out as a good place to practice according to his memories from his previous life. The monsters that descended on Dragon City at this stage were all wolves. For killing giant wolves, Wu Yingfei already had a lot of experience, and facing ordinary giant wolves was no big deal. Moreover, his body was blessed with feats and spells, and he had 2 wolf soul sets. Even when they encountered a level 5 elite monster, they had the power to fight. It would be most appropriate to have her lead the 4 in practicing. The locations that Yang Qi had given them were all zones that had a high density of giant wolves but no bosses. Wu Yingfei nodded and turned around to go back to her room, in which she came out with an additional cloak on her body. There was an extra wolf splinter in his hand. Watching the 4 men dumbfounded, Lu Qingqiao asked dully, Sister Fei, are these your legendary equipment? Wu Yingfei nodded. Right, it's just 2 pieces of equipment. 2 pieces, only. Lu Qingqiao didn't even know what to say. They hadn't heard of any of them popping out equipment until now. Wu Yingfei, on the other hand, was already 2 pieces of equipment. Is this the benefit of following Big Brother Yankee? The 4 looked at Wu Yingfei with eyes filled with envy. But soon, the envy in their eyes turned into a fire. If Wu Yingfei can have equipment, so can they. Wu Yingfei's simple they look like this. Nod, take your time and you'll get it later. After saying that, with her leading the way, the 4 of them went out and left. Yang Qi looked at the backs of the 5 and revealed a smile. Now, it was time for him to go practice as well. His current rank was 6. Open the panel properties bar. Yankee, rank, sex, 189/640. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, spiritual rhinoceros decree, complete. Skills, clear wind sword technique. For square sword light, 10,000 swords through the heart. Talent, saints underpinnings. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15. 099. 999. 991. Blood, 60. Mana/inner strength, 40. Power, 6. Speed, 6. Defense, 6. Right now, he still needed more than 400 experience to upgrade, and the higher up you go, the more experience value you need. At this stage, the highest level of the monsters that descended on this world was a level 10 boss. It can bring 100 experience points to Yang Qi. Right now, Yang Qi was already able to kill level 10 bosses in seconds. It could be said that he was already invincible without those mysterious NPCs making a move. Where's a good place to practice? Yankee Tangent. The best place to practice in Dragon City in the early stages is the air defense shelter. Now that the air raid shelters have been cleared by themselves, no new monsters will move in for a while. It's just going to have to be another place to look. Chapter 35, Emptying the Dragon City Boss. Yang Qi tried to recall the memories of his previous life. His strength was already at ceiling level, so he didn't even have to think about not being able to beat it. What's needed now is a lot of demons. After a long time, Yang Qi sighed. It was true that the large dragon city did not have a large number of monsters gathering in it. Yankee sighed. He also didn't think he'd ever be bothered by the lack of monsters to kill. As the saying goes, the creation of the world is not a good thing. For today's solution, Yang Qi could only follow the address in his memory and go to warm up the various bosses. All the bosses in the entire dragon city came to mind. Yankee immediately identified the address. After Yang Qi did some sorting, he found that there were 21 level 10 bosses in Dragon City. Besides the giant wolf king he killed, there were also 20 left. Each boss could provide Yang Qi with 100 experience points. That adds up to 2,000 experience points. Yankee is now level 6. Before level 10, the experience value required for each level was doubled. Calculating in this way, Yang Qi needed roughly 18,000 experience value to ascend to level 10. It was obvious that even if Yang Qi killed all the bosses in Dragon City, it was still a far cry. If Yang Qi had gone to find a level 1 giant wolf, That would have taken much more time. Forget it, upgrade first. The next gamefall will occur when the first person reaches level 10. At that point, there would really be no shortage of monsters to kill. Not only that, those monsters were many times stronger than level 10 bosses. When an ordinary person sees it, they can only die. As it turns out, when the first level 10 appears, it requires killing a small half of a city's monsters. In his previous life, there were statistics that there were only enough monsters in a city for 2 people to rise to level 10. That's still the ideal situation. In fact, all the monsters could not all be killed by 2 people. After the first person reaches level 10, it is the triggering of the flood world to come down again that is the key for the others to rise to level 10. It was also very simple for Yang Qi to go up 10 levels to the next city. However, before once again, Yang Qi still chose to clear the boss of Dragon City before saying anything. After tidying up, Yang Qi set off directly. Now he was running extremely fast, not quite comparable to a car, but not too far off. Yang Qi chose the first boss to be in the center of Dragon City. This used to be the busiest area in the whole country. Countless international companies have set up branches here. Usually there is a lot of foot traffic, and today, it is indeed desolate. The once tall office building has been reduced to a pile of rubble. Construction debris is spread throughout the streets. It's as if this place has experienced a magnitude 8 earthquake. When Yang Qi saw this scene, he knew that he had come to the right place. Such a commotion could not be caused even by a level 5 elite monster. Only a level 10 boss could turn an entire street into a ruin. Yang Qi looked around and realized that there were no more people here. Not even small animals. Low-level monsters were even absent. Yang Qi was instantly alert. This boss, it's not quite like the others. The other bosses are surrounded by a bunch of smaller monsters, but this one, indeed, stands alone. Suddenly, Yang Qi sensed that a hostile gaze was watching him from above a tall building not far away. Yang Qi felt something in his heart and looked over. The red throne was found standing on top of a tall building. There was a pale figure sitting above. The gaze that watched Yang Qi came from him. Yang Qi had no fear and his figure disappeared in place, straight to the high rise. The figure on top of the tall building was no less impressive. With a long jump, he actually jumped from a dozen floors. The pale figure's descent suddenly slowed down when it was about to hit the ground, and finally landed on all fours. Between the two, they were only a dozen meters apart. Yang Qi had a spiritual pupil skill, and the information of the pale figure appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. Old Wolf King of the Wolf Clan's Wind Wolves. Rank, 10. Blood, 120. Power, 12. Speed, 12. The retired Wolf King of the Wind Wolf branch of the Wolf Clan has great strength in himself, but his strength has dropped because of his old age. If you are interested in his peak strength, you can provoke him and you will see the glory of the Wolf Clan. Old Wind Wolf King? Yang Qi frowned. Does it look like? This boss can be utilized more powerfully. But for Yankee, it didn't matter. He wasn't interested in the peak strength of the Wind Wolf King at all. A boss that dies on its own is a good boss. Yang Qi directly executed the 10,000 swords through the heart skill. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in midair, hovering over Yankee's head. As Yang Qi reached out and pointed, the sword shadows in the sky galloped away like a wild horse out of control, letting out a burst of sword sounds. The sword shadows kicked up a gust of wind. The wreckage of the surrounding buildings was blown by the gusty winds, and the dust and sand in the sky flew by the wind. The pale Wind Wolf King was horrified at the sight of this scene. It was too late to try to resist. Tens of thousands of strands of sword light arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. In his dying moments, the old Wolf King couldn't figure out how this seemingly weak person in front of him could cast such a terrifying spell. The sword light that filled the sky drilled into the old Wolf King's chest, taking away his life. With a puzzled expression, the old Wolf King's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, puffing up a sheet of dust. Kill level 10 boss Old Wind Wolf King. Gain experience value 100. Yang Qi smiled at this. The spell 10,000 swords through the heart is just awesome. It's simply for killing bosses. The old Wolf King's corpse transformed into a wolf corpse with mottled fur and old age. Underneath the wolf carcass, a golden light was flickering. How could Yankee forget the most important part of picking up equipment? Looking at several things on the ground, Yang Qi directly grabbed them in his hands. Immortal Crystal *5. Lower grade technique, Wolf Run. Semi-inferior artifact, Wolf Soul Leather Armor. Honor of the Wolf Clan *1. Surprisingly, there are only 5 immortal crystals. Yang Qi said rather unsatisfactorily. The last Chiron King had contributed 100 immortal crystals to him. There's a pretty big gap between the two. Yang Qi directly turned the immortal crystal into a balance value. Inferior grade technique running wolf decision. With a mediocre lower grade technique, Yang Qi couldn't talk about any interest. Throw it directly into the storage ring. Feats are next in hard currency. It might even fetch a high price. Wolf Soul Set. And it's also a defense attribute. Yang Qi also casually threw it into his storage ring. Now that there were still 2 more wolf soul sets to go, Wu Yingfei had put together a wolf soul set. The last item was the most surprising to Yang Qi. Surprisingly, it's another mask. This mask was not different from the one in Yang Qi's storage ring. Yang Qi had no choice but to put it into his storage ring and look at it later. After packing up everything, Yang Qi directly headed to his next destination. Chapter 36, An Encounter with the Yang Group. Inside a dark and damp sewer, Yang Qi picked up the equipment that had exploded from the corpse of a giant wolf. After packing up, Yang Qi directly jumped out of the sewer. Yankee, rank, 750/1280. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, complete. Skills, Clear Wind Sword Technique. For Square Sword Light 10,000 Swords Through the Heart. Talent, Saints Underpinnings. Package Space, 100. Immortal Crystal, 15. 099. 999. 991. Blood, 80. Mana/Inner Strength, 40. Power, 8. Speed, 8. Defense, 8. After clearing several bosses, Yang Qi finally upgraded. After level 7, the experience value needed to upgrade breaks into the thousands straight away. Yankee wasn't surprised. He was now killing level 10 bosses as simple as cutting vegetables and chopping melons. As soon as we meet, a move of 10,000 Swords Through the Heart, directly take away. He spends more time catching up. The entire Dragon City had been half strolled. As for the things that the boss popped out, it was also difficult to attract Yang Qi. Except for the first giant Wolf King boss which had 100 immortal crystals on it. The other bosses, all of them, had 5 immortal crystals. Spells and feats appeared, only they were all inferior. Additionally, every wolf boss, at the end, popped out a mask. After Yan Qi took care of it, he directly rushed to the next location. Soon, Yang Qi arrived at his destination, but his side didn't go to kill the boss in the first place, but stopped at a distance, because in front of him, there was already a group of people slowly moving forward. Looking at the silhouette in the distance, Yang Qi had an odd look on his face. Team up to kill the boss? So brave? Looking at the number of people in front of them, there were hundreds of them. Yang Qi's expression became even more odd. Is this trying to win by numbers? In front of a level 10 boss, it's useless to have more ordinary people. If it was hundreds of level 5s, it could really pile up on a level 10 boss, at the cost of half of them dying. But now, the highest leveled person on the leveling chart was himself at level 7. Second place is only 4 levels away. How do you kill a boss? It couldn't be some rash person, could it? Yankee stroked his chin, prepared to go up and remind. But as soon as he got closer, he saw a familiar uniform. Yang Qi's expression became even more odd. Yang Group. I didn't expect to meet someone from Yang's group here. In the line ahead, a middle-aged man was surrounded by hundreds of people in the center. It was none other than Yang Qi's cheap uncle, Yang Zhenjia. Chairman, there should be a boss up ahead. We'll definitely help you take it this time. What are you afraid of? We've killed wolf-headed monsters. What are these? Now that the chairman still has the equipment on hand, he can definitely take it. Yang Zhenjia, surrounded by the crowd, smiled triumphantly. He had now fully accepted the fact that the world had changed, and used the convenience of Yang's group to give yourself an upgrade. With a so-called promising future, Yang Zhenjia feels like he has a second spring in his step. He's only level 2 now. It just feels like the body is pushing the limits of what is normal. Became a little superhero. Doesn't look at all like a middle-aged person. Yang Zhenjia is very happy with his condition. The only bad thing is that his own son is missing. The monster is full of the city. Yang Li has not returned for so long, and the Yangzhen family has guessed what will happen to Yang Li. However, all of this was no longer a problem for the current Yangzhen family. Chairman, it's just up ahead. Yang Qi didn't come out when he saw that it was Yang Zhenjia. Direct observation in the dark. Seeing Yang Zhenjia commanding Yang's group of people in good order, Yang Qi couldn't help but sigh. This Yangzhen family is really a talent. After the game descended, I don't know how many big powers lost their cohesion overnight and became an empty shell. Under the control of the Yangzhen family, the Yang group in Longcheng is considered to have a firm footing. However, it seems a bit less sensible for you to mess with a level 10 boss. Inside the empty basketball court, a black throne stood abruptly in the center. A man in animal skins sat above, and in front of him were several wolf-headed elite monsters. People from Yang's group came here in great numbers. Let's go first and save the killing blow for the chairman. Under the command of a management, hundreds of people swarmed up and directly surrounded the Wolf King boss in the center. Yang Zhenjia solemnly took out a coded box in his receiving hand behind him. After opening the combination box, a shoe was taken out inside. After putting it on, Yang Zhenjia had received a long knife. The long knife pointed forward. Kill! The Wolf King boss surrounded by the crowd finally stood up. In full view of everyone, the figure directly disappeared in place. The attributes of level 10 were already 10 times that of the average person. Both speed and power, all of them are unrivaled. Soon, the Wolf King killed one with a single claw. For a while, the screams were endless. Everyone showed a look of horror. This one wasn't quite what they expected. How is this boss so scary? Run! Yang Jinjia shouted and directly turned around and ran. Seeing this, the rest of them couldn't care less and directly turned around to flee for their lives. But how could the Wolf King let them escape so easily? 5 or 6 level 5 elite monsters directly blocked all retreat paths, and occasionally kills a few people. The numbers in the field are dwindling. The screams and pleas for mercy were endless. Everyone looked at the terrifying Wolf King boss in despair. Yang Jinjia was wearing shoe equipment and was quite fast, surprisingly dodging attacks repeatedly under the Wolf King boss's attacks. Watching the people around us dwindle, a flash of despair appeared on Yang Jinjia's face. He doesn't want to die yet. He's still got the big years ahead of him. But the truth is brutal. The boss is constantly taking the lives of those around him. Yang Qi had been watching well from afar and had no intention of making a move. However, there was a damn elite monster that actually ran in front of Yang Qi to block the road. The pungent, fishy odor was unbearable. When Yang Qi still wanted to continue hiding, he was chased by the monster with the wolf's head with a strange cry. Obviously, this elite monster had discovered his position. Yankee was helpless. It's the kind of thing that, if you're a bunch of strangers, there's no harm in giving a lift when it doesn't affect you. But this is Yang Jinjia, the one who tried to kill himself before. Yang Qi really didn't want to make a move. The Euka sword appeared in his hand and directly stabbed out, killing the elite monster in front of him. Now the elite monsters were no different from ordinary level 1 giant wolves in Yang Qi's eyes. This scene directly caught the attention of the people in the arena. Even the Wolf King. Looked here. Chapter 37, I'm your uncle. Help me. Who is this man? Why is he here? A question arose in all. This was the location of the boss. A place where no one dared to come in within a few hundred meters. How did someone get here? And alone? Soon, Yang Qi was recognized. He's Yang Qi from the ranking list. The moment these words came out, everyone present was extremely shocked. Yang Qi's identity was naturally known to them. How is Yankee are all former shareholders of the Yang Group? Although he hadn't shown his face many times in Yang's group, he had been recognized. Yang Jinjia, on the other hand, had a cloudy face. Yang Qi unexpectedly appeared here. It was not expected at the time. A sudden word came from the crowd. Yang Qi is here. Let him come and save us. This statement was a wake-up call. Yanqi had killed bosses live. On the ranking list, Yang Qi's name hung high in the first place. There is no doubt about his strength. Everyone was overjoyed. It was as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Beside Yang Jinjia, an employee said, Chairman, Yang Qi is your nephew. You quickly let him come to us. Right, Chairman. If he makes a move, we'll definitely be fine. And maybe, we'll even be able to kill this boss. Chairman, speak up. The people around Yang Jinjia said one thing to each other, making Yang Jinjia's face green and red. Yankee is his nephew all right, but the faults between the two are not enough to be told to outsiders. His son, Yang Li, went to kidnap Yang Qi and disappeared. Although he didn't have evidence to prove that it was Yang Qi who did it, it was not far from the truth. What's more, the two had lifted the veil when Yankee sold his shares. How does that make him talk? Chairman, why didn't Yang Qi come to save us? Ah, Chairman, save me. Before he could finish his sentence, the man was stabbed in the neck with a claw by Wolf King boss. One life to go. Yang Jinjia watched as the people around him became fewer and fewer, and sooner or later it would be his turn. So he looked at Yanqi. Yang Qi was watching from afar at the moment. Yang Qi, I'm your eldest uncle. Hurry up and save me. Yankee. Yang Jinjia's words immediately stabilized the military. Everyone smiled as if they were relieved. No need to die. With Yang Qi making a move, we're saved. But after a few moments, their smiles froze on their faces. Yang Qi's figure remained in place and did not come to their rescue. Yang Qi looked at these people whose faces were filled with dismay. A cold smile appeared. Yang Jinjia, between you and me, what kind of uncle-nephew friendship is there? You have the face to recognize me as a nephew, and I dare not recognize you as a great uncle. Yang Jinjia listened with his trademark kind smile on his face. Yankee, what are you talking about? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Yang Qi laughed even more coldly when he heard this. Now, Yang Jinjia really says anything to survive. It's obviously a matter of eating what everyone knows by heart, and it has to be pulled around. Let me be direct. I don't want to save you. You sent assassins to come and kidnap me. This thing happened. I didn't come to your door to find trouble. It's already the biggest favor. After saying that, Yang Qi continued to coldly try to watch. To him, the big deal was that he would wait for the Wolf King boss to kill these people before killing the Wolf King. It had no effect on him. When Yang Qi said this, Yang Jinjia's face was gloomy. He had thought that Yang Qi didn't know about the assassin. Now, it seemed that wanting Yang Qi to make a move to save himself was already impossible. The men around Yang Jinjia heard these words from Yang Qi. They all looked at Yang Jinjia. Yang Jinjia Yang Qi uncle and nephew's conflict is surprisingly so deep. The Yang Jin family had also sent assassins to kill Yang Qi. The news sent them to the bottom of the barrel. No one else would save their enemies. Didn't Yang Qi mean to let them fend for themselves? In the face of death, all things seem very low. Yang Qi, you save us. We're innocent. What Yang Jin's family does has nothing to do with us. Help me. I'll do anything you want. Yang Jinjia was furious when he heard his men bowing down to Yang Qi in order to survive. Raising his foot, he kicked out a man who opened his mouth to speak, and in the blink of an eye, his head was slashed by the Wolf King boss. Yang Jinjia's move immediately caused the people around him to take 2 steps back, fearing that Yang Jinjia would kick himself out. Who dares to ask for help? At worst, we'll die together. There was a madness in Yang Jinjia's eyes. It sent chills down the spine of the crowd. Yang Qi didn't expect that he would still be able to see this scene. It came to a head, and so it was said in a loud voice, "If you kill Yang Jinjia, I can get you out." When Yang Qi said this, a moment of confusion appeared among the dozens of people. Yang Jinjia's face changed drastically when he heard these words. Yankee is trying to screw himself to death. Some sneakily touch their weapons, others back away. I'll see who dares to kill me. I'm level 2 now. I'm not something you normal people can kill. Yang Jinjia bellowed, but it still couldn't stop dozens of people from begging for their lives. Chairman, I'm with you. A young man came out and stood resolutely with Yang Jinjia. Yang Jinjia finally revealed a look of relief when he heard this. He was deeply rooted in the Yang group, so how could there be no one to help him? But the next second, he turned his head in dismay to see the young man stabbing a knife into his chest. Kill him and we'll survive. I don't know who gave a single gulp. All of a sudden these people swarmed up and surrounded Yang Jinjia, and between the fists and feet, there was a miserable scream from Yang Jinjia. It was a long time before Yang Qi spoke. It's okay. I strike. Saying that, the Ayuka sword appeared in his hand. A move of 10,000 swords through the heart was executed. A piece of sword light appeared in midair, and between the flashes of sword light, it makes all men unable to resist. The Wolf King boss's face changed drastically. It was too late to try to retreat. A wisp of sword shadow rushed into his chest, slicing his heart into a piece of rotten meat, as the Wolf King boss fell to the ground. Yang Qi executed another move of 4 directions sword light. In the blink of an eye, several elite monsters were killed. Watching the experience value rise, Yang Qi revealed a smile. He came directly to the Wolf King's corpse and put the equipment that burst out into his storage ring. Yang Qi looked at the crowd. The crowd had the good sense to get out of the way, revealing the dying Yang Jinjia. Yang Jinjia's face was blue and purple at this time, and his body was covered in blood. When Yang Qi took a closer look, he found that there were more than 10 sword wounds on his body. The corners of his mouth twitched as Yankee sighed. That's tough. Say it and do it. Yang Jinjia opened his eyes with difficulty and saw Yang Qi's figure, trying to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood flowed out. After coughing a few more times, Yang Jinjia was able to utter a sentence. Did you kill Yang Li? Yankee nodded. Yang Jinjia then closed his eyes. At this point, the actual controller of the Yang group, Yang Jinjia, who had single-handedly hollowed out Yang Qi's shares in his previous life, died. Chapter 38. I'll show you a big baby. Yang Qi looked at Yang Jinjia's corpse. His mood was calm without a ripple. Taking a look at the equipment of the shoes on Yang Jinjia's feet, Yang Qi directly touched them with his hands. In a flash, the shoes disappeared and were put away in Yang Qi's storage ring. Take the equipment for nothing. After doing this, Yang Qi was ready to leave, but the path was blocked by these dozens of people. Yang Qi frowned. Is this the way to go? These dozens of people, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, couldn't help but be mesmerized when they saw Yang Qi with such divine might. Mr. Yang, can we follow you? Now that the Yang group is leaderless, please ask Mr. Yang to go back and preside over the situation. Yes, Mr. Yang, Yang's group needs you. Yang Qi listened to these words with an odd expression. These people just killed the old boss and now they're asking him to go back and run the show? This group of 2/5 dare to stab Yang Jinjia to death today. Maybe one day was just stabbed him. For such a company, if Yang Qi had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to go. Moreover, Yanqi was not interested in the Yang group. The great powers that could still act as powerful now with their previous strength were doomed to disappear if they didn't follow the pace of the times. How much effort does it take to lead the huge Yang group to stand firm? Without even thinking about it, Yang Qi directly refused. I have no interest in the Yang group. You can split him if you like, Yang Qi said calmly. Yang Qi finished speaking and directly left. Continue to the next location. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun wrapped the entire Dragon City, immersing everything in a sea of gold. Yang Qi killed the last Wolf King boss in Dragon City. On this day, he directly killed 20 bosses. Go straight to level 8. Yankee, rank, 860/2560. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, complete. Skills, clear wind sword technique. For square sword light 10,000 swords through the heart. Talent, Saints underpinnings, package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15. 099. 999. 991. Blood, 90. Mana/inner strength, 40. Power, 9. Speed, 9. Defense, 9. The next upgrade would require over 2,000 experience points. Now, all the level 10 bosses in Dragon City had been cleared. The rest were some scattered level 5 elite monsters, and countless level 1 giant wolves. However, these low-level monsters were spread out too much, so for Yang Qi to kill them one by one, he didn't know how long it would take. Looking at the time, it was now late afternoon. Go back. When Yang Qi returned to his residence, it just so happened that Wu Yingfei had also returned. The 5 people had an extra smell of blood on their bodies, and it looked like they had killed a lot of monsters. Yang Qi's spirit pupil looked at the 5 people, and their information was revealed in his field of vision. Wu Yingfei, rank, 3, race, Hare Krishna, blood, 40, mana/inner strength, 10, power, 4, speed, 4, defense, 4. After a whole day of fighting, Wu Ying soared to level 3. The 4 brothers also managed to get to level 1. Smiles spread across the faces of the 5 men, obviously very pleased with the day's harvest. Mr. Yang. The 4 brothers directly followed Wu Yingfei in addressing Yang Qi as Mr. Yang. Yang Qi didn't care either. Hungry. I'm going to make dinner now. Wu Yingfei wiped a handful of dust from his face and said. The remaining 4 looked at her. Nice guy. Wu Yingfei still manages to cook? Thanks, Sister Fei. I'll help. Wu Yingfei gave them a blank look. I'm cooking for Mr. Yang. The 4 men were speechless. The gaze that looked at Yang Qi was full of envy. Good lord. Wu Yingfei, the personal assistant, manages all aspects of Yang Qi's affairs. Mr. Yang laughed. Whoever knows how to cook, go help, and we'll all eat together. The 4 brothers themselves were from the countryside and could at least cook, not to say how good they were, have said they can help. Wu Yingfei went straight upstairs and changed his clothes after taking a shower before walking into the kitchen. After a long time, a table of sumptuous delicacies was set on the table. Yan Qi also washed up before going to the table to eat. When Yang Qi came to the table, everyone was already sitting in all directions, leaving Yang Qi with the main seat. Mr. Yang, it's time to eat. Sister Fei is so nice. Not only is she good looking, she can also cook a table full of good food. The 4 brothers praised Wu Yingfei. Said Wu Yingfei, blushing slightly. After the meal, the 4 brothers directly took over the job of scrubbing pots and washing dishes. Yan Qi came bored first and took out his cell phone, ready to brush up on the video, only to find out that the phone had no network, not even a signal. The internet is gone so fast. Yang Qi muttered. Wu Yingfei, who was on the side, said, it expired at noon. At this rate, it's probably not going to recover. Yan Qi was slightly stunned at this. Cell phone signals, an important symbol of modern civilization. After the lapse, it means that the world is precisely entering the game era. In the future, all communication will rely on the game panel. Opening the game's chat channel, Yang Qi realized that there were always people bragging and diving in the chat channel. It's as if you don't have to go kill monsters to upgrade. The network is down. All the cell towers have collapsed. Seriously? I'll check it out. I've been using the chat channel for the past few days and haven't even used my cell phone to surf the web in a long time. And really, you can only add friends to chat from now on. Inside the global chat channel, messages refreshed extremely quickly. It didn't take a moment for the messages to be refreshed down the line. This shows how many people have joined the game. Yan Qi looked at it and didn't care. The network fails, and this kind of thing doesn't affect him much. Wu Yingfei sat beside Yang Qi, smelling the warm fragrance. Yang Qi remembered that he still had a large pile of equipment and supplies that he hadn't organized yet. While killing the first few bosses, Yang Qi was still in the mood to organize these equipments. However, the more it came to the back, the more things that popped out. Yang Qi didn't even look at them and directly put them into his storage ring. Right now, there was a jumbled pile of stuff in the storage ring that was being set up in the corner. It was also fortunate that Yang Qi's storage ring was 100 square meters. There's enough room. After thinking about it, Yang Qi still decided to let Wu Yingfei help him organize himself. Wu Yingfei, go to my room and do me a favor. Saying that, Yan Qi directly walked back to his room. Wu Yingfei was left alone frozen in place. By the time she responded, her face was red. She lightly poo-pooed her mouth and walked into Yang Qi's room with a red face as well. Yang Qi's room was very spacious, and in front of the bed was a large open space. When Wu Yingfei came in, his face looked like a boiled crab. Come on, I'll show you heaps of big babies. Chapter 39 Wolf Head Token. Medium Grade Treasure. Yang Qi directly released a large pile of objects from his storage ring into the room. All of a sudden, there was a pile of objects on the floor. There is equipment and masks in this. Lin Lin. Wu Yingfei saw what appeared out of thin air. She admitted that she had thought wrong. When it became clear that the floor was full of equipment, he was dumbfounded. So much gear. Wu Yingfei exclaimed. She hadn't seen much gear so far. The two pieces of equipment in one's hand were both given by Yang Qi. That's already ahead of most people. Everyone else, all presumably, is still using conventional weapons against enemy monsters at this point. I didn't expect Yang Qi to go out for just one day and directly bring back so much equipment. The way Wu Yingfei looked at Yang Qi changed. That's too strong. How many monsters did he kill? Now first help me categorize which are equipment and which are other items. Yang Qi said, directly squatting down. Pick up a mask. This mask is the honor of the wolf clan. Each wolf boss exposes a wolf clan's honor. Every mask is the same. There is no indication of the usefulness. There are no attribute bonuses either. It was really incomprehensible to Yanqi. In his previous life, he hadn't heard of having a thing either. Yanqi picked up all the masks. There were a dozen of them. Yanqi took out the rest of the masks from his storage ring again. All the masks added up to 21. When 21 masks appeared in Yang Qi's hands at the same time, a prompt appeared in Yanqi's line of sight. The wolf clan's honor has been collected. Is it synthesized? Yang Qi couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this tip. And synthesize? Without hesitation. Just click synthesize. A bit of light appeared in his hand, wrapping 21 masks in it. Yang Qi felt a force coalesce in his hand and finally burrowed into the mask. After the light dissipated, the mask in Yang Qi's hand had long disappeared. In its place was a token. The token was grayish-brown in color, cold in the hand, and of unknown material. A wolf's head is engraved on it. The information of the token also appeared in Yang Qi's eyes at the right time. Wolf head token. After using it, you can order all the wolves. Number of times to use it: 3. Ordering all the wolves? After the mask was synthesized, I didn't expect to get such a prop. You can order the wolves. The entire dragon city is now filled with wolves. The top wolf bosses had all been killed by Yang Qi, and the remaining ones were just some level 5 elite monsters. Level 1 giant wolves. After thinking for a moment, Yang Qi's eyes lit up. Ordering the wolves? Wouldn't that make it possible to gather all of the wolf monsters together for one's beheading? Right now, Yang Qi still needed a lot of experience to rise to level 10. Yang Qi had thought of leaving Dragon City and heading to other cities to practice. Now with this wolf head token, it was convenient for him. Directly the entire Dragon City's wolf clan gathered together would probably be able to level up to 10 as well. Thinking of this, Yang Qi's eyes erupted in a burst of refined light. Putting the wolf head token away, Yang Qi looked at the other equipment. These equipment feats, and even spells. Now it has been organized by Wu Yingfei through and through. One by one, they are neatly arranged. Yanqi checked it out and found the most equipment. Yang Qi reached out and picked up a few pieces of equipment. Wolf Soul Set, shoes. Wolf Soul Set, leather armor. Wolf Soul Set, ring. These pieces of equipment didn't reach the rank of lower grade magic treasures. All of them are semi-lower grade magic treasures. But Yang Qi knew that by collecting the object Wolf Soul Set, he would be able to obtain a medium-grade magic treasure, and it was also a mid-grade magic treasure that possessed spells. Now, the other two pieces of the Wolf Soul Set were already on Wu Yingfei. Yang Qi thought for a moment and directly handed these 3 Wolf Soul Sets to Wu Yingfei. He now possessed the 10,000 swords through the heart spell, and these equipments boosted him minimally. Might as well just give it to Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei was full of disbelief. This is for yourself? After seeing the attributes of these pieces of equipment, Wu Yingfei was ecstatic. The Wolf Soul Set. She had already collected it. Synthesize and see, Yang Qi said. Wu Yingfei was thrilled. Soon, the wolf soul suit on Wu Yingfei's body was directly enveloped by a layer of milky white light. After the milky white glow dissipated, Wu Yingfei had an extra jade pendant in his hand. Wu Yingfei was directly stunned after seeing the attributes of the jade pendant. Yang Qi smiled at this scene. A medium-grade magic treasure. He didn't even have one himself yet, but he pieced determined to go the sword route. The medium-grade magic treasures were also of limited help to him. Might as well just go straight to giving Wu Yingfei a boost. Wu Yingfei was stagnant for a while, and unexpectedly sent the jade pendant in his hand to Yang Qi's eyes. Yanqi wondered, what's this for? Who knew that Wu Yingfei was already read through and through at this point? Too expensive. Surprisingly, it was a medium-grade magic treasure. How could Wu Yingfei not expect that after the 5 half-low-grade magic treasures were synthesized, they would directly turn into a middle-grade magic treasure? So far, in the entire Dragon City, no one had ever heard of the existence of a mid-grade magic treasure. Those who possessed lower-grade magic treasures were few and far between. From this, the importance of this medium-grade magic treasure could be seen. The smile on Yang Qi's face grew even wider when he heard the sentences. Receiving the jade pendant, its message appeared under his eyes. Medium-grade magic weapon, Wolf Soul. All attributes plus 10. Incidental spell, Wolf Soul. Wolf Soul, summon a Wolf Soul to fight for 20 minutes. Wolf Soul level is 10. Consume 10 mana. Requirements, 10 mana, plus 10 to all attributes. If one wore this equipment, even a level 0 person instantly went to having level 9 attributes. And there's also a Wolf Soul skill, which is equivalent to 2 level 10s. Yang Qi didn't know the attributes of this medium-grade magic treasure in his previous life. Just know that you can summon a wolf spirit. Now that I look at it, in addition to summon Wolf Soul, the attribute bonuses of this equipment are at the top. It's a magic weapon that can make one fly. No wonder Wu Yingfei didn't dare to take it. However, there is no taking back what has been given away. What? Are you feeling guilty about being on the receiving end? Yang Qi teased. Wu Yingfei is a very sober person. Her relationship with Yang Qi was merely at employment. Even if she personally had other thoughts about Yang Qi, it was limited to her personally. Such a relationship wasn't enough for Yang Qi to give something so valuable. Wu Yingfei nodded. The expression is serious. Yang Qi thought for a moment and laughed. It's the free ones that are the most expensive, and in the future, you'll have a good time. Use it first. This equipment is dispensable to me. Wu Yingfei was slightly skeptical. What do you want from me? Can you tell me first? Yang Qi laughed when he heard this so serious statement. What do you think you have? Take it for now. Wu Yingfei hesitated for a while, but finally accepted the Wolf Soul Jade Pendant. But she looked at Yang Qi. Her eyes has changed. Chapter 40. Plan to lure the wolves to the city. Yang Qi ignored Wu Yingfei's strange looks. There were no children's feelings in his eyes. At least not yet. Right now, Wu Yingfei's strength could be said to be second in the entire country. Other than Yang Qi, Wu Yingfei was the strongest. Right now most people are stuck on how to fight a tier 1 giant wolf. Those who could fight level 5 elite monsters were in the minority. Only those on the rank list, or those with rich backgrounds, have this opportunity. Giving the medium-grade magic treasures to Wu Yingfei, there were still many magic treasures left on the ground. There were a full dozen or so. Some of them are shoes, weapons, leather armor and the like. Yang Qi directly picked a few pieces of equipment that suited him and directly put them on, added a few attributes to him. Unfortunately, they were all lower-grade magic treasures, and there wasn't much of a bonus in attributes. Not as much as Wu Yingfei's one piece of equipment. After Yang Qi finished picking through, the equipment on the ground was directly handed over to Wu Yingfei. Let her watch the distribution. So far, the job of personal assistant was once again taken up by Wu Yingfei. As for how Wu Yingfei distributes it, that's Wu Yingfei's business. Yang Qi has only one requirement: maximization. After the equipment was distributed, all that was left were still books for feats and spells and such. Among them were 7 books of lower grade feats and 5 books of lower grade spells. This was only because these spells were less powerful and were not very useful to Yang Qi. It was also given directly to Wu Yingfei. Looking at the large pile of things in Wu Yingfei's hands, Yang Qi tapped his head. Directly at the mall, he purchased a 10-square storage ring. It directly cost Yang Qi 100 immortal crystals. But Yang Qi didn't feel heartbroken. Wu Yingfei would need to manage more supplies in the future. A storage ring was necessary. Wu Yingfei was filled with joy after getting the storage ring. After a while, when there were more immortal crystals after level 10, Yang Qi planned to sell the supplies and equipment of these. A good replenishment of the immortal crystals that had been spent. Finally, Yang Qi took out the wolf head token. This token was the key to his promotion to level 10. Assistant Wu. Tomorrow, prepare for battle. Tell that to the 4 brothers. 2. Wu Yingfei was full of doubts. Now that Yang Qi's level was already very high. On the rank list, Yang Qi's rank had long surpassed the second place by too much. Wu Yingfei has now entered the 4th rank. The disparity in strength between the two and to act together? Yang Qi, actually you don't have to do this. We can practice on our own. You're high level. Moving together will only slow you down. Wu Yingfei stammered as he spoke. It took Yang Qi a while to react to the fact that Wu Yingfei had called him by his first name. But he didn't care. Tomorrow, I will lure all the giant wolves of the city together. With that, Yang Qi handed the wolf head token to Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei took a look and immediately understood what Yang Qi meant. Okay. Wu Ying flew out. In the living room, Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers had already finished cleaning up the kitchen. Wu Yingfei announced tomorrow's mission between them. Tomorrow, need to cooperate with Mr. Yang to act together. The details, I explain now. Yan Qi listened on the sidelines and nodded his head. Wu Yingfei was worthy of being Wu Yingfei, and within just a few minutes, he had already formulated a perfect plan. You can maximize the functionality of the wolf head token. Yang Qi thought to himself that he couldn't come up with such a well thought out plan. After Wu Yingfei finished his explanation, the 4 brothers were still frozen in place. Lure the monster throughout. What a big deal. Hearing the whole plan, the 4 brothers nodded their heads in shock, and patted themselves on the back that there would be no problems. After arranging everything, Wu Yingfei took out 4 more feats in his storage ring, as well as 4 spell skill books, 1 piece of equipment per person. Looking at the 4 men, they were dumbfounded. These are rare goods. How it's like no money here. Joyfully receiving the supplies, the 4 brothers were beyond grateful. This is following a good big brother. All this stuff and leave his 4 brothers alone to fight the monsters. I don't know how long it will take to get it. After getting these supplies, it had already boosted the 4 brothers' strength by a large margin, though they have yet to make it to the rankings. However, their strength was no match for even the top few in the rankings. After arranging everything, Yanqi quickly returned to his room to sleep. The next day, Yangqi took out the wolf head token directly in the villa area. Click directly to use it. Yangqi's mind moved and a command was sent out. The number of uses on the wolf's head token had also changed from 3 to 2. However, Yanqi felt that there was no chance to use the last 2 times anymore. The reason for this location. It was because Yangqi realized that the rest of the people in this villa area had already moved away except for a few of them. Wu Yingfei led a few people, situated in all directions, waiting in a strict line. As the order was issued, the entire wolf clan in Dragon City received a wolf supreme order. All the giant wolves raised their voices to the sky, and the entire Dragon City resounded with the roars of the giant wolves. Countless people were shocked by this scene. The giant wolf monsters left their locations in droves and came in the direction of the south of the city. In the center of Dragon City, a woman looked at the giant wolf in front of her. Desperate, she just went out for a trip and didn't expect to encounter a giant wolf. Beneath the huge body of the giant wolf, she felt the scent of death. She hadn't upgraded yet. A level 0, and against a giant wolf, she would die 10 deaths. Just as the giant wolf's fangs were about to snap into her skull, the giant wolf in front of him suddenly stopped moving. Then he raised his head to the sky, and the giant wolves in the entire Dragon City whistled long and loud. Afterwards, the giant wolf unexpectedly directly abandoned the food in front of it and galloped off into the distance. The giant wolf's abnormality was quickly noticed. Facing the roar of thousands of giant wolves, everyone had no desire to resist and hurriedly hid in a safe place, fearful that they will suffer an unmitigated disaster. On the chat channel, the people of Dragon City had a heated talk about this giant wolf anomaly. What's going on here? All the giant wolves in the entire Dragon City inexplicably looked up to the sky and ran away. I was just almost swallowed by a giant wolf, and that giant wolf suddenly stopped attacking and immediately galloped away after raising its voice to the sky. That's what happened to me. The giant wolves all seem to be going in one direction. Front row, where did the giant wolf go? I'm on a high rise right now, watching the movements of the giant wolves through binoculars. They seem to have gone in the direction of the south of King City. South of the city? Everyone was puzzled. What the hell is wrong with these giant wolves? South of the city? Isn't the number 1 expert Yang Qi in the south of the city? Upstairs, and thinking about the first master, the giant wolves in the whole city are going. The number is estimated to be in the tens of thousands. What first masters? The gods have to die if they come. Yang Qi isn't stupid. Seeing a giant wolf, wouldn't he run? Just then, the person who had just spoken that he was observing the movements of the giant wolf spoke again. The giant wolves are all headed for the villa district in the south of the city. If I remember correctly, that's where Yankee lives. Right. Chapter 41, Yankee is going without? What the hell is he up to? Yang Qi's address had been blown out during the last crusade of the Dragon City people against Yang Qi. There was only one villa area in the south of the city, and Yang Qi lived in it. But now, the entirety of the giant wolves were heading towards the villa area in the south of the city. Everyone guessed. Yang Qi was bound to die this time. Even if his current level had exceeded everyone's, it wouldn't change the fact that he was about to be drowned by the giant wolves. So what if you have a high rank? You're always human. In the face of absolute numbers, a higher rank was useless. The rankings are going to change. The first place Yankee is going to be subbed by the second place finisher. It's not just the first place. Don't forget that the third place winner, Wu Yingfei, is also Yang Qi's man, and I heard that he's living with Yang Qi now. Asterisk. Yang Qi, this kid is not blessed with good fortune. Wu Yingfei is a rare and absolute beauty. What's the use of a stunning beauty? It's still death? If you die under the peony flower, you can still be a ghost. Upstairs, you have a chance right now. You can choose to save them. Within the Dragon City channel, everyone was talking about this matter. Soon enough, this time the storm spilled over into the global chat channel. The first reaction when people across the country saw this message, both were amazed beyond belief. What? A monster riot in Dragon City? Now all the monsters have gone to the south of Dragon City? Asterisk. Yang Qi, the number 1 in the ranking list, is in the south of the city? Wouldn't that be? There's no need to think. This time, there's going to be another change in the rankings. These past few days, Yang Qi doesn't know what kind of medicine he's taken. His level has been soaring, and he's already pulled away from everyone by a large margin. What's the point of having a higher rank? You're still going to die? Sit back and wait for the brothers from Dragon City to broadcast live. There's a brother in Dragon City who's watching the situation over here with binoculars right now. Seems to be called something like Charlie's Mark. Charlie Mark's ID soon appeared within the global chat channel. Charlie Mark, to my brothers, I'm here on top of a tall building in Dragon City, bringing you a live frontline broadcast. Because it's collapsing right now, we can only give it to you live in text. Now, the giant wolves of the entire Dragon City are running, so loud that the ground shakes and dust rolls. I can clearly feel the vibrations even from high above the building. Eater, Cowboys. 666. Charlie remembered Good Bull, Longcheng City South Villa area. Yang Qi was standing on a large flat area. This one flat area is the entrance to this villa area. As a luxury villa area, the entrance to the city South Villa area is extremely grand. In the inch of land in the city of Dragon, directly use a piece of land 2 basketball courts large as the entrance plaza. When Yang Qi was choosing the location, the first thing that came to his mind was here. Yang Qi stood quietly in the center of the square. Around the square were the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. The 4 brothers were also heavily armed at this point, each with a large truck parked behind them. These are 4 large trucks, ready to be used for hauling bodies. In order to drive the big truck, the 4 brothers woke up early to practice and were finally able to drive smoothly. Behind Yang Qi, Wu Yingfei was sitting on a large sofa. The storage ring on his hand emitted a brilliant light. Her job today was to gather her gear, as well as respond to emergencies. A confident smile appeared on Yang Qi's face as he felt the sonorous commotion. In order to clear out all the monsters in Dragon City, he had already bought many elixirs to restore his mana value within his storage ring. As long as his mana value didn't dry up, neither a level 1 giant wolf nor a level 10 boss could withstand a single move from him. In the chat channel, Charlie's Mark let out a gasp. I've seen Yang Qi. He's now in the big square at the entrance of the villa area in the south of the city. What's he up to? Is he trying to fend off the entire city's monsters alone? Oh no, he's not alone. Around him, there are 4 big trucks, and 4 people. I recognize them. They are the 4 young men who just followed Yang Qi a few days ago. Behind Yang Qi is Wu Yingfei, who is 3rd in the ranking list. What the hell are they doing? A picture presented itself in everyone's mind as the words of Charlie's note were expressed. What does Big Brother Charlie do? That's a descriptive, graphic description. That's awesome. Divine live explanation. While everyone was shocked by Charlie's Mark's colorful explanation, they were also puzzled by what Yang Qi and the others were doing. What is Yankee trying to do? This time Yang Qi really can't escape. If he hid, he might still be able to survive. Now it seems that it's already certain death. I don't suppose he didn't get the message. Did he? How could he not have received the news? How could he not know what the whole country knows? I guess it's just a brain fart and I think I can do it. What? He still wants to take on the entire Dragon City's monsters alone? Are you kidding me? At this point Charlie Mark spoke again. Brothers, the nearest giant wolf to Yang Qi is now only about 1,000 meters away. This wave of giant wolves has about 1,000 of them, and the giant wolves are moving very fast. Yang Qi and the others are still in place. On a high building in Dragon City, a young man wearing glasses was rapidly typing text into the chat interface. With every paragraph he typed, he picked up the binoculars on the side and aimed them in the direction of the villa area in the south of the city. When he saw that Yang Qi was still in the same place, he revealed a hint of doubt. Logically, Yang Qi, as the number 1 in the ranking list, shouldn't be so reckless. But now, how can it be so? Could it be that he manipulated all of this? A guess popped up in Charlie's notes, but then, the speculation was more or less nonsensical. He didn't think that Yang Qi had the ability to manipulate monsters all over the city. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Charlie Mark picked up the binoculars again and was typing frantically into the chat screen. Ryoga shook it off and frowned. This damn game interface, when will it be live? It's just too tiring to type like this. In the southern villa area of the city, Yang Qi had already held the Qinggang sword in his hands a long time ago. He was now responding to the enemy alone with the remaining 2 spells, except for 1 group attack spell, the 4-direction sword light. Now, though, he wasn't the least bit vain. Even if he didn't cast a spell, he would be able to kill a level 1 giant wolf in seconds with a casual strike. A level 5 elite monster was just a matter of a few swords. The only problem is stamina. For this reason, Yang Qi also bought many stamina replenishing elixirs at the mall. The selling price was extremely cheap, and Yanqis directly purchased a whole bunch of them. As the movement of the giant wolf galloping in the distance grew louder and louder, Yang Qi put down the distractions in his mind. Eyes forward, his face was filled with wariness. This wave, he must rise to level 10. Jesus can't even be stopped when he comes, he said. Chapter 42, What? Yang Qi singles out thousands of giant wolves? Yankee was standing by at the entrance to the villa area. as the sound of the giant wolf galloping came closer and closer. Yang Qi also saw the first wave of giant wolves. In the distance, thousands of giant wolves were running quickly, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sound was extremely loud. Lu Qingxiao's four brothers' faces changed drastically when they saw such a number of giant wolves. They didn't doubt Yang Qi's strength, but there were just too many of these giant wolves. Is Yang Qi really hard to handle? Thinking of this, the four brothers looked at each other and could all see a touch of shock in each other's eyes. Thousands of giant wolves then arrived in front of Yang Qi. The large square was directly occupied by half of the giant wolves. Yang Qi didn't issue a second order with the wolf head token. The only order issued was for all the wolves in the city to come here. As for asking all the wolves to stand still, Yang Qi didn't feel any need to do so. The sword light of the Qinggang sword in Yang Qi's hand flashed, and his figure directly disappeared in place. The Qingfeng sword technique was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Qi arrived in front of the giant wolf. All the giant wolves had a red glow in their eyes. Yang Qi had just gotten close when he smelled a fishy odor belonging to a giant wolf. Without any pause, the Ayuka sword in his hand swung out. A giant wolf fell straight to the ground. Yang Qi also received experience value in this instant. Killed a level 1 giant wolf. Gained experience value 1. Yang Qi frowned when he saw this experience value. It took a giant wolf to give him a little experience value. As he leveled up, the experience value of a level 1 giant wolf became less and less. This little bit of experience value was still based on the fact that Yang Qi possessed the underlying talent of a saint. If other people were at the same level as Yang Qi, they wouldn't even get a bit of experience value from killing a giant wolf. Less is more, Yang Qi whispered. The Ayuka sword in his hand swung out again. When these giant wolves saw a companion fall to the ground, they rushed towards Yang Qi. Yang Qi thought that he had a clear rank advantage, but he didn't want to be surrounded by giant wolves. The Qingfeng sword technique was unleashed once again, and his body was like a ghost, directly disappearing in place. In the next second, another giant wolf fell to the ground and died. Yang Qi decimated recklessly in the middle of the field, attracting the attention of all the giant wolves. At the back, Wu Yingfei held the wolf head token in his hand, ready to order the giant wolf to retreat at any time. Only when she saw Yang Qi in the field, swimming with ease, did she put the wolf head token in her hand aside. In the distance, the binoculars in Charlie Mark's hand were aimed at the side of the villa area in the south of the city. Fingers flew as he typed in the chat channel. The first wave of giant wolves have already made contact with Yang Qi. This wave of giant wolves numbered about 1,000, and Yang Qi rushed in amongst the wolves with his long sword in hand. The long sword in his hand should be an equipment. The giant wolves are simply no match for Yang Qi's pair, and now there are constantly giant wolves falling to the ground. Yang Qi is slaughtering the giant wolves. A paragraph of text appeared within the global chat channel of the "Look at the many people who are eating it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not bad for the first place in the rank list. Just how strong is Yang Qi? One giant wolf can crush me. Oh my god. Thousands of giant wolves. If I were to encounter thousands of giant wolves, I probably wouldn't even be able to find the dregs of my bones." While everyone cited Yang Qi's powerful strength, some people also expressed their doubts about Yang Qi's strength. Now is just the beginning. I don't believe that Yang Qi's stamina is unlimited, and when he runs out of stamina, the rest of the giant wolves can tear him apart. It's just a matter of showing the courage of a man. +1. I also think Yang Qi has to be cold. Cool what? Aren't there others? Come on. If Yang Qi can't even do it, Wu Yingfei and those 4 guys going up there are just giving them away. Wu Yingfei watched the field as giant wolves continued to fall to the ground. Then he put his head down and opened the global chat channel. Seeing the crowd discussing Yang Qi in such a manner, she couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Yang Qi's strength was beyond their comprehension? I can't believe there's a live feed? Yang Wu Yingfei couldn't help but frown when he saw the name Charlie remembered. Looked to the tall buildings in the distance. Yankee didn't say that she couldn't let anyone else know about this, or she would go and out Charlie Marks right now. Soon, the last giant wolf fell to the ground. Yang Qi's face turned pale as he took back the King sword into his storage ring. The next wave of giant wolves will be here soon. These giant wolves, coming from all over Dragon City, could not all come together at once. After swallowing the stamina replenishing elixir that he took out in his storage ring, only then did Yang Qi's pale face ease. Seeing this, Wu Yingfei waved his hand towards the 4 brothers who were in the surrounding area. The 4 brothers agreed and got into the cab of the truck as the engine roared to life. 4 black smoking trucks entered the field. After parking the car, the 4 brothers got out in a hurry. At this moment, the bodies of the giant waves in the field had been piled up into a small mountain. The smell of blood was very strong. The corpse of a giant wolf was strewn about. The 4 brothers went straight to work, carrying all the carcasses of one more giant wolf onto the truck. The 4 had also upgraded, and their physical strength was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. The giant wolf's massive carcass was not considered heavy in their hands, as a body is loaded onto a truck. All that was left in the field was a large pool of blood. As the truck belched out rolling black smoke, it headed off into the distance. It was only at this point that Yankee could slow down a bit. At this time, his experience value had come to 1300. With thousands more giant wolves, he would be able to rise to level 9, on a high building in the distance. Charlie Mark was dumbfounded when he saw in his binoculars that Yang Chi had actually cleared thousands of giant wolves by himself. The chat channel was already being hyped. Where's Charlie Marks? The boy couldn't have been eaten by a giant wolf. I thought it was going to be live? Where are the people? For a good while, Charlie squeezed out a statement within the chat channel. Guys, I'm here. I have shocking news for you all. One can guess what the news is. Shocking news? People in the chat channel have voiced their guesses. It can't be that Yanchi was eaten by a giant wolf, right? +1. That's the only way it could be. The fall of the top of the rankings? It's all been said that Yang Chi doesn't know his own strength. Now everyone believes it. Charlie Marker watched the chat channel speak and burst out laughing. No. Yang Chi has now killed all the thousands of giant wolves. Now, the giant wolf's body has been pulled away by 4 large trucks, and it looks like it's headed to the nearest dump. The news that Charlie remembered was unbelievable to a lot of people. What? Yang Chi singled out thousands of giant wolves? And killed them all? Charlie Marks, are you kidding me? You were sent by Yankee to build him up, weren't you? I guess it wasn't Yang Chi who killed him. Wooing Fei's strength isn't bad either, so the two should have killed him together. Charlie Marks, you're making a big joke out of this. Numerous melon eaters have suspected that Charlie's Mark was sent by Yan Chi to create a momentum. Just as the debate raged in the chat channel, a voice appeared and shut everyone up. Chapter 43, Level 9. Yang Chi has actually killed several thousand giant wolves. I can testify to the truth of Charlie's words, because I'm also in the neighborhood with binoculars in the dark. An unfamiliar ID appeared, and 2 sentences made the eating public believe most of it. One man killed thousands of giant wolves? What kind of concept is that? All they knew was that most people couldn't save their lives against a giant wolf right now, just when everyone was so shocked that they forgot to discuss it. Once again, the chat channel was abuzz with a comment from Charlie's Mark. Brothers, what I say is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other people in Dragon City. I'm sure I'm not the only one secretly watching in the neighborhood. Also, what I want to tell you is that Yang Chi killing all the thousands of giant wolves is not the shocking news I'm going to say. I have a guess. These giant wolves might have been deliberately attracted by Yang Chi. This statement was met with a rebuttal. Are you kidding me? Luring the entire Dragon Cities or giant wolf monsters to one place? Is he Yang Chi a god? Wild speculation. Not at all convincing. Charlie's Marker looked at the rebuttals in the chat channel and wasn't surprised. Instead, it's a fine-tuned analysis. A riot of giant wolves in Dragon City. It's a thing that happened out of nowhere. I also happen to be in this area south of the city to have the opportunity to give you a live text feed. But the villa area in the south of the city, Yankee has long been prepared. He's been waiting at the entrance of the villa area in the south of the city for a long time, and he's prepared 4 trucks to pull the giant wolf carcass. If these are all coincidences, then there is another phenomenon that suggests that Yang Chi is really the originator of the giant wolf riot. I believe that the brothers in Dragon City have already realized that no matter which direction the giant wolves are heading, the destination of their run is the southern villa district of the city. There's no such thing as coincidence in the world. That's why I concluded that Yang Chi is luring the giant wolf monster from Dragon City. This world is not like it used to be. Certain props that can really do it all. A large section of text was sent out from Charlie's Mark, directly silencing everyone in the chat channel dry. They all have brains. How can you not tell if it's real or not? Ryoko, one of the men wondered. What the hell is Yankee doing all this for? Kill all the giant wolves in the entire Dragon City? Or is he practicing? But he's all of 9 levels now. Charlie Note's analysis of the matter was straightforward. Is that a big R of vigor? How dare you want to single-handedly take on the entire Dragon City's giant wolves? Not even waiting for an in-depth discussion, Charlie Mark spoke again. Brothers, another wave of giant wolves is coming. There are more than last time. About 2 or 3,000 heads. Let's all guess. Can Yang Chi kill all of them? Charlie's Marker's statement drew the audience's curiosity again. 2 or 3,000? Yang Chi really doesn't know himself. 1,000 giant wolves to kill all the got, but the entire Dragon City's giant wolves, no more than 10,000 have 8,000. How can he kill? Doomed to die. The people who waited were very unimpressed with Yankee. In the middle of the field, Yang Chi's listened to all the movements in the distance, took out the Green Gang sword in his storage ring, listening to the movement in the distance. It seemed to be more than the last wave, but he's finished recovering now. Physical strength, mana, all at their peak. Even if he couldn't beat them, there was still Wooing Fei to save the day. At the back, Wooing Fei's figure moved and jumped onto the high wall, looking into the distance. General Manager Yang, this wave of giant wolves has nearly 3,000. Among them there are also monsters with wolf heads and bodies, and the distance is still more than 500 meters or so. Yang Qi nodded slightly, indicating that he had received it. The elixir to replenish the mana value was ready at all times. As the giant wolves or growls came closer and closer, Yang Qi also saw this huge wave. Yang Qi repeated his old technique and started with the Qingfeng sword technique. The figure disappeared in place, straight into the wolves. For a while, the giant wolves kept falling to the ground. On the high wall are Wu Fei. The wolf head token in his hand appeared again. Be ready to issue orders at a moment's notice. In the distance, Charlie marks in and constantly posting what he sees on the chat channel. The entire kingdom was watching the battle. Whether it was Yang Qi's skill or the wolf clan's giant wolves were more numerous, Yang Qi kept running through the giant wolves, and he didn't know how many times he had swung out the Qinggang sword in his hand. The corpses of the giant wolves continued to fall behind him. The value of God's experience is also rising. Killed the level 5 elite monster wolf demon leader. Gained experience value 3. With the experience value punching through the mark, Yankee upgraded. Right now, Yang Qi's rank was level 9. Within the chat channel, someone immediately noticed the scene. Everyone, look, Yang Qi is now at level 9. So fast. The second place is only level 4 now. Asterisk. Yanqi is really practicing. According to this, is it to empty Dragon City of all monsters? I'm only level 1 now, and he's already level 9. The difference is too big. It's outrageous. What kind of props did Yang Qi use to make the monsters in Dragon City riot? Every single person in the chat channel had a different focus. Some people marveled at Yankee's boldness. Some people wondered what kind of props Yankee had used. Some even envied the people of Dragon City. Yang Qi cleared all the monsters and kept most people safe from the monsters. In the city, the last giant wolf fell. Yankee just got a chance to slow down a bit. Open personal properties. Yankee, rank, 9, 890/5012. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, complete. Skills, Clear Wind Sword Technique. For Square Sword Light 10,000 swords through the heart. Talent, Saint's Underpinnings. Parcel Space, 100. Immortal Crystal, 15. 099. 999. 000. Blood, 100. Mana/inner strength, 0. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Defense, 10. More than 4,000 experience points were still needed to ascend to level 10. In the distance, the next wave of giant wolves was galloping in again. Yang Qi had to close his personal attribute panel, grab the recovery. In the middle of the field, 4 large trucks were methodically pulling away the carcasses of the giant wolves. In less than a moment, 2,000 to 3,000 corpses had been emptied. A pill entered his throat and then melted away in Yang Qi's mouth. A hot current traveled through Yang Qi's limbs and bones. On the attribute panel, the mana value was rising. In less than a moment, Yang Qi's mana value had recovered to its peak. It's near the villa area in the south of the city. The people who were secretly observing watched as Yang Qi killed several thousand giant wolves all by himself. All of them revealed shocked expressions. Yang Qi's rank advantage had been unrivaled so far. The second place is just 4 levels. It was also bitten by third place finisher Wu Fei, who could lose his second place throne at any time. The rise of Yang Qi had become inevitable. The great powers of Dragon City and even the whole country had to recognize this. Chapter 44, Level 10. The terrifying Wu Fei. This is the last wave of monsters. There are about 6,000 giant wolves, and there are many wolf-headed monsters among them. Wu Fei held the wolf head token with a worried look in his eyes. More than 6,000 giant wolves, which was already half of the giant wolves in Dragon City. The entire Dragon City's giant wolves were just over 10,000. Just enough for 2 people to go up to level 10. Many of these giant wolves were killed by others. In the entire Dragon City, the only remaining giant wolves were only 6 or 7,000. Yanqi was present when he heard the news. A big smile appeared. 6 or 7,000 giant wolves were already enough for him to rise to level 10. All he needed to rise to level 10 now was just over 4,000 experience points. As for the remaining giant wolves, that would be left to Wu Fei and the others. Wu Fei's strength was not much worse than Yang Qi's, especially when facing the huge number of giant wolves. Wu Fei's advantage was even more obvious. The Qinggang sword that Yang Qi was carrying looked at the giant wolf pack that was rushing towards him, directly carrying a long sword. He rushed into it, fighting among wolves. Chat channel. Charlie's note will be live now. Everyone is just not believing the words of Charlie Marks. What kind of person kills thousands of giant wolves all by himself? You're kidding. Of course, there are those who take Charlie's word for it. More people in the vicinity of the villa area south of the city. They also witnessed the scene. The facts are in front of them, and it's not up to them not to believe them. After ascending to the 9th level, Yang Qi's attack power and other basic attributes directly went up a level. It was much easier to kill the giant wolves. It's as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. The giant wolves in the field were getting fewer and fewer, and Yang Qi's experience value was rising. Finally, when Yang Qi killed most of the giant wolves, his level finally increased. Yankee, rank, 10, 1/10024. Race, Hare Krishna. Technique, Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, complete. Skills, Clear Wind Sword Technique. For Square Sword Light 10,000 Swords Through the Heart. Talent, Saints Underpinnings. Parcel Space, 100. Immortal Crystal, 15. 099. 999. 000. Blood, 110. Mana/Inner Strength, 12. Power, 11. Speed, 11. Defense, 11. After upgrading, Yang Qi glanced at the experience value and realized that the experience value needed to upgrade had doubled again. Casually impaled a giant wolf. Killed a level 1 giant wolf. Gains 0 experience. Sure enough, 0. Yanqi wasn't surprised. After level 10, it was no longer possible to gain experience value from decapitating a level 1 giant wolf. The Clear Wind Sword technique was executed and Yang Qi's figure directly disappeared into the wolves. In the next second, it appeared beside Wu Yingfei. The giant wolf lost its target of attack, and suddenly looked up to the sky. At Yang Qi's gesture, Wu Yingfei stepped forward. In the distance, Charlie saw the situation from a high building. Yankee retreated. Yang Qi is now retreating back, and there are roughly 3,000 giant wolves left in the field. At once, sarcasm was present in the chat channel. I told you, how could Yang Qi kill all the monsters in the entire Dragon City by himself? Now back off. It just doesn't work at first sight. One person killing monsters in the entire Dragon City is simply nonsense. The next second, someone noticed the end. What's all this nonsense? Now Yang Qi is level 10. The crowd clicked on the level leaderboard to take a look, only to realize that Yang Qi's level was already 10. The second place is just a 4. Yang Qi made the whole city of giant wolves riot just to upgrade. This is outrageous. The first 10th level has appeared. Soon the scene was live again on Charlie's journal. Wu Yingfei has struck. After Yang Qi retreated, Wu Yingfei began to strike. There are 4 others who have struck out as well. Yankee stood directly in the rear. This statement led to another round of discussion. Wu Yingfei? The one ranked 3rd? Isn't she only ranked 3rd? How dare she take on thousands of giant wolves? She's got the guts of a bear. And the other 4? I remember they weren't even level 1. Followed Yankee just a few days ago. Yang Qi is stupid. Letting his own people die? It can't be that he can't hold it himself and has his men hold it. In the middle of the field, Wu Yingfei directly used the wolf soul skill. A black wolf shadow coalesced in front of Wu Yingfei's body. Finally walking, a pure black giant wolf appeared in front of Wu Yingfei. As for Wu Yingfei, there was another weapon in his hand. Lu Qingqiao. The 4 of them also took out their own weapons. There are knives and sticks of all kinds. With Wu Yingfei letting out a delicate cry, the black giant wolves rushed into the wolves and immediately dispersed them. With a casual slap of the black wolf soul, a giant wolf fell to the ground and died. The Charlie class, who was far away, gulped when saw this scene. This Wu Yingfei, why did he feel even more terrifying than Yang Qi? Isn't she only in the 3rd grade? With that, Charlie Mark typed frantically within the chat channel. Big thing, big thing. Wu Yingfei and the 4 of them have taken out their weapons, and by the looks of it, they are all equipped. 1 piece of equipment for each person. Yang Qi is too rich. Wu Yingfei summoned a huge black wolf and charged straight into the pack, directly dispersing it. Brothers, Wu Yingfei is too strong. I feel stronger than Yang Qi. Charlie Marker's words directly froze the crowd in their tracks. 1 piece of equipment per hand? Summoning a giant wolf out? Stronger than Yankee? This news is even more powerful than Yang Qi killing thousands of giant wolves. It was at this point that the crowd reacted. The gap between them and Yang Qi was just too great. In fact, the 4 Lu Qingqiao brothers could have more than just 1 piece of equipment in hand. Instead, it's a hand-me-down kit. If they knew about it, wouldn't they die of a jealousy explosion? In the field, it didn't take long for the black wolf souls summoned by Wu Yingfei to kill most of the giant wolves, and flush out the giant wolves. The 4 of them, Lu Qingqiao, had a clear division of labor and entered the field directly, separating the scattered giant wolves and taking on their respective enemies. Yang Qi watched from the back with a satisfied smile. After this wave, the levels of several of them would skyrocket. Thinking about it, Yang Qi directly opened the ranking list. Except for his own name high up in first place, second place has become Wu Yingfei. Level V, with a medium-grade magic treasure to add support and the help of a wolf soul equivalent to level 10. Wu Yingfei's speed of brushing experience was much faster than Yang Qi's, but in a moment's time, it crossed 2 levels in a row. After Wu Yingfei finished most of the giant wolves, the remaining ones in the field were scattered giant wolves. It's all been divided up among the 4 Lu Qingqiao now. Lu Qingqiao and the 4 of them weren't willing to lag behind, even though their level wasn't high, only level 1. but with all the equipment added, it was also very easy to kill the giant wolf. After a long time, the giant wolves in the field fell to the ground through and through. A field of wolf carcasses remains. Everyone's face was tickled with a happy smile. Yang Qi looked at the rankings. All 4 have stormed into the top 10. It's already up to level 3. Chapter 45, The Second Coming of the Game. Yang Qi had rushed up to level 10 in one day, causing everyone to feel the pressure. This kind of thing is not about the desire to win or lose. Now the higher the level, the safer you are in this world. The whole country was in a practicing frenzy. While the people of the other cities were discussing how to round up the giant wolves, the Dragon City people fell into silence. For want of, there are no more giant wolves in Dragon City. Originally, at night, the entire Dragon City would resound with the roar of giant wolves. But now, it's a quiet night in Dragon City. If it weren't for the crumbling buildings, one would think it never happened. It can be a case of some people being happy and some people being sad. Those who feel joyful are generally the weak ones, whose lives have been torn apart by the appearance of the giant wolf, and worry about going out and being attacked by a giant wolf. Now that the entire Dragon City was free of giant wolves, it was actually a good thing for them. The people who are worried are naturally those who have joined this game. After they all game down, they quickly grasp the laws of survival after a dramatic change in the world. I believe that if you follow this game, you will get the life you want. Without the giant wolf, it was like cutting off their upgrade route. I don't know how many people were also cursing Yang Qi in the chat channel for not doing his job. People are so strange. Even if they are two identical people with different positions, it is impossible for them to say the same thing and do the same thing. That's human nature. Everyone is doing something for their own benefit. Yankee is clearly such a person. Because he wants to upgrade, he lures all the giant wolves in Dragon City into one piece, then just kills them. As for the others, it was simply not in his consideration. After Yang Qi finished cleaning up the corpses of the giant wolves in the southern villa area of the city, he dragged his tired body and returned directly to his residence. The 6 people, with the exception of Wu Yingfei, were all exhausted to the point of being dogs. Wu Yingfei's terrifying attribute bonus and a wolf spirit summoner made it very easy for her to clear the monsters. Naturally, Wu Yingfei took over the cooking duties. Yang Qi took a stool for himself and went to the balcony, lit a cigarette and looked at the calm night sky. Now he's at level 10. The game will be coming back again in a short time. As someone who came back from a rebirth, he knew exactly when the entire game descended. The second coming of the game will take the world directly down an unknown path. The first descent was just more NPCs and more monsters. The nature of this world has not changed. The people are still the same. The powerful ones can still have an absolute advantage. But the second time, it had been slightly different. The second coming will be a whole coming. In the near future, there will be some strange landmarks in this world. A huge stone monument, a large tree, or a mysterious sculpture. These landmarks are the landmarks into another space. Within each space, a group of people live. Those are the legendary clans. Except for the NPCs that first descended on the world. In the future, no more NPCs will descend directly into the world. Instead, they descend into a fixed space. However, they are also free to move in and out of space. It also includes some strange races that also appear as space. As they explore the world's existence, they will slowly enter it. Enjoy what the world has to offer. It is as if these spaces are pendants attached to this world. For the monsters, the only thing that makes this world tick is the sheer number of humans. In time, all of humanity will be affected by these appearances. Either they were taken in by force and studied, or used as blood food. The world is only getting more dangerous. Yang Qi's eyes moved slightly as he thought of this. He's at level 10 now. In the whole of China, it's number 1. Only he knew that level 10 was merely the starting point. In front of a powerful monster, level 10 was no different from an ant. It's time to keep upgrading, Yankee muttered. After level 10, upgrading was no longer just killing monsters and upgrading. Rather, there are other conditions. In his previous life, the most powerful aborigines had been close to immortals. It's the immortals from mythology. If you want to cultivate to the immortal realm, killing monsters is no longer enough. Rather, they want the appropriate resources for cultivation. That's right. The first wave of monsters that descended was like the beginner monsters in the novice village. Out of the novice village. Next, the real world. Yang Qi vaguely remembered that if he wanted to upgrade after level 10, he already needed to receive an inheritance. Only after joining the clan and obtaining the inheritance could you continue to upgrade. Thinking of this, Yan Qi sighed. Above the night, the stars were shining. The next thing to do can no longer be done alone. Just as Yankee was thinking, Yang Qi saw that above the night curtain, the starry sky of the party was already gone. In its place was pitch black. Even the moon has no shadow. When Yang Qi saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare. So fast. It's a sign of the second coming of the game. The darkness of the night didn't last long. dense points of light suddenly appeared in the night sky. Like stars, the difference is that these points of light are constantly enlarging. It's like a million meteorites are about to land on this planet. The point of light grew larger and larger, emitting a dazzling light. Finally, the entire night sky was transformed into a glowing curtain. Countless people woke up from their sleep and were stunned when they saw this scene. The chat channel was already a mess. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this? Wasn't it just dark? Dawn so soon? The sky is bright, JB. Even if it is bright, it doesn't glow like this. There shouldn't be another monster descending. All were terrified at the unfamiliar sight. Because it's unknown. It's the unknown that's scary. They don't know what comes next. It's like a natural disaster. Ordinary people can't do anything about it. Yang Qi looked at the point of light that had turned into a ball of light. The expression was calm. These are visions of the second advent. It will not cause any harm to the person. The ball of light above the dome suddenly shot down, scattering between heaven and earth. The source of light that had seemed like daylight disappeared. The whole night returned to its normal appearance. It was still starry and a curved moon hung high in the sky. Yang Qi looked within the chat channel, and those people joyfully thought that it was just a vision and wouldn't have any side effects. Yanqi shook his head. When tomorrow is over, there will be many spaces in this world. Someone walks, steps on a piece of dog while walking, and then enters a strange space. There will also be people who see unfamiliar monoliths suddenly appear in familiar places, go up and touch them, and the person disappears. There will also be more strangely costumed humanoid creatures doing odd things. Chapter 46, Goodbye to Supreme Lord Lao. Only after everything was back to normal did Wu Yingfei come out of the kitchen. What just happened here? It's light out this morning. Yang Qi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. So did the four Lu Qingxiao brothers. Confused, he shook his head. Wu Yingfei did not come up with an answer, and with doubts, he brought up a table of food. After Yang Qi ate his fill, he directly entered the room to rest. The next day, at the dawn of the day, Yang Qi woke up. After washing up, he met Wu Yingfei in the living room. The two had a simple breakfast. A day's work lies in the morning. Yang Qi woke up so early. Naturally he wanted to go and see the changes after the second descent of the game last night. In his memories, there was a Sword Dao sect near Dragon City that he could choose to join. It was only after joining the Sword Dao sect and obtaining the inheritance that his rank could continue to rise. As for those like Wu Yingfei who hadn't reached the 10th level, they were naturally not qualified to join any sects. In this descent, some of these spaces possessed some monsters. In a few days, these monsters will slowly appear in the world. Wu Yingfei could also gain experience value by beheading these monsters. After reaching level 10, you can selectively enter some spaces and visit clans. And if you're lucky, you'll be able to obtain the clan's inheritance. Yang Qi had already set his upgrade route in place a long time ago. Kendo. Other than the Sword Dao inheritance, he made no other considerations. Go, take you out to see the outside. After Yang Qi ate his fill, he said to Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei wondered, what's there to see out there? The monsters in the entire Dragon City had been killed by Yang Qi. It's just a few buildings out there now. As for the guys, they're either in hiding. It's either that or be buried in the mouth of a monster. But Yankee are eyeing the opening. She didn't say much either. Touching his storage ring, he followed Yang Qi out the door. Right now, Wu Yingfei's level wasn't even 10. Yang Qi took her out just to see if there were any monsters running out in the space that could make Wu Ying soar an upgrade. As for the four Lu Qingxiao brothers, they can only wait until later. After going out, Yang Qi followed the memory of his previous life and kept walking towards the center of Dragon City. There was a stone monument near the center of Dragon City that could lead to a space where a Sword Dao clan was located. Yang Qi's two men's physical strength had already exceeded normal people by too much, especially Wu Yingfei, with the boost of a medium-grade spiritual weapon. His attributes were even higher than the 10th level Yang Qi. The two of them were not slow and soon arrived near the center of Dragon City. Just as they were about to reach the neighborhood, the two of them saw a white figure skimming through the midair not far away. A white robe fluttered, looking immortal. When Yang Qi saw this scene, he suddenly felt that this figure was a bit familiar. When the figure was about to leave his field of vision, it suddenly made a big turn and headed straight to Yang Qi's side. Wu Yingfei was immediately alert, and the wolf head token was extra in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Yang Qi hurriedly stopped it when he saw it. They were all flying characters now, so even if they summoned a wolf spirit, it was useless. The two of them were nothing more than 10th level chicks. One can only hope that it's not an encounter with some murderous character. The white figure flew through the air and soon arrived before Yang Qi. Yang Qi also saw the appearance of the visitor and was surprised beyond measure. Taishan Laojun? I didn't expect to meet Lord Taishan here. The last time was also after the game descended. Yang Qi encountered the elder Lord Taishan and also obtained a heaven-defying talent. A figure like Taishan Laojun has always been erratic. Supreme Lord Lao descended directly in front of the two. Looking at Yang Qi, he laughed. Little friend, I didn't expect to meet you here. I see that my little friend is looking very well. It seems that he has gotten his chance. I'm up to level 10, and I certainly look good. Yang Qi said silently in his heart. Recently it has been very good, and it has indeed gained a chance. With that, Yang Qi said to Wu Yingfei who was next to him, "This is Senior Taishan Laojun. Why don't you pay your respects?" Wu Yingfei reacted and looked at Taishan Laojun in his ancient clothes and robes, the dress of an NPC. The mind was not curious, but still, he arched his hand. "I pay my respects to Senior Taishan Laojun." Just after paying his respects, Wu Yingfei felt a magical force lifting him up. Wu Yingfei was instantly surprised. The Supreme Lord laughed out loud at this scene. "Good. This little friend. For the first time, I'll give you a meet-all gift." With that, the right hand holding the floating dust was waved in mid-air. Then a light appeared along with the trajectory of the floating dust. Finally, it gathered in mid-air and landed directly on Wu Yingfei's head. Wu Yingfei got a prompt from the panel, showing a shocked look. "Thank you" in a heartbeat. "Many thanks to Senior for the treasure." Taishan Laojun laughed and said there was no obstacle. Reaching out again, a light shield appeared, enveloping Yang Qi and himself. Yang Qi looked at the light shield that appeared out of thin air in front of him, and knew that this was some sort of divine spell of the sound that Taishan Laojun had isolated. With a smile on his face, Supreme Lord Taishan gave Yang Qi a deep look. "That aura is getting thicker and thicker on little friend's body." Yang Qi knew he was talking about the power behind this game. By upgrading, he is using the power of the game. As he rose in rank, the aura would grow stronger. It was something that could not be avoided. Yang Qi laughed bitterly. "Senior, when you're in a situation, you can't help it." The Supreme Lord pondered for a moment and nodded, the sorrow between his brows difficult to dissolve. "What does little friend think is the fate of this world?" Yang Qi was reborn, and all he knew was that the world would be running according to that force, until his mission is accomplished. As for what the purpose of that force was, Yang Qi didn't know. This side of the world, without the ability to determine their own destiny, are all just pawns to be manipulated. Yang Qi didn't tell the truth. Live to know the truth. A smile appeared on Taishan Laojun's face when he heard these two words. Nodding deeply, "Little friend is right. Live to know the truth." I wonder where little friend is going this time. I felt a familiar Du aura descend upon this world last night. Another change in this realm. Yang Qi secretly said that he was worthy of being the Supreme Lord. As for the familiar aura that Taishan Laojun spoke of, Yang Qi also knew what was going on. The second descent into space is all about the flood world. It was not surprising that Taishan Laojun was familiar with it as a person from the flood. "That's exactly why I'm here." Taishan Laojun pondered for a moment and took out a plaque in his bosom. The sign was milky white in color, and there was a halo of light enveloping it. "Little friend, this token will be given to you first. If you meet my late friend, you can save yourself some trouble by displaying the token." Yang Qi was astonished, and after receiving the token, he hurriedly thanked him. Taishan Laojun laughed out loud. "Farewell, little friend." Chapter 47, Mr. Jiang, haven't you read the gossip lately? Yang Qi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then there was no figure of the Supreme Lord, and the light shield in front of his body had also disappeared. If it wasn't for the token Yang Qi was holding in his hand that was cold to the touch, Yang Qi almost thought that what had just happened hadn't happened. Wu Yingfei had a curious look on his face. "Mr. Yang, that was an NPC just now?" Yankee nodded. "How strange. This NPC's name is actually Taishan Laojun. I remember Taishan Laojun is a mythical character." Wu Yingfei muttered. "This NPC is so strange that it would come to you of its own accord and send me something." Yankee smiled. "By the way, what did Elder Taishan Laojun give you?" "It seems to be a spell called something like alchemy inheritance." When Yang Qi heard the name alchemy spell, he couldn't help but be shocked. Surprisingly, it's alchemy. Taishan Laojun is famous for his alchemy. Legend has it that the 9 revolutions golden elixir made by the Supreme Lord Taishan was so good that even the gods in the heavens had to come to the door to beg for it. There was no doubt that Wu Yingfei had obtained a very powerful spell. And so on. Yang Qi's breath suddenly caught in his throat. Alchemy heritage? It was a while before Yang Qi exhaled deeply. He himself was level 10 and hadn't even acquired a legacy yet. Wu Yingfei just met with the Supreme Lord once and directly obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Lord? Wu Yingfei, you've gotten a heavenly favor. Wu Yingfei was dumbfounded. "Ha?" Yanqi shook his head. "You'll see later." When Wu Yingfei was level 10, he could be promoted directly without joining any sect. It was because she had already obtained the alchemy inheritance of Lord Taishan Lao right now. Like a curious baby, Wu Yingfei was about to continue asking. Yankee had to change the subject. "Do you know why the world has changed?" To the court Yang Qi asked such a serious question. Wu Yingfei closed his mouth at once. "Isn't it just a game coming down to reality? Then we ordinary people can fight monsters and upgrade." Although Wu Yingfei was a high school student, the drastic changes in this world came too fast for her to think deeply. Yanqi shook his head, ostensibly a game coming down, but really two worlds colliding. Characters from the mythical world appear in the real world, clashing and intermingling with each other. Wu Yingfei listened and fell into deep thought, and soon, she retorted, "No, what's that game panel count for? And there are those NPCs. There's no reason for these things to appear in the world out of nowhere, is there?" Yanqi nodded. "Would you believe me if I said that there is a powerful force at work behind the scenes and that the game panels are brought to you by him?" Wu Yingfei's eyes widened. "Believe it. I believe whatever you say." Yang Qi directly gave her a blank stare, and continued, "These NPCs, people from another world, were forcibly pulled to this world by a mysterious force and turned into NPCs. They are real people, flesh and blood." Yang Qi had wanted to reveal some information he knew to Wu Yingfei, but Wu Yingfei didn't seem to be listening, and a deadly question was asked. "How do you know all this?" Wu Yingfei had a lonely look on his face. "Ahem, I guessed." Yanqi could only shut up obediently. Soon, the two of them arrived at the destination of their trip. It's an intersection with 8 lanes of traffic at each intersection, which can be considered the main road in Dragon City. At the mouth of the convergence of 4 large highways is a large clearing. In days gone by, this would have been a traffic jam, but now, there was silence, no engine roar or unpleasant exhaust pollution. There is a huge structure erected in the center of the intersection. No, it was a sword, a stone sword. The stone sword was huge and immense, just like a tall building, plunging into the sky. There were some mysterious cloud pattern seal engraved on it, which was very nice. It was as if this huge stone sword had fallen from the sky and plunged straight into the ground. At the intersection, it stands out. Yang Qi had seen this kind of scene in his previous life, and it wasn't much of a shock to see it again, but it was the first time Wu Yingfei had seen such a sight. He stayed where he was and muttered, "When did this appear here? It's shocking." Yang Qi didn't say anything either and just stood there quietly. "Shock is right." Just then, an abrupt voice rang out from the side. Yanqi turned around. A young man was seen walking over, surrounded by a group of people. Yang Qi frowned when he saw this person. This man he didn't recognize. Wu Yingfei came back to his senses at this time, and after seeing the young man, he couldn't help but be shocked. Lying on Yang Qi's ear, he whispered, "He is Jiang Qingsong, the heir of the first group." Yang Qi's ears were blown and tickled. So it was an enemy. Last time, when he was crushed by the people of Dragon City, there was Jiang Qingsong's figure behind it, right? Jiang Qingsong had a light smile on his face, walked over. "What the hell, Mr. Yang hasn't seen a big scene like this before? It's okay, it's all coming to my place. Look good or you won't have anything to look at when you get back." Yanqi ignored it. Pulling Wu Yingfei, he headed for the stone sword. Seeing this, Jiang Qingsong hurriedly said, "Mr. Yang, this is my family stuff. It's not good for you to come close like this." Yang Qi frowned. "Something from your house?" "Yeah, my family stuff. The middle of Dragon City is my family stuff." Jiang Qingsong still had a light smile on his face, as if he had eaten up Yang Qi. Yang Qi was almost infuriated and laughed. How come these plutocratic forces always like to circle the wagons and draw territory? Last time Youngs did the same thing. You can go over there if you want to. Take out your reward for being first in the rankings. Reward? 0 pupil? This spell had long been practiced by Yang Qi, which is still there for him. 0 pupil was activated, and the level information of Jiang Qingsong and the others appeared in Yang Qi's eyes, except for Jiang Qingsong, who was at level 3. Everyone else was at level 1. Moreover, those people with resolute eyes, broad shoulders, and strong and powerful, are not simple characters. This kind of people should have gone to the battlefield to kill. Group 1. It's not easy, the spells just aren't there. But I, Yang, am going over there today. I'd like to see what Duke Jiang uses to stop me. Saying that, Yanqi continued to walk forward. "Stop them!" Jiang Qingsong let out a loud shout. 10 or so strong men then surged up and surrounded the two Wu Yingfei Yang Qi in the center. Wu Yingfei suddenly gave Jiang Qingsong a pitying look. Looking at Jiang Qingsong, he was puzzled. In the next second, Yang Qi's figure disappeared like a ghost, with the sound of snapping. A few moments later, a circle of strong men, all of whom had fallen to the ground, alive or dead. Even for well-trained warriors, there were techniques that could not be used in the face of absolute power. "Mr. Jiang, haven't you read the gossip lately? Chapter 48, able to bend, able to extend. Mr. Jiang is a great man." Wu Yingfei smiled faintly and uttered such a nonsensical sentence. At this point, Jiang Qingsong was already stunned. These people were all warriors who had experienced battlefield killings, and they were level 1. How could it go down in the blink of an eye? Yang Qi looked at Jiang Qingsong, who had a stunned face. "I don't know what to say. It seems that Jiang Qingsong has not been in contact with the outside world all this time. Not only did the rank not go up, even he didn't know that he had killed all the giant wolves in the entire Dragon City. Yang Qi stood aside and calmly took a step towards Jiang Qingsong. Jiang Qingsong was scared and backed away. Yanqi, I'm telling you, I'm the heir of the first group. If you dare to touch me, Group 1 will never rest with you. My father is the chairman of the first group. Stay back. I'll call someone. Be a good boy and leave. I'll let you off the hook this time. Jiang Qingsong's heart was in turmoil. When did Yang Qi become so powerful? Dying. When Yang Qi heard that he was going to call for someone, he became interested. He dashed to Jiang Qingsong's side, grabbed the back of his destiny's flesh, and directly picked him up. Calling? Yang Qi had a faint smile on his face, but in Jiang Qingsong's eyes, this was undoubtedly the devil's smile. Yang Qi was a person with an extremely strong killing nature. Which of his strikes hadn't been tainted with a few lives? He had no doubt that Yang Qi would disregard his background and directly kill someone. Big brother, I'm not calling anyone. Feeling his vacated body, Jiang Qingsong was about to pee. Brother, I'm sorry, I really won't call anyone. The light smile on Yang Qi's face disappeared and he frowned. Jiang Qingsong almost cried out. Big brother, I'm kidding, no more calling people out. Really no more screaming. Wu Yingfei felt a little funny even as he watched from the sidelines, able to bend and bend. Mr. Jiang is a great man. When Jiang Qingsong heard Wu Yingfei's words, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. That way, he doesn't have to die. Ha! Call someone. Be sure to call someone. Call now, or I'll chop you up. Yang Qi said viciously. Jiang Qingsong was stunned to hear this. What? Let me call someone? No, no, no. He must be testing me. Jiang Qingsong's brain turned and immediately smiled sarcastically. I'm really not calling anyone, brother, so why don't you put me down first? Looking at Jiang Qingsong's look like I'm trying my best to please you. Yang Qi added. Didn't you hear me? I told you to call someone. Ah. Jiang Qingsong was terrified. Yang Qi shouldn't be trying to do himself with a sword after I call out, right? The force on Yang Qi's hand became heavier and heavier. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll scream, right now. With that, he opened his chat interface, calling people right. I'll call my dad and scare you to death. Cups, fingers flew across, and soon, Jiang Qingsong sent a paragraph out. Dad, come to the middle of Dragon City. It's that sword here. I met Yang Qi. I captured him right away. I owe a little manpower. Bring someone here right away. 100,000 fire. On the other side, the director of the first group, Chang Jiangao, saw a message alert and immediately clicked on it. Aoyama? What kind of message is this kid sending? Shouldn't have just gotten off the ground and gotten into trouble. Jiang Ao was very helpless with this son of his, like a pain in the ass. Last time, after messing with Yang Qi, Yang Qi even let out the word that he should wash his ass and wait. Jiang Ao was afraid of his son's head iron, and he was directly confined. Even the game panel won't let you use it. He went to the stone sword. He couldn't have found something, could he? Jiang Ao was slightly expectant and clicked on the message. Dad, come to the middle of Dragon City. It's that sword here. I met Yang Qi. I captured him right away. I owe a little manpower. Bring someone here right away. 100,000 fire. When Jiang Ao saw this message, he directly exploded. The chairman of the first group of the hall directly did not hold back. The message was reconfirmed. Jiang Ao's fingers were starting to shake, and he didn't know if he was angry or what. After a long time, Jiang Ao held his forehead with his hand, revealing a lifeless expression. My son, how ungrateful you are. You dare to mess with Yang Qi, a ruthless man who single-handedly took on the entire Dragon City giant wolves. The first group wasn't some third-rate consortium, and as the chairman of the first group, how could he not know what a drastic change in the world meant? Right now Yankee is God. See who doesn't look right and just go for it. No one can beat him anyway. But what about this message? You're about to capture Yankee? He knew what ingredients his son had. What the hell is going on here? Come on, get over there now. Jiang Ao also could not think too much, and directly called for someone to go out. I was afraid that if I came a little late, my son would be gone. Middle Dragon City, under the stone sword. Wu Yingfei looked at Jiang Qingsong, who was sitting on his butt on the ground, with a look of contempt. Mr. Jiang, this first group of yours isn't giving a damn. It's been so long, why hasn't anyone come yet? You're not going to be treated like an outcast by the first group, are you? Jiang Qingsong was on the verge of crying out. How does he know why he hasn't come yet? Yang Qi was underneath the stone sword, looking at the huge sword that went straight into the clouds. Silent. This Jiang Qingsong, according to Yang Qi's character, this guy must die. But consider the first group behind him. Yankee had to stop killing for a while. It's not because of fear of the first group. Rather, it's unnecessary. It's a big world. Not everything can only be grasped in your own hands. At this time, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In his previous life, the first group was one of the most powerful of the old powers. I've got the whole country at my fingertips. all sorts of resources. Later, it defended the motherland in the national war. Only this obtrusive Jiang Qingsong is a bit annoying. Yanqi did this also for the sake of unnecessary trouble. If Jiang Qingsong really made him incur losses, this dog's head has to be cut off anyhow. But now, looking at Jiang Qingsong, who was sitting on the ground like a child without regard for his image, Yang Qi walked over and kicked. Mr. Jiang, young Master Jiang, when is your dad coming? Wu Yingfei's voice rang out from the side. Mr. Yang, why don't we not wait? Just slaughter it directly. It's a waste of time. Jiang Qingsong was horrified when he heard this. Okay, 10 more minutes, or I'm going to have to do it. Shortly afterward, a group of dark silhouettes appeared in the distance. Jiang Ao, followed by his many subordinates, came forward with quick steps. When Jiang Qingsong saw his dad appear, a flash of ecstasy appeared on his face. Dad, I'm here. Quick, arrest Yang Qi. Under Jiang Qingsong's expectant eyes, Jiang Ao directly crossed over his son and came to Yang Qi's body. Mr. Yang, I have taught my son poorly and have disturbed you. Chapter 49, Entering the Sword World. Jiang Qingsong watched as his dad, directly crossing over himself, came directly in front of Yang Qi. Jiang Ao wore a kind smile. The fault was pressed directly on his own son. Dad, I'm here. Jiang Qingsong was still reluctant. Thinking that Jiang Ao hadn't seen him, he spoke out to remind him. I didn't expect Jiang Ao to turn around and give him a kick afterward. Jiang Qingsong let out a cry of pain and covered his face. Yang Qi glanced at Jiang Ao. Jiang Ao is a middle-aged man, but is more than 40 years old. There is a kind of air of being in a high position. Gives a sense of majesty. Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry. This incompetent son of mine, this period of time is directly confined by me, does not know the height of the sky. Look, we have a few pieces of equipment over here to make amends to you. Saying that, the subordinate behind Jiang Ao took out a few pieces of equipment in a code box. Yanqi took a cursory glance, found these to be some common gear. It's not worth a few bucks at all. Probably baby for the first group. It's nothing more than useless to him. Hearing that Jiang Qingsong had been confined, Yang Qi came to a sudden realization. So it is, he said, why Jiang Qingsong was so courageous. Thought he'd just gone to see Jennifer Liang. Mr. Jiang, this is a small matter. Young Master Jiang didn't do any damage to me, so let's forget about this, said the man, pushing away the proffered gear. Jiang Ao froze. This equipment is what their first group had fought so hard for. Surprisingly, Yang Qi gave up after just one look. From this, it could be seen that Yang Qi's body was estimated to have even more good things. Pressing on to look at these pieces of equipment. Moreover, Yang Qi's words imply that if Jiang Qingsong caused any damage to him, Jiang Qingsong will have to be accounted for here today. Instantly, Jiang Ao evaluated Jiang Qingsong in his mind. In and out. I'm here, and there's one more thing I want to bother the first group. Yang Qi said after some contemplation. Jiang Ao only dropped his heart when he heard this. He was only afraid if Yang Qi didn't make any demands. Just make a request. Please go ahead. Mr. Yang, if there's anything I need help with, I'll never shirk. Jiang Ao patted his chest and said, these strange things appeared here last night, and I intend to poke around a bit. Need Group 1 to help with the marauding. Yang Qi didn't say that he would enter within the sword sect space. Instead, they speak in generalities. Jiang Ao laughed and thought it was something. Instantly, he agreed. Don't worry, I'll do this favor. Mr. Yang, Group 1 will always be your friend. Yanqi nodded his head when he heard this reply, directly bringing Wu Yingfei close to the stone sword. At Yang Qi's gesture, Wu Yingfei poked his fingertip and a drop of bright red blood appeared. So did Yanqi. When the palms of the two men touched the stone sword, a colorful light wrapped the two of them. In an instant, the two figures directly disappeared in place. Jiang Qingsong looked at the two who had disappeared, stunned. Dad, where are they people? Jiang Ao turned around and kicked again. Immediately after that, draw 7 wolves. Tramp, you rebellious son, you even dare to mess with Yang Qi? I want to live if you don't. With that, a belt was whipped across the room. Do you know how much Yanqi is ranked now? The entire Dragon City's giant wolves were killed by him alone. How hard do you think it will be for him to destroy our first group? When Jiang Qingsong heard this, he directly froze. Forget even the pain in your body. What? He killed the entire Dragon City's giant wolves? Are you kidding me? Another snap, and the 7 wolves drew down. Are you kidding me? Don't you have a brain? Your confinement was just lifted today, so won't you go see where there are giant wolves now? Jiang Qingsong is not a little cute. At this time naturally knew that his dad was not joking. He opened the rank list and saw Yang Qi's name hanging high in the first place. 10th grade. He's only at level 3 now. Really killed the entire Dragon City of giant wolves? Jiang Qingsong felt like he had taken a trip to the Ghost Gate. Yang Qi's eyes were blurred and he felt a cold wind whistling beside him. And yet you can't understand the sound. You can't see any light. It was only after a long time that Yang Qi's vision gradually recovered. Wu Yingfei remains at his side, wide-eyed and curious. He looked around. Yang Qi found himself within a valley. This valley is lush with trees and unknown wildflowers blooming in stunning colors. Behind the two Yang Qi, there was a stone sword that looked exactly like the real world. Only this stone sword is not as spectacular as the real world. It's a scaled-down version, no more than a meter tall. This is the sword sect world? Yang Qi also came in for the first time. In his previous life, he had only worshipped an ordinary clan and had no chance to come here. The sword sect world wasn't for just anyone. It's only just descended here now. The sword sect disciples just hadn't reacted yet. If they reacted, they would definitely send out their disciples and go ahead to explore the real world. The entrance to the sword sect world would also be guarded. Yang Qi was so anxious because of this. Before the sword sect disciples could react, just get into it. Yankee looked around. There are clearly signs of human existence here. In the center of the valley, there is another field that has been plowed. Let's see what's around here first. The two men walked in pairs, and within 2 steps, they saw a goat path in front of them. It winds and twists, not knowing where it leads. The Qinggang sword appeared in Yang Qi's hand. Inside these space worlds, linking the real world with this certain thing. In these worlds, there were not only clans, but also the existence of some demons. If they were unlucky, they might even encounter a powerful demon race. Things are different inside each world. There are some worlds that are full of monsters. There are worlds that contain groups of ancient mortals. This is the world of the sword sect. For not having been here before, Yanqi wasn't sure if he would be in danger. Wu Yingfei saw that Yang Qi had already taken out his weapon. A token also appeared in his hand. The two didn't have to walk for long before they noticed a figure appearing ahead of them. Yang Qi was instantly alert. The silhouette got closer and closer, and when he reached the front, Yang Qi realized that it was an old man picking 2 barrels. The old man was dressed in a rough linen suit, and on his head he wore a pointed round hat that appeared to be made of bamboo. The old man was dressed in such a way that he did not look like a modern man. The two met the old man, who naturally met the two. When the old man looked up, his face was filled with furrowed wrinkles that encompassed the weather. He had a puzzled look in his eyes. When he saw the Qinggang sword in Yang Qi's hand, the dash of doubt on his face melted away and was replaced by surprise. Greetings to the two immortals. Chapter 50, Sword Valley Village. Yang Qi, Wu Yingfei and the two of them looked at the old man in front of them and did not know what to say for a while. Sword sect immortals? Yang Qi cast his spiritual pupil to look towards the old man and didn't find anything wrong. That's a regular guy. The old man saw no response from the two. Showing a look of realization, lowering the burden on his shoulders, he flopped to his knees. Directly, he gave a big salute to the two. Yang Qi, Li Sanlang, a villager of Sword Valley Village, pays his respects to the two immortals. The immortals have finally come. We in Sword Valley Village have waited so hard for you. This, Wu Yingfei glanced at Yang Qi. Yang Qi revealed a strange expression. It seems that there are still mortals surviving in the world of the sword sect. This is not uncommon across space worlds. Some clans purposely placed many ordinary people within the space for the sake of the clan's longevity. Yanqi assisted the old man. It looked like there was a heavenly gulf between the clans here and the mortals. The status gap is a bit wide. This Sword Valley Village, it seems like it has a request from the sword sect. Moreover, treating the two of them as sword sect disciples. Get up, old man. What is there to detail? Yanqi decided to see what happened first. It's better to know what's going on first than to go around like a fly on the wall. Li Sanlang stood up, looking excited. Immortals, a demon appeared in our Sword Valley Village the other day, and I still hope that the two immortals will go and solve it. Yang Qi's eyes lit up as he listened. So it is. Right now, Wu Yingfei wasn't even level 10. Just what the demon needs to practice. But Yanqi didn't rush to agree. Yanqi first looked pensive. The two of us, senior siblings, have important things to do this time down the mountain. It won't drag on for too long. If the monster is too tricky, we can have eldest brother come down to the mountain to solve it. When the old man heard this, he was in a hurry. It was hard to wait for two immortals. How could they just leave like that? Two immortals. Yanqi continued again. This old man, why don't you tell us about this demon so that we can make a preparation? In fact, if he couldn't beat them, Yang Qi decided to take a step forward. What kind of monsters existed within this sword sect world? Head had no idea at all. If he encountered a great demon, wouldn't he have to be accounted for here? Don't you dare lie. When the old man was about to open his mouth, Yanqi spoke up. This demon is a big tiger that comes into the village every day after sunset and grabs livestock and poultry. And yet there is no precedent for hurting people. Hearing it that way, Yanqi probably knew what was going on. So it's a big tiger. With his current strength, it was still very easy to deal with a tiger. Instantly, he agreed. Feel free to reach out more and poke around the world. Damnable, please lead the way before you. Old abbot, I am a brother and sister, and I will not rest until I die with that great tiger today, Yang Qi said cheekily. The old abbot was overjoyed to hear it. He had thought that the two immortals in front of him would not remove the demons. Front please, front please. The old abbot directly dropped his two barrels and led the two of them, Wu Yingfei, all the way to the front. Yang Qi was always on guard. If this old man in front of him was slightly off, the green gang sword in his hand, was not a vegetarian. However, this old man was also considered to be a proper person, and all the way through, there was nothing wrong with him. Passing through the winding path, Yanqi found the scenery opening up. In front of Yang Qi's trio was a small village. The small village was all tiled and thatched, and there were only about a dozen of them. Cooking smoke drifted through the village and the air was filled with the smell of smoke and fire. The old abbot came back to the village and shouted directly at the entrance, "Come out, everyone, an immortal is coming. The immortals are coming to get rid of the demons." The old airy-looking abbot was at this point in the middle of the day. A voice roared out, and the sound traveled straight through the entire village. In an instant, people were drilling out of various houses. The men were dressed in rough linen and dark skin, and when they saw the two men, smiles spread across their faces. "The immortals are coming. The immortals are here. We're not afraid of that demon anymore. These two immortals are so young. What do you know? It's called a man and a woman." The villagers laughed and whispered to the two. The old man who had led the two men here said to the crowd, "The two immortals have come for the first time. Our Sword Valley village needs to give them a good reception. Folks, dinner for the two immortals." With such a roar, all the villagers dispersed in a flurry, each running back to their homes. Yang Qi looked at the old man in front of him suspiciously. The old man hemmed and hawed, "Tu Shangxian, I am the village chief." It was then that Yang Qi realized, no wonder talking this worked. He had just looked at these people with his spirit pupil, and they were all ordinary villagers. Since you have to entertain yourself, then you can take the opportunity to do some good poking around yourself. After coming in here for so long, he had yet to see where the sword sect was. With his own legs, he would have to walk until the year of the monkey to find the sword sect. Might as well poke around in the mouths of these villagers. Within a while, all these villagers ran out, holding all kinds of food in their hands. There were yellow crackers, black bacon, and even a live chicken that hadn't been killed yet. Yang Qi was dumbfounded. Is this how you treat yourself? These things, they're not good to eat. So he shook his head back and forth. Take care of the demons first. We're a senior sibling duo rushing. Those two words froze everyone in their tracks. The old abbot said in a hurry, "Senior immortal, we sent 3 requests for help to the immortal sect, and it was only after half a year that we waited for 2 senior immortals. Maybe they're just too excited. I hope that the 2 immortals will not take offense. We are all a group of mountain farmers." The old abbot could be the village chief, so how could he not see Yang Qi's expression? Send 3 requests for help? Yankee quickly found the point. It seems that this village has the ability to contact the sword sect. Moreover, the people from the sword sect hadn't been here for quite some time. Yankee analyzed the useful news. Just at this time, the sky suddenly went dark. 20 to 30 villagers, seeing the darkness, dispersed. Yankee was uncertain. Why is it getting dark so soon? No signs at all. There are questions. The old abbot on the side said in a hurry. It's getting dark. That demon is coming. 2 immortals, help us. Yang Qi calmly looked at the old man. After realizing that he didn't look like he was lying, Aoka's sword clenched in his hand. A tiger's roar suddenly came from the distance. The old abbot's body trembled, and he ran into the village in a blink of an eye. Yang Qi had the green gang sword in his hand and looked ahead. A token also appeared in Wu Yingfei's hand. A black wolf shadow slowly coalesced in front of her. As a gust of wind blew, it lifted dusty leaves from the ground. A tiger's shadow appeared in front of the two. Chapter 51, The Tiger Demon and the Broken Sword. In the midst of the gale, a 5-meter-tall beast was slowly walking out. The beast was bright yellow in color, with some black spots growing all over its body. Heck, it's a big tiger. As soon as the big tiger entered the village, his nose twitched and he gathered his gaze on the two Wu Yingfei Yang Qi. The fist-sized tiger's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Oh, 2 strangers. This big tiger is actually spitting. The tiger's voice buzzed, causing Wu Yingfei's eyes to widen in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Wu Yingfei pointed at the big tiger for a while before uttering a word. It talks? Yang Qi looked indifferent. All of them have become demons, so they will naturally speak. Wu Yingfei nodded plausibly. The spirit pupil was activated, and the tiger demon's information appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. First order tiger demon. Life, 500. Attack, 50. Speed, 30. Surprisingly, it was a first-ranked tiger demon. Yang Qi was instantly surprised. This tiger demon Dragon City was no longer a level compared to those giant wolves. First order rank, already above the 10th. After seeing the tiger demon's blood level, Yang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the blood level didn't exceed 1000, he could kill them all in seconds. With the 10,000 swords through the heart skill in his hand, he didn't have to worry about low-level monsters at all. It seems that this tiger demon has been entrenched here for many years. Yang Qi looked straight at the tiger demon and said indifferently, "Bold demon, don't tie your hands yet." The Ayuka sword in his hand pulled a sword flower. Unexpectedly, the tiger demon let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, a mere foundation establishment child. How dare you make me this bundle of joy? Did you refine your brain by practicing in the sword sect? When I kill you all, enjoy the flesh and blood of the foundation establishment realm." With that, the tiger demon bared its long pointed fangs and licked its palm-sized tongue, the barbs on it sending shivers down one's spine. Yanqi didn't want to bull *******. 10,000 swords through the heart was directly launched. In the tiger demon's surprised expression, a flash of stern sword light appeared on the plain and ordinary Qinggang sword in Yang Qi's hand. Immediately afterward, countless strands of sword light appeared in midair. The tiger demon's face changed drastically when he saw this. It actually felt wariness in that flash of sword light. It was a spell that could threaten its life. After years of hard work and cultivation to reach such a realm, the tiger demon naturally would not wait for death. The huge tiger's body turned athletically, and without looking back, it simply ran away. Unfortunately, Yang Qi's spell had already been sent. In a burst of sword sounds, the sword light in midair transformed into a stream of light and directly pierced into the tiger demon's torso. The tiger demon trembled. Its limbs stiffened. It had lost the power to move, and it fell straight to the ground. The tiger demon's blood level of up to 500 was instantly emptied under Yang Qi's 10,000 swords through the heart spell. Yang Qi's base attack power had now reached 11 points. Through 10,000 swords through the heart, after increasing it by 100 times, it directly reached 1100 attack points. Even if the tiger demon messed up a few more levels, it wouldn't be able to escape being killed by Yang Qi's sword. Kill a first-order tiger demon. Gain 250 experience points. Yang Qi revealed a smile when he heard this prompt. A tiger demon had brought him 250 experience points. These space worlds are truly blessed. Wu Yingfei was also dumbfounded as he witnessed this scene from the side. That miraculous tiger demon just now was killed by Yang Qi in a single move. Just how far had Yang Qi's strength reached? Every time Yang Qi used that spell, the sword light that filled the sky caused Wu Yingfei to feel trembling, feeling like he would lose his life at any moment. Wu Yingfei became curious about Yang Qi's strength. After Yang Qi retrieved the Qinggang sword, he saw that underneath the huge tiger demon corpse, there was actually a stream of light flickering, bursting with gear. Yang Qi was delighted in his heart. This was the first demon he had killed in the space world, and it just exploded with equipment? Open door. Yang Qi flipped the tiger demon over the corpse, and sure enough, underneath the corpse, he saw an equipment. The look of the equipment available made Yanqi frown. It was a rusty, broken sword. The style of the broken sword was sort of mediocre. Except for the hilt of the sword, there was still a 50-centimeter long blade left. The blade of the sword has been eroded by rust and is pitted. When the broken sword entered his hand, Yang Qi clearly felt that his hand was stained with dirt and rust. What the hell is this? The first time you popped equipment, you popped this? The broken sword looked no different from the discarded iron on the street. Makes it uninteresting to look at the same. Unwillingly, Yang Qi still chose to check out the broken sword's information. The broken sword's message even made Yang Qi surprised by it. Sword of the Immortal Punisher, broken. Grade, innate spiritual treasure. Attack power, 0. There are 4 swords in the Immortal Execution Sword formation. One of them is the main sword. 3 subswords. Is the Saint Tongtian Godfather's watchword. Do not know for what reason. This subsword has been broken. Even if it is a broken sword, it also contains the Immortal Execution Sword formation's sword intent. Wear it for many years, there may be a slight chance to understand the Immortal Execution Sword intent. Broken sword recasting duty. Yang Qi looked at broken sword's message for a long time. The Immortal Execution Sword formation of Sage Tongtian. I didn't expect this plain broken sword to come from such a big place. In mythology, with the Immortal Execution Sword formation, sect leader Tongtian was considered the top combatant among the saints. The Immortal Execution Sword formation secondary sword was broken. So where is the main sword? Such a powerful Immortal Execution Sword formation was broken. So the legendary saint, is there any chance to see him again? Putting aside the thoughts in his head, Yang Qi ended up holding the broken sword in his hand. The Ayuka sword was of little use to him now. Because of the presence of the 10,000 swords through the heart, the little attack power boost of the Green Gang sword was already nothing. Yang Qi decided to wear this broken sword. Wearing it all year round, there might really be a chance to comprehend the legendary Immortal Execution Sword intent. After a long time, a group of villagers appeared. They started by showing a head near the village and observing the situation. Realizing that the two of them, Yang Qi, were still standing unharmed at the entrance of the village, he also saw the corpse of the tiger demon not far away. Only then did he run out and head straight for the tiger demon's corpse. When they came to the body, they all pulled out knives in their arms, and were up and down on the tiger demon. From time to time, there are also this tiger whip is good. Soak in wine, tiger tendon is mine. I want tiger skin, tiger bone I want it, soak in wine. Seeing this scene, Yang Qi laughed bitterly. He had forgotten that this tiger demon was covered in treasures in addition to exploding equipment. But these babies were really of very little use to him. The old abbot arrived late and saw that a group of villagers were raining knives on the tiger demon's corpse, so he hurriedly ran over and clunked 2 kicks, kicking a few villagers to the side. Stop, this is the stuff of the immortals. Do it again and I'll kick him out of the village. It took a few villagers to smirk and stop. The old abbot, on the other hand, snatched a tiger whip from the villagers' hands and, not minding the fishy smell of the whip, stuffed it directly into his arms. Chapter 52, Entering the Sword Sect. The old abbot smiled sarcastically and came to the 2 men. Again, he flopped to his knees, heavily kowtowing to both men. The favor of the 2 upper immortals in killing the demon. I remember it by heart. Please accept a bow from the old man. The many villagers, seeing this scene, also fell to their knees and thanked them under their breath. Seeing this, Yang Qi had no choice but to help the old man up. Part of the job. These villagers treated the 2 of them as sword sect disciples, so Yang Qi had no choice but to respond. Next, Yang Qi was going to go forward to the sword sect. Let's see if there's a chance to worship the sword sect and get the sword sect's inheritance. Only after you get the inheritance can you continue to upgrade. Otherwise, no amount of experience value will help. After making polite conversation with these villagers, Yang Qi didn't get any useful information. Such villages, in the sword sect world, were plentiful. As the saying goes, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. These ordinary mortals don't even know about the sword sect. Just know that the sword sect is in the sky. When Yang Qi learned of this news, he immediately looked high into the sky, found nothing out of the ordinary, just plain old sky. Yang Qi didn't hold out much hope either. Had to get ready to go forward to the next village and ask. Right after the 2 left, 2 figures descended from the sky and arrived at Sword Valley Village. This figure wore a white robe and carried a long sword on his back. As soon as he arrived at the Sword Valley Village, he said loudly, "Where is the village head of Sword Valley Village? The disciples of the sword sect have come to ambush the demons." After Yang Qi and his 2 men didn't leave, they walked along the mountain road and didn't know how long they had been walking when they realized that 2 people had appeared in front of them. As soon as Yang Qi saw the 2 of them, his eyes lit up. These 2 carried long swords and wore the same style of clothes. In the world of sword sect, dressing like this was a sword sect disciple at first glance. Before Yang Qi could go up and ask, the 2 of them directly rose up in the air and arrived in front of Yang Qi. The long sword was drawn from his back. Point to the 2 men. "You're the ones posing as disciples of my sword sect? Good boy. Posing as a disciple of my sword sect to ambush a demon. Look at the sword." With that, one person drew his long sword and stabbed at Yang Qi. The other person took out a net and threw it directly towards the 2. That net was cast in mid-air, emitting bursts of golden light. Yang Qi only felt a blackness in front of his eyes before he was wrapped in a large net. One of them made a point towards his forehead, and Yang Qi immediately felt his eyes go black and fell asleep. Waking up again, Yang Qi found himself in a large hall. Ahead, there were several silhouettes. Beside him was Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei was also nervous when he saw this scene. This is the sword sect? Yang Qi was curious. His body had moved freely. Someone from the figure in front said, "Bold, how dare you impersonate a disciple of my sword sect? What are your intentions? Tell us the truth, or else the 2 of you will be drawn and quartered." A majestic voice resounded within the great hall. Yang Qi was also confused now. "I wanted to worship the sword sect, but I didn't expect to be caught in the sword sect. The 2 of us aspire to the sword sect and want to worship in the sword sect, but we are struggling to find a way to do so." Yang Qi had no choice but to tell his bitter feelings. After saying that, a burst of laughter erupted within the great hall. "Ha ha ha, a person from the countryside who also wants to worship the sword sect. Our sword sect accepts disciples under harsh conditions. These 2, no, just impersonating a disciple of the sword sect is enough for them to die twice, and they still want to worship the sword sect." Noisy voices resounded in the great hall. After a long time, that majestic voice sounded again. "My sword sect does not accept disciples. The 2 of you have impersonated my sword sect disciples. You should be punished. Cut off their hands and go back from where you came." Yang Qi frowned when he heard it. "I didn't expect such cruelty within the sword sect. Moving to cut off people's hands and feet." There was even more despair in his eyes. Did he come back to life and have to be killed within the sword sect's small world? Yang Qi was unwilling. Under that majestic voice, soon enough, 2 sword sect disciples drew their longswords and stepped forward. Just at this moment, a powerful aura appeared in the great hall. The 2 sword sect disciples were directly shaken back, and their long swords fell to the ground with a clang. That majestic all voice sounded again. Who dare to come to my law enforcement hall to cause trouble? Immediately afterward, the majestic voice let out a cry of pain. Patriarch, I was wrong. Ouch. Patriarch, don't hit your face. The two Yankees froze. In the next second, a middle-aged man in ink-colored clothes appeared in front of the two. He first looked at Yang Qi, his eyes shining brightly. You have the scent of Shifu on you. He reached out and pointed, and within all the storage rings in Yang Qi's hand, there was actually an object that was directly grasped by the middle-aged man in front of him. It's a token from the Supreme Lord. This scene shocked Yang Qi beyond measure. Even in his previous life, he had never seen anyone with such a skill. What kind of god was the middle-aged man in front of him to have such means? The middle-aged man glanced at the token inside. The token of the master's separate. Uncle Shifu? Yang Qi was frantically guessing the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him in his mind. But after thinking about it for a while, I realized that there was no way to guess. Where did you get this token? The middle-aged man stared into Yang Qi's eyes. Yanqi didn't lie. The person in front of him was clearly an old acquaintance of the Supreme Lord. Taishan Laojun had indeed guessed correctly. The token did itself a big favor. It was bestowed by Elder Taishan Laojun. Where is the Supreme Lord? Elder's attainment is high, coming and going without a trace. And I don't know. Hearing this answer, the middle-aged man eased up a bit. The Supreme Lord actually gave you the token. And it's extremely good for you too. Give it back. With that, the token reappeared in Yang Qi's storage ring. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Yingfei again, his deep eyes staring at him for a long time, revealing a touch of doubt. You also have the scent of Taishan Laojun on your body. Yang Qi explained from the sidelines. A few days ago, she received the Dan Dao inheritance from Senior Taishan Laojun. At these words, the middle-aged man's eyes changed as he looked at the two. One person had gotten a token from the Elder Lord Taishan, and one person had gotten the Elder Lord Taishan's Dan Dao inheritance. It showed that these two had an extraordinary relationship with the Supreme Lord. So it's Taishan Laojun's personal disciple. The middle-aged man muttered. This was followed by a loud bellow to the back of the great hall. Get out! The thick voice was deafening, and the entire hall trembled. Dust flecks swish and fall. A young man stepped out at the back of the great hall, hurrying and stumbling. Come to the middle-aged man. Bow. To the patriarch. The middle-aged man didn't even look at him. If you don't apologize, I'll cut off your hands and throw you out of the sword sect world. Yanqi's eyelids jumped as he listened. Nice guy. Same thing right. Just now, this man said that he would chop off both of their hands and throw them out of the sword sect. Now the roles have changed. The young man immediately said to the two Yang Qi, two little friends, I'm sorry. The words were barely out of his mouth when he received a kick in the ass. Call Uncle Shifu. Chapter 53, The Sword Dao Inheritance of Sage Tongtian. The youth looked at the two Yang Qis in a somewhat unconvinced manner, but still, he bowed his head to the two. Uncle Shifu. Only now did the middle-aged man nod in satisfaction. With a big wave of his hand, a roll word came out of his mouth. The youth was relieved and ran off in a frenzy. The middle-aged man looked at the two Yang Qi. The two of you don't mind. This kid is originally a spiritual monkey who became a Taoist and prefers to have fun. Yang Qi heard a sudden realization, and at the same time amazed. It turns out that the sword sect also has demons. But Yanqi didn't say anything. The middle-aged man added, you actually obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Lord. Counting, we are also considered senior siblings. Still don't know both of you from the famous sink. Yang Qi said in a hurry. My name is Yang Qi. From Earth. I am Wu Yingfei, also a person of Earth. When the middle-aged man heard the word Earth, he revealed a flash of contemplation before muttering, Earth? What place is this? But then in an instant he turned his mouth. Forget it. Earth is Earth. It doesn't even matter. Even though senior sister has obtained the inheritance of her senior uncle's split, she still has to work twice as hard. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Wu Yingfei. Oh, I forgot to say that I, Wu Yunxian, am a servant under the seat of Saint Tongtian. With these words, Yang Qi immediately remembered the identity of the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he was the chief servant disciple under the sage Lord Tongtian. I wonder what the realm's geometry is now. Greetings, Elder Wu Yunxian. Greetings, Elder Wu Yunxian. Wu Yunxian gently raised her hand. You two are welcome. Senior sister Wu has obtained the inheritance of senior uncle Split, and is already the same generation as me. As for little friend Yang, he has also gained the favor of his senior uncle's bilocation, so you and I can just refer to each other as peers. Hey, the two of you came to the sword sect small world. I wonder what's the matter. I just heard that you want to enter the sword sect? Wu Yunxian looked at Yang Qi, a bit puzzled. Yanqi nodded. That's right, I haven't obtained the inheritance yet, because I love the sword Dao, so I want to obtain the sword Dao inheritance. Wu Yunxian gazed deeply towards Yang Qi, then nodded. So it is. Little friend Yang has a good eye for our sword sect's inheritance. Our sword sect is inherited from the Tongtian sage, and I am one of the sword-wielding children under the seat of the Tongtian sect master, who used to hold the immortal execution sword formation. Speaking of this, Wu Yunxian had a slight hint of regret. Unfortunately, Sage Tongtian took the immortal execution sword formation and disappeared. Hearing this news, Yang Qi was shaken. The saints disappeared? Then the exorcism broken sword in one's hand is. Thinking about this, Yang Qi shuddered. This level was not something he could explore anymore. With a thought, he realized that the broken sword was still lying in the storage ring and hadn't been discovered by Wu Yunxian. Could it be that this immortal Punisher subsword can still resist prying eyes? Yankee was a bit puzzled. Wu Yunxian smiled awkwardly. Ha, talking far away. Since young friend Yan wants to join the sword sect and obtain the sword Dao inheritance, this is a trivial matter. Saying that, with a wave of his big hand, a stream of light flew out from his fingertips and directly fell into Yang Qi's brain. Yang Qi only felt a huge wave of information appear in his mind out of nowhere. Instant head swelling. The so-called inheritance is all the knowledge and information about a direction of development after it has been determined. Inheritance also has a high and low. Some inheritance, in which the reasoning is shallow, and even little room for development. Some legacies, on the other hand, go straight to the great Tao. There is a world of difference between heritage and legacy. And now, what Yang Qi had received was the topmost sword Dao inheritance. The inheritance of the cloudy mortal came from the Tongtian sage. Sage Tongtian was the most proficient in the Dao of the sword of all the sages. There was no doubt that Yang Qi's current sword Dao inheritance could go straight to the sage realm. As for how profound the sage realm was, Yang Qi didn't know now. It took a long time for Yang Qi to digest this sword Dao inheritance from a saint. A promotion channel also unfolded in Yang Qi's mind. After level 10, strength was no longer measured purely by level. Instead, use the realm. After getting the inheritance at level 10, the first realm was the Jindan realm. Upwards from Jindan, there are the realms of Yuaning, Transformation of God, Refined Void, Great Remnant, Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Xianxian, and so on. Level 10 is just the beginning. After receiving the inheritance, his realm broke through to Jindan directly, but a full 100,000 experience points were needed before the next upgrade. Yang Qi immediately felt a great deal of pressure. In his previous life, his highest realm was only Yuaning. It had taken him 10 years to go from level 1 to the Yuaning realm. At that time, the highest realm of people had already reached immortality. Exhaling deeply, Yang Qi opened his eyes. In front of him, Wu Yunxian looked at him with a faint smile. Little friend Yang unexpectedly has already obtained the inheritance of the sword sect. He should be a disciple of the sword sect. How about this? You and I should still refer to each other as peers. Would you be a free elder in the sword sect? How could Yang Qi give up such a good thing? It was a straight-up yes. On this trip, Yang Qi's purpose was considered accomplished. Having obtained the inheritance, Yang Qi was also prepared to directly open the door, tell all about the situation on Earth. Wu Yunxian frowned directly after hearing this. The heavens and earth have changed greatly. It's better for my sword sect's small world to be hidden. After little friend Yang returns, I will close the passage between the two worlds. In addition, little friend Yang can have fun in the sword sect small world for a while and enjoy the flavor of my sword sect small world. Whenever little friend Yang wants to return to the sword sect small world, activate this token with your mana and you can return to the sword sect small world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Qi realized that the figure of Wu Yunxian in front of him had faded, and then directly disappeared in place, and in his own hand was an additional token. Yang Qi picked it up and saw that it was the elder token of the sword sect. Obviously, Wu Yunxian wasn't interested in anything outside of the sword sect. Wu Yingfei was already feeling peculiar about what he had experienced. This is already the means of the gods. Yang Qi, on the other hand, quickly made plans. Now it was surprising that he had come to the sword sect small world, then harvest a wave of experience value here. In the small world of the sword sect, it was expected that there were many wild demons that attacked the villages of mortals. Moreover, Wu Yingfei's current level was still very low. It's still some way from level 10. Dan Dao inheritance. You can make pills after level 10. This stuff is hard currency no matter where you are. With such a person by his side, Yang Qi definitely had to let Wu Yingfei line up early. Yang Qi let Wu Yingfei out of the great hall. A disciple was already found waiting at the entrance of the main hall. The spirit pupil spell was activated, and Yang Qi discovered that this disciple's information was blurry. Even spirit pupil spells couldn't see through it. Yang Qi immediately stood in awe. Although he and Wu Yunxian were referred to as equals, the gap between the two only saw was enormous. The cloudy mortals didn't even know what realm they had reached. Right now, even an ordinary sword sect disciple was in existence he could not see through. Chapter 54 Harvesting a Good Harvest. Ambushed the demons. When that sword sect disciple saw the two come out, he immediately greeted them. Elder Yang, Uncle Wu, according to the patriarch's orders, I'm in charge of the two of you. My name is Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the two people in front of him, not understanding why the patriarch held them in such high regard. It was clear that they were all just in the foundation establishment realm. In the sword sect, it was not even as good as an ordinary disciple. But this was the sovereign's command, and he couldn't ignore it. Yang Qi glanced at Chen Feng and said directly, I saw a demon haunting the mortal village when I came here, so take us to the ambush in the next few days. Yang Qi's purpose was obvious. It was to brush up the monsters and upgrade. It just so happened that there was someone in the sword sect's small world to take care of it, making it easier to move around. Chen Feng listened and froze. He thought these two would go for food and drink. I didn't realize that I wanted to go to the ambush. He nodded instantly. Follow me, both of you. With that, he reached out and wiped his hand, and a few more sheets of paper appeared in his hand. It was handed to Yankee. Yang Qi took a look and realized that the paper was filled with dozens of columns of places where demons appeared. Most of them are mortal villages, and some are wild demons. Yang Qi's eyes stared. It seemed that the sword sect had an adequate grasp of the sword sect's small world. No matter what the information is, it can't escape their eyes. But in the previous Sword Valley village, why did the village head ask for help 3 times before someone came? Chen Feng might have seen Yang Qi's doubts. Smiling, he said, Sword Valley Village. It's because those 2 senior brothers were lazy. Now those 2 senior brothers have already gone to receive their punishment. Yanqi came to a realization this time. Then I would like to thank Brother Chen Feng for taking us forward to ambush the demons. Yang Qi said politely. Chen Feng nodded and reached out, an auspicious cloud in the sky moving in front of the 3. 2 please. Wu Yingfei was stunned by Chen Feng's actions. It's immortal. Reaching out and invoking auspicious clouds are legendary means. Yang Qi was somewhat knowledgeable in his previous life and directly lifted his leg and stepped on the mascot cloud. This auspicious cloud was a common means used by some immortals to fly through the air. Step on it as if you were walking on it. Seeing this, Wu Yingfei also stepped on it. An auspicious cloud carried the 3 of them straight up high into the sky, and then descended in a straight line. It was only at this time that Yang Qi realized that the sword sect was really in the sky. The auspicious clouds descended an unknown height before Yang Qi saw the outline of the mountain range below. This auspicious cloud is very interesting. People stand on it, no matter how fast they are. They can only feel the slightest breeze. It doesn't feel like the wind is howling because it's so fast. Feeling the breeze, Yang Qi suddenly remembered a spell that could be used at the Jindan realm in the Sword Dao inheritance. That is flying with a sword. Just the thing to try. Yang Qi reached out and the immortal execution broken sword appeared in his hand. The immortal execution broken sword appeared, and Chen Feng was visibly stunned at the sight of it. Secretly, he said that this Elder Yang's weapon was completely strange. Yang Qi stretched out his finger, spell casting, and pointed it towards the immortal execution broken sword. The Punisher broken sword received a boost of mana. Surprisingly, it slowly floated. Yanqi stood up with his feet raised. At first, it was wobbly. Gradual acclimatization at the end. Chen Feng was surprised to see it. There's something about this Elder Yang. Mastering the skill of flying with a sword so quickly, he didn't realize it was the game panel. Now, on Yang Qi's game panel, there were a few more spells exclusive to the Sword Dao inheritance. Wu Yingfei saw it and was amazed. Right now, she hadn't reached level 10 yet, and she simply couldn't activate Tai Shan Luojuan's inheritance. It is naturally impossible to use these special means. Yang Qi flew with his sword for a while and realized that the mana value consumed by the Royal Sword Flight spell wasn't much. One roughly consumes 2 mana points a minute. However, now, his Gongfu had been changed long ago when he received his inheritance. What he was currently cultivating was the sword scripture from the sword sect's inheritance, which directly had no grade, and according to the inheritance inside, this technique could change its grade based on the cultivator's cultivation, and there was no such thing as a cultivation stage. Yang Qi was now at the Jindan realm and possessed 100 mana points, and the spiritual rhinoceros decree that he had cultivated before was directly squeezed out by the sword scripture. With a full count, Yang Qi could now fly by sword for 50 minutes. This was also a normal speed flight, and if one were to speed up the flight, more mana would be consumed. The so-called normal speed, Yang Qi estimated, was only about 50 mph. At this speed, Yanqi was already satisfied. In addition to the Imperial Sword Flight, this inheritance also brought Yang Qi several other spells. A sword and shield spell that is a defense spell. After casting it, you can turn the long sword in your hand into a shield to ward off enemy attacks. Defense can reach 100. Consumption of mana is 10 points. An attacking sword move, named One Sword Seal Throat, was about a quick, accurate and ruthless move that could explode 200 attack points. For Yang Qi, who possessed the 10,000 swords through the heart, this sword move spell attack was not considered high. However, the victory was that it consumed less mana, and only required 10 mana points, and 10,000 swords through the heart. Although the attack power was very outrageous, it cost 30 mana points. Yang Qi was just missing some regular spells right now. One could not just encounter a small monster and directly amplify the move, wasting mana value, not to mention that if one encountered danger after casting it, it would be difficult to fight. One Imperial Sword Flight, one Sword Shield, and one attacking sword move to seal the throat with one sword. 3 spells were enough for Yang Qi to use at the Jindan realm. The Sword Sex Legacy is more than that. New spells would appear when Yang Qi reached the Yuaning realm and beyond. That's what's so great about Legacy. A legacy could give a person a series of feats and spells straight away. Yang Qi was now feeling like he had tens of billions of immortal crystals and no place to spend them. But that's just a joke. When it came to the later stages, as far as Yang Qi knew, the more immortal crystals one possessed, the more advantageous it would be. This was the reason why Yang Qi hadn't been willing to spend too many immortal crystals. Immortal crystals and reborn memories were Yang Qi's greatest advantage. In between Yang Qi's thoughts, the 3 of them soon arrived at the first destination. Yang Qi took out the paper and took a look. Sword Handle Village. Report of a fox demon in rebellion, tearing and capturing alive and attacking villagers at night. With regards to the names of the villages within the Sword Sex small world, Yang Qi was already powerless to spit them out. Just now, he took a look and realized that all the village names carried the character for having a sword. A fox demon? I wonder what realm. After Chen Feng descended, he directly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, more than a hint of realization appeared on his face. Then he said to the 2 Yang Qi, I have found the location of the fox demon. You 2 follow me. Yang Qi was delighted to hear this. He thought he would have to wait until dark. I didn't expect Chen Feng to have this ability. However, Yang Qi was relieved when he thought about it. Chen Feng's realm didn't know how high it was. Searching for a fox demon is not a handful. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in a cave near the village. Chapter 55, The Sword Sex Small World Ambushes the Demon. Yang Qi's trio came here to take a look and realized that there were traces of human life here. In the cave, there are pots and pans and even a stove for frying. When Yang Qi saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare. Could it be that a mortal has defected to the fox demon? This kind of thing is not uncommon. Looking at everything inside this cave, at least one person has lived here. But after searching around, there were no fox demon tracks. Chen Feng frowned as he cupped the spell in his hands. Strange. Obviously the spell's pointing to this cave. Could it be that this fox demon heard the news and escaped? Just as the 3 were searching in vain and preparing to leave, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was a woman wearing a plain-colored dress, with long black shiny hair draped over her shoulders and exquisite features. At first glance, this is a gentle peasant woman. The woman was carrying a bamboo basket in her hand, which was covered with a red cloth, and a mushroom was exposed at the edge of the red cloth. By the looks of this is exactly where the woman lives. As soon as the woman returned, she saw the 3 men looking at her. Upon seeing Chen Feng, a flash of panic appeared. Chen Feng immediately reached out and drew his sword, and as a sword sound rang out, a long sword appeared in Chen Feng's hand, directly at the woman. Bold demon, show your true form. When Yang Qi heard this, could it be that this woman was a fox demon? The spirit pupil spell was activated. The woman's message appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. Second order fox demon, Husan Yang. It's really a fox demon. When Husan Yang saw Chen Feng in such a battle, she even directly revealed a scowl. Sword sect scum. With that, the red cloth on the bamboo basket flew out and rose against the wind, transforming into a red curtain. Yanqi didn't hesitate. This is a second-order demon, equivalent to a cultivator of the Yuaning realm. It was sufficiently one large realm higher than Yang Qi. The broken sword appeared in his hand, and said to Chen Feng, Brother Chen, let me do it. Chen Feng frowned. This was a second-stage demon. Yang Qi was just a beginner in Jindan. How could this work? But thinking of Yang Qi's identity, he also retreated, secretly, but ready to strike at any time. Husan Yang saw Chen Feng retreat, and a young man stepped forward. She thought that it was some high achiever, but after taking a closer look, she realized that Yang Qi was actually a small rookie who had just entered Jindan. A sneer escaped immediately. Humph, I don't know what to do. Saying that, the red cloth in the air covered the daylight and was about to come towards Yang Qi. Yang Qi didn't pause for a second. The 10,000 swords through the heart spell had been cast in an instant. At that moment, the sound of swords roaring in midair rose. Countless sword lights coalesced in midair. And then, the countless sword lights transformed into a stream of light and stabbed at Husan Yang. Husan Yang was horrified when she saw this. She realized that this little fellow, who had just entered Jindan, was able to issue such an attack. With a move of her delicate hand into the air, the red cloth that covered the sky suddenly flew back to her, against the front. But it was too late by then. The 10,000 swords through the heart had already arrived in front of her. It pierced directly into the red cloth. At once, the red cloth trembled, emitting an ear-piercing sound of breaking air. The red cloth turned into rags in the sky under the attack of the 10,000 swords piercing through the heart. Hu Sanyang was stunned. Who the hell is the young man in front of me? Why such tactics? Surprisingly, her magic treasure was broken with a single strike. Chen Feng, who was ready to strike at any time, was also horrified, looking at Yang Qi with a strange look. This spell, when he first entered Jindan, he was unable to launch such an attack. Just as everyone was surprised, the 10,000 swords through the heart spell reappeared. Yang Qi's mana value was once again drained of 30 points. Hu Sanyang was horrified. Before he could react, he was stabbed by the sword light. With a mouthful of blood spurting out, Hu Sanyang's breath withered. How can this be a fight? Hu Sanyang's heart was already full of withdrawal, was about to retreat. Another sword light came. With a miserable scream, Hu Sanyang directly fell to the ground, killed the second-order demon, Fox Demon Hu Sanyang, and gained 2,000 experience points. Yang Qi was relieved when he saw this tip. A second-order demon. It's really powerful. Surprisingly, he was asked to unleash the 10,000 swords through the heart spell 3 times. At this point, he only had 10 points of mana left. If this Hu Sanyang hadn't died, it would have been hard to predict his downfall. Hu Sanyang's body turned into a white fox. Yang Qi also found an equipment magic treasure next to him. Take it in your hand and put it directly into your storage ring. At this moment, Chen Feng walked over. Elder Yang, truly a hero. This spell, when placed in the Yuaning realm, is one of the best in existence. Earlier, it was my eyes that were clumsy. Yankee waved his hand. I'm in a low realm, so in these few days, I'll still need Brother Chen to take care of me. It should. Chen Feng nodded his head repeatedly. Chen Feng's realm was estimated to have reached the immortal realm, with him at the side to prey on the battlefield. No matter what powerful demons they encountered, they would be able to protect their own well-being. Now is a good time to practice. Taking out the paper given by Chen Feng, prepare to head to the next place. A second-ranked demon brought him 2,000 experience points. That experience value can be very high, but compared to the 100,000 experience value needed to advance to the Yuaning realm, it's like 9 cows and a hare. Now, grab it and upgrade. 5 days later, the figures of the 3 appeared within the sword sect. Yang Qi wooing phase 2 people's aura was already vastly different compared to the past days. Yang Qi's body had a stern aura, as if it was a sheathed sword with a sharp edge. The hand exorcising broken sword was pinned to his waist. The rust on top of the broken sword was already a thin layer, as if it had been carefully ground. As for Wu Yingfei, there was a red damask on her slender waist, not over her elbow, and her aura was even more dusty. After 5 days of ambushing the demons, now, Yang Qi's experience value had come to 70,000. There was still 30,000 experience left to advance to the Yuaning realm. All of this was because of the presence of Chen Feng. Some powerful demons were defeated by Chen Feng, leaving Yang Qi to fill in the gaps. The experience value goes up in a straight line. Now, Yang Qi was also very clear about his own strength. With the existence of the 10,000 swords through the heart spell, he could now kill second-ranked demons alone, equivalent to the Yuaning realm. But the transformation spirit above the Yuaning, he was not capable of dealing with it for the time being. Wu Yingfei's harvest was also quite rich in these few days. With Chen Feng around, her level had long since risen to level 10. Successfully inherited Taishan Laojun's Dan Dao legacy. When you go back, you can also use some special spells. As for the most important alchemy of the Dan Dao, there was still a need to go back and find the ingredients. In these few days, the harvested magic treasures were also extremely large. Most of them were medium-grade magic treasures. For example, the red damask around Wu Yingfei's waist was a medium-grade magic treasure. Yang Qi's body was also equipped with several types of magic treasures. It's all shoes and cloth armor and such. As for the immortal execution broken sword in his hand, it had never been replaced. Chapter 56, The Dragon City Crisis. Now, all the demons that were causing trouble within the sword sect's small world had been removed by the 3 of them. After settling this matter, Yang Qi was also ready to go back. Chen Feng looked at Yang Qi with undisguised admiration in his gaze. In the past few days, he had witnessed Yang Qi turn from being already a beginner in Jindan into a strong person in Jindan. It could even kill the Yuaning realm alone. Such a talent, placed in any sect, would be a treasure-like existence. At this moment, he understood why the patriarch would think so highly of the 2 Yang Qi. The rate of progress is just too fast. He, a powerhouse above the immortal realm, was ashamed of himself. The 2 of them, Yang Qi, returned here just to say hello to immortal Emperor Wu Yun. After they left, Wu Yunxian was going to close the entrance to the small world. If there are no surprises, no one else can get in. In the outside world, it's the first group that is guarding. Yang Qi's trio returned to the sword sect shortly after. Yang Qi then heard the voice transmission from Wu Yunxian. Little friend Yang, have a safe journey on this departure. If you want to come back, you can activate the token. After Yun Yusen finished speaking, his voice disappeared. It seemed that Wu Yunxian also knew of their intentions to come back here. Yang Qi wasn't surprised that Wu Yunxian seemed to still be a layabout. After bidding farewell to Lu Feng, the two of them returned to the valley of Sword Valley Village. Within the valley, there was a small stone sword. This is the way back to the present Dragon City. Yang Qi, as he did, pricked his own finger and dripped a drop of bloods onto the stone sword. In an instant, the stone sword glowed with light, wrapping around the two of them and disappearing in place. Dragon City. Yang Qi, Wu Yingfei and the two of them appeared under the stone sword out of thin air. Not far away, Zhang Qingsong was on guard here with a group of people from the first group. When he saw the two Yang Qi appear, Zhang Qingsong's face showed delight. Yang Qi looked back. It was discovered that the stone sword that went straight into the clouds was slowly disappearing. Sure enough, Wu Yunxian had gone out to hide the sword sect's small world. This scene stunned Zhang Qingsong. Such a huge stone sword had disappeared in a short period of time. Zhang Qingsong jogged over. Anxiously, he said to Yanqi, "Big brother, has something big." Yang Qi looked at Zhang Qingsong and said indifferently, "Say." It was only then that Zhang Qingsong told the details of what had happened in the past few days. 5 or 6 days had passed since Yang Qi's two left Dragon City. In the space of just a few days, the entire kingdom has changed. Countless small worlds appeared. Someone accidentally enters a strange little world and disappears. There were also beings that came out in the small world and caused a huge impact on Dragon City. With new monsters appearing, the leveling of the people of Dragon City soared very quickly. Yang Qi opened the ranking list and took a look. The names of himself and Wu Yingfei had disappeared. After being promoted to Jin Dan, it was surprising that the name automatically disappeared from the rankings. The first place is now occupied by an unnamed person who has leveled up to level 10. The remaining few, 2, had reached the 8th or 9th level. The last place all reached level 7. Seeing this, Yang Qi couldn't help but sigh of, "That's a fast level up." It's only been a few days. It seemed that apart from him, there were also people who had gotten a chance in the small world. Otherwise it would be impossible to level up so quickly. These are still an afterthought. And the most important thing is the great thing that Zhang Qingsong said. Surprisingly, someone had defected to the beings in the small world to persecute the people of Dragon City. Hearing this news, a wave of anger arose in Yang Qi's heart. Such people are the ones who sell out their fellow man for power. The pursuit of power is every man's right. To even say that seeing a fellow human being in distress and seeing him die to save him is nothing more than moral incompatibility. But to betray one's countrymen for power, such a man is one who already deserves to be killed. Who the hell is it? Yang Qi asked. It's the first place on the leaderboard. He's from our Dragon City, Zhang Qingsong said. Yang Qi took a look. The first place person was called Zhang Shanku, level 10. Big brother, my dad is already organizing people to resist. That Zhang Shanku was leading a group of people, making way for those monsters now. The entire Dragon City has united to resist them. But because there's no top power, it's always been a knucklehead. You're back so things can be fixed. Yang Qi and Wu Yingfei's names disappeared from the leaderboard. Everyone thought the two of them were dead, but Zhang Ao still had illusions about it and arranged for Zhang Qingsong to wait here. Yanqi listened and frowned. Take me to your father. Zhang Qingsong was not able to tell the complete story between words. Now I have to go and meet Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao's character. Yang Qi had heard a little about it in his previous life. According to Zhang Qingsong, it was also Zhang Ao who was doing the main work in resisting the invasion of the small world this time. Zhang Qingsong nodded and led Yang Qi straight away. Inside a large conference hall, there were dozens of figures sitting in various places. These people, all dressed in formal attire, were meticulously groomed. If there were outsiders here, they would be surprised, because these people were the masters of Dragon City in the past, a famous big group in Dragon City, the controller of a big company. In the past, it was a character that would shake Dragon City when he stomped his foot, but now, they were gathered together in a group, and each face was sad. On top of the main seat, Zhang Ao's face was blue as he looked at these Dragon City's lords of power. These people, in days gone by, controlled everything in Dragon City, switching fronts soon after the monsters descended. In Dragon City, it was still considered a party of power. Zhang Ao's voice rang out in the hall. Now, those monsters' attack has almost reached the center line of Dragon City. Everyone, it's time to take out your family's money to fight. When Zhang Ao said this, the dozens of people in the audience, their eyes watched their noses as if they hadn't heard it. So far, it's been the first group resisting. None of these people, yet, have come up with anything substantial to do. Zhang Ao sighed. People's hearts are not ancient. Gentlemen, if the monsters really attack, you won't have a good time either. When the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. I hope you'll join soon. Zhang Ao was still but said. The field, however, wore out a sneer. Ha, It's just meaningless resistance. Zhang Shanku is now level 10. Who else can resist them? The top 3 on the leaderboard are all their people. So what are we going to resist? Let's see. It's better to talk to Zhang Shanko about peace. What made Zhang Ao furious was that such a statement, as far as possible, had gained the approval of the majority of people. Inside the hall, dozens of people were whispering, Chairman Jiang, let's see. You first group talk to them as well. Can't stop it. They are the strongest and have the help of the beings of that place. What's that we're blocking? It's a mantis. It's not worth it. We businessmen. Profit comes first. Chapter 57, Traitor to the Human Race. Within the hall, the atmosphere instantly became weird. Jiang Ao, who was in the main seat, insisted on fending off Zhang Shanku and the others. As for the rest of them, they were either silent or directly pointed their spears at Zhang Ao. You first group have been sitting in the number 1 position for too long, all but forgetting that we are essentially businessmen. We're simply not capable of resisting. Surrender is the only thing we can do. If you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of not having any firewood to burn. Mr. Jiang. There were also those who were bitterly persuaded. Doesn't Dragon City still have Yang Qi? What are you afraid of? Zhang Ao said unwillingly. Yang Qi's name was spoken by Zhang Ao, and within the hall, sneers and laughter were heard again. Yang Qi? Name disappeared from the rankings. The grass is growing out of the grave. Ha! I thought the first group's bottom line was something. Turns out it's Yang Qi. Counting on a dead man? Wu Yingfei and Yang Qi both disappeared from the leaderboards of Mr. Jiang. You don't need me to explain. You know what this means. Yang Qi is just a lucky thug. With such a high profile, who will die if he doesn't? How could Zhang Ao not know that Yang Qi was already living or dying? He was just trying to find an excuse to get these people to join him in resisting the incoming monsters. Just at that moment, the door to the conference hall was kicked open. Zhang Qingsong hurried in. It made all the bigwigs in the room stare. A look of amusement was evident in both eyes. Immediately, someone else stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, take care of your precious son. We're in a meeting. Just then, another voice rang out. Sell out your fellow man to make way for monsters? I'll see who dares. Everyone looked toward the doorway. Yang Qi slowly walked inside the conference hall. Behind him was Wu Yingfei. Inside the conference room, there was a commotion. Who is it? Don't you know we're in a meeting? How do the security guards outside work? All kinds of cats and dogs are let in. Who's so arrogant? Upon seeing Yang Qi's face, everyone froze in place. In the entire Dragon City, who didn't know Yang Qi's great name? This name resounded throughout Dragon City a few days ago. But now, when Zhang Ao saw Yang Qi appear, a smile finally appeared on his face. Yang Qi's strength was so powerful that as long as Yang Qi was on the same front as him, nothing would be a problem. Yang Qi looked around. Dozens of people, but no one dared to look directly at his gaze. Those who were swept by his sight lowered their heads. Yang Qi smiled faintly and walked forward. Aloud, he said, I don't care if anyone has greeted you and told you to surrender. Each of you, send half your strength, totally at the command of the first group, or your heads will have to move. Everyone's faces turned ugly at these words. Send half of your force and you have to be completely at your command. Isn't that asking them to give up half their power? Immediately a man stepped forward. Yang Qi, you're not even on the leaderboard anymore. What's with the big tail act? Who are we to listen to you? The man was a bald man with a face full of cross-cutting meat, looking like a thug. Behind Yang Qi, Wu Yingfei's figure disappeared like a ghost. The bald man's pupils suddenly widened as he turned back incredulously. Behind him, Wu Yingfei looked at him with a light smile on his face. Seeing this, Yang Qi said aloud again, I'm done talking. Who's in favor? Who's against it? With the previous lesson here, everyone dared not venture out, only nodded in agreement. After saying that, Yang Qi directly turned around and left. The conference hall was silent for a long time, and Zhang Ao also went out the door. Now, things have changed. Inside a room, Yang Qi was sitting on the side drinking tea. Zhang Ao held a stack of materials in his hands and explained them one by one. Yang Qi, this time, there's a big problem. There are now hundreds of known small worlds in Dragon City alone. Currently, only the entrance is located in a small world south of the city that sends out demons in a big way. Other than that, it's all about exploration. And right now, there's no conflict. Yanqi heard the words south of the city, suddenly remembered. His family still has Lu Qingxiao for brothers? I wonder where they went. As of now, there was only one small world that had made Dragon City an object of attack, and planted spies on the human side. Now, south of the city, there was a group of humans, the advance guard of that small world. The group of humans, on the other hand, were the most powerful people in Dragon City. It even says that they occupy the top 3 in the national rankings. That small world is mainly filled with strange creatures that look, by the looks of it, like the legendary beasts that have become fertilized and turned into demons, Zhang Ao said, with more than a hint of fear on his face. Apparently, he had already seen the demon that appeared in that small world. Yankee was not surprised by this. These small worlds are roughly divided into several types. One type is the clan small world, which contains mainly a clan. Just like the sword sect, one type is a racial small world, in which a race lives, and in the hostile small world in the south of the city, it is probably the demon race's small world P. There were also some small worlds that belonged to the savage category, which were mixed with fish and dragons and full of unknowns. There were some that had no danger inside, and some that were so dangerous that even the immortals who went in would have to drink their hearts out. The small world of demons, Yankee mused. I also don't know what the overall strength of this small world is. If they were too powerful, they would probably have gushed out all at once, and there was no need to pull in those few humans. These small worlds were treasures, and if utilized properly, strength would rise rapidly. On the side of the first group, the power possessed is not strong, full of only 500 level 5s, which is not a strong power. When he said this, Zhang Ao began to worry again. Yang Qi laughed. Don't worry, not a big problem. After saying that, he gave Zhang Ao a look of you don't worry. Zhang Ao's heart was greatly determined. However, he was already guessing to which point Yang Qi's strength had reached. Above the 10th grade? Even if Yang Qi told Zhang Ao probably wouldn't understand much. Opened the chat channel and found it silent. Not many people were talking. Both Dragon City and the global chat channel. Yang Qi flipped upwards and realized that Dragon City was the only city that was actively attacked by the small world. Other cities, for the most part, are at peace with themselves. Learning of this news, Yang Qi's face was odd. Just as Yankee was on because of the closed chat channel, a message appeared in the Dragon City chat channel. Zhang Shanku, fellow compatriots, tomorrow, the demon race will attack, and by then, the people of the first group won't be able to stop them at all. I advise you, surrender quickly. Look at me. I'm at the top of the rankings now. This is the power that the demon small world gave me. Chapter 58. Are you the one who wants to join the demon race? After Yang Qi learned the identity and location of the other party, his figure directly disappeared in place. Let Zhang Ao be amazed by it. Looking to the side, wooing Fei all. What level of strength has he reached? Could it be that he has become an immortal? Zhang Ao had seen a lot of things and had long guessed that when the rank reached the back, it was a mythical immortal. Wooing Fei gave him a blank look. Have faith in science. After saying that, his figure gradually faded and directly disappeared in place. When Zhang Ao saw this, he opened his mouth dully, but nothing came out. This is too much of a blow. In his heart, he was incomparably curious as to what level of strength these two had reached. Yang Qi came to the south of the city alone and returned to his villa. Found traces of demonic activity here, but none of the demons are here. Even the four brothers, Lu Qingqiao, were nowhere to be seen. I hope they're okay. As Yang Qi said that, the immortal execution broken sword appeared in his hand, directly flying with the imperial sword. According to Zhang Ao's information, Zhang Shanku and the others were gathered at the entrance of the demon race's small world. Yang Qi flew in midair. Soon, a huge statue was seen in the distance. It was a statue of an ogre. The dragon looked hideous, with its teeth and claws spread out. Yang Qi saw the scene. Could it be the small world of the Jiaolong clan? The Jiaolong clan was a subsidiary race of the Dragon clan. It is also a modest power in mythology, but such a force, when placed in the current Dragon City, could directly exterminate the entire Dragon City. In front of the ogre statue, someone had already set up camp. One white tent there. At this moment, within a huge tent, several men were sitting. Big brother, there won't be anything wrong if we talk like this in the chat channel, right? One of the men said. Ha, what could be the matter? Third brother, we are now the most powerful people in the whole of China. The top 3 in the rankings are all our brothers. What are we afraid of? When the adults in the small world can descend on Dragon City, none of this will be a matter. Let alone the entire Dragon City. The entire country is ours. Just then, the all-middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke. As long as the first group is settled, the others won't dare to resist. Also, you two hurry up and upgrade. When we get to level 10, we're going to go together to accept the inheritance of chance given by that lord. The other two nodded their heads when they saw their big brother speak. By the way, big brother, what about those 4 guys? One inquired. Zhang Yamaguchi mused for a moment. If they don't have anything good to squeeze out of them, let's settle for more. Okay, Mud. I've been looking at them for a long time. Really followed a good master. The equipment they have on them, it's really good stuff. It's okay, we'll have plenty of good stuff like this in the future. At the end of the sentence, a burst of laughter came from inside the tent. Just then, a very abrupt voice appeared in the tent. Let the laughter come to a screeching halt. Zhang Yamaguchi immediately took out his own weapon. Look at the young man who appeared in the tent. When he saw the appearance of the visitor, he was shocked. Yang Qi, you're not dead? Zhang Shanko exclaimed. Yang Qi was the last ranked number 1 in the rankings. But isn't Yankee dead? Yang Qi's name had long since disappeared from the rankings. This was one of the reasons why he had the courage to say that he was number 1 in Dragon City. Upon seeing the living Du Yangqi appear in front of him, the 3 Zhang Shanku brothers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yang Qi looked indifferent. He had come outside the tent long ago, listening to the trio's chat pretty much to the end. Hearing about the whereabouts of the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers, he immediately put his heart down. Of course I'm not dead. Yang Qi laughed at the 3. It sent shivers down the spine of the 3. Yankee's feats are too many. Exterminate the giant wolf demons throughout Dragon City. Even if Zhang Shanku is now at level 10, he does not dare to say that you can do it. I hear you're defecting to the demons? Zhang Shanku drew his long sword in his hand, and a cold light appeared. A fierce light appeared in his eyes. Brothers, he is but one man, and it's long since fallen off the charts, so we don't have to be afraid of him. Zhang Shanko gave a pep talk, and the other 2 also took out their own weapons. Yanqi took a look. Good man. These weapons were the things that Wu Yingfei had given to the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. Now that the 4 brothers had been captured by them, the equipment became their weapons. Yanqi shook his head. Shaking his head, he looked at the trio with dead eyes. In the next second, the immortal Punisher broken sword appeared in his hand. 3 sword lights appeared inside the tent. The 3 of them only felt a flash before their eyes. Then he felt a sharp object across his throat. First, there was a wave of dizziness, and then, the heads of the 3 men dropped to the ground like watermelons without their pips. After settling the 3, Yanqi spoke directly within the chat channel. Zhang Shanku has been ambushed. If anyone dares to defect to the demons and persecute their own kind, this is what happens. The chat channel, which had been incredibly quiet, instantly boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who was that just now? Such a big mouth? Blind upstairs. That's Yang Qi. No, one in the previous rankings. Yang Qi? Isn't he dead? His name isn't even on the rankings anymore. Upstairs, if you say he's dead again, watch out for him coming after you. Really? Zhang Shanku is even level 10 now? It's probably someone with the same name coming out to joke around. Everyone was puzzled as they opened the rankings and realized that Zhang Shanku's name was no longer among the top 3. Even his 2 brothers, their names have disappeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's true. Zhang Shanku is really dead. Mud. It's cheap for him. Been screaming inside the chat channel before. I thought how awesome they were before, but once Yang Qi came out, the 3 of them were gone. Mud. Big time. It's still Yankee Bull. The chat channel was in an uproar. Dragon City Center. Zhang Ao looked at the message within the chat channel. A smile appeared on his face. When the rest of the business bigwigs in Dragon City saw this, some were happy and some were sad. After doing this, Yang Qi entered the other tents. The tents were also discovered by some of the followers of Zhang Shanku. Yang Qi struck directly, leaving no one behind. These people, all of them, have defected to the demon race, has betrayed the great righteousness of the human race. Staying is not allowed. After searching for several tents, there was no sign of the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. Eventually, in the last tent, as soon as Yang Qi opened the tent, he saw 4 figures tied up tightly and casually placed on the ground. Lu Qingxiao heard the commotion and opened his eyes. He thought it was Zhang Shanku who came to persuade him to surrender and was about to open his mouth to scold him, only to find out that it was Yang Qi. It was a pleasant surprise. Mr. Yang is here. Wake up, brother. Mr. Yang is here to save us. Chapter 59, The Small World of the Demon Race, Conquering the Jiao Dragon. After Yang Qi untied Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers, he directly came to the Augur Dragon statue. This Augur statue was the entrance to the demon race's small world. Yang Qi didn't hesitate and directly entered it, and Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers are waiting outside. On the chat channels, everyone watched as Zhang Shanku and the others, who had been strutting their stuff a few days ago, disappeared from the leaderboards one by one. It was all extremely shocking. These people can be strong. They had the Demon Clan's small world as their backing. Strength has always been stronger than the others. But now, it was actually handled by Yang Qi alone. Whether it was someone from Dragon City or another city, there was another in-depth experience of Yang Qi's strength. I'm afraid this guy is invincible. The outside world was speculating about Yang Qi's strength. As for Yang Qi, at this time, he had already entered the demon race small world. Go inside. Yang Qi realized that this small world wasn't big. It's just a few kilometers around. The whole thing is a plain. Just after entering, Yang Qi saw a demon race moving around. A little probing revealed that these were all some Jindan realm demon clans, and all of the same race. A 10-meter-long all-big python roamed around the grassland, its scarlet snake letters constantly gulping. It seems to be exploring prey. Soon it found its prey. Ahead of it was the scent of unknown prey. The boa constrictor's body moved forward at great speed. Unknown prey? In this small world, other than that ogre dragon, there was nothing that scared him. Soon the python saw its prey. Surprisingly, it was a human. Human? The human race is nothing more than a weak race, but the human ones are extremely flavorful. Thinking about this, the python became even more excited. Strangely enough, the python did not see the slightest fear of this prey. It wasn't quite like the humanoids it had encountered before. In the next second, a sword light flashed. The python felt his head leave his body. Yang-Chi looked at this large python in front of him, a little puzzled. Who the hell gave it the courage to come up and bite itself? Watch the experience being credited. Turning over the body. No equipment drops were found. This small world of the demon race is so small. The demon race that could be accommodated would not be too powerful. This was common sense that was recognized in Yang-Chi's previous life. The larger the size of the small world, the more powerful and stronger the people in it. Just like the sword sect's small world, it was as if it was like a complete world, and the strong people in it didn't know how high the realm had to be. But this little world of the demon race, Yankee found himself eating it all to get rid of it. Let's hope we won't encounter an existence that's too strong, Yankee muttered. The immortal execution broken sword hung in the air, and Yang-Chi directly stepped on it, soaring directly above the heights. Looking down, Yang-Chi realized that apart from a grassland, there was only a huge pool in the entire small world. Surprisingly, there were some building debris at the edge of the pool. Soon, a roar was heard throughout the small world. This roar resembled a snake or a beast and was extremely strange. Yang-Chi let out a cold laugh when he heard this. It seemed that the owner of this small world had already sensed his arrival. Following the roaring sound, Yang-Chi quickly locked onto the location. It's in that big pool. A dragon? The dragon is near the water. Yang-Chi was even more certain of his guess. On the pool, the calm was unmistakable. This little world, there was no wind or anything else. Very peaceful. Suddenly, the unruffled pool burst into a splash. With a roar, countless small snakes scurried out of the pool. It landed directly on the grassland aside. When Yang-Chi took a look, these small snakes were merely ordinary foundation establishment realm. That is, up to level 10. There were only a handful of entries that had reached the Jindan realm. Yang-Chi didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to stare at the pool. He was now hanging in the air. These little snakes couldn't attack him at all. He was already invincible. The growling continued. The small snakes on the grassland looked very uneasy. All of them opened their big mouths, revealing their sharp fangs, and their venom kept splashing in their mouths. Falling on the grassland, it unexpectedly gave birth to a burst of black smoke. The grass was splattered with venom and immediately withered. The snakes kept moving forward in Yang-Chi's direction, but Yang-Chi was in the air. All they can do is look up and spit out their venom. Yang-Chi's height had reached 20 to 30 meters. All have reached the top of the sky of this small world. These venoms naturally couldn't stain him. The roaring in the pool continued, but it did nothing for Yankee. The growl seemed very impotent. Show yourself. These little snakes, they have no effect on me. Yang-Chi smiled faintly in the air. At these words, the roaring in the pool came to a screeching halt. Suddenly, a huge body flew out in the pool. With 4 splashes of water, it soared directly into mid-air. Only then did Yang-Chi see the appearance of this ogre. It's a white all-scaly dragon. Snake body, 4 legs. Under the white luster, it appeared that this dragon was very auspicious. Yang-Chi's spiritual pupil took a look and realized that this ogre was only at the Yuaning realm, still within his seconds. In the next second, the white ogre spat out human words, which turned out to be a clear female voice. The female voice sneered and laughed. Ha! I thought it was some great power descending into the small world, but it turns out to be a Jindan minor cultivator. Human race, submit to me, let you live. Yanchi smiled when he heard this. The Qinggang sword appeared in his hand, and a sword light appeared in midair. When the white scaly dragon saw this, a sense of foreboding immediately arose in its heart. The Jindan junior cultivator in front of her was sending out spells that could actually threaten her life. She felt the crisis of life and death in the sword light. Fellow Taoist, wait, something's up. The white ogre immediately begged for mercy. It was you who compelled the human race to submit to you? You want to attack the outside world? The sword light was still flickering in midair, and the aura in it grew more and more powerful. Yang-Chi directly opened his mouth and asked. The white ogre dragon looked at the sword light in midair, hardened with a helpless feeling of being unable to resist it. Fellow Taoist, they're the ones who want to submit to me. For this reason, I also supplied them with the serpent race in the small world to kill. I merely want to get out of this little world. Yanchi nodded as he listened, but the sword light didn't stop. Submit, or die. Yankee gave 2 choices. The white ogre is also still considered divine. Taking it as a mount is a good use of it. The white ogre didn't hesitate in the slightest. Immediately said, submit. I'm willing to hand over the divine soul brand. With that, The head of the augur spat out a stream of blood. After spitting out this blood, the white augur's breath withered. The blood transformed into a crimson droplet in midair, with the shadow of an augur surrounding it. Yang Qi gently took it. A prompt appears. The Yuaning augur chooses to submit. Is it to be taken in or not? Yang Qi directly chose to take it in. Chapter 60, Lord of the Small World. After Yang Qi chose to take in the augur dragon, the drop of crimson blood directly disappeared into Yang Qi's forehead. In an instant, a pet/mount appeared on Yang Qi's personal panel. A hint of realization also surfaced in Yang Qi's heart. Now, with just a thought from Yang Qi's mind, he could decide whether the white augur would live or die. As the saying goes, life and death are at his mercy. At this moment, the white scaly dragon's breath was withered, as if half of its essence had been extracted in an instant. The augur of the Yuaning realm. It's okay, too, Yang Qi thought secretly. Introduce yourself, and this little world, Yang Qi said. The body of a white augur hovered in the clouds. An ethereal female voice came. Master, my name is Bai Ling Shui. Yuaning realm, Jialong bloodline. I don't know my origins. I woke up within this small world. There are many snake demon clans living here, and I have taken them in directly. This small world appears to be the ruins of a clan. I found an inheritance under the water, but unfortunately I already have a bloodline inheritance that is no longer of use to me. When Yang Qi heard it, the name White Water Spirit was good. Jialongs could be considered a famous race even in the floodplains. With a bloodline inheritance, they occupy a natural advantage. No need to go looking for feats and spells or anything like that. A complete inheritance was within the bloodline, and as long as one collected resources and devoured aura, one could cultivate and improve. To this, Yanqi was not surprised. To his surprise, this small world even had an inheritance. Legacy is a good thing. After level 10, there was no way to improve oneself without an inheritance. No wonder, Zhang Shanku and the others had to submit to White Water Spirit. Go, show me the legacy. The white body of the white spirit water augur dragon turned gracefully and dug into the water with a heel. Yang Qi was also skillful and bold, and directly followed. The water in this pool was crystal clear, and only after entering the bottom of the water did Yang Qi realize that there were other places here. Underneath the water, there was actually a space. It was still vaguely recognizable that this had once been a great hall. As soon as he entered, Yang Qi was attracted by a jade slip above the main hall. Placing the jade slip on his forehead, the information within the jade slip was mapped in Yang Qi's mind. Jade Jane is a carrier for recording information. It could record feats, spells, and even legacies. After a long time, Yang Qi put down the jade slip. The art of combining attacks. This inheritance was also a great discipline that could be cultivated to the extreme. The difference is that this legacy is not one of a person. Rather, it's a collective legacy. It takes at least 3 people to receive the inheritance at the same time. According to it, anyone who practiced this inheritance had to be united. Alone, it's just a little bit stronger than a normal legacy. If several people fought together, the strength that was exerted was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Rather, it has grown exponentially. Whether it's practicing or fighting, all of them are over the top. Is this the legacy you promised to Zhang Shanku? Bailing Shui nodded. That mortal has already completed his foundation building, and he still wants to wait for the remaining few to receive the inheritance together. Yankee nodded. So it is. He immediately thought of the right person for this inheritance. That would be the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. These 4 have always moved together. This inheritance was most appropriately given to them. Put the inheritance jade simple back in its original position. Yang Qi's figure appeared at the edge of the pool. At this point, countless serpents were still at the pool. They are not very spiritual. Seeing his boss take Yang Qi into the water, nor do I understand what it means. But when he saw Yang Qi appear, it was time to reveal his poisonous fangs and hiss. Seeing this, Yang Qi frowned. The realms of these snakes were not high. The highest was just the Jindan realm, and there are only a handful of them. That experience was a drop in the bucket for him, but he quickly thought of what to do with the snakes. At this time, Bai Ling Shui's figure also appeared. Master, should we just kill them? As a Yuaning realm augur, Bai Ling Shui's spiritual wisdom was already complete. One glance could see the disgust in Yang Qi's eyes. Yang Qi shook his head. No, I'll take care of it myself. Looking at the huge-sized white spirit water beside him, Yankee added, you are already in the Yuaning realm. You could have taken human form long ago. You'd better appear in human form from now on. Hearing this, Bai Ling Shui's body shook. A white light enveloped the massive body. In an instant, the white light dissipated. The bulky augur had disappeared. Standing in front of Yang Qi was a pavilion woman. The point is, the woman was wearing something a bit revealing, not much different than a bikini. The bottom half of the dress was a short white leather skirt and the top half was a piece of leather smocking. For a while, Yang Qi was dumbfounded. White spirit water. I am. Bai Ling Shui's appearance in human form was extremely outstanding. The figure was tall and lean, the waist was soft and thin, the skin was fair, and a pair of jade feet were bare. Stepping on the soft grass, the features were extremely delicate, as if they were elves running out of a movie. A long, shiny black hair was casually arranged at the back. Even Yang Qi couldn't believe it. The young girl in front of him was an augur. White spirit water suddenly spat out a ball of light in his mouth and hovered in front of Yang Qi. Master, this is the authority of this small world. After refining, you are the owner of this small world and can control the entrance to close and open. Yang Qi was pleasantly surprised when he heard it. He'd almost forgotten there was such a thing. Small world authority. A prompt appears. Do you accept small world authority? After Yang Qi clicked accept, he opened his mouth and the light ball entered his mouth. As soon as it enters, it disappears. Yang Qi seemed to have swallowed a mouthful of air. Now, with a thought, Yang Qi could control the switch of this small world entrance. It can even control the entrance to the small world in the club's present reality, changing shape at will. With a thought, Yang Qi's figure appeared in the outside world. The four Lu Qingxiao people were worried beyond measure at this time. Although they believed in Yang Qi's strength, but after all, it's into someone else's territory. In the next second, Yang Qi's figure appeared. The four were pleasantly surprised. Was about to ask Yankee about the inside. However, Yang Qi grabbed the sleeves of the four. The silhouettes of the five people disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared within the small world. The four looked at the flat grassland, unable to turn back for a moment, and Yang Qi pointed at the surrounding snake clan. Kill them and practice. Accept the inheritance immediately after level 10. White spirit water. Help them. After giving some instructions, Yang Qi directly entered the underwater world, leaving the four men dumbfounded. If I'm not mistaken, this is supposed to be the small world. The four stood frozen in disbelief, looking at their surroundings. Chapter 61, Accepting the Inheritance, the Wonderful Use of Small Worlds. The four brothers looked at themselves within the small world and wondered why they were here. With a puzzled face, he looked at Bai Ling Shui on the side. This look directly stunned them. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. Although Bai Ling Shui was wearing sexy clothes, she had an unassailable aura. Bai Ling Shui glanced at the four indifferently. The four brothers felt like they were being stared at by fighting a ferocious beast and shuddered. Who is she? Just looking at me gives me a sense of powerlessness. Me too, the four brothers whispered. Bai Ling Shui's Yuaning cultivation. How could the whispers of the four people escape her hearing? Blankly, the four men said directly. He's my master. This used to be my little world. Master commands. You guys hurry up and kill these snake clans. After Bai Ling Shui finished speaking, his entire body floated up, rising directly into midair. These few words directly thundered the four to the outside. She's the owner of this little world? Isn't that the demon that Zhang Shanku and the others defected to? But what kind of monster looks like this? How strong is she? Several questions rose in the minds of the four. What surprised them even more was this. Yang Qi unexpectedly took in the owner of this small world. What level of strength had Yang Qi reached? The mind is in doubt though. They also didn't dare to ask Yang Qi. One after another, they took out their magic weapons, laying hands on the dusky serpent clan on the sidelines. Their weapons were returned to them after Yang Qi cleared the human traders. The snake race, which was huge in numbers, saw the four approaching. There was a flurry of hissing and hissing as the snakes spat out their letters. Warn the four. However, under the suppression of the white spirit water Jiao dragon bloodline, these snake clans were merely warned. There was a massive python trying to twist its body to attack the four. Before he could launch his attack, he was subdued by a look from Bai Ling Shui, prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. When the four people saw this, their hearts were even more horrified. He was even more curious about Bai Ling Shui's strength. With Bai Ling Shui at the side of the press, the four quickly took on the serpents. One by one, the snake clan was decimated by them. The experience value is also on the rise. Big brother, I've upgraded. I'm 4th grade. Joyful smiles spread across the faces of all four. The magic weapon in his hand swung even more vigorously. Half a day later, the entire grassland could no longer see any snake race. All that was left behind was a field of bodies. These serpents even popped out several pieces of equipment. They were all put away by Lu Qingxiao. At this point, their levels had come to all 10 levels. Watching his level rise to the top of the leveling charts, the smiles on the four men's faces simply wouldn't stop. Half a day to go from level 4 to level 10. Such speed can be terrifying. At their normal upgrade rate, level 4 to level 10 would take an unknown amount of time. It can even be life-threatening. Now, with Yankee's help, it was a breeze. The four brothers were grateful to Yang Qi in their hearts. This kind of treatment is like a rejuvenation for them. In everyone's heart, they felt immensely grateful for their actions of following Yang Qi. Outside, everyone was still shocked that Yang Qi had cleared out the traitors in a short period of time. As the four Lu Qinxiao brothers ascended the rankings, they were quickly noticed. Who exactly are the top 4 in the rankings? How come they're upgrading so fast? It can't be that someone has defected to the demons again. Upstairs fart. You don't know any of the 4 of them? The 4 Lu Qinxiao brothers are followers of Yang Qi. How could they be traitors? When these words came out, everyone remembered that a few people had followed Yang Qi before. So it's them. The upgrade is too fast. But in half a day, it's directly level 10. I heard that they were captured by Zhang Shanku, and now they should have been rescued by Yang Qi. Biggie Yankee is giving them another crack at it. Envy. Immediately send a private message to Big Brother Yang Qi and ask if he still lacks followers. +1. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask if Yang Qi lacks a girlfriend. I'm good at all 18 moves. Upstairs, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. To tell you the truth, I want to be Biggie Yankee's boyfriend. Upstairs pervert. I like it. Everyone was very envious of the 4 Lu Qinxiao brothers. Half a day to level 10. At this point in time, that's a record-breaking pace. At that time, Yang Qi didn't even have this speed. Within the augur small world, Yang Qi's figure appeared. Looking at the 4 people who had all risen to level 10, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You guys go and receive the inheritance next. Enter the Jindan realm as soon as possible. The 4 men listened in awe. A legacy? Jindan realm? These are terms they haven't heard before. Without receiving the inheritance, how would one know about the Jindan realm? Yang Qi didn't explain and directly led the 4 to the cave under the pool. The 4 were amazed at the sight. Soon, Yang Qi directly allowed the 4 to receive the inheritance in the cave. Instead, he himself came out into the meadow. As soon as Yang Qi appeared, Bai Ling Shui appeared beside him. Looking out over the lush green prairie, Yang Qi was prepared to treat this small world as his home base. He himself had been living in the villa area in the south of the city for a long time, and he didn't even own the villa he was living in. Now, it's time to move out. This little world happens to be a great place to live. The entrance to the entire small world was now in his own hands. The entrance is closed at all times, and it's a beautiful setting. A great choice for base camp indeed. With a little planning, Yankee settled on it, looking at Bai Ling Shui beside him. You're dying to get out? Yang Qi asked in a low voice. Master, I've been staying in this small world and I'm curious about the outside world. Yankee nodded. There were restrictions on beings within the small world who wanted to step out of the small world. For beings below Jindan, on the contrary, they were all free to enter and exit. But above Jindan, there are restrictions. This was also the reason why so many small worlds had appeared on Earth without causing too much turmoil. Only beings under Jindan go out. It's no different than the previous monster descent. As for the beings on top of the Jindan, there's only one way to get out if you want to. That is to sacrifice a being whose realm is above one's own. It is only then that you are free to come and go in and out of the small world. According to Yang Qi's memory, the living beings that were sacrificed were eventually absorbed by the small world and turned into nutrients for the small world. As long as they are out of the small world, they are equivalent to normal earthlings. The same freedom to enter and exit other small worlds. However, within this small world, there was only one Yuaning realm being, Bai Ling Shui. If one wanted to make a sacrifice, one could only start from the outside world. Yang Qi thought for a moment. This was simple. The existence of small worlds is mainly seen on the club objects in the real world. Yang Qi, as the lord of the small world, could change the physical shape of the club object at will, and could also carry the small world around. Chapter 62, For Brothers Promote to Jindan, determined the base camp. As it stood, it was not easy for Bai Ling Shui to go outside. Yang Qi could indeed kill the Yuaning realm in seconds now. However, there were no Yuaning realm beings out there. Only some small worlds have them. Yang Qi also didn't know if carrying a small world would allow him to enter other small worlds. There was a slight sigh. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. Bai Ling Shui's clear and cold voice rang out as she listened to such words. Thanks a lot, master. Yankee froze. It seemed like he hadn't told Shiren Shui his name yet. My name is Yang Qi. You can cultivate here first, but there is less aura within this small world, making it difficult to improve. It will get better slowly later. After saying that, Yang Qi's figure directly disappeared. In the next second, it appeared directly in the outside world. Looking at the gray augur statue, Yang Qi's mind moved. The gray augur statue transformed into a tiny piece of jade, which he took into his hands. Finding a red rope in his storage ring, he hung it directly around his neck. Now, he was able to carry the augur small world around with him, or even encounter danger. As long as it's not a particularly powerful being, all can hide in small worlds. After doing this, Yang Qi went directly to find Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei was drinking tea on a high building. Look at the information on the leaderboard. She knew that Yankee had come full circle with this operation. Across from her was Jiang Ao of the first group. Jiang Ao politely poured tea for Wu Yingfei. Just then, Yanqi pushed his way in. Seeing this, Zhang Ao immediately stood up. Mr. Yang is here. This time, thanks to Mr. Yang's hand, Yanqi waved his hand. He didn't come here this time to listen to Zhang Ao kissing ass. Now the small world has appeared. It's time to make money. His immortal crystals were getting smaller and smaller the more he used them. Now, if he did, he would have to gather the power of the entire Dragon City to fight for him with immortal crystals. The implementation of this program will require the help of Group I. Mr. Jiang, there's a business deal. Do you want to do it? Zhang Ao heard this and was instantly energized. Yangqi's current strength could not be predicted. The business he's talking about is definitely big business. An immortal crystal appeared in Yangqi's hand. Mr. Jiang, this thing, do you have it? The soybean-sized immortal crystal radiated a dazzling light. Zhang Ao took a look and dug into his pocket several times before pulling out a few immortal crystals. Mr. Yang, are you talking about immortal crystals? Yanqi nodded. Now, with the monsters within the small world appearing in Dragon City, other people's levels soared, and more immortal crystals were popped out. Mr. Yang needs this thing? Immortal crystals are the currency of the game, and they can all be purchased inside the mall for feats and spells. Every single one of those panels now connects to the mall. The utility of the immortal crystal would be known to all. Yanqi was not surprised by this. It's the kind of thing that can be used to advantage in the early stages by using information differentials, but as everyone levels up, the advantage from the information gap will only get smaller. Looking at the few immortal crystals in Zhang Ao's hand, Yanqi revealed a smile. Mr. Jiang, these few immortal crystals can't buy anything good in the mall. At most, it's a lower grade magic treasure and a lower grade spell. These things, there's really no shortage of them right now. As for something more expensive, these few immortal crystals can't afford it. How about this? You give me the immortal crystals and I'll give you the supplies, guaranteed to be cheaper than the mall. Zhang Ao was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't understand why Yangqi wanted immortal crystals. Could it be that Yangqi wanted to gather more immortal crystals to buy higher grade things? It's still a real possibility. Zhang Ao directly handed a few immortal crystals to Yangqi's hand. Mr. Yang, these few immortal crystals are for you. As payment for this time you made a move. As for the rest of the business, another story. Yangqi was not polite and directly took the immortal crystal back into his storage ring. These few immortal crystals were small, but they could be accumulated. This action of Zhang Ao couldn't help but make Yangqi look at him a few times higher. Now who didn't know that immortal crystals could buy supplies, and the chances of immortal crystals popping out were very low. The whole first group, that's all there is to it. Mr. Zhang's atmosphere. I believe Mr. Zhang has already seen my strength. I can offer protection to those of you who can give, so that you can practice safely, but the equipment and immortal crystals that you guys popped out, all of them belong to me. I have, today, in half a day, taken 4 people and brought my level to level 10, and I believe that Mr. Zhang is aware of our strength. Zhang Ao nodded. There was no doubt about Yangqi's strength. His words had spoken to his heart. There are a lot of people in the first group, but no one who can get to the point of holding up the door. Originally, his son, Jiang Qingsong, was still on the rank list, but because of the confinement, it's all still hanging around at level 4 or 5. As the chairman of the first group and having rolled around in the business world for so many years, Zhang Ao naturally knew what Yangqi was thinking. Happy cooperation then. Seeing Zhang Ao agree, Yangqi made another request. Your first group, a group of 20, can take a total of 4 groups. That means 80 people can practice together. Zhang Ao was overjoyed to hear this number of people. He was worried about the small number of people and not being able to bring the whole group up to strength. Also, you have to tell me the coordinates of all the small worlds and share the information. Zhang Ao nodded. This information, with a little organization, is available. It's not top secret information. Soon, the two went to the Clabber to finalize their collaboration. After the negotiation, Yangqi directly led Wu Yingfei out of the building. Yangqi directly returned to the south of the city's villa area. Place the jade pendant around your neck on the tabletop. With a thought, Wu Yingfei and his figure directly disappeared in place. In the next second, he came into the augur small world. Wu Yingfei entered the small world for the second time, but still felt very marvelous. Upon seeing that this small world was a prairie, it was a shock at the time. At this time, the 4 Lu Qinxiao brothers had already finished receiving their inheritance. 4 people had also reached the Jindan realm. It's sitting by the pool. Bai Ling Shui had already disappeared, presumably back to the cave under the pool. The presumably felt Yangqi's aura. Bai Ling Shui's figure directly appeared and stood behind Yangqi. From now on, this small world will be our home base. This is Bai Ling Shui, an augur bloodline of the Yuaning realm. Yangqi introduced Bai Ling Shui to Wu Yingfei. Bai Ling Shui can't go out for the time being. In the future, these guys will have to make contact. When Wu Yingfei saw Bai Lingshui's stunningly beautiful appearance, he had a feeling of absurdity. When he heard that Bai Lingshui was actually at the Yuaning realm, it was a surprise. I didn't realize that this was an expert of the Yuaning realm. The 4 Lu Qingxiao people were also surprised. Now that they had received the inheritance, they already knew the realm after level 10. The mind boggles at the thought. It turned out to be the Yuaning realm, so it was no wonder that when she looked at him, he had a palpitating feeling. Chapter 63, Transformation of the Small World. Wu Yingfei's arrival gave the Augur Small World a bit of life. She fully embodies the personal assistant. After receiving Yang Qi's permission, he immediately began to remodel the Augur Small World. Right now, the Augur Small World only had a grassland and a pool, not at all habitable. Wu Yingfei immediately contacted the first group. Zhang Ao was still preparing the number of people and lists for the first group to practice. Just got a message from Wu Yingfei. Building a house? Zhang Ao was puzzled when he saw this message. What's Yankee up to again? Shouldn't we be practicing now? How do you want to build a house? Moreover, in the entire Dragon City, where else is there a suitable place to build a house now? Although there were doubtful ones, Wu Yingfei was Yang Qi's man. Zhang Ao was still happy to help Yang Qi with his work, immediately agreed, and the most powerful architect of the first group was sent forward to find out what was going on. Soon, Zhang Qingsong and a middle-aged man arrived at the southern villa area of the city. Zhang Qingsong looked at the empty villa with a puzzled face. Where is everyone? Didn't we agree to meet here? And what happened to all the talk of building houses? Before he could spit, he saw Du Wu Yingfei's Du figure appear in front of him. It startled him instantly. Out of thin air. This is what happens. Wu Yingfei glanced at Zhang Qingsong. Straight away. I need to build a large structure. Built where? Here? Zhang Qingsong was puzzled. Both of you, please follow me. In the next second, Wu Yingfei picked up a jade pendant on the desktop. 2 taps on the foreheads of both men. The 2 of them came directly to the one within the Augur Small World. Zhang Qingsong looked at the vast Du prairie, unable to speak for a while. The architect on the sidelines was also stunned. This is a small world here? Zhang Qingsong, as the heir of the first group, was extremely familiar with the small world. In a split second, he arrived at the thought that this was Yang Qi's own small world. At this point, his heart was already horrified. The small world has always been in the hands of the demons. How could Yang Qi be so virtuous as to have his own small world? Wu Yingfei smiled knowingly when he saw the expressions on the 2 men's faces. Stunned, she just came in with that same look on her face, pointed to the pool in the middle of the prairie. Wu Yingfei spoke his mind. I'm going to build a building here that needs to accommodate 50 people living here. A line needs to come out of Wu Yingfei's mouth. The middle-aged architect on the sidelines quickly got into the swing of things after a shocking experience. Immediately, he studied how to build it. Building a house within a small world was not difficult for him. Within the small world, although there was sunlight, but the water source could not circulate. A series of things that needed to be studied in depth. It was only after a long time that Wu Yingfei sent the 2 Zhang Qingsong away. After the 2 of them went back and negotiated a plan, they would then hand it over to Yang Qi for finalization. In the first group, Zhang Ao was still finalizing the list of those practicing. Zhang Qingsong rushed right in. Zhang Ao frowned and spoke out to scold him. Gross and unseemly. When Zhang Qingsong had even revealed the news that Yang Qi possessed a small world, even Zhang Ao was stunned, rushing to his feet. Is that true? He really has mastered a small world? Zhang Qingsong all saw Zhang Ao so, a blank stare. Who just called me fussy? After determining that Yang Qi really possessed a small world, Zhang Ao was stunned. Ryoga said, this program, make sure you treat it well, involve all the architects of the first group, and make sure you satisfy Yankee, costs or whatever. No need to count. Just give it to him for free. Zhang Qingsong nodded. Yang Qi possessing a small world had been nothing more than general treatment. Such news showed that Yankee was farther along than everyone else, above level 10 although there is no leaderboard. Otherwise, Zhang Ao would be able to know Yang Qi's exact strength. Soon, Yankee got a program from the first group. Putting down the program in his hand, Yanqi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad for the first group. This design solution fits perfectly. Professionals still have to do what professionals do. Let's go with this program. Wu Yingfei nodded. Also, one more thing, help the first group to practice leveling. Let Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers do it. You're responsible for coordinating the whole situation, and to collect all the Du Xiantian crystals, equipment, and collect them, one by one. Arrangements are made to distribute them. Immediately after the program was finalized, Group 1 arrived to begin construction. Building materials were transported into the Augur Small World. Follow the program given by the first group. This building is constructed primarily of wood. It's a classical building. It can accommodate 50 people living here at the same time. 2 days later, Yang Qi once again came out from the pool cave. The building was found to be in the first stages of being modeled, and it would not take more than a few days for it to be completed. Yang Qi was very satisfied, but he was fretting about something else. The name Augur Small World obviously could no longer be used. Now the Augur became his pet. This will be your home base from now on. It still needs to have a ring to it. But Yang Qi couldn't think of a suitable name after thinking about it. Yang Qi Small World? Wonder World? Thought of several names, none of them quite what happened. In the end, Yankee had to give up. Gather a few people directly under your command. Inside the pool cave, 7 people sat at a round table. Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers frowned as several names were already written down on the paper in front of them. The Demon World, God's World, Immortal World, Heaven. Yanqi looked directly negative. It's just a small world. How can you be worthy of these names? And, what a magic world. Makes him seem like a major villain. As for the heavenly court of the immortal world, good lord, there are still people in the heavenly court. The advice given by the 4 brothers Lu Qingxiao, filled with a middle-of-the-road vibe, by Ling Shuai-du was just an augur, and directly refrained from expressing his opinion. In the end, it was Wu Yingfei who stepped in. Seeing Wu Yingfei's name written on the paper, Yang Qi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad for a senior. There was only one name on the all paper in front of Wu Yingfei. Spirit World. Yang Qi immediately clapped. Good. From now on it will be called the Spirit World. Well, Yang Qi pondered a bit and added, then from now on the building up there will be called the Spirit Hall. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes when this statement was made. Not bad for a naming ghostwriter. Wu Yingfei held his forehead with his hand, and then both said quickly, what Mr. Yang means is that in the future, that building up there, is called the Spirit Pavilion. It was only then that Yang Qi reacted. Ahem. Right, that's right, it's called Spirit Court. Lu Qingxiao's 4 people held back their laughter until their faces turned red, not daring to speak. With that, the naming of the spirit world came to an end. Yankee is also ready to start the preparations of helping the first group to practice. Chapter 64, Kill anyone who comes out. Jiang Ao quickly gave Yang Qi the information on the small worlds that had already been discovered in the entire Dragon City. Looking at the hundreds of small world introductions in his hand, in the entire Dragon City, there were surprisingly more than 100 small worlds alone. If we were to count the whole country, I wonder how many times that would have to be. What Yang Qi had to do now was to determine which small world to take down. Hundreds of small worlds, those who are too strong. No, once Yang Qi goes in, he will be killed in seconds. It's too weak, and it's not good. There's no experience value at all. Neutral small worlds are no good either. Only look for small worlds that aren't too strong or too weak. Anyway, within the small world, beings above Jindan could not pass through at will. The only way to enter freely is to sacrifice a being of the same realm, and only outside beings, not the beings of the native small world. In this way, Yang Qi only needed to lure out the living beings below Jindan within those small worlds, directly arrange for Lu Qingxiao and the others to guard the exit. Come out and kill one. The 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers were all at the Jindan realm now. Although the inheritance received was a collective inheritance, the strength was not considered strong when separated, but it's not exactly weak. More than enough to deal with the situation. It was also just enough for them to kill monsters and upgrade. Yang Qi quickly arrived to determine the small world where he was going to lay his sword. This time, a total of 4 small worlds were selected. The entrances to these last 4 small worlds were not far apart. They can also support each other in case of special circumstances. Most importantly, all 4 of these small worlds had sent out demon races to scout the wind. There is a strong will to attack the Dragon City. Once that was established, the rest was much better. When Yang Qi came out, he found that all the buildings within the spirit world had already been constructed. From the outside, it looked like a large hall. The overall color is a classic vermilion red. On the doorway, there was a huge gilt plaque that read Spirit Pavilion. Entering the Spirit Pavilion, the scene inside was slightly different from the classical and atmospheric exterior. Upon entering the door, there was a spacious hall, and within the hall, there was a table long enough to accommodate dozens of people. According to Yang Qi's intention, this place would be used as a conference hall in the future. Beyond the halls are the living areas. All living areas and facilities are modernized. Toilets, kitchens, and so on, are utilized with modern craftsmanship, more atmospheric and clean. Yang Qi's room was set up next to the pool. Out the back door of the room is the calm pool. There are also a series of recreational facilities such as lounge chairs for relaxation. Yang Qi's mind moved and he directly appeared in the outside world. Pick up the jade pendant on the tabletop. Flying directly with his sword, he arrived at the top of the tallest mountain in the south of Dragon City. The jade pendant in his hand transformed into a gate. The epigraph, the spirit world. In the future, the entrance to the spirit world will be established here. Well, that's nice and flirty. Yankee nodded, then took out the map. Directly find the location of those 4 small worlds. the imperial sword flew away. Soon, Yang Qi arrived at his destination, directly dripping blood into the small world. This small world was in the center of Dragon City. Because demons would be sent out to explore Dragon City, no one from Dragon City wanted to go near it, so much so that it's a rare place to see people. After entering the small world, Yang Qi all but realized that it was huge inside, an endless mountain range with a rush of green. In the midst of the endless mountain ranges, there was still the scent of savagery. The chirping of the beasts in it was incessant. The spirit world was only a 10-kilometer area, not comparable to the one here. Yang Qi appeared directly on top of the mountain. Beside him is a statue of an animal head. This is the entrance and exit of the small world. As soon as Yang Qi descended, he discovered the presence of a demon race nearby. At the first sign of movement, these demon clans surrounded them. When Yang Qi took a look, there were quite a few, but all of them were all demon clans in the Jindan realm. These demons were of different races, and had the characteristics of beasts on their bodies. Before Yang Qi could do anything, then a demon race with a lion's head spoke. The human race. It's the human race from the outside world. Brothers, go, capture them and collect the reward. With that, the spear in his hand stabbed up. As soon as the rest of the demon race heard the word reward, they immediately lost their senses, and all of them took out their weapons before even probing Yang Qi's cultivation. Charge up! Yang Qi was not polite either. A Jindan demon clan could bring him 2,000 experience value yet. The immortal execution broken sword appeared in his hand. For a time, sword light flashed above the mountaintop. All the demons have been ambushed, leaving a field full of bodies. Pick up the equipment and immortal crystals that exploded on the ground. Yang Qi was satisfied to the core. The 10 or so Jindan realm demons directly brought him 20,000 experience value. Now, he was closer to the Yuaning realm. As for the equipment that burst out, there were also a few medium-grade magic treasures, dozens of immortal crystals. Such a commotion quickly arrived to draw the attention of the other demon clans within the small world. There was a roar from the sky. There is an invasion of a race in the outside world. Little ones, give me a go. Kill him and there will be a heavy reward. The sound was deafening as it spread throughout the entire small world. Yang Qi observed his aura, and he was actually in the realm of God transformation above Yuaning. Yang Qi doesn't go deeper either. The transformation spirit realm was an existence he couldn't resist. In case you get stalled, the consequences are unimaginable. So just lay down the gauntlet. Humph, a mere demon race, making a fool of yourself. Have the guts to come out of this small world to kill me. After saying that, Yang Qi's figure directly disappeared, had passed through the entrance of the small world and returned to the outside world. If the entrance was closed by the lord of the small world, it would be too late for Yang Qi to come back. After coming out, Yang Qi directly sent a message for Lu Qingxiao and the others to come and wait directly at the entrance of the small world. The demon race will kill one as soon as one comes out. Yang Qi patronized the remaining 3 small worlds as he did. All of them slipped out while the master of the small world hadn't closed the entrances and exits. Yang Qi's experience value also skyrocketed. It went straight to the overflowing Jindan realm. As long as Yang Qi cultivated a little, he would be able to reach the Yuaning realm. The first group was soon in position. Lu Qingxiao and the others, each with 20 people from the first group, guard the 4 small world entrances and exits. It didn't take long for a single demon race to come out in the small world, and what greeted them was a head-splitting attack. Demon clans under the Jindan, with a Jindan realm to keep them in check. Straight away, there was no fighting back, killed on the spot. Zhang Ao and the others were also among the ranks of those practicing. Watching a demon race fall under his sword, everyone had a smile on their face. They've never practiced like this before. Sure enough, there's a big man leading the way. Practicing is so easy. In the past, it was all about the fear of losing one's life in a sudden outbreak of attacks by the demon race. With Lu Qingxiao and the others escorting them, there would be no casualties at all. Even if a demon race they couldn't resist appeared, it will also be the first to be killed. The 4 of them, Lu Qingxiao, wandered between the corpses of the demon race and collected 1 piece of equipment and immortal crystals. Wu Yingfei guarded the 4 directions, supporting the 4 at all times. Chapter 65, Breaking Through the Yuaning Realm. Yankee ignored it after he saw that the business was on track. It wasn't like the Jindan realm within the small world could come out anyway. Wu Yingfei and the others were enough to deal with all monsters. Wu Yingfei had gotten the Dan Dao inheritance from Taishan Laojun, and all in the Jindan realm was already considered to be at the top, although not as perverted as Yang Qi, but it could also kill all Jindan realms in seconds. Yang Qi, on the other hand, knew the spirit world directly. His experience value was already satisfied with advancing to the Yuaning realm, to go back to the retreat to break through the realm. After obtaining the sword sex inheritance, for every realm's advancement, different skillful means would appear. The last time I broke through the Jindan realm, Yanqi got 3 skills. This time when he broke through the Yuaning realm, I wonder what skills would appear. Anticipation ran high in his mind. After returning to the spirit world, Yang Qi did not enter the spirit pavilion. Instead, it's a straight shot into the pool. Come inside the cave under the pool. Bai Ling Shui was currently transforming into a scaly dragon, sleeping soundly in the cave, not the slightest bit aware of Yang Qi's arrival. Yang Qi had already all entered here. Yang Qi didn't care either. After sitting down on his knees, he directly ran the Gong method in the sword sex inheritance. With the operation of the Gong method, an aura that was enough to cause palpitations appeared within the cave. Yang Qi's entire body seemed to be a sheathed sword with a sharp edge. The breakthrough didn't take long. Yan Qi glanced at his game panel. This time, he broke through the Yuaning realm. The ones for strength, blood, and speed all boost to not much, same as the Jindan realm. But mana, to the tune of 1,000 points. This is the legacy of the Flood. Immortals, their physical qualities are only a dozen times stronger than ordinary people. A person's skill is mainly reflected in mana. After Jindan, this was true for every breakthrough in the realm. The boost is mana, and mana quality. The ability to flip a river was still mainly performed using mana. Yankee was not surprised by this. In his previous life, he had also cultivated to the Yuaning realm. Yang Qi exhaled deeply and opened the game panel. Looked to the spells that appeared in this breakthrough. At the Yuaning realm, it was surprising that just one spell had appeared. Just when Yang Qi was about to spit all, he found the name of the spell. Flying Sword. Seeing this spell, Yang Qi was shocked in vain. The pupils were filled with shock. Surprisingly, this is the spell. The sword sex legacy was truly powerful. A flying sword, as the name suggests, is a sword that can be controlled to fly thousands of miles away and take the life of an enemy. However, right now, Yang Qi wasn't able to take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. One can only control a flying sword to move within a range of 500 meters. Even so, Yang Qi felt immensely excited, because in a previous life, the only person who had this spell was an immortal. Sword cultivators, who had reached the immortal realm, would only have this spell. And now, Yang Qi was only at the Yuaning realm, placed under an immortal. This spell would be extinction. The immortal execution broken sword appeared in his hand. Yang Qi's mind moved. The immortal execution broken sword then to floated up. A sword sound rang out, and the immortal execution broken sword rushed out of the pool at an extremely fast speed, flying everywhere within the spirit world. This is faster than a bullet. If you stab someone, there is only death. Yang Qi retrieved the immortal execution broken sword with satisfaction. At this time, the rust on top of the immortal execution broken sword had pretty much disappeared. Somehow, as more and more beings fell on the immortal execution broken sword, the more Yang Qi felt that the immortal execution broken sword had changed. Now, the aura above the immortal Punisher broken sword became more and more terrifying. Yang Qi believed that it wouldn't take long. He would be able to comprehend the immortal execution sword intent on the immortal execution broken sword. Retrieve the immortal execution broken sword. Yan Qi looked at the remaining few skills. Until there is a breakthrough in the realm, Yang Qi's most powerful means was the top grade spell 10,000 Swords Through the Heart. It could explode with 100 times the attack power of Yang Qi. With this spell, Yang Qi could easily kill Yuaning realm beings at the Jindan realm. However, with the promotion to the realm of Yuaning, Yang Qi felt that this spell was beginning to be insufficient. This was because his current base power was still the same as the Jindan realm. The 10,000 Swords Through the Heart spell was also still able to easily kill the Yuaning realm. But, compared to the flying sword spell, it went straight down to the bottom. Looks like it's time to get supplies, Yankee whispered. Now, the flying sword spell was more powerful than the 10,000 Swords Through the Heart spell, and had a wider range of strikes. Moreover, less mana is consumed. Yang Qi operated his flying sword, only consuming 10 points of mana value per minute. In 10 minutes, if you don't meet someone with great strength, Yang Qi could have killed several rounds. After rectifying the harvest of this one, Yang Qi directly ended this cultivation. When he was about to leave, Yang Qi realized that Bai Ling Shui surprisingly hadn't woken up yet. There was no disturbance to Bai Ling Shui's beautiful dream. Yang Qi's figure directly appeared within the spirit pavilion. Now, it's just waiting for all the good news from Wu Yingfidu and the others. Taking out a cold beer in his storage ring, Yang Qi drank it directly next to the pool. Very cozy. Toward evening, Wu Yingfei and the others were finally ending their mission for the day. Back in the spirit world, Yankee took a look. These people's Jindan realm cultivation had condensed even more. Lu Qingxiao, 4 brothers after a day of fighting, longed to have been exhausted. After saying hello to Yankee, straight away, he went back to his room to rest. Within the spirit pavilion, rooms were arranged for everyone. The practice living area is fully equipped. Wu Yingfei, on the other hand, came to Yang Qi's room, dumped out everything in the storage ring. Looking at the pile of equipment, Yang Qi revealed a smile. Mr. Yang, I've counted it. A total of 100 immortal crystals, 50 pieces of lower-grade magic treasures, 1 medium-grade magic treasure. Yanqi nodded as he listened. It was a great day's harvest. 100 immortal crystals. That's not bad. Turn the fairy crystal into a balance. The balance value jumps. Yang Qi's heart was finally a little better. Pick up a medium-grade magic treasure and look at it. The property was found to be mediocre. Directly to Wu Yingfei. These, when they can be used, are used directly. Then, for brothers, take whatever you need. What's left, sell directly. Our prices, though, must be lower than the mall's. Only accept trade in immortal crystals. This was part of Yanqi's plan. Overhead GameStop buying and selling. Concentrate the immortal crystals on yourself. General Manager Yang, after the end of today's practicing, the people who participated in the first group have all reached level 10. For tomorrow, let them switch and keep practicing. Yanqi nodded. Group 1 will also need to get a legacy if they want to continue to upgrade. Without a legacy, any more experience points would still be level 10. Wu Yingfei left directly after reporting the situation. Yanqi, on the other hand, began to plan his next step. By now, the outside world was in an uproar. Chapter 66, Group 1 is dominating the charts? At this point in time, there had been a major reshuffle in the rankings. The people on the leaderboards that were in were all clear level 10. Everyone was stunned. What's going on here? Everyone was still practicing hard. How did these people rush to level 10 all of a sudden? Who the hell are these people? Inside the chat channel, it's already a mess. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on? A change in the sky? Can someone tell me which city are these people all from? How did you get to level 10 all of a sudden? That's too fast. It's over. I reckon someone else has betrayed the human race and defected to the demons. The last time this happened was when Zhang Yamaguchi and the others directly defected to the demons. Just as everyone was wondering who these people were, Zhang Ao of the first group came out to speak. At this time, Zhang Ao's level had also reached level 10. Brothers, those on the leaderboards are all from my first group, and we from the first group will always stand on the same side as humanity. There will be no betrayal of the race. Please, everyone sees this message. Go check it out, and the ones found on the leaderboard are really from the first group, clearly level 10. Soon the chat channel was filled with skeptical voices. Group 1, is that what you say it is? Without betraying the human race, how could they all upgrade so fast? Who doesn't know how to brag? No sooner had the voice appeared than it was scolded by a crowd of eaters. Upstairs, watch your mouth. The last time they fended off Zhang Shanku, it was the people from the first group. If it wasn't for them, Dragon City would have been finished long ago. Don't you just want to know how the first group was upgraded? Do you need to throw dirty water like this? Say that again, and I'll have you all pulled out and beaten up in no time. The voice stopped immediately. The first group did not eliminate Zhang Shanku and other human traitors though, but it also bought time for Yanqi's return. Credit where credit is due. On the Group I building, Zhang Ao looked at the messages with a frown. The heart was worried. Those voices of skepticism are only getting louder. The only thing the first group can do is announce all the things they practiced. Otherwise, sooner or later, you're going to get clobbered. There are still people who take into account that the first group is a former meritocracy. But what about later? The question now is, the first group practicing are all but relying on Yanqi. How could he publish this information without Yanqi's permission? Just when Zhang Ao was troubled, a message appeared in the chat channel. Wu Yingfei, a large number of lower-grade magic treasures are now on sale for 2 immortal crystals, cheaper than the mall. Selling 1 medium-grade magic treasure for 2 immortal crystals cheaper than the mall. In the future, a large amount of magic treasures and other materials will be sold, so welcome to come and shop. The trading location is at the top of Northwind Mountain, south of Dragon City, at the entrance to the Spirit Realm. After Wu Yingfei finished speaking, he sent out a message from the mana. Lower grade magic weapon, long sword, attack power, 5, speed, 5, priced at 2 immortal crystals. Lower grade magic treasure, soft armor, defense, 5, strength, 3, priced at 2 immortal crystals. This piece of news directly calmed everyone down. Wu Yingfei's identity, which was known to everyone, was Yang Qi's personal assistant. Now Wu Yingfei was actually selling off magic treasures in large quantities, and cheaper than the mall? Many people are heartened to see this message. They were now fighting monsters and upgrading, and occasionally immortal crystals would drop. However, the amount of these immortal crystals was so small that there was no chance of purchasing a little bit of supplies inside the mall. Now it was surprising that only 2 immortal crystals were needed to have a lower grade magic treasure. A lot of people are heartbroken. Soon, questions were raised. The top of Wind Mountain in the north of Dragon City's southern city? Isn't this place in the middle of nowhere? It shouldn't all be to lure us over for a robbery. Yang Qi is so powerful. Wake up upstairs and think about what you have on you that could attract Yanqi. Zhang Ao saw this and immediately spoke. The The first group practiced with Yanqi's help and didn't betray the human race. Please rest assured. Now Wu Wingfei is running out to buy equipment. Obviously, Yanqi had no intention of hiding this matter. Jiang Ao announced directly. This piece of news, in turn, set the crowd in motion. Is this true? I said. How come the people of the first group upgraded so fast? So it's because Yang Qi is helping. With Yang Qi's help. That's not surprising. Yanqi is too good to be true. Beyond the awe, more people are focused on the gear. Getting ready to go out all to get gear. All of this gear is just too cheap. At first glance, there was only one immortal crystal missing. In fact, it's a third less price straight away. Extremely affordable. On top of that, there is a group of people who are watching this. They were forces large and small in Dragon City. When they saw the first group of people dominating the list, very eye-opening. All want to know how the first group did it. When they learned that it was Yanqi help, a lot of people are having a little heart attack. The forces that could gain a foothold in Dragon City were not simple goods. Would Yanqi simply help the first group? How is that possible? Yanqi is not a cutie pie. Between the two, there must be some kind of deal. Maybe, even dabble in it. Wu Wingfei had just sent out the information about the equipment. I was about to go to sleep when I suddenly realized that my private messages had exploded. Hundreds of messages appeared. Jade Capital Group, Assistant Wu. Our Jade Capital Group would like to cooperate with Mr. Yang Qi, as long as Mr. Yang Qi helps us with our leveling, we can all agree to any conditions. Steel Group, good evening Assistant Wu. We'd like to know about practicing. All messages come in asking about practicing. There are group forces and individuals among them. When Wu Wingfei saw these messages, he felt like he had two big heads. After closing the panel, she went back to Yanqi's residence. Yang Qi was puzzled as he looked at Wu Wingfei, who had a grumpy face. What's wrong, Mr. Yang? There are many forces coming to inquire about practicing now. Shall we extend? Wu Wingfei can see the profit in this. If this business is expanded, Yang Qi can monopolize the entire Dragon City's immortal crystals and equipment trading market. The only problem is that there is not enough manpower right now. But now, if Yang Qi went out and said something, there would be countless people following. It's just that the quality is all a bit worse. Yanqi shook his head. It's still early. Get this later. Now, let's take care of the first group first. Tomorrow, get the first group to add more men. Make it 4 of them, with 50 each. Wu Wingfei nodded. Retreat straight away. Now the first group has retreated though, but the demons of the small world were still going out in a steady stream. These jobs, naturally, are left to the first group. Chapter 67, Yang Qi is too rich. Wu Wingfei rejected all of them outright. For a while, the great powers of Dragon City were all remorseful. Obviously, Yanqi helped Group 1 because of what Group 1 did. They now regret how they didn't stand in the first place. The next day, inside the Dragon City, people were stepping out in their own homes. Unity headed south of Dragon City. Some have even left in the middle of the night. They have one purpose. That is to go forward and buy equipment mana. Right now, most people are still barehanded. There's no advantage when it comes to facing demons. A lower grade magic treasure was enough to raise their combat power by a level. This time, Wu Wingfei released a limited number of magic treasures. They are afraid that someone else will get there first. The crowds were huge. Some people were buying mantras for themselves, some for their families. When all came to the appointed place, only to find that there was no Wu Wingfei here at all. Instead, there was an imposing portal above the top of the mountain. Above the portal, there are 2 large words. Spirit World. Everyone was puzzled. Spirit World? What's this? Is it hard to believe that it's another small world? They don't care what it is. The only thing I cared about was how Wu Wingfei hadn't come out yet. When the sun rises in the east, Wu Wingfei in the spirit world also got up and came. Pack up the mana to be sold. Straight out of the spirit world, the delicate figure appeared directly outside the spirit realm portal. Everyone was on alert at that moment when they saw the sudden appearance of a person under the portal. Now, because of the existence of the small world, they were extremely wary of the sudden appearance of people. But when they saw that it was Wu Wingfei, it froze then. What kind of tactic is this? It's a small world. Wu Wingfei came out in the small world. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. This time, everyone reacted. Appearing out of thin air, there was currently only one means to do so, and that was the small world entrance and exit. It was obvious that Wu Wingfei had come out in the small world. Soon enough, someone realized a problem. There are portals and plaques. This is clearly not a normal small world. The entrances and exits of small worlds in general are all oddly shaped statues. It's clearly a sign of someone working on both. This small world wouldn't be Yang Qi's, would it? This is outrageous. Most of them were still hiding from the small world entrances and exits. Fear of the sudden appearance of monsters. Unexpectedly, Yang Qi actually possessed a small world. Very quickly, Wu Yingfei confirmed their suspicions. I'm sorry to keep you all just waiting. In the future, if there is an emergency, you can ring the bell on the portal. We can hear it in our little world. Seeing these words from Wu Yingfei, they were instantly stunned. This was really Yang Qi's small world. How in the world did Yankee do it? Wu Yingfei outside ignored the expressions of these people. Take out a large pile of equipment in the storage ring. There were also a ton of feats and spells, but they were all lower grade feats and spells. After obtaining the inheritance, the usefulness of these spell feats became too insignificant, not very useful for people like Wu Yingfei. This scene, again, stunned the crowd. It's a storage ring. Heavens, a storage ring that sells for several hundred immortal crystals at the mall. Yang Qi is also too ho. Wu Yingfei is just his personal assistant. How dare he be qualified to wear a storage ring? The mall can now be accessed directly from the game panel interface. The inside of the mall is full of things, but the prices are pretty high. It's all the stuff that everyone dreams about. They didn't even dare to think that they could afford such a magic treasure. But now, Wu Yingfei was wearing on his hand was the storage ring that they had been longing for. The things that Wu Yingfei took out within his storage ring were even more dazzling. Various kinds of mana equipment, and a whole bunch of feats and spells. The crowd revealed greedy gazes. Almost couldn't control myself to go up and grab it. But thinking about Yang Qi's strength, they extinguished their minds at once. To provoke Yang Qi for such some equipment, it's really not very sensible. The crowd took out their immortal crystals. Go up and shop. In less than a moment, a large pile of supplies on the ground had been emptied. Gentlemen, if you didn't choose a suitable magic treasure, come back next time. In the future, every 3 days, it will be sold wholesale here. Wu Yingfei's words were even more exciting. Surprisingly, there is. They thought that these were all the supplies that Yang Qi and the others had accumulated from killing monsters. I didn't realize it would be every 3 days from now on. What kind of opportunity did Yang Qi get? Wu Yingfei didn't pay much attention. After saying that, he disappeared directly under the portal. The first sale of supplies ended. Yang Qi's name once again appeared within the chat channel. Without a doubt, all marveled at Yang Qi's strength, as well as Yankee's wealth. People in other cities are envious of this. Yankee was right there in Dragon City. For the people of Long Town, it's a convenience, cheap mana, and it's still sold in large quantities. Their city didn't have people like Yanqi. If you want a magic treasure, just be a good boy and go kill the demon. Busted out by luck. The people of Dragon City, too, were complacent. Now, city to city, transportation is completely paralyzed. Even if information is passed on, it will only be through the chat channel. Trying to come and buy equipment is simply not possible. Within the spirit world, Yanqi reclined whole on a chair and sipped an ice-cold drink. Wu Yingfei appeared. A large pile of immortal crystals appeared in his hand. Yanqi picked it up and did some math. Over 100 pieces. In the direct revenue balance, Yang Qi got up and commanded, "Keep practicing today." Wu Yingfei hesitated for a moment. Said, "Mr. Yang, the first group contacted me to ask about what happens after level 10. They have dozens of people at level 10, without the inheritance." Yang Qi smiled confidently as he listened. "Next time if Jiang Ao asks you, just run and tell him. After the 10th level, it's the Jindan realm, and if you want to break through, you must have an inheritance." After saying that, Yang Qi's direct figure directly disappeared straight away. The first group is now on board his ship. As for their heritage, Yang Qi had long had plans. However, he wouldn't hand over the inheritance to the first group for no reason. True friends are a combination of interests. Friendships don't last too long without a bond of interest. Yang Qi directly left the spirit world. The imperial sword flew in mid-air. Looking at the dragon city under his feet, Yang Qi was in a good mood. Occasionally, when passers-by saw someone flying with a sword above the sky, they all revealed astonished gazes. Yang Qi came directly to the west of Dragon City. He remembers that here, there is a small world. There was a clan inside that treated the human race very kindly. In his previous life, this was where Yang Qi obtained his inheritance. Now that he was revisiting his hometown, Yang Qi had a different feeling in his heart. Chapter 68, The Five Thunders Sect's Inheritance Tablet. On top of a tall building, Yang Qi gently landed. From memory, that clan's small world was here. However, Yang Qi's imperial sword observed in midair for half a day, but he didn't find the existence of the entrance to the small world. Could it be that something has changed? Yankee frowned. Landing on top of the tall building, Yang Qi again observed for a long time. Still haven't found the entrance. When Yang Qi came here in his previous life, it was 6 months later. Could it be that this little world is not open yet? Yanqi shook his head. Unlikely. All of the small worlds were open from the day Zhonglin was there. Only the lord of the small world can control the entrance switch. Yang Qi searched for a long time, and his efforts were not rewarded. At the point where Yankee was about to give up, he noticed a little bit of light shimmering under the morning light on a tall building not far away. Yankee was excited. Directly Imperial Sword. When I came here, I realized that there was a statue of a Taoist man here. Seeing this statue, Yanqi was sure that he hadn't found the wrong place. It's a statue of an old Taoist. To be precise, this is a statue of Hongjun, the ancestor of the Taoist sect. Legend has it that Tao ancestor Hongjun is in existence above the saints. Founded the Xianmen. All the saints are his disciples. This statue, with its blurred face, yet gives a sense of what it is. It was a godly old Taoist. And this little world of sects is a Xianmen sect. The practice is the Five Thunders positive Dharma. The inheritance is also the Five Thunders orthodoxy. In his previous life, this clan's small world was directly open. It allows free access. There's no danger in there either. Those who didn't receive an excellent inheritance would choose to come here to receive it. Although the Five Thunders orthodoxy heritage is used by many people, it didn't stop this inheritance from being extraordinarily powerful. Among the inheritances Yang Qi had seen, they could all be ranked in the middle. However, there were still some conditions that had to be met in order to obtain this inheritance. Yang Qi didn't hesitate and directly entered the small world. With the distortion of space around it, Yang Qi arrived in front of a huge stone monument. At the top of the stone monument, 4 large words were written, Five Thunder Road Sect. Below the 4 large words were densely packed small letters, written in these twisted words. An ordinary person would get dizzy just by looking at it. In order to obtain this inheritance, one must pass the examination. This stone tablet is the first step of the test. As long as you stand under the stone monument for a quarter of an hour, you are considered cleared. An invisible pressure pressed down on Yang Qi. Yang Qi's face was as usual. Such pressure was nothing to him. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. A line appeared on the stone tablet. Examiners, please proceed to the next level. Yang Qi saw the line. Lift your foot and walk away. As soon as he walked away from the stone monument, a staircase leading to the top of the mountain appeared in front of Yang Qi's eyes. This is the second level of the clan test. As long as you climbed to the top of the ladder, you were considered to have passed the second level. Yanqi walked straight up. The powerful physical quality made Yang Qi not feel a trace of pressure. Climbed to the top at great speed. After reaching the top, Yanqi still wanted to proceed to the next level. But just at this time, a figure appeared in front of Yang Qi. It was an old man in a light blue Taoist robe, with a cane in his hand. Looking weak, Yang Qi was shocked in vain when he saw this. This small world is said to be a clan small world. There's actually only one person in there. It was this Five Thunder Road sect patriarch in front of him. But, shouldn't the Tao sect patriarch appear after a complete clearance? It's only now that you've passed the second level yourself. How he showed up. Yanqi wondered. The old Taoist's cloudy eyes glanced at Yang Qi. Faintly, the Five Thunders Taoist sect only recruits those who have not entered the Tao. Little friend, go back from where you came from. Yang Qi was not surprised to hear this. This he had known for a long time. A swipe in the storage ring. Taishan Laojun's token appeared in his hand. Taishan Laojun is likewise a member of the Xianmen sect. The identity strength was unknown how many times higher than the old Taoist in front of him. Sure enough, the old Taoist saw the token. Muddy eyes glazed over. Trembling. This is the old lord's token. Even more so, he bowed to the token. Posterior disciple. Pay respects to the old lord. Yang Qi thought to himself. Supreme Lord Laojun has a supreme status in the Xian sect. He dared to come to this place. This token is the bottom line. I wonder who my little friend is. Surprisingly, there is a token. Of the old monarch, said the old Taoist. Yang Qi smiled faintly. Elder, I am a forgotten friend of the Supreme Lord, and this token was given to me only a few days ago. When the old Taoist heard this, he couldn't help but give Yang Qi a high look, carefully recognizing the aura on Yang Qi's body. After he felt the aura of the sword sex inheritance, he was shocked again. Little friend, got the sword sex inheritance? Yanqi nodded. I wonder if Elder Wu Yunxian is alright? Yanqi added. The sword sect patriarch is alright, but he's now closed the entrance to the small world. The old path nodded, muttered, just be okay, just be okay. Then he added, I wonder what my young friend's orders are for coming here. Yang Qi had the Taishan Laojun's token on him and the sword sect's inheritance. Directly, he hooked up with the 2 saints of the Xianmen sect, already worthy of his respect. Elder, command dare not. The latecomer has come here for the Five Thunder Road sect's legacy. I'm not from the flood, and the human race I'm a part of is still weak and needs an inheritance to enhance its strength. I wonder if Senior can cut me loose and hand over the Five Thunder Road sect's inheritance to me. Yang Qi directly stated his purpose. When the old Taoist heard it, it dawned on him. With that, he said, the Five Thunder Road sect, all of them are about to break their inheritance. If you have a need for it, just take it. I only hope that, little friend, you don't let the Five Thunder Road sect break its inheritance. Carrying the Five Thunders Taoist sect forward. As he spoke, the old Taoist's figure gradually blurred. When he appeared again, He was actually carrying a 1-meter-high stone tablet in his hand. Little friend, the legacy of the Five Thunder Road sect is here. Yang Qi was not polite and directly received the stone tablet. This stone tablet was the root of the Five Thunders Taoist sect's legacy. As long as one enumerates under the stone monument, one will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Five Thunders Taoist sect. Put the stone tablet into the storage ring. Yang Qi bowed. Many thanks to Senior for making it happen. The late generation will definitely carry forward the Five Thunder Road sect's legacy. The old Taoist's face was as usual. A gentle wave of the hand. A wind blew and directly lifted Yang Qi's figure. Send it directly to the exit of the small world. Go on. In the next second, Yang Qi returned to Dragon City. Yankee looked back. It was discovered that the entrance to the Five Thunder Taoist sect's small world had disappeared. It seems that the old path has closed the entrance to the small world. Yankee difficulty muttered. When they returned to the spirit world, Wu Yingfei and the others had not yet returned. In the entire spirit world, only Bai Ling Shui, the augur dragon, was sleeping under the pool. Yang Qi took out the inheritance stone tablet and placed it directly in the prairie of the small world. Chapter 69, Practicing in the City. Visit from the Supreme Lord. The most important thing about a clan is its heritage. Now that Yang Qi had obtained the inheritance stone tablet, he already had the conditions to establish a sect. However, Yanqi didn't have any interest in this. As long as there are enough immortal crystals, nothing is a problem. Now, the first group are all playing for him with immortal crystals. It wouldn't be long before his immortal crystals would once again rise to 1 billion. Now, there's the inheritance tablet. The next program is about to begin. Group I building. Zhang Ao looked at his game panel and fell into deep thought. How come you can't get promoted after level 10? Yesterday, Zhang Ao was the first person from the first group to be promoted to the 10th level. However, after advancing 10 levels, Zhang Ao realized that no matter how much the experience value went up, he couldn't upgrade. It was very hard for him. Should we ask Yankee? Zhang Ao hesitated for a moment and finally opened Yang Qi's personal chat box. Mr. Yang, how do I upgrade after level 10? Yang Qi looked at the message sent by Zhang Ao and revealed a smile. Waiting for you to say that. After the 10th level true. If you want to continue to upgrade, it is necessary to accept the inheritance. After receiving the inheritance, it's the Jindan realm. Yang Qi directly revealed the matter of the inheritance. And then, a message from Zhang Ao was received. Where is the heritage acquired? Zhang Ao was puzzled. Legacy, that's a term you've never even heard of. It would certainly be a needle in a haystack for him to find it. I happen to have an inheritance from the Five Thunders Tao sect, and I can have someone from the first group come and receive the inheritance. There is no free lunch in the world. Zhang Ao naturally knew this. What does Group 1 have to give? It's just comfortable to talk to smart people. Those who have received the inheritance of the Five Thunder Taoist sect need to do things for me, which is what Wu Yingfei and the others are doing right now. It's not like working for free. For one day, you can extract one piece of magic equipment. After 6 months, it's freedom. Zhang Ao was shocked in vain when he heard these words. Yang Qi was trying to get the entire Dragon City to help him fight for equipment. After receiving the inheritance, the people from the first group needed to help Yang Qi lead people to practice for half a year. Obviously, Yang Qi wanted to expand this business to the entire Dragon City, and even the whole country. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Ao directly agreed. In doing so, Group 1 has nothing to lose. Instead, you get the benefit of the doubt. If Group 1 doesn't do it, there are others in Dragon City who will. The next day, Zhang Ao brought dozens of people to the spirit world. As soon as he entered the spirit world, Zhang Ao was stunned by the scene. Although he had heard that Yang Qi possessed a small world, but descending in person feels different. Next to the pool in the spirit world is where the spirit pavilion is located. Wu Yingfei directly allowed dozens of people to receive the inheritance together. There is no limit to the number of people who can pass on a monument. In less than a moment, dozens of Jindan realms were born. At the same time, Yang Qi also released news in Dragon City. Accepting practice business now. No need to pay anything. But the outbreaks and immortal crystals that exploded from practicing belonged to Yang Qi. Although the move smacks of free labor, but it also caused a sensation throughout Dragon City, especially the big powers. Seeing the overall strength of those in the first group improve, it's long been an eye-opener. After getting this message, Practice Wu Yingfei right away wanted to join in. A lot of people are excited. There was even a direct statement to overtake the first group. Then there are the soloists, who practice on their own. Now see that Yankee has this kind of business. Straight up swarming. Soon, the first group of Jindan realm began to bring people to practice. Those forces that have put out the word that they want to overtake the first group. The face was not a good one. Isn't this the first group? The thought of having to have someone else take you through the leveling process. There was a momentary loss of temper. Yang Qi had visited several small worlds, lure the demon race in the small world out, supply others to practice, everything is in order. Yang Qi watched his immortal crystals grow, the uneasy feeling in his heart faded away. He can't afford to lose his immortal crystals. Later, the mysterious man behind all of them descends. Having immortal crystals gave one an absolute advantage. Yang Qi was living comfortably in the spirit world. A few days later, a figure descended into the spirit world. Sensing the unfamiliar aura, Bai Ling Shui transformed into a white scaly dragon and rushed out of the pool, is preparing to meet the battle. Yang Qi also came out in the spirit pavilion. Upon getting a good look at the visitor, he hurriedly stopped Bai Ling Shui. Under the puzzled eyes of both Bai Ling Shui, he threw Bai Ling Shui into the pool with one hand. The visitor was dressed in white Taoist robes, his beard and hair were white, and all his Taoist robes were fluttering. It was clearly the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. The Supreme Lord revealed a smile when he saw Yang Qi. Little friend Yang. Surprisingly in the small world, it made me look for it. Yanqi smiled awkwardly. Elder is laughing. It's just a place to settle down. Taishan Laojun listened and nodded with a smile. The small world is a fragment of the flood. In the future, if you collect other small worlds to synthesize and refine them, you will be able to have a few times the style of the flood. When Yang Qi heard it, there was this argument. These small worlds were surprisingly fragments of the flood world, and it can be synthesized? Wouldn't that make this a small world to grow in? However, he didn't know how to synthesize small worlds. Refining the small world. Please explain to Senior. Yang Qi directly asked for guidance. Little friend has even refined this small world. You should know where the core of the small world is. As long as the core of the other small world is refined and fused on top of the core, the two small worlds can be synthesized. What Yang Qi heard, spat out a light ball in his mouth. Elder, is this the thing? That's exactly what it is. Taishan Laojun nodded. Yang Qi retrieved the light ball. I didn't realize that small worlds could be refined and fused, but it's early days for these things. Right now, the Elder Lord Taishan had come to look for himself on purpose, so there must be something going on. Elder, I wonder what is the purpose of your descent this time? Taishan Laojun sniffed. The smile disappeared from his face, a serious face looking at the sky. I have spied the mysterious presence, and he noticed me too. Now, I conceal the heavenly chances and erase my traces in this world. 3 days from now, I will confront him. When Yang Qi heard these words, he directly froze. Taishan Laojun was not able to escape his fate in the end. Little friend, 3 days later, I will surely die, and I will use my life's work to bring his influence in this world under control. Before that, I'll gift little friend with a chance. The sublime small world, lacking the sun, moon, and stars, I will use the two precious pills of yin and yang to transform into the sun and moon within the sublime small world, adding light and splendor to this small world. As he spoke, 2 fist-sized precious pills flew out in his robes. Chapter 70, Thunder from Heaven. Martyrdom of Supreme Lord Lao. The 2 precious pills rose directly into the sky and hung from the dome of the small world. The 2 precious pills, one red and one blue, emitted a palpitating aura. Since the 2 precious Dan had stabilized, a wave of heat invaded. Above the dome, there was actually a ray of sunlight spilling down, and the blue Baodan was hidden behind the red Baodan. Yanqi was horrified. What on earth are these 2 precious Dan followers? It's amazing that sunlight can actually appear. Could it really be the sun? Taishan Laojun laughed. These 2 precious pills, which I modeled after the Golden Crow and Moon Palace in my early years, although they are not as powerful as 1/10,000th of the Golden Crow's Moon Palace, they can also ensure that this small world operates on its own. In the future, if there is a strong enemy coming, little friend can unite the 2 precious pills to answer the enemy. As he spoke, the Supreme Lord waved his hand again, and a stream of light drilled into Yang Qi's head, formalizing the method of manipulating the 2 precious pills. Yang Qi bowed. Thank you, Elder. Taishan Laojun waved his hand. This time he went forward. He was already bound to die. These are just things outside the body. It would be better to give it to the junior in front of you. Little friend Yang, you are the one who possesses a great chance. In the future, you will definitely know the truth. The flood world I was in fell apart under an inexplicably powerful force. The saints didn't come out. The great Tao didn't show up. And even the Tao ancestor didn't show up. Flood spirits, either refine the small world and hide directly inside it, or they are like me, descending directly here. After descending here, it seems to me more and more as if this is the game you speak of. He, who is behind it, has been manipulating it all. The Supreme Lord's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a normal thing. In Yang Qi's ears, it was shocking. The world of the flood, has it fallen apart? Small worlds or fragments of flooded worlds? Yang Qi's eyes began to become confused. The whole planet became a playground. Elder, you can actually stay hidden for a while. Yang Qi raised his head. and the figure of the Supreme Lord had already disappeared. Little friend, this little world has great potential to be cultivated. Within the spirit realm, the aftermath of Supreme Lord Lao's voice was still echoing. Within the spiritual realm, the light of the precious stand shone through, casting a layer of radiance over everything. Yang Qi suddenly had a sense of falling short in his heart. Admittedly, the fate of the Taishang Leo has already been sealed, but Yang Qi's rebirth directly made him a junior in the eyes of the Supreme Lord. In his previous life, Taishan Laojun was merely mad, but now, he goes straight to martyrdom. In this, there was definitely the factor of Yang Qi in it. Yang Qi's figure flashed, straight out of the spirit world. As soon as he exited the spirit world, he saw that the sky was dark. Dark clouds surged above the dome as if something was brewing. Yang Qi frowned. It hasn't rained since the game descended. Why is it raining at this hour? A shocking thunderclap boomed. White lightning streaks across the dome, illuminating everything in the world. There was a sudden gust of wind, lifting up Yang Qi's robe. Everyone raised their heads and looked to the sky. The chat channel was already in an uproar. Why is it thundering? Is it going to rain? I'm still practicing. I'm almost level 8. And suddenly it's dark. It's raining for the first time in so long since the game descended, so it's not going to change again, is it? Ugh, who knows? Everyone stopped what they were doing. It was being spotted by the first group of people leading the practice. After this shocking thunder, the demons in the small world unexpectedly didn't dare to come out. Look, there's a man in the sky. I don't know who shouted from the crowd. Everyone looked up into the sky. Only a figure slowly rose above the sky. This figure was wearing a white Taoist robe, holding a duster, and had a fairy-like and extraordinary temperament. Who else could it be if not Taishan Laojun? Yang Qi also saw this scene. Trying to speak, he realized his mouth was open and he couldn't make any sound. In the distance, Taishan Laojun seemed to be close at hand, looking at him with a kind smile. Yang Qi knew that the elder Lord Taishan had already erased all traces of him in this world with his great magic power. After today, everyone will forget about him. The immortal execution broken sword appeared in his hand, and Yang Qi flew with the sword, but it was blown by a gust of wind, shaken, and finally had to be stopped. Sword flight, which is a transcendent method. How could it be destroyed by a gust of wind? Another tactic of Taishan Laojun. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang through the clouds. It was as if there was a shock that was going through the clouds. The dark clouds, which have changed their shape. The clouds, which had been black and ominous, did not know when to emit a burst of purple light. Taishan Laojun's figure was still slowly rising. A loud laugh spread through heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, I, Taishan, was born in the Middle Kingdom, and died under the wrath of heaven. Today, I'd like to see what kind of heal you have this day. Also Master Dao scatters. Supreme Lord Taishan pointed a finger to the sky, and a pillar of light was emitted from his fingertip, shooting straight up to the dome. The clouds are turbulent, but they don't break up. A purple thunderbolt struck down and landed directly on Taishan Laojun, rising a puff of blue smoke. A loud noise spread across the heavens and earth. All the living beings trembled under this thunderbolt. Those in the midst of the dragon city were incapacitated. I only felt my legs go weak and almost fell to the ground. Even Yang Qi was chilled to the bone. This shocking thunder, the power in it was just too much. If it were to randomly cleave on a living being, as long as it touched a trace of it, it would go up in smoke. As for the elder Lord Taishan, his figure advanced instead of retreating. A golden light was spat out of his mouth. Within the golden light was actually a precious Dan. It was as if the presence in the dome was offended. A thunderbolt strong enough to destroy the world fell. Throughout the entire heaven and earth, rumbling thunder was constantly exploding. These thunderbolts headed straight for the elder Lord Taishan. When it was about to touch the Supreme Lord, it was absorbed by the golden treasure Dan in front of him. Taishan Laojun's figure flashed and rushed directly into the clouds. Above the clouds, a roar unexpectedly came out. Immediately afterward, Taishan Laojun's maniacal laughter came out. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Die with the poor Taoist. The roar in the clouds grew more and more anxious. The laughter at the summit of the Supreme Lord grew louder and louder. Above the clouds, the sound of thunder continued. I don't know how long it's been. These loud noises came to an abrupt end. Just when everyone thought it was over, a light shot through the clouds. The rumblings sounded again, knocking the clouds away. Everything returned to its original state. In an instant, the dark clouds were gone and the sky was clear. A voice entered Yang Qi's ears. Little friend Yang, the power that mastered this sky has disappeared. Unfortunately, it is impossible for the flood to recover. Get a grip. The new him will come shortly. Yang Qi watched the scene dumbfounded. After a long time, he made a salute to the dome. Elder Taishan Laojun, have a good journey. Chapter 71, A Great Change in Heaven and Earth. The national tournament begins. Taishan Laojun was martyred and stunned everyone. They don't know who this is. but they knew that the man who had risen to the heavens was remarkable. Yang Qi looked at the calm heaven and earth. Taishan Laojun shared his life with him. There are signs of his manipulation in all of this. Now he is dead. I don't know what will change between this heaven and earth. Big changes were certain, but even Yanqi didn't know what it would become. In this world, no demonic powers had descended in advance. With Taishan Laojun obscuring the heavens, Yang Qi didn't have to worry about being found in trouble. With a flash of his body, Yang Qi returned to the spirit world. Above the dome of the spirit world, the light emitted by the yin-yang treasure pill was still dazzling. Within the spiritual realm, life is alive and well. A rumbling sound came from outside. The game panel pops up with a big list of prompts. City teleportation formation open. Store opening restricted. World chat channel open. National tournament schedule open. World ranking chart open. A large series of hints made Yanqi freeze. The rumbling sounds outside were constantly resounding. After exiting the spirit realm, Yang Qi saw that in the distance, a huge formation appeared out of thin air. This formation was constructed of grayish-white marble throughout, emitting a white glow. This is something Yanqi is familiar with. City-to-city teleportation formations. Every city has one. As long as you give enough immortal crystals, you can go to any city, including foreign ones. What Yang Qi didn't expect was that the teleportation formation appeared so quickly. Store restricted opening? Yang Qi opened the store catalog and found that the items on it had been updated. These items come in a wide variety of colors and prices. Yang Qi was so moved that he almost couldn't resist the urge to consume. In the chat channel, there is also an additional channel. Surprisingly, it's a world chat channel. Yanqi just opened it and realized that someone had already spoken on it. Most of them are some foreigners. Park from the South Bar country meets. The world chat channel is finally open. I thought it wasn't. Friends from various countries. How are things going there? Eagle Jam Nation James. Hey, I'm fine in Eagle Jam land. The monsters have all been killed by us. Generation British Empire George, feeling good so far. Monsters are so good to kill. Park of the South Bar Association meets. It looks like the global countries have entered the game era. I wonder what happened to our neighbor China. There has been no news. It will not be destroyed by monsters. Right. Yanqi looked at it and didn't choose to dislike it back. The World Chat channel is open in preparation for the national tournament. A national tournament is a battle between nations. In his previous life, the first group was the first group to defend the country's gates in the national war. And in one night, tens of thousands of people from the first group were massacred. These people who are jumping out to ridicule now will be made to pay for their stupidity sooner or later. Yanqi shook his head. A national war requires great strength. Now he's motivated again. Soon, another prompt appeared. National event, Battle of the Grade Climbers officially begins. Powerful monsters will appear in the capital of each country, and after killing the monsters, you can obtain a rank climbing battle challenge token. Rank climbing battle token can challenge other countries on behalf of your country. Challenge rules: 1. The grade climbing battle is centered on the person with the highest grade, and between the two countries, whoever has the highest grade is the winner. 2. Failed party, within the whole country. Equipment explosion rate -30%. 3. Victorious side, within the whole country. Equipment explosion rate plus 30%. Challenge time, 7 days. Yanqi wasn't surprised to see this tip. This is the first national event of its kind. There are still that more races coming out in the future. This is only the first race. Open the world equivalency rankings. First place, Nemoto Ichiro Nisankuni. 5th rank. Second place, Eagle Jam Empire, O'Neill. 5th degree. Third place, China. Yang Qi's 4th rank. 4th place, George. 4th degree. Generation British Empire. It wasn't a surprise to Yanqi that he could be ranked in the top 3. He was now at the Yuaning realm, which translated into rank, was the 4th rank. Every country has a different power system. China's side is a cultivation system. Other countries have different systems. For example, the Warango system in South Korea, the Nisan nation-style god system, and the werewolf and vampire systems of the Eagle Jam Empire. However, Yanqi knew that in the entire world, there were only a few countries whose systems could go all the way. China's cultivation system is one of them. Other power systems, which may rank up quickly, are not bad at all, but the ceiling is extremely low. The Nissan nation-style system is the clearest example of this. Yang Qi saw that he was ranked 3rd and thought that no one should come to challenge Huagua. After all, the rank climbing battle looks at the one with the highest rank in a country. Now, there are only 2 countries ahead of China. After a cursory glance, Yang Qi lost interest. On the World Chat channel, it's already hot and heavy. Number 1 in the Nissan country rankings? What makes China's Yang Qi rank 3rd? The great climbing race has begun. Here's a chance for my country of Western Asia. Ha ha ha. Our capital's people have gone to fight for the token. I, the honorable German, am ranked 6th. I, the Nissan nation, have finally stepped on the Chinese nation. The wheel of history rolls forward. The Chinese nation can't turn over. That's right. The country of China is nothing but a small country that only snatches the culture of my country. South Rod. On the World Chat channel, the Nissan Kingdom and the South Rod Kingdom sang in unison, and directly began to attack the Chinese nation. Soon, the Chinese finally couldn't take it anymore. Straight to the chat channel to rip it up. Yankee didn't see any of this. With a clear understanding of the gaps between countries, he felt a pressure now. Next, it's time to prepare for the upgrade. Yangshi took out the Dragon City small world information given by Zhang Ao and searched for a suitable small world in it, preferably the kind you can kill right through. If you enter a small world with a strong person, close the channel by the Lord of Small Worlds, it's going to end badly. After looking for a long time, Yangshi finally saw a suitable small world, southwest of Dragon City. The entrance is located in the center of Dragon Square, preliminarily concluded to be a small world of the demon race, which once sent out small demons to explore Dragon City, and for that one time only, there was no more life. When Yangshi saw this message, he was happy in his heart. This little world he had an impression of. In his previous life, it was the mecca of leveling for countless newbies. The strongest demon inside was a leopard at the peak of the transformation spirit. The remaining ones are all under Yuaning. After the leopard was killed, it became a mecca for practicing. The peak of the transformation god could not threaten Yangqi's life now. Yanqi chose to go directly. After saying hello to 100 spirit water, Yangqi directly left the spirit world. Chapter 72, The Deathly Hallows. Yangqi flew with his sword and came directly to the entrance of the small world. A few walkers were seen guarding the entrance, grimacing and menacing. Spirit Pupil took a look, but it was just a 7th or 8th level demon. It seems that the strength of this small world really isn't that great. Other small worlds were sending people to explore Dragon City. This little world is good, sending people to guard their homes. The immortal execution broken sword flew out directly and hovered over several ferocious beasts for a week. After a wail, several ferocious beasts directly fell to the ground and died. With the flying sword spell, it's convenient to slaughter these low-ranked beings. Yangqi retrieved the immortal execution broken sword with satisfaction. A wisp of breath overflowed from the immortal execution broken sword. Yangqi's finger touched it slightly, and he could feel the furious aura in it. Yankee was amazed. Is this the legendary immortal execution sword intent? The game panel gives a hint when you get the Punisher broken sword. Wear the immortal Punisher broken sword all year round and have the opportunity to realize the meaning of the immortal Punisher sword. Right now, there were already many living beings who had fallen under the immortal execution broken sword. This immortal execution broken sword with no attribute additions finally also appeared with the legendary immortal execution sword intent. This wisp of breath, as Yangqi wore it, unexpectedly seeped into Yangqi's bodies. It was at this time that a prompt appeared. Immortal sword intent comprehension, 10%. This, Yangqi also didn't expect that the immortal execution sword intent was actually comprehended in this way. Follow this trend. As long as the more living beings that fell under the immortal execution broken sword, the more immortal execution sword intent appeared on the broken sword. And Yangqi, surprisingly, could easily comprehend the legendary immortal execution sword intent. Information about sword intent surfaced in Yangqi's mind. A few moments later, Yangqi showed surprise on his face. Right now, he could carry immortal execution sword intent with a single strike of his hand. The power was at least more than twice as much as before. Unfortunately, the game panel is unable to list the information about the Punisher's sword intent fully. It could only be experimented with a bit by Yangqi's himself, holding the immortal execution broken sword in his hand. Yangqi directly entered within the small world at his feet. Just after the descent, Yangqi heard a furious roar. Human race, bully, how dare you kill my clan sons and daughters? In the distance, a golden-colored beast's shadow rose up into the sky. An aura had reached the realm of transformation. With a furious roar, a gust of wind kicked up around them, blowing the small world into flying sand. It was only then that Yangqi saw that there was only one tall mountain inside this small world. The roars of the ferocious beasts within it were endless. It emitted a fishy odor unique to ferocious beasts and demons. The demonic beasts in this are unknown. Yangqi was not willing to show weakness either. The immortal execution broken sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and shot out. It stabbed at the golden-colored beast shadow in the distance. At this time, Yangqi realized that this golden-colored beast shadow was the owner of this small world. Transformation Realm Money Leopard. The money leopard's eyes were rounded as he looked at the flying swords that were shooting towards him. Using all his strength, he tried to dodge it. But how could Yangqi's flying sword technique allow someone to easily dodge it? The immortal execution broken sword slashed across the money leopard's head, surprisingly slicing off one of its ears directly. The wound was dripping with blood. The money leopards yelled out in pain, obviously enraged by Yangqi's blow. Covering the wound with his paw, the money leopard bared his fangs, spitting out human words. He said, tiny Yuaning realm, you think you can scare me by playing your bottom card right out of the gate? Just after the words were said, the immortal execution broken sword spun around in midair and stabbed in towards the back of the money leopard's heart. The money leopard felt that he was unable to gather all of his mana. Watching the immortal punisher broken sword stabbing into his heart, as it was dying, it looked at Yang Qi unwillingly. What kind of sorcery is this? It's not a demonic spell. It's what you're using. This is sword intent. Immortal execution sword intent. Killed the leopard demon of the spirit of transformation realm. Gained 50,000 experience value. Looking at the hint, Yang Qi revealed a smile. He was now at the Yuaning realm. Advancing to the transformation realm required 500,000 experience points. A spirit transformation demon had actually contributed 50,000 experience points to him. The realm of the transfigured god was just around the corner. The immortal execution broken sword retracted into his hand, and the immortal execution sword intent on it became more and more obvious. Underneath the money leopard's body, Yang Qi found a yellow light ball. Breathe the light ball into your hand. Yang Qi was pleasantly surprised. This is the core of this little world. Just the right amount of fusion to refine on top of the spirit world. But before that, he had to clean up these demon clans. At this moment, the demon race within the small world was already trembling. Their great king, a supreme being of the transformation god realm. In a single glance, he was killed by this Yuaning human. It makes them desperate. The immortal execution broken sword flew out in Yang Qi's hand, hovering above the peaks. Those demon clansmen's faces changed drastically as they wailed, but to no avail. With each segment of the flight of the immortal execution broken sword, a fresh life was taken away. Throughout the small world, the smell of blood grew stronger. The sword intent on the immortal execution broken sword grew stronger. After half a day, Yang Qi stopped his hand. The immortal execution broken sword crossed midair and landed in Yang Qi's hand. This small world was worthy of being the mecca of leveling in the previous world. There were too many demons inside. For half a day, Yang Qi controlled the flying sword and had been killing the demon race. There were a few mana replenishments in between. In the end, he was still unable to kill all these demon clans. At this moment, Yang Qi's experience value had reached the 100,000 mark. It was expected that killing the entire demon race of the small world would still result in harvesting 70,000 to 80,000 experience points. Forget it, come back tomorrow. The core of the small world had now been refined by Yang Qi. This belongs to him. Come when you want. Outside, Dragon City became the holy land in the hearts of everyone in China. It's not because of anything else. It's because Dragon City has the first group that is helping everyone upgrade. Though none of the equipment that popped out could be taken away, but it also helps many people who have no way to practice. With the appearance of the teleportation array, people from other cities were taking out immortal crystals. Activate the teleportation formation that came to Dragon City. Even if they didn't have enough immortal crystals, they would borrow them from friends and family. There were even people crowdsourcing immortal crystals to open teleportation formations. Going to Dragon City has become a windfall for the Chinese. Everyone believes it. Follow the first group and you'll be upgraded in no time. Clothes are not a problem. In front of the teleportation array in Dragon City, it was already overcrowded. All the time there are people from other cities teleporting in. The first group as the explicit master of Dragon City. Officers had to be dispatched to maintain order. A group of people were included in the first group and arranged to practice in various small worlds. Within the spirit world, Wu Yingfei was directly in front of the inheritance stone monument, giving the first group of people to receive the inheritance. Stacks of equipment were sent to the spirit world. One by one, the immortal crystals were put into the storage ring by Wu Yingfei. The small worlds of Dragon City were developed one by one. There were even specialized professions that went to small worlds to lure the demon race out of Dragon City. When Yang Qi returned to the spirit world, he was all stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 73 Integration of the Small World. Within the spirit world, the line of people receiving the inheritance was hundreds of meters long. After briefly receiving the inheritance, these people were powerful individuals at the Jindan realm. As long as one didn't die trying to enter a strange little world, there was no danger at all. Yang Qi flew with his sword halfway across the spirit realm, drawing the gazes of hundreds of people. These people from the first group looked at Yang Qi's floating figure with envy in their eyes. Wow, he's Yang Qi, isn't he? No, one in China. Yang Qi, he can fly. A sword that he stepped on under his feet. Flying with a sword, that's awesome. I don't know when we'll reach that level. There was a lot of talk at the bottom. Yang Qi turned a blind eye, opened his mouth, and spat out 2 balls of light. These 2 clusters of light were the core of the small world. One of them is from the spirit world. The other, naturally, was the demon small world that Yang Qi had just refined. Yang Qi's gaze was fixed. Now, He was going to refine and fuse the cores of the two small worlds, enhancing the spiritual realm's underpinnings. The spirit world is just too small. It was the smallest small world Yang Qi had ever seen. However, Yang Qi did not intend to give up on the spirit world. Above the spirit world, there are two precious pills left behind by the Supreme Lord. Not only does it revitalize the spirit world, it is a formation. It could help Yankee defend against foreign invasions. Therefore, no matter how it was fused, Yang Qi had the spirit realm as the core. Small world core detected. Is it fused? The game panel prompt popped up again. Yang Qi directly chose to fuse. The mana value on Yang Qi's body was extracted at an extremely fast speed. It turned into a cyclone and attached itself to the two light masses. Rumbling sounds constantly resounded in the spirit world. Those who were preparing to receive the inheritance stopped their hands at once. Look around warily. Wu Wingfei directly rose up in the air, his cool voice echoing within the spirit world. Hold your horses. Everyone stand still. Wu Wingfei's command quickly quieted the riotous crowd. The boundaries of the spiritual world seemed to be receiving a squeeze. The rumbling was unrelenting. There were even people who couldn't stand the sound and crouched down with their ears covered. Immediately afterward, these people from the first group saw a shocking scene. The spirit world began to shake, and the shadows of countless demons flashed across the border. A ferocious beast's roar resounded through the spirit world. Yang Qi frowned when he saw this, bellowed, noisy. Yang Qi's voice was like rolling thunder, echoing within the spirit world. Those beast shadows at the border of the spirit realm, after hearing this voice, were like birds of prey, disappearing one after another. The rumbling was still going on. The two clusters of light in front of Yang Qi were on the verge of fusing together at this point. The two clusters of light overlapped, just a hair's breadth away from being completely fused. Right at this moment, Yang Qi stopped channeling his mana. The fusion of the two small worlds came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Yang Qi's words rang in Wu Wingfei's ears. After half a bell, remove everyone from the spirit world. Gather the four Lu Qingxiao brothers and return to the spirit world within half a bell. Wu Wingfei didn't understand what Yang Qi was up to. Soon, however, the matter was set in order. Those who had not yet received the inheritance were uniformly sent out of the spirit world. After seeing how powerful Yang Qi was, they naturally didn't dare to have an opinion. Soon, the four Lu Qingxiao brothers also returned to the spirit world. As soon as they returned, they sensed something unusual about the spirit world. In the middle of the spirit world, there was a surprising sense of spatial severance. Prepare for battle. In a few moments, a large number of demons will descend upon the spirit world. Wu Wingfei and the others had grave expressions. There's no telling why the monsters are descending, but without exception, all of them took out their own magic weapons. In front of Wu Wingfei, one by one, precious dawn glittering with multicolored light appeared with a grandeur, as if in the next second, these precious dawn would explode with a bang. These were spells from the inheritance of the elder Lord Taishang, and their power was extraordinary. Lu Qingxiao four people. This was standing in all directions, forming a mysterious formation. The aura emitted was only slightly inferior to Wu Wingfei. Yang Qi thought about it and finally picked up the white auger under the pool. Hayako Rensui opened her eyes in a daze, finding Yang Qi looking at her with an impatient face. Hastily, he shifted into human form and revealed a sweet smile. Master, you called me? Baloic water sleeps all day long. Nothing. A demon has descended, and it's up to you if you can get out of the spirit world. Hearing these words, 100 spirit water immediately came to life. After everyone is ready to fight, it was only then that Yang Qi completely fused the two light masses in front of him. With a loud boom, the boundary of the spirit world suddenly expanded. A much wider geographic area emerged. One by one, the demon race, carrying weapons and shouting, rushed into the spirit world. These demons were the ones left over from being killed by Yang Qi. At this time, seeing the border wide open, thinking that there is a way to escape from life, excited, but they rushed into the spirit world with gusto. It was then that Yang Qi's figure was found, standing tall in midair. The growling, excited roar came to an abrupt end. These demon clans looked at Yang Qi in dismay. It was supposed to be the way to heaven. Got halfway there before realizing it was ing hell. Run, but it was too late. Wu Wingfei's magic treasure cut through the void and rushed directly into the demons. Lu Qingxiao was not willing to show weakness. The four brothers operated a mysterious formation between them, and the voices of the four of them transformed into a stream of light. Like a meat grinder, any demon race that touched it would be turned into a bloody mist in an instant. The 100 spirit water, on the other hand, was transformed into the augur body, with the bloodline of the Jiao dragon stimulated, and the addition of the Yuan-ing realm. Ordinary demons could only prostrate themselves on the ground under the powerful pressure, unable to move. 100 spirit water did not choose to kill these ordinary demons. Instead, he found a demon race of the Yuan-ing realm. For a while, the sounds of killing were constant. There was Yang Qi, an expert with superior strength, swathing the battlefield. Soon, all of these demon clans were controlled. The 100 Spirit Water Jiao Dragon bloodline, among the demon race, was already top-notch. An ordinary demon race of the same rank would not be able to go more than 10 rounds under her. Soon, a long snake Yuaning demon race was carried in her hand. With that, the long snake demon clan let out a hiss, and its huge demonic body turned into a cloud of blood mist. This blood mist was quickly wrapped by an inexplicable force, disappeared into the spirit world in the blink of an eye. At this point, the 100 Spirit Water had finally completed its sacrifice. Freedom itself was restored. Wu Fei and the others were still fighting. 100 Spirit Water appeared directly beside Yang Qi, transform into a petite human being. 100 Spirit Water directly performed a classical female etiquette. Thank you, master. Yang Qi raised his hand with a flat expression, watching Wu Fei and the others kill each other. Ordinary demon clans were simply no match for them, except for those few Yuaning demons. However, those few Yuaning demon race had already been locked by Yang Qi, and if there was any movement, they would be directly killed by thunderous means. Chapter 74, China is challenged. Watching the number of demons dwindle, and he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. In the end, there were only a few Yuaning realm demons left. Yang Qi struck out blatantly. An immortal execution broken sword picked off the tendons and bones of several heads of demons in the blink of an eye. The Yuaning realm great demons were directly incapacitated. Several great demons were carried by Yang Qi to the 5 people just like that. Wu Fei's few people were immediately stunned. This is a Yuaning demon. Right now, Yang Qi's realm was only the Yuaning realm. How did you subdue a few big demons so easily? Kill and glean experience points. Yang Qi said indifferently. Wu Fei's few people were touched. A Yuaning great demon could be 1 realm higher than them. Just like that, they were subdued by Yang Qi and became their experience value. May I ask, where can I find such a boss? Wu Fei didn't hesitate. A precious elixir appeared in his hand and went straight for a great demon. The precious dance sped in midair, and before it was about to hit the great demon, since it spread out, a long needle directly pierced into the great demon's skull. That big demon could feel pain even though he was missing his mobility. Immediately, he wailed in pain. Immediately afterward, that great demon's head, surprisingly, cracked into pieces under a muffled sound. When Yang Qi saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel his mind freeze. Wu Fei's strength within the Jindan realm was surprisingly close to that of a Yuaning. With that move just now, if a Yuaning great demon was sneak attacked, it would only die. He didn't want to think that the inheritance that Wu Fei had received was the Dan Dao of Lord Taishan. Yankee was also relieved. Taishan Laojun is the alter ego of a saint, though not as good as a saint. Under the saints, it was also a top-notch existence. Besides, Lord Lao majored in the way of the dancers. Taishan Laojun's Dan Dao was the first in the flood. It wasn't surprising at all that Wu Fei could have such strength. As for Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers, they directly used the combined attack technique from their heritage. It was a wheel at a large demon. The great demon unexpectedly gave birth to a trace of resistance. A strand of demonic power coalesced in front of his body. Surprisingly, the 4 brothers were blocked out. Yankee looked away. Although this great demon still had the strength to resist, it was already running out of energy, and the 4 brothers would resolve it sooner or later. Wu Fei wasn't satisfied after resolving a great demon. Turning around, he charged at the only remaining great demon again. The precious Dan in his hand surrounded in front of his body. As it approached the great demon, it unexpectedly exploded into a sea of fire in front of the great demon, wrapping the great demon in it. The great demon within the circle of fire let out a wail. In less than a moment's time, the great demon of the Yuaning realm was unexpectedly turned into a pile of ashes. Yang Qi nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers finally solved the big demon. At this point, the demon race of the demon small world was resolved through and through. The spirit world had also successfully fused with the demon minor world. The space within the spirit world was no longer a monotonous grassland. Beyond the meadow was a towering mountain. Space territory, about 5 times as much as before. In this moment, a marvelous aura flowed within the spirit world. A prompt appeared in front of the crowd. Small world aura enhancement, mana is restored by 1 point per second. Yanqi was surprised. I didn't realize that the spirit world would have this effect after fusing other small worlds. According to the old Lord Taishan, these small worlds were all fragments of the flood world. Will the spiritual world in the future restore the divine light of the flood? Yanqi shook his head. It's too early to think about that. How much more experience to upgrade? Yang Qi looked at the 4 and inquired. Wu Fei was the first to reply. I'm now 3,000 experience points away from the Yuaning realm. We're all 30,000 short. Wu Fei's base was much stronger than the 4. With the same support resources, the gap between the 2 comes out. But Yankee didn't care. Compared to the others, these guys, all of them, were already considered top-notch. Wu Yingfei was only 3,000 experience points short. With Wu Yingfei's strength, it was just a matter of a thought. Overall, it's kind of nice. After all, they didn't have the saintly underlying talent. Upgrading not as fast as him as normal. After fixing everything, Yankee wasn't ready to go out yet. 100 Spirit Water had long been urging from the sidelines. Master, going out? Master, what's it like out there? Are there a lot of people like the Master out there? For the first time, the 100 Spirit Water looked very excited to be free from the boundaries of the small world, and a little bit of fear. Yanqi was helpless at this. With a look, Wu Yingfei immediately came up, all smiles. Taking Hyakurensui's hands, he began to comfort. Sister Spirit Water, the outside world is huge. I'll go out with you now. Only after hearing these words did 100 Spirit Water let Yang-Chi go. Bumblingly, he followed behind Wu Yingfei, straight out of the spirit world. Just at this time, a prompt appeared on the game panels of all the Chinese. Nisangoku's use of the rank climbing battle challenge token was successful. The Nissan nation has challenged the Chinese nation. After 7 days, the winner will be determined by the highest rank of both countries. For a while, the World Chat channel was in an uproar. The number 1 ranked country is challenging the number 3 ranked country. Now there's a good show. Soon, the Nissan nation appeared on the World Chat channel. I am Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan Kingdom, and I hereby challenge the Kingdom of China. China is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites, smearing our international image. China doesn't deserve to be in the top 3. When this statement came out, the netizens of all countries were in an uproar. The conflict between the two countries is considered unique in the world. I didn't expect to run into it so soon. China is powerful though, but this is the game world. Past national strengths simply didn't work. Some people expect China to be defeated. Some people feel sorry for the state of China. AZN, looking forward to Mr. Ichiro Namoto's performance. Certain countries don't deserve to be in this world. Support the Nissan state. I didn't expect the first challenge token to appear in the Nissan Kingdom. Even less expected is the country of China that the Nissan nation is going to challenge. This is going to be a good show. When the people of China saw this news, they were furious. Does this need any more P-face? Isn't that just a clown jumping face first? How the hell can you stand it? The people of China would have liked to get on the chat channel and start spamming, but the thought came to mind that if after 7 days, it was successfully challenged by the Nissan nation, then the whole of China would be in a slump. Everyone relies on the gear that the demons pop. If the pop rate drops by 30%, that would be a disaster for the entire country of China. Right now, the Nissan country is number 1. Ichiro Namoto was already a 5th order being, and the strongest Yang-Chi in China was only at the 4th rank. The disparity was something they understood very well. This is a sure win situation for the Nissan state. Yankee just saw the tip. Then he realized that Jiang Ao had sent a message over. Mr. Yang, in these 7 days, upgrade as soon as possible. As long as you get to the 5th rank, there's still a possibility of leveling up. Chapter 75, China is under siege. The Eagle Sauce is also here to join in the fun. Yang Chi didn't reply after seeing Jiang Ao's message. He also didn't expect that China would be the first country to be challenged. He hadn't wanted to fight for anything in the first place. Nations can be at peace with each other as long as they don't stir up strife. Each country has its own heritage, its own system of power. In terms of resources, there is not much conflict. But now, the Nissan nation is actually challenging the Chinese nation. It's nothing more than that 30% resource burst rate, trying to rub Hua on the floor. Unfortunately, Yang Chi would not let them have their wish. He was now at the Yuaning realm, which was equivalent to the 4th rank. Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan state of the 5th order. Between the two, there was only a difference of 1 order. It wasn't impossible for Yang Chi to chase after him. However, Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan country is surely ready now to charge up another level in the next 7 days. In this way, Yang Chi would have to raise at least 3 levels to have a chance of winning. Inside the World Chat channel, people from the Nissan nation have been speaking. We didn't want to challenge China, but the Chinese are so arrogant that Mr. Ichiro Namoto is going to demoralize them. Ichiro Namoto-san has entered a copy. Yesterday, Ichiro Namoto made a statement that after 7 days, China will be defeated. After 7 days, Ichiro Namoto-san will be in existence of the 6th rank. China? There's only a 4th ranked Yang-Chi. Not enough to worry about. As the Nissanese nation revealed their bottom, the Chinese became more and more desperate. Originally, the burst rate of equipment was not high now. After 7 days, it's going to drop another 30%. Isn't this driving them to the brink of extinction? As for Yankee winning this challenge, they know that the chances are slim. The difference between the two is just too great. Nowadays, most of the people in China, most of them are below level 10. Not even the Jindan realm yet. When the people from other countries saw this scene, they couldn't help but speed up their pace of practicing. Even China was challenged. In case someone does challenge themselves, The challenge from the state of Nissan had just been issued not long ago. Another challenge token appeared. All the Chinese people received an alert. Eagle Jam Nation's use of the rank climbing battle challenge token was successful. Eagle Sauce Nation challenges China. After 7 days, the winner will be determined by the highest rank of both countries. This one directly stunned everyone. All the Chinese people are desperate. Eagle Jam Nation, ranked second. It also has a fifth order powerhouse. It's amazing that the top 2 countries are trying to round up the third at the beginning. This is clearly a drive to kill, to kick China out of the rankings. If China fails, the resource burst rate directly drops by 60%. Only 40% of the pop is left. This amounts to nothing. The World Chat channel was already abuzz. John, acting British Empire, even by karma. What's going on here? China is going to be gone. A Guni Nikon, ha, what a delightful thing to see. It's good for everyone if China is finished. We've long looked down on China, looking forward to the look of China's defeat. Yesterday, the people from China dared to spray against the people from Nissan on the World Channel. Now, they don't dare. See everyone, this is what happens when you spam the World Channel. NCSN. The World Chat channel was full of people from some of the world powers talking. As for the smaller countries, don't dare make a sound at all. Fear of being noticed by others, being challenged by others. The defeat of China is now a foregone conclusion. The first 2 are surrounded together, and it's hard for the gods to save them. Of Chinese netizens, there was silence. Yang Qi's strength was considered powerful in China, but when put in an international context, there is no comparison at all. Everyone can feel a sense of humiliation. It's okay to be targeted by a small, bulletproof country. It's amazing that a country the size of Eagle Jam is still coming to the table. It's no longer something personal. Rather, it is strife between nations. Yanqi saw this tip, and his face clouded over. The Eagle Jam Empire is coming along for the ride? Oomph. Yang Qi let out a cold snort. The figure directly disappeared in place. Inside the spirit world, Wu Yingfei returned with Bai Ling Shuai. The 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers' faces were gloomy. Yang Qi had just given them only one order. Within 7 days, rush up to the 5th rank. And Wu Yingfei, it's going to be in 7 days. Charge up to the 6th order. After a moment of silence, Wu Yingfei took out a diagram in his storage ring. It was clearly the distribution map of Dragon City Small Worlds. You 4 brothers, within 3 days, destroy this small world. Wu Yingfei's tone was icy cold, and her slender hand drew a circle on the diagram. The 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers' hearts and minds were frozen. Destroy a small world. What a feat. So far, only Yang Qi had a record of exterminating small worlds. What? Difficult? Wu Yingfei looked up and glanced at the 4 men. The 4 men shook their heads back and forth. No, in this small world, the highest realm is expected to be nothing more than a yuaning, which is the 4th stage, so the 4 of you have a chance if you join forces. Remember to give the world core to Mr. Yan. After saying that, he looked down and scratched a circle on the drawing. If Jiang Ao were here, he would have dropped his jaw. The small world that Wu Yingfei had carved out was an existence that was predicted to have a transformation god powerhouse sitting in it. 2 days later, returned to the spirit world, giving the last order. Wu Yingfei's figure directly disappeared, leaving Lu Qingxiao and the 4 of them to look at each other in disbelief. Big brother, if I'm not mistaken, Sister Fei is going to rush the small worlds of the transformation god realm? Lu Qingxiao nodded. You're not wrong. Sister Fei is working so hard. We have to work hard too. After saying that, his figure directly exited the spirit realm. The remaining 3 hurriedly followed. It wasn't only Wu Yingfei and the others who started practicing desperately. The first group of Dragon City, the casuals, were all desperately practicing leveling. The first is not wanting to lose. Secondly, in case you lose, you may not have such resources in the future. Within Dragon City, a small world's being developed. There were also incidents in which they ran into powerful small worlds, resulting in heavy casualties. But none of this will stop the Chinese from being energized. In response to the brainless rush of the Chinese, the demons within the small world, too, began to respond. Huge numbers of demons were dispatched within the small world, appeared within Dragon City. This scene did not deter the Chinese. It was as if Huagua had been starving for days and saw a delicious meal. A charge was made against a huge number of demons. A demon was killed down, and there was also a Chinese, who fell on the way to the charge. The top 10 ranked people in the rankings within the country of China were constantly changing. Those who had reached level 10 were quickly arranged by the first group to receive the inheritance in the spirit world and reach the Jindan realm. Chapter 76, 2 choices. Which country to challenge? Within the spirit realm, with 100 spirit water, an augur of the Yuaning realm, there would usually be no problems. Yang Qi was also happy to be free. After learning that the Eagle Sauce country had also come to join in the fun, Yang Qi directly arrived at the center of Dragon City. This is the challenge token refresh point. After opening up the world tournament, a demon was refreshed here. If you kill this demon, you will get a challenge token to challenge other countries instead. Yang Qi came here because he wanted to get the challenge token. Since the Nissan nation wants to challenge the Chinese nation, plus the Eagle Sauce nation, they want to see China lose. Then let the storm come harder. They could challenge China. And Yang Qi could also take the challenge token and return to challenge their country. Yang Qi has always believed in the principle of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Flying with his sword to this place, Yang Qi realized that this refreshed boss was not a demon race in the flood. Instead, it was a monster that stood tens of meters tall. The monster was dripping with red lava all over its body, and its overall shape was that of a lizard. If Yang Qi were to describe it, the monster is a prostrate Tesla. The creature lay prostrate on the ground, emitting a scorching aura. Everything within a 100-meter radius was reduced to ashes. Nothing survives, neither plants nor buildings. The bare earth was blackened by the flames. Yang Qi's spirit pupil operated. Immediately, the monster's information was in his eyes. Lava beast, 5th order. Blood, 100. 000. This was actually a 5th-ranked monster. This is just the first event. Just such a creature appears. Yang Qi thought about it carefully and was relieved. If it were a low-level monster, all countries would have a chance to get a challenge token. Then the whole world would be in chaos. Setting the monster's level to the 5th rank. That's filtering the entry qualifications. No wonder only Nissan and Eagle Jam have the token out right now. It was because only these two countries possessed 5th-order powerhouses. But now, a third country with a challenge token is going to appear. Yang Qi flew with his sword to the top of the monster. The monster sensed that a living being was coming and looked up to the sky. Bearing sharp fangs, a hot breath erupted from the monster's mouth. The air was distorted by it. Yang Qi only felt a heat wave coming. The sword shield spell operated and immediately warded off this scorching heat. Yang Qi's expression was indifferent, and the immortal execution broken sword under his feet turned into a stream of light, hovering in the air for a moment before flying towards the monster. Above the immortal execution broken sword, an overpowering aura filled the air. Yang Qi, on the other hand, unhurriedly took out a spare sword in his storage ring, stepped on it with one foot, and the royal sword flying spell operated. Hanging in the air, the immortal execution broken sword whistled through mid-air, arriving at the monster's heels in the blink of an eye. The monster seemed to be enraged, and more lava appeared on its dry, cracked skin. The lava dripped onto the ground, and the soil was directly melted, stirring up a burst of green smoke. Without stopping, the immortal execution broken sword slashed down at the monster's head. The previously unthwarted Punisher broken sword was unexpectedly defeated outside of the monster's skin. With a resounding clang, the immortal Punisher broken sword splattered a shower of sparks on the monster's skin, but failed to penetrate its defenses. When Yang Qi saw this, he couldn't help but stare. This monster's defense was truly outrageous. With such an attack, if one were to encounter the flood god of flowers demon race, they would certainly be seriously injured. However, the exorcist broken sword didn't come back without a fight. The immortal execution sword intent that permeated above the immortal execution broken sword had long since invaded the monster's body the moment it made contact. The monster ate the pain, and he felt a force constantly rushing through his body. The monster wanted to attack Yang Qi, but Yang Qi had already risen up in the air. The flying sword circled nimbly under his feet and dodged in an instant. Yang Qi's mind split into two, flying with his sword while controlling the flying sword to attack continuously. Short for hanging. After half a day of brushing damage, Yang Qi's mana value was on the verge of bottoming out. The monster finally fell to the ground with a thud, killed a lava beast and gained 50,000 experience points. Underneath the corpse of the lava beast, a token shone brightly. Yang Qi reached out and grabbed it in his hand. This is the challenge token. Right at the moment when Yang Qi killed the lava beast, all the Chinese received a prompt. The China tournament boss has been killed, and the refresh time is 7 days from now. This piece of news stunned everyone straight away. The boss was killed? A lot of people have been to that boss. No ordinary person could survive within a 100-meter radius. Even if a Jindan realm powerhouse went forward, they were all daunted and shook their heads. Who the hell is it? You killed the boss without a word? Isn't the strongest person in China now Yang Qi? It's only the 4th order. None of this is the point. The point is, after killing the boss, tokens will be popped out. It can go on to challenge other countries. China had been challenged by 2 countries in a row, and people had long been enraged. Can't wait to get the token and challenge it. But because of the disparity in strength, don't even mention the challenge. You can't even get a token. Just at this time, Yanqi spoke in the chat channel. It caused a national sensation. The challenge token has been obtained. The following vote is taken. Choice 1, challenge the Nissan state. Option 2, challenge the Eagle Jam nation. The chat channel was instantly abuzz. ********. It's Yang Qi. Yang Qi got the token. He's crazy? To challenge 2 countries now? Isn't that giving away food? Everyone else is at the 5th rank. Wouldn't it be adding insult to injury if we went to challenge them? In case Yang Qi challenged and failed, China's equipment explosion rate directly dropped by 90%. It really is about as good as nothing. I'm not voting. Vote for whoever you want. Yang Qi the madman refused to vote and leave the countries in the lurch. This doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. There's still a challenge to go. Brothers, since Yang Qi asked us to vote, he's asking for our opinions. We can choose to challenge other countries, but there are only 2 options. Let's not challenge other countries. Let's find a way to win these 2 first. Despite being under siege by 2 countries, most people still have their sanity, knowing that to challenge someone at this time was tantamount to seeking death. Now it's just the first tournament. What's the penalty for not saving your strength for the outrageous failures that you'll have to get for a national event later on? Inside the Group I building, Zhang Ao looked at the message in the chat channel and frowned. He couldn't figure out what the hell Yankee was doing this for. A disguised enemy? Yang Qi is the number 1 in China though, but his upgrading speed was genuinely not that fast. Obviously, even the 2 challenged ones are not necessarily winnable yet. Zhang Ao considered for a long time, but decided to send a message to contact Yang Qi. But the messages sent are like stones in the sea. No news. Chapter 77, Challenging the Nissan Nation. China is finished? Yang Qi looked at the statements within the chat channel and didn't care. Directly activate the challenge token. Is the challenge token activated? After activation, please determine the challenge object within 3 minutes. Activation. Please decide on a challenge within 3 minutes. Yankee didn't even think about it. Directly choose to challenge the Nissan state. With Yang Qi determining the challenge object, an announcement appeared on the World Chat channel. China's challenge token has been successfully used. The challenge is for Nissan. After 7 days, the 2 countries will decide the winner. The winner's equipment explosion rate plus 30%. The loser's equipment explosion rate minus 30%. This one announcement directly thundered the entire world to the outside. Can't believe my eyes. China challenges Nissan? So outrageous. Nissan's country just challenged, and China's starting to fight back? This counterattack is too fast. 2. The point is, China actually challenged the Nissan nation. The gap between the 2 countries is clear. Everyone couldn't understand how the Chinese dared. The people of the Nissan country, after hearing this news, spoke directly on the World Chat channel. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Does China think it's not miserable enough? Now that there are already 2 countries challenging China, plus China counter-challenging Nissan. If China loses, their equipment explosion rate will equal 0. China is dead. It's broken. It's too impulsive. If we don't challenge it, China has a chance of survival. I'll tell you directly, my Nissan country's Nemoto Ichiro has already entered the copy, and within 7 days, it will surely be upgraded. When the time comes, you'll chase with your lives. Inside the World Chat channel, people from the Nissan nation had been speaking provocatively. People in other countries don't look favorably on China either. It is thought that China is broken and has given up on salvation. Yet none of them felt that Huagong would win. Inside the China chat channel, the Chinese people froze directly after hearing this message. Didn't you say you wanted to consult us? Our opinion is just not challenging. When everyone reacted, they were in despair. After 7 days, they don't want to upgrade. What with all the equipment spells? They have nothing to do with them. We can only watch the Nissan nation grow strong. Yang Qi, come out and give us a statement. This is pushing us into the fire. Challenging the Nissan kingdom? Ichiro Nemoto will be 6th rank soon. What are you going to chase with? It's so irrational. Alas. Let's all take advantage of these 7 days to upgrade and fight for more equipment. It's finished. All of them are going to be dragged down by Yang Qi. The chat channel was filled with complaints, all expressing sincere greetings to Yang Qi. Group I building. Zhang Ao looked at the prompt and sighed deeply. Too young. It's too impulsive. He could understand Yang Qi's feelings. It would have been an outrage to see your country challenged by others. If he was a few dozen years younger, he would probably do the same thing as Yang Qi. But there are realities to consider. How can China compete with others with its current strength? And to challenge people, isn't this going to send food? Just at this time, Zhang Ao received a message from Yang Qi. Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you? Zhang Ao saw this message and was helpless for a while. What's the matter with you asking me now? What's the matter? Don't you have any AC numbers yourself? Although Zhang Ao had grudges in his heart, he regained his composure in an instant. Yang Qi, do you have confidence or not? If it fails, it's a big loss. Zhang Ao hurriedly asked Yang Qi what he thought. It was reasonable to say that Yanqi was not an impulsive person. How could you do such a thing? What's there to lose? The equipment spell burst rate is directly increased by 90%. Doesn't it smell good? Yang Qi's words directly stifled Zhang Ao's following words. After a long time, he sent a passage to Yang Qi. It's good that you have faith. Within a small world, countless oddly shaped demon races carrying weapons and magic treasures charged at the sinister figure in the center. However, they were blown away by a precious elixir, and for a while, the corpses of the demons were scattered all over the place. Wu Yingfei looked at the game panel's prompts. A nice smile appeared. The precious pills in his hand kept flying out, taking away the life of a demon. After resolving a large wave of demons, Wu Yingfei muttered to himself, "That's him." Then, rising out of thin air, he continued to the depths. Within another small world, the four Lu Qingxiao brothers saw this message, let out a burst of loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Yang has challenged the Nissan state. Great joy. I've been looking at them for a long time. Big brother, but the Nissan country's people, higher rank than General Yang." When Lu Qingxiao heard these words, he slapped a big slap down on his brother's head. "Shut up, how do you know the strength of Mr. Yang? Practice hard and don't drag your feet for Mr. Yang. Let's go. Let's go and touch base with the Lord of the Small World. Asterisk 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 him." The four of them were raging, and a spell coalesced in front of them, toward the depths of the small world. Yanqi looked at the statements in the chat channel. No talking. This multiple choice question is nothing more than asking them to choose. It's not like he said he would do what they wanted. Between Eagle Jam and Nissan, Yankee's choice to challenge Nissan wasn't a random challenge. The Nissan nation is just too jumpy. Every time Yang Qi opened the world chat channel, all of them can be seen bumping off and insulting China in the country of Nissan. Plus this challenge, the Nissan nation was surprisingly the first to challenge the Chinese nation. This look is with deep malice. When faced with people with malicious intent, Yang Qi had never had a good face. Straight up dry long finish. Isn't it just the sixth order? It wasn't a problem at all for Yankee. After Taishan Laojun died with the mysterious existence, the world had begun to function according to the normal game. There is no intervention by a mysterious being. Yankee can play to a greater advantage. On the day of Taishan Laojuan's martyrdom, Yang Qi had remembered that the limitations of the game mall had been cancelled. In other words, Yanqi could now spend freely. However, Yang Qi opened the game mall and found that the commodities inside were still unchanged. It's no different than before. The highest grade spells were the top grade spells. Above the top spells, it was still a blank slate. Yang Qi frowned. How is this possible? There is no such thing as false information in a game panel announcement. Looks like a trip to Scattergories is in order. Scattergories are merchants throughout the game. The GameStop interface has not been updated. Apparently, the need to buy higher-end supplies required a trip to the Scattered Wealth Daoist. After the game mall appeared in the game panel, Yang Qi hadn't been to the Scattered Wealth Daoist. Taoist Scattergood is still in Dragon City. Thinking of this, Yang Qi took out the Immortal Execution Broken Sword. Flying with his sword, he shot up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 78, Yuan Tu Abi Sword. Wu Ying flies into Yuaning, north of Dragon City. Scattergood's court. Daoist Scattered Wealth was still sitting dry inside the Scattered Wealth Pavilion. The location of the Scattered Wealth Pavilion was rarely known in Dragon City. In Yanqi's estimation, no one other than himself knew about this place at all. All along, Yang Qi had been very curious about the strength of Daoist Scattered Wealth's realm. In the past, there were no Spirit Pupil spells to peer into. The Spirit Pupil spell operated. Scattered Fortune Daoist's message appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. The dispenser. Realm of? Blood? Nice guy. A whole bunch of question marks. Yang Qi glanced at it and realized that it was impossible to penetrate Daoist Scattered Wealth's cultivation realm. Taoist Disperser was not like a flooded being like Taishan Laojun. Instead, it looks like an official game staffer. It can't be put in common sense. As soon as Yang Qi arrived, Daoist Scattered Wealth raised his head. A catalog in his hand was tossed and landed directly on Yang Qi's hand. Yankee smiled. Communicating with Scattergories is so easy. Open the catalog and take a look. Yang Qi had indeed discovered that there were magic treasure spells above the upper grade level. Look at the wide array of merchandise. Yang Qi didn't even know what to buy for a while. He had now received the Sword Sex Sword Dao inheritance. In the inheritance, there is a whole set of feats and spells, and a very strong flying sword spell. It was enough for Yang Qi to use. Yang Qi flipped through the pages and found that there was even an inheritance inside them all. Even the Sword Sex legacy was there, but it's already sky high. A full million immortal crystals are needed. In addition to spell feats, Yang Qi was also lacking in terms of magic treasures. The only magic treasure he could take out right now was the Immortal Punisher Broken Sword. The Immortal Execution Broken Sword might help in comprehending the Immortal Execution Sword intent though. However, other than being able to comprehend the Immortal Execution Sword intent, this Immortal Execution Broken Sword had no other increase. It wasn't even as good as a simple lower-grade magic weapon. Now, Yang Qi's comprehension of the Immortal Execution Sword intent had reached 60%. I believe it won't take long to fully comprehend it. When the time comes, this Immortal Execution Broken Sword will be tasteless. Yang Qi thought about it and decided to purchase a primary magic treasure first. After fully comprehending the Immortal Execution Sword intent, replace the Immortal Execution Broken Sword. Flip to the page on Fabulous. What came into view made Yang Qi's heart flutter. Pango's Heaven Opening Axe, priced at 100 million Immortal Crystals. 12 Golden Lotus, priced at 100 million Immortal Crystals. These are all famous magic treasures in the Flood world. Yang Qi wanted to look for traces of the Immortal Execution Sword formation, but after searching around, he didn't see it at all. It seems that the treasures in the Flood possess uniqueness. The Immortal Execution Broken Sword in his own hand was one of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Among the array of magic treasures, there weren't many sword weapons. After looking around, Yanqi didn't find a suitable one. It's almost to the last page and I don't see any that fit. Yanqi was about to close the catalog. The afterglow caught a glimpse of an inexpensive mana. Crippled Killing Supreme Treasure, Yuan 2, priced at 100,000 Immortal Crystals. Crippled Killing Supreme Treasure, Abi, priced at 100,000 Immortal Crystals. Yang Qi's eyes widened at once. Yuan 2 Abi. Isn't this the Dharma weapon of the great Stygian ancestor of the Flood world? Old ancestor sticks belong to the top powers in the Flood, only a shade weaker than saints. His magic weapon, how come it's so cheap? Crippled? Yanqi was thrilled. Click in and take a look. The Crippled Killing Treasure Yuan 2 Abi, in its heyday, was a heavenly treasure. Now the spirit of the weapon is obliterated, the sword body is cracked, and the grade has fallen to the extreme magic treasure grade, killing the most precious treasure. If we drink our fill of living blood, we may be able to return to the top. So it is. It was only after Yang Qi read the introduction that he came to a realization. It turned out that this former supreme treasure had fallen to the rank of an extreme magic treasure. No wonder it's so cheap. The other extreme magic treasures were only sold for a few thousand tens of thousands of immortal crystals. These two swords, buy 100,000 straight away. One of the most important things is that it is possible to get back to the top. Yang Qi didn't rush to do it. Instead, continue to watch the property description. Yuan 2 Abi, one main and one secondary. The swords carry their own killing sword intent, which is frightening and defeating without a fight. Fabric skill, the main and secondary swords can store blood chi through killing, and when they are full, they can inspire an endless sea of blood to erode living beings. After Yang Qi saw the fabulous skill, he directly bought it. In the blink of an eye, 200,000 immortal crystals disappeared from the account. Daoist scattered wealth wiped at his fingers and a sword weapon appeared in his hand. With a light tap, the two sword weapons gently floated up and landed in Yang Qi's hands. Yang Qi picked up Yuan 2 Abi and took a look. This is the typical longsword shape. Above the sword, there was a little crack that ran through the entire sword. A furious aura emanated from the sword. It energized Yanqi. Immediately afterward, a smile appeared on Yang Qi's face. Satisfied, he put the Yuan 2 Abi into his storage ring. He needed two swords to take on the enemy now. A sword Imperial Flight. A sword to kill the enemy. This Yuan 2 Abi just fits the bill. Moreover, Yuan 2 Abi was likewise capable of comprehending sword intent. Although it was not as powerful as the Immortal Execution Sword intent, but it was also the top sword intent in the Flood world. Immortal Sword intent is mainly used to increase attack power and kill the enemy. The Killing Sword intent, on the other hand, shocked the enemy and damaged hearts and minds. The combination of the two is like a tiger with wings. More importantly, Genjutsu Abi has one more skill spell. After a kill, store up chi and blood. Upon release, it will be a large range of damage. Wasn't this spell the divine skill of practicing leveling that Yang Qi wanted? In this regard, Yanqi was very satisfied. Next, it's off to practice. Opening the world rank rankings, he glanced at the two fifth ranks in front of him. Yanqi let out a light laugh. It's only the fifth order. He kills in seconds as he goes along. Just as Yanqi was about to close the panel, a familiar name jumped onto the top 10 list. 10th, China's Wu Yingfei. 4th rank. Wu Yingfei was on the verge of upgrading, but now he went to the small world alone to practice. Straight away, he broke through to the 4th order Yuaning. Yanqi was not surprised by this. Closing the panel, Yang Qi rose up with his sword. The second person from China to make it to the top of the charts was quickly spotted by the rest of the country. They were very surprised by this. So far, the countries that have made the list have all been one person on the list. The strongest people excel. Now, there was surprisingly another person in China besides Yang Qi. This shows that the Chinese are very well balanced. The overall strength is very cowhide. The people of the Nissen country were jealous when they saw this scene. In their country, only Ichiro Namoto is flying solo right now. The difference in rank with the others is just too great. Surprisingly, China has two people on the list. This is very disconcerting for them. Soon enough, someone spoke on the World Chat channel. So what if two people make the list? After 7 days, it's all a worm. My great Nissan empire, as usual, can be crushed. The rest of the group chimed in. It won't work if it doesn't fit. Challenge tokens are refreshed once every 7 days. After 7 days, the Nissen country in case it looks at its own country in a bad way. Direct challenge. There's really no place to cry then. Chapter 79, Start Practicing. East Sea Water Snake. There was also a heated discussion about this matter on the China chat channel. A second fourth order has appeared in China. Awesome. Who is Wu Fei? How come I haven't heard of it? Brothers don't look like they're from Dragon City. You don't even recognize Wu Fei? That's Yang Qi's personal assistant. Personal assistants are better than him? Yankee is pulling a bit too much too. It's been 2 days and not a single word has come out. And there's no upgrade. Can't even figure out where he got the courage to challenge the Nissan Nation. Forget it, just don't count on Yang Qi. It's better to count on Wu Fei. One more fourth rank equaled one more chance of winning. But Wu Fei's identity was also known to them. It's Yankee's personal assistant. There's no news from Yankee at all now. Instead, the assistants around them were upgraded. It boggles everyone's mind. What kind of operation is this? A personal assistant is better than him? This whole thing is more or less outrageous. Right now, Wu Fei's calling was even higher than Yang Qi's. It became the key to the victory of China. It couldn't be helped that Yankee hadn't even started practicing. Wu Fei, China depends on her. Practice hard and try to rush the 6th rank within 5 days. Wu Fei did not appear in the chat channel, but everyone here was cheering for Wu Fei. Just then, the world rankings changed again. A person from the Eagle Sauce Nation had actually rushed up to the 4th rank at this time as well. Successful listings. Now, on the entire list, China no longer holds the advantage. In the face of 3 challenges, China is in a precarious position. The Eagle Jam Nation, which had been silent in the world chat channel for a long time, instantly boiled over. China is bound to lose. For a while, the wind was blowing one way or the other. Yanqi didn't bother to look at these boring things. The imperial sword flew in the sky of Dragon City. A piece of paper came out of his hand. It contained information about the various small worlds of Dragon City. Soon, Yang Qi found a suitable small world. Expect the strongest person to incarnate. Yankee nodded. Under the imperial sword flight, his figure quickly disappeared into the sky. In less than a moment, Yang Qi arrived at his destination. With the breakthrough in his realm, the speed of his imperial sword flight grew slightly. Not at all like a sedan driving at top speed. Traveling through the entire Dragon City was only half a bell. Come to the entrance of the small world. Yang Qi directly entered it. As the light shimmered under the soles of the feet, Yang Qi came to a piece of water. This small world, inside, was an endless expanse of water. There isn't any land. Seeing this scene, Yang Qi was slightly surprised. This was the first time he had seen this kind of small world. Other small worlds are nothing more than barbaric mountains. It was rare for an entire small world to be waters. Yang Qi had just descended. A voice came out right in the middle of the waters. Who in the world? Forcibly intruding into my East Sea Dragon clan. The sound was so loud and thick that waves of ripples appeared on the calm water. When Yang Qi heard this, he screamed in his heart that it was bad. The East Sea Dragons? This is a great clan in the flood. In the legend, the dragons are the masters of heaven and earth. This place was surprisingly the territory of the East Sea Dragon clan. Yang Qi's figure exploded back. He was only at the Yuaning realm now. Dragons, properly all above immortals. It was not an existence that he could forcefully fight against right now. The flying swords under Yang Qi's feet madly cut through space, and a burst of air-breaking sounds rang out. Right at this moment, Yang Qi felt the entrance to the small world behind him close. The mind could not help but crunch. Above the waters, the winds were raging. Right in the center, a huge vortex appeared, stirring up the air and kicking up gusts of wind. A hideous dragon's head appeared above the water. Yang Qi hurriedly operated the spirit pupil spell. The message of the dragon's head came into view. East Sea Water Snake. Realm, transformation. The East China Sea Water Snake, a soldier under the East China Sea Dragon clan, has spent his entire life following in the footsteps of the Dragon clan, with a single-minded desire to turn into a dragon. The extremely fast-flying sword came to a sharp stop. Yang Qi gave the dragon head a strange look. Didn't we agree on the dragons? How did you become a water snake in the East Sea? As Yang Qi's figure stopped, a manic sound came out from the waters. Humph, little human race, why don't you tie your hands and surrender? In front of my East Sea Dragon clan, even immortals have to lie down. Yuaning realm? There was a joy in this voice. With that, a wild laugh came. Ha ha ha, scared me to death. I thought it was an immortal, but it's just a small Yuaning cultivator. Little ones, give it to me. Yang Qi frowned, then it stretched out again. See this water snake, but it's just a fox. Yang Qi's heart was greatly determined. The immortal execution broken sword appeared in his hand. The flying sword spell was cast. At this moment, the dragon's head in the center of the vortex slowly rose. It was finally revealed. Just below the dragon's head was the naked body of a snake. As the East Sea water snake yelled, above the surface of the water, dense blisters appeared. These blisters are several meters in diameter. It is transparent. In the blisters was an oddly shaped demon. There are monsters with humanoid hands that are pincers, and faces with long whiskers. The aura of these demons was no more than the Yuaning realm at its strongest. The immortal execution broken sword flew out with an overpowering immortal execution sword intent, straight to the blisters. With the arrival of the Punisher broken sword, these blisters shattered like bubbles and turned into a burst of water, revealing the monster's true form. The Punisher's broken sword went unabated. A sword stroke takes away a demon. As the tips kept refreshing, Yang Qi's experience value kept rising. Under the attack of the immortal execution broken sword, one demon after another died. The dragon head and snake body water snake demon anxiously shouted, "That human! Why don't you tie your hands? My East Sea Dragon clan has many soldiers and generals. You can't kill them all. Come at me if you dare." The massive body rose above the water. It came straight towards Yang Qi's main body. Yan Qi laughed lightly. The immortal execution broken sword that was killing in the distance also did not retract its defense. Yang Qi directly multitasked. The Yuan Tu sword under his feet retreated at extreme speed. In his hand was another sword weapon that emitted a manic aura. It's the abyssal sword. The water serpent's tail flung at him, and a sword and shield spell instantly appeared for Yang Qi. Coalesce in front of your body. The attack of the transformation god realm shook the air. A cracking sound rang out. The transparent sword shield in front of Yang Qi was crushed as soon as it was subdued. Fortunately, the massive water snake's tail was also vibrated away. Yang Qi knew that without the flying sword spell, there was still a bit of a gap between himself and the goddess of transformation powerhouse. Reaching out, the distant immortal execution broken sword flew back, straight to the East China Sea water snake. The East Sea water snake was horrified and was about to flee. But how could Yang Qi let him have his way? The immortal execution broken sword slashed viciously in the void. The huge body of the snake snapped in two. Blood spurted out. The East Sea water snake ate the pain and its body kept twisting. The eyes that looked at Yang Qi no longer had the divine aura they had just had. Instead, it was full of incredulity. He could never imagine how a human race at the Yuaning realm could have such power. Chapter 80, Comprehending the Complete Immortal Punishing Sword Intent. The East Sea water snake knew it was no match for him and begged for mercy. "Fellow Daoist, I'm from the East Sea Dragon clan. Don't kill me. Did you know about the East Sea Dragons? The entire East Sea is owned by the Dragon clan. Look at my head. I'm a dragon." When Yang Qi heard this, he smiled coldly. This water snake demon, without knowing what method he used, turned his head into the appearance of a legendary dragon. But the game panel doesn't lie. This is an East China Sea water snake. The bloodline of the 100 spirit water in the spirit world was even more noble than his. Even if it was a true Dragon Sea Dragon clan, as long as it was strong enough, Yang Qi would not hesitate to behead it. The flood world is broken. It's now become just a small world outside of Earth. Slightly slowed down, the executioner's broken sword in the air slashed down without hesitation. With a hiss from the East Sea water snake, Yang Qi heard the beep of experience arriving. Underneath the corpse of the East Sea water snake, a magic treasure had unexpectedly burst out. In addition to a magic treasure, there was also a ball of light, officially the centerpiece of this little world. Yang Qi reached out his hand, and put the two items into his storage ring. This East Sea water snake is the master of this small world. Over there, the probability is that no existence more powerful than him will appear in this world. The rest of the demons, seeing that their leader had been killed, it was a gut-wrenching moment. Those blisters that hadn't broken yet, with a plop, unexpectedly fell directly into the waters. Yan Qi smiled gently. "You'll be fine if you hide in the water?" "Just kidding. Flying sword spells don't lose their power just because they're underwater." On the immortal execution broken sword, immortal execution sword intent filled the air. A cracking sound rang out. The immortal execution broken sword plunged headlong into the waters. Constant strangulation in the water. One blister shattered in the water. One demon died, but half a bell. The main body of water is colored red. A body surfaced. They're all aquatic demons. Fish, crabs, shrimp, etc. Seeing this, Yang Qi faintly smiled. This is a proper seafood dinner. The immortal execution broken sword was retracted. Yang Qi realized that the immortal execution sword intent above the immortal execution broken sword had reached its peak. A little induction. The immortal execution sword intent had reached 10%. Yang Qi couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Now, it was possible to comprehend the complete immortal execution sword intent. A hint appeared as the Punisher broken sword entered his hand. Complete immortal execution sword intent detected. Do you comprehend it? Yang Qi naturally chose to directly comprehend it. A solemn aura came from the immortal execution broken sword. It directly rushed into Yang Qi's mind. Yang Qi only felt a coldness all over his body. With the panel's prompt, less than half a bell. The complete immortal execution sword intent had already been comprehended by Yang Qi. In the column of talents, there was an additional immortal execution sword intent. Right now, every strike that Yang Qi made with his hands carried complete immortal execution sword intent. The immortal execution sword intent, the strangulation of the divine soul, reached its peak. Yang Qi expected that a strong person under an immortal would feel a headache when lightly touched by the immortal execution sword intent, lost most of their combat power. The terror of the immortal execution sword intent was not only that, if it was a transformation god powerhouse, Yang Qi was confident that he could manage to kill him with one strike. At a higher realm, it was only a matter of 2 moves. Yang Qi was only at the Yuaning realm. As his realm rises, the power of the exorcist sword intent would also increase with it. When the time comes, it's not a matter of meeting God and killing God. However, as the immortal execution sword intent was comprehended by Yang Qi, this immortal execution broken sword was close to being scrapped. It was as if it had returned to the way Yankee had just gotten it. Continue to kill with the immortal execution broken sword, and perhaps continue to kill the immortal execution sword intent. After the immortal execution sword intent was raised, Yang Qi took out the harvest from this time. The East Sea Water Snake contributed a magic treasure, and the small world core, the rest of the small demons, too, burst out a bunch of magic treasures. Yang Qi took a slight look at them. They were all magic treasures that could not be used. Later on, if he gave these magic treasures to Wu Lingfei, he would be able to sell them for some immortal crystals as well. Take out the magic treasure that was exploded from the East Sea Water Snake. Took a look at the properties. Yang Qi couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ancestral Dragon Bones. Grade, Extreme Spiritual Treasure. Refined from the bones of the ancestral dragon. It possesses a strand of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, and can emit the ancestral dragon's mighty pressure, deterring living beings. Surprisingly, it was an extreme spiritual treasure. On top of the Dharma treasure is the spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasures, which were already magic treasures used in the immortal realm, and it's an extreme spiritual treasure. It doesn't matter what the grade is. Importantly, it actually possessed a strand of ancestral dragon essence blood. You can release the pressure. The legend of the ancestral dragon was known to Yang Qi. In the ancient times of the flood world, the ancestral dragon was a master-like existence, shocking the flood for an unknown number of years. No wonder that East China Sea Water Snake possessed a dragon's head. This ancestral dragon bone, worn on the body for years, would more or less change the bloodline. However, this East Sea Water Snake, without even refining the essence blood in it, had a dragon's head appear. If you refine the ancestral dragon's essence blood, maybe he will turn into a dragon one day and become an honored dragon. I don't know how much stronger it is than an ordinary augur. However, Yang Qi wasn't too interested in the ancestral dragon essence blood. The ancestral dragon essence blood did not enhance him much. Bailiwick water is quite appropriate. Yang Qi's harvest this time was extremely rich. In addition to these equipments, the most important thing was that he was now only a few thousand experience points away from the transformation god realm. By casually killing a few monsters of the Yuaning realm, he could raise his realm. But this side of the world, there are no more demons. Yanqi had to retreat for the time being. Take out the small world core and refine it slightly. The entrance to the small world appeared in front of Yang Qi. The figure flickered. Yang Qi directly disappeared. The next second, it appeared in Dragon City. Open the chat channel and take a look. Yanqi was quite surprised to see a message. Inside the China chat channel, a message is being prevalent. For more people had been promoted to the Yuaning realm. Surprisingly, it was the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. Yang Qi was also quite surprised. The inheritance that their 4 brothers had received wasn't bad, but compared to the 2 Yang Qi Wu Yingfei, still a bit of a gap. Especially Yankee, there was still the perverted talent of the saintly underbelly in place. You get more experience value from killing monsters. The 4 brothers promoted to Yuaning, and the effort involved could be imagined. The 4 brothers didn't make the world charts, though. Now, with the first race appearing, everyone was practicing desperately. Even Yang Qi had been squeezed into 5th place. Wu Yingfei went straight to 10th place. Although the 4 brothers were also at the Yuaning realm, their experience value was not as good as the others. On the leaderboards, in addition to counting rank, you also need experience points. Those who are of the same 4th rank and have a higher experience value will be ranked higher. Yang Qi took a few cursory glances. It was found that the Chinese were not much surprised by the promotion of the 4 brothers. After all, there was Wu Yingfei as a foregone conclusion. Besides, it's hard for the 4th order to win a challenge. Everyone is very desperate. Yanqi no longer cared. Rush straight to the next small world. Right now, Yang Qi's experience value was about to burst. A random kill would advance the realm. Yankee didn't go far. Saw a small world entrance. A headlong rush. Chapter 81, the promotion of George to the 6th degree in the land of eagle sauce. Yang Qi directly entered within a small world. discover that this is also a prairie. Unlike the spirit world, the prairie of this small world was endless and ridiculously large. Yang Qi's imperial sword flight slowly rose high in midair, and he couldn't see the border. Within the soil of the grassland, a demonic aura rose. It was obvious that there were a large number of demonic beasts hidden in this soil. Yang Qi couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He just randomly entered a small world. Still don't know what's going on within this little world. I don't know that this little world is so wide. The larger the small world, the more powerful people existed in it. But once Yang Qi entered, he didn't see any powerful demonic aura present. The Yuan 2 Abi dual swords appeared. One handle was at Yang Qi's feet, and one handle flew straight out. The Yuan 2 sword sped through the air, and when it reached the place where the demonic aura existed, it directly pierced into the earth. The Yuan 2 sword stabbed into the earth with ease. A burst of wet soil where Yuan 2 sword brought flying. Flying sword spell, no matter where you are, you can fly easily. Only there is more resistance in the dirt than in the air. The speed of the flying sword slowed down slightly. However, in front of Yang Qi's Yuaning realm cultivation, ordinary dirt was not a problem at all. Soon, a branch was picked off by the Yuan 2 sword. The branch flew into mid-air, emitting a burst of demonic aura. Yang Qi was slightly surprised when he saw this. This branch is actually a demon? A plant monster? Yang Qi frowned. In the flood world, all living beings had the potential to cultivate into demons. Whether it's birds and animals, or trees and flowers, it's possible. As the panel prompted, Yang Qi received hundreds of experience points. The experience value is surprisingly not bad. Yang Qi was uncertain, so he simply didn't think about it in detail. The Yuan 2 flying sword flew directly to the next place where the demonic energy was. Another jab. A brown branch was picked out. There were even strands of red blood coming out of the break. As the branch ascended into the air, the strand of red blood was surprisingly drying up fast. Experience value arrives. Yang Qi continued on to the next place. Very quickly, Yang Qi directly cleared hundreds of branches. At this point, his experience value was full. Need to close the door and practice upgrading. At this point, he no longer dared to continue brushing his cultivation. After Yang Qi picked off 100 branches, he could feel that within the small world, a powerful existence was awakening. Just a mere breath gave Yang Qi a palpitating feeling. It was obvious that there was a powerful existence within this small world. It was slowly awakening because of Yang Qi's arrival. Yang Qi was very self-aware. With his current cultivation at the Yuaning realm, even if he had all sorts of heaven-defying spells and magic treasures, crossing levels to kill the enemy is not a problem either. But if you face an absolutely powerful being, all the fancy stuff is useless. After seeing the experience value bursting at the seams, it went straight back to the exit of the small world. With a flash of his body, Yang Qi directly returned to Dragon City. Find a suitable place. Yang Qi directly operated the Gong method in the sword sect's inheritance. As the Gong method operated, the aura on Yang Qi's body was continuously increasing. Currently, Yang Qi's mana value had reached 1000 points, possessing a genesis on the body. When one breaks through to the transformation spirit realm, one can cultivate the divine soul. This was the biggest difference between the god of transformation realm and the Yuaning realm. Yang Qi was cultivating in seclusion. Outside, on the world charts, there has been a huge change. At the top of the charts, it is no longer Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan Kingdom. Instead, it's George from Eagle Jam Nation. At this point, George had reached the 6th degree. The counterpart is the refined void powerhouse of the immortal cultivation system. Even if Yang Qi had broken through the transformation spirit, he was still one rank lower than the other party. The world chat channel was already roaring. OMG, George from Eagle Jam Country is 6th order. He's actually faster than Ichiro Namoto. Too strong. I'm still at the 2nd rank. I don't know when I'll reach the 6th rank. Eagle Jam Nation is going to win this one. For sure. It's too powerful. I heard that George is also the first person in the Eagle Sauce country to obtain 2 top inheritances. His strength is estimated to be strong in the 6th rank. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom is too deep, possessing 2 top inheritances, the vampire bloodline and the werewolf bloodline. What George seems to have acquired is a werewolf bloodline and a vampire bloodline. I see. No wonder he's so powerful. With these 2 bloodlines stacked on top of each other, it's enough to kill most people. The crowd was shocked at how strong George of Eagle Jam was. In the land of Eagle Jam, it's all about bloodlines. Every bloodline is an inheritance. Ordinary bloodline legacies are common animals. For example, the athletic rabbit, the cunning fox, the mouse that hides in the darkness. The 2 most powerful bloodlines recognized are vampires and werewolves. I also wonder what kind of opportunities George has been given. Surprisingly, he was able to gather 2 bloodlines in one. Besides marveling at George's power, the crowd was more interested in the challenge that was to come in a few days. If there are no surprises, China is already bound to lose. The highest ranked person in China right now was the 4th ranked Yang Qi. and there was still a gap of 2 ranks with George. No one would believe that Yang Qi could advance 2 ranks within a few days. At such a speed, they couldn't even think about it. China is bound to lose. The end is doomed. China is more or less a pity. Upstairs, please take responsibility for your words. China is not a pity at all. Once this statement was made, within the chat channel, the wind could be said to be blowing one way or the other. Everyone is talking about the certain death of China. If one sings the opposite at this time, one's country is at risk of being challenged. Gradually, within the world chat channel, already the words are clear of malicious flattery. Holding one and stepping on the other was brilliantly played. Within a large villa in the Eagle Sauce country, a shirtless man was half lying on a large bed, revealing huge muscles, but the overall look is one of femininity. The man's eyes gave off a reddish glow that looked sinister. In his mouth, 2 sharp fangs were revealed. The 2 blonde women in his arms were beautifully built, the nakedness of their pale skin exposed to the air, with only a strand of sheer silk being covered from the vitals. This man is none other than George, who is all the rage in the outside world. Having obtained 2 top bloodlines, he was already a juggernaut-like existence in the Eagle Jam country. All the affairs of Eagle Sauce country belong to him. He has a dream at night that comes true the next day. Whether it's the luxury of enjoyment or beauty, it's all a matter of thought. After the domination, after enjoying these things that regular people can't get, he felt tasteless, but he knew that there was a much wider world beyond the land of Eagle Sauce. George's idea was simple. King's Landing. At this moment, he looked at the words of malicious flattery on the world chat channel. A wicked smile appeared. Watch it, these people, sooner or later, these people will be my subjects. Chapter 82 Promotion to Transformation Spirit. Strength soars, got Yang Qi to break through the realm in an unoccupied corner. A body of mana continuously condensed within his body. The power of God's soul thrives in the body. Yang Qi entered into oblivious cultivation. Breaking through a realm requires a large amount of experience value. In addition to that, there is still a need for closure. This is a characteristic of the Chinese immortal cultivation heritage. The remaining countries, each with their own characteristics. Some require special ceremonies. Some even have to sacrifice their lives to break through. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yang Qi's figure was still sitting cross-legged, not seeing any movement. At this time, the aura on Yang Qi's body was different from the past. This was the power of the transformation god realm. At the realm of transformation, in addition to the mana being more cohesive, the most important thing was that it had already nourished the divine soul within the body. It could unleash divine soul attacks that possessed a crushing blow against beings of lower ranks. A good portion of the 5th day of the 7-day challenge had passed. Now, all the Chinese people were very anxious. Every single one of them is staring at the world leaderboards, expecting someone from your own country to rise above both. On the world rankings, Yankee's ranking had never moved, and the news from Nissan's side of the country was that Ichiro Namoto was nearing the 6th rank. Yang Qi was still at the 4th rank now. Basically, China has lost. 2 days, no one could advance 2 ranks in a row in such a short period of time. Even for Yang Qi, who had made miracles in China in a row, it was impossible. It's well known how hard it is to get experience points. And, add to that the time it takes to break through the realm. It's hard as hell to bounce back. By the time everyone is hopeless and ready to accept their fate, Yang Qi's name suddenly jumped. It's into 3rd place again. It's already 5th order. This scene raised a little hope in the anxious Chinese, but to think that it took Yang Qi 5 days to reach the 5th rank, this fresh surge of hope was doused with cold water. On top of Yankee, 1st place went to George of Eagle Jam, already in the 6th degree. 2nd place went to Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan Nation, also of the 5th rank. But according to the Nissan, Ichiro Namoto was confident that he would be able to advance to the 6th order in a short period of time. That's the reality. They could only hope that Nissan Nation's Namoto Ichiro didn't end up advancing to the 6th order, and that Yang Qi went farther in the 5th order. As long as the experience value exceeded that of Ichiro Namoto, Yanqi would be considered a winner. This does not lose to the Nissan state. China still has a chance of survival, but everyone knows that. It's not realistic. The entire country of China was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Everyone's hearts were holding in their anger, unable to release. Some people hate the fact that they don't work hard enough and have to watch others defend their country when it matters. Some people were blaming Yang Qi, knowing that he was going to lose, but he also gave the Nissan Nation a dish and used the challenge token against the Nissan Nation. But, the target of hate is the same for all. That would be the Nissan state and the Eagle Jam state. On the other side, Yang Qi suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light appeared in his eyes, which were ridiculously deep. After breaking through the realm, his mana value was still the same, all for 1,000 mana points. But this mana value has mutated. The quality is more than 10 times what it used to be. There was no more intuitive enhancement than the birth of the divine soul. The divine soul is a very subtle thing. Now that Yang Qi closed his eyes, He could clearly feel everything within a 1,000-meter radius. A fresh breeze ruffles the treetops, and the ants on the ground are hard at work. 100 meters away, a mouse is sneaking around. Underneath the ground, a stone was encased and squeezed by the dirt, densely packed. Countless earthworms wriggled in the dirt. Termites and such creatures are living. These details were reflected into Yang Qi's mind after he closed his eyes. However, the power of the divine soul was not as expansive for exploration beneath the ground as it was above the ground. On the ground, the probing range of Yang Qi's divine soul power was 1,000 meters, and below ground, it's about 100 meters. In this regard, Yan Qi was very satisfied. The power of the divine soul had another wonderful use besides probing. Yang Qi's mind moved and the power of his divine soul swept out. A nest of termites under the ground instantly exploded. This is of the power of the divine soul. Facing a nest of termites, such a low-level living creature, Yang Qi could manage to kill it with a single strike. If it's a metamorphic being, Yang Qi could only manage to release the pressure. It made it impossible for the Yuaning Sangha to develop a resistance. The Yuan Tu sword appeared in Yang Qi's hand. It then turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Yang Qi's sight. With the birth of the divine soul, now Yang Qi's flying sword spell was also greatly improved. Within 1,000 meters, the flying sword was controlled as flexibly and freely as an arm. The immortal execution sword intent attached to it is such that an ordinary spirit of transformation will die when it touches it. Yang Qi was confident that his strength, under the immortals, was already a top existence. After the transformation of God, there is refining the void. After refining the void, there is the tribulation. After the completion of the transmigration, it was the immortal realm. The further back you go, the harder it is to advance in rank. In a previous life, the game descended into its 10th year. The first immortal only appeared in China. Now the overall strength of China has increased, totally because of the practicing services driven by Yankee. In his previous life, at this time, Yang Qi remembered that the highest ranked person was merely the Jindan realm. This was because the cultivation system in China was extremely slow to advance, took a lot of losses at the world tournament. Now, though, it's different. The only thing that made Yang Qi dissatisfied was that after advancing to God of Transformation, the experience value needed to advance to the next level had reached 5 million. I hope it's not too late. 5 million experience. As long as Yang Qi found a suitable small world, with his current strength, it wasn't impossible. After Yang Qi summarized his strength, then he took out a watch in his storage ring. Now, the cell phone's deactivated. Those who want to get accurate time can only rely on products like watches. Looking at the date on the watch, Yang Qi couldn't help but stare. It was amazing that 3 days had passed. It was now the 5th day of the challenge. Now, there are 2 days to go before the settlement. This was something that Yanqi hadn't anticipated. In his previous life, his highest realm was just Yuaning. There is no experience of transfiguration. It took 3 days to ascend to transformation spirit. Yang Qi had an indescribable depression. Opened the world leaderboards in a hurry. George in first place had reached the 6th degree. After his own promotion to transformation spirit, he was already in 3rd place. Now, there was not enough time to go on killing monsters and upgrading. Let's not talk about whether Yang Qi could obtain 5 million experience values in just 2 days. Even after gaining 1.5 million experience points, the times taken to advance in the realm is still unknown. It had already taken 3 days to advance to transformation spirit. What about the promotion to refined void? The time it took to ascend to refined void was expected to be more. Thinking of this, Yang Qi's face grimaced. Beckoning his hand, he recalled the Yuan Tu sword. Yang Qi stepped on the Yuan Tu sword and directly rose into the air, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 83, Response. It didn't take long for Yang Qi to return to the spirit world. The only person in the spirit world who was here at this time was 100 Spirit Water. At this time, as small worlds were developed one by one, others did not need the legacy of the Five Thunders Taoist ancestor to advance to the Jindan realm. Only, the inheritance received was slightly inferior to the authentic Xian sect. If you wanted to receive the Five Thunder Road sect's inheritance, you had to work for Yang Qi for free. As the immortal crystals slowly arrived, Yang Qi's immortal crystals now once again reached 15.1 billion, more than when the game first descended. Because of the challenge, the critical realm had now stopped letting people enter it to receive the inheritance. Yang Qi had just descended. Bai Ling Shui's figure appeared right beside him. Master. Yang Qi nodded. Opening the panel, Yang Qi directly sent messages to Wu Yingfei and the others. Quickly returned to the spirit world. Within a small world, Wu Yingfei was covered in blood. An aura was already firmly established at the Yuaning realm. There were 5 precious dawns surrounding his body, emanating a soul-stirring aura. Any one of them could make a Yuaning realm being feel palpitations. Wu Yingfei looked at the world rankings with a sad face. Yang Qi had just been promoted to the 5th rank. Right now, China is in an awkward position. She had been desperately practicing for the past few days, and had only reached half of the experience value needed to advance to the transformation spirit realm. Suddenly, she saw a message come through on the personal chat screen. Clicking on it, it was Yankee. Quickly returned to the spirit world. Seeing this message, Wu Yingfei's heart settled down for no reason. Retrieving the 5 precious stands around him, Wu Yingfei directly left the small world. The 4 brothers, Lu Qingqiao, also received this message. Straight away, he stopped practicing and returned to the spirit world. Spirit World Spirit Pavilion. 7 figures sat at the conference table. Bailawick Water would not have had to participate, but she was too bored to stay within the spirit world, and as soon as she heard that there was something going on, she bumbled over. Yang Qi nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the unoccupied realm. Right now, everyone was at the Yuaning realm. The breath of the 4 Lu Qingqiao brothers was slightly vague. Obviously they had just been promoted and hadn't had time to stabilize their realm. This augur dragon, 100 spirit water, had long been at the Yuaning realm, but she didn't need experience to advance in her realm. Instead, it absorbs the aura between heaven and earth. There was no aura in Dragon City, so if you wanted to break through the realm, you still had to be within the small world. Nice. Yankee nodded. Then he added, now, there are 2 more days until the challenge. Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan Kingdom is now about to be promoted to the 6th rank. George, of the Eagle Sauce Country, is already of the 6th order. It took me 3 days to advance from the Yuaning realm to the transformation god. When these words came out, Wu Yingfei and the others' faces changed drastically. Do the math that way. There simply isn't enough time. No wonder it was on the 5th day that Yang Qi was promoted. It turns out that it takes so much time to ascend to transformation spirit. In that case, won't China lose? Wu Yingfei and the others were in a low mood. Just at this time, Yan Qi added, but it's not a lost cause. For the next 2 days, you guys stop practicing and go all out to do one thing. When Wu Yingfei heard this, he immediately perked up. Half a day later, the 6 left the spirit world. On this very day, another message shocked the world chat channel. A second 6th order appeared. Ichiro Namoto of Nissan. In his last 2 days, advancement to the 6th order. The world chat channel was already in an uproar. The second 6th order appeared, leaving China as the only loser. The highest in China right now was only the 5th rank, and it was still just promoted to the 5th rank. Saved less than 2 days. Even if China's Yang Qi was a god, there was nothing he could do to beat his horse. The people from the Nissan and Eagle Sauce countries, at this point in time, already felt like they had a win on their hands. China. Everyone is very desperate. Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan Kingdom was promoted to the 6th order. Win or lose is a foregone conclusion. China is bound to lose. Inside the first group building, Jiang Ao sighed. It was expected to cause this consequence. He had hoped for a miracle, but reality still hit him in the head. Next, the first group could only tighten their lines and develop obscenely. Just then, a message was sent. Jiang Ao clicked on it and saw that it was Wu Yingfei. There's only one possibility for sending a message at this time. That's dealing with the next situation. But Jiang Ao's froze directly in place after reading the message. Mr. Jiang, give me a message from Nissan Namoto Ichiro and Eagle Jam Nation George right away. In 15 minutes, Jiang Ao was uncertain. What's the point of having this information at this point? The first group, as the most powerful group in China, has its own intelligence points all over the world. Useful information can be spied on easily. Ichiro Namoto of Nissan and George of Eagle Jam, as the top 2 in the world rankings, are naturally the first group to be watched. Jiang Ao had long ago gathered information about the 2 men. After hesitating for half a second, Jiang Ao still sent the information about the 2 of them over. In front of the Dragon City teleportation array, Wu Yingfei was preparing to go back after receiving the message, but he was blocked by the slim man. Wu Yingfei looked up. The man was wearing black-rimmed glasses and a black suit, and looked courteous. Wu Yingfei was slightly annoyed at the man blocking her way. A precious elixir appeared in his hand. The aura that emanated from it was breathtaking. The slim man hastily took a step back and smiled sarcastically. MS. Wu. I'm Charlie Key. I'd like to see Mr. Yankee. Spirit World. Yang Qi was sipping his tea comfortably. Wu Yingfei came in with a man. Seeing the man behind Wu Yingfei, Yang Qi was slightly surprised. Wu Yingfei isn't so unintelligent. Take a stranger into the spirit world. Mr. Yang, this Charlie Marker wants to see you. As soon as Charlie Mark saw Yang Qi, he immediately said, Big brother Yankee, this is Charlie Marks. It's the one that livestreamed your slaughter of demonic beasts within the chat channel last time. Yankee nodded. The name struck him a little. Last time, Yang Qi lured and slaughtered all the demons in the entire Dragon City because of his to rise to level 10. The scene was broadcast live in text on the chat channel of someone named Charlie Marks. At the time, there was also a huge backlash. Also because of this incident, Yang Qi is known in China. There's been no news of Charlie's Marks since that incident. Now, What does this Charlie Marker want with himself? Yankee big brother. It's like this. I've gained an inheritance that allows me to open a section for him on the game panel. But what I need for promotion is no longer experience value, but popularity value. That's why. Wants to ask Yankee Doodle to help release its first video and do a personal interview. Hearing these words from Charlie Mark, Yan Chi was unperturbed on the surface. In fact, the mind has been stirred up, not because of anything else, but because of the legacy that is Charlie Remember. Chapter 84 Inheritance from the Game Officials. This inheritance, Yang Chi had an impression. In his previous life, Yang Chi had also heard of the great name of this inheritance. Now, most of the legacies come from the legendary worlds of various countries. For example, the Flood World Immortal Cultivation Heritage in China, the Nissen State's Path to God Advancement, the Pathway to Bloodline Advancement in Eagle Jam Country. Beyond that, there is a legacy that's coming to the game's official legacy. Inheritance from the official game is not like normal inheritance, where you get promoted by killing monsters and getting experience value. Rather, it's about accomplishing some specific task. For example, Charlie's Mark, a legacy, requires a popularity value to advance. Often, this legacy plays the role of refining certain features of the game panel. Charlie remembered this legacy and played the role of the game's official forum administrator. In the previous life, someone had also obtained this inheritance, but a foreigner. After getting this inheritance, you can open a separate section in the game panel interface. This section is entirely up to Charlie Marks alone. The higher the popularity value of the forum board, the faster Charlie's Mark is promoted. These legacies are jokingly referred to as the Sons of the Crown. Thinking of this, Yang Chi couldn't help but give Charlie's Mark a high look. I didn't realize the official sun was in front of my eyes. You want to do an interview with me to kick off the forum? Yankee glanced at Charlie Marks. Yes, big brother Yankee. Right now China is in the center of the whole tournament. By doing this, Charlie's Marks is actually exposing China's unpleasantness to the whole world. It's called journalism. This legacy sets up a popularity value promotion, which is for the legacy to tap into something that catches the eye. Dude, you're selling out? Yankee looked deeply at Charlie Marks. Powerful divine soul power was released like a tidal wave, caged Charlie's Mark in it. Charlie Mark was instantly alarmed. At this instant, he felt endless killing opportunities enveloping him. He had a feeling Yang Chi could kill him in seconds. Getting an official legacy doesn't make it unkillable. Charlie Marks was quick to explain. Big brother Yang Chi has misunderstood. I have no intention of smearing China. Spring and autumn strokes. I can use the spring and autumn stroke. I was born a Chinese. I will die a Chinese ghost. If I sell out my country, big brother Yang Chi will solve me at any time, and I will definitely not hide. Beads of sweat were pouring down Charlie Mark's forehead. Yang Chi's sense of oppression was simply too strong. I had thought that after getting the inheritance, I would be able to talk straight in front of these big shots. Right now, it still seems like it's almost a fire. The power of the divine soul was withdrawn without a sound. Charlie remembered this with a sigh of relief, as if he had just taken a trip through the ghost gate. Yang Chi's figure disappeared in place, but his voice was still echoing in Charlie Mark's ears. You're doing me a favor, but it has to be done as I say. Also, remember, if you sell your country for promotion, you will be miserable. If you need anything, in 15 minutes, talk to Wu Fei. A smile appeared on Charlie Marker's face as he heard this. Thank you big brother Yankee. Looking back, Wu Fei also disappeared in the same place. Inside the room, Wu Fei handed Yang Chi the information about the two people from Nissen Country and Eagle Jam Country. Yankee looked and nodded. Expectedly, these two men are already at the pinnacle of power and luxury in their own countries. The place to live is the most luxurious in the country. There's no fear of not being able to find it. What about the teleportation array aspect? The teleportation formation is normal. Yanchi nodded as he listened. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Mr. Yang, this Charlie remembered. Wu Fei didn't understand why a Charlie Marker could make Yang Chi think so highly of him. Yankee waved his hand. Try to match him. Help him get the forum up today. Yes, Wu Fei nodded. As Yang Chi's personal assistant, she understood very well that she shouldn't ask what she shouldn't ask. Inside the living room, Charlie Mark was finally waiting for Wu Fei. Now, set up the forum. First post in 10 minutes. The name of the post is called Insider Information. Yankee secretly spies on Ichiro Namoto for information. Wants to carry out a beheading operation. As for the content, make up your own. Charlie remembered to hear the name of this post. There was a bad feeling. Is Yankee really going to carry out a beheading? True or not? The title of the thread was enough to blast his forum popularity. If this news gets out, won't this be more popular than Yankee's personal interviews? Big brother Wu, is this true? Big brother Yang Chi is going to Nissen Country to kill Namoto Ichiro? Charlie Mark was very curious. This news is very powerful indeed in the world of journalism. But but the implementation is very unrealistic. A teleportation formation within a country consumes nothing more than a few immortal crystals. The average person saves a bit and has it. However, the immortal crystals consumed by teleportation formations that crossed countries were simply astronomical. At this stage, who has so many immortal crystals? And that's just the long way around. Isn't the bigger question Yankee's strength? Yang Qi was only at the 5th rank now, but Ichiro Namoto of the Nissan country is already in the 6th rank. And, if Yankee really goes, there are also countless masters of the Nissan nation to face. Is this really a beheading? Not a delivery? Wu Yingfei nodded. Yes, 2 simple words that directly put Charlie Mark more in place. Isn't it going to be fake news? For real? Soon. A message appeared on the World Chat channel. Game Forum section open. Insider's tip, China's Yang Qi is secretly spying on Ichiro Namoto and wants to carry out a decapitation operation. Official forum, opening soon. This is a message that has appealed directly to people all over the world. After the game descends, modern communication devices are destroyed. Right now, the chat channel and personal chat interface are what everyone uses to make contact, yet it lacks a forum. Now this news is out. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Finally, I can game surf like I used to. What made it even more interesting for everyone was the only thread inside the forum. The title of the post is very straightforward. One can look at it and understand what it says. Yankee spying on Nissan Igini Nemoto Akiro in preparation for a beheading? People clicked on it and read an extensive article. In it, the current situation in China is analyzed with reason. Next, it even took out a few photos as evidence of Yang Qi's plan this time. The writing is smooth and well-reasoned. When people read the article, none of them laughed out loud. Have left your own great messages in the comments section. In a while, the readership of this post actually reached 1 billion. The post also exploded right out of the comments section. The number of comment messages, straight up, is in the millions. Chapter 85. Welcome to the food delivery. Charlie's Mark smiled as he watched the forum grow in popularity. The more popular the forum is, the faster he can upgrade. As it stands, it's a good start. Using China at the center of the tournament this time, it immediately drew global attention. Where would he find such a topic? But Charlie's Mark frowned when he saw the remarks inside the comments section. Everyone in the comments section felt like it was a joke. There are few who speak out sarcastically, though Charlie's Marker didn't think it was very realistic either. But after all, you are doing your country a favor. Charlie's Mark was more than a little uncomfortable watching Yankee get shellacked. Laughing my ass off. Is this moderator serious? Making jokes like this to attract traffic? By the looks of it, too probable to be true. That's outrageous. And a cross-country decapitation operation. 2 days to upgrade is more realistic than this. What's going on over there in China? What's going on there? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. These are simple eaters. Apart from these melon eaters, more statements were directed at Yanqi, especially the nationals of Nissan and Eagle Jam. The 2 countries have long been on the opposite side of China. In the forum, no longer disguised, directly out of the irony. Laugh your ass off? On what basis did you cross the ocean to come to our Nissan country? Just based on his Yang Qi's strength of the 5th rank? Come on, come and serve us dishes at Nemoto Ichiro. Our Nissan Kingdom's Nemoto Ichiro has long been at the 6th rank, and can bulldoze through the entire country of China all by himself. Yang Qi has just been promoted to the 5th rank and is a bit confident in his strength. Since we're all going to Nissan country, why don't we come to our Eagle Sauce country first? It's just a food delivery anyway. It's just as well to come here. How confident does one have to be to say something like that? Inside the comments section, a whole bunch of comments were swiped up. One comment's outlier has garnered 100 million likes. Ichiro Namoto, there's an old saying in the country of China that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Yang Qi, I'll be waiting for you in Xijing. I hope you won't let me down. The second best man on the planet has spoken. Ichiro Namoto is already the second best in the world. Everyone wants to see the big show. Some of the guys who were watching the fun went crazy underneath Ichiro Namoto's comment. I didn't realize that Ichiro Namoto was talking to someone else beautifully, enjoying compliments from all over the world. It didn't take long to write, and one comment exploded. George, China's Yang Qi? It's nothing but trash. China has no qualifications to stay in this world anymore if there hasn't been a 6th order in so long. People from other countries saw the comment and complimented it at the bottom. For a while, the popularity of this comment directly surpassed that of Ichiro Namoto of Nissan. The people of Eagle Jam Nation are even going straight to George's head. Chinese nationals have also chimed in on the comments section. But in the huge number of comment sections, it was like a stone in the sea, without any waves. China, first group building. Jiang Ao looked at this section that had just appeared. After reading the post, Jiang Ao's face changed. Others may think the whole thing is a bit ridiculous, but he knew that it could still be true, because Wu Yingfei really did take information and intelligence from Ichiro Namoto here. Not only that, but even the information on George's profile in Eagle Jam Country was taken. This post, obviously, has Yankee written all over it. Zhang Ao couldn't tell what Yang Qi really wanted for a moment. Could it be that he's really going to go to Nissan to carry out a beheading operation? However, the strength between the two, the gap is a bit big. It's really going to deliver the groceries. Yang Qi remained in the spirit world, fiddling with the newly appeared forum section, trying to post a thread. It says that you have not been granted permission to post. Sure enough, Charlie's Notes has absolute control in this section. In a previous life, the moderator of the forum also took on several regional agents. Feel free to post on the forum. Yankee has no interest in posting threads. If there's something going on, just have Charlie Marks post it directly. It didn't take long for Yankee to receive a message from Charlie's Mark. Big brother Yang Qi, I'll open a permission for you right away. Without waiting for Yanqi to reply, a prompt popped up. You have been granted forum section privileges. Well, is better than nothing. Yang Qi smiled faintly. Watch as the popularity of the post gradually rises. Curious, Yang Qi also clicked in to take a look at the comments section. The comments section is quite hostile. Upon seeing the message from Ichiro Nishikuni Nemoto's, Yankee was visibly stunned. A smile followed. This guy, he's jumping all over the place. So arrogant. Scrolling down the page, Yankee saw another statement from George of Eagle Jam Nation. The moment shook his head. These people are so available. It's so arrogant. Then wait, Yanqi directly closed the game panel. Now, it's just a matter of moving. Send a message to Charlie's Note. Yang Qi waited up in the Spirit Pavilion. Within a short while, the two Wu Yingfei Charlie Marks appeared within the Spirit Pavilion. Charlie Mark is all smiles at this point. Obviously, this wave has been very rewarding for him. Yang Qi gently probed and realized that his rank had come to the third rank. However, the third order of Charlie's Mark does not become the Golden Dan realm, because they are two different systems. Charlie Mark, you're coming with me to Nissan Country. Record everything. Is there a problem? That's when Charlie remembered to react. Yankee is really going to Nissan Country. Well. It's the kind of thing Charlie Marks begs for. But when he thought of Yang Qi's strength, he Judas hesitated for a moment. Big brother Yankee, is this really going to work? Yankee nodded. The reason for bringing Charlie remember. It was because Yanqi remembered that there was a video recording skill in the inheritance of Charlie's Mark. To be precise, the legacy of Charlie's book is the legacy of journalism. Possesses the skills to either videotape or surreptitiously photograph. Combat effectiveness is about equal to 0. However, it would be difficult to kill him. It's such an odd legacy. It's just official. When the time comes, Charlie Marks will post the video on the forums. A good smack in the face of the Nissan Nation. Let them know that China is not to be messed with. Yang Qi was very surprised to be challenged this time. It's all about the Nissan and Eagle Jam countries coming together. Wu Yingfei had long known about Yang Qi's plan and acted unperturbed. Wu Yingfei, you go along too. See the world. Wu Yingfei nodded. Wu Yingfei's current realm was Yuaning though, but what she got was the inheritance of the Supreme Lord. The strength was already top amongst the Yuaning, and it was not a problem to rival a normal transformation god. Moreover, the fifth order of the Nissan Kingdom wasn't necessarily as powerful as the Hua Kingdom's transformation spirit. The figures of the three disappeared into the spirit world. In less than a moment, he arrived in front of Dragon City's teleportation array. Chapter 86. He's really here. Near the time of departure, Charlie Marks made another post on the forum. Live, Yankee goes to Nissan. As soon as this post was posted, it got a huge response. People are seeing this post with unbelievable expressions. When everyone thought it was a joke, a live streaming interface that appears in the forum interface. In the live broadcast, Yang Qi and Wu Yingfei's figures arrived in front of Dragon City's teleportation array, was about to open the teleportation formation. This scene stunned everyone. Yankee is really going to Nissan Country. This is not a joke. This whole thing is more or less outrageous. Even if Yang Qi personally put out the word that he had to go to the Nissan Country, not many people would believe it. After all, in the online world, there are plenty of braggarts. There are very few who can perform such a feat. Both the Chinese and the Nissanese were surprised. The Chinese people looked at Yang Qi's breezy appearance in the interface and inexplicably felt a sense of grandeur. Yang Qi was now at the 5th rank. Win this tournament for your country and go directly to Nissan's country as a 5th order. That's fighting for the motherland. Earlier, the matter of Yang Qi being bent on challenging the Nissan Kingdom was instantly forgotten. Inside the first group building, Zhang Ao saw Yang Qi Wu Yingfei's figure, full of incredulity. Soon, Zhang Ao gathered the experts of the first group. A single Jindan realm expert appeared in the first group building within a short period of time. Everyone's face was showing an expression of looking death in the face, and in their eyes, there was perseverance. They also knew that Yang Qi was preparing to go forward to the Nissan country. Prepare to win this event with a 1-2 punch. Being summoned by Zhang Ao, they naturally knew what was going on, and send a message to Yankee. Mr. Yang, I, first group, am willing to follow forward. Yankee saw this message. A smirk appeared on his face. It also has to be the first group that will be the first to step up to the plate at this critical time. However, Yankee wasn't prepared to take the first group with him. The first was because none of the people in the first group were in the Yuaning realm. When they go to the Nisan country, they don't know how many of them will come back alive. By letting them stay in Dragon City, it also sort of preserves the strength of China. On the Nisan side, it must be ready by now. Greet him. The second reason was because the amount of immortal crystals consumed by transnational teleportation arrays to teleport a single person was too great. Cross-country teleportation consumes 20,000 immortal crystals for one person. If he had taken the first group there, Yankee would have had to go bankrupt. 20,000 immortal crystals for one person. Who could afford to consume this? Yang Qi had no choice but to reply, thanks to the first group for their help. But this time, you won't be needed. This is adult business. Kids should practice. Stay in Dragon City and practice well. If you need help, you can go ahead and look for Lu Qingqiao to help. After Jiang Ao received the news, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Yang Qi is the first person in China. They, the first group, deludedly claim to be the number one power in China. The difference between the two is just too great. For a while, Jiang Ao was ashamed, looking at the hundreds of Jindan in front of him. Each of these first group's Jindan realms had battle intent in their eyes. Jiang Ao was silent. These sons and daughters want to go to war. He could see that. But, not now, Mr. Yang Qi just replied, telling our first group to stay in Dragon City and practice well. The crowd couldn't help but look ashamed as they listened. In front of the teleportation array, Charlie Mark's figure had long since disappeared, hidden in the void. Utilize the skills and stream this live on the forums. Nissan Country. Ichiro Namoto saw this live stream and showed a cruel smile. The katana at his side had long been polished. In front of him were dozens of men armed with katanas and surrounded by a variety of shinigami. The killing aura was awe-inspiring, and each one of them exuded an aura of nearly the fourth rank. Among the third order, it belonged to be the top level. You guys wait at the Western Capital teleportation formation. As long as he dares to come, let him what it means to have the power of a style god. At that, Ichiro Namoto let out a soft chuckle. They only know that the Nissan Kingdom is a stylized god inheritance, and all of them don't know that we still have the formation. With 81 of you joining forces, even the top 5th rank will die for sure. This is the power of formations. When you meet Yang Qi, directly execute him. Yang Qi glanced at the teleportation formation and directly took out a large handful of immortal crystals in his storage ring. Directly activate the teleportation formation. A light shrouded the figures of the three. In a flash, the light dissipated. The spot was empty, and there was no more sound from the three. In front of the Nisan Kingdom's Western Capital teleportation formation, there was an influx of people. Countless people from the Nissan nation have gathered here. Among them were the direct subordinates of Ichiro Namoto, as well as admirers of the Nissan nation. They came here because they wanted to see just what kind of character the Yang Qi of China was, and if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Surprisingly, he wants to impact the Nisan state alone. They would not hesitate to draw their katanas if the need arose. Give Yankee a couple hits. The most notable of these were the direct subordinates of Ichiro Namoto. In front of the teleportation array, a territory was left empty, specifically reserved for them. They wore uniforms and had eyes like torches, an aura that made the people next to him palpitate. Every one of these 99 or 81 people, when placed in the Nissan country, was a first-class expert, but they are gathered together because of Ichiro Namoto. Follow Ichiro Namoto's orders. Seeing this group of people with extraordinary breaths, these Nissanese countrymen didn't think that Yang Qi would succeed. It was not necessary, the infinitely more powerful Namoto Ichiro to make a move. Just these dozens of people could make Yang Qi eat a pot. China. First group building. Everyone was watching the live feed. Within the spirit world, the 4 Lu Qingqiao brothers were also like this. This time, Yan Qi didn't bring them along, much to their dismay. Although they were slightly less powerful than Wu Lingfei, it can be considered a party of experts. They looked forward to fighting alongside Yankee. Instead, he was following the battle ahead through the live stream. At this point, the live broadcast interface went blank, because at this moment, Yang Qi's trio was in the teleportation formation. They're crossing the ocean to the other side. The popularity of the live stream had reached over 2 billion. Every single one of them is paying attention. Wanted to see if this was a farce or a battle to get the blood pumping. Soon, the live feed appeared. What met the eyes of all the spectators was a plane. And in the midst of the plane were surging human heads. The place is densely packed with people, as far as the eye can see. In the center of the plane was a square formation of a few dozen men. The dull atmosphere caused everyone's breath to catch. There are too many people here. It seems that the Nissan nation is not unprepared. With so many people, Yanqi had really come to the Nisan country to deliver food. Chapter 87, Is it a big deal to have a lot of people? China. Jiang Ao's throat lifted when he saw so many people gathering in the Nisan country. If Yangqi fell, it would be a huge blow to China. At this time, Jiang Ao had already regretted not deadpanning Yangqi to bring along the people from the first group. Inside the plains of Nisan country, everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the teleportation array. There, three figures were slowly coalescing. Wu Yingfei and Charlie Mark were shocked when they saw the tens of thousands of people outside the teleportation formation. So many people, Wu Yingfei muttered. With so many people, she was dumbfounded at this point. As she expected, when you come to the Nisan country, you will find Ichiro Namoto directly. After the kill, it floated away. But right now, it's simply not realistic. So many people here. It's going to be hard for them to get out of this. Charlie marks the coalescence of a skill in his hand, which is none other than the video skill. He's just a reporter. How has he ever seen such a scene? By this time the legs were trembling. The hands that had gathered the skill trembled, and the videotaping skill was almost affected. Big brother Yankee, what about this? Charlie Mark's voice quivered a little. Inside the live room, the audience saw this scene. The pop-ups were constantly being swiped. Oh, by karma, the Nisan kingdom is too strong. So many people are waiting for Yangqi together. To put it in Chinese terms, Yanqi is now riding a tiger. Guess he's scared silly now. I don't think he's going to teleport back in ashes. I guess that's it. Who has the courage to face an army of tens of thousands? If he dares to take a step out of the teleportation formation, I'll eat live. Inside the field, Yangqi coldly smiled. Don't panic. With that, one foot stepped out of the teleportation formation. The people in the live broadcast room were directly dumbfounded by this scene. He really walked out. The Nisanese people won't let him step into the teleportation formation again. Once he walks out, it's the end. It's over. Witness here today. The third ranked in the world has fallen. Yangqi is too irrational. There's no fear of not having wood to burn if you leave a green mountain behind. Jiang Ao looked at Yangqi. He accepted the first step. His heart was difficult to the extreme. Beyond the plains, tens of thousands of Nisanites began to stir. A sound of swords being sheathed resounded within the plains. All of the Nisanese countrymen stared at Yanqi's every move. When they realized that Yangqi walked out of the teleportation formation, the first to move out were 81 of Namoto Ichiro's subordinates. 81 figures swept through the void, suspended in midair. A formation rose around them. It directly Yangqi. Within one of the palaces of the Nisan kingdom, Negi Ichiro ravaged the petite beauty in his arms, a maniacal smile on his face. Yangqi is dead. Yangqi looked at the 81 people suspended in midair. Ripples. Behind him, Wu Ying flew a step to Yangqi's side. 5 precious pills appeared around his body, emitting 5 colors of light. Gold, green, blue, red and yellow correspond to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Each precious dan could suppress a Yuaning realm powerhouse. Charlie's mark, on the other hand, was a flash of his body, a direct practical skill, hidden in the void. Concentrate on live streaming. He's here on a mission that's live. Battles and whatnot. He couldn't get involved at all. As soon as Yangqi exited the teleportation formation, he realized that he had been separated from the teleportation formation by a formation. It will take some work to get back. However, Yangqi had no intention of retreating back. In mid-air, a Nisan in the traditional dress of the Nisan nation spoke. However, the language spoken was Nisan, gibberish, and Yanqi couldn't understand it at all. Yanqi didn't have that need to listen and understand. The Yuan 2 Abi dual swords appeared, and the Yuan 2 sword transformed into a stream of light that surrounded Yangqi's body. Precisely Yangqi's flying sword spell, the arboreal sword, on the other hand, was stepped on by Yangqi, and the royal sword flying spell was executed. In the void, 81 people were holding samurai longswords, and all of them were surrounded by a vapid figure that appeared beside them. These disembodied figures are none other than the legacy series of the Nisan kingdom, the style gods. All of the Nisangoku, all of their power comes from the style gods behind them. The 81-man style of god exuded an aura. 81 breaths, actually fused together in a short period of time. A formation was formed with determination. This formation gives off an aura. Surprisingly, it had reached the peak of the 5th rank. With this formation, it was not a matter of dragging down a 6th-ranked powerhouse. That is, the peak of incarnation. At this scene, Yangqi couldn't help but stare. It seems that the Nisan state is not without merit. 81 formations synthesized at the peak of the 3rd rank could actually threaten the 6th rank. The video skills of Charlie's notes are worthy of coming from an official heritage. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast, could actually feel the powerful aura in the formation. The aura of the peak of the 5th rank made everyone gasp. A war cry from the depths of the soul. Without a doubt, if they had been there, it was estimated that this aura alone would have caused them to prostrate themselves on the ground. Now that they saw the strength of the Nissan country, they were all thinking in their hearts that Yang Qi was really finished. Countless Chinese people, seeing this scene, were in despair. This step of Yang Qi's belonged to a dangerous move. Now, Yankee lost. Yang Qi's strength was well known. It's only the fifth order. Now, without even meeting Ichiro Namoto's face, he had encountered a peak fifth order combatant. How could this still be fun? Clearly, there is no hope. In the next second, everyone heard a very arrogant sentence from Yang Qi. Is it a big deal to have a lot of people? Yang Qi's voice was flat, as if he wasn't facing a powerful fifth-ranked combatant, but a group of street punks. Although Yang Qi was speaking in Chinese, in front of the powerful live broadcast skill, what he said was directly translated into the languages of various countries and presented in the live broadcast room. Everyone sensed Yang Qi's arrogance. The hearts were all born with curiosity. Is Yankee stupid? Or do you have your own cards? In the face of such a powerful being, it was surprising that he could say such a sentence. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Yuan 2 sword beside Yang Qi moved. The Yuan 2 sword turned into a stream of light and rushed straight up into the void. Aimed at one of the gods, it stabbed straight through. The illusory figure of the style god was a tremor, deflecting the Yuan 2 sword away. The figure of that god faded a few moments. This scene caused the 81 people's faces to change. Yang Qi's strength was surprisingly so powerful. A sword had actually injured the style god. What they didn't know was that this was only 10% of Yang Qi's power. The Yuan 2 sword swung back in the air and returned to Yang Qi's hand in the blink of an eye. Yan Qi smiled gently. That's not a bad formation. Surprisingly, he blocked an attack of 10% of his own power. But that's about it. When the 81 people saw how sharp Yang Qi's attacks were, how could they still dare to let him continue to attack? Decided to make the first move. Powerful pressure rippled through the void, pushing straight towards Yang Qi. The pressure of this formation was actually a few similar expenditures to the pressure in the immortal cultivation inheritance of China. Chapter 88, is this it? Yang Qi let out a light laugh, and the power of his divine soul surged out like a tidal wave. Wu Yingfei, who was beside him, shuddered. The power of the divine soul collided with the power of the formation. A wave of air rippled through the void. With that, the power of the formation unexpectedly died out. The figures of dozens of style gods became a little fainter. Under the impact of Yang Qi's divine soul power, all of these style gods received varying degrees of damage. The dozens of people who used the Shikigami as the source of their power were even worse. Dozens of people were above the void, collectively spitting out a mouthful of blood, and every single one of them had a shriveled breath. The eyes that looked at Yang Qi were filled with incredulity. This was the power of the peak of the fifth order. How did Yang Qi crush it so easily? It's simply not possible. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers also revealed expressions of disbelief. Isn't Yang Qi a fifth rank? How come it's so strong? Just as everyone was shocked, the flying sword in Yang Qi's hand shot out. With lightning speed, he came to one person. The Yuan 2 sword flicked across, and a human head fell off. Without the enhancement of the formation, these near fourth-ranked existences were no different from dirt dogs in Yang Qi's eyes. It's all a one-trick pony. When one person was killed, the connection between the formations instantly collapsed. The precious Dan in Wu Yingfei's hand flew out and swept over the dozens of people above the void. With every touch, one person fell like a kite with broken strings. It's been the sheer carnage of it. It wasn't long before 81 people were lying neatly in the center of the plane. At this moment, the whole room was silent. Even the live stream, there were no more pop-ups. Yang Qi's killing methods were really too powerful. Wu Yingfei's Baodan is even more so. In less than a moment, such a powerful formation was broken, and killed dozens of people. Yang Qi's strength was already so terrifying. Yang Qi looked at the tens of thousands of people within the planes. Without a word, he took a step forward and landed directly on top of the plane. The surrounding Nissan countrymen were actually frightened and retreated. These tens of thousands of people, although their strength varied from strong to weak, surprisingly, no one dared to stand in front of Yang Qi. The center of the crowd made way for Yang Qi. Yang Qi looked around, and as far as his eyes could see, the Nissans all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. In the face of Yang Qi, the intruder, they had long since lost the heart to defend their country. The sword in his hand had long been at a loss for placement. Some even, secretly, threw aside the swords in their hands, fearing that Yang Qi would kill himself. Right at this moment, a figure blocked in front of both Yang Qi. The figure was dressed in a white Nissan national costume, and behind him was the silhouette of a strong, powerful man. Tens of thousands of people from the Nissan nation. Seeing this person appear, there was a commotion. Kill him! Kill him! For a while, the cries were loud. Inside the live feed, someone recognized the man's identity. He's the second best in the Nissan kingdom, Shindenjiro. Shindenjiro has not been on the world rankings, but he has always been a solid number 2 in the country of Nissan. Although he's only at the 4th rank, his strength is unfathomable. I heard that Ichiro Namoto fought him, and the two were indistinguishable. At these words, there was another gasp of surprise in the broadcast room. A fourth order fights a sixth order and doesn't win? How strong is this man? Can Yankee really beat him? Shindenjiro was obviously a very powerful master as well. The style god behind him opened his eyes in anger and emitted a dazzling pillar of light. It came straight at Yang Qi. When Yang Qi saw this, he immediately raised his interest. This guy, he seems to be okay. The strength of the peak of the fourth rank close to the fifth rank was no match for Wu Yingfei. Before Yang Qi could do anything, behind him, Wu Yingfei threw out the 5 precious pills in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, they flew to Yang Qi's body. The 5 precious pills were arranged in a circle in the void, and the aura emanating from them caused one's heart to palpitate. An arcane yellow light screen appeared in front of Yang Qi, deflecting the light pillars that shot out. Immediately afterward, the 5 precious pills transformed into 5 more streams of light and flew towards Shintajiro. As the 5 precious Dan swept by, the fallen leaves and withered grass on the ground were all blown up by a gust of wind and went with the precious Dan. Seeing this scene, Nitajiro's face changed drastically. That strike just now was already his peak battle power. I didn't expect it to be blocked so easily. When he fought Ichiro Namoto, he was actually at the same rank. The gap between the two still has to be huge. Shindenjiro knows he can't beat that. The style behind him was being transferred to his lap. He glanced at Wu Yingfei in disbelief. Shindenjiro sprawls. Wu Yingfei had no intention of letting him go. Come and go as you please? The 5 precious Dan shot through the air and instantly caught up with Shinta-Ichiro. The precious Dan surrounded and emitted a halo of light that enveloped Shintajiro. After the arcane yellow halo enveloped the area, Shindenjiro's figure could not be seen from the outside world. The sound of metal clashing could be heard coming from inside. And inside, a fierce fight was still going on. Inside the live room, the audience gasped. This is the second place winner from China, Wu Yingfei. It's a battle between the second place of China and the second place of Nissan. This Wu Yingfei really doesn't know his own strength. How dare he fight Shintajiro alone? Just kidding upstairs. Wu Yingfei is strong alright. Who's really stronger? After a few moments, there was no more sound coming from inside for a long time. In the distance, Wu Yingfei reached out, bowed and flew back. In place, the halo began to dissipate. Everyone was curious as to what was going on in there. This encounter was a win for Wu Yingfei or something. It's not just a fight between two people. Instead, it's a battle between two nations. Both were second in their respective countries. What is represented is two countries fighting. When the halo dissipated, the scene in place stunned everyone. Ichiro Nita was already lying on the ground at this point, with a bloody mess on his face, his eyes, nose, and mouth, and blood was still pouring out. More air in, less air out. Everyone was confused. They didn't expect Ichiro Shinden to lose so quickly. In their expectations, both sides were not weak existences. No matter how disparate the strengths are, it takes some maneuvering to see a winner or loser. But now, it was a single shot, and Shindenjiro had fallen to the ground. The Nissans who were looking on the sidelines to see what was going on had fear on their faces when they saw this. It took a while before someone came up to check on Shindenjiro. When the man probed Shindenjiro's nostrils, he cried out in horror. He's dead. When Wu Yingfei saw that his opponent was already dead, the precious Dan was directly withdrawn. Again, reaching out in accordance, a piece of auspicious clouds in the sky flew, and Wu Yingfei raised his foot and stepped on it. The whole thing hung in the air. At this point, no one else dared to come forward. Yenchi looked at Shindenjiro on the ground and smiled slightly. That's it? Chapter 89, The God. After a light laugh, Yang Qi flew with his sword and rushed up to the sky. Wu Yingfei followed closely behind, an auspicious cloud under her feet, holding her up as she flew through the air. And Charlie Marks is not known to make skills. Can't see him though, but the camera has been following the two. The two of them walked side by side, one with a sword and the other with a foot on an auspicious cloud. From a distance, it looked like a divine couple. The people in the live room, they all gave it a look of disbelief. Had it not been for the massacre just now, within the Plains Canyon, they would really think the two of them were a divine couple. Now it seems that these are the two killing gods. Yang Qi headed towards his destination. The country of Nissan is small in size. Saikyo, the capital, is even smaller. Where Ichiro Namoto was located, Yang Qi had already known. In less than a moment, the two Yang Qi arrived in front of a wooden palace. The palace is not very tall and is made of wood in a Nissan style. Although this palace was gorgeous, it was not as imposing as the ancient halls of China, but instead had a small family atmosphere in it. On the doorway of the palace, there was a plaque that read, "The War God's Palace." Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers all let out a sneer when they saw the name of the palace. War God Palace? What a big mouth. Is this the residence of Ichiro Namoto? How dare Ichiro Namoto call himself the god of war? He's not as high as George from Eagle Jam Country, is he? What a mouthful. Even Yang Qi showed a hint of a smile. he just loved this guy who was cocky as hell. Yang Qi gave a sign, and Wu Yingfei flew off into the distance on an auspicious cloud. The next battle may involve Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei was only at the 4th rank now. Even if one was strong, it was impossible to withstand the aftermath of a 6th-order battle. For the sake of her safety, Yanqi still decided to keep her away. As for Charlie's notes, Yanqi looked at the perimeter and didn't find the figure of Charlie's marker. But Yang Qi knew that the aftermath of the battle couldn't affect him. Next, Yang Qi looked squarely at the palace, his divine soul power spreading out like a tidal wave. The scene of the entire palace surfaced in Yang Qi's mind. Inside the palace lobby, a man with a slim figure and a bearded face was sitting in it. The aura on this person's body had already reached the 6th rank. This man is none other than Ichiro Nemoto. Ichiro Nemoto's eyes were closed and a katana lay at his side. Behind him was the silhouette of a strange being. The creature was a huge python. Strangely enough, the python had 9 heads. The aura emanating from it was intimidating. With the arrival of Yang Qi's divine soul power, this style god also made a corresponding counterattack. The 9-headed python raised its head to the sky and let out a sound that normal people could not hear. The voice was inaudible, but it contained great power. Surprisingly, the power of Yang Qi's divine soul pushed Yang Qi away by 3 meters. Everyone in the live room was puzzled. What is Yankee doing? Akira had arrived at Ichiro Nemoto's residence, but it didn't go in. Is Yang Qi afraid? It's normal to be afraid. After all, Genichiro is 1 rank higher than him. He's afraid, but there's no use being afraid. Ichiro Nemoto won't let him go peacefully. The 3rd best master in the world has developed cowardice at the doorstep of the 2nd best master in the world. Laughing my ass off. Wait a minute. It's not like I'm going to turn around and leave. Yang Qi looked at fundamental Ichiro within the palace and smiled contemptuously. This Ichiro Nemoto is trying to have a silent fight with him. There was a power similar to that of a divine soul in this style god. Although it was slightly inferior to divine soul power, it had some redeeming qualities. I'd like to see how strong this style god is. Yang Qi laughed lightly as all of his divine soul power poured out, straight to Ichiro Nemoto in the center of the palace. Ichiro Nemoto hasn't opened his eyes so far, and the 9-headed python behind him seemed to be enraged. Above each head, 2 fleshy wings were born, and on top of the fleshy wings, there was a bone spur that emitted a cold aura. Yang Qi felt that the power of the style god had increased, but it's not ridiculously strong. A soft grunt, the divine soul power slowly approached. Divine soul power is, after all, a touch stronger than the power in a style god. That quality has won out. Yanqi slowly approached. Ichiro Nemoto suddenly became hideous, struggling to open his eyes, but there was a force that was blocking his movements. Yang Qi, who saw this scene, couldn't help but remember the legends of his previous life. The Nissan Kingdom's Shikigami legacy is said to be the Shikigami's path to resurrection. The power in the body of each person who cultivates the style god will become the raw material for the resurrection of the style god. Moreover, as one advances in rank, the person practicing the style god will also be controlled by the style god and become the divine servant of the style god. This is not a normal legacy series at all. Ichiro Nemoto has this look. Could it be that the gods have taken control? For Ichiro Nemoto to be the number 1 in the Nissan Kingdom, the style god inheritance he obtained must also be a first-class existence. The gods behind it are incredibly powerful. Yang Qi thought, and his divine soul power fought to press over. Bright red blood actually flowed out of Ichiro Nemoto's 7 orifices. A look of pain lingered on his face, and the style void behind him, unexpectedly slowly solidified. It was as if this 9-headed python was about to become solid. Yang Qi's face changed greatly when he saw this. Is this the person who is controlled by the god? Yang Qi, lest there be a change. The Yuan 2 sword in his hand directly crossed the void and came within the palace. The speed was so fast that even Charlie's Mark's live video recording skills couldn't capture it. After entering the palace, the Genjutsu sword stabbed straight at the style behind Nemoto Ichiro. A powerful aura permeated the Yuan 2 sword. This is the Immortal Execution Sword Intent. The Immortal Execution Sword Intent possessed extreme power. Not only could it break down the physical body, but even the divine soul. It could be easily broken down. The Yuan 2 sword was not blocked in any way, stabbing directly at the body of the 9-headed python. It was as if it had stabbed the air, directly penetrating the body. Having been stabbed with a sword, the style shadow was not unaffected. The shadow that was slowly solidifying became faint. It was as if the god had been dealt a fatal blow. The illusory body twisted, and a black aura emanated within the shadow, filling the palace. When Yang Qi saw this, he was immediately delighted. Effective. Thought how hard this god was to get. I didn't realize it was a paper tiger. The Yuan 2 sword swung back and stabbed in again. In a flash, the Yuan 2 sword pierced back and forth within the palace. With each stabbed sword, the formic god's shadow faded a few points. A few moments later, the silhouette of the style god was already fading almost to the point of invisibility. With the last sword, the silhouette of the style god directly disappeared. Yang Qi's divine soul power also managed to probe into fundamental Ichiro's body at this moment. At this point, the aura of the style god was no longer present in Ichiro Nemoto. It seems that style god has been killed by Yang Qi. To Yankee's surprise, Ichiro Nemoto surprisingly had no breath during his battle with the god. Chapter 90, Is he afraid? Ichiro Nemoto was out of breath at this point. The number one expert of the Nissan Nation fell. Yang Qi was also surprised by this. A 6th ranked expert, but his final end was so sad. However, Yankee didn't feel too much. Ichiro Nemoto's fate was sealed when he provoked China. The god of the style behind Nissan's country is not known to be a being of any kind. After slaying the style god, Yang Qi clearly felt the rejection of this heaven and earth towards him. It's a very strange sign. Yan Qi ignored it. As soon as one returns to China, the power of the gods would not be able to affect him. With his feet on the arboreal sword, Yang Qi flew with his sword. Yang Qi turned around for a moment. Wu Yingfei's figure then appeared. She looked at Yankee with a puzzled look, curious as to why Yan Qi turned away before he could do anything. She wasn't far away, and she didn't feel any of the fluctuations of the battle at all. Unbeknownst to him, Ichiro Nemoto is now cool. Even the style god behind him had been seriously injured. Yang Qi gave Wu Yingfei a don't you worry look. Wu Yingfei didn't ask much. Keep up with Yankee. Heading directly towards the Western Capital teleportation array, the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Yang Qi turn around and leave. All of them were showing expressions that were surely so. Ha ha ha, I told you. Yan Qi is scared. It's normal to be afraid when facing a 6th ranked expert. And the nerve. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt shame at this behavior of Yang Qi. Jiang Ao of the first group, seeing Yang Qi turn around and leave, was instead relieved. If Yang Qi didn't get into a fight with Ichiro Nemoto, then Yang Qi wasn't in danger. In this way, it is preserving the strength of China. But soon, someone noticed the end. What's going on with Ichiro Nemoto? I can't believe he didn't come out. Yang Qi is at the door and he didn't come out. This is too outrageous. Charlie Mark, hurry up and see what's going on with Ichiro Nemoto. Yeah, isn't the anchor on the scene? Hurry in and see what's going on. Charlie's mark is hidden in the void. Looking at the pop-ups on the live stream, he was slightly impressed. Looking at Yang Qi's distant figure, he was also curious. How could Yankee just leave like that? More curiously, Ichiro Nemoto didn't show up. At that moment, he crossed his heart, controlled his hidden form, and walked into the palace. The camera on the live feed moves slowly as Charlie Marks walks around. The scene inside the palace was presented to all. Within the spacious palace, a figure sat in the center. There was also a katana at his side. The figure had its head bowed though, but someone still recognized it. That's Ichiro Nemoto. Why is he sitting still? Ichiro Nemoto is asleep? It can't be. Such an expert has long since stopped needing sleep. Charlie Mark looked at the figure in front of him. It feels a little off. Ichiro Nemoto's posture is too weird. It was as if there was no power left in his body. Charlie Mark plucked up his courage and stepped closer to take a look at the heel. Ichiro Nemoto was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices, and his horrified face appeared directly in the live broadcast. Immediately, it gave everyone a fright. Ghosts. What's going on here? Is this Ichiro Nemoto? What's gotten into him? Dead? Everyone was puzzled. Anchor, look what's going on. The Charlie Marker figure appeared in the void. Reaching out, he probed Genikairo's nostrils. It was a long time before Charlie Marks withdrew his hand. A look of disbelief crossed his face, and then slowly said, "He's dead." Such a bland statement. It's making waves on the air. The first master of the Nissan Nation is dead? The crowd was skeptical, but the demeanor of Charlie's Mark was enough to say it all. Besides, if Ichiro Nemoto isn't dead, no one would be allowed to probe his nose at this point either. Apparently, Ichiro Nemoto is really dead. It really is like a roller coaster ride. How did Ichiro Nemoto die? Just now, Yang Qi didn't enter the palace at all. Could it be that he still has the ability to kill people through space? This comment was immediately countered. Bull *******. Killing people in space? Are you kidding me? There are always people who don't believe in reality. But it was quickly slapped in the face. Bull *******. The legacies of all countries have the ability to kill people through space. It's obvious now that Ichiro Nemoto was killed by Yang Qi. Before Yan Qi came, Ichiro Nemoto even spoke on the live broadcast. There are always people who refuse to admit that others are better than they are. Would Ichiro Nemoto, a 6th-ranked expert, hang himself? China's heritage system is immortal cultivation. Isn't it normal to kill people across the air? This person's words were so strong that he disliked the viewers of the live broadcast, rendering them speechless. The audience was convinced long ago. It was at this point that everyone realized it after the fact. Yang Qi really did execute Ichiro Nemoto in the Nissan country itself. It's a feat. Yang Qi had traveled directly across the ocean to the other side in order for China to win the challenge, putting to death the rivals of the enemy country. Everyone was curious. Yang Qi's strength had unexpectedly reached this level, just at the entrance to the palace of Ichiro Namoto. Then he killed Ichiro Namoto, who was within the palace. Is he really 5th ranked? A 5th ranked man can kill a 6th ranked man? And it's still silent? The strong men from various countries began to shiver from the bottom of their hearts. Luckily, his country did not challenge China. Otherwise, if Yang Qi descended on the mainland, they would be the ones to suffer. Yang Qi's power caused them to tremble. What's even more frightening is the rules by which Yang Qi acts. Anyone who challenges the state of China. If China can't win you, then you'll be disposed of. This almost rogue behavior is frightening. In fact, the rules of the game don't state that you can't win in this way. They couldn't help Yang Qi. Yang Qi was simply too strong. Those who had sneered at Yang Qi earlier that this act was a food delivery had no more voices at this time. Now, who dares to say such things? Isn't this a death wish? Inside the live broadcast, there was silence. At this time, everyone thought of Wu Yingfei's seconds to kill Shinden Ichiro to the scene. Wu Yingfei is a 4th ranked, and so is Shinta Ichiro. Is it reasonable for a 4th rate to kill another 4th rate? Is it the poor heritage of the Nissan nation? No, it's because the legacy of China is too strong. In the same realm, the Chinese are stronger than the Nissanese. Have you seen what happened to Shindenjiro? Not to mention the monster that was Yang Qi. Yang Qi could transcend the limitations of his rank and decimate his enemies. It was only at this time that they began to look squarely at China. The immortal cultivation inheritance of China was not only mysterious, but also very powerful. Charlie's Mark looked into the distance, and with a flash of his body, he immediately hid himself in the void. The next second, the camera moves. It was only after flying for some time that Yang Qi's figure appeared in the camera. The two Yang Qis flew slowly in midair, taking in the exotic scenery. Chapter 91, Don't get me wrong. It's just a friendly exchange. Soon, Yang Qi arrived at the place where the Western Capital Teleportation Array was located. On the plains, the Nissanites still linger. However, the number of people is slightly lower than before. They gave up after seeing that they couldn't stop Yang Qi. Many people opened their game panels and watched the livestream. At that moment, they saw Ichiro Namoto fall. It took a long time to come back. The strongest man in their Nissan country, gone just like that. Ichiro Namoto belongs to a godlike existence in the Nissan country. All the resources, be it beautiful women or luxurious pleasures, whatever Ichiro Namoto sees belongs to him. This comes down to the inherent impression that all Nissans have one. Ichiro Namoto is the strongest man. But now, this pillar of the Nissan nation has fallen. This is good and bad for the people of Nissan. The upside is that no one will oppress them when the god at the top is down. The bad side is even scarier. In the next few days, Nissan's resources will drop by 60%. That's what happens when you lose a challenge. The Nissan nation challenged the Chinese nation to a 30% reduction. China challenged the Nissan state again, and again dropped 30%. After dropping 60%, the resources of the Nissan country are, approximately, equal to nothing. In the long run, the nation of Nissan will be depleted, lagging behind other countries. Eventually, it was defeated by other countries. The fall of Ichiro Namoto doomed the Nissan nation to defeat. Not only is the Nissanate without its first name, Namoto Ichiro, even the second-place finisher, Shindenjiro, was decapitated. In a short period of time, the Nissan country simply couldn't have a sixth-order existence appear, even if it shows up. So what? Yang Qi will be decapitated again. Above the plains, tens of thousands of Nissans, after seeing Yang Qi, the enemy, no one actually dared to come forward. Instead, he showed a timid look. Who knows if this powerful man who has come across the ocean will cut down the roots? Seeing this, Yang Qi didn't say anything. Talking voices slowly appeared in the live room. Yang Qi is going back, isn't he? What a huge amount! A teleportation formation across countries. I wonder how many immortal crystals it would cost. However, I don't see that this wave of China is a loss. Yang Qi is also capable to have gathered 40,000 immortal crystals in a short period of time. No, 60,000. The three of them came upstairs. This you don't know. Most of the people within China are helping Yang Qi fight for immortal crystals. Fine. There was also speculation about Yang Qi's next move. Yang Qi is going back this way? It's a rare visit. Don't you bring more than one? Nissan Nation, hear me say thank you. If it were me, I would have stayed in Nissan until the end of the challenge. And even though I would have lost to Eagle Sauce, with Nissan's doubled resources, China wouldn't have lost. Leaving like this, in case a sixth order appears in the Nissan kingdom again, Yang Qi will lose a lot in this wave. However, looking at Yang Qi's movements, I guess he's going to teleport back to China. Landlord a round trip both ways for 3 people. 120,000 immortal crystals straight away. The immortal crystals of the entire country of China are probably only enough for a round trip. Of the plains of the Nisan country, the teleportation array emitted a milky white light. Upon entering it, there is an operating table. It's quite sci-fi. At the console, you can choose where to go, and pay the immortal crystal here. At this moment, Charlie Mark manifested his figure in the void and stood behind Yang Qi. A cold face said directly to the camera, "Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, this trip to the land of Nisan has come to a successful conclusion. Next, we're going back to China." Charlie Mark finished and was about to turn off the live skill. However, he heard Yang Qi's voice ring out from the side. "Who said we were going back to China?" At those words, Charlie froze in place. "Not going back to China? Where's that going?" The viewers of the live broadcast also pricked up their ears. Yang Qi's trip had directly knocked out the upper tier of the Nisan Kingdom's war power. "Why don't you go back to China now?" "Ha, so where are we going?" Charlie Mark asked. Wu Yingfei, who was on the side, laughed slightly. "Naturally, I'm going to Eagle Jam Country." "What? You don't dare?" Charlie Mark just felt his brain buzzing when he heard that. Not going back to China? Going to Eagle Jam Country? What's the point of going to Eagle Jam Country? Charlie Mark asked back subconsciously. But just after the words were said, his face changed drastically. Yang Qi was trying to do the same old trick. Descend on Eagle Jam Country to decapitate George? The live broadcast was also a sensation. Oh, by karma, what's Yankee up to? Not going back to China? And go to the Eagle Jam Country? What's he doing in Eagle Jam Country? Where does he have so many immortal crystals? Everyone was curious. Right now, Yang Qi had consumed 60,000 immortal crystals. If we make another trip to Eagle Sauce Country, it's another $60,000. A trip down would cost 180,000 immortal crystals. Does he really have so many immortal crystals? Yang Qi also laughed when he heard these words from Charlie Mark. Don't get me wrong. It took a moment for Charlie to remember to breathe a sigh of relief. It's just as well it's not going to Hawksbane Country to carry out a beheading. This little heart of his can't help but be scared. Pop-ups floated by in the live room. Ha ha ha, I thought Yankee was going to go to Eagle Jam Country to decapitate George again. Eagle Jam netizen, how dare Yankee come to our Eagle Jam nation and behead Mr. George? Is Mr. George's strength comparable to the kind of crap that comes out of Nissan? Yang Qi presumably knew he was unbeatable and came to bow down. That's just it. George can have access to both werewolf and vampire bloodline heritage and has been in the Sixth Order longer than Ichiro Negi. The two cannot be generalized. I advise Yang Qi to be self-aware. The statement made by the Eagle Landing netizens left many viewers speechless. Ichiro Namoto can't? Why didn't you guys dare to say that when he was alive? A bully. However, no one dared to steal themselves head-on with the Eagle Jam Nation. After all, they are still number one in the world. Just when everyone thought they were misunderstanding Yang Qi, Yankee uttered another sentence of, it made everyone's jaw drop. Don't ever misunderstand. I went to the Eagle Sauce Country only to have friendly exchanges with Mr. George of the Eagle Sauce Country. Kill him by the way. What? A large number of question marks appeared in the live room. You call that not misunderstanding? And friendly exchanges? Who is this friendly exchange? It was at this point that George from Eagle Country posted a pop-up. George of Eagle Land, kill me off? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. I'll be waiting for you to come to my door to die in Eagle Jam Country. Trashy Chinese. The entire broadcast, instantly empty screen, with only George's pop-ups at the top. At this time, no one dared to speak. Soon, a Chinese man fought back. Group 1 Jiang Ao, let go of your mother ******* ing ass. Subsequently, on the live feed, floated through a clear stream of put your ****** ing ***** up. At home in Eagle Jam, George slapped the table hard in a large manner. The table made of stone slabs was actually split in pieces under his palm. Chapter 92, I feel like I've come to the zoo. The people on the air reacted. Where did Yang Qi get so many immortal crystals? Immortal crystals were difficult to pop. This was well known. Many people didn't even have 10 immortal crystals right now. Yang Qi, on the other hand, had a shot of over 100,000 immortal crystals. Even if Yang Qi gathered everyone in China to swipe the immortal crystals together, it would be nothing more than that. But that's just the way it is. Yang Qi took out a large pile of immortal crystals in his storage ring in full view of everyone. It was placed directly on top of the teleportation formation. Selected teleportation Eagle Sauce Country. A halo of light wrapped around the three of them. And with that, their figures disappeared in place. Tens of thousands of Nissans were left staring at each other. The other side of the ocean. Eagle Sauce Nation. As one of the great nations, the Eagle Jam Country is vast and its domestic inhabitants are a collection of all races. After the game descended, but also has a strong bloodline inheritance, the emergence of the world's first George, but also to stabilize the status of the first power. At this moment, Countless people had already gathered outside the Eagle Sauce Country's capital teleportation array. Yang Qi announced that he was coming to the Eagle Sauce Country, and they gathered here at the first opportunity. A great country. How can a man come and go as he pleases? Although Yankee had just killed the second best player in the world in the country of Nissan, but they firmly believe that their country's heritage is not comparable to a small country like Nissan. In the crowds of people, countless people took out their weapons. They were waiting for someone to arrive. That man is the global number one, George. It was at this time that a dark shadow was slowly approaching in the sky. Everyone tilted their heads. The dark figure slowly approached. A man with black wings, gliding down through the air. It landed on the ground and puffed up a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, a black figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a robust black man with black armor attached to his body. There was a gasp from the crowd. Black Panther. The Black Panther is coming. A frenzied chant ripples through the crowd at the arrival of the Black Panther. Under George, there are a bunch of powerful warriors. They got the top bloodline inheritance. Black Panther. That's one of the most powerful warriors under George. He was given the inheritance of the flying Black Panther. Not only is the explosive power of extremely strong, but also a pair of wings that can fly. Seeing how enthusiastic these people were, the Black Panther turned around and his black wings kicked up a gust of wind. In the next second, his figure appeared on top of a tall building. Oh by Ka! That's Batman. Oh, even Spider-Man is here. Black Panther was the first to arrive. After showing off his superb skills, several more figures connected. All of these people are big names in the Eagle Sauce Country. In the past, it was difficult for them to reach the sky when they wanted to see a real person. Now, because of Yang Qi's arrival, they were all gathered here. There were 7 or 8 of them, all of them superheroes in the eyes of Eagle Jam Nation. They greeted each other when they arrived. Then his eyes were fixed on the teleportation formation. Just then, the 8 people suddenly got up and floated into the air, facing one direction. He bent down and made a salute. A large number of people were unsure, but there are others who know what this is all about. It's him who's coming. George is coming. There's only one person who can make a superhero do that, and that's George. George is the boss of all superheroes. George was absolute king in the land of Eagle Jam. Learned that George was coming. The people were thrilled. George's personal arrival means this one is solid. After a long time, a white man in the sky stepped forward, hundreds of meters away. The man took a direct step across and arrived before the teleportation formation. Among the crowd, there was a burst of applause. George! George! 8 superheroes stood directly behind George. George looked at his many fans with a confident smile. The falsely raised arms pressed downward. There was a moment of silence. George's voice rang through the field. Fellow countrymen, terrorists from China will descend here. I will lead the superheroes into battle and cut him down in front of the teleportation spell. George's 2 short sentences set off a tremendous reaction in the room. George's name was echoing. In this moment, George was a god in Eagle Sauce Country. Just at that moment, a bright light emanated from the teleportation formation. Everyone's eyes were gathered in the teleportation formation. 3 figures were slowly emerging. As soon as the glasses-wearing Charlie Marks arrives, he speaks to the camera. Viewers, we are now in Eagle Jam Country. Just after he finished speaking, he looked up and realized that the outside of the teleportation formation was full of people. There were also a few figures in the air watching intently. Charlie's mark was suddenly hidden in the void. Yankee looked at the array of George. Without a word, he looked at them coldly. Hadn't even stepped out of the teleportation formation yet. A very broken Mandarin came from the distance. Yang Qi, come out and die. The man who spoke up was one of the superheroes behind George. George raised his high head at the words. The face was full of confidence. Inside the live feed, it was also the first time these spectators had seen such a battle. Earlier in the Nissan country, it was just tens of thousands of people. Now, the people of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom filled the valley in front of the teleportation array. At a glance, the crowd was dense. The number of people is 100,000, and every single one of them had a frenzy on their faces. No comparison to the state of the Nissan nation. With the appearance of Yang Qi, some animal features appear in the crowd. Someone has green spots on their face. Someone's legs turned into tree roots. Someone grimaced, showing sharp fangs. Most notable are the 8 superheroes behind George. Someone turned into a hulking Hulk of massive proportions. Someone's eyes flashed with a strange light. A long work appeared in his hand, and above the bowstring, a long arrow had already appeared, just waiting for George's order. He would take Yang Qi's life. Some people wore tights full of cobwebs and huge eye patches eerie as hell. Inside the live broadcast room, many viewers were shocked. Is this a superhero? Awesome. Every single one of them is a top 4th rank. Look at that Hulk. You guys, that's a horrible size. Spider-Man. I hear his spider silk is very tough. Too strong. Any one of them who comes to our place is the strongest. The Eagle Sauce Country deserves to be number 1. This essence is awesome. Nissan Nation has no comparison. What's going to happen to Yankee this time? Even if it's strong, there's nothing you can do about it. Yanqi is too big to lose this time. The two of them, Wu Yingfei Yangqi, stood in the teleportation formation. What an interesting legacy in Eagle Jam country. It's like coming to the zoo. Yangqi smiled faintly. This statement stirred up a furor on the air. Yangqi is also too confident. How dare you talk like that even now? Nothing. This time, Yangqi can't escape. Chapter 93, Extermination. Yangqi's sentence directly stirred up 1,000 waves. The faces of the Eagle Jam countrymen who were watching the live broadcast instantly turned ugly. The 8 people behind George were all even more sinewy and angry. This Yangqi, up until now, hadn't even put them in his eyes. It's downright deceptive. Wu Yingfei's face was calm, and the 5 precious pills had long since appeared in his hand, always ready to fight. Yangqi directly moved and walked out of the teleportation formation, much to the delight of all Eagle Jam Nation. Out of the teleportation formation, Yangqi was the meat on the chopping board and was at their mercy. A smile appeared directly on George's face. Up, kill him. His voice fell on the ears of the 8 superheroes. The superheroes sniffed. One by one, they came up with their own lookalikes. The Hulk let out a loud roar. Spittle flew about, and a fishy odor greeted him, causing Yangqi to frown at it. Spider-Man flexed his fingers and a pile of milky white cobwebs flew into the void, hanging directly above the void, and his slim figure seemed to be swinging as if he was flying towards Yangqi. These superheroes, every one of them is strong. To this, Yangqi seemed to turn a blind eye. With a calm demeanor, his hand this Yuan 2 sword came out of his hand. It flew straight out. The Yuan 2 sword drew a beautiful arc in midair, heading straight for the first Hulk. As if the Hulk was under a deadly threat, his hair stood up in sweat and his eyes were filled with fear. With his massive size, his reflexes were not slow. On the eve of the Yuan 2 sword's arrival, his arms closed together in an attempt to use them to ward off the Yuan 2 sword's attack. The Hulk is confident about this. On his arms, he had worn top-notch arm guard equipment. Even if George himself attacked, he couldn't break his defense. As long as he blocked Yangqi's flying sword attack, he would be able to get close enough to strangle Yangqi to death with one hand. As the sound of clanging metal on metal rang out in the field, the Hulk blanched. He felt a huge force on top of the flying sword that shook his arm to the point of numbness. Before he could react, the Yuan 2 sword was like inserting into tofu, directly penetrating the arm guard. And it went on, carrying metal shards and stabbing directly into the Hulk's hands. At this moment, everyone's faces changed drastically. Yangqi's flying sword skill was surprisingly so powerful. George instantly transformed into a giant wave, and a blood moon appeared out of nowhere above the void. He's trying to save the Hulk's life, but the Yuan 2 sword to speed was too much appalling. With a splash of blood, it went straight through the Hulk's skull. With a wail, Hulk's huge body fell straight down like a kite with broken strings. The rest of the superheroes were horrified. There was a pause. George transformed into a giant wolf and raised his head to the sky, venting his anger. Yangqi, you dare to kill the Hulk. With a roar, George's figure strolled through the void. It made a loud noise. The remaining superheroes, seeing that their boss had already made a move, were suddenly demoralized. One by one, they have made their own. Yangqi smiled faintly. The Yuan 2 sword turned in midair. Ghostly sword shadows flew directly into the superhero. There were several more screams as several heads were pierced by flying swords. Georgetown launched a charge. Rumble. The void was shattered by his steps. A powerful sense of oppression came with it. Wu Yingfei, who was beside Yangqi, suddenly turned pale and shook. When Yangqi saw this, a stream of pure mana came out of his body and wrapped Wu Yingfei in it. A battle of this level was no longer something Wu Yingfei could participate in. Those superheroes, Wu Yingfei could still decimate, but George, who had gotten 2 top legacies, could kill Wu Yingfei in seconds. With Yangqi's mana wrapping, Wu Yingfei immediately stabilized himself. 5 precious Dan came out of his body. Fly towards the only 3 remaining superheroes. The precious Dan cut through the void, emitting a burst of arcane light. It instantly arrived above the heads of several people, enveloping a few people in it. At this point, the 3 superheroes are completely trapped. George wants to attack, but it was blocked by the Yuan 2 sword. At this time, Yangqi probably also understood the role of George's 2 inheritances. The werewolf bloodline is inherited to enhance the physical body and can transform into a giant wolf. The vampire bloodline inheritance, on the other hand, is capable of delivering mental attacks. However, this spiritual attack was like playing house in front of Yangqi, who had awakened his divine soul power. The divine soul power of the cultivation system has a natural suppression of vampire blood. In front of Yangqi, George couldn't make a big wave at all. George also sensed Yanqi's strangeness. There was a sudden blush. He, who was ranked number 1 globally, couldn't even gain any advantage in front of Yangqi. At this moment, he deeply doubted the game's hierarchy. Isn't it said that rank can override everything? And he's in full gear, and in Eagle Jam country, it's the best there is, got increased by an unknown number of times. You can't even do that? At this moment, George was crestfallen. The forward charge all slowed down, but Yanqi wouldn't let him off easily. The Yuan 2 sword instantly wrapped around it, piercing back and forth against George's torso. Incarnated as a werewolf, George's skin was tough. The Yuan 2 sword stabbed at the body, but surprisingly, it only pierced the epidermis. However, as the immortal execution sword intent attached to the Yuan 2 sword continued to invade George's body, a trickle of blood spilled over George's epidermis. A white giant wolf had unexpectedly transformed into a blood wolf at this time. George spat blood from his mouth, looking at Yanqi with unbelievable eyes. Humph! Yanqi let out a cold snort. The Yuan 2 sword attack increased greatly. It's more than geometrically faster. A sword sound rang out. It echoed in George's ears like a hypnotic ghost. Brush swiped 2 more swords. This time, Yanqi directly pierced George's epidermis. The long blade of the sword didn't go inside George's torso. George, who had been so badly injured, was alive and well. The operation was not affected in any way. There was even a force within his body that was slowly pushing out the Yuan 2 sword. Yanqi was amazed to see it. This is the power of vampire heritage. This George's wounds are actually regenerating. Unfortunately, the speed of wound regeneration could not match the speed of destruction by the immortal execution sword intent. Yanqi no longer stayed his hand. The abyssal sword flew out. Take your own George's head. George blanched at the sight. What's with the flying swords? The arboreal sword was extremely fast and instantly came to George's heels. George is trying to resist, but this killing move was the peak of Yanqi's power. How could he be blocked? With a brush sound, the arboreal sword didn't enter George's head. George grunted and his body stopped moving. It fell straight to the ground. The Yuan 2 sword also lost its bindings at this time and flew back into Yanqi's hand. On the other side, the 5-colored precious pills dispersed their light. Inside, 3 superheroes had fallen to the ground. Yanqi's divine soul power invaded. 3 were found dead. Wu Wingfei smiled easily at Yanqi. The 5-colored treasure Dan flew back. Chapter 94, Return. Yanqi coldly glanced at the many eagle sauce people. Nor did he speak. And Wu Wingfei turned around and walked into the teleportation formation. Charlie Mark then followed. As the skill disillusioned in his hand, the live skill closed with it. The live feed went blank. By this point in the broadcast, the people in the broadcast room were already very shocked. It was a battle that lasted but a few minutes. Between Yanqi's descent into the Eagle Sauce Kingdom to the death of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's high-level war power. 10 minutes, tops. The speed caught everyone a little off guard. In 10 short minutes, the world's #1 country, all of its high-level warriors, fell, not to mention the live audience. Even the Eagle Jam countrymen on the scene, there were still people who hadn't reacted. When they saw the bodies of the superheroes, they felt even more in a trance. It all feels a bit surreal. The world's #1 expert, 8 superheroes, and they're just gone? So the eyes of the Eagle Jam nation became hollow. Next, they were going to face more than just the loss of the world's #1 expert. There is also the situation of diminishing resources. Inside the live room, though the broadcast had ended, but everyone was still staring blankly at the screen interface, couldn't get back to it for a while. After a long time, pop-ups gradually appeared on the blank interface. Yanqi, killed them all? What just happened? Jesus, what the hell is going on? This live broadcast gave them a sense of unreality. The third-ranked master, for his country to win the challenge, directly spoke of the top 2 kills, especially the one battle against the Eagle Jam nation. They have envisioned many kinds of outcomes, but it never occurred to him that Yanqi had solved everyone in just 10 minutes. At this moment, everyone was cognizant of one fact. China, definitely not to be messed with. Yanqi's power caused everyone to despair. It's not just Yanqi. Even if Wu Wingfei made a move, he could go to most countries and rampage. Wu Wingfei's strength is there for all to see. Straight out of the gate to take out 3 superheroes. With this kind of strength, it stood directly at the peak of the second echelon. China. When the news spread, everyone was smiling with delight. They had thought that this time, China would really be a total loss. Unexpectedly, it ended up being saved by Yanqi's power. Now, China's victory is ironclad. Nissan country, Hawk Jam country, everyone on the leaderboard has disappeared. First place became Yanqi. Next, China will see a blowout. The resources of the entire country will more than double. For the average person, they have more opportunities. Going in to fight demons in the small world, more equipment, immortal crystals were popped out. For some big powers, it's even a good thing. Inside the Group I building, Jiang Ao watched the live broadcast. A pleased smile appeared. This time, China did not lose. Yanqi is truly a miracle worker. 1 day left in the countdown. Yanqi and the others will be back soon too, Jiang Ao muttered. And a phone call was made immediately afterward. Inform all the great powers to come to Dragon City to greet Yang Qi in front of the teleportation formation within half an hour. Don't want to come? If you don't come today, I'll destroy him tomorrow. Zhang Ao's voice filled with majesty echoed in the office. With a snap, the phone hung up. Now, with the monsters in Dragon City diminishing, Group 1 has restored its own telephone communications, only for internal use only. After making the call, Zhang Ao immediately sat down. Now, the first group has the strength to speak such words. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, apart from Yang Qi's spirit realm, most of the rest of the powerhouses were from the first group. For being the first customer to become Yankee's practicing business, the first group is several times stronger than the other major powers. The purpose of Zhang Ao's move was very simple. Yankee is out there working for his country, now to come back and surely give the grandest welcome. There was no way to chill Yanqi's heart. It makes him think that people in the country are not worth helping. On the other side of Dragon City, inside a building, a middle-aged Mediterranean man closed the communication page. Immediately, he ordered his men, prepare to move. Go to the Dragon City teleportation array within 10 minutes and greet Yang Qi. The men on the sidelines were unsure. Old boss, are we still afraid of the first group? His first group is just leaning on Yang Qi. The first group sent a message that he also saw, not the least bit polite. It was stated directly that all the major powers were to come, and if they didn't, they would be exterminated tomorrow. That's a direct threat. The same great power of Dragon City. The first group is just going a little faster than they are. It's so arrogant. As a secretary, he had to say what Group 1 was not in front of the boss even if the boss had to go. Just as he was gloating over his own brilliance, a big slap appeared on his face. The old Mediterranean boss pointed at him, viciously. Are you out of your ing mind? Chow. Labor doesn't even have a chance to meet Yang Qi when he wants to. It's the first group to give me a chance in this treadmill. Cam. What coin-killing club wouldn't go for that? The secretary nodded his head repeatedly and mouthed the old boss's wisdom. Arrange it down at once. All of you. All of you. Be sensible and arrange for the young and pretty ones to stand in front. Yes. Looking at the departing secretary, the Mediterranean man scornfully remarked. What the hell? That's no eye for an eye. This scene was played out among the various major powers in Dragon City. In less than 10 minutes, the great powers of Dragon City arrived in front of the teleportation array. At the same time, there were people from other cities that came through the teleportation array. He had traveled thousands of miles just to take a look at Yang Qi's true face. In less than 20 minutes, the entire front of the teleportation array was already full of people. Once everyone was in position, a halo of light swirled around the point of the teleportation formation. Everyone held their breath. The light dispersed and three figures appeared in front of the crowd. Charlie Marks with black-rimmed glasses, a black dress and long straight black hair of wooing Fei. In front of the two, it's Yankee. Yang Qi was wearing a white sportswear at this time, highlighting his body as tall, and vaguely had a dusty and ethereal temperament. Upon seeing the trio descend, everyone was thrilled. Zhang Ao stood in front of the crowd, and behind him were some big power holders. The guys who usually defied the first group willingly stood behind Zhang Ao at this moment. Yankee 1 descended. It was found that the front of the teleportation array was full of people. For a moment, he thought he had teleported to the wrong place. That kind of treatment he seems to have met in the Nissan and Eagle Jam countries. After surveying his surroundings, he was sure, there's really no teleportation error. This is Dragon City. But what are these people doing? Chapter 95, China is the biggest winner. Mr. Yang, welcome back. Zhang Ao stepped forward, said to Yanqi. The 10 or so people behind him were also looking for an opportunity at this time. Mr. Yang, welcome, welcome. Mr. Yang is a hero. Mr. Yang, I'm from Tiangong Group. Come over for tea sometime. Mr. Yang, I'm from the Yangchang Group. It's the big powers that be, and they're all very polite, trying to get on the Yankee bandwagon. It was proven that anyone who followed Yanqi could make a living. Group 1 is now sitting at the top of the heap. Who dares to disobey except for Yang Qi? With the previous lesson, they couldn't wait to cooperate with Yang Qi immediately, but Yankee looked at the crowd. Then it became clear. This one is its own welcome. Looking at the vast crowd, the corner of Yang Qi's mouth twitched. It's a bigger battle than Eagle Jam Nation. In front of the teleportation formation, a square formation was arranged. At the front of the square, there were people dedicated to carrying their group's flag. There were dozens of flags. At the front of the square, it's a young, beautiful, gorgeous woman. The swallows are different, and yet they are all very eye-catching. Yanqi could only nod his head at this. Indicates very good. Hard work, guys. Yang Qi laughed. Mr. Yang, the first group has already set up a banquet. When Yang Qi heard this, he lost interest. The mana in his body was running. His face turned scarlet, and with a wow, a mouthful of blood was spat out. The people around them were shocked. Yankee, this is injured. As expected, facing such an enemy, Yang Qi still held on strongly. The crowd looked at Yang Qi with concern. Yankee waved his hand, pale and bitter. He laughed. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, I'm injured, so I won't be there. Have fun, gentlemen. In the field, only Wu Yingfei looked at Yang Qi with strange eyes. How come she didn't know if Yankee was hurt? This guy is clearly faking it. At first glance, I don't want to go to the banquet. Wu Yingfei rushed forward, holding onto Yang Qi's arm, smiling apologetically at those around him. We're one step ahead. How dare the many big bosses talk nonsense? Mr. Yang has worked hard. Get well. Yeah. The body matters. The body is important. Mr. Yang, take care. In the midst of all the greetings from the many old bosses, Wu Yingfei directly assisted Yang Qi and rushed up to the sky. The only Charlie marker left in the field. Charlie Note was also confused at this point. Numerous old bosses were feeling sorry for not hooking up with Yanqi. One glimpse of Charlie's mark next to him. That's when everyone's eyes lit up. Hey, Yanqi didn't go to the banquet. It's okay to let him go. This Charlie Marks is the one who opened a board in the game panel. Being so close to Yang Qi, he is probably Yang Qi's beloved. Yankee can't take it. This must be taken. This little brother. This way please. Little brother. Do your country proud. In the blink of an eye, Charlie's Marks was surrounded by numerous bosses. Little eyes full of confusion. The white clouds are floating and the weather is clear. The two of them, Wu Yingfei, had just left a short while ago. Yankee then stood up straight. The face isn't pale anymore, but one thought of the enthusiasm of those middle-aged men. Yang Qi still couldn't help but shiver. Go back to the spirit world. Within the spirit world, Yankee lay on the couch, listening to Lu Qingxiao report the situation. Within a day of his departure, together normally, nothing major happened. After listening, Yan Qi nodded his head. Now, there is 1 day left before the challenge is settled. A day later, the entire China's equipment explosion rate, the immortal crystal explosion rate, and even the experience value would be much higher, because it's all resources. The experience value is also within the resources. A large number of strong people will appear in China in a short period of time. This is a good time to practice. Assistant Wu. The first group's practicing business continues. Immortal crystals can't be stopped. A day later, it's even more of a rush. As soon as he talked about immortal crystals, Yang Qi had another flesh ache. Over 100,000 immortal crystals. I don't even know if I'll be able to make it back this wave. But to think it was for the whole of China. 100,000 or so immortal crystals were spent. Spending more than 100,000 immortal crystals basically solidified Hua's position. Also got a doubling of resources. One for all. In the long run, not only was this 100,000 or so immortal crystals not a loss, but it was also worth it. Yankee didn't care. You guys, keep practicing and try to transform into gods as soon as possible. That's it. After Yang Qi finished speaking, his figure directly disappeared in front of the crowd. Wu Yingfei watched Yang Qi leave. Deflated. I just got back and I have to work again. The words just fell. Yang Qi's voice sounded again. Oh, then you'll come with me to the small world to kill demons. Hearing this, Wu Yingfei was overjoyed. Yeah. And then with a turn, he looked at the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. The face was instantly cold. You 4 brothers, next, are going to do these things. It was only after a bash of instructions that Wu Yingfei unloaded the task on himself. And a final word. Oh, upgrade the transformation spirit as soon as possible. Oh, or else, break a leg. Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers were born without love. Next, more practicing and work. They looked at Wu Yingfei with envy, regretting how he wasn't the first one to follow Yankee. The tidbits within the spirit world are not for outsiders. Now, all the Chinese are waiting for the countdown. This is the time to pick the fruits of victory. The entire country of China was in a rare state of calm. Everyone didn't go into the small world to practice. Instead, wait for the increase. Meanwhile, across the ocean at home in Nissan, everyone was apprehensive. They don't know what's going to happen next. It can be said that some people are happy and some people are sad. People are not connected to each other in their grief and joy. A little bit of time passes. The rest of the country is watching. They also wanted to see how the increase poured in after a ranked challenge victory. With the countdown, alerts popped up in everyone's game panels around the globe. The first round of the ranking challenge is over. There are 3 countries participating in this race. 1. The Nissan nation failed to challenge the Chinese nation. Deduct 30% of all category resources. Victory in China. 30% increase in resources for all categories. 2. The Eagle Jam nation failed to challenge the Chinese nation. Deduct 30% of all category resources. Victory in China. 30% increase in resources for all categories. 3. If the state of China succeeds in challenging the state of Nissan, the resources of all categories will be increased by 30%. The challenged party, the Nissan nation, loses, and 30% of the resources of the entire category are deducted. A series of prompts appeared. The first round of the challenge is over. There is no doubt that China became the biggest winner. A full 90% increase in category-wide resources. For China, it's an opportunity. The biggest loser, of course, is the nation of Nissan. 2 failures result in a direct deduction of 60% of all class resources. For a small country like Nissan, it was a fatal blow. After Yang Qi saw this tip, he felt that the aura of the entire country of China had become thicker. Chapter 96, 200, 000 Immortal Crystals. With the sound of the system alert, the first round of the challenge is over. The Nissan and Eagle Sauce countries are desperate. On the contrary, inside China, there were cheers. Everyone ran to the small world. Begin the journey of practicing. As soon as they entered the small world, they realized that everything was different from usual. Previously, the experience value obtained from killing monsters was extremely low, and the explosion rate of equipment and magic treasures was even lower. But now, kill a few random demons. You'll be able to get equipment mana. There were even immortal crystals bursting out. Such pomp and circumstance irritated everyone. Everything has been developed in a small, overcrowded world. There were even instances of several people grabbing a demon. In the past, this would have been impossible. With the enthusiasm of the Chinese people practicing leveling, the leveling charts are being refreshed. Some people go from level 1 to level 10 in one day. The number of people in the Jindan realm in China showed explosive growth. On top of that, there were new Yuaning realms appearing. This is the first group, and an old acquaintance of Yankees. The first group of males, Jiang Qingsong. Yang Qi was also surprised after getting this news. Jiang Qingsong was originally a young man, and after being confined by Jiang Ao, he lagged behind a lot. Now, finally, it was catching up. However, Jiang Qingsong had received the inheritance of the Five Thunders Taoist sect. Although it wasn't bad, there was still a gulf when compared to Yang Qi and the others. The first thing Yang Qi did after getting the victory of China was to arrive at the boss refreshment place in Dragon City. At this moment, another lava beast was refreshed. This lava beast is the only source of challenge tokens. Yankee wouldn't let it go, though he challenges other countries to think otherwise. But it's still something to hold in your hands. Had one combat experience. This time, Yang Qi struck directly and killed the lava beast in 3 or 2 moves. After getting the challenge token, Yang Qi didn't even look at it. Put it directly into the storage ring. It's not useful now, but sooner or later it will come in handy. The rank challenge is just starting now. According to Yang Qi's memories from his previous life, this class challenge is global composting. In the end, a few powerful countries were decided, before moving on to the next race. But all of this is an afterthought. Yang Qi had already established China in an invincible position with this strike. Now, no other country would be so headstrong to challenge China. On the World Chat channel, as the Chinese speak, the situation in China is known to people in other countries. They were all sour and envious after learning that China was now doubling its resources. Soon enough, someone else took on the rest of the country. The PTA is first to go after the 3 countries of the Arab world. The challenge was launched. The rest of the countries were not willing to lag behind, and when they saw such an increase in China, their eyes instantly reddened. Have taken on hostile countries. South Korea and North Korea are the second to strike out at each other. In an instant, a series of notification messages appeared on the World Channel. Yankee was not a fan of this. Right now, China needs to lay low. Not a good place to make a move. To Yankee's surprise, it is surprising that the Nissan state has become a challenge to most countries. The reason for this was naturally because Yang Qi had killed all of the Nissan country's top-level battle forces, the first and second best, plus dozens of top experts. This battle has already hurt the Nissan nation. Moreover, the Nissan country was a bullet-ridden land, and in a short period of time, it would be difficult for a new strong person to appear. Not to mention the fact that 60% of the resources have been siphoned off by China. They had a harder time. Persimmons need to be soft. It's not hard at all to win against the Nissan state as long as you're not too bad. The Nissan nation is very desperate. In just one day, there have been several countries that have challenged the Nissan state. At this rate, sooner or later, the country of Nissan will fall into a monster's paradise. Without a strong local powerhouse to check and balance them, the monsters within the replica would slowly appear within the Nissan country. The end is predictable. Yankee did not sympathize with them. As the saying goes, if you don't do it, you won't die. This time, the Nissan nation has made a fool of itself. Again, as the losing party, things are a little better in Eagle Jam country. Yang Qi had only killed 9 people in the Eagle Sauce country, siphoning off 30% of the resources. For a large country like the Eagle Sauce state, it's not so big that it's going to hurt. No one from other countries is stupid enough to test the waters of the Eagle Jam nation. Just when Yang Qi was preparing to bring Wu Yingfei to continue exploring the small world and upgrade as soon as possible, Jiang Ao came to the door. Jiang Ao was spirited and full of red, with a smile on his face, came to the spirit world. As soon as he saw Yankee, immediately, a large bag was pulled out. The large bag made a pleasant sound when it was gently shaken. When Yang Qi heard this, he immediately brightened up. That's the sound of fairy crystals. Mr. Yang, these immortal crystals are the small token of appreciation from the various forces. Take them first. Yang Qi was surprised to hear that. The minds of the powers? What's this all about? Seeing how surprised Yang Qi was, Jiang Ao hurriedly explained. Everyone has volunteered. After all, General Yang has paid a lot of immortal crystals for this challenge. Yanqi cried and laughed. What a voluntary one. It looks like those forces took a lot of beating because of this one. But Yanqi didn't refuse. This time, he did bleed. Reaching out, he took it and weighed it, realizing that the weight was not light at all. Included in the game panel, a full 200,000 immortal crystals. Yang Qi was even more surprised when he looked at this number. I didn't realize the first group was so powerful. 200,000 immortal crystals, quite a lot. According to Yankee's prediction, right now, there wouldn't be more than 500,000 immortal crystals in the entire country of China. 200,000 of them are now concentrated in their own hands. With this amount of immortal crystals, his balance directly exceeded 151 billion, and there were even a few tens of thousands more. Seeing the balance, Yanqi laughed out loud. The sense of security that the immortal crystal had given him was back. In the future, immortal crystals could be more than just a game currency for Earthlings. It will also be a necessity for all NPC characters. After NPCs get the immortal crystals, they can also buy resources in the game mall to enhance their strength. By that time, possessing immortal crystals on hand, it's like taking the lifeblood of all NPCs. This was also the reason why Yang Qi hadn't been spending immortal crystals in a big way. Instead, they continued to collect immortal crystals. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yang Qi laughed. Jiang Ao shook his head repeatedly. Yankee has stood up for the righteousness of the nation, collecting immortal crystals for Yang Qi. Reasonable. Even if those big powers had 100 complaints, they had to obediently take it out. The first group can pay in 10% less immortal crystals in the future. With Jiang Ao's attitude, Yang Qi wouldn't continue to squeeze the first group. It's better to do things with the right amount of relaxation. Jiang Ao got this answer. Thank you in a heartbeat. Don't look at 10% as a small amount. The immortal crystals surrendered every day, accumulated over the years, is also a considerable amount. Chapter 97, Changes in the Small World. Mr. Yang, there is another message. As Jiang Ao prepared to leave, he seemed to think of something and said in a hurry. Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. Anything else? Mr. Yang, I've noticed that the number of small worlds is decreasing. Hearing this news, Yang Qi was shocked in vain. The number of small worlds is getting smaller? What's going on here? Ever since Taishan Laojun died with the mysterious existence, the whole game has changed drastically. To say it was manipulated before, now it's just following a mechanism that's working. The situation that arises is also different from the previous life. This was a situation that Yang Qi had never seen in his previous life. Elaborate. Jiang Ao thought for a moment, then said, the number of small worlds is decreasing significantly, and there are individual small worlds that are getting bigger. I suspect they're closing in. This conclusion of Jiang Ao was even more surprising to Yang Qi. Small world fusion, isn't that what he's doing? Old Lord Taishang had said before that there would be unexpected benefits from the constant fusion of small worlds. Perhaps the flood of old can be restored. Surprisingly, if Taishan Laojun could think of it, others could naturally think of it as well. Perhaps a powerful being within the small world was doing this. What a lot of small worlds. Yang Qi had only explored a few and so far, and they were all still relatively weak existences, according to the legend of the flood. In addition to recognizing it, there are some great powers in the flood, just below the saints. Their powers are immense and their magic is boundless. Even if they didn't need to leave the small world, they probably had the means to fuse them. Yang Qi felt a pressure. Sooner or later, these powerful beings will descend on Earth. How will mankind survive then? At that time, it will be the flood that will dominate all of this. As for foreign countries, Yanqi didn't care at all. According to the power system, the flood will always be the ceiling. Even if the existences within the foreign small worlds appeared in reality, they wouldn't be able to say that the flood was a match for them. Right now, all Yang Qi could do was to scramble and enhance his small world. Yang Qi suddenly thought that he still had a few more small world cores to fuse and refine from his injury. After Jiang Ao left, Yang Qi immediately took out a few small world cores. These small world cores were all contributed by Wu Yingfei and the others. One of them was also obtained by Yankee. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Qi spat out the core of the spirit world from his mouth, fusing several small world cores and refining them. At the border of the spirit world, a loud ringing sound was made. One by one, Small worlds of nothingness squeezed through and slowly merged at the border. Within the spirit world, all things are in turmoil. Bai Shui Ling opened her hazel eyes and looked around in shock. She sensed that the aura of the entire spirit world was slowly reviving. Her body transformed into a white dragon, gracefully soaring in midair. After Yang Qi did all this last night, he realized that the spirit world had expanded a few times. An ocean appeared in the distance. In addition to the ocean, there are mountains and more. Above the dome, the two precious dawn of yin and yang radiated light. If an ordinary person entered this place, they would surely think that this was the real big world. Yang Qi looked at the white water spirit that was soaring. A moment of speechlessness. This white auger dragon only knows how to sleep all day long. Nor do they go to raise their cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that she was extremely eye-catching in her human form, Yang Qi would have thrown her out long ago. Right now, a Yuaning realm auger really couldn't help much. It can only be a mascot. Assistant Wu, follow me to the small world. Send a message to Wu Yingfei for a day. Wu Yingfei appeared beside Yang Qi in a moment. The two of them rose up into the air and came directly above Dragon City. Right now, the entire Dragon City was full of life. The urban areas of the past are slowly being restored. Those roads that were previously destroyed by the monsters were also restored to their original state under the auspices of the first group. On the main street, many vendors have also appeared. However, unlike in the past, now there are not many young people to be seen at all. Most of them are older people out in business. Most of the young people had gone into the small world to practice. These elderly people, because of their physical fitness, are weaker compared to young people. Plus, as you get older, your mindset changes. Don't like to fight and kill, just want to live quietly. Wu Yingfei looked at the silhouettes on the street for a while. Without the game coming down, she's probably still traveling between cities now. Now, it's different. Pretty good, she whispered. It's pretty good. At least a little bit of life has returned. These older people, if there's anyone left in the family, can also upgrade, and in time their health improves and they live longer. The game is coming down, and it's not all bad. Wu Yingfei nodded. She was an orphan, fatherless and motherless. You don't have to worry about that after the game comes down, either. As her strength increased, she felt herself viewing these things more and more lightly. Maybe that's what cultivation is all about. Want to go down and get breakfast? Wu Yingfei looked at Wu Yingfei and teased. Wu Yingfei shook his head. Forget it. After advancing to the Yuaning realm, even if they didn't need to eat, they wouldn't be hungry. The need for food is only oral. Then look to go to the small world for a bit. With those words, the two figures disappeared into the sky. Soon, the two came to a huge statue. It was a lion statue, divine and imposing. It looks well prepared at first glance. The entrances to small worlds where animal statues usually appeared. Most of them were demon races. Instead, most of the other Dharma statues like the Sword Monument were small worlds of clans. The Sword Sect small world was an example of this. The two Yang Qi had just landed on the ground. Just behind the lion statue, two demons appear. The two demons wore animal skins and were roughly humanoid, but all over the body, full of animal hair. The beast's head above their skulls was a further indication of who they were. Who trespasses into my Lion King realm? One of the small wolf-headed demons spat out human words and chided loudly. Yankee surprise. Under the spirit pupil, the heels of the two little demons had nothing to hide. They are all small demons under Jindan, but I don't know why, but these two little demons, who had refined the horizontal bones, could spit out human words. It seems that within the small world, there are people of great ability. Perhaps, there are heavenly treasures. Yang Qi didn't choose to talk nonsense with them. The Yuan Tu sword spun in his hand and flew out. In an instant, one of the lesser demons was killed. The one remaining small demon, seeing his companion killed, was scared out of his wits. With a wow sound, he directly paralyzed on the ground, and the weapon in his hand fell aside. Elder, spare your life. Elder, spare your life. He didn't expect that two ordinary humanoids would possess such a profound realm. As soon as he struck, his companion was dead before he could react. Come on, tell us about your Lion King realm. Chapter 98 Demon Court Soldiers and Generals. The little demon was coy and scared. Hearing that Yang Qi wanted to know the news within the small world, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Telling the situation within the small world one by one. Two seniors, this is the case. The Lion King and the Ox King are the masters in the small world. Elder, can I go now? The little demon was afraid that if he spoke out the information, he would be beheaded by Yang Qi with a sword. Yang Qi listened with a complicated expression and waved his hand. The experience value brought to him by a small demon of a few levels was indeed too little. The little demon ran off into the distance as if he had been pardoned. Yang Qi cried and laughed even more as he watched. A small demon of a few levels, now in Dragon City, basically couldn't survive. Yang Qi thought that this little demon would run back within the small world so that there would still be a way out. Running to Dragon City, isn't that a death sentence? Yang Qi shook his head and ignored it. Instead, he carefully considered the information that the little demon had just said. According to what the little demon said, there was originally only one demon king in this little world, the Lion King. As for the realm, the legend is that it is above the immortals. But a few days ago, this small world merged with another small world, came another green bull demon. Now it was two demon kings who shared control of this small world. The two major demon kings were on equal footing. According to Yang Qi's guess, the strength of this green bull demon king was estimated to be similar to the Lion King. Otherwise, there wouldn't be two major demon kings sitting on an equal footing, two powerful men above the immortals. Yang Qi struck up a reckoning at this moment. His current strengths, compared to an immortal, was probably still a bit of a distance away. However, this small world was below vast. Even if one sneaked in, it wouldn't be enough to startle an immortal-level powerhouse. After thinking for a while, Yang Qi immediately decided to go. Reaching out, he got a token on the body of the little demon on the ground. This token was presumably the identity token of the little demon, as a credential for entering and leaving the small world. Yang Qi pondered a bit, holding the token in his hand. He directly jumped into the entrance of the small world. Seeing this, Wu Yingfei followed closely behind. After a moment of heavenly rotation, the scenery around the two changed. In a dense forest, the two Yang Qi's figures appeared. Looking at his surroundings, Yang Qi couldn't help but feel that the environment in these small worlds was so good. Within this small world, the aura was very dense. It was much denser than the spirit world that had fused several small worlds. In the distance, there was a big mountain in the sky, and from afar, it looked like a straight pillar standing between heaven and earth. It is covered with clouds and green vegetation. Vaguely, a demonic aura filled the air. Looking at Yang Qi, he frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful demonic aura. Yang Qi directly rose up with his sword and stood in midair. After ascending into the air, Yang Qi realized that underneath the large mountain, there were many small peaks. Each mountain peak was full of demonic energy. Yang Qi and the two of them directly looked for the nearest mountain peak and went there. Just as he approached the mountain peak, he saw that below the foot of the mountain, there were countless figures converging. The divine soul power swept through, and Yang Qi's face was strange. The tens of thousands of demons below were actually practicing in style, only to see a single demon holding a weapon, on top of an open space, set up in a square formation. At the front of the square, a demon in silver armor was shouting out a rebuke. Under his command, the little demons in the square formation moved in a neat and tidy manner, waving their weapons in their hands rhythmically. The little demons grunted under their breath as they swung, and strange sounds echoed beneath the peaks. The silver-armored demon that was training the lesser demons was only at the refined void realm. It wasn't a match for Yang Qi yet. Seeing this, Yang Qi couldn't help but feel a great sense of relief in his heart, as long as it's not an irresistible presence. However, this was the first time he had seen this situation. These demons have actually started practicing. Is there some kind of war going on? When he was puzzled, Yang Qi directly concealed his figure in the clouds, observed the situation below in secret. The silver-armored demon gave the younger demons a drill. Perhaps tired, he sat aside and took out a gourd in his arms, and a strong aroma of wine filled the air. It led to many small demons being distracted and uninterested in maneuvering. The silver-armored demon laughed. "Boys, drill well, there's plenty of wine." As he spoke, he reached out and waved his hand, and from the wine gourd, a piece of watery wine spilled into midair. It was further divided into portions and fell into the mouths of the little demons. The little demons were intoxicated as if they had drunk sweet rain. The hand drills have become more diligent. "That's right, boys, we are the demon court soldiers and generals. We must pull ourselves together. Although the demon court is obliterated, the demon court's mighty seniors are still around. Sooner or later, one day, our demon race will return to the throne of the heaven and earth's dominion." The silver-armored demon's voice rang out across the flatlands, and the smaller demons were very pleased to hear it. He also muttered under his breath about the demon court soldiers and generals. When Yang Qi heard this, he couldn't help but think of the demon court in the flood world. These demons claim to be demon court soldiers and generals. Could it be the legendary demon court? Legend has it that the witch and demon clans were originally great clans in heaven and earth. The witch race has 12 ancestral witches, each with extraordinary aptitude, who were transformed into the flesh of the legendary Pangu. Every ancestral witch was the top battle force of the flood. The counterpart to the witch race is the demon race. The demon race was led by great demons such as the Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun, and other great demons, who were also supremely strong. The two tribes share heaven and earth. The witches rule the earth, and the demon race is in charge of the heavenly realm. And so there was the demon court. The demon court is the heavenly court of the demon race. In the demon court, there were countless powerful people. At its strongest, the stars in the sky were guarded by demonic powers. But I don't know when it started. The witch and demon clans began to fight. The demon court was shattered. The East Emperor Tai and other powerhouses died and were injured, and the stars in the sky were also knocked down. The ancestral witches of the witch clan all fell, and only one, Empress Ho-Tu, was transformed into the wheel of reincarnation. From then on the demon court ceased to exist. The witches are also in shambles. The demon race between heaven and earth cultivated in various places. Now, it was surprising to see someone from the legendary demon court. However, Yang Qi didn't think that this silver-armored demon was really a demon court soldier. Even if the demon court was weak, it would be impossible to use a refined void realm as a general. At the peak of the demon court, the stars in the sky were filled with top powerhouses among the immortals. Even if it was a small soldier, it was estimated to be in the immortal realm. And these little demons in front of us, most of them were in the Jindan realm. There were only a few that had reached the Yuaning realm only. How dare you call yourself a soldier of the demon court? It was probably their great king, who had a good relationship with the demon court. But I don't know whether the great king they belong to is the Lion King or the Green Bull Demon King. That way, it makes sense of it too. It was only those in the demon court who had the means to forcibly fuse the two small worlds. Just as Yang Qi was pondering, Wu Yingfei, who was on the side, let out a shocked cry. Oops, I'm running low on mana. Before Yang Qi could react, the auspicious clouds under Wu Yingfei's feet unexpectedly dissipated. Wu Yingfei's figure fell directly into the clouds, dropping straight down to the flat earth. Chapter 99, The Golden Lion King. The large and small demon clans on the flatland were all stunned by this scene. It's a good drill, and a beauty falls from the sky. Yang Qi instantly reacted. Immediately, he harnessed his flying sword and embraced Wu Yingfei in his arms. Looking down at the countless pairs of eyes below, Yang Qi knew that he couldn't hide this time, landed directly and graciously. Wu Yingfei was only at the Yuaning realm, and his mana value was limited. You can't take flight for too long. After landing, the silver-armored demon clan immediately took out their weapon magic treasures. With a clang, a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear pointed straight at Yang Qi. Who is sneaking around here? Yang Qi was straightforward and said directly, this fellow Daoist. The two of us are passing by and have no intention of offending. With that, he revealed his aura of the transformation god realm. Powerful divine soul power stirred. When the silver-armored demon clan saw this, they couldn't help but think highly of Yang Qi in their hearts. The person in front of him, although he was only at the transformation spirit realm, had an extremely strong aura. It was estimated that it had already reached the refined void battle power. Facing such a strong person, he didn't want to make enemies. Oh, this fellow Daoist, where are you going this time? The silver-armored demon clan asked. This is a visit to your great king. I have heard of your great king's great powers, and my heart yearns for them, so I've come to pay a visit. Although Yang Qi had the strength to kill this demon race, but now on someone else's turf. In case of a bad operation, there's also the possibility of attracting someone stronger. It's better to stabilize it. If the silver-armored demon clan heard Yang Qi say that he had come to visit his own great king, he immediately laughed out. So it is. My great king's cave is on top of the highest mountain peak in front of us, so go ahead. Yang Qi nodded. After saying thank you, he prepared to take off with his sword. Just at this time, the silver-armored demon race suddenly moved their noses, and then his face changed dramatically, loudly chortled. Stand still. You are not of the demon race. The sublime small world is my demon court's territory. How could it smell like people? Yang Qi's movements stalled as he listened. The mind is helpless. Why are you breaking my balls? Isn't it good to be alive? But Yang Qi didn't strike first. Instead, he turned and laughed. Fellow Taoist Fire Eyes, the two of us are human beings, not beings of this small world, come specially to visit your great king. The moment these words came out, it directly made the silver-armored demon clan whole won't be able to. How dare you be of the human race and come to visit my king? If there's nothing else for you, the two of us will leave first. The silver-armored demon clan's face was cloudy. Come to visit your own great king, maybe even your own great king's guest. If you take offense, you won't be able to eat it. His nose twitched again. The face changed again. What a heavy demon blood chi. Stand still. The two of you. Just how many demons have you killed? The blood aura of the demon race is too strong on you. Behave yourself and tie your hands. I'll take the two of you forward to meet the great king. If it's a misunderstanding, it's nothing. As he spoke, the silver-armored demon clan's figure flashed, directly blocking in front of both Yang Qi. Yang Qi's faces chilled. In his heart, he wondered what kind of species this demonic being was, and how did his nose work so well. And it's a shock. Wouldn't you smell it all the way down? Yang Qi was speechless for a while. The Yuan Tu sword appeared in his hand. There was no way that the two of them could be brought by this demon clan to face his family's great king. The Lion King was at the very least above the realm of immortals. I don't know if I can fight it myself. The only thing to do now, it is to leave the small world as soon as possible. The Yuan Tu sword flew out in his hand. directly rushing towards the silver-armored demon clan. The silver-armored demon race was horrified when they saw the flying sword was so powerful, and they hurriedly blocked their weapons in front of them. But the moment the Yuan 2 sword touched his weapon, that lance broke directly. The Yuan 2 sword's momentum continued, stabbing at the silver-armored demon clan's chest. A clanging sound of metal colliding rang out. The armor covering the silver-armored demon clan's body unexpectedly blocked the Yuan 2 sword. The Yuan 2 sword sputtered with sparks and flew backwards into Yang Qi's hand. Yanqi was surprised. Since he had obtained the Yuan 2 on Yao 2 swords, he had not encountered another thing that he could not pierce. One must know that the Yuan 2 Arnica sword was now in the category of an extremely high-grade magic treasure. The texture is even top-notch to the core. Surprisingly, none of them could pierce this silver armor. This armor must be a treasure, Yang Qi thought in his heart. At this moment, the silver-armored demon clan was also shocked by Yang Qi's powerful attack. This human at the transformation spirit realm in front of him had pierced through his weapon with just one sword strike. If it wasn't for the armor protecting his body, he would have been killed at this point. The little demons behind him had long since dispersed. Hide inside the surrounding corners and observe secretly. Wu Yingfei's mana was exhausted at this time, and she was still being held in Yang Qi's arms. Looking at Yang Qi's clear-eyed appearance, Wu Yingfei reddened for no reason. The silver-armored demon race knew that they were unbeatable and immediately began to flee far away, and not forgetting to lay down harsh words. Humph, human race, my great king will be here soon, just wait for me. Shouting, his form had flown out. The Yuan 2 sword in Yang Qi's hand flew out once again, blocking in front of the silver-armored demon race, trying to attack. But this silver-armored demon race even had its limbs and head shrinking directly into the armor. Look at Yang Qi's dumbfounded mouth. There's such a thing? With no choice but to put his arm around Wu Ying, Yang Qi could only fly towards the exit of the small world. Now it's just a matter of running out as fast as possible. Otherwise, it's a turtle in a jar. Yang Qi's speed was extremely fast, and the flying swords under his feet emitted audible sword sounds. A few moments later, they arrived at the exit of the small world. Just as Yanqi was about to enter the exit, a flood of voices rang in the distance. Where to run? This voice had a strong middle air and powerful breath, and it was not at all the silver-armored demon race just now. Immortal realm. Yang Qi's mind was horrified. This is the power of an immortal. Directly put Wu Yingfei in his arms into the exit. Wu Yingfei had just exited the small world. The entrances and exits of the small world were directly closed. Yang Qi frowned. The heart said that this battle was inevitable. The Yuan 2 Abi sword surrounded him. The immortal execution sword intent was utilized by him to the extreme. Within 3 feet of his circumference, sword chi surrounded him, and everything was stirred up by the sword chi and turned into flying ash. The power of the divine soul was all released, shocking the surrounding area. In the distance, a figure wearing golden robes appeared. This person's body, all over, was a golden color. Both the robes and the furry skin were golden in color. And it's tall, and it's porous. A strong demonic aura emanated from his body, proving that this person's identity was none other than the Lion King. The Lion King had an appalling aura. He stepped in the void, and with each step down, the void shook. The breath of the long-handled greatsword in his hand was also extraordinary. I'm afraid that the grade is above that of an extremely high-grade magic treasure. Behind the Lion King, followed by a silver-armored demon race, it was the one who fought with Yang Qi just now. At this time, he didn't have the wretched appearance he had just had, and stood behind the Lion King with a godly aura. My lord, that's him. Chapter 100 Battle with the Lion King of the Heavenly Immortals. The silver-armored demon clan looked at the great king in front of them with a smug face, and in his heart, he was certain that Yang Qi was not a match for his own great king. Yang Qi's cultivation was only at the transformation god realm, and this could not be hidden. A transformation spirit realm, even if his strength was no matter how terrifying, he couldn't possibly be a match for his own great king. His own great king had long since reached the legendary immortal realm. This was separated by several large realms. Each realm is a chasm. The Lion King looked at Yang Qi's cultivation level and couldn't help but frown. Back to the slap. It slapped the silver-armored demon king in the face. Rubbish. A single transformation god realm can't handle it. And you need this king to come out personally. The silver-armored demon race was dazed by the slap. Lowering his head, he didn't dare to retort at all. The Lion King looked at Yang Qi again. Humph. Transformation god human race. Bind your hands. If this king were to do it himself, it would be hard for you to stay alive. Yang Qi was unconcerned when he heard this. Instead, it was the silver-armored demon clan behind the Lion King that spoke up. Kid, my great king is already in the heavenly immortal realm. You're just dying. The Lion King was pleased to hear his men bragging about themselves. Yang Qi coldly smiled, and the Yuan 2 sword in his hand directly flew out. The powerful sword light flickered erratically in midair. The Lion King did not make a move when he saw this scene. The expression was bland, even putting his hands behind his back. Humph. I wondered what kind of god it was. So it's a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are powerful in battle and can be unable to bridge the gulf within their realm. Back me up. The Lion King let out a loud cry, as if it was a shock of thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The sound waves were like ripples in the water, centering on the Lion King and melting away. The Yuan-Tu sword that was flying extremely fast in midair seemed to have been subjected to a great resistance, and even stopped in midair. It was a stalemate with the Lion King's sonic wave avatar. Yang Qi was horrified. It was worthy of being a strong person of the heavenly immortal realm. It had already transcended the mortal world, and it was such a powerful divine ability right out of the gate. However, Yang Qi didn't only have such means. A sword intent appeared on the Yuan-Tu sword, granting it immense power. The Yuan-Tu sword unexpectedly got rid of the Lion King's sonic aptitude in this regard and slowly advanced. As the Yuan-Tu sword grew faster and faster, the Lion King was also surprised. This sonic wave avatar looked ordinary, but it was actually his innate avatar, considered one of his strongest means. The demon race's innate divine ability had always been one of the strongest means of the demon race. It's usually the key to victory. Now it was unexpectedly broken by Yang Qi's sword intent. The Lion King could not help but be horrified. Sword intent. I didn't expect that the sword intent comprehended by a mere transformation spirit realm. If I let you break through to the heavenly immortal realm, what a mess. With that, a huge claw appeared in the void. The paw was disillusioned and vaguely visible as a lion's paw, but the aura emanating from it was very powerful. The silver-armored demon race standing behind the Lion King saw this claw appear. Then he felt a great power pressing down on him. With a snap, his entire body was like a puddle of mud, pressed against the void, unable to move. At the same time, the silver-armored demon clan's heart was already shaken. As the right-hand man under the Lion King, he knew the Demon King's methods very well. This claw is one of the Lion King's watchwords. The last time I saw it, I was fighting another great king. I didn't expect a mere human at the transformation realm. Surprisingly, he had made his own great king use such tactics. Just how strong was this human race of the transformation god realm? At the same time, the silver-armored demon clan was also glad that he didn't go hard with Yang Qi. Otherwise, he would have died long ago at this point. Yang Qi looked at the huge beast claw in the void and immediately felt a great pressure. This beast claw avatar actually gave him the absurd thought of laying his head down. Another sword appeared in his hand. It's the abyssal sword. The immortal execution sword intent on it filled the air. Yang Qi had already attached all of his own immortal punishing sword intent to it. At that moment, the abyssal sword emitted a white sword light. Yang Qi did not ride his flying sword out. Instead, he was holding the sword of Arboretum. The entire person was like an arrow off the string, charging towards the huge beast claw in the void. The claws of the beast in the void were slowly falling. The entire claw was in a grasping position, about to grab Yang Qi in his hands. Around the beast's claws, a faint layer of black gas permeated. Yang Qi's figure had just entered the range of the black gas when he felt a sense of suffocation. The skin around his body, moreover, emitted a burst of green smoke. After touching the black Qi, Yang Qi's skin was actually slowly melting away. It was as if it contained a strong poison within it. A sneer appeared on the Lion King's face when he saw Yang Qi advancing instead of retreating, holding a long sword and charging straight into the huge beast's claws. This divine ability was even stronger than his original divine ability. The black gas on it was even refined from several kinds of poison he had collected. Ordinary heavenly immortal powerhouses would have to shed their skin even if they touched it. This human race at the transformation spirit realm in front of him even took the initiative to touch it, which was no different from looking for death. Yang Qi felt the black Qi around him. A tap on the storage ring. A bottle of elixir appeared in his hand. Extreme elixir, antidote to poison. This elixir was purchased by Yang Qi in the mall, purchased at a great price. It cost him thousands of immortal crystals, but since purchasing it, I've never had a chance to use it. Today, instead, the potion was put to the test. The elixir in the jade bottle was poured directly into his mouth. A pure medicinal power dissolved in Yang Qi's mouth. It flowed throughout the body in an instant. After taking the elixir, the signs of poisoning had indeed eased. The skin on his body had slowly begun to recover. Yang Qi's going momentum was unabated, charging straight up. This scene fell into the eyes of the Lion King, who was surprised. The man had actually taken a potion. In the flood, there were very few elixirs. Each one is a treasure. And pills had long been extinct in the small world for a long time. So far, he had only seen traces of the elixir from the Green Bull Demon King. And the elixir in Yang Qi's hand was actually able to undo the intense poison in his avatar. I'm sure the grade is not low. Such an elixir, just any one of them, is a treasure. Looking at Yang Qi, he opened his mouth with a bottle of pills. The Lion King was immediately distressed. He had long since considered Yang Qi's things as his trophies. Die for this king. The Lion King stretched out a hand and clenched it fiercely in the void. The claws of the beast that was slowly grabbing at Yang Qi in midair suddenly became faster. In the blink of an eye, the beast's claws collided with Yang Qi. A deafening roar resounded in the middle of the small world. Rumble! On the arboreal sword. The immortal execution sword intense surprisingly directly pierced through the huge beast's claws. A large hole appeared above the beast's claws. It was filled with black gas. Just then, the Lion King let out a cry of pain. On his right hand, a bloody hole unexpectedly appeared, as are the claws of the beast in the void. The Lion King burst into a rage. Working his mana, the hole in the center of his palm unexpectedly healed in a short period of time. Chapter 101, The Green Ox. Above the void, the whole of the huge beast's claw was also covered by black gas at this time. A few moments later, the black gas dissipated, and the hole in the center of the beast's claw had surprisingly returned to its original state. Yang Qi was shocked when he saw this scene. That sword just now was already his peak strike. At this point, the mana value on him was almost empty. The immortal execution sword intent on the arboreal sword had pretty much dissipated by now as well. This move was enough to consume all of his strength. Still, he had to look like he was on top of his game. Otherwise, when the Lion King on the other side saw it, he would surely launch a fierce attack. Only Yang Qi's imperial sword was seen in midair. His expression indifferent. The eyes were full of wariness. In reality, Yang Qi is strong on the outside. There wasn't much of a battle. When the Lion King saw this scene, he was also slightly startled. The look of this transformation spirit realm human race seems like it still has the power to fight. He couldn't help but be alarmed in his mind. This kid's swordsmanship is superb. He must not be a countryside casual cultivator. In particular, that wave of sword intent made his heart tremble. With a sword intent like this, someone must be cultivating it behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would be difficult to comprehend with just this transformation spirit realm human race. Thinking of this, the Lion King withdrew his divine ability in the void. The huge beast claws in the void disappeared without a trace at this moment. The Lion King said in a loud voice, "Human transformation god, report to your master. This king does not kill nameless people." The Lion King's move was to find out Yang Qi's background. If Yang Qi was a mighty disciple, he could hardly escape death after being killed by him. Now, although the flood world collapsed and resolved, the flood powers still survived in various spaces. If he made a rash move, he might get himself killed. Yang Qi didn't think about it that much. Straightforwardly, he opened his mouth. Human race, Yang Qi. The Lion King was disappointed to hear this answer. Surprisingly, Yang Qi didn't reveal his master's lineage, but Yang Qi had a bashful look on his face. There was no respect for him in the slightest. You have to know that he is in the heavenly immortal realm, placed in the floodplains. When a transformation god like Yang Qi saw it, he would have to bow his head and say a bow to his seniors. At that moment, he had a heartbeat. Since it was in his small world, there was no harm in even killing Yang Qi. Could it be that the great power behind this human race would still come across small worlds to kill him? When Yang Qi died, he would find a way to kill that human woman. That way, no one would know that they had moved. Just as the Lion King was about to make his move, suddenly a powerful divine soul power swept through here. Yang Qi felt this powerful divine thought. He immediately screamed in his heart that this was bound to be another demon king in the small world. The Lion King's movements were also stalled. Stopping the movement of his hands, he turned back and made a salute into the void. Elder Green Ox, this human transformation god has forced his way into the small world, and I was just about to kill him. A murmur came from the void. Aha! Then there was no movement. Yang Qi couldn't help but freeze when he heard this voice. From what the little demon said, this green bull demon king is the equal of the Lion King. Yang Qi thought that the strength between the two was similar. Now, it seemed that this green bull demon king was even more powerful. Don't you see that the Lion King has to be respectful when he meets him? Yang Qi saw that there was such a strong person present. A token had been taken out in his hand. This token was precisely the token of the sword sect's small world. After obtaining the sword sect's inheritance, Wu Yunxian handed him this token, and he explained that he could use this token to summon the sword sect. It was just that I didn't know if it was possible to enter the sword sect's small world within other small worlds. Eyeing the Lion King in the distance, he prepared to attack. Yang Qi detached a strand of mana and attached it to the token, ready to activate. Just at this time, the voice of the Green Ox Demon King came again from the void. The powerful divine soul power wrapped Yang Qi. Yang Qi wanted to activate the sword sect's small world token, but realized that it had no effect at all. In the distance, the Lion King rejoiced. The Green Bull Demon King unexpectedly made a move to stop Yang Qi. He was worried that Yang Qi had other cards that he hadn't brought out. The Green Ox Demon King's move had helped him. Just as he was about to do it, the powerful divine soul power directly slapped him in the face. The Lion King of the heavenly immortal realm was dazed. He looked into the void in puzzlement. Elder Green Bull, but all you get is one word. Get out. The Lion King was horrified. How could this mysterious green ox senior protect this human race at this time? Although there was doubt in his heart, the Lion King didn't dare to show a hint of disobedience. The powerful strength of the green bull great demon made his heart palpitate. At this point, they had to stand still obediently. Yang Qi was in despair. I felt a gust of wind at my side. There was a flash of light. Opening his eyes again, a massive green bull appeared in front of him. This green ox was 5 or 6 meters tall. The body was green in color, and the huge bull's eyes were staring at Yang Qi as he looked back and forth. It was as if he wanted to see through Yang Qi. The aura emanating from the green ox was even more suffocating, but all over his body, there was not a single trace of demonic aura overflowing. Instead, it gives the impression of a high level of sophistication. The green ox sized up Yang Qi for a long time. A sudden snort. Powerful divine soul power surrounded Yang Qi's body. Soon, this divine soul power found a vent. It drilled into the storage ring on Yang Qi's hand. The divine soul power drilled in instantly. The power in the storage ring didn't resist a single point of power. A token flew out from the storage ring in Yang Qi's hand, suspended directly in midair. It was clearly the token of the Supreme Lord. Yang Qi was horrified. The strength of this green ox was too terrifying. Surprisingly, he could take out the things in his storage ring at will. The last time something like this happened, or Tai Shan Lao Jun, Qingyo looked at the token in midair. A look of remembrance actually appeared in his eyes. For a long time, it all stayed in one motion. In the distance, the Lion King was uncertain. Opening his mouth, he said, "Senior Green Ox, kill this human race." The green ox jerked his head around when he heard the voice. The eyes were already cold. "Get out!" The Lion King was horrified. A powerful force overpowered him, twisting his internal organs. With a wow, a mouthful of blood was spat out. The Lion King was incredulous, but it didn't stay. Turning around on the ground, he picked up the fallen silver-armored demon clan. "Exercise your magical powers and retreat to the side." It didn't stay away right away. This behavior of the green ox made him curious. In his impression, this green ox senior came from a mysterious background. Powerful strength not to mention. Very gentle temperament. Will not be randomly hands. It didn't even look like a normal demon race. Now, to think that he would be injured for the sake of a human race. What is the origin of this human race? Qingyo glanced at the token floating in midair, turning his head to look at Yanqi. "Human race, where did you get this token?" Yang Qi didn't expect that this powerful green bull great demon would come for the Supreme Lord's token. Could it be another old acquaintance of Elder Tai Shan Lao Jun? Chapter 102, The Ride of the Supreme Lord. Yang Qi knew that he had met Tai Shan Lao Jun's acquaintance again. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun was also a big name in the flood. It makes sense that there are many acquaintances. Yang Qi didn't intend to hide it either. "This is from Elder Tai Shan Lao Jun." The great green ox was thrilled to hear these words. It came a few points closer to Yang Qi, and its huge bull's horns were almost on Yang Qi's face. "Where is the master now?" the big green bull said in an urn. "Master?" Yang Qi's mind instantly became active when he heard the great green ox address the elder Lord Taishang as his master. As a supreme powerhouse, Lord Taishang also had a mount. Legend has it that Taishan Lojuan's mount was a big green ox. Could this be the one in front of us? But the thought that the Supreme Lord had been martyred at this time, Yang Qi instantly didn't know how to open this mouth. But looking at the big green ox's expectant eyes, Yang Qi still opened his mouth. "Elder Taishan Lao Jun has been martyred." The great green ox was stunned when he heard these words. This was followed by a look of incredulity. "How is this possible? The master is a saintly incarnation. Who in the flood would dare to make a move against him? Could it be a few other saints?" The big green bull muttered, disoriented. The power that imprisoned Yang Qi was also loosened with it. "Elder misunderstood," Yankee explained. "It seems that the big green bull has no idea how the world has changed. According to Tai Shan Lao Jun, the flood world had long since collapsed into small worlds that were attached to the earth by mysterious forces, and most of the living beings in the flood existed in small worlds. The great green ox, on this occasion, didn't seem to know any of this at all. Yanqi had to patiently explain. The great green ox as even more lost in thought when he heard these words. "Is it true what you say? Flood world collapse. Master martyrdom." The great green bull was grieving. How could he not have thought that the titular Taishan Lao Jun would fall just like that? He was but of a slumber. Wake up and realize the whole world has changed. The space where it was located got smaller, utilizing great mana to fuse other small worlds. But it's about finding the master. But now, the masters have all fallen. He lost his target at once. After a long time, the great green ox looked at Yang Qi. "Little friend, you are holding the master's token. What kind of relationship do you have with the master?" "I'm considered a forgotten friend with senior Taishan Lao Jun," Yanqi answered truthfully. "Little friend is actually the master's forgotten friend." "Then let's go." Yang Qi looked at the big green bull's lost soul. Can't help but feel compassion. A mount like the great green ox was considered very rare. Thinking for a moment, Yanqi added, Taishan Laojun left a legacy. At these words, the great green ox brightened up, as if bursting with a surge of vitality. Is that true? The big green bull was slightly agitated. Yanqi nodded. Where is the inheritor now? Beyond the small world. Just now, Yanqi had sent Wu Yingfei out of the small world. I wonder if, at this point, she is still waiting at the entrance. What is the young master's cultivation level? Does it have the master's past splendor? She's only at the Yuaning realm now, and the elegance of senior Taishan Laojun will come later. The big green bull let out a sigh. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Little friend, I am willing to serve the young lord as his protector. Yang Qi was delighted when he heard this. The great green ox, a demon clan expert, was not known to be as powerful as he was. Surprisingly, he wanted to follow Wu Yingfei. This is a good thing for him. Wu Yingfei is his personal assistant. Following Wu Yingfei was no different from following him. Yang Qi immediately nodded. Senior's high righteousness is admired by my junior, the inheritor of the Supreme Lord. I will bring her later. Seniors shouldn't be able to get out now. Now the small world entrances and exits could only accommodate beings below the Jindan realm. A strong man like the Great Green Bull. There is no way to cross the small world entrances and exits. The Great Green Ox couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. It's something he's known about for a long time. It is the inability to go out. It was only then that he utilized his great manas and fused another piece of the small world. It was also the small world where the Lion King was, but after fusing the other small worlds, he still can't go out. Please also, little friend, invite the young lord here. Yanqi nodded. There are such benefits. Wu Yingfei wouldn't say no. Elder, there is a better way for the late generation. It will allow senior to walk out of this small world. Oh, the great green ox was instantly interested. The late generation possesses a small world that is about the same size as this one. My little world called the spirit world is the home base of the late generation, and the inheritors of the elder Taishan Lajuan's predecessors are usually inside. There was not a ripple in the green bull's eyes. The long one said, I wonder what is the relationship between you and the young master. The young masters both lived in the small world, and the two of them had a great relationship. Yanqi smiled awkwardly. We're friends. That's good. What do you mean, little friend? Is to fuse the two small worlds? Yanqi nodded. Such a large small world. If he fused it, his small world would gold expand a lot more. Senior, I am preparing to refine this small world. Integrate into the spirit world. Above the spirit world, there are two stars, the sun and the moon, left behind by elder Taishan Laojun. Yanqi had long ago thought of what to say. The fusion of the two small worlds must be dominated by the spirit world. Moreover, the demon race in this small world had to be dealt with as well. These demon races hated the human race, and when the time came, it was expected to be unpleasant. However, thinking that the green ox was also a body of the demon race, Yang Qi couldn't say anything. Hearing that there were sun, moon, and stars left behind by his master in the spirit world, the great green ox was even brighter. Then let's do as you wish, little friend. The big green bull nodded. However, the core of the small world here is in the hands of that little lion. The big green bull's wistful, looking towards the two lion kings in the distance. Come here. When the lion king heard the great green ox call out to him, he immediately ran his ass over. It was thought that the great green ox was going to hand Yang Qi over to him, just now at a distance. He didn't dare to eavesdrop on the two. There was no way to know what the two Yankees were talking about. As soon as he approached, the Lion King first gave a salute to the great green bulls. Elder Green Ox, leave this human at my disposal. I'll make sure that he can't live or die. Within my cave, I don't know how many torture devices, big and small, will make him die and live. As he spoke, the Lion King's eyebrows flew up. He couldn't wait to dismantle Yang Qi. As long as he had the consent of Senior Qingniu, even if Yang Qi had a background of great powers behind him, he would not find him. Not noticing in the slightest that the big green ox on the side was looking at him with strange eyes, Yang Qi almost laughed out loud. This Lion King is, properly, a death wish. Chapter 103, Killing a Heavenly Immortal. What are you talking about, lioness? The green bull said in an urn. Little lion, was exactly what he called this heavenly immortal realm Lion King. With his strength, he could indeed be called so. The Lion King seemed to be sensing the unkindness in the green ox's tone. The expression froze instantly. Stiff-necked, he looked over at Green Ox. Elder Qingniu, did I say something wrong? Without a word, the Green Ox gave the Lion King a look. The Lion King felt his hair stand on end. This Green Ox in front of him, who didn't like to take human form, was of unfathomable strength. If the Green Ox were to get angry, he would not be able to eat. In the next second, the Green Ox struck without warning. Powerful divine soul power appeared. It directly confined the Lion King in place. The action was in the blink of an eye. The Lion King didn't react at all. The Green Ox ignored the Lion King and said to Yang Qi, My little friend is laughing. This little lion's ancestors were demon court soldiers and generals. Their strength has not been passed down, but the brashness of the demon court has been inherited in a decent manner. It really is a descendant of the demon court. Yang Qi was greatly shocked. This Antenna Realm Lion King's ancestor was still a demon court soldier. No wonder the powers are extraordinary. The Green Bull's words changed. If you don't like it, little friend, then kill it. Green Ox's tone was flat. In 3 words, the Lion King is to be sentenced to death. The Lion King was horrified. The towering elder Green Ox actually called this transformation god human race a little friend. Who is behind this human race? Most importantly, Elder Green Ox was actually trying to kill himself. This time, the Lion King was in a big hurry. Senior Green Ox, we are of the same demon race. Why should we kill each other over a human race? The Lion King was in pain and only hoped that the Green Ox would let him live for the sake of being of the same demon race. Same demon race? You've got it all wrong, little lion. Although I am in a demon body, I have never been a member of the demon race. The old ox is nothing but a plowing ox in the mortal world, and it is only because he met his master that he has come this far. To say I'm a demon is a stretch. These words from the Green Ox caused the Lion King to be even more shocked. The Green Ox used to be an ordinary plow ox? How is that possible? It is important to know that the demon race cultivation, extremely valued heal bloodline. The chances of an ordinary animal trying to cultivate into an immortal are slim, and there were some fae between heaven and earth that were born at the heavenly immortal realm. With a realm cultivation like the Green Ox, there was no reason to lie. Then there's only one possibility. The owner of the Green Ox was a supreme power. It was possible to cultivate an ordinary old plowing ox into a supreme powerhouse above a heavenly immortal. At this moment, the Lion King felt very curious about the owner of the Green Ox. Even Yang Qi, who was on the side, was very shocked when he heard it. Tai Shan Lao Jun's mount used to be, surprisingly, an ordinary plowing ox. He had thought that if a Green Ox could cultivate to such an extent, it would at least be a rare bloodline in the flood. Now it seems that it is the Supreme Lord who is too powerful. Yang Qi felt even more sorry in his heart for what happened to the Supreme Lord. Such a supreme powerhouse had died with the mysterious existence just like that. I wonder which great power is the master of Elder Green Ox? The Lion King asked curiously. He was hoping to talk to the Green Ox for a few moments and maybe escape being killed. I didn't expect the Green Ox to hear this with a cold snort. My master's name is not for you to pry into. A mere remnant of the demon court. I don't know what to say. Qingniu was old and old-fashioned, and directly spoke out to rebuke him. When the Lion King heard this, a nameless fire rose up in his heart. It was fine to talk about him, but not the demon court. All along, he had great reverence for the demon court. He also felt a great yearning for that era when the demon race ruled the order of heaven and earth. Now, the Green Ox had actually spoken out to disparage the demon court like this. I can't tolerate it. The Lion King had a brain fart and blurted out to the Green Ox. How dare you insult the demon court? I, Lion Kong, am at war with you. Yang Qi and Green Ox looked at him strangely. Demonic. That was the only thing Yankee had to say about it. This Lion King guy is bewitched. How dare you talk to the Green Ox like that? The Green Ox twisted his head straight away. Kill it. Yang Qi was overjoyed at his words. A large number of elixirs that restored mana value appeared in his hand, and he directly stuffed a handful into his mouth. In a flash, the empty mana value gradually rose. The Yuan Tu sword appeared in his hand, and its immortal execution sword intent filled the air. Yang Qi let out a fierce smile as the Yuan Tu sword directly pierced into the Lion King's heart. The Lion King's flesh was powerful, and it took Yang Qi a great deal of effort to pierce the Lion King. The Lion King, as a heavenly immortal powerhouse, a mere sword wound would not be fatal, but the immortal execution sword intent attached to the Yuan Tu sword, after entering the Lion King's body, traveled all over his body. Every time it reached a muscle, it destroyed the Lion King's muscles. It's not just the flesh. Even the divine soul was slowly dissolving under the erosion of the immortal execution sword intent. The Lion King's eyes were already in a daze. With the erosion of the immortal execution sword intent, the Lion King's eyes slowly lost their expression. A heavenly immortal powerhouse had fallen so hastily. At the same time, Yanqi saw a prompt from the game panel. Kill the Lion King of the celestial immortal realm and gain 1,000,000 experience points. Looking at this long-lost hint, Yang Qi revealed a smile. Slaying a heavenly immortal powerhouse had unexpectedly gained 1,000,000 experience points. The experience value he needed to advance to the refined void at the transformation god realm was only 500,000. Now, the experience value is directly bursting at the seams. As long as Yang Qi settled down to break through his cultivation, he would be able to advance to the refined void realm. This one was full of rewards. It's not a wasted trip. The Lion King's humanoid corpse immediately transformed into a huge male lion. This male lion, though no longer breathing, but you can still see the divine power in it. Unfortunately, dead. Underneath the body, two light masses appeared. Yang Qi reached out. Just take the two clusters of light into your hands. One of them, the core of this small world. The other, a round bead. Above the bead, the cloud pattern was dense, as if it was a star that had shrunk countless times. The game panel appears with information about this item. Demon Court Star, Hotion Spiritual Treasure. One of the many stars of the Demon Court in the past, refined by a great power into a small bead. Thrown out, weighing as much as a star. Yankee. It's exciting. The best of the magic treasures in his hands right now was nothing more than the Yuan 2 Abi sword, and an ancestral dragon skeleton. It can barely be considered a magic weapon. This little bead, surprisingly, was really a star refined. Qingyo looked at the two objects in Yang Qi's hands. It was also unexpected. I didn't expect this little lion to have a star. You're a lucky kid. In the future, if your cultivation improves, you can reverse this treasure and turn it into a real star. Hearing the green ox say this, Yang Qi's heart swam, and backtracking into an archetype? Wouldn't that serve as a star for the spirit world? But now, this Hotion spiritual treasure level magic treasure was enough for him to use. This little bead, it still needs to go back and be sacrificed before it can be used. Chapter 104, The Massacre. Yang Qi put the two items into his storage ring, looking towards the silver-armored demon race in the distance. At this point, the silver-armored demon race had already been scared out of their wits. Watch with your own eyes as your own king is stabbed to death with a sword. Escape! The silver-armored demon race did not hesitate to turn around and flee. If you don't leave now, when will you? His own king has been killed, and they're still missing him? The silver-armored demon clan's cultivation at the refined void realm was not slow. However, with the speed of Yang Qi's imperial sword flight, he caught up in no time. Yang Qi didn't talk too much nonsense, straight out of the gate. This time, however, his flying sword went straight for the silver-armored demon race's head. The silver armor on this demon race's body had first-rate protection. Even the Yuan 2 sword was unable to pierce through. Under Yang Qi's precise control, the Yuan 2 sword directly killed the silver-armored demon race. Kill the refined void realm demon race. Experience value gain 10,000, 100,000 experience points. Not bad. What made Yang Qi even more satisfied was the silver armor on this demon race. With the silver armor in his hand, Yang Qi immediately learned the information. Demon Court style armor with outstanding protection. Grade, Extreme Magic Treasure. Surprisingly, it was the Demon Court style armor. So in that case, there were other demon clans in this small world that possessed this armor. The grade of this armor was not low. It is an extremely high-quality magic treasure. At the moment, it belongs to the top level. Put the armor into the storage ring. Yang Qi looked at the green ox. Elder Green Ox. The demon race here is quite hostile to the human race, and I am prepared to kill them all. Yang Qi wanted to clear out the demon race in this small world. First of all, he had to greet the green ox. After all, the green ox was the strongest person in this small world. If the green ox was an authentic demon race, Yang Qi really didn't dare to make a casual move. But by the looks of it, the green ox didn't have any feelings for the demon race. Green ox nodded. The urn said, no matter what, these demon clans are quite annoying, so feel free to do as you please. The old cow is going back to bed first. Saying that, the green ox directly stepped forward with its front hooves, and its huge body disappeared in place. In the field, only Yang Qi was left. Looking at the green ox's back, Yang Qi was delighted in his heart. The entire demon race of the small world. I wonder how much experience value it will give him. Thinking that, Yang Qi's figure directly flew high, looking down on the whole small world. This small world possessed many mountain peaks. Each mountain peak was a cave of a demon race. The highest mountain peak is the Lion King's cave. In addition to the highest peak, there were 36 smaller peaks. There were a full 36 lesser demon kings. However, the silver-armored demon clan counted as one of them. Now there are only 35 left. These demon kings, their realm strength was estimated to be above refined void. There would even be a Mahayana presence. However, Yanqi was no longer weak now. His current battle power was probably just above the Mahayana stage and below the heavenly immortals. The district demon race is not enough to worry about. What could be said so? Within this small world, other than the green ox, no one was Yang Qi's opponent. In the next second, Yang Qi directly flew with his sword and arrived before a mountain peak. Demons ahead, come out quickly and suffer death. Yang Qi's sound waves rolled around and were deafening. The small demons below the mountain peaks were shaken to the point of dizziness and swayed to the east. A figure appeared in the cave at the top of the mountain peak. This was also a demon race wearing silver armor. A breath reached the Mahayana stage, maintaining a human form and holding a long sword. As soon as he heard someone clamoring in front of his cave, he was instantly enraged, doubting in his heart, within this small world, his strength was already at the top of the range. Aside from his own Lion King and Senior Green Ox, who else would be able to kill himself? Could it be Elder Green Ox? Thinking of this, The silver-armored Demon King brushed aside the idea. That mysterious green cow doesn't govern and is not seen all year round. How could they come after themselves? Could it be that some ungrateful thing is coming to challenge his position? As soon as he came out, he was met with a human race of the transformation god realm floating in the void. He burst out laughing in exasperation. Surprisingly, it was a human race at the god transformation realm. Isn't this just a gadget you can crush with your hand? In the next second, a flash of sword light appeared in the void. Yang Qi struck out blatantly. The Yuan Tu sword directly cut through the void and came straight for the Demon King's head. The Demon King was instantly horrified, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. How was this transformation god realm human race's sword technique so powerful? Is it an old monster who has hidden his cultivation? Humph. Although the Demon King was horrified in his heart, how could he give up resisting just like that? The same sword light appeared in the void in front of him. The long sword in his hand resolutely sent out the strongest attack. The two sword lights met in mid-air. In an instant, the winds around them were fierce and sand was flying. This flash of sword light was nothing more than an ordinary Mahayana stage attack. How could it compare to Yang Qi's sword light? One should know that Yang Qi's Yuan Tu sword had the presence of the immortal execution sword intent on top of it. Even the Lion King of the celestial immortal realm had to be on guard. Not to mention that the demon race in front of him was only at the Mahayana realm. As expected, the demon race's sword light immediately began to dissolve after coming into contact with the Yuan Tu sword. It dissipated between heaven and earth in a flash, and the Yuan Tu sword went straight for the demon race's head. The Demon King was horrified and wanted to run his divine spells to resist, but it was too late. The Yuan Tu sword swept through at an extremely fast speed, directly cutting the Mahayana realm Demon King under the sword. A huge head shot up into the sky. When one's cultivation reached the Mahayana realm, the physical body was still very important. After losing his head, the Demon King was already in great shape. The immortal execution sword intent seeped into the body from the wound, killing all the vitality of the Demon King. Kill a Mahayana Demon King, gain 500,000 experience points. A Mahayana brings 500,000 experience points. The returns are very substantial. Right now, the experience value on Yang Qi had reached 1,600,000, so as long as he broke through the realm, it was estimated that he could directly reach the Mahayana stage. This Mahayana stage Demon King also exploded two pieces of equipment. One of them was naturally a silver demon court style armor. The other is an extreme magic weapon. As soon as Yang Qi did, he put it into his storage ring, turning his head to look down the hill at the little demon. Yang Qi gently beckoned, and the Yuan Tu sword turned into a stream of light and rushed into the group of small demons. At once, there were screams of misery. In less than a moment, thousands of small demons were killed without a single one left. These were no more than the Yuaning realm at the highest, and under Yang Qi's cultivation at the transformation god realm, there was no resistance at all. It directly contributed 100,000 or so experience values to Yang Qi. There is also a lot of equipment that pops out. All of them were pocketed by Yang Qi. The gear is perfectly saleable when it goes out. Exchange it for immortal crystals. After doing this, Yang Qi rushed up to the sky, rushed to the next peak. At this moment, the demon clans within the small world all detected the aftermath of the battle. One was alert. Several demon kings united together. Chapter 105, Little Assistant. What are you thinking? After Yang Qi rushed to the next mountain peak, he found that it was empty. Not even a single small demon watching the door. Yang Qi was puzzled. Doesn't this demon always like to carefully make a fuss over its own acre of land? How come there's no one there now? With doubts, Yang Qi was preparing to head to the next mountain peak. It was seen that smoke rolled over the ground in the distance, as if 1,000 armies were galloping. In midair, there were dozens of figures standing in the air. When Yang Qi took a look from afar, he sensed a rushing demonic aura. Yang Qi revealed a strange expression. The demon races in this small world had actually united. Running on the ground were none other than some small demons, numbering about tens of thousands. In mid-air, they were all demon kings. There were also 3 dozen. Each one of them was at a cultivation level above refined void. Soon, 1,000 armies arrived in front of Yang Qi. There were more than 3 dozen demon kings, all of whom were wearing silver armor. Looking at Yang Qi was quite heartwarming. These armors, 36 in all. If you can get it, you can form an elite squad later. The weapons and magic treasures in the hands of each demon king were not quite the same. Swords, guns, sticks, everything. A Mahayana stage demon king stepped forward. That human race in front of you, gird your loins, confess your accomplices and you will be spared. The cultivation level that Yang Qi had displayed was merely the transformation god realm. This time, they were the ones who felt the aftermath of the battle, and then they felt the fall of the fellow demon king's Mahayana stage. Instinctively, he thought a strong man was coming, trying to find the Lion King of the heavenly immortal realm, only to find that the Lion King was nowhere to be found. they had to gather the 36 demon kings, prepare to give the intruder a head start. However, it did not occur to them that the one standing in front of the crowd was only a human at the god transformation realm. Yang Qi looked at the many demons and a smirk appeared on his face. All together? That's good. So I don't have to look for them one by one. Yankee's voice was not loud, but the people present were all of high cultivation. How could you not hear Yankee's words? Arrogant. A mere transformation god realm. How dare you speak so loudly? Behind your back, and I'll spare your life. Numerous demon kings opened their mouths to rebuke, but what responded to them was a flash of sword light. The Yuan Tu sword flew out in a lightning-fast manner. It went straight towards the many demon kings. How dare you? A Mahayana stage demon king bellowed. Grabbing his own weapon, he was about to step forward, but in the space of a single glance, his body fell straight to the ground like a kite that had dropped its strings, puffing up a cloud of dust. This scene left everyone stunned. Isn't this human at the realm of the transfigured god? How is it that in a single glance, a Mahayana stage powerhouse was killed in seconds? This Mahayana stage demon king, amongst the many demon kings, was already a leading existence. There were also many demon kings that were nothing more than the refined void realm. All the demons were shocked and retreated. How could they fight such a strong man? The small demons on the ground were even worse. One by one, they fell to the east and the weapons in their hands were lost to nowhere. Even worse, they had fallen to their knees and begged for mercy. If they didn't want their own demon king to be in mid-air, they would have already scattered as birds and beasts. At this moment, a demon king said loudly, "Brothers, this human race is merely using its bottom card. Brothers together, he will surely be revealed in his original form." This sentence directly caused the hearts of the many demon kings to be greatly stabilized. Yeah, the one on the opposite side was nothing more than a human at the god transformation realm. It's possible to have such an attack. Must have used the bottom card. Thinking that, the numerous demon kings all took out their weapons. Some even more so cast a spell. One by one, powerful divine spells coalesced in midair. The powerful aura emanating from it shook the hearts and minds of the lesser demons below. Just in the nick of time, the demon king who had just opened his mouth, unexpectedly turned around and fled at this time. It left the rest of the demon kings dumbfounded. Was trying to escape. The Yuan Tu sword had already arrived in front of his body. As a scream rang out, several demon kings of the refined void realm were beheaded with a single sword. The rest of the demon kings were horrified. How dare they stay and fight at this point? One by one, they set up their recluse techniques, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 demon kings separated and fled. Yang Qi laughed at this scene. Escape? How can I escape? This small world was this big, and these demon kings were unable to leave the small world. Now it's just a turtle in a jar. Moreover, in order to escape, one would have to ask about the Yuan Tu sword in his hand. Looking at a fleeing demon king, the Yuan Tu sword instantly followed. Under that demon king's horrified expression, he was directly killed with a sword. With that, it flew towards the next demon king. These demon kings' evasion techniques were average, and their speed could not compare to the Yuan Tu sword at all. 36 demon kings. In less than a moment, all of them were killed by Yang Qi. In the middle of the field, only tens of thousands of small demons were left shivering on the flat ground. Yankee looked away. The Yuan Tu sword flew out without mercy. These demons are small though, but it was for him. There was no shortage of existences at the Yuaning transformation god realm among them. If it was placed in a city like Dragon City, enough to destroy a major city, Yanqi wouldn't show any mercy. As the screams rang out, pieces of small demons fell in a pool of blood. With the coverage of Yang Qi's divine soul power, a piece of magic treasure was taken up through the air. These magic treasures were not of high grade though. However, when placed in Dragon City, it was enough to raise the battle power of an ordinary person. These are immortal crystals. At this moment, in Yang Qi's storage ring, 36 silver-colored armors were quietly lying there. To Yankee's surprise, these 36 pieces of armor were actually still a set of formations. These 36 demon kings, if they were to set up the formations that came with the armor, it can withstand a strong person of the heavenly immortal realm. However, Yankee was the first to break them down one by one. They didn't have a chance to set up the formation at all. Yang Qi was very satisfied. A few moments later, all the lesser demons had been put to death. Then is a flat area of yellow soil. By now it was tinted red. In the distance, the green ox's eyes were hollow as he calmly watched all of this. Ryoga sighed. This human race is extremely murderous, but it had nothing to do with him. Afterwards, the green ox turned around and entered his cave. Outside, at the entrance to the small world, Wu Yingfei waited with an anxious face. After she was thrown out of the small world by Yang Qi, the entrance to the small world directly closed. Sent a message to it, and didn't see Yang Qi reply. Shouldn't, Wu Yingfei guessed. As soon as Wu Yingfei thought of this, a sad expression appeared on his face. Yankee has repeatedly performed miracles, but the opposite side was the Lord of the small world. It was estimated that they were all existences above the immortal realm. How does Yankee respond? Just at this time, a figure appeared beside her. My assistant Wu. What are you thinking? Wu Wingfei was balefully shocked when he heard someone speak next to him. But then, the face was full of surprise. Turning around, she saw that Yang Qi was standing on top of a long sword, looking at her with a smile on his face. Chapter 106, Fusion of the Small Worlds. Wu Wingfei had thought that Yang Qi was in danger within the small world. Upon seeing Yang Qi standing intact in front of his eyes, and a big stone fell from his heart. Quickly calm down. Wu Wingfei's revealed a nice smile. Mr. Yang. Yankee nodded. Go, hit the road. Wu Wingfei saw Yang Qi's refreshed appearance. Can't help but be curious. Could it be that the matter in the small world had been taken care of? She didn't open her mouth to ask each other though. Follow behind Yang Qi. Turning into two streams of light, they disappeared into the sky. A few moments later, the two returned to the spirit world. Within the spiritual realm, the aura was rich and the flowers and plants grew luxuriantly. Even the ones that did appeared many special plants with aura. These plants are the legendary elixir spiritual herbs. There was a strong correlation with the Dan Dao that Wu Wingfei practiced. If the spirit world's aura continued to be dense in the future, it might even breed the legendary immortal medicine. Wu Wingfei could completely use these immortal medicines to refine pills. The 100 spirit water that had been staying in the spirit world was gradually loosening its cultivation at this time. There were vague signs of breaking through to the transformation spirit realm. As soon as the two Yankees returned, Hayakarenazu ran out as usual. It transformed into a beautiful woman standing behind Yang Qi. The fiery figure made Yankee quite embarrassed. Yang Qi returned to the spirit world and directly took out the core of the Lion King small world. The next thing to do was to fuse that small world within the spirit world. Wu Wingfei saw the core of this world. The beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. Yang Qi got the core of that small world. It showed that Yang Qi had already beheaded that world lord. The entire small world is in the bag. But the owner of that small world was estimated to be above the realm of immortals. Yang Qi has become so strong? Wu Wingfei's surprise was completely unknown to Yang Qi. Spit out the core of the spirit world in your mouth. The game panel immediately popped up with a prompt. New small world core found. Is it fused? Yang Qi directly clicked on fusion. The core of the Lion King small world slowly dissolved under a mysterious force. It turned into a dense piece of gas and attached itself to the core of the spirit world. The whole process, which lasted 2 or 3 days. The small worlds fused this time were larger than the previous fusions combined. Even Yang Qi didn't expect this fusion to take so much time. 3 days later, the fusion of the cores of the two small worlds was complete. The core of the spirit world was larger than before. The overall color is an icy blue with gas swirling around it. It's a beautiful sight. At the same time, a deafening sound came from the borders of the spirit world. The entire spirit world began to shake. The ground began to shake as well. The Lion King's small world was taking the form of an attachment, embedded in the boundary of the spirit world. The whole process lasted another half day. With a roar, the fusion of the two small worlds was complete. Yang Qi flew into midair and looked at the border of the small worlds from afar, realizing that he couldn't see the head with his eyesight alone. Even if one utilized the power of the divine soul, it was not enough to peek at the size of the spirit world. Right now, the spirit realm was equivalent to the size of half of Dragon City. The waters of the mountain ranges and plains among them have become sizable. Together with the dense aura, this place is properly a livable paradise. It was too late to enjoy the view you just got. Yang Qi took Wu Wingfei and the two girls and flew directly to the border of the spirit realm. There, Yang Qi felt the aura of the green ox. Originally, the green ox had a high level of cultivation, and with Yang Qi's current strength, it was impossible to spy on his existence. But now the green ox was in Yang Qi's small world, the entire spirit world. The slightest movement would be in his eyes. On the border of the spirit world, there is a pool of crystal clear water. A green bull was lazily soaking in the water, showing half his head. The two Wu Wingfei were puzzled. What's the point of going to the spiritual border? Yang Qi just smiled mysteriously. There was no answer. In less than a moment, the three of them arrived before the pool of water. Yang Qi first landed on the edge of the water pond and saluted the green ox in the center of the pond. Greetings, Elder Green Ox. When Wu Wingfei saw the scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of god was this green ox in front of him, that he would make Yang Qi so polite? You know, the last person who could make Yang Qi like this was the Elder Lord Taishan. The same could not be said for the 100 spirits of water on the side. Being born with the bloodline of a Jiao dragon, she could clearly feel that in front of her was an overwhelmingly great demon with an unfathomable cultivation level. She bowed slightly. Greetings to Elder Qingnyo. Seeing this, Wu Wingfei was about to politely salute, but it was lifted by a soft force. In the midst of Wu Wingfei's shocked face, the figure of the green ox came in front of Wu Wingfei. The huge body prostrated itself on the ground. A buzzing sound was heard. Old Ox pays his respects to young lord. Not to mention Wu Wingfei. Even 100 Spirit Water was already surprised. A peerless demon who worshipped Wu Wingfei as his young master? This 100 Spirit Water was confused at this point. Wu Wingfei was at a loss for words. She had heard that there was a Green Bull Demon King in the Lion King small world before she entered it. Murphy is the one in front of us. Yang Qi looked at Wu Wingfei's puzzled look. Opening his mouth, he explained, Elder Green Ox is the mount of Elder Tai Shan Lao Jun. It was only at this point that the two men came to their senses. The inheritance that Wu Wingfei had received was the Dan Dao inheritance of Lord Taishang. The Dan Dao inheritance is found in all families though, but the only one that is the most powerful is Taishan Lao Jun's. It could be said to be the source of the flood Dan Dao. Now Taishan Lao Jun has fallen. Wu Wingfei, as the inherited disciple of Taishan Lao Jun, became the only Dan Dao inheritor in this world. Wu Wingfei had a lively mind and quickly understood the reason for this, but she was still a little uncomfortable. At this time, the green ox spoke. Young lord, the old ox has learned a lot of Dan Dao over the years as he followed his master. Although I don't have the complete Dan Dao inheritance, I still know a little bit about the edges. The old cow can solve the young lord's problems. Green Ox's posture was put extremely low. The light flowed in Wu Wingfei's eyes. Then he nodded and said, Then thank you Senior Green Ox in advance. But Senior Green Ox must not address me as young lord, as we are both learning and practicing under the master's disciples. Would it be alright if you and I were to call ourselves senior siblings? Yang Qi couldn't help but secretly nod his head as he listened. Worthy of being his Yankee personal assistant. Handle things 8 ways. A strong person like Qingnyo willingly became her protector. She wasn't nearly as tall as the high green cow. It is more popular to be known as a peer. When the green ox heard these words, it first revealed an expression of sincere fear. Then he shook his head back and forth. Never. Yang Qi laughed on the side. Elder Qingnyo, Wu Wingfei has only obtained the Dan Dao inheritance from Elder Taishan Lao Jun, and has not performed the ritual of worshipping his master. The way I see it, it's just right for the two of you to refer to each other as senior siblings. After this clarification, the green bull was thoughtful, eventually nodding. Chapter 107 Brother Nyo. In the world of the flood, mounts are inherently inferior. As a mount of a great power, its status was generally not comparable to that of a great power's disciple. Not to mention the fact that now Wu Wingfei was the only inheritor of the Supreme Lord. To seriously count up, Qingnyo really had to address Wu Wingfei as young lord. But Wu Wingfei had already spoken. Green Ox didn't count too much. Then the old ox will call you Senior Sister Wu. You can just address me as Senior Brother Nyo. Wu Wingfei nodded. It was considered a good thing for her for such a strong person to become her senior brother. What the two get along with each other, though, is another matter. As we meet for the first time, the old ox will give Senior Sister a chance. The green ox said, and a stream of light appeared on his ox horn. A medicinal herb-emitting aura appeared between the two horns. There were hundreds and thousands of these herbs. Each variety of plant is different. The aura emanating from it was even more tantalizing. This is the immortal medicinal elixir I've collected over the years. It's essential for refining pills. Gifting it to Senior Sister Wu is just right. The 100 Spirit Water on the side saw these immortal medicines, couldn't help but gulp. In her inherited memories, these immortal medicines were all rare and rare varieties. Eating just any one of them would enhance your cultivation. But there were people like Yang Qi present. She still held back her restlessness. Wu Wingfei was overjoyed at the sight of these immortal medicines. After she received the Dan Dao inheritance from Taishan Lao Jun, bitter about not having the right herbs, there had been no opportunity to refine the elixir. So much so that she was hardened into a fighting faction with her Dan Dao heritage. Now, with these herbs, refining pills could be put on the agenda. Many thanks to Senior Nyo. Green Ox nodded. Instead, he looked to the 100 Spirit Water on the side. This little friend, his bloodline is extraordinary. I wonder what my little friend calls himself. 100 Spirit Water was horrified at being named by such a big shot. Late generation 100 Spirit Water. This is my master. 100 Spirit Water pointed at Yang Qi beside him. The green bull grinned and laughed. Little friend's bloodline is no ordinary augur bloodline. Why don't you cultivate with me for a bit? You can advance quickly. The color of relief in the green ox's eyes was not hidden, and he directly proposed. Even Yang Qi was a bit surprised when the green ox said this. The attribute information of the 100 Spirit Water, he had long observed it through his spirit pupil. It's just a normal white scaly. Could it be that you're looking at it the wrong way? When 100 Spirit Water heard these words, the first thing she did was to cast an inquiring gaze at Yang Qi. Yang Qi laughed. Since Elder Qingnyo is willing to bring you into cultivation, it's a good thing. Why don't you quickly thank Elder Qingnyo? 100 Spirit Water was overjoyed to receive this answer and smiled sweetly. Many thanks to Elder Green Ox. The reason why Yang Qi let 100 spirit water follow the green ox to cultivate. The reason is simple. As his strength increased, Hyakuren water is now a vase long ago. Other than being durable, other than that, it doesn't help at all. It was a good thing that Green Ox was willing to take her now. If you learn the art, you can also help. However, what Yang Qi was even more curious about now was whether 100 Spirit Water's bloodline was truly extraordinary. Elder Qingyo, the bloodline of the 100 Spirit Water. Oh, and let me give you the details. Green Ox smiled faintly. The crowd pricked up their ears and listened attentively. The Green Bull, as the mount of the Elder Lord Taishang, is itself an ancient fossil. Many of the secrets of the flood were presumably known to him. This is a rare opportunity. 100 Spirit Water was even more curious about his bloodline. In her bloodline inheritance, she had clearly remembered that she was an ordinary augur dragon. The Green Ox didn't sell the story and spoke directly. Most of the demon races between heaven and earth are led by the three ancient races. The three ancient clans are the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Karen Clan. They are in charge of the linnets, flying birds, and walking beasts in heaven and earth respectively. It's a well-known fact that the genus of the augur dragon contains a thin dragon bloodline in its body. However, the dragon bloodline in Little Friend Bai's body is unusual. It's the bloodline of an ancestral dragon. However, this bloodline is rather thin. If it can be purified, it might be possible to obtain the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. The crowd listened and realized. So it is. And Yankee listened, pondering. Ancestral dragon bloodline? Reaching out, he took out a white skeleton in his storage ring. And this thing? Once the skeleton is taken out, the Green Ox's face changed. Then he said in surprise, "This is the ancestral dragon skeleton. Little friend is indeed a person with deep blessings. To be able to obtain the skeleton of an ancestral dragon." The Green Ox praised it repeatedly. "Nope, there's still a strand of the ancestral dragon's essence blood in this." The Green Bull was horrified. Little Friend Bai is blessed. If Little Friend Bai refines the essence blood in it, the ancestral dragon's bloodline will surely become even more pure. And at that time, obtaining the ancestral dragon's inheritance isn't just empty talk. When 100 Spirit Water heard this, her big eyes blinked, and in her eyes, there was a great deal of anticipation. This ancestral dragon essence blood is so precious. Will the master give himself? Hyakurensui counted the days since she was taken in, realized I didn't seem to have done anything, sleeping all day long within the spirit world. Thinking about this, 100 Spirit Water was ashamed. Yang Qi, on the other hand, laughed lightly. Since it's so effective, it's yours. With that, the ancestral dragon skeleton in his hand floated up, falling on the centurion sailor. 100 Spirit Water was filled with incredulity. He froze for a long time before saying weakly, "Thank you, master." Green Ox nodded in relief. This person, Yang Qi, who was willing to give such an exquisite thing to his subordinates, was not too bad. The Green Ox is considered to have a lot of feelings about the 100 Spirit Water. There was a time when the two were in the same position. Then this girl, 100 Spirit Water, will be entrusted to Senior. Yang Qi said jokingly, "Elder Green Ox, it's better to move to the center of the spirit world. There are two precious pills left behind there by Elder Taishang Laojun, one yin and one yang, exactly corresponding to each other. There's also a large pool off to the side." Green Ox nodded. Since he had already arrived in the spirit world, he wouldn't leave for a while. That does call for a visit to the center of the spirit world. The three men and one ox flew directly in midair. It hasn't flown to the spirit pavilion yet. The Green Ox looked at the two precious pills above the dome and couldn't help but let out a gasp. This really is the master's handiwork. These two precious pills cost the master a lot of effort back then. I didn't expect to see these two treasures after so many years. The Green Ox was overwhelmed with emotion. When the three of them arrived in front of the spirit pavilion, the Green Ox looked at the Five Thunders Taoist sect's inheritance stone monument not far away and was surprised again. Five Thunder Road sect. This is considered a Xian sect proper. The inheritance stone monuments are already here. Then the Five Thunder Road sect. Qingyo immediately had the feeling of a sea change. Soon, though, he regained his composure. Chapter 108, He Guangming. The Green Ox lived directly in the spirit world. The two of them, Bailing Water and Wooing Fei, followed behind the Green Ox to study. One is learning the way of the Danmaku. One is learning the demon path. After obtaining the ancestral dragon skeleton, 100 Spirit Water directly hid in the underwater cave to refine it. The Green Ox predicted that it would take a few months. Yang Qi was idle for a while. Dragon City, Scattered Wealth Pavilion. The Scattered Wealth Pavilion remains the same as it always was. Still, it's not exactly a cold place compared to what it used to be. As more and more people came to Dragon City, the Scattergoods Court has also been tapped. Originally, everyone thought Scattergories was nothing more than a physical game store, until they realized that some of the things that were not available inside the game mall were available inside the Scattered Wealth Pavilion. Once this news got out, many people came to visit. So much so that outside the scattered wealth pavilion, there had been a constant flow of people. When Yang Qi came here, there were several people gathered in front of Taoist scattered wealth. This scene, on the contrary, surprised Yang Qi. This scattered wealth pavilion, he was the only one who knew about it before. It's almost like it's his personal store. Now, the scattered wealth pavilion is open to the entire Dragon City people. That's a good thing. Yang Qi came here because he wanted to see if the scattered wealth pavilion had updated its merchandise. His current means of dealing with the enemy was more or less one-dimensional. There were no more sword arts other than flying swords. When I came here before, the highest grade spell I saw was the extreme grade spell. I don't know if there are any updates now. Looking at the people outside the scattered wealth pavilion, Yang Qi, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, from a distance, he put his flying sword away, landed on the ground, and came on foot. He also purposely cast a spell to change his facial features. Even so, Yang Qi's dusty aura was beyond the crowd. At a glance, it's a beautiful man. Yang Qi came directly to the scattered wealth pavilion, found a large crowd gathered in front, and still in an orderly queue. Yankee didn't cut in line either, straight to the back of the line. Most of the people who come here to buy supplies are young people. A few middle-aged people, too, came and went without spending too much effort on the part of purchasing goods. Instead, it was a young couple at the front, looking at the catalog in their hands and carefully selecting. We can't use this elixir. Just work hard to brush up on your experience value. This magic treasure is not bad. When you go out, you must do a good job of protection. But tomorrow the spirit world is going to sell off its magic treasures, so we can go and take a look. The spirit world sells things cheaper. The young couple picks carefully. Behind them, too, waited. Wasn't upset with the two of them for stalling. But who hasn't had to pick and choose? Who would come here to pick them out if they weren't shy? Nothing more than looking at the fact that things are cheaper here. Just at this time, a group of people in uniform walked over. These people were dressed in white. The man at the head of the group was a young man, wearing black sunglasses. As soon as the group arrived, they headed to the front of the line, with no intention of lining up. Yang Qi still wanted to stop it, but he was pulled back by the young man behind him. What's going on? Yankee wondered, but the young man was heard whispering, "Bro, you're crazy. They're from the HBC. Look at their clothes. They still have the logo of HBCG on the chest. Hapjian is one of the great powers of Dragon City. Brother, can't afford to offend. Better forget it. Look at the one at the head. It's He Guangming, the son of the Haijian group. I heard that he's about to break through the Yuaning realm. This guy, don't mess with." The young man's words were filled with scorn. When Yang Qi heard that it was a great power in Dragon City, he immediately became interested. The big powers in Dragon City, other than the first group? But this He Guangming's posse is quite big. Yang Qi decided to observe secretly. He Guangming took large strides and came directly to the front of the group. As soon as he did, he snatched the catalog out of the couple's hands. Behind him, someone immediately stepped forward and separated the two. The man was furious when he saw someone cutting in line like that, and with one hand, he flung away the person who came forward to block the way. "Go away!" The man let out a yell that caught everyone's attention. The man had the strength to break free, but his partner didn't have that. Being held up by two big men, he headed out. Struggling fruitlessly during this time, he looked at his partner in despair. "Let her go." The man was about to step forward. Who knew that a foot appeared from the side and kicked him directly in the stomach? He Guangming put down the catalog in his hand, a sneer on his face. "Phew, quite a backbone," he said, looking again at the woman not far away. A hint of greed flared in his eyes. He licked his lips. "Your girlfriend is quite pretty. I don't know if you've even heard the saying that since ancient times. A beautiful woman matches a hero. I don't think you're a hero when you look like this. Your girlfriend, I'll laugh about it." And then he turned to look at his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Take it back and wash it." The people from the HBCG nodded their heads back and forth. The man had by now been kicked to the ground in agony. His face contorted. There was hatred in his eyes. "In the past, I heard that the big powerful eunuchs of Dragon City were quite fond of collecting beautiful women." He's still not impressed. "Now, finally, I've seen it. Hate to be on the victim side." The man was furious and took out his own magic weapon in his arms, a brown tiger's claw that went right over his hand. A green glow appeared on the tiger's paw. There was a gasp of surprise from the people around them. This is the Jindan realm. So what if he's in the Jindan realm? The Haijian group's son is also in the Jindan realm and is about to be promoted. Those bodyguards, every one of them is at the Jindan realm. It's over. This kid is going to die. You can find your girlfriend again if she's gone, but your life is gone. The people around him were talking, and Yang Qi frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the tiger-clawed man was no match for these people. The tiger claw man was only at the beginning of the Jindan realm, while He Guangming was on the verge of advancing to the Yuaning realm. Although the two were in the same realm, but the digestive understanding of the inheritance was not even in the same class. This man will surely lose. Yang Qi's divine soul power was coiled around the perimeter, ready to strike at any time. The tiger claw man's eyes were filled with hatred, and with one claw, he swung at He Guangming. He Guangming smiled contemptuously. Such trash, how dare you resist? With that, a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was swung at extreme speed, directly blocking the tiger's claws, and within a very short period of time, the sword split the tiger's claw in half. You guys, take care of him, He Guangming bellowed. A few bodyguards behind him immediately stepped out. A dagger appeared in one of the hands, about to stab the tiger-clawed man in the heart. Chapter 109, Jiang Qingsong is my good brother. The woman being held up in the distance had despair in her eyes. By now the man had been held down with a handful of hands and had no chance to resist. The people around them, all of them twisted their heads away, unable to bear to see this scene. This is simply unwarranted. People come over to buy equipment properly and get killed straight away. What's wrong with you? Unfortunately, no one dared to stand up and speak out. It was because the other party was a big power in Dragon City. It's an existence that everyone can't afford to mess with. Opposing such an existence, all they could do was to hold their breath and not be noticed by the other party. The dagger stabbed at the man's heart. A smug smile appeared on He Guangming's face. In this world, strength says it all. This is his blessing. You can do all the things you want to do if you are strong enough. The weak, on the other hand, are only bullied. Just as the dagger was about to stab the man in the chest, the bodyguard who was gripping the dagger tightly suddenly turned red in the face and stalled in his movements. All he felt was his brain swelling, and all over his body. He couldn't control it. He Guangming saw that the bodyguard was slow to make a move. There was a great deal of anger. A kick to the bouncer. Why don't you do it? What are you doing? The bodyguard was kicked, and his entire body unexpectedly fell straight down. The crowd took a look. The bodyguard was bleeding from his 7 orifices, his eyes were dull, and he was already out of breath. Everyone was stunned. Who's this out there? This bodyguard was a strong person of the Jindan realm. Surprisingly, he was killed without a word. The Jindan realm, in the eyes of ordinary people, was already considered strong. Most of them are still under Jindan right now. He Guangming looked around, attempting to find out who was behind it, but wherever his gaze was directed, they all bowed their heads. How could he kill his bodyguard without a word when he didn't even dare to look him in the eye? Could it be that the existence in the loose wealth pavilion was making a move? That's not possible either. It wasn't like he hadn't done it before in front of the scattered wealth pavilion. It wasn't right that this wouldn't happen at all. It was at this time that a youth caught his attention. This youth not only dared to look himself straight in the eye, and the gaze was cold, not the slightest bit alarmed, but rather breezy. You, get out here. He Guangming stretched out his finger and pointed it at Yang Qi. Did you do it? In fact, to He Guangming, it didn't matter who did it. The important thing is that someone needs to take this on. These bodyguards, they're all from the Hopkins group. Something happened when he was brought out. There has to be an explanation for the HBCG. As it happened, Yanqi was already on his radar. Yang Qi coldly looked at him. The divine soul power poured out like a tidal wave. It was pressed directly onto He Guangming's body. What this He Guangming did, he really couldn't look past. He used to be a rich kid, too. He was extravagant and good at everything, but there was no persecution of others. On top of that, He Guangming dared to speak out against him. Originally, He Guangming was a bit more sensible, and this matter would be over. There are so many bad people in this world. He can't control them. It's good enough to reach out for help if you meet. This He Guangming is looking for death. He Guangming and a few of his bodyguards, their highest cultivation level was just the Jindan realm. How could one endure the divine soul power pressure of the transformation god realm? It was as if they were being weighed down by a huge mountain. It snapped and fell neatly to the ground. However, Yanqi didn't directly strike. Instead, they were left with a breath of air. Everyone around them was stunned by the scene. The male son of the Hapjian group was unexpectedly subdued directly by a mysterious man because of a single word. What made them even more surprised was that Yang Qi was actually an expert who could directly subdue a group of Jindan realm. Yuaning realm. Definitely the Yuaning realm. In their minds, the crowd immediately labeled Yang Qi. An expert of the Yuaning realm was hiding amongst the crowd. The youth who had just persuaded Yang Qi was even more incredulous. Looking at Yang Qi's figure, he was unable to return to his senses for a long time. He himself was actually talking to a Yuaning expert like this. Yang Qi walked idly and came directly in front of He Guangming. Staring into his eyes, he said coldly, "You're calling me?" He Guangming couldn't help but shiver as he looked at this look. Ryoga said, "Brother, you're an expert of the Yuaning realm. Let me go and I'll be grateful." Yang Qi asked with interest, "Oh, what's the heavy thanks? Tell me." When He Guangming heard this, he was pleased with himself. "So what if you're a Yuaning master? What's that in front of a behemoth like HEC? Still have to bow down obediently. Bro, my dad's the owner of the Hopken Group. You know about the Hajin Group, right? A big power that can be ranked in the top 5 in Dragon City. Group 1 Prince Jiang Qingsong is my good brother. Just let me go and I'll give you anything you want. Status, immortal crystals, beautiful women. I can fulfill them all. He Guangming blah 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 blah. Yankee only heard one sentence. Jiang Qingsong is my good brother. Yang Qi revealed a strange smile. I'm not interested in any of the others, but Jiang Qingsong is your good brother? In this case, if you let Jiang Qingsong come here, I'll let you go. Well, if he doesn't come, then I'll kill you. Yang Qi said in a flat tone with a harmless smile on his face, as if he was chopping prices in a vegetable market. He Guangming's face was bitter, but had to nod. Yes, I'll let him know right away. I'll only give you 20 minutes. Yang Qi said indifferently. The divine soul power was not withdrawn either. Instead, he turned around and came directly to the scattered wealth Taoist, those who were lining up. No one dared to stop Yang Qi at this time. Yankee just plugged away successfully. In the distance, the tiger-clawed man had long since come to his mate. The two cried tears of joy. If Yang Qi hadn't stepped in just now, the two of them would have ended up in a predictable situation. The two looked at Yang Qi with gratitude in their eyes, but seeing Yang Qi with such profound means, and they didn't dare to come up and say thank you. He Guangming on the ground thought for a moment, opened the game panel, sent a message to Jiang Qingsong. Jiang Qingsong was now an expert in the Yuaning realm. It was more than enough to come over and clean up the strange Yuaning realm at that time. And, backed by the first group of males, he just couldn't believe that this person really dared to kill him. After informing Jiang Qingsong, he sent another message to his dad. Your son has been beaten. Send someone. Jiang Qingsong, who was far away from the first group, saw this message. A frown creased his brow. What light? Letting your own family step in once and give a top-grade magic treasure? This business, it's worth it. Thinking about it, Jiang Qingsong put down the things in his hands, headed to Scattergood's court only. JCG, Big Boss Yi Jianlong saw this message. Immediately lead the masters of the HBCG there. Your own son was bullied in Dragon City? Is this not giving yourself face? Chapter 110, Who the hell is your buddy? In front of the scattered wealth pavilion, Yang Qi looked at He Guangming with interest. Within a moment, a figure came from the distant sky. This figure stepped on auspicious clouds and floated in. On it was none other than Jiang Qingsong himself. As soon as Jiang Qingsong appeared, he immediately caught the attention of the crowd. This is a Yuaning expert. Flying through the air is the sign of a Yuaning expert. Which Yuaning expert is here? Can it be that it's really Jiang Qingsong from Group 1? That big brother is finished. The first group has Yang Qi's back. Not to mention Dragon City. Not many people around the globe would dare to offend them. It's over. This young man, he doesn't know how to hold back. It's the same Yuaning. I wonder who's more powerful. Who's better? That goes without saying. I don't know how many good magic treasures he has on him. And, I heard that his inheritance is still from the spirit realm. This statement caused another sensation. Yang Qi was now the supreme being in the hearts of the Chinese people. A miracle that was performed and is still being talked about. In front of the scattered wealth pavilion, the crowd whispered. These words were extremely small in sound, but they couldn't escape Yang Qi's ears. Hearing these words, Yang Qi couldn't help but smile. Now that he's so famous? But think of the things you've done. It makes sense. Now Yang Qi hid his true appearance. It's not recognizable to anyone who isn't familiar with it. Above midair, Jiang Qingsong slowly fell. Auspicious clouds floated beneath his feet. It was a look of an immortal Taoist. When he saw He Guangming who was being crushed on the ground, immediately, he was furious, loudly chiding. Who the hell is it? Dare to bully my brother? Jiang Qingsong's words were also purposely shouted using spells, and the sound waves rolled deafeningly. The people in front of the scattered wealth pavilion were covering their ears and frowning. After shouting, Jiang Qingsong stomped on the ground. The party's auspicious clouds then dissipated. That's quite a push. Yankee whispered. Jiang Qingsong is still the same tart. Simply a forced pretender. As soon as he landed on the ground, he ignored everyone and came straight to He Guangming. The eyes were full of care. Dude, what's wrong with you? Where is my top-grade magic treasure? The previous sentence moved He Guangming. The heart said that this brother was worth it, but the latter sentence almost made him spit out blood 3 times. Jiang Shao, I'll give you the top-grade magic treasure when I get back. Now, finish up first. Jiang Qingsong saw He Guangming being pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Also curious, what's going on here? What did you do, brother? As soon as he said this, He Guangming had a belly full of bitterness. What else can I do? I met a tough guy. One move and I'm on the ground. The other party is in the Yuaning realm. That's why you were called out. As soon as Jiang Qingsong heard about the Yuaning realm, he was instantly on guard. Yuaning experts were not rare in China. It couldn't be someone from the spirit world, could it? This Yuaning realm you speak of. Where is it? How come I don't see it? Jiang Qingsong said doubtfully. He Guangming raised his hand and pointed at Yang Qi. That's him. Yang Qi looked at the two with a bashful face. When he Guangming saw Yang Qi like this, he immediately became angry. Asterisk 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 my good buddy Jiang Qingsong is here. Why don't you get off of me? Do you know who Jiang Qingsong is? The first group of males. Yuaning expert. It's very close to Yang Qi. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and tie your hands. Jiang Qingsong's arrival made He Guangming feel like he could do it again. Jiang Qingsong extremely enjoyed He Guangming's bragging. They even squinted their eyes and didn't even look at Yang Qi. It was at this time that Yankee spoke. You're Yang Qi's good brother? Jiang Qingsong had a smug look on his face. That's for sure. Really? Really? Sure. We're like brothers. Are you bored? Jiang Qingsong raised his head and was about to teach this wild Yuaning expert from nowhere a lesson. But he saw Yang Qi looking at him with a bashful face. Jiang Qingsong was immediately puzzled. Why does this guy look so familiar? Could it be that you've seen it before? But when you think about it, it's normal to have seen it. We are all in Dragon City. It's inevitable that we have had a meeting. However, for the sake of the top quality magic treasure, he still has to come out with this head today. He was about to lash out, but he saw Yang Qi's cheeks squirm, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original appearance. Jiang Qingsong took a look and his mind was shaken, almost scared out of my wits. Isn't this ING Yankee? So it's this guy. He said what a coincidence. Jiang Qingsong revealed a smile that was worse than tears. In front of Yang Qi, how could he dare to act out? He was extremely upset with He Guangming in his heart. I treat you like a brother, and you put me on a ING fire? Cam. He Guangming, who was on the side, was bottoming out at this time. Jiang Xiao, help me kill him. If I don't get him killed, it's hard to solve my heart's hatred. Jiang Qingsong's eyelids fluttered when he heard these words. Kill him? Who the hell else has the power? In a hurry, he said. Big brother, this is a misunderstanding. I am just passing by today. I am not familiar with this person. My sow is about to give birth. So I'll go first. He Guangming, take care of yourself. With that, Jiang Qingsong was about to leave. Jiang Xiao, we are good brothers. You have to help me. Jiang Qingsong's cold hairs exploded when he heard the words good brother. A leg kick was thrown at He Guangming. Who the is your buddy? This time, He Guangming was all confused. Didn't you say you'd come over to give me a head start? What's with the change of heart at this time? And kicked me in the ass. That's not even close to the way it's supposed to go. Could it be because I gave too little leverage? It's really possible when you think about it. Jiang Qingsong was not only in the Yuaning realm now, his status was even more honorable. Times are different now. The first group now stands as the most powerful force in China. There was again the presence of Yang Qi behind it. The value of the body is naturally different. He Guangming whispered again. Jiang Xiao, my dad will be here soon. You'll have whatever you want at that time. You hang in there. Wait for my dad. Just don't let him kill me. You're also at the Yuaning realm. Blocking him won't be too much of a problem. Don't worry. I won't let you go out on a limb for nothing. The more Jiang Qingsong listened, the paler his face became. Well, it was a junior thing, but now the elders are called and it's over. According to the virtue of the HBCG, in the future of this Dragon City, the HBCG has no chance to stay. As for fighting with Yang Qi, Jiang Qingsong is very self-aware. Has he been beaten up enough? Even if the entire first group of people went together, they were not Yang Qi's opponents. Who does Yang Qi want to kill? Is it something he can stop? Jiang Xiao, why is your face so white? He Guangming saw Jiang Qingsong's face getting paler and couldn't help but ask. The 111th joint venture group will be gone by sundown. Jiang Qingsong was on the verge of tears. Why do you think I look so pale? How dare you ask? Just at this time, a group of people came here in great numbers. A group of people were wearing the same clothing of the HBCG, and the person at the head of the group was an old man with gray hair. The man was He Longdong, the owner of the Hapjian group. Behind him stood dozens of Jindan realm experts. Each one has a powerful breath. Ho Longdong's entrance was also extremely tawdry. When he came to the front of the scattered wealth pavilion, it was with a roar. Which ungrateful thing bullied my son? Stand out for me. The crowd scrunched their necks at the words. The HBCG is someone they can't afford to offend. The eyes that looked at Yang Qi were filled with pity. This young man, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape today. But he didn't realize that Yang Qi's appearance had changed. If someone looked closely, they would definitely be able to recognize that this was the famous Yang Qi. However, everyone's eyes were now on the person from the HBCG. Didn't notice Yan Qi at all. Before He Longdong could take offense, Jiang Qingsong stood forward. Jiang Qingsong finally saw it now. Yankee is screwing up. Put out the fire before you make a big deal out of it. Maybe you can even get away with it yourself. He Longdong saw that Jiang Qingsong was also here. he smiled politely. So Azora is here too. You two brothers need to move around more. First things first, I'll treat you to a big dinner later. The first group behind Jiang Qingsong is still the existence that HJG looks up to. Moreover, Jiang Qingsong had already broken through to the Yuaning realm, and his future was unlimited. Having a good relationship with Jiang Qingsong belongs to a book, but Jiang Qingsong's words directly made him freeze in place. Who's buddy-buddy with him? I'll leave my words here today. From now on, I have nothing to do with He Guangming. After saying that, he directly made a stop towards Yang Qi's back. I'll look like I'm rooting for him. When He Guangming heard these words, his mind buzzed, and he couldn't even come up with an explanation. When Jiang Qingsong came here today, he changed his appearance. Qingsong, don't be impulsive. Any conflicts can be resolved. He Longdong laughed. Instead, he saw Yang Qi calmly standing there. His brain wangled, almost didn't react. Yang Qi's true face, he had the honor of seeing it once. That's Yankee back in Eagle Jam country. Numerous forces went forward to meet them. Only Yanqi didn't look at them. Straight away, the imperial sword went. I didn't expect to see Yanqi here. Ah, this, Mr. Yang. With a smile, He Longdong greeted him. Being pressed to the ground, He Guangming saw his dad being so polite to Yang Qi. There was a great rush. Dad, what are you doing? He's the one who moved. Kill him. He Longdong's footsteps stalled, and the smile on his face froze directly. For a moment, he was in a cold sweat. How he didn't know his son's character. Some of the excesses were done quite a bit. However, with the background of the joint construction group here, has not encountered a hard opponent just. But today, it's a hard kick in the pants. He Longdong turned around without hesitation and took out a dagger in his arms. Come to your own son. Dad, what are you doing? He Guangming looked confused. Adversary, do you know who he is? He's Yang Qi. He Guangming looked incredulous. Impossible. I've seen Yang Qi's appearance. The voice weakened at the end of a sentence. He is also not a cutie pie. With the popularity of inheritance, it's not uncommon to change your looks. Just a flash of despair rose to his face. The surrounding people were shocked when they heard that this person was Yang Qi. When they looked at Yang Qi, they realized that the appearance had changed. Identify carefully. Isn't this none other than Yankee? In the distance, the couple was confused by now. I didn't expect to be saved by the legendary Yang Qi. At this point, the dagger in He Longdong's hand had been delivered to He Guangming's eyes. Mr. Yang, my son doesn't know what he's doing. Can you be magnanimous and spare his life? If Mr. Yang spares his life, I, Hajian Group, will be at Mr. Yang's disposal in the future. On the contrary, I'll personally take his dog's life today, and I only hope that Mr. Yang will spare us. The Hajian Group. He Longdong's eyes were filled with hideousness. In order to keep HBCG, he did not hesitate to beastly kill his own son, but at the end of the day, it's still a struggle. It might even save He Guangming's life. The surrounding melon eaters, including Jiang Qingsong, were stunned by He Longdong's ruthlessness. Not far away, the eaters whispered, the old president of the HBCG is not simple, too ruthless, even your own son. He Guangming this damn. Do you think Yang Qi will let go of He Guangming this? I see the hanging. The couple looked at He Guangming with hate in their eyes. Just now, the two of them were almost victimized by He Guangming. In their hearts, they naturally hoped that He Guangming would die in order to resolve their hatred. Yang Qi coldly smiled. Feel free, such people are not worthy of pity. He couldn't believe that He Guangming didn't know what He Longdong had done, but it's just been harboring it. He Longdong's heart was vicious. A vicious stab at He Guangming's neck. At once, blood spurted out. It directly sprinkled He Longdong's face. The clothes on his body were stained red. Even the gray hair turned into a head of red hair. For a while, He Longdong seemed to have aged a lot, but he had an aura that made a crowd of people tremble with fear. This man is just too ruthless. Jiang Qingsong opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. Right here at this time, Zhang Ao's figure fell in midair. Zhang Ao was in his prime and had recently broken through to the Yuaning realm. As soon as he landed, he came in front of Yang Qi. Mr. Yang. Yankee nodded. Zhang Ao looked at He Longdong, who was holding a corpse on the ground, quickly guessed what was happening here as well. At this time, He Longdong nodded to Zhang Ao. Sort of a hello. Mr. Yang, I hope you keep your promise and don't take today's matter into consideration. Hear that? Yankee laughed. I didn't promise anything. You killed your son yourself. When He Longdong heard these words, he was furious. And yet there were no words. Mr. Jiang, the first thing that makes you come here is that this son of yours is going to be confined. Secondly, the HBC, by sundown today, is going to disappear into the world. A favor that requires your help. Yang Qi's tone was flat. The fate of HBCG is directly set in stone. Jiang Qingsong revealed a lifeless expression when he heard this, but he was slapped in the face by Zhang Ao. Why don't you go back and lock yourself up? Jiang Qingsong, as if amnestied, set up a cloud and disappeared directly into the sky. Chapter 112, Small World Mapping. A sword from beyond the heavens. He Long Dong had a look of despair on his face at this moment. With one sentence, Yang Qi made his lifelong efforts go down the drain. This was Yang Qi's strength. When the surrounding spectators heard Yang Qi's words, everyone was wearing a quick smile. The unrelenting force that is the HBC is finally going away. Jiang Ao was slightly stunned. He had heard a little about what the HBCG had done, but in today's view, the downfall of the JCG is a matter of the heart. Mr. You still have 3 hours to prepare for the aftermath, Jiang Ao said indifferently, not paying the slightest attention to Yi Longdong's pleas for mercy. After saying that, he directly set up the auspicious clouds and left. Yi Longdong lost his mind and looked at Yang Qi's back, so he had no choice but to obediently leave. Yang Qi had already picked up the merchandise catalog and was viewing it at this time. This time, the Scattergories catalog has been updated. Right now, Yang Qi's magic treasure had the Yuan 2 Abi twin swords, although it was only the grade of an extreme magic treasure. But with all this killing, the Yuan 2 Arnica sword was faintly showing signs of upgrading its grade. These two swords were promoted to a grade that was that of a lower grade Hotian spiritual treasure. It was completely enough for Yang Qi to use. Moreover, these two swords have a lot of potential. Keep following Yang Qi and sooner or later, he would recover his original rank. Yang Qi had come here mainly for the spell aptitude. There were also several supporting spells in the sword sex inheritance. The two spells of Imperial Sword Flight and Flying Sword had always been Yang Qi's specialty, but it was still too one-dimensional for Yankee. Open the spell avatar section. Yang Qi realized that in addition to the extremely high-grade spells, new grades had unexpectedly appeared. That's fairy magic. The so-called immortal techniques were naturally the spell aptitudes used by powerful people above the level of immortal. After taking a look, the highest grade spells now were merely immortal spells. As for the spells and aptitudes above the immortal arts, they had not yet appeared. Among the immortal arts, there weren't many sword magic aptitudes. Most of them were lower grade immortal arts. Yang Qi took 2 cursory glances and lost interest. Green Sun Immortal Sword, Dragon Scale Immortal Sword. There were quite a lot of lower grade immortal sword techniques, but none of them could get into Yang Qi's eyes. These lower grade immortal sword techniques, when it was executed, it was probably comparable to Yang Qi's flying sword spell. It wasn't as flexible as Yang Qi's flying sword spell. Yang Qi didn't hesitate to turn the page. When he saw an extreme immortal art, Yang Qi's eyes lit up. A sword from beyond the sky, extreme immortal technique, communicating the mysterious power beyond the sky, converging into a sword chi, descending from the sky, taking lives. Yang Qi looked at the spell with an odd expression on his face. Isn't that the great sword of Demacia? It's a masterstroke level of existence. It seems that this immortal technique is from the official hand of the game. Yang Qi had been exposed to more spells and aptitudes. It's probably understood now too. All things that can be categorized into 2 kinds. One is from the flooded world. One is from a mysterious game official. Whether it's a legacy or a treasure or a spell, there are traces of the game's officiality within. Just like the legacy that Charlie's Mark gained was the handiwork of the game's officials. This heavenly outer sword extreme immortal arts. 2. Looked at the asking price. A full 300,000 immortal crystals were needed. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and directly purchased it. Need to save fairy crystals no problem. But all of this presupposes that one's strength is strong. Without strength, having more immortal crystals would be in vain. After purchasing it, a light fell onto Yang Qi's hand. It was the skill book of the heavenly sword. The so-called spells are what they are called in China. The rest of the countries, too, have their own names. It's all skills, as the game uniformly calls them. After Yang Qi got the skill book, he directly chose to learn it. A sword in the sky, successful study. Yang Qi didn't immediately put down the catalog after seeing this prompt. He also wanted to see what other stuff had been updated for this one. The catalog, which has several sections, feats, spells, magic treasures, elixirs, miscellaneous items, and so on. In the category of pills, Yang Qi directly bought several commonly used ones. For example, mana restoration, antidote elixir, and so on. All are purchased in the highest grades. It cost Yang Qi several thousand immortal crystals. Subsequently, Yang Qi opened the miscellaneous category. The category of miscellaneous is mostly a mess. Yang Qi even saw male medicines here. Aphrodisiacs and kidney tonic messy things. Yang Qi looked at it and was pretty sure that he didn't have a need for it. Then it kept browsing down. One item directly made Yang Qi's eyes light up. A copy of the illustrated book, priced at 100,000 immortal crystals. Yeah, Yankee was stunned. There's such a thing? How did he not know that in his previous life? Is it possible that it is because of the series of changes that arose after the martyrdom of Tai Shan Lao Jun? The so-called copies are what the game officially calls them. Change the name of the country of China. That's the small world. Each small world is a copy. Small worlds are now being annexed. It's hard to believe that this thing can't monitor the state of all small worlds. Filled with curiosity, Yang Qi opened the details page. Copy of the illustrated book can be loaded in the game panel page illustrated section. Real-time detection of the state of the copy. You can view the copy of the background, characters, and details. Remarks: the copy icon needs to be bound to a country, and after it is bound, you can only view copies within that country. After reading it, Yanqi was surprised. This is the kind of thing that is simply a godsend. It's definitely something official from the game. Without hesitation, Yang Qi chose to purchase it. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 immortal crystals were deducted. In Yanqi's game interface, a prompt popped up. More sections are detected to be loaded. Are they loaded? Loading. Section loaded successfully. Welcome to the replica illustration section. Please bind the country. Yankee bound for China. After the binding is over, the copy artwork section appears. Yanqi clicked on it. There is a wealth of information within the Discover section. It's simply not possible to look at it in detail at a moment's notice. This section has a total of 2 functions. One function is to view the number of copies, small worlds, in the country as well as the situation. One function was that as long as Yanqi was near a certain copy, small world, Yanqi could automatically obtain information within the copy. The information here includes, but is not limited to, the level of replica, and the level of danger of the replica. Yanqi looked away, very satisfied, glanced at the catalog in his hand. Yang Qi found that the copy icon merchandise on top of the catalog had disappeared. It's obviously been taken off the shelves. Looks like it's a uniqueness prop. Yanqi muttered. A uniqueness item is, as the name suggests, the only one in the world. Yang Qi couldn't help but be glad. Luckily, I bought it myself. Otherwise, if it was purchased by other countries, China's advantage would not be obvious. As far as he knew, there were NPCs like categories in other countries as well. Some of these goods are connected. Every once in a while, a new batch of stuff would appear here at categories. Chapter 113 Small World Illustrations. Copy level. NPCs like the scattered fortune toast from the game's officials are a special kind of existence. Every time the merchandise was refreshed, something that surprised Yanqi appeared. After Yang Qi purchased the copy icon, there were no more other things to buy. Put the catalog directly back on your desktop. At this time a group of people in the distance were still waiting here. After Yang Qi completed his purchase, he directly rode his flying sword to leave. The crowd looked at Yang Qi's back with a sigh. Someone like Yang Qi, who was a divine dragon, was actually seen by them today, and it also cleaned up the HBC. Guess what Yanqi bought? It's great to be rich. Hopken group is going to be finished. Just because of He Guangming, the entire Haijian group has to be finished. Yang Qi is also too powerful. Jiang Ao of the first group has to listen to him. That's group 1. What do you know? If it wasn't for Yang Qi, the first group would have cooled off a long time ago, and if they hadn't relied on this thigh, they would probably have been split up long ago. That's true. Less than 2 bells. A big news story came out. China's top 5 ranked major power, the Haijian group, had been exterminated by the first group in just 1 bell. Ho Lung Tung, the veteran boss of Hopkin group, killed himself in the Hopkin group building. The core of the HBCG was purged outright. The persons concerned were directly expelled. As for things like the HBCG assets and so on, they naturally ended up in the pockets of the first group. The reason was said to be that He Guangming, the male son of the Haijian group, had done something to bully men and women in front of Yang Qi. This news immediately caused a sensation as soon as it was released. The Hapjian group, a major power in the top 5 of China. Surprisingly, they were exterminated in a short period of time. Everyone was curious about the strength of the first group. The first group was worthy of being the number 1 power in China. Of even greater interest is the reason for the demise of the HBCG. Everyone has more or less heard a little bit about the deeds of the male son of the Haijian group who bullied men and women. Because of such a powerful background as his HBCG, no one dared to trouble him. It is said that He Guangming has a close relationship with the first group of salaries. With such a background, who dares to mess with it? Everyone is just outraged. Now, Yanqi struck. The rest of the great powers after hearing this news. The first order of business turned out to be a purge of insiders. Anyone who had a history of relevant deeds was cleared in the first instance, and released a statement that explicitly said that this person is not related to him. Fear of being targeted by Yang Qi. In case he was targeted by Yang Qi, it would be the end of the world. With the HBCG as a foregone conclusion, the rest of us naturally know what to do. For a while, Yang Qi's appeal reached a new high, both the chat channel and the forums. It's all being discussed, and at this time, Yang Qi had already returned to the spirit world, enjoying the rush of the spiritual world's aura. Yang Qi opened the illustrated section of the copy. Only after a long time did Yang Qi close the copy illustration section. Exhale deeply. Right now, There are countless small worlds within China, but it can be divided into several classes. There are 5 levels: mythic, epic, legendary, elite, and normal. In the first echelon were the legendary saintly sects, as well as the small worlds of heaven and earth and so on. Mythological replicas: Heaven, Earth, Spirit Mountain, Golden Turtle Island, Kunlun Mountain, 33 Heavens, and Shoyang Mountain. Mythic level copies, small worlds, are associated with saints. The heavenly court is the palace of the heavenly emperor, the ruler of the 3 worlds, in which there are countless heavenly soldiers and generals. And the heavenly emperor is even more powerful in background, and to a certain extent, he can be equal to the saints. The hell seems to be a subsidiary of the heavenly court. In fact, there are 6 channels of reincarnation within the hell, in which there are countless great powers. 10 halls of Yen Luo and other powerful people are famous, but also the legend of the saint realm of the back of the earth. Incarnation of the 6 channels of reincarnation. The strength of the powerful. Spirit Mountain is the Western Buddha's practice place. Each Buddha practice are saints' inheritance. The strong and mighty is countless. There are 2 saints in the town, respectively, is to guide the Taoist Junti, the Golden Turtle Island. On the other hand, is the Saint Tongtian sect leader's dojo, which contains Tongtian sect leader's disciples with the ability to pass through the heavens and the earth. The Wu Yun Xian that Yang Qi met came from this place, and the sword sect inheritance and immortal execution sword intent that Yang Qi practiced. The source is also from this place. The Kunlun Mountain is the dojo of the sage Yuan Shi Tianzun, in which there are 12 golden immortals, famous in the flood, each with the right roots and extraordinary strength. The remaining 2, a 33rd heaven, are the hermitage of the sage Nuwa, Shoyang Mountain, the dojo of sage Tai Ching. Sage Tai Ching's strength was unfathomable as the head of the 3 purities. The Taishan Lao Jun that Yang Qi had met was the alter ego of the Tai Ching sage. The first tier of copies are all related to saints, and the second tier of epic copies. It is also the place where the great powers of the flood are located. There is the 3-star cave of the slanting moon of Old Man Bodhi, the boundless sea of blood of Old Man Styx, and the 5-story temple of immortal Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals, and so on. There weren't many copies of this type, and they were the most powerful group of beings under the saints. In the 3rd tier, there are copies of legends. There were more copies of this type, and the sword sect small world that Yang Qi had traveled to was in this category. To be ranked in this list is some of the most popular in existence, such as the land of the 4 seas of the Dragon Clan and the dojo of a certain great power. The 4th echelon, on the other hand, is the territory of some powerful people. Most of them are the location of powerful people above the heavenly immortals. To Yang Qi's surprise, the spirit world was also in the 4th echelon. The spirit world would have belonged to the 5th echelon, but as Yang Qi fused and refined more and more small worlds, especially the fusion of the small world that the Lion King was in, being ranked in the 4th tier is not surprising. It was important to know that the Lion King was also a powerhouse above the heavenly immortals. As for the 5th tier regular copies, it was the most copies that Yang Qi usually encountered. There are a large number of such copies. The boundaries within them are small, and the beings within them are not very strong. The higher the level up the replica, the smaller the number, the more powerful the beings in it are. Yang Qi looked stunned. Ryoga came back to his senses. Looking at these small worlds, he couldn't help but sigh. The flood world is just too big. Even if the world collapsed and clung to the blue star in the form of a small world, it still made Yang Qi bit in awe. Right now, the highest ranked small world that Yang Qi had been to was the sword sect small world, ranked in the 3rd tier of the legends hierarchy. Any strong person within the sword sect small world could make Yang Qi unmatched. The small world where the green ox was located could be ranked in the 4th tier. The 4th tier alone makes, and the second first tier? At this moment, Yang Qi felt small. However, Yanqi quickly regained his composure. So what if it's a mythic level copy? With the memory of his previous life, there is also an inexhaustible balance of immortal crystals. Sooner or later he would kill through these copies. Include these small worlds in the map of the spirit world. Chapter 114, the first 7th order appears. Now that the beings in the small world that exceeded the Jindan realm couldn't go out, it was Yang Qi's only advantage. If this restriction is lifted, the appearance of those powerful beings in the real world would be a disaster. Thinking about it, Yanqi opened the global leaderboard. Right now, the state tournament is stuck on the first schedule, also known as the rank challenge. It was because before, Yang Qi had brazenly struck out the Nissan and Eagle Jam countries. Let everyone know that China is not to be messed with. The first race is now drawing to a close, and no other country has come to challenge China. More than a month has passed. 1 game in 7 days. At this point, 5 games have been played. In Yang Qi's memory, there were a total of 9 ranked challenge matches. That means there are at most 3 games left. China needs to strike again at this point. The purpose of this schedule is simple. More than 100 countries around the world, in compost mode, The country that wins the most has the advantage. The losing country, at a later date, will be annihilated by monsters killed in the replica, eventually leading to the destruction of the country. Opening the leaderboards, the scene that caught his eyes made Yang Qi quite surprised. The person at the top of the rankings had actually reached the 7th rank. Translated into the Chinese inheritance system, the 7th rank were already Mahayana stage existences, but the first place belongs to A.S. The specific inheritance system, Yang Qi also did not know. Yankee looked to the 2nd place. Surprisingly, it's also an A.S. Yanqi was even more surprised. At a cursory glance, the people of the 3 countries of the A.S. had taken up the top 5 of the world rankings, except for the first one, who was 7th order. The rest of them were 6th order. What has the A.S. done? By the looks of it, something should have happened in the territory of the 3 kingdoms. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many powerful people suddenly appearing. Yankee thought for a moment. Immediately let Wu Yingfei come. In less than a moment, Wu Yingfei landed in front of Yang Qi on an auspicious cloud. Mr. Yan. Wu Yingfei, a breath is very condensed. The whole person does not have people before that share of the fury, but very kind. It's a change in temperament. These days Wu Yingfei had been studying the Dan Dao under Qingyo. It looks like a great harvest. What's going on? Over there in the A.S. Wu Yingfei is Yang Qi's personal assistant. She has always been in charge of these things. Sure enough, Wu Yingfei immediately took out a bunch of papers. There was an incident in the 3 kingdoms half a month ago. The legendary god of destruction, Shiva, who woke up in one of the replicas, happened to meet a few people on the leaderboard. Take the 5 as divine servants and grant them power. These 5 people, within a short period of time, were promoted from the 3rd rank to the 6th and 7th ranks. So far, they've led the tribe to win 3 challenges. One of those games was Eagle Jam Nation. Yang Qi nodded slightly as he listened. That's the way it is in this day and age. If you're lucky and come across some strange encounters, it's not a dream to soar to the heavens. That's the case with these 5 people in the Agri state. Originally an ordinary person, but after receiving a chance, he immediately changed into a human being. Who has the challenge token swiped these days? Yang Qi asked again. Challenge token boss. Refreshed every 7 days. Yang Qi had long ago arranged for Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers to bag this piece. Over here. Wu Yingfei reached out and took out 5 tokens in his storage ring. It's now the 6th round of challenges. Apart from the first token that Yang Qi had just obtained, all the tokens were now in Yang Qi's hands. Yang Qi wiped it and put the token into his storage ring. Now, wait for the challenge to come. It's composting time though. Seeing as how Yankee didn't want to randomly challenge other countries either, there is only one thing to do now. That's a closed-door breakthrough realm. The immortal cultivation system was very troublesome to advance in the realm and required seclusion, and promotions vary from person to person. Last time, if Yang Qi hadn't been because he hadn't calculated the time to break through the realm, and it doesn't happen that you go to another country to carry out a beheading operation, Yankee said this was very wrong. With a flash of his body, Yang Qi directly came within his room. Right now, his experience value was nearly 2 million, and the experience value needed to advance to refined void was merely 500,000. According to Yang Qi's estimation, these experience values could directly reach the Mahayana realm, that is, the 7th order. Is there a promotion? This promotion is expected to last 7 days. Yang Qi was slightly stunned when he saw this prompt. As you advance in realm, the game panel also has a thoughtful countdown to promotion time. Very good. Promotion. As Yankee clicked on promotion, the experience value is directly deducted by 500,000. A powerful aura appeared around Yang Qi. This aura was very diverse, with the power of mana and the power of the divine soul. Everything around Yang Qi was swept away. Under the powerful force, it turned into flying dust. As this power grew stronger, Yang Qi began to settle down. Spiritual boundary. By a clear pool of water, the green bull flicked its tail in a graceful manner. On the side, were the 2 of them, 100 Spirit Water and Wu Yingfei. A man was burning a fire to a Dan furnace. A man is reading an ancient book. Every now and then, there was a burst of fire that rose to the sky. With a flick of the green ox's tail, the rushing fire was suppressed. Suddenly, the green ox looked towards the center of the spirit world, and in his eyes, there was a look of shock. He broke through the realm with such a commotion. This is still just the refined void realm. On the side, Wu Yingfei was puzzled. Senior brother Nyo, who's breaking through the realm? Ha! Who else could it be? That little lover of yours? Yang Qi, Green Ox teased. Wu Yingfei's face reddened slightly. Nor did he speak. It hadn't been long since Yang Qi had been promoted to God of Transformation. I'm surprised I saved up enough experience points to upgrade so quickly. Looks like I'll have to try to catch up myself. On the side, 100 Spirit Water held the ancestral dragon skeleton and looked it up and down. Elder Nyo, When will I be able to refine the ancestral dragon skeleton? If I don't refine it, I'll really become the mascot of my master's family. 100 Spirit Water was also under a lot of pressure at this time. After Yang Qi completed this promotion, he was in the refined Void Realm. It was sufficiently 2 realms above her. Being used as a mascot is no joke. What's the rush? If you refine it now, you'll have to be directly shocked to death by the ancestral dragon's pressure. The green ox glared and said with hatred. 100 Spirit Waters shrunk her neck and obediently continued to cultivate. Within the spiritual realm, everyone is trying to make progress. The world chat channel in the outside world, on the other hand, was already a bustling scene, as a few of the Agnus Dei people leveled up. The A.S. is now as popular as ever. Basically everyone thinks that the A-tribe was the eventual winner of the first round of the tournament. As for China, at this point in the global leaderboards, there was not a single person from China. As the number of Chinese on the rank list decreases, there is less and less talk of China. Chapter 115, China? Defeat is certain. Agri State, Royal Palace. There are no royal palaces in the 3 countries of the Arakanese for nothing, but with the 5 guys who came out of nowhere a while back, become the most powerful person in A.S.A. The whole of Agri was under the control of the 5 men, and 5 splendid royal palaces were built in a short time. These 5 men, also known as the 5 Kings of San, the 5 kings are 5 brothers. All 10 brothers are a normal phenomenon in the A state. The poorer the family, the more they have to have more children and turn around by virtue of the number of laborers. The family of the 5 kings is a prime example. They themselves are the lowest level of existence in the A.S., but the game came along and changed their fate. Overnight, it became the most powerful man in A.S.A. All those aristocratic classes of yesteryear now have to bow down to them. It can be said that the 5 kings are already in control of the 3 kingdoms of Arakan. At this time, Wang Wu was concentrated in a royal palace. 5 gold-encrusted and jade-encrusted thrones were seated within the lobby. On each throne sat a man with a naked body. Brothers, we've won 5 challenges, and the resources of the entire A-tribe have multiplied several times. The public is growing in favor of us. A tall, thin man of brown complexion, bill in hand, reported to the rest of the group. A few of the rest of the group were smiling when they heard those words. Good, we, the 5 brothers, will sooner or later become the greatest in this kingdom. Ergo, we are now the greatest people in the land of yes. Ha ha, what third brother said. Within the royal palaces, bursts of laughter were heard. It took a long time for the laughter to die down. Right now, globally, we have absolute dominance in A.S. Each of the 5 of us is above the 6th rank, and Big Brother is already at the 7th rank. In the world, no one can beat it, but the challenge isn't over yet. We can still win a few more times. At that time, we will be able to oust that group of nobles through the power of the people. Now to determine the next challenge. What do you propose, brothers? The tall, thin man looked around. It was a meeting within their 5 brothers. Every challenge to another country is negotiated by 5 people. As soon as it is said that it is going to challenge other countries, all 5 of them were eager to try, full of excitement. Now, they're in the crushing category. No country is a match for them. Globally, powerful nations have been challenged by us. The only one that hasn't been challenged is China. Big Brother, I propose that we challenge China. At that moment, the second brother of the 5 stepped forward. The eyes were full of wariness. The rest of them looked at each other in disbelief. No way, China's Yang Qi is powerful, and there have been cases of cross-country kills, so there's no need for us to take that risk. Just challenge China. There's no one from China on the global rankings now. What are we afraid of? That's right, Yang Qi's rank is so low. How strong can he be? I just don't believe that he dares to come to the 3 kingdoms. For a while, the palace was in chaos. After a long time, the man who had landed at the top of the seat spoke. The majestic voice spread throughout the palace. The next country to challenge, China. As the eldest of the 5 kings spoke, everyone shut up. Their big brother, the most powerful, was still the centerpiece of the 5. Big Brother, this isn't right. The 5th king is still trying to struggle, but he was interrupted by the Maharaja. 5th brother, you've always had a problem as the wise man among our 5 kings, but bravery, as a big brother, I want you to face up to this. Just as the words fell, the great king's figure disappeared above the throne, leaving the remaining 4, looking at each other in disbelief. Big Brother's strength is strong again. Big Brother is confident in killing Yang Qi. Listen to Big Brother. After the 5 kings of the 3 kingdoms of A discussed the results, then the news was spread to the people of the country. For a while, the people of the 3 countries of the A.R. were enthusiastic. Now, the world is looking at the next challenge for the A3. Given the current situation, as long as you are targeted by the A3, you are bound to lose. Up to the 7th order of existence, plus the remaining 4 6th order. Let all nations despair. even a few of the countries that used to bounce around the most. At the sight of the Argonauts appearing, they all streaked and shut up. Suffice it to say that the A.S.S. is now in a position to do so. The global situation is now implicated in every move made by the 3 Arab countries. As is customary, the A.S.A. is the day after the challenge is over. We'll announce the next challenge on the World Channel. Just when everyone was waiting anxiously, shocking news from the A.S.S. people. The 5 kings have announced that they will challenge China in a day's time. This news immediately caused a furor in the World Channel as soon as it was released. The crowd wanted to confirm the veracity of this story. After all, it's not uncommon for people from various countries to mouth off on world chat channels. Soon after, one of the 5 kings of San left a message on the forum, confirming that the news was true. China has no one left in the global rankings to worry about. This somewhat provocative statement pushed this one hot button to the top of the heap. China's war record is well known. Even the strongest countries at the time, Eagle Jam and Nissan, almost won over China at the time. However, Yang Qi went backwards and directly spent a large amount of immortal crystals, crossed the ocean and killed the highest ranked person on the other side, resulting in the 2 countries until now are not enough youth, can be unique strong one, especially the Nissan state. It has become a challenge to all nations. Is it possible that the 3 kingdoms are not afraid of Yankee's old tricks? Sangwei is confident and not afraid of Yang Qi at all. Now that the Chinese can't even make it to the world rankings, the rank gap is already huge. China is no longer worthy of respect. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. Even if Yang Qi could kill his enemies across levels, it's impossible for him to cross 2 realms. Last time, he only crossed 1 level to kill the enemy. This time, the 3 kingdoms are set on China. The 3 kingdoms are too strong now. No one is their match. Eaters have great faith in the challenge of the A.S.A. China, after all, really didn't have too many high-level people. The level had reached the 6th and 7th order, and it was extremely difficult to raise it. The amount of experience value needed to move up a level was astronomical. Short of that, it can't be flipped. Besides, many people want to see if China, now, still has the strength to ask for the top. If not, the next few waves of challenges, China will be at the center of a global storm. Many countries are already looking forward to it. China, Group 1. Zhang Ao's face clouded over as he looked at the information in the forum. Chapter 116, How can we win now? After Zhang Ao received this news, the first thing he thought of was Yang Qi. Yang Qi was only at the 5th rank now. On the world rankings, the worst was the 6th rank. 5th order, there was no longer a possibility of being on the list. In the entire country of China, the person with the highest rank was also Yang Qi. Other than Yang Qi, most of the others were at the Jindan realm. There were also hundreds of people in the Yuaning realm, but the Yuaning realm was only the 4th order. There's no comparison to the 5 kings of Agri. The only thing that could be done now was for Yang Qi to repeat his old trick and directly teleport to Agua to put Wang Wu to death. However, the highest rank of the 5 kings was already the 7th rank. With Yang Qi's 5th rank, even if he was more powerful, he was not their opponent. First, ask Yankee how to fix it. Zhang Ao thought about it and decided to contact Yang Qi first. Ask Yankee what to do about it. Edited the message and sent it over, only to find that Yanqi didn't reply at all. Zhang Ao waited for a long time and had to contact Wu Yingfei. The response he got left him in despair. Mr. Yang has gone into seclusion. Don't disturb him. Zhang Ao was now also an expert in the Yuaning realm. Knowing that promotion to the realm requires seclusion, Yang Qi was closed, so he could only rely on himself. Wu Yingfei had been studying the Dan Dao at Qingyou's side. No knowledge of what was happening on the World Chat channel, but after getting this news, it was also the first upgrade that was prepared. She disregarded the Green Ox's discouragement and directly went forward to practice in the small world. The 4 Lu Qinxiao brothers also entered the small world at the same time. Spiritual people are trying to upgrade. Above the forums in China, there was already an uproar. The 3 kingdoms challenged us? Where's Biggie Yankee? Tell him to go to the 3 kingdoms and kill through them. Yeah, A.S. is so ungrateful. It seems that Big Brother Yankee's fame hasn't spread to the 3 kingdoms yet. Everyone thought that as long as Yanqi stepped in, this matter would be resolved. After all, the last time Yankee had solved something like this, it made people's blood boil. In everyone's mind, as long as Yang Qi stepped in, there was nothing he couldn't solve. However, someone soon poured cold water on the situation. Upstairs, don't blow it. Big Brother Yang Qi is only at the 5th rank now, and the highest ranks in Agua are already at the 7th rank. Are you asking Big Brother Yang Qi to die? The 3 kingdoms challenged us. Our skills are inferior, so we lost. Just practice hard and challenge us back next time. Be clearly cognizant of the gap between yourself and your enemy. After seeing these words, the Chinese people woke up in silence. Yeah, Yankee isn't infallible. It was at this time that a message was sent out by the first group. Yang Qi is in seclusion right now. This piece of news directly caused many Chinese people to despair. Yang Qi is the leader of China. The leader is now gone. How do they? If Yang Qi was still around, theirs would still have a slight chance to win this challenge. Yang Qi couldn't even show up in person right now. Being said something about going forward to the three kingdoms to behead the five kings. How else is this going to win? It's over. It's a lost cause. I hope that the people of the three countries are really joking. We can't win this challenge. The Chinese are even under the illusion that the A3 will not come to challenge them. Now, losing a challenge is 30% of the resources that are deducted. The impact on each of these is immense. These resources, however, represent the potential of China. On the very next day, an alert popped up on the game panels of all the Chinese. The three kingdoms challenged the state of China for 7 days. Winner gets a 30% increase in resources. Loser gets a 30% decrease in resources. This piece of news shattered the illusions of the Chinese people straight away. Meanwhile, the first group stepped forward, announcing that the group practice event will begin immediately. Anyone who was from China was able to follow the first group's team to go ahead and practice in the small world. There were many Yuaning experts in the first group who were powerful and had a reputation. It quickly gained a huge response. It's something that benefits the country and the people. Almost all of the Chinese went into practicing. They can lose, but China cannot lose. Naturally, China's series of actions could not be hidden from other countries. They looked at the Chinese as if they were ants on a hot pan, all with a quick sneer. Earlier Huagua Yang Qi was just too good. The pressure is so great that all nations are afraid to raise their heads. Now that China was being challenged, even Yang Qi didn't show up. Obviously, China was at its wit's end before organizing a universal practice. When a weak man stands up, people are afraid. When a strong man fell, they commanded a sneer. That's human nature. It is also known as, you are not as good as others and you can't see others as good. China is now the powerhouse that will fall. The palace of the king of the three kingdoms. The five kings fell on top of their thrones. Fifth brother, how is the situation in China? That so-called Yang Qi, has there been any movement? The eldest brother of the five opened his mouth and asked. The eyes were filled with wariness. As the number one man in the Agri kingdom, he has not met an adversary so far. Even his four younger brothers, combined, were no match for him. Over time, he had a sense of loneliness in high places. A legendary powerhouse like Yang Qi might be qualified to be his opponent. If he could fight with Yang Qi, he would also be able to learn about the legacy of China. The tall, thin man laughed. Big brother, China's Yang Qi doesn't deserve to be your opponent. However, yesterday, the biggest power in China released the news that Yang Qi is currently in seclusion, and the time of his release is unknown for the time being. Right now, China is organizing universal leveling, with the first group at the center, probably trying to level up as quickly as possible in these 7 days. Hearing the tall thin man's words, a loud laugh came out from within the royal palace. Ha ha ha, China is sick and desperate. If the nation's strength is supplied to one person for upgrading, there's still a little use for it. As for Yang Qi, the rank is only the 5th rank. What does that count for? If he comes, I'll strangle him with one hand. The eldest brother, who was seated at the very top, also revealed his disappointment upon hearing these words. He shook his head and said faintly, rather a pity. I thought he was worthy of being my opponent. Now it seems to be nothing more than a flash in the pan. In the entire planet, there is no one who is my opponent anymore. Lord God of Destruction once said that as long as the 5 of us brothers believed in him, he could grant us the greatest power between heaven and earth. Now it seems to be true. As soon as the remaining 4 heard the name of the God of Destruction, it was a wild ride. Long live the Lord of Destruction. We, the 5 brothers, must help Lord Destruction put himself out of his misery. Chapter 117, China is defeated. Bully. As time passed, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Sanguine won this challenge with an absolute advantage of having a maximum rank of 7. As for China, the highest rank was the 5th order. It's like a world away from the Aztecs. On this day, all the Chinese people saw a prompt. The three kingdoms challenge to China is successful. China deducts 30% of its resources. 30% increase in resources for the three countries. For a while, it was very difficult for everyone in China. That's a very bad start. Deducted 30% of the resources for China. It doesn't hurt either. But the challenge isn't over yet. Internationally, there are already many people who look at China unfavorably. Before, China was not afraid because of Yang Qi. Now that Yang Qi was in seclusion, he couldn't be contacted. A start has now been made. Other countries see China as such. It is expected to challenge China as well. When that happens, China's resources will drop dramatically. People who were killing monsters and practicing in the small world soon felt the side effects of the 30% deduction of resources. Inside a small world, in the first group of practicing teams, A big man grumbled under his breath as he turned over the demon's body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The previous kill 10 demons. There is a piece of equipment burst out. Now have killed more than 20. Hard a hair did not see. The rest of them were bitter. No equipment popped out. And for them, it was like having a chokehold on their throats. The increase in strength was just too slow. China's defeat was also discussed by numerous people on the World Channel. Never would I have thought that the previously invincible China would fail this time. Yeah, I thought Yankee would go to A.S. to kill people. Upstairs, what's on your mind? I heard that China's Yang Qi is in seclusion right now, unable to appear for the time being. What's a retreat? An upgrade? Probably. I don't get it. Deducting 30% of the resources, China this time. Miserable. I reckon there will be other countries to challenge China. Now China is nothing but a toothless tiger. How can a huge country with not a single sixth order be compared to the Three Kingdoms? Let's not talk about the Three Kingdoms. China's current strength is inferior to many countries. Now the highest rank in China can be ranked outside the 50. Within the world's chat channels, people from all over the world were not optimistic about China. The Chinese are just too slow to upgrade. It's only been a month since we've built up our advantage up front, and it was chased. Some lamented, others fell on hard times, but at this point in time, no one will stand with China. The palace of the king of the Three Kingdoms. The 5 kings were in the royal palace, letting loose with laughter. Lang's refreshing laughter spread throughout the entire royal palace. Ha ha ha, China has indeed been emptied. The so-called Yang Qi didn't show up either. That Yang Qi? I guess he heard our big brother's name and got scared. Now maybe it's hiding. The big brother on the throne above also smiled. This challenge to China went more smoothly than expected. Big brother, which country is the next challenge? Now globally, there are not many powerful countries left. After winning so many times, there's no one left to threaten the status of the Atriad's world supremacy. Ha-has, with Big Brother around, who can threaten our position? At this moment, the 5th-ranked junior stood out. Big Brother, since China is already a toothless tiger, I propose that this time, we still challenge China. Oh, the Big Brother on the throne was puzzled. You've won once and you want to challenge? Big Brother, globally, China has only lost once, and now, they still have a strong reserve. One loss is not enough for them to see this decline. I'm sure my brothers have heard of Wa. This people, always resurrected from extinction, is still alive and well. I think it's important to ride the wave. Use your next opportunity in China. The tall, thin man analyzed the situation. The remaining 4 listened and nodded. Good point, 5th brother. Not bad for our wise man. Good. Just do as 5th brother said. The big brother on the throne slapped the tablet and finalized the matter. Soon after, the A3 announced the target of the next challenge on the World Channel. This piece of information caused another uproar when it came out. What's going on with the Three Kingdoms? Are they really not afraid of Yanqi coming to their door? It's outrageous. It's catching a desperation grip. What do you mean by catching a desperate grip? The Three Kingdoms have the strength to challenge all nations. This wave of the A.S. is called a pain in the ass. I wonder how the Chinese feel when they hear this news. This time, surprisingly, no other country has joined in this challenge. What are you thinking? The Three Kingdoms aren't afraid of Yanqi's retaliation, but other countries are. The World Chat channel was abuzz with the story. Group I building. Zhang Ao's face turned red with anger when he saw this message. With a bang, a palm strike pierced the wall in front of him. It startled Jiang Qingsong, who was on the side. Bully. Jiang Ao, am going to follow Yang Qi's example today and make a trip to the Three Kingdoms. Jiang Ao said and was about to go out. On the side, Jiang Qingsong held Jiang Ao's thighs in a hug. Dad, stop it. You'd be serving food if you went. Jiang Ao turned around and slapped him. There was a loud snap. Marred. You punk. Look at other people's Yang Qi. If you were a little bit outstanding, the entire country of China wouldn't be looking only at Yang Qi. Jiang Qingsong was aggrieved to the core, but to his delight, his own dad lost the urge to go to the A.C. The whole of China is angry at the behavior of the 3 countries, but it was only anger. In this world of strength, they have no choice. In the meantime, Spirit World Spirit Pavilion. Yang Qi opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power within his body, he revealed a smile. After 7 days of closed-door breakthroughs, he was now finally breaking through to the 6th rank. This breakthrough had directly consumed 500,000 of his experience value. Right now, his remaining experience value was still over 1.5 million. Yang Qi glanced at the experience value required for the Mahayana stage, just under 1.5 million. Refining the void to advance to the Mahayana realm, the experience value directly tripled. But Yanqi was prepared for this. Time required for promotion to the Mahayana stage, 7 days. 7 days is not a lot of time. Yang Qi directly promoted in place. Enough experience value anyway. 2 realms of advancement along the way. Not a problem at all. As for any world rankings, Yanqi didn't even want to look at it. This stuff is no longer a reference for him. With his current strength, he was already completely capable of fighting against a strong person of the heavenly immortal realm without getting injured. Chapter 118, China loses again. China becomes a target of fire. There are no years in the mountains, as they say. The same was true during Yang Qi's seclusion. In the blink of an eye 7 more days passed, before Yang Qi could get out of the gate. This round of challenges is over. Globally, there are many countries that challenge others and many countries that are challenged. But the most striking remains the challenge to China by the 3 countries. China, the previous first, the A.S.S., is number 1 right now, with the wind at its back. In the last round, the 3 Arab countries successfully challenged China and were not stopped in any way. This time, everyone is on the fence. From time to time, watch what happens in the 3 countries. Last time, Yang Qi was the one who directly descended on other countries and killed the other side by surprise. Won both challenges in an unlikely position, pushing the reputation of China to the highest level. As expected by many eaters, Yanqi will descend on the last day of the A3, put to death the 7th rank of the Agnes Day. But they were wrong. The last day passed. There are still no rumors of any movement from the 3 countries of the Arakanese. In the final global briefing, more than anything else, it sealed the victory for the A.S. The 3 kingdoms have successfully challenged China. A 30% increase in resources for the 3 countries. China's resources reduced by 30%. The world was in an uproar when this news broke. According to Hua's temperament, you can only be bullied once. The second time, it is bound to bite back. But now, everyone is wrong. China showed no signs of fighting back. It was as if a silent, elderly king had been left to be bullied by the new king. Everyone is not a cutie pie. Naturally, we know that this is because China no longer has the strength to resist. The 3 countries of the A.P. are so oppressed that they have not even fought back. It only means that China really can't do it. This is the time when people pull up the world leaderboards. The first place is still occupied by the 7th rank of the A.S.A. In 2nd through 5th place are the remaining 4 from the A.S.S. suppressing the crowd with a 6th order rank. In the 6th through 10th places were the 6th ranked experts of each country. They are not in the top 5 because their experience value in the 6th rank is not as good as that of the 4 of the Agnes Day. Currently, only 10 are published on the global list. After 10th place, there was no announcement at all. But published or not, it doesn't make much sense. The 6th order could only be ranked 10th. 10th place and onward is not much more than 6th order at best. The advantage of the 3 countries of the A.R. is still very obvious. Within the World Chat channel, everyone was chatting about China. China's defeat was too much for them to believe. Keep in mind that China won 3 of them just before. 90% direct increase in resources. With such an advantage in resources, how can China still be like this? Now China is not to say that it is at the bottom of the list. It's mid-tier at best. Soon enough, someone released the shortcomings of China's immortal cultivation heritage. On the forum, an article analyzing the shortcomings of China's immortal cultivation legacy attracted everyone's attention. In the article, it analyzes in detail the reasons why China is still unable to get up even though it has been given such an advantage. Surprisingly, it was because of the immortal cultivation legacy of China, which required closed-door cultivation for every promotion. In this way, the immortal cultivation inheritance of China had one more disadvantage than the inheritance of other countries. That's a 2-step process to advance in rank. Inheritance from other countries, leveling up only requires the experience value to meet the requirements. And China, after the experience value has reached the required level, and go on a retreat. This took a lot of time in between. The article is well analyzed. One looks at it and understands the reasoning. Unfortunately, this one was deleted by the forum moderators soon after it was published. This is the time when people want to remember. The moderator of the forum is now a Chinese national. Still, the content of this one article was saved by many. This behavior by the forum moderators does not do anything of substance except ruffle feathers. Inside a building in China, Charlie Mark pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Suddenly he blanched. With a poof, blood couldn't be suppressed from his mouth and gushed out. It took a long time for Charlie Mark to slow down. Mad. Using your permission to delete an article has backfired so much. Charlie remembered the heartbeat. But think of this in defense of China. And he was relieved in his mind. With the understanding of the immortal cultivation heritage of China, everyone knew that Yang Qi was probably just in the middle of his seclusion. It won't be able to show up for a while. When the round of challenges was settled, a global briefing appeared on the World Channel. The first race-level challenge is coming to an end. The challenge token will expire after 7 days. Please use it as soon as possible. At that time, challenge tokens will no longer be refreshed. This one piece of information had everyone abuzz. This is the last round of the challenge. Inside King San's palace, the 5 kings lamented. the challenge was coming to an end, and for them, it amounted to a lost opportunity to be powerful. The powerful nations are lamenting. The weaker nations, on the other hand, are in ecstasy. In that case, all they had to do was to survive the last challenge and this challenge would be over. Inside China, everyone was relieved. Being challenged twice has sharply reduced resources within China. The people are complaining. I can't wait to go to A, C, and mess around with it. The end of the challenge is a good thing for China. All the countries were taking out the challenge tokens in their hands. Prepare to win more advantages in the final round of the challenge. Less than half a bell. Within the World Chat channel, the first challenge token appeared. A 3 countries challenge China for 7 days. After 7 days the winner gets a 30% increase in resources. The loser. This scene surprised everyone. The mighty A.S.S. is even trying to challenge China. This is what's going on. This is putting China on the fire rack. That's what they call a drive to kill. But that's it. Within the country of China, gloom floated over everyone's faces. Quickly sent. The second challenge token is used. Nissan Kakusai challenge Hua Kakusai. This. Everyone was stunned. The Nissan nation is going to challenge the Chinese nation? Everyone looks up the leaderboards and sees that the Nissan state has made it to the top. It wasn't long before they were surprised. The third challenge token was used successfully. Eagle Sauce Nation challenges China. Everyone was stunned by this scene. These countries are eating up China. 3 challenges. If China can't win, the resources within the state of China have more than doubled directly. That wasn't all. The fourth challenge token appeared. South Cold Kingdom challenges China. Generation Britain challenges China. Nanyi challenge to China. All challenge tokens are used on Hua. In half a day, a full 18 countries had challenged China. There were even some countries that used several challenge tokens in a row. By one count, China is enduring 25 challenges. Inside the country of China, the Chinese heard a series of challenge prompts. Everyone was confused. Chapter 119 Yang Qi's release. Mahayana stage cultivation. The globe is stunned. In the final discourse challenge, surprisingly, 19 countries challenged China at the same time. A full 25 challenges. If China loses, it will be the weakest country on the planet. Bar none. These people, they are really ready to drive China to extinction. Agri state. Inside the royal palace, the fifth king looked at the flurry of announcements and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. China is now a falling dog. 25 challenges. With the current situation in China, there's no way to win. In the future, China will become history on this planet. They also didn't expect that so many countries would come together to challenge China. It was a surprise to them. Inside the state of China, Zhang Ao's face was red inside the first group building. Piss me off. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Zhang Ao's hallowed Yuaning realm powerhouse was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Within a certain small world, Wu Yingfei learned of the news. It was also very angry. The precious elixir in his hand was continuously thrown out, taking away a life. The entire country of China are covered with a layer of haze. Why are these countries challenging us? We have no grudge against these countries. At all. Simply deceptive. Is this what happens when people are good? It's over. Can't win this time. What now? We can't win at all without the 7th rank. Any country that challenges us has a 6th order presence. Now Yang Qi is only at the 5th rank. Ant's advancement to the realm takes time again. This is simply irresistible. Is our country really going to become the laughingstock of the world? Every single person in China doesn't understand why those countries would want to mess with themselves. Between the two, there is no enmity at all. Alas, by now, don't you understand? This challenge is feeding the compulsion. And now, seeing that China is in decline, they're using China as a feeder. Alas, everyone was silent at these words. That's a fact. Just like the Nissan state before it. When people see you're weak, they want to come up and stomp on you twice. 100 countries are 100 hungry wolves. When they see a weak one, they pounce and nibble on it. Far across the ocean are the people of Nissan. Seeing China being treated like this, on the World Chat channel, direct words of mockery were uttered. A month ago, the country of Nissan was where China is now. All of this was brought to you by the state of China. If it wasn't for Yang Qi killing all the powerful people in their territory, they're not so bad. It's okay now. In a peak, China became a challenge to all countries. It was as if they could see what China would look like after its defeat. What about China's Yang Qi? Isn't he very powerful? Why isn't he coming out? Minus in country challenged China and used 3 challenge tokens. It's not for anything else. It's to rub China on the ground. Those Chinese who were clamoring before, show up to line up against us. The Chinese did not utter a word when they saw these speeches. There is no benefit to speaking on the World Chat channel right now. It will only bring more countries to challenge China. The rest of the countries didn't say anything when they saw how straightforward the Nissan country was. Only those countries that were already challenging China came out to echo the words of the Nissan nation. For a while, the entire world chat channel became a place of revelry for challenging China. Meanwhile, the spiritual realm of China. In the spirit pavilion, Yang Qi slowly opened his eyes. After half a month of seclusion, he had now reached the Mahayana realm in his realm. It is also known as the Seventh Order. After the promotion of the Mahayana stage, his divine soul power skyrocketed, more than 5 times as much as before. The mana value also directly skyrocketed to 10,000 points. The overall strength, so to speak, has doubled several times. In addition to mana value and divine soul power growth, physical fitness is also much stronger than before. However, the cultivation system of China's immortal cultivation system did not enhance physical fitness significantly. Not active enhancement, but passive enhancement. However, now that Yang Qi was at the Mahayana stage realm, he was using his physical strength alone, without the use of mana. It could completely crush ordinary Yuaning realm experts. If he used his mana value, divine soul power, and Yang Qi's powerful spell aptitude in one heal, Yang Qi felt that he was now able to match the realm above the heavenly immortals. However, this was all Yang Qi's own conjecture. The exact level of strength is still to be known through practice. The only pity, the sword sex legacy required reaching the heavenly immortal realm before new spells and aptitudes were available. Right now, Yang Qi didn't have many spell aptitudes that he could take out. A royal sword flight, a flying sword, and a heavenly sword from the mall. Among the 3 spells, sword flight was a supplementary means and could not be effective as an attack. The flying sword spell was instead incredibly powerful. However, it had now become Yang Qi's regular means of attack. It's worth mentioning the one-sword avatar from beyond the heavens. After obtaining the heavenly sword avatar, Yang Qi had not practiced the specific power. However, according to Yang Qi's estimation, at this stage, the heavenly outer sword was his strongest means of attack. Except for 3 spells, it's the immortal execution sword intent. The immortal execution sword intent could be attached to any spell aptitude, adds power to sword moves. It had always been Yang Qi's watchword. The killing sword intent in the Yuan 2 Abi sword was not activated yet. Yang Qi estimated that he would be able to activate the killing sword intent in the Yuan 2 Abi sword after it was promoted to a lower grade Hotian spiritual treasure. At that time, Yang Qi's strength would have a drastic increase. The Mahayana realm. The next realm is the heavenly immortal realm. The experience value required is even more terrifying. A full 5 million experience points were needed. Currently, the experience value that Yang Qi possessed was 0. Promoting to the Mahayana stage consumed all of Yang Qi's experience value. After organizing the harvest from this breakthrough, Yang Qi opened the game panel. View the private messages screen. As soon as I opened it, I saw a large string of messages pop up. After a long time, Yang Qi's face was odd. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in these days of seclusion. China has lost 2 consecutive times to the A3. Now, 19 more countries have come together to challenge China. Such a wonderful scene was something that Yang Qi missed. But now, Yang Qi was already in the Mahayana realm. Converted down. That's the 7th order. Challenges among the nations of China. Only one country, Agri, has the 7th order. Even if China loses to A3, then it can still win against other countries. A proper multifold increase in resources. Thinking of this, Yang Qi smiled. I wonder what their faces will be when they see the rankings now. Yang Qi opened the world rankings. Found myself in 2nd place. For accurate calculation of country rankings, the leaderboards also make a point of putting up the experience value in each rank. Currently, Tebi Ada, of the Agnes Day, is 75% of the experience value of the 7th order. Yang Qi, on the other hand, had 0 experience points. Chapter 120, My gut is bleeding. Yang Qi had just come out of the gate not long ago, and the changes on the leaderboards were quickly noticed. At this juncture, any change in the charts is of interest. Yang Qi's name quickly spread throughout the planet. Quick look, China's Yang Qi is on the list. What's the use of being on the list now? As long as it's not the 7th rank, there's no way for China to return to the heavens. Yang Qi is now the 7th rank. Those who didn't believe it, after seeing the names on the leaderboard, it's all stunned. This reversal came too soon. It was only half a day after those 19 countries challenged China. Yang Qi then ascended to 2nd place on the leaderboard. It made them wonder if this was a deliberate act by Yang Qi. The average person sees this ranking and does nothing more than pay it a visit. Those whose countries had challenged China were all brainwashed when they saw Yang Qi's name. For a moment, the mind went blank. When did Yang Qi come in 2nd place? It's not scientific at all. Yang Qi hadn't even gone up the rankings before. How do you suddenly move up to 2nd place? They have the absurd idea at this point that the game officials are lying to them. A full 19 countries, with the exception of the 3 Arab countries, were in an uproar. In most countries, the highest rank is just the 6th rank. Facing the 7th order Yang Qi, it can be said that there is no doubt that he will lose, and there is no chance of winning. the next thing they're going to face is a decrease in their own country's resources. At this point just one country is gutted. How long has it been? It's 2 or 3 bells at the most. If there was a medicine of regret, those who had made a move to challenge China would have paid heavily for it. Unfortunately, once the challenge token was used, there was no chance of reversing it. All that could be done now was to wait 7 days and accept the punishment for failure. None of them regretted it more than the Nisan state. The Nisan nation had used 4 or 5 challenge tokens in order to retaliate against the Chinese nation. With such an overlap, Nisans is going to lose a lot of resources. At this time, the most powerful person within Nisan had only just broken through to the 6th rank. Kazuo Kawada looked at Yang Chi's name on the leaderboard. The whole thing is bad. He was very confident in his strength as the #1 expert of the Nisan country. But when he saw that Yang Chi was already at the 7th rank, first incredulity, then finally remorse. On the World Chat channel, the change in Yang Chi's ranking became the hottest topic. Geez, what the hell did Yankee do? Didn't it say that the Chinese immortal cultivation system takes a lot of time to level up? This is not scientific. This is going to be fun. 19 countries, all of them have to cry now. How did Yang Chi do it? After upgrading to the 6th rank, it didn't even show up on the rankings. This time, the Nisan nation is in trouble. Last time, the Nisan nation carried through. This time, I guess it really fell apart. Who would have thought that Yang Chi's suddenly promoted to the 7th rank? No one is more excited now than the Chinese. They couldn't have been happier when they saw the only Chinese character on the leaderboard. Big brother Yang Chi has come out of the gate. As soon as you leave the gate, you've raised 2 realms in a row. The country of China is saved. Asterisk 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 those. The god of China has finally returned. This time, all the other countries have to lose. Except for the 3 kingdoms. Even if we lose to the 3 kingdoms, we, China, have still made a profit. At this moment, both the World Chat channel and the internal chat channel within China were all abuzz. This wave of Yang Chi's killed everyone off guard. It was a surprise for China and a nightmare for those countries that challenged it. Inside the Group I building, Zhang Ao lay weakly on the bed. Jiang Qingsong kicked the door open. Dad, good news. Jiang Qingsong ran in with gusto. He was greeted by Jiang Ao's shoes. What's all the noise about? Do you want to piss me off so you can inherit my legacy? Jiang Qingsong immediately stopped and changed his voice to a very soft one and said, Dad, it's really good news. Yang Chi, 7th rank. Jiang Ao froze for 2 seconds as he listened. Yankee? What did Yankee do? Yang Chi is at the 7th rank. Another shoe flew into Jiang Qingsong's face. Mud, you're making fun of me at this time. Dad, it's true. Jiang Qingsong didn't even dare to speak loudly. Jiang Ao looked at Jiang Qingsong's appearance and opened the world leaderboard. When he saw that Yang Chi's name was ranked 2nd, the whole group was shocked, then smiled. Ha ha ha, good, worthy of being Yang Chi. Jiang Ao jumped up on the bed and looked at Jiang Qingsong. Dad, I'm not lying. There was a loud snap. Don't be a man. Why do you talk like a sissy? Speak louder in the future. Jiang Qingsong covered his face, wanting to cry, but you told me to keep my voice down. At the same time, Wu Yingfei, who was killing monsters and practicing in the small world, received a message from Yang Chi. Hurry back. It was only then that Wu Yingfei had time to open the leaderboards. Seeing that Yang Chi was already at the 7th rank, she flashed a warm smile. The man, who always stepped up when it counted. There's no stopping. Wu Yingfei directly put down the demon in his hand. Without looking back, he directly left the small world. The little demon she put down had a surreal feeling as she watched this killing god go away. Within the spirit world, Yang Chi didn't wait long. Wu Yingfei's figure was seen coming in a hurry. Before Wu Yingfei got close, Yang Chi could smell a pungent odor of blood. It was only then that Yang Chi realized that the clothes on Wu Yingfei's body had been covered with a layer of ebony black dirt. The pungent odor of blood came from it. It was a layer of blood stained with bloodstain that had congealed on it. Yang Chi also didn't know how many demons Wu Yingfei had killed. However, Wu Yingfei, as a Yuaning who was not in melee combat, was able to get so thickly stained with blood, the ferocity of which could be imagined. Wu Yingfei was also aware of the odor on his body, and his footsteps lurched. Killed so many? When will you advance to the transformation god realm? Yang Chi said casually. Wu Yingfei, however, did not continue forward. Instead, he turned around and flew into the spirit pavilion. Her cold and clear voice echoed in Yang Chi's ears. Now! Yang Chi cried and laughed. It seemed that this fellow Wu Yingfei was preparing to accumulate a lot of experience to break through 2 realms at once. A moment later, Wu Yingfei stood in front of Yang Chi in a refreshed manner. Wu Yingfei this turned out to go and take a shower. A smoky fragrance echoed around Yang Chi. Smelling very good. Women really are creatures of beauty. Yankee spat in a low voice. Mr. Yang, this time, it's to go to Agua to kill the 5 kings? As Wu Yingfei spoke, his leap of faith froze Yang Chi. Why is this woman so murderous? Unlike yourself, Chapter 121, Challenging Mikuni? Wu Fei's blanked Yang Qi. It was as if he had read Yang Qi's thoughts. Yes, you're kind. Then please instruct Mr. Yan on what to do next. Yanqi pondered a little. Now on the seventh order, China is already standing on absolute superiority, won against other countries and lost only to the A.S. It has been a great result for China. But Yanqi wasn't satisfied with just that. The crisis that China is facing this time is all brought about by the three kingdoms. That's how the A.S. took advantage of it. Yanqi wasn't very comfortable anywhere. Suddenly, Yang Qi was struck by an idea. He came up with a great law. How many more challenge tokens do you have over there? Wu Fei took out several challenge tokens in his storage ring. It was handed over directly to Yang Qi's hand. This is going to be used, or it will be completely ineffective after 7 days. Yang Qi also had a few more tokens in his hand. Together, there are 8 tokens. For the first tournament, each country was given 9 challenges. China except for the first challenge to the Nissan state. The rest of the challenge tokens were in Yang Qi's hands. There are 8 tokens in total. I've looked into it and we can now challenge some of the weaker countries. That's how you're guaranteed to win 100%. Wu Fei analyzed from the sidelines. With that, Wu Fei also named several countries. Yanqi shook his head as he listened. No, this time, we're going to challenge the three kingdoms. When Yang Qi said this, Wu Fei's eyes widened. It took a while before he said, Mr. Yang, this joke is not funny. Right now, Yang Qi's experience value at the 7th stage was 0%. And the 7th order of the Agnes Day has already accumulated a great deal of experience value in the 7th order. It's almost 80% of the way there. If you're practicing hard these days, maybe even advance to the 8th order. That's no advantage at all. Now we're going to challenge a country that's just a bunch of assholes. Yang Qi gave her a blank look. When has Mr. Yang of your family ever done anything that wasn't in the cards? After saying that, the 8 challenge tokens activated at the same time. Please choose the country you want to challenge. Agree. Please determine again the country to be challenged. Once the challenge token is used, it cannot be cancelled. Okay. After Yang Qi made sure, the 8 challenge tokens transformed into a ray of golden light and dissipated between heaven and earth. In the meantime, all the Chinese received 8 alerts. On behalf of the state of China, Yang Qi launched a challenge to the 3 kingdoms of China for a period of 7 days. On behalf of the state of China, Yang Qi launched a challenge to the 3 kingdoms of China for a period of 7 days. On behalf of the state of China, Yang Qi launched a challenge to the 3 kingdoms of China for a period of 7 days. A whole 8 tips, thundered everyone on the outside. What the hell is going on here? Yanqi is now going to challenge Agri. Asterisk. Is Big Brother Yang Qi drifting away? Isn't this going to send food for nothing? It's over. This time, China's advantage will be pulled back again. There were people who doubted what Yang Qi was doing, and there were also people who stood with Yang Qi. Have faith in Big Brother Yanqi. Even if Big Brother Yang Qi loses this challenge. So what? We still have a dozen or so 30% increases. If it wasn't for Big Brother Yang Qi, our country of China would have cooled off a long time ago. I believe that Big Brother Yanqi can work miracles. Asterisk. Agree. Inside the first group building, Zhang Ao looked at the 8 consecutive tips for a long time, unable to return to his senses. It was a long time before he muttered. The young man is impulsive again. On the World Channel, 8 announcements directly shocked everyone. China has only gotten out of danger for half an hour, and now they're going to challenge the 3 kingdoms again? 8 challenge tokens. Which country is it not good to use them on? And you have to find the strongest country. Agua. It's clear that China is going into this challenge with a vengeance. The problem is that China simply doesn't have the strength to touch the A3 right now. It was the same 7th rank, and people were already almost 8th rank. Yang Qi had only just been promoted. Those whose own countries had just challenged China, knowing that the challenge was bound to fail, revealed a rare smile at that moment. China is a death wish. Even if China wins us, so what? It's still not a loss to the 3 kingdoms. Compared to the 3 kingdoms, China is still almost something, losing 8 challenge tokens for nothing. I reckon the 5 kings of Agua were almost laughed to death. Agua is worried about not having a challenge token. China sent itself to the door. Of so many nations, only the Nisan nation was silent. They challenged this one a full 5 times, and it's still a sure thing, regardless of the magnitude of China's losses. They can't afford to laugh. The resources that China is going to lose to the 3 kingdoms are cut out of them. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace of the 3 kingdoms, a loud laugh echoed through the palace. This China's Yang Qi doesn't know how to challenge us. Big Brother's experience value is already at 78%. He's still short of 0%. What's he going to win with? We were worried that we didn't have any extra challenge tokens to challenge China, but we didn't expect him to come to our door by himself. This Yang Qi, his brain doesn't seem to be working too well. We, the three kingdoms, will win. Several brothers were amused by this behavior of Yang Qi. It was at this time that the younger of the 5 brothers spoke. Brothers, I think we need to be careful about one thing. Previously, Yang Qi had the experience of killing across the ocean. I am afraid that at that time, before the words were out of his mouth, he caused a roar of laughter. Ha ha ha, 5th brother, you're too timid. We 5 brothers, our elder brother is more powerful than Yang Qi, and the 4 of us, we're not even close to Yang Qi, even if his fighting ability is high. Under the siege of the 5 brothers of the 5 gates, he'll still have to be sunk down the Ganges. Ergo is wrong. He deserves to go down the Ganges too. He only deserves to go to the cesspool. Sango is right. To be on the safe side, Big Brother should still request Lord God of Destruction to deactivate the teleportation formations within our country of sand for a period of time. If Lord Destroyer can do it, Bull ********. Lord God of Destruction can do anything. At the mention of the God of Destruction, the 5 brothers had an instant quarrel. If there were outsiders here, they would be very shocked. How is it that the 5 kings of Agri, who are rumored to be wise and valiant, are this demeanor? China. Yang Qi watched after all 8 challenge tokens were successfully used. A smile appeared on his face. This time, he was determined to win. As it stands now, both the 3 kingdoms and the Nissan state harbor great ill will toward the Chinese state. The reason why Yankee didn't challenge the Nissan nation, simply because the Nissan nation is hardly a place to be right now, and the Nissan nation has already used 5 challenge tokens to challenge the Chinese nation. A 150% reduction in resources is enough to feed the Nissan nation. Chapter 122, The Fallen Land of the Time Witches. Yang Qi dared to challenge the 3 countries at this time, but he actually had a bottom line. Earlier, he had spent 100,000 immortal crystals to buy a copy of the Atlas from Taoist Scattered Wealth. That's what he relies on. There's no need to fight so hard during this period of time. Go back to Elder Qingniu to learn the Dan Dao. A girl's family, fighting and killing. Yang Qi spat and let Wu Yingfei go to Qingniu to continue learning the Dan Dao. By the way, break through the cultivation realm. Now there is no one else in the entire country of China who can support the prongs except himself. It's really hard to get. Such a potential stock of Wu Yingfei deserves to be properly cultivated. Wu Yingfei gave Yang Qi a blank stare as usual. There was no rebuttal either. Every time Yankee did something, she was quietly supporting it from behind. It's become habitual. Setting up the auspicious clouds, he headed directly to the lake at the border of the spirit realm. After Wu Yingfei left, Yang Qi opened the replica Atlas interface. The last time when he was looking at the copy Atlas, there was a copy that made Yang Qi memorize it deeply. The place where the time ancestor which turbid Jinin fell. This was the small world that Yang Qi was going to. This small world belongs to the legendary class copy. The monsters among them were in the realm above the heavenly immortals. However, with Yang Qi's current strength, he could handle it. It was supposed to be a very ordinary legendary level small world, but the introduction of this small world made Yang Qi memorize it. The place where the time ancestor which fell. The entire space is filled with the power of time. Unknown monsters were bred in it. Their strength is powerful, and their magical powers and spells carry the power of time, which is bizarre to the extreme. And if you are not careful, you will be turned into a pile of flying ashes. If you're lucky, you can get the power of the time ancestor witch, the laws of time, in there. The witch race, a great race in the flood, like the demon race, were once the masters of heaven and earth, but because of the war between the 2 clans, the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan died and were injured, and the witch clan has been devastated ever since. The witch race is claimed to be the direct bloodline of the great god Pangu. The 12 ancestral witches were even partially transformed from Pangu's body, and were born to control the power of the laws. The time ancestor which turbid Join was one of the 12 ancestors. In the vast floodplain, he belonged to be the first person to comprehend the laws of time, even in the countless years since his death. There was also no great power whose comprehension of time surpassed his. Even the several saints, none of them had mastered the laws of time. This shows the difficulty of mastering the laws of time. Perhaps because of the game's official power at work, the fallen place of the time ancestor which turbid Join was able to allow people to grasp the power of the laws of time. This was undoubtedly good news for Yenshi. The power of the laws was a power possessed after ascending to heavenly immortal. In the Mahayana realm, those who can master it can be counted on one hand in the entire floodplain. The law of time, however, possessed the effect of reversing time. For the situation at hand, it fits right in. However, Yang Qi didn't have blind confidence. The big deal was that on the last day, he spent immortal crystals and descended to the 3 kingdoms to directly kill that 7th order. Anyway, China can't lose. Looking at the information on the copy mapping, Yenshi decided to move immediately. However, this small world was not within Dragon City at all. Instead, it's in Mordor. The distance between the 2 cities is not that close. However, For Yang Qi's current cultivation level, even if he didn't use the teleportation formation, it wouldn't take much time. Forget it, save the immortal crystals for the teleportation array. Yang Qi mused for a moment. The Yuan Tu sword appeared at his feet. A sword light sliced through midair. Yang Qi went out of the spirit world. Now Yang Qi's speed was terrifying. This is due to the breakthrough of the realm. Mana increase. Together with the divine soul power enhancement, Yang Qi's imperial sword could make a sonic boom as he flew. If you convert it to before the game came down, Yang Qi was faster than even the fastest fighters at the time. Yang Qi directly turned into a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, his disappeared into the sky. In less than 2 chimes, Yan Qi arrived in a strange city. Before the game descended, Yan Qi had also come to Mordor, but compared to now, the difference is still pretty big. Magic City used to be a huge commercial city. Now, on the other hand, it has become a paradise for cultivators. Looking at the street, everywhere was selling immortal cultivation magic treasures and feats. Yan Qi smiled gently. The situation in Magic City was not much worse than Dragon City. It's all been derived from the culture of the cultivators. As the power of his divine soul swept through the devil's capital, Yang Qi realized that there were quite a few strong people among them, but the highest was only the Yuaning realm. After looking around a little, Yan Qi set off once again. The place where the time ancestor which had fallen was not within the devil's capital city. Instead, it's on the ocean outside the city. Follow the information on the copy mapping. Yang Qi came to a reef on the sea. Just after landing, a prompt popped up. Nearby copy, land of the fall of the time ancestor. Are details unfolding? Unfold. This is a space where no one resides, and the legendary time ancestor which fell there. Copy level, legendary, highest monster level, Xian. Replica specialty, laws of time. Replica feature, time stands still. This information is very detailed. You can even scout out the highest level monsters in the copy. It was also the first time that Yang Qi had used the function of copy illustration. The heart couldn't help but praise a few words. Time stood still? Yan Qi froze for a moment. Is it hard to believe that when you go inside, time will stand still? In that case, wouldn't one be able to break through the realm inside? Provided of course that one has enough experience value. After reading the message, Yang Qi became more confident. After the heavenly immortal realm, one could grasp the power of the laws. However, the immortal execution sword intent that Yang Qi had grasped now also had the power of 3 copies of the law. The immortal execution sword intent was a fusion of the laws of the sword and the laws of execution. If Yang Qi's cultivation reached heavenly immortal, instead, it was possible to separate the 2 laws and raise them one by one. The law of the sword is rather common. The law of punishment, placed in the flood, although the ability of the single, not as time law, the law of space ability of the weird, but the power belongs to the first echelon of the existence. If one cultivated to the peak, even saints would have to retreat. The reason why Yang Qi was able to pass 2 moves with the Lion King of the heavenly immortal realm at the transformation spirit realm was entirely because of the existence of the immortal execution sword intent. Although the punishing sword intent did not reach the point of a law, may already have some of the power of the law. This is the power of the law of execution. And now, Yang Qi was already in the Mahayana realm. The heart is even less false. Xian? It can be touched, Yang Qi muttered. On the reef that was less than 5 square meters, Yang Qi quickly found the entrance to the small world. The entrance to the small world turned out to be a grain of sand. If it wasn't for the presence of the copy atlas, Yang Qi would not have been able to find it at all. A strand of mana probed into the sand. Chapter 123, The Subwitch Race, Shards of the Laws of Time. As a strand of mana entered the gravel, a suction force appeared out of nowhere. Breathe Yang Qi into the unknown space. Yang Qi looked at his surroundings and was very surprised. This small world was not like the rest of the small worlds that had mountains and rivers, or had soil and so on. This little world is a blank void, both up and down. At a glance, there was a splash of white. Yan Qi came to a white world. Is this the place where Turbid Nining fell? Yan Qi muttered. This little world is just a bit peculiar. The difference with other small worlds is more than that. After Yang Qi came in, he realized that there was no sound in this world. How peculiar. The Yuan Tu sword appeared in Yang Qi's hand. There were definitely monsters within this small world, but Yang Qi was very curious. Where in this void was the inheritance of the laws of time? Not a single monster in sight. This made Yang Qi even more vigilant. Right at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Qi. It was a humanoid creature, with the difference that the being had a red head and spat out snake letters from its mouth. In his hand he held something like a wooden stick. Yang Qi vigilance. The spirit pupil spell was cast, and this monster's information immediately surfaced in Yang Qi's eyes. Subwitch, realm, Mahayana realm, a being derived from the death of a great power of the witch race, born to use the power of the laws of time. Read the info on this monster. Yankee was amazed. This creature turned out to be the time ancestor which Turbid 9 Yin's derived living spirit after his death. In the Mahayana realm, one can use the power of time. Yang Qi didn't have any nonsense, and the Yuan Tu sword came out of his hand. The flying sword spell was cast. The Yuan Tu sword let out a wang sound. With great speed, it went straight for the monster. However, when he saw the monster raise his hand and point towards the Yuan Tu sword, which was originally like a thunderous thunderbolt, unexpectedly advanced slowly in mid-air. This speed seems like a snail's pace. Yang Qi's face changed greatly when he saw this. Is this the power of time? He could feel his Yuan Tu sword advancing. The pace isn't slowing down at all. But the reality was that the Yuan Tu sword seemed like a snail. This was the first time Yang Qi had seen such a terrifying power. Only, Yang Qi didn't know the principle of it at all. The power of time is just horrible. It was only a distance of 10 or so meters. If it were usual, Yuan Tu Jian would have arrived in the blink of an eye. But now, several breaths had passed, and surprisingly, they had not yet flown to the center. Yang Qi would not give in to this. Reaching out, he recalled the Yuan Tu sword. The Yuan Tu sword's return speed was not slow, but rather a few points faster than usual. This gave Yang Qi an idea. The monster couldn't have made to change the time between the two of them. It takes so long to get there. It's faster to come back. Between the two, it was as if they possessed a time ladder. When Yang Qi's attacks were sent out, it was like going up a ladder. The speed would slow down. If it comes back, it's faster and the equivalent of going down the ladder. Yankee was amazed. Such a tactic can be described as bizarre to the extreme. I wonder if the power of the immortal execution sword intent is higher or lower than the power of time. Yankee muttered to himself. Attached the elemental slaughter sword in his hand with the immortal execution sword intent. The Yuan Tu sword flew out once again. This time, the speed was affected though, and it was still half a beat slower than normal. But compared to before, it's a world away. Yang Qi could feel that the immortal execution sword intent on the Yuan Tu sword was constantly depleting. Obviously, compared to the immortal execution sword intent, the power of time was still slightly inferior. The Yuan Tu sword quickly arrived in front of the monster. The monster, facing the Yuan Tu sword, surprisingly had no sadness, no joy, and no intention of avoiding it, just coldly staring at the same spot. Yang Qi thought that this monster still had some tricks he hadn't brought out. The next second Yuan Tu sword pierced into the monster's head. The monster unexpectedly dissipated straight away. At the same time, Yanqi saw a prompt pop up from the game panel. Slaying the Mahayana subwitch race, gaining 200,000 experience points. That's it? Yanqi was also stunned. I didn't realize that this subwitch race was so wonky. With just a single sword, he was cut down. But by the looks of it, the sub-sorcerers didn't have any intelligence, and a single capability. It is a one-trick pony. Maybe that's exactly why Yang Qi got so little experience value. Yankee hadn't had time to spit, just realized that there was a strand of white silk floating right at him, was about to reach out and catch it. That strand of white silk thread unexpectedly merged into Yang Qi's body the moment it touched Yang Qi's body. After the white silk thread entered his body, an additional piece of information appeared in Yang Qi's mind. A time ladder? Yankee was amazed. This was surprisingly the means used by that monster just now. The principle is to set a time step between the two. It takes a lot of time to let someone else's attack come to you, and one's own attacks, on the other hand, can be faster. More importantly, this strand of white silk was actually a fragment of the legendary law of time. As long as the more fragments of the law of time were collected, in the end, Yang Qi could master the complete law of time. And now, Yang Qi could only use a single means in the laws of time, also known as the time ladder means. Compared to that monster, the might that Yang Qi had exerted was slightly insufficient. According to Yang Qi's prediction, he would have to kill 10 more of the same monsters before he could cast the time staircase with full power. This means belongs to an auxiliary means. It's an application of the law of time. Unfortunately, Yang Qi could only use this means within this small world now. If you want to use it properly in the outside world, that would require comprehending the complete laws of time. The ecstasy on Yang Qi's face was hard to hide after he understood a bit. He had expected the laws of time to present themselves in some way. I didn't realize it was so easy. As long as you kill the monster, not only can you obtain the law of time fragment, but you can also obtain the way to use the power of time. Compared to these, experience values don't matter at all. Yang Qi walked in a piece of nothingness. Without taking 2 steps, another sub-sorcerer appeared in front of Yang Qi, but this monster was slightly different from the last one. The lower half of this monster's body turned out to be a piece of stone. It's as if it's a person who grew up inside a pile of rocks. Yang Qi raised his hand and was about to attack. The sub-sorcerer on the opposite side of the room raised his hand and pointed. Yang Qi found that a gentle hand-raising movement of his own was incredibly difficult. You can obviously feel the arm moving, but it's just too slow. This is attaching the power of time to my body. Yang Qi coldly smiled. The immortal execution sword intent was inspired. And this time, the immortal execution sword intent was not attached to the Yuan 2 sword. Instead, it wrapped Yang Qi's entire body. The moment the immortal execution sword intent attached itself, Yang Qi felt like he was getting out of a muddy mess. The speed of movement is restored. The Yuan 2 sword flew straight out without mercy, passed over the sub-witch race. Chapter 124, The Broken Arm. As the Yuan 2 sword pierced in, the sub-sorcerer clan directly disappeared. Another strand of white silk appeared. Yang Qi picked it up. This is a new way to use the power of time. The principle is the enemy or oneself to whom the power of time is attached. It is possible to change the flow of time. Yang Qi gladly accepted it. Yang Qi took 2 more steps. New monsters have appeared. The rules within this small world were very peculiar. In this void, as long as Yang Qi took 2 steps, a new monster would appear. And for Yang Qi, these sub-witches are very good to deal with. With the immortal execution sword intent, the supreme power of the flood, dealing with these sub-sorcerer clans was simply a handful. However, it was only for Yang Qi. If anyone else had entered here, probably get stuck here and never get out. In this space where time is frozen, Yang Qi didn't know how many times he had killed the witch race. Right now, his experience value was over 4 million. The 5 million experience value needed to advance to the heavenly immortal realm was a mere 1 million. These sub-sorcerers, too, had brought Yang Qi 3 means of utilizing the power of time. The first is a time ladder. It is possible to make the flow of time between the two change. It is an auxiliary means. The second is time attachment. It is possible to make the flow of time change on yourself or others. Changes are subdivided into time pause, time acceleration, and time deceleration, utilized to the extreme. It could even cause a person to instantly age to death. The third, more exotic, is the blade of time. Highly condensed the power of time into a blade. What is necessary to be touched by the blade is quickly annihilated. Formation of time trauma. It is the most extreme means of attack. In addition to those 3, Yang Qi never saw the 4th means again. Now, Yang Qi was able to utilize these means within this small world. Out of the small world, these means would be ineffective. As for the complete law of time, Yang Qi felt that he was far apart. As Yang Qi kept killing, the experience value on him was increasing. Soon, it stepped into the 5 million mark. Now as long as Yang Qi is willing, it is entirely possible to break through the realm here, reach the heavenly immortal realm. But Yang Qi wasn't satisfied. The complete law of time interested him. Yang Qi stepped out and realized that the scene in front of him had changed. The white void of space disappeared. In its place, a greenish-brown wall. This wall is incredibly tall. With one glance, Yang Qi couldn't even see the head. Yang Qi rose up with his sword and ran directly to the back. The realization did not return to the white void of space. Instead, they saw the greenish-brown walls for what they really were. This turned out to be a huge arm. Up close, Yang Qi mistook it for a wall. On this arm, a single hair of sweat is the size of a man. It towers over heaven and earth. Yang Qi could feel how small he was. The aura in it was even more shocking to Yang Qi's mind. The skin of the arm was also tattooed with mysterious lines. Yang Qi got dizzy just by looking at the last one. Yang Qi was dumbfounded. This arm that was so powerful wouldn't be the arm of the time ancestor which turbulent 9 yet. According to the replica atlas, this was the place where the time ancestor which Turbid Joeen had fallen. Then the owner of this arm must be Turbid Joeen without a doubt. Yang Qi hadn't seen what the witch race looked like. I didn't expect the so-called ancestral witches to be so large. Now it's just an arm. Wouldn't it be bigger if it was the whole torso? Yang Qi looked at the arm, but in his heart, he was even more vigilant. So, where are the most powerful monsters here? The replica atlas says so quite clearly. The most powerful monsters in this copy, small world, belong to the Xian realm. But right now, there was no movement of the monster at all. Right about this time, a mellow voice echoed within the space. Posterity, the fact that you were able to enter this place means that you have a destiny with me. The voice startled Yang Qi. The power of the divine soul swept back and forth, but no trace was found. Ha ha ha, there's no need to waste your energy. You can't even pry into my existence. The voice came back. Yang Qi frowned. Who exactly is the senior? Please show yourself and speak. Yang Qi was not humble and said aloud. Ha ha ha, I am none other than Turbid Joeen, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan. This realm is the place of my inheritance. Posterity, why don't you kneel down and bow to my father? Yang Qi was puzzled in his heart when he heard this. Didn't Senior Turbid Joeen fall? Who the hell are you? Yang Qi's questioning voice rang out. The voice was silent for a moment, then added, Humph, just a waste of the demon race can kill my father? My father is merely utilizing the way of false death to fool everyone. The tone of his voice was full of complacency. Hearing these words, Yang Qi's frown deepened. Junior, why don't you quickly pay your respects to my father? If my father is unimpeded, I will let you accept my father's inheritance. At that time, you will come and go as you please throughout the flood. Even the great Luo golden immortals can't help you. Yang Qi asked tentatively, how should the latecomer obtain the inheritance of the senior? Just as Yang Qi's words fell, the entire space shook. The huge arm in front of Yang Qi unexpectedly moved slightly. Yang Qi was horrified. Could it be that Turbid 9 Dragons is really not dead? If not, how could this huge arm move? The voice reappeared. Junior, all you have to do is put your palm on my arm, and I will be able to bestow the inheritance. At that time, you will be a newcomer to the flood. Those disciples of the sage sect, when they see you, they all have to avoid you. Come on. Yanqi seemed to be attracted by this tantalizing future. With a raised foot and a slow pace, he slowly approached the massive arm. Standing under his arms, he raised his hands slowly. It was about to stick. Just then, Yanqi stopped moving, set directly on the spot. That voice was instantly anxious. Junior, isn't your honored one's legacy of interest? This father's inheritance will allow you to reign supreme in the floodlands. Don't wait, just post it. The Yuan 2 sword appeared in his hand. The immortal execution sword intent was attaching to it, and immediately, the Yuan 2 sword emitted a white glow. Yankee jumped back a step. Stop pretending and show your true form. Yang Qi said indifferently. The voice was exasperated. Lowly human race, why don't you listen to me? Put your hands on me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Instead of the inscrutable voice from earlier, this voice was like a rat whose tail had been stepped on. The movement of the huge arm grew louder and louder. It was as if it was about to stand up, but it's just a lot of movement. Half a dozen movements and no response at all. Yang Qi also knew at this time that this mysterious voice can't help him at all. Chapter 125, The Complete Laws of Time. That mysterious voice had been luring Yang Qi to touch his hand to the huge arm, obviously with ulterior motives. Yang Qi originally didn't trust this person who claimed to be Turbid 9. The replica map made it clear that Turbid Join had fallen. What was stored here was presumably the corpse of Turbid Join. As for that mysterious voice, Yang Qi guessed that it was a sub-sorcerer-like being. Now, that mysterious existence saw that Yang Qi didn't fall for it at all. Already irritated, you lured me into putting my palm on top of my arm, so it looks like you have an ulterior motive. Yang Qi said with certainty. That voice suddenly became manic. Damn, when did the human race get so smart? The human race, aren't they all a bunch of guys who don't give up their lives for a chance? Damn the human race. These words sound so nonsensical. Yanqi frowned. Obviously, the voice was talking about the human race in the flood. So far, Yang Qi hadn't seen the flood people yet. You might as well identify yourself. Yanqi continued, and ignored the voice's babbling. Identify yourself? I am Turbid Join. Turbid Join is me. Junior, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently affix your palm to my arm. I can still give you the chance to reach the summit. Can you bear to watch your kind become the rations of the demon race? Otherwise, you will die today. Yang Qi remembered the information in the replica atlas. Within this small world, the most powerful existences were merely Xian cultivators. With his current cultivation level, he could totally touch it. So Yankee calmed down. Looking at the huge arm said faintly, I'd like to see how you're going to make me die for sure. The Yuan 2 sword appeared in his hand, stabbing directly into the arm. Suddenly, Yang Qi's movements began to lag. The movement was extremely slow, as if it were a snail. Yang Qi felt the familiar power in it. There was a great deal of relief. This is known as the time ladder device. This is a tactic that Yankee will now also know. Yang Qi was planning to cast it, only to find that his own means of temporal power was surprisingly untouched. Tried it several times. The voice laughed out freely. Ha ha ha, you haven't even mastered the laws of time. How dare you cast a time spell in front of me? Give up the resistance. Little human race, still turning up big waves? Yang Qi sneered. Yes? In the next moment, the immortal execution sword intent climbed onto the Yuan 2 sword. The forward speed is growing rapidly. Under the power of the immortal execution sword intent, the so-called law of time was broken open like a wrecking ball. That mysterious existence sensed the presence of the immortal execution sword intent. Exclaimed, what kind of power is this? Immortal execution sword intent. This is actually immortal execution sword intent. Who the hell are you? Who are you, Tomt? The immortal execution sword intent pierced into the arm. The mysterious being screamed miserably. You go. I'll let you go. Don't you touch me. Yang Chongqing laughed coldly once again when he heard this voice. The immortal execution sword intent followed the Yuan 2 sword and entered the arm. At this moment, Yang Qi felt the presence of this so-called Turbid 9. In the middle of the arm, a living being had survived. This being has no entity, or rather, the arm was his body. Yang Qi stabbed in with another sword. The voice yelled, don't kill me, begging for mercy now? Yang Qi just ignored it, and the movements of his hands were without pause. Who the hell are you? Say, I say. Hearing the living being within his arm soften, Yang Qi instead stopped his hand movements. I am a being derived from the arm of Turbid 19. Yang Qi secretly said that it was really like that. Why do you want me to stick my arm up there? The voice stopped. Yang Qi stabbed in with another sword. I say, I want to take over. Although I was born in the arm of Turbid 19, over the years, the flesh and blood nourishment in the arm has been gone, and the place that derived me became the place where I was shackled. Yan Qi listened and nodded. Then you're pretty miserable too. In the next second, endless immortal execution sword intent surged into the arm. As a scream rang out, Yankee saw a prompt. Kill the Shanxian realm sub-witch race and gain 1,000,000 experience points. A whole million experience points. Right now, Yang Qi's experience value was completely enough to break through to the heavenly immortal realm. However, Yang Qi didn't break through on this. Instead, they are waiting in silence. To the prompts appearing on the game panel, the huge arm in front of him unexpectedly began to slowly dissipate. The arm that seemed like a huge mountain unexpectedly turned into flying dust and disappeared in a short period of time. In the midst of the flying ash in the sky, a white thread appeared. When Yang Qi saw this, his heart rejoiced. It's the shards of the law of time. Yang Qi reached out and caught it. Silk threads to start with. Yang Qi realized that this silk thread was several times thicker than those before. The moment the silk thread touched Yang Qi, it then dissolved in the palm of Yang Qi's hand. For a moment, Yang Qi felt a huge power appear in his body. The fragments of the laws of time that had previously been incorporated into Yang Qi's body unexpectedly appeared one after another at this moment, into the maximal filaments. This silk thread was milky white in color and traveled around inside Yang Qi's body. Yang Qi stabilized his mind, and his divine soul power directly grabbed the silk thread in his hand. This is the complete law of time. Yankee was amazed. Killing all the living beings within a small world had actually extracted a complete law of time. Yang Qi's mind moved, and the white threads drilled into his body, hidden in the limbs and bones. Time stands still. Yang Qi let out a low shout. The flow of time around them began to pause. The passage of time in the outside world was no longer relevant to him. The only thing the law of time is good for is changing the flow of time. You can pause the flow of time, speed up the flow of time, or time can stand still. There are a total of 3 types of spell-casting objects. The first was itself, and the time stasis that Yan Qi had just used was this. The second is other beings or things, such as the blades of time, which are used in this direction. The third, on the other hand, is between 2 things, as is the case with the use of the time ladder. Right now, Yang Qi was only in the Mahayana realm, already mastered the laws that could only be mastered at the heavenly immortal realm. The so-called kosher, the law of time could already be considered an upstream level among all the laws. It is already extremely difficult to comprehend. This was also the reason why not many of the many flood powers were in possession of the laws of time. If one considered the degree of rarity, the laws of time did not lose out to the laws of exorcism at all. However, in terms of power, the laws of time could only be used as a secondary means. However, as the comprehension of the law deepened, the power of the law of time would be slowly tapped out. By then the so-called time travel is not a dream. However, these were still far away from Yanqi. Right now, all he had to do was break through to the heavenly immortal realm and win the challenge. Chapter 126, The Laws of Time. The power of the laws was an important power above the celestial immortals. Now Yang Qi possessed the complete law of time. Doesn't mean he's come to the end of his time laws. A law represents a great Tao, and it is only when the great Tao comes to an end that one is in the realm of the saints. Yang Qi was only just now on the path of the laws. The elevation of the power of laws was no longer based on realms. A law that was mastered to the 10th degree was the end of the line. The law of time that Yang Qi had mastered was only 10%. With each level up, there was a qualitative increase in the use of the laws of time. After Yang Qi had organized himself, he was about to leave the small world. But just after taking 2 steps, Yanqi suddenly remembered the core of this small world. He hadn't refined it yet. The power of the divine soul inspected the small world, and every inch of space was not missed. Finally, within a hidden space, Yang Qi found a small white bead. This small bead was the very core of this small world. This little world is now free of monsters, but the flow of time is suspended here. If it was fused in the spirit world, it might be of great use in the future. As the game panel beeps, Yang Qi successfully refined the small world core. With a flash of his body, Yang Qi appeared on top of the reef. Now, with the laws of time, he was in no hurry to break through the realm. Looking at the city on the sea level, Yang Qi flew with his sword and went directly over Magic City. Inside a small restaurant, Yankee is shivering powder, the so-called authentic Liujiu snail powder. Yang Qi used to be curious about what it tasted like. Sort of tried it today in the Magic City. The owner of this small restaurant was an older woman in her 50s or 60s. The store is not big, but it is cleaned very well. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yang Qi this time the same yes utilized his mana and changed his appearance. It was the look of a young man in his 20s. Boy, do you want more soup? More for you. When Yang Qi was about to finish eating, the elder woman carried a spoon, and inside the spoon was soup with red oil floating in it. Yankee was eating with vigor. Too. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. You young people, you're all trying to make a name for your country now, and those of us who are old, that's all we can do. I heard that you all went into some small world to kill demons and practice leveling. It's hard work, isn't it? Just coming to dinner now. Yankee froze. Looked at the time. Yankee realized that it was now 3:30 in the afternoon. He had a meal that didn't feel like lunch or dinner. Since the higher the level, his need for food's getting smaller and smaller. Right now, he eats solely to satisfy his appetite. In the long run, he almost forgot about the whole mealtime thing. Yankee smiled awkwardly. Okay. How good can it be to come to dinner at this hour? I've heard that you won't be hungry when your levels are high, and then this old store of mine will go out of business. Although the elder woman complained on her lips, the corners of her eyes were filled with smiles. It's nice to not even have to eat. Yang Qi's spirit pupil spell was activated. It was surprising to find out that this damsel was now level 0. It's amazing that there are 0 levels at this point in time. Generally, those who are in a position to do so don't stay at level 0. After upgrading, even if they didn't reach the Jindan realm, more or less, you can improve your health and prolong your life. Ugh, have you not been to the leveling up, Auntie? Yang Qi asked curiously. Ouch, it's good to be alive. And you're upgrading. If it wasn't for a young man saving my life at that time, you wouldn't be able to eat this bowl of authentic snail noodles today. Yankee was silent. Under the waves of the great age, ordinary people are as small as dust. Just as Yang Qi was silent, a group of young men walked in. These few people were all carrying magic treasures hanging from their bodies, and each of them had a powerful aura. But the spirits were depressed, and one was listless. As soon as the guys came in, they found a table and sat down. Ouch, I'm exhausted. That Jindan realm demon, it's so tough. It took 5 of us half a day to fight it down. Boss 4 bowls of snail noodles. Ugh, here it comes. The older woman poured a few glasses of water and brought them up. Drink water to quench your thirst first. The powder will be ready in a minute. A few people nodded. Keep talking. Alas, I don't know what that Yang Qi thought, since he challenged the A3. Yeah, it's a lost cause now. Ouch. Look guys, Yang Qi's experience value is 100%. It's over that A.S. Really? Let's see. It's still true. However, that 7th rank of the Agnes Day is also at 90% experience value and is expected to break through the realm in the next few days. Still can't win. When Yang Qi breaks through the realm, I guess the challenge is over. Alas. That said, there was some silence from a few people. Within a few moments, the older woman brought 4 bowls of flour. Eat slowly Yang Qi heard all of this clearly from the side. The heart was not in the least bit flustered. So what if the 7th rank of Agua breaks through the realm? He, Yang Qi, could also break through the realm. Moreover, he still had an extra 1,000,000 experience points on him. When the time comes, it can be a steady head of steam, but it would be nice to brush up on a little more experience value over the next few days. Just break through the realm on the last day. With the laws of time, it only took an instant for him to break through the realm. This move naturally pauses the flow of one's own time. After the elder woman finished her work, she sat down next to Yang Qi. Boy, what do they mean by losing? The older woman asked with a concerned look on her face. Yang Qi was slightly surprised. This lady is quite concerned about these national issues. Don't worry, you can't lose. There's no way we're going to lose, Yang Qi said with certainty. No sooner had this been said than a conspiratorial voice came from the side. If you say you won't lose, you won't lose? Do you think Yang Qi is a god? Mud. Yankee doesn't have a brain, and neither do you. Yang Qi turned around and one of the 4 men, a strong man, twisted his head and said unhappily. Yang Qi frowned. The man next to him tugged at the burly man before he looked back. Spirit pupil took a look. These 4 people were all at the Jindan realm, and it's a first-time Jindan kind of thing. Bro, sorry about that my friend has a bit of a temper. One of the fat men said with an apology. Fatty, what do you mean? You're helping an outsider? The burly man was instantly displeased. All at once, he stood up. The tables were toppled over and snail powder fell all over the place. Seeing this, the eldest woman got up to be a peacemaker. Ouch, don't be impulsive. Sit down and talk. The older woman went straight up with a broom to clean. Yanqi directly restored his original appearance, standing directly in front of the 4. Come, tell me, how did Yankee run out of brains? Chapter 127 Promotion to Heavenly Immortal. Those 4 people looked at Yang Qi's face, and for a moment, they couldn't even say anything. Yang Qi. When Yang Qi's true appearance was shown in front of their eyes, even the burly man who had just clamored was silent. It's fine to talk about it behind his back, but if he talks bad about Yang Qi in front of him, isn't this looking for death? Biggie. Irony didn't mean anything else. Fatty stepped forward. Why don't you apologize to big brother Yang Qi? Saying that, the fat man even kicked the strong man. The burly man then reacted. Sorry, it's my mouth. Yanqi shook his head. I'd like to ask for your help with something. Help this dame upgrade. In exchange, 7 days later, when I win the challenge, your resources will be doubled. As soon as the words fell, Yang Qi's figure had already disappeared. The four were struck dumb. Too strong. Immediately after Yang Qi left the restaurant, he came to the entrance of a small world. There are also many small worlds on this side of Mordor. Yang Qi didn't even have to think about not having a small world to brush monsters and upgrade. Now, just brush up on your experience value. Yang Qi drilled into the small world. On the world channel, this matter of Yang Qi's experience value reaching 100% was quickly discovered. In one day, the experience value of the 7th rank went from 0 to 100. What kind of concept is that? They were all curious as to how Yang Qi did it. Powerful as the 7th order masters of the 3 kingdoms, this one day was nothing more than a 2% boost in experience value. The crowd was surprised. Unknown to all, Yang Qi did not know how long he had passed in the small world where the flow of time was suspended. The people from the 3 kingdoms saw that Yang Qi's experience value reached 100%, also surprised beyond belief. However, as soon as they remembered that the Chinese immortal cultivation system needed to spend a lot of time in seclusion to break through the realm, and let it go. According to the intelligence information, if Yang Qi wanted to break through the realm, the challenge would have long passed. As for the 7th rank of the Agnistay, one could break through the realm naturally within 7 days. When the time comes, the A.S. will be just as much of a winner. Yang Qi rampaged through the small world, killing all the living beings in each copy. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. There are still a few bells left before the final wave of challenges comes to a close. As the center of the storm for this challenge, the situation in the state of China is of great concern. Those of the countries that had challenged China were all sad. On the other hand, they are expecting China to lose to the A3. A day ago, the strongest person in Agua successfully broke through to the 8th rank. As for China's Yang Qi, he was still at 100% of the experience value of the 7th rank. According to the promotion characteristics of the Chinese immortal cultivation system, it was already clear which one would win or lose this challenge. The Chinese, all of them, are helpless to the core. If Yang Qi hadn't been impulsive and challenged the 3 kingdoms, with this wave, China can really get fat in one wave. On the other hand, Yang Qi came out in a small world, glanced at the time. Just right. Yanqi laughed lightly. Come to the top of a large nearby mountain. The laws of time catalyzed. A large amount of mana was drained. The flow of time is suspended. Yang Qi directly suspended his own time flow. Now, as long as Yang Qi had enough experience value, even if he broke through to the Saint Realm, only a quarter of an hour had passed in the outside world. After pausing time, Yanqi opened the game panel. This promotion will take 9 days. Do you choose to promote? Promotion. With Yang Qi confirmed to be promoted, Yang Qi's experience value was quickly drained away. It turned into a huge spiritual energy that reverberated within him. The Mahayana stage breaks through to the heavenly immortal realm. In the world of the flood, it is the promotion of mortals to immortals. After reaching the heavenly immortal realm, the lifespan is directly in the tens of thousands, and it is even more youthful. The increase in strength is even more terrifying. After reaching the heavenly immortal realm, one could comprehend the power of laws, master the power between heaven and earth. The avatar was unknown how many times stronger than the Mahayana stage in all aspects. Yang Qi was going against the heavens with this promotion. If it was in the flood world, Yang Qi would also have to suffer the test of the heavenly Tao and invoke the 9 heavenly divine thunder to bombard his body. However, the collapse of the flood world is now. This is Earth. The process of Yang Qi's promotion was very smooth. There is no such thing as a heavenly thunderbolt either. It's just so flat. Yang Qi opened his eyes. The surprise in his eyes flowed out. With this upgrade, his strength had changed drastically. The most obvious is mana. The mana is now gone. What had been a huge amount of mana value had now become 10 points of immortal power. Immortal power value is the ultimate concentration of mana value. Yang Qi could feel that the power contained in these 10 points of mana value was more than dozens of times that of his Mahayana stage. Other than that, there was another change that surprised Yanqi. His divine soul power had unexpectedly increased by hundreds of times. The coverage is extremely large. For the current Yang Qi, peering into a city with a single thought was not a problem at all. The inheritance of the sword sect also surprised Yang Qi this time. In the sword sect inheritance, Yang Qi had obtained sword flying sword, and a sword shield spell that Yang Qi had never used before. After this breakthrough to the heavenly immortal realm, Yang Qi could again learn new spell aptitudes in the sword sect inheritance. There are 2 avatar spell colors in total. One is that everything is a sword, and everything in heaven and earth can be turned into a sword weapon. This spell actually works quite well for those who don't have a sword weapon. But for Yankee, it was obviously a bit of a chicken rib. He has 2 swords now. Each one is a superb sword. The other spell aptitude was an upgraded version of the sword and shield. The defense is not known to be much higher. It's better than nothing. Yanqi felt pressed to use it. After being promoted to the heavenly immortal realm, the experience value has also changed. Before upgrading, Yang Qi had already accumulated 7 million experience values. The upgrade consumed 5 million. Now, experience is no longer calculated in terms of how many millions. Instead, they are calculated directly in percent. After Yang Qi upgraded, the 2 million experience value was turned into 10% experience value. There was no doubt that after the experience value reached 100%, Yang Qi could advance to the Xian Immortal Realm. Yang Qi was organizing the harvest from his promotion to Heavenly Immortal, and in the outside world, as the settlement time gets closer and closer, many people had already looked to start chatting on the World Channel. This time, China still has to lose to the 3 kingdoms. In the future, the global population will have to live their lives at the mercy of the 3 countries. There's half a bell left in the settlement time. It seems that China's Yang Qi didn't perform a miracle. He should still be somewhere breaking through the realm right now. After all, 100% experience in one day is already a miracle. In addition to the 3 kingdoms, China should not be underestimated. Just as the talk was going on, the jump in the world rankings caught people off guard. First place, Yankee, 8th order, 10% experience. Second place, Xiao Jiangyi, 8th order, 0% experience. Chapter 128, Hua Guoshang. This scene directly stunned everyone. That's not even close to the way it's supposed to go. You're already overdoing it by boosting your experience value to 100% in one day. Now it's an instant upgrade? What's this all about? Many people, seeing Yang Qi's name hanging in the first place on the ranking list, were extremely disappointed. This is not the outcome they want to see. In their perceptions, Yankee should have lost to Agri. China deserves to be stepped on by other countries. Most of the people in this category are there because their country lost to China. Seeing that China is going to win this challenge perfectly, it's worse than killing them. Having said that, China's victory was already a foregone conclusion. See, within the 3 countries of the Arab states, the King's Palace, the 5 kings of Agri are laughing uncontrollably. But when they saw Yang Qi promoted to the 8th rank, the smile froze on his face. How is this possible? Impossible. How did he advance in rank so quickly? Didn't they say that the cultivation system in China takes a lot of time to promote once? This is simply bad timing. The 5 brothers of the 3 kingdoms are in a difficult mood right now. Yang Qi had used 5 challenge tokens. If China does win this challenge perfectly, the resources within the territory of the 3 countries of the Arakanese state will be drastically reduced. By then, not to mention their dreams of global domination will be shattered. And in the long run, all the small countries of the past may be able to step on them. Big brother, Yang Qi's experience value has reached 10%. Do we still have a chance? The eldest of the 5 brothers looked lost and shook his head. It's impossible. It'll take half a day for me to raise 1% of my experience value. It's already too late now. At these words, the crowd was beyond disappointed. They hadn't been humiliated like this since they became servants of the god of destruction. Stomped face output by a Chinese national. Inside the state of China, everyone sees this ranking. All cheered. The news was inspiring. Earlier, the person who let slip that Yang Qi was doing this to his death. I don't know whether to be happy or sad at this point. The first group. Zhang Ao face of a gratifying smile. While laughing, he didn't forget to slap his son next to him. Look at people, how powerful they are. As the clock slowly ticks down, the countdown ends. An announcement popped up on the World Channel. If the South Cold Kingdom fails in its challenge to the state of China, the resources within the state of China will increase by 30% and the resources within the South Cold Kingdom will decrease by 30%. If the North African nation fails to challenge the Chinese nation, the resources within the Chinese nation will increase by 30% and the resources within the North African nation will decrease by 30%. If China's challenge to the 3 kingdoms succeeds, resources in China will increase by 30% and resources in the 3 kingdoms will decrease by 30%. An announcement, each with a nomination for the state of China. Now, globally, any country that challenged China or was challenged by China ended in failure. A careful count of the whole 30 challenges. This time, China's resources have directly doubled several times. Wonderful. Just wonderful. As it turns out, neither Yankee nor China can be messed with. The 3 kingdoms have lost a lot of money this time. Those guys who challenged China thought they could step on China, but to their surprise, they directly ate Yang Qi's footsteps. That talent of the Nissan country, to take out 5 challenge orders to challenge the Chinese country. This time, It's not far from extinction. It was at this time that everyone remembered. In addition to the 3 Arab countries, there is another country that has suffered heavy losses. That's the country of Nissan. The Nissan state was not challenged by Yankee though, but I can't help it that the first person of the Nissan nation is a dead man, seeing that everyone challenges China. Surprisingly, he took out 5 challenge tokens and directly challenged China. Now, there's probably no place to cry. The World Chat channel, as well as the forums, were buzzing over the matter. Yang Qi, on the other hand, was currently in an upscale hotel in Magic City, eating fondue and listening to songs. Hearing that China won all the challenges, Yang Qi revealed a smile. With the end of the announcement, a wave of revelry was set off throughout the entire territory of China. Those who wanted to practice leveling rushed into one of the small worlds, carrying their magic weapons. A crunching mess of kills at the monster. Immediately after that, a field of treasures was exploded. Everyone's face was aglow with pleasure. Nearly 9 times the resources are enough to set China on a new peak. Yang Qi left the hotel after he had eaten his fill, flying in the direction of Dragon City. Along the way, Yang Qi's divine soul power was unconstrained. Take in as much of the scenery as you can along the way. Not yet out of the devil's capital. Yang Qi looked at the people underneath and was slightly surprised. On a street, 4 young men with an older woman were coming out of a small world. This damsel was the owner of the snail powder store that Yang Qi had met that day. At this point, she was already at level 10. The young men next to them were the same 4 people they had met in the restaurant that day. Seeing a few people in such a condition, Yang Qi smiled faintly. I didn't expect these few young people to really honor the bet of that day. Now, this damsel is level 10. Physical fitness is not known to be many times better. It's kind of old age. Yang Qi's figure flickered and directly disappeared in the same place. In the next second, it appeared directly in front of the 5 people. The 5 people only felt a flash before their eyes, and a figure appeared. Neither had yet gotten a good look at the visitor. It was then that he realized that he had an extra magic weapon in his hand. Well done. These pieces of equipment. Use them first. The silhouette in front of him had disappeared. Fatty. Was that big brother Yang Qi just now? It should be. *********. A top-grade magic treasure. Mine is also a top-grade magic treasure. Sent. This time, Yang Qi was in mid-air, watching a few people get their equipment as if a child had gotten a toy. Also smiled. Immediately, fly directly to Dragon City. Dragon City, the first group building. Zhang Ao was excited at this time. Across from him were executives from Group 1. Now, immediately arrange for people to enter the small world to practice. Within half a month, all of you will advance to the Yuaning realm for me, now that the resources have multiplied several times. If you can't do it, what's the difference between you and a pig? Go! Also, this time it's mainly Yang Qi's credit. Give me notice to the other forces. They must show Yang Qi. Those who refuse to bleed, make them disappear. Group 1, have the power. After Jiang Ao winded up and ordered, turning around, he opened the game panel and tapped on Yankee's personal chat screen. Mr. Yang, in the spirit world? I'll visit you later. While typing, with a pandering smile, many executives saw this and rushed out. This scene is not one they should be watching. Zhang Qingsong on the side was speechless to the extreme. He realized that his dad was becoming more and more like Yankee's old lackey lately. Chapter 129, Wooing Phase Promotion to Goddess of Transformation. When Yang Qi returned to the spirit world, he happened to see a powerful aura slowly brewing within the spirit world. This aura came from the border of the spirit world. That direction was exactly where the green ox was. As soon as Yang Qi felt the aura, he laughed out. This should be Wooing Phase Promotion to the Transformation God Realm. Wooing Phase experience value had long since been satisfied with advancing to the Transformation Spirit stage, and had been in seclusion for several days, so now that he counted, it was the right time to advance. Yang Qi flew with his sword, and within a moment, he arrived at the border. Beneath the boundary barriers, there is a huge pool of water. The water pool is turquoise and clear. There are also many trees growing on the banks. It can be very scenic. At this moment, in the center of the water pool, a beautiful figure stood in the air. The power of the divine soul continued to stir around her. An aura that belonged to the transformation god realm was slowly brewing. On the side of the water pool, the green ox and 100 spirit water were watching Wooing Phase figure. The green ox's expression was calm and unruffled. 100 spirit water, on the other hand, was very envious. Big eyes blinked, and in his heart, how he wished that it was himself who was breaking through the realm. As soon as Yang Qi arrived, he directly landed beside a scaly cow. Master, 100 spirit water called out happily. Yankee nodded, sensing someone coming. The green ox also turned his head slightly, but after feeling the aura on Yang Qi's body, he was slightly shocked. Celestial immortal? Yankee nodded. By chance, I was promoted to the heavenly immortal realm a few days ago. The green ox froze for a moment as he heard this. Yang Qi's promotion speed was also too fast. It's only been a few days, and now he's already advanced to the heavenly immortal realm. He, Qingyou, had followed the Supreme Lord Lao Jun all these years and was considered to have seen a lot, but he had never seen anyone so gifted. A talent like Yang Qi's, when placed in the flood, were all first-class existences. However, nowadays, the human race, for some reason, did not need to go through hard cultivation to advance in their realm. Rather, it is the capital to get promoted by killing. This is also slightly different from the previous floods. Little friend has good talent. Placed in the floodplains, one might be able to worship in the saint's family and become a saint's direct lineage. Yang Qi smiled modestly. Elder Green Ox is joking. It's just a matter of taking advantage of the great change in the heavens and earth to get some chance. Yang Qi's words were also the truth. If there is no game coming down, he's nothing. Green Ox nodded slightly. Alumnus Yang doesn't need to address me as senior. Now that you've reached the heavenly immortal realm, it's enough to be my equal. Old bull, I have been practicing for many years, but now I am only in the Tai true immortal realm. I believe that it won't take long for little friend to catch up. In this world, strength is always the most important thing. The green ox's strength was at Tai golden immortal, which was expected of him. I just don't know what kind of law the green ox comprehended. Well, then, respectfully, Ri Wu, I'll address you as Big Brother Qingyou. Green Ox listened and narrowed his eyes. Goodness, great good. Immediately after that, Yanqi added, I wonder what kind of law Big Brother Qingyou has comprehended. Now that I've been promoted to heavenly immortal, I don't know much about the power of laws, so I'd like to ask Big Brother Qingyou to explain. As soon as he talked about the power of laws, the green ox was silent for a long time. I comprehended the law of water, and now I've comprehended 30% of it. This power of law is the root of everything between heaven and earth, and everything in this world has law within it. When you realize everything in the world, you can comprehend the laws. Brother Yang is now at the beginning of his journey to heavenly immortality, and the matter of comprehending the laws can also not be rushed. Generally speaking, after advancing to the Xian immortal realm, the chances of comprehending 10% of the laws will increase by a lot. I was also at the Xian immortal realm before I comprehended 10% of the laws of water. Yang Qi listened with a strange expression. A Xian has only comprehended 10% of the laws? But when he was in the Mahayana realm, he had already comprehended 10% of the laws of time, although that was comprehended within a specific space, but it's also way ahead of everyone else. Big Brother Qingyou, how is the law of time? Yang Qi continued to ask. The law of time is not expected to be low in the flood, but to what extent it was high? Yang Qi himself did not have a number in his heart. In Yang Qi's view, the law of time was no ass in front of the law of exorcism. He hadn't even comprehended the law of exorcism right now. Just the immortal execution sword intent alone could make the laws of time retreat. The green ox was also stunned when he heard the name law of time, and then he said in surprise, Brother Yang is worthy of being a dragon and phoenix among men. The law of time is considered superior in the color of the flood. Although no one has ever become a saint with the laws of time, the time ancestor witch, Turbid Joeen, is also one of the strongest under saints, a divine ability that is bizarre to the extreme. However, the laws of time, laws of space and the like, the difficulty of comprehending them is just too high. It is recommended that Brother Yang start comprehending the 5 elemental laws at the most basic level first. Everything in heaven and earth is composed of the 5 elements, and it is simpler to comprehend. The more Yang Qi listened, the more odd his face became. The laws of time are so awesome? Then in the future, if you realize the law of exorcism, wouldn't it be invincible? I wonder how the laws are divided into high and low. Yang Qi was still asking for advice with an open mind. The green bull mused and added, the most common of the 5 elemental laws, the easiest to comprehend, mediocre in ability, yet more comprehensive. Above the 5 elements laws are the laws of the way of weapons, such as the way of the sword and the way of the Dan. If it is further up, then it is a deeper step into the flow of the laws of time and space, which are also considered to be the primordial laws between heaven and earth, and are generally the same as the laws of the 5 elements, but can be comprehended to a higher degree, with bizarre abilities. Then go up. It is the special laws that can only be comprehended by the talented and gifted, such as the law of killing, the law of the blood Tao, and so on. The power of such laws varies, depending on the user's degree of comprehension. Of course, the special existence and the special law, the law of exorcism, counts for something else. The law of immortal punishment is a law that was comprehended by Lord Tongtian after he became a saint, specifically targeting other laws, and any law power that encounters the law of immortal punishment will dissolve. Little friend carries the immortal execution sword intent. That's a rough application of the laws of execution and the laws of sword Tao. If you have the chance, you might be able to comprehend the legendary laws of execution. Yang Qi heard a sudden realization. Turns out there's so much more to it than that. The laws of time that one had comprehended were surprisingly considered to be in the second tier. Many thanks to Big Brother Qingyo for explaining. Yang Qi arched his hands and made a deep bow towards the green ox. At this point, Wu Wingfei's breakthrough had come to an end. Yang Qi felt that a divine soul force swept through. This was none other than Wu Wingfei's divine soul power. Signs of the realm of the transfigured god. Wearing a long black dress, Wu Wingfei floated in the air and landed in front of the three. There was even a constant smile on his face. Ha ha! The power of the divine soul. It turns out to be this good. Chapter 130 100 Spirit Water Swallowing Ancestral Dragon Skeleton. Wu Wingfei was very happy after he broke through the transformation spirit. The power of the divine soul was constantly being exerted and released. Green Ox reminded from the side. Don't use your divine soul power to spy on the strong. It will be seen as disrespectful. Only then did Wu Wingfei stop. Mr. Yang, you're back? The challenge is over? Yankee nodded. China won all the countries. This time, China's resources directly skyrocketed ninefold. Wu Wingfei was delighted to hear it. Then the mood dropped again. It's just too troublesome to advance in our cultivation system in China. It's been several days, and I've only been promoted to the transformation spirit realm, and I don't even know how long it'll take to promote once in the realms above. Hearing this, Yang Qi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, in the future, we don't have that drawback. Wu Wingfei wondered. It's hard to believe that it doesn't take much time to advance in the realm above transformation spirit? Yanqi shook his head. At the realm above the transformation god, it will only take more time to advance once. I'll show you a good one. Saying that, Yanqi took out the core of the time small world in his storage ring. This small world core had just been taken out, and Qingyo was attracted to it. This is the power of the law of time. As a Taiyi true immortal powerhouse, Qingyo was also very familiar with the power of the laws of time. The time law that appeared emanating from the core of the small world was detected by him at the very first moment. Big Brother Qingyo has good eyesight. This is precisely the small world that contains the laws of time. In this little world, time is suspended. Later, I'll fuse it into the spirit realm and turn it into an area of the spirit realm. In the future, if you advance in your realm, you will enter it, to the outside world. Advancing to the realm is but a matter of a moment. Wu Wingfei's eyes widened with curiosity. There's such a thing in the world. Even 100 Spirit Water was surprised. The Green Bull, on the other hand, was surprised. A space that contained the laws of time was a piece of supreme treasure even in the midst of a torrent. I didn't expect Yang Qi to get it. Brother Yang is blessed. At the same time, the Green Ox was curious about where this small world came from. I wonder where Brother Yang obtained this small world. This thing is a supreme treasure even in the flood. Yang Qi didn't hide it either. Blessed fate can't be talked about. This small world is the place where the time ancestor which Turbid Join fell. When I went there, one of his arms still existed within the small world. It even evolved a spirit. However, it has now been decapitated by me. When Yang Qi said that, the Green Ox was even more puzzled. Yang Qi was only at the realm of a heavenly immortal right now, in surprisingly being able to obtain such a treasure. Although Yang Qi finished the matter in 3 words. But how could the Green Ox not know the danger involved? Turbid Join's arm had derived a spirit. His strength wouldn't be too bad. Could it be that Brother Yang has comprehended the law of time? The Green Bull woke up in silence. Yankee nodded. The Green Bull froze straight away. Laws of time. Comprehending the laws of time at the heavenly immortal realm. Brother Yang is a man of God. The Green Bull didn't mince words of praise. He had just told Yang Qi to properly comprehend the basic 5 elemental laws. Unexpectedly, Yang Qi took one step and directly comprehended the law of time at the heavenly immortal realm. Comprehending 10% of the 5 elemental laws at the heavenly immortal realm could be considered a heavenly genius. Comprehending the laws of time was simply an absolute genius. It was a while before the Green Ox slowly said, Brother Yang's blessings are truly profound. Wu Wingfei, who was on the side, listened with a puzzled expression. Does this little world have anything to do with the mystic laws? What is the law? With Qingyo's explanation, Wu Wingfei came to a realization. At the same time the heart was very surprised. The law of time, which controls time. That's a legendary ability. When would she herself be able to master such a power? With a wave of his big hand, Yang Qi directly attached the law of time law to Wu Wingfei's body. Wu Wingfei's movements became slow at once. It takes a lot of time to do a usual action. Instantly, Wu Wingfei was in a cold sweat. Yang Qi directly dispersed the laws of time. It took Wu Wingfei a moment to catch his breath. Her little face was pale and she said with a palpitating heart, This is horrible. It's fine. After you advance to the heavenly immortal realm, you'll be able to possess the power of the laws, said 100 Spirit Water from the side. Master, I'm going to refine the ancestral dragon skeleton as well. And you watch. Saying that, 100 Spirit Water's delicate body rose up in the air. A piece of skeleton came out in the spit of her mouth. This is none other than the ancestral dragon skeleton. Above the ancestral dragon skeleton, there was still a powerful burst of pressure emanating from it. Even the green ox on the side was moved by this. Green ox sighed and said, "This little girl is in a hurry. This ancestral dragon's pressure is considered to be all-inspired." In midair, 100 spirit water was oblivious to the ancestral dragon's pressure, practically trembling all over. Her stunning face grimaced and clenched her teeth. With a loud boom, the 100 spirit waters transformed into its original form. A white scaly dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The white auger dragon opened its mouth and just swallowed at the ancestral dragon skeleton. The ancestral dragon skeleton emitted a burst of dazzling light, as if it had a spirit, resisting the devouring of the 100 spirit water. 100 spirit water was already a bit overwhelmed at this point. It was at this time that Yang Qi blatantly struck out. A time ladder appeared between the 100 spirit water and the ancestral dragon skeleton. The pressure of the 100 spirit water was instantly reduced. A large chunk of the ancestral dragon skeleton was thus swallowed by 100 spirit water. 100 spirit water gratefully glanced at Yang Qi. With a long roar to the sky, the auger's body swung back and forth in midair, and then, it landed directly beside Yang Qi. The body hovered, like a large white millstone. 100 spirit water let out a low howl and closed its eyes after looking at Yang Qi. A burst of white light emitted from the auger body of the 100 spirit water, directly enveloping it. Yang Qi's divine soul probed and discovered that this burst of white light actually possessed a solid body. The green ox looked at it and said, "It's a self-protecting shield, and the little girl is going through a metamorphosis in it right now. When the white light disappears, perhaps 100 spirit water can possess the ancestral dragon bloodline in one step, become the most powerful dragon bloodline between heaven and earth. But for now, it would be inappropriate for us to interrupt." The green ox kicked its front hooves, and a watery light appeared around Bai Ling, wrapping her in another layer. Yanqi saw that he couldn't help, and didn't stay here much longer. Wu Wingfei saw the doubling of resources and went straight to practicing, and Yanqi wasn't idle either, directly integrating the cores of the small worlds harvested these days into the spirit world. The small world of time is directly transformed into an area of the spirit world. Yanqi's was also purposely circled, to be used as a realm for Lu Qingxiao and the others to break through in the future. Chapter 131, A Little Thought. Yang Qi and the others were busy with their own things. The entire country of China was in a practicing frenzy. The increase in resources was evident to all. Some of the gear popping rates are downright scary. It was on the third day of the end of the challenge. A large number of Yuaning experts had appeared in the first group of China. Now, Yuaning powerhouses became the backbone of China. A few, on the other hand, had broken through to the transformation god realm. Apart from Wu Wingfei, the most obvious are the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. Now the 4 brothers have been working for Yang Qi, taking people around the world to practice and collect a large amount of immortal crystals. After Yang Qi was promoted to heavenly immortal, he put them back into recall and gave a superb equipment. Right now, extreme equipment was nothing to Yang Qi. When he casually killed a heavenly immortal realm existence, what came out was a lower grade Hotian spirit treasure. After obtaining an extremely high-quality equipment, the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers did not fail Yang Qi's expectations. After a few days, they had all been promoted to the realm of the transfigured god, except for the people around Yanqi. The most noticeable boosts were for those in the first group. Zhang Yao Zhang Qingsong and his father and son were supported with a large amount of resources, and they were promoted to transformation spirit shortly afterward. The first group of people were also promoted to the Yuaning realm in large numbers. Now, the name of the first group is well deserved. There is no power that has the ability to wrestle with the first group. China's side was thriving, while those countries that challenged China were wailing. Those countries that used only one challenge token didn't have the most to lose. They merely lost 30% of their resources. The most disastrous are the Nisan state and the 3 states. One used 5 challenge tokens against China. One was challenged by Hua with 5 challenge tokens. Both lost enough resources to make a small country strong. The most obvious is the state of Nisan. The Nisan state has served as a challenge to nations before. Domestic resources have become very scarce. Now there is a significant loss of resources. For them, the sky is falling. No matter how you kill the monsters, the equipment won't explode. This leads to extremely inefficient brushing and difficulty in leveling up. The situation in the 3 kingdoms is not as bad as that of Nisan, though, the reduction in available resources is also visible to the naked eye. This was still the bottom line that the 5 kings had gotten from challenging other countries before. At this time, the world's chat channels were filled with people from both countries who were speaking. Damned Yang Qi, why did you come to challenge our Agua country? Did we, the 3 kingdoms, mess with you? That's right, we're already in such a bad shape in Nisan country. Why are we allowed to lose the challenge? Many who peered at the screen nearly shattered their senses when they saw these 2 statements. For some reason, the Nisanese and the Agnates were very keen to speak in the chat channel. These statements are a black eye. It even creates a wind direction. Leveling also stopped practicing and smeared Huaguo and Yangqi in the chat channel every day. But it was all taken for laughs. The king's palace in Agri was in a sad state at this time. The 5 kings were once again seated in the 4 directions at this time. Within the royal palace, the 5 kings were silent. They looked at the Argonauts on the world chat channel and could do nothing about it. These guys don't know why. That's how the pendulum swings after resources are lowered. Nor do they go to practice. For this challenge, theirs now is also puzzling. To this day, they haven't figured it out. Where exactly did they lose? Yangqi simply didn't have the time to break through the realm. But on the contrary, Yangqi just broke through, and the experience value exceeds them. Take the man who delivered the false news and kill him. Right. He must have spread false news to make us think that Chinese immortal cultivators need a lot of time to break through their realms. Kill him. Send someone forward to China and kill him. They can only fall back on the failure of the message being false. And to send a man forward to China to kill the man who gave the message to them. It was as if the 5 kings' emotions had found a vent. The platoon for this was quickly finalized. That Yangqi will die too. If I don't kill Yangqi, I'm ashamed of the Lord God of Destruction. We, the 5 brothers, are going to request Lord God of Destruction to grant us even more power. When the time comes, the 5 of us will join forces and decimate Yangqi Sha. If he, Yangqi, can descend on other countries, we can also descend on China. In the spirit realm, Yangqi was within the spirit pavilion, enjoying the light shed by the yin-yang treasure pill. This yin-yang treasure pill was very magical. Sprinkles of sunlight, as common as the sun. Yangqi almost thought that he was in Dragon City instead of the spirit world. Bored with the day shift, Yankee tapped on a private message. Discovered the message Jiang Ao had sent himself a few days ago. Mr. Yang, are you in the spirit world? I'm going to pay you a visit at home. Yankee froze. I don't know what this guy is trying to do. It was then returned. Come over here. The message had just been sent out, and it was found that Jiang Ao replied in seconds. Okay Mr. Yang, wait a moment. This speed surprised Yang Qi greatly. Does this guy stay on the chat screen all day? Replying so fast. The first group building. Jiang Ao jumped up excitedly. Good. Yanqi replied to me. Jiang Qingsong, hurry up and bring the supplies you've collected up here and follow me to the spirit realm right now. Jiang Qingsong's face was speechless. That said, you've been glancing at the chat interface every now and then for the past few days just to wait for Yankee's reply? Jiang Qingsong spoke kindly. Dad, Yankee won't care about you like that. We don't have to post it. It's not like we're bad at group 1. Jiang Qingsong hasn't said 2 words yet. It was then refuted. Young, what do you know of the Jianghu? It's not about fighting and killing. It's about the human condition. Jibber jabber if I tell you to prepare something. Step aside. I'll go to the spirit world myself. Jiang Qingsong just got kicked off mercilessly. Jiang Qingsong had a melancholy look on his face. Very unconvincing. Looking at Jiang Ao's distant back, he secretly made up his mind. The entire country of China relies on Yangqi? I don't believe it. I can't be strong on my own without relying on Yangqi. First episode. No, not by the first group. I want to be strong by myself. I'm going to be the new god of China. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingsong's thoughts were clear. So much for the so-called spiritedness. So sent a messages to Jiang Ao. Dad, I'm growing up and I want to go out on my own. See you again. After sending it, teleport to another city carrying your own weapon. Jiang Ao, who was halfway across the country, received this message. There was a start, then a cut, and breaking in on your own. You haven't even grown a hair. Moments later, the spirit world. Yang Qi looked at the pile of immortal crystals in front of him, and a golden light immediately emerged from his eyes. It's something he loves so much. Mr. Yang, all these things are small token of appreciation sent up by the major powers to thank you for your dedication to China. Chapter 132, Revisiting the Sword Sect's Small World. Yang Qi looked at the large pile of immortal crystals in front of him. There's a bunch of gear off to the side. The eyes changed instantly. This pile of immortal crystals was as big as a basket. An immortal crystal was only the size of a fingernail cap. Yankee hesitated for a moment. In the end, he chose to put away the immortal crystals. With the immortal crystals being included in the game panel, a prompt popped up. Immortal crystal plus 300,000. A full 300,000 immortal crystals. Right now, Yang Qi's amount of immortal crystals exceeded that of the early days of Gamefall. It went straight past 151 billion. Looking at this value, Yang Qi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The game descended for so long. One's immortal crystals are not at all less even if, and now a little more. Now that everyone's realm had come up, the burst rate of immortal crystals was no longer as pathetic as when the game had just descended. Add to that the fact that China has recently won 30 challenges. The burst rate of immortal crystals was even more terrifyingly incomparable. This is the advantage of China. When the small world liberalized the access restrictions, the strong people in the small world would appear in the real world. What they needed most was immortal crystals. If one has enough immortal crystals, even saints are happy to serve you. But now, Yang Qi felt that the entire immortal crystals of China were in his hands. This is not a good thing for China as a whole. Meditate a bit. Yang Qi said to Zhang Ao, don't ever do anything like that again. Immortal crystals, every single one of them is needed. When Zhang Ao heard this, he thought that Yang Qi was unhappy with his forced collection of immortal crystals. Mr. Yang, I assure you, these are all voluntarily surrendered by those big powers. I didn't force them. Yang Qi rolled his eyes when he heard this. That said, and forced? The first group is now saying one thing in China equals. Which power is so ungrateful that it will reject the first group? Ugh, that's not what I meant. With a wave of Yang Qi's hand, a bunch of equipment was sent directly to Zhang Ao. These equipment grades are so poor, he's totally uninterested. Take it back. Oh, in the future, if Group 1 wants to go into seclusion to advance their realm, they can come to the spirit realm. Zhang Ao was instantly energized at his words. It was well known that Yang Qi's final promotion to the 8th rank was not at all in line with common sense, because it's too short. Could it be that Yang Qi had a method to advance quickly? Mr. Yang, you have an idea? Zhang Ao was surprised. Yankee nodded. There's nothing to hide about this one. I got a treasure some time ago in which time can be suspended. Hearing this, Zhang Ao came to a realization. So that's how it was. No wonder Yanqi was able to win the challenge. But such a divine object was unheard of and unseen by Zhang Ao. This stuff is available to the entire first group? Zhang Ao was a bit disbelieving. Such a good thing is simply divine. This is too atmospheric for Yang Qi. Yankee nodded. Yes. Zhang Ao was ecstatic, but tried to remain calm. Mr. Yang, can I take a tour? As soon as the words fell, Yang Qi waved his big hand, directly sent Zhang Ao to the world's small world area. A moment later, Zhang Ao walked out with a shocked face, and muttering under his breath, this is too good. Yang Qi shook his head. Zhang Ao was only at the Yuaning realm now, making it difficult to understand the power of laws. There is no point in talking too much. After Zhang Ao left, someone from the first group soon came. These people were the first group who were about to break through the realm. Zhang Ao also politely paid a fee for each of them. Yang Qi didn't refuse either. This regional time domain like the time small world, Yang Qi was not capable of making it himself right now. Right now, the only laws Yang Qi wanted to comprehend were the laws of Sword Dao and the laws of immortal execution. Through Qingno's explanation, Yang Qi was extremely desirous of the law of exorcism at this time. The purpose of the law of exorcism is to have a restraining effect on other laws. In the realm above the heavenly immortals, it belonged to the existence of a masterstroke in general. Earlier, Yang Qi had comprehended the immortal execution sword intent in the immortal execution broken sword. The immortal execution sword intent was, after all, not a law that belonged, merely a rough application of a law. To comprehend the complete laws of exorcism, Yang Qi currently didn't have any clue. Suddenly, Yang Qi suddenly thought of the sword sex small world. The immortal execution broken sword was obtained in the sword sex small world. Maybe there were other clues in the sword sex small world. Yang Qi thought and took out a token in his storage ring. This token was precisely the token of the sword sex small world. On that day, Wu Yunxian confessed that as long as Yang Qi activated this token, he would be able to open the entrance to the sword sex small world. I also wonder how the sword sex small world is doing now. The last time Yang Qi left the sword sex small world, Wu Yunxian announced the closure of the small world. Yang Qi's figure directly appeared in the outside world. A strand of mana entered the token. At once, a ray of light emanated from the token. Just at this time, a stone sword shadow appeared in front of Yang Qi. Looking at the sudden stone sword silhouette, Yang Qi was astonished. Times are different now. He was now a strong person in the heavenly immortal realm, and comprehended the law of time. If it came to combat power, even a Xian immortal would not necessarily be Yang Qi's opponent. But Yang Qi felt an inexplicable aura in the stone sword right in front of him. It is a force of law. Yankee was certain. It seemed that the sword sex small world wasn't that simple. Yang Qi reached out and touched the stone sword, and a light wrapped him. In the next second, Yang Qi appeared in a large hall. Yang Qi took a look at his surroundings and determined that this was the sword sex building. It was a moment of letting go. It seemed that using this token to enter the sword sex small world would not teleport into the village. Just as Yang Qi had descended, a chiding sound came from outside the great hall. Who intrudes into my sword sect? Quickly bind your hands and spare your dog's life. Yanqi had an odd expression, because the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it the same two who captured him back to the sword sect last time? Outside the great hall, two figures appeared. These two people wore the unique clothing of the sword sect. All of them were carrying a long sword on their backs. As soon as the two arrived, they drew their long swords. two long swords floated in mid-air. This was the flying sword art in the sword sect's inheritance. The two long swords flew into the large hall and came straight at Yang Qi. Yang Qi looked at the two long swords that flew, and immediately laughed. After using flying sword spells for so long, this was the first time I had seen someone else cast one. However, these two flying swords flew on a straight trajectory, without a single change to speak of. In Yang Qi's eyes, this belonged to the inferior use of flying sword spells. Flying swords were about nothing more than a speed and weirdness, completely detached from the control of the human hand. It can freely make all kinds of movements in mid-air, keep your opponent guessing about the sword's trajectory and deliver a fatal blow. These were the truths that Yang Qi had realized in countless fights. Then, let's learn the sword sect disciple's masterstroke. Yang Qi let out a soft cry, and the Yuan Tuabi sword appeared at the same time. Chapter 133, Goodbye to Dark Cloud Immortal. Now Yang Qi had reached the heavenly immortal realm. The power of the divine soul was different from before. He could now put two swords together at the same time to use the flying sword spell. The Yuan Tuabi sword met the two flying swords at an extremely fast speed. As the sound of metal clashing resounded within the great hall, the two flying swords retreated backwards. Outside the great hall, the two were surprised. The two of them were already at the heavenly immortal realm. Their flying sword spells had been practiced for countless years, and their divine soul power was even more powerful. However, in a single glance, he was repelled by the mysterious existence within the hall. Don't be wild. The two were about to continue casting spells when they realized that there were two flying swords on their necks at some point. Above the flying sword, a cold aura appeared, and a chilly fury emanated out. It left the two men with no resistance at once. Fellow Daoist, have a word. Yang Qi walked out of the great hall. Looking at the two, he laughed softly. Two fellow Daoists, you haven't seen each other for many days. Your kung fu hasn't improved. The two took a closer look and finally recognized Yang Qi. So it's you. How did you get so strong? The two were amazed. When Gifted first met Yang Qi was still just a little guy who wasn't even a Jindan. People who were nothing more than a one-trick pony at the time. But it's been a while since I've seen it. Nowadays, Yang Qi was already in the heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, the body's gongfu cultivation was astonishing. Yang Qi took back his flying sword. Please lead the way in front of you two fellow Taoists. I would like to seek an audience with Senior Wu Yunxian. The two men looked at each other. Slowly, the patriarch hasn't appeared for a long time. He should be in seclusion. No harm done. You can just inform as usual. Yang Qi didn't care. He descended into this little world. Wu Yunxian, as the owner of this small world, should have noticed it in the first place. Thus, Yang Qi waited in front of the main hall. During this time, he took a look at the cultivation level of the sword sect's disciples. It was found that most of the disciples were at the heavenly immortal realm. There were even some that were at the Mahayana stage. Some of the streams of elders and deacons had a minimum cultivation level of Xianxian. Yang Qi opened the copy atlas. The information of the sword sect's small world surfaced. Copy, swordsman. Epic copy, the strongest is the Tai Immortal. Copy specialty, all kinds of kendo products. A place where a sword Dao clan is located. If you are a sword Dao person, you will be treated kindly here. Believe me, the strongest sword Dao can be found here. If you come with bad intentions, perhaps, this is where you will be buried. The sword sect's small world was surprisingly an epic level copy. The strongest person should be Wu Yunxian, with a Tai golden immortal cultivation. Yankee found a feature. Any small world that hitches a ride with a big flood figure is basically above epic. Just as Yang Qi was pondering, a figure appeared in front of him out of nowhere. This figure, dressed in a white robe, had an elegant temperament. It's none other than Uzumaki-san. Yang Qi arched his hand and saluted. Greetings to senior brother Wu Yunxian. Wu Yunxian looked Yang Qi up and down twice. It was a moment of amazement. Celestial immortal? Yankee nodded. Yukian-san sighed in admiration. Senior brother Yang is truly a man of God. Such speed is beyond my reach. I believe it won't take long for senior brother Yang to catch up with me. Yankee shook his head. Luck makes it so. Senior brother Yang, move over. You and I will sip tea. Within the highest hall of the sword sect, a long table was placed between the two. A few tea sets were on the table. As Wu Yunxian poured down the boiling hot water, the rich aroma of tea overflowed. Yang Qi gently inhaled a mouthful of it and was instantly energized. This tea, it's extraordinary. Senior brother Wu Yunxian. This tea, it's not bad. When Wu Yunxian heard Yang Qi appreciating her tea, she also revealed a smile. This tea is taken from the Golden Turtle Island. Drink a little less. I'm afraid that if senior brother Yang had come later, he wouldn't have been able to drink it. From Golden Turtle Island? Yang Qi was shocked in vain. The Golden Turtle Island is the dojo of the sage Tong Tian. No wonder this tea is so effective. Please. Yang Qi served tea and took a sip into his stomach. The first thing he felt was a hot breath in his body. Yang Qi's divine soul power was surprisingly growing. This change of heart alarmed Yang Qi. Many thanks to senior brother Wu Yunxian for the tea. This tea, it has benefited me a lot. Wu Yunxian nodded slightly and refilled the teacup in front of Yang Qi. Senior brother Yang has come here. I don't know what it's about. Uzumaki-san opened the door. Yang Qi was also straightforward. I'm here for the law. Wu Yunxian froze, then laughed. It's also true that Master Yang is now at the heavenly immortal realm, so he should also start preparing for the comprehension of the laws. I don't know what law senior brother wants to comprehend. Senior brother has received the sword sex inheritance. He should be comprehending the laws of the sword Tao, and there are things in my sword sect that will help you comprehend them. However, when senior brother first entered the heavenly immortal realm, it's too early to directly comprehend the laws of the sword Tao, and when he reaches the Xian immortal realm, it's much more economical to comprehend them. Uzumaki-sen gave a pertinent suggestion. In the sword sect, the most common thing was naturally the sword Tao laws. The rest of the laws, however, were merely of the existence of the laws of the sword Tao, adding power to the laws of the sword Tao. Yang Qi listened and frowned. Truth be told, I want to comprehend the laws of exorcism. Yankee was succinct. When Wu Yunxian heard the name of the immortal execution law, his voice grew loud. The law of exorcism? Then he frowned again. Senior brother, the law of exorcism, only the sect leader saints have comprehended it. Moreover, the sect sage, too, comprehended it only after reaching the sage realm. Senior brother broke through to the heavenly immortal realm at such a young age. It's inevitable that he's a bit overambitious. This immortal execution law, even I can't do anything about it. Therefore, I suggest that senior brother should still come back to the sword sect to comprehend the laws of the sword Tao after breaking through to the Xianxian immortal realm first. Wu Yunxian only felt that Yang Qi was overly ambitious at this time and did not have his feet on the ground. Which person would have to comprehend the laws of immortal execution as soon as they broke through to the heavenly immortal realm? It is not too much to say that the law of immortal execution is the most powerful law in the flood. After Sage Tongtian had ascended to the realm of saints, he hadn't comprehended the laws of exorcism to the 10th percentile, all of which had been able to counteract a few with one at the realm of saints. This shows how powerful the law of punishment is. Yang Qi was also silent when he heard it. Yuqian-sen is not trusting himself. Senior brother, I have comprehended a law. When Wu Yunxian heard this, he was puzzled. Comprehending a law? Brother, you're only in the heavenly immortal realm now. However, comprehending laws at the heavenly immortal realm wasn't uncommon. Some gifted existences, at the heavenly immortal realm, could really comprehend basic laws like the laws of the 5 elements. With such talent, it wasn't very strange for Yang Qi to comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Which of the 5 elemental laws has senior brother comprehended? If you have comprehended the law of gold, in the future, the power of senior brother's sword stance aptitude will increase greatly. Yanqi shook his head. Wu Yunxian was instantly disappointed. Surprisingly, it wasn't the law of gold. I'm not hiding it from senior brother. I've comprehended the laws of time. Chapter 134, The Sword Sex Sword Training Stone. The laws of time? Wu Yunxian was slightly startled, but it was a bit disbelieving. Yang Qi didn't bull **** either. A power of the laws of time emanated from his fingertips, directly freezing the time around Wu Yunxian. It was only then that Yunxian believed it. Senior brother, your talent is just too good. Wu Yunxian practiced under sect leader Tong Tian. How could he not know the power of the laws of time? Looking at the entire flood, those who comprehended the laws of time were few and far between. In fact, most of the living beings comprehended nothing more than the ordinary 5 elemental laws. If it was higher up, most of it was some kind of artifact law. What the Cloud Immortal had mastered was the laws of the Sword Tao, plus a law of gold. Among the same realm, the strength of Cloud Immortal was already extremely impressive. And Yang Qi comprehended the law of time. It's even above the laws of the sword. The ability is even weirder. Yang Qi said indifferently, Senior brother, I'm at the heavenly immortal realm, so I can try to comprehend the laws of the Sword Tao. Wu Yunxian nodded. If Yang Qi couldn't comprehend the laws of Sword Tao like this, then who else could? I won't hide it from you. Senior brother, in my sword sect, there is a divine treasure that can help you quickly comprehend the laws of the Sword Tao. This object is being held in my hands, so it would be convenient to give it to senior brother to comprehend. But this immortal execution law, I'm sorry that senior brother can't do anything about it. Everyone wants to comprehend the laws of exorcism. However, from the beginning until now, only the sect leader saints have comprehended them. That's why I advise senior brother to dismiss this idea before it's too late. Yunxian was still bitterly persuasive. Yang Qi's heart rejoiced when he heard these words. The more he understood the power of the law of punishment, the more he understood the difficulty of comprehending the law of punishment. In the sword sect, there was no way of comprehending the law of exorcism, which was to be expected. It's good enough to have the law of the sword. Then, thank you in advance. Senior brother, Yu Kyunsun smiled and waved his hand. A spell was pinched out in his hand. The words came out of his mouth. And then he said, 3 days later, Sword Sect inheritor Yang Qi will use the Sword Training Stone to comprehend the laws of the Sword Dao. All Sword Sect disciples paused to comprehend. With this move, Wu Yunxian had actually divine ability to transmit sound to the entire Sword Sect disciples. Yanqi was slightly stunned at this. That's a little too big of a move. Senior brother, it's more than that. I can comprehend with the others. Uzumaki-san waved his hand. Senior brother, you don't know. The Sword Sect's treasure for comprehending the laws of the Tao of the Sword is the Sword Training Stone, which was used by the Sect Master Sage in the early stages of his path to enlightenment to practice his swordplay on it all year round. And after all these years, the stone has become divinely supernatural, and it contains the laws of the Tao of the Sword within it. If you practice swordplay on top of a rock, the probability of comprehending the Sword Tao avatar will be greater, but the stone is this big, and if there were fewer people, the probability would be even higher. The disciples of the Sword Sect, with their mediocre talents, are a far cry from senior brother, so don't let them get in the way of senior brother's comprehension of the laws of the Sword Tao. Moreover, the sword practice stone is not something that can be comprehended in one go. In my Sword Sect, the average disciple needs to comprehend for hundreds of years before they comprehend the laws of the Sword Tao. Yang Qi heard this and had to nod his head. It takes hundreds of years to comprehend the Sword Tao aptitude. It looked like the quota for the Sword Training Stone was also valuable among the Sword Sect. When Wu Yunxian did this, Yang Qi also took on a great favor. For him, time waits for no man. It's better to comprehend it on your own. Wu Yunxian's voice transmission resounded in the ears of the entire Sword Sect disciples. Some of the disciples immediately changed their faces when they heard this. For many disciples, comprehending the laws of the Sword Tao on the Sword Training Stone was an opportunity that they could only wait for after waiting for many years. But now, it was actually going to be given to an outsider to comprehend. How could they agree? In one of the Sword Sect side halls, a young man, hearing this voice, had an extremely ugly face. He was the most talented disciple of the Sword Sect. After joining the Sword Sect for only a few hundred years, he had already reached the heavenly immortal realm. Within the Sword Sect, there were even rumors that he would be the youngest Sword Sect elder. And 3 days ago, he had picked up the opportunity to participate in the Sword Tao at the Sword Training Stone. Now, it's an outsider who has to give it up. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yang Qi had been within the Sword Sect, with Wu Yunxian's wheel path. Wu Yunxian was extremely desirous of the laws of time. Through Yang Qi's explanation, he also gained a certain understanding of the laws of time, while Wu Yunxian was telling Yang Qi about the essence of the laws of the Sword Tao. Hopefully, within a short period of time, it would help Yang Qi comprehend the Sword Tao avatar. During that time, Yang Qi had been drinking tea. The power of the divine soul grew by a large margin. On this day, Wu Yunxian brought Yang Qi to a rock. The piece of stone was flat and didn't look divine in any way, and the Sword Sect disciples coiled around it showed that the stone was not ordinary. Yang Qi was also extremely curious when he saw this sword practice stone for the first time. From afar, one could feel a sword intent twining around the stone. Mind-blowing. With the appearance of Yang Qi, who was carried by Wu Yunxian, there were also many watching Sword Sect disciples around. Most of these Sword Sect disciples looked at Yang Qi with extremely unfavorable eyes. Obviously, Yang Qi had taken advantage of their opportunity to comprehend. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yunxian was here, they would have hated to compete with Yang Qi. Wu Yunxian looked around at these Sword Sect disciples. All Sword Sect disciples listened to the order and dispersed quickly. Don't disturb the comprehension of the Sword Tao. Numerous Sword Sect disciples backed away when they heard this and saw it. But at that moment, a young man stepped forward. Patriarch, I'm not convinced. The crowd looked at them with surprised expressions. It's Senior Brother Long Yi. What is Senior Brother Long Yi doing? To go against the sovereign's decree. Even if he is the most talented disciple of the Sword Sect, he shouldn't be like this. You don't know about this. Senior Brother Long Yi just happened to be able to go up to the Sword Training Stone to comprehend today, but he was taken up by this Yang Qi. With a little explanation from someone, the crowd understood the reason. Among cultivators, breaking someone's path is a matter of no common ground. They could understand Long Yi's move. Many disciples in the crowd did the same. Only, they didn't have the courage to stand up and chastise the dark cloud immortal patriarch. Wu Yunxian frowned. This disciple he did remember. Among the Sword Sect, the talent was not bad. Given time, perhaps the realm cultivation could surpass him, but it is indeed inappropriate to stand out at this time. What's the objection? Wu Yunxian said indifferently. I'm the most talented disciple of the Sword Sect. Why am I deprived of my qualification to comprehend? That's not fair. Long Yi's face flushed red as he gathered his courage and said. Hearing this, Wu Yunxian let out a sneer. You have the best talent in the entire Sword Sect? In my opinion, it's not even a tenth as good as Yang Qi. retreat quickly and go to the criminal law hall on your own to receive your punishment, Wu Yunxian said in displeasure. Chapter 135, I want to challenge him. Long Yi's faces reddened even more when he heard this. I'm still not convinced. Not only am I unconvinced, but so are the many master brothers. Wu Yunxian's face was ugly as he sniffed. I'll give you 3 breaths to retreat quickly, or I'll kill you with a slap. Just at this time, an old man flew in the air in the distance. Patriarch, calm down. Have mercy. The many disciples were surprised when they saw the visitor. Elder Zhang Qian. Isn't Elder Zhang Qian in seclusion? Elder Zhang Qian is Long Yi's master teacher. Isn't it normal for him not to come out at this time? Now, this Yang Qi doesn't have a chance to monopolize the sword training stone, does he? Elder Zhang Qian is the strongest outside of the sovereign. With him speaking, I believe the patriarch won't be bent on having his way. Long Yi also bowed slightly when he saw Zhang Qian. Greetings, master. When Wu Yunxian saw the visitor, he was slightly stunned. The face eased. Yang Qi was curious as he looked at the cultivation of the others. By the looks of it, this was also a Taiyi golden immortal powerhouse. Patriarch, this is not a good move, Zhang Qian said as soon as he arrived. This little friend's talent doesn't appear to be stronger than Long Yi's. This move by the sovereign is a waste of sword training stone resources. I see that both of them are at the heavenly immortal realm, so why don't we let the 2 of them decide for themselves? When Long Yi heard this, he said, right, I'm going to challenge Yang Qi, so I can also see his strength. Wu Yunxian's face was extremely ugly at this moment. As the sword sect's patriarch, the actualies couldn't be bent out of shape, more or less. We have to consider the sword sect disciples. But Yang Qi was his senior brother. How could he let Yang Qi fight with a group of juniors? Just then, Yang Qi's voice came from behind him. Since that's the case, then I'll accept this challenge. Wu Yunxian was about to speak, but Yang Qi stopped him. Senior brother, don't talk too much. If I don't accept the challenge, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Wu Yunxian was not worried about Yang Qi's strength. Feeling this move, though, is more or less pulling the wool over my eyes. Since Yang Qi had already opened his mouth, he had no choice but to accept the result. Yang Qi accepted this challenge with some consideration. Uzumaki-sen had already helped him a lot. It would be his fault if he were to leave Wu Yunxian unconvinced at this point in time. After all, this sword training stone, itself, should be used by the group of disciples. When the surrounding sword sect disciples heard this, they all revealed expressions of watching the show. This guy, who is in the same realm as senior brother Long Yi, dares to accept senior brother Long Yi's challenge. He simply doesn't know the heights of heaven. No need to look. This time, he's bound to lose. Although the sword intent comprehended by senior brother Long Yi is not as good as the laws, it's enough to sweep away everything in the heavenly immortal realm. Zhang Qian smiled and said to Long Yi, no lives shall be harmed. In a few moments, in front of the sword practice stone, an empty space had been vacated. Yang Qi and Long Yi each stood on one side. Human Yang Qi, please enlighten me. Sword sect dragon arts. Long Yi smiled coldly. A long sword was drawn from his hand. This long sword had a white body. The sword light was stern, and there was a sword intent attached to it. When Yang Qi saw it, he was also slightly shocked. Worthy of being an outstanding disciple of the sword sect, he had actually comprehended sword intent as well. But looking at this sword intent, it seems like it's still an ice and snow type sword intent. It couldn't be compared to his own immortal execution sword intent. Watch the move. Before Yang Qi could make a move, the long sword in Long Yi's hand then flew out. It was clearly a flying sword spell from the sword sect's inheritance. Long Yi struck extremely fast. His flowery white longsword carried the slightest hint of coldness, and he just charged at Yang Qi. The people around them, feeling the chill, were all slightly startled. As expected of senior brother Long Yi, this cold ice sword intent has extraordinary power. I'm standing this far away and I'm getting chills through my body. It's awesome. Numerous disciples were talking about it. Zhang Qian was on the sidelines, revealing a smug smile. This disciple of his, he was confident. This cold ice sword intent was enough to make him invincible in the same rank. Just ask, which heavenly immortal realm can comprehend the laws? If one didn't comprehend the laws, it would be the world of sword intent. Right at this moment, a huge change in the field dazzled everyone. What is this situation? Why is senior brother Long Yi's flying sword so slow? This isn't right. What kind of demonic technique did this Yang Qi use? In the middle of the field, Long Yi's flying sword flew at a slow speed, practically a tortoise speed flight. At such a speed, nothing can be said to kill or injure the enemy. Even a 3-year-old could dodge it. The crowd was uncertain. Long Yi was even more filled with horror. This is so weird. His flying sword, in fact, was not slow, but it just seems, well, slow. Zhang Qian, who was at the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, changed his face drastically at this moment. How could he not recognize the heel of the law of time? Celestial Immortal Realm, unexpectedly comprehending the laws of time. That's not possible. He looked suspiciously to the side at Yu Yunsen. Wu Yunxian's expression was bland. The heart was pleased with itself. Yang Qi is my senior brother and has long since comprehended the law of time. Zhang Qian froze when he received this reply. Surprisingly, it's true. Who the hell is Yang Qi? The heavenly immortal realm had comprehended the laws of time, and one's own strength could no longer be viewed as a heavenly immortal. Zhang Qian knew that his own disciple was not Yang Qi's strength. At once, he shouted to Long Yi, "Apprentice, quickly admit defeat. You're no match for him." Long Yi in the field, however, said unconvincingly, "No, the same heavenly immortal realm, why am I inferior to him?" He controlled the long sword to fly back, attaching the cold and ice sword intent to it through and through, and was about to carry out the next round of attack on Yang Qi. Yanqi shook his head, decided to end the farce. The Yuan Tu Abi sword flew out in the storage ring. The immortal execution sword intent was attached to it, and the field was suddenly filled with sword light. It flew at Long Yi. The speed of the two flying swords was extremely fast, and the faces of the people present changed drastically. With their per capita heavenly immortal realm, they couldn't even see the remnants of the two swords. This is just too fast. Between the two, they were simply not at the same level of battle power. Wu Yunxian's face also changed drastically when he saw Yang Qi attaching the immortal execution sword intent to the Yuan Tu Abi sword. Surprisingly, it was the immortal execution sword intent. Yang Qi's move really surprised him. The immortal execution sword intent was a rough application of the immortal execution law, but it's also an introduction to the law of punishment. As powerful as he was, he had not comprehended the immortal execution sword intent. He realized in his heart, no wonder Yang Qi wanted to comprehend the law of immortal punishment. It turned out that he had already comprehended the immortal execution sword intent before. In the middle of the field, there was no longer any suspense once the immortal execution sword intent came out. Long Yi's cold ice sword intent was simply no match for the immortal execution sword intent. In the midst of the powerful immortal punishing sword intent, the cold and icy sword intent melted away inch by inch. A chill in the field also returned to normal at this moment. In an instant, the Yuan Tu Abi sword was already on Long Yi's neck. As long as Yang Qi made a slight movement, Long Yi would die. But Yang Qi isn't going to do that. Long Yi was filled with incredulity. Seeing that both swords were up to his neck, he had to admit that he had failed. Chapter 136, Comprehending the Laws of the Sword. The whole room was stunned. The seemingly mediocre Yang Qi. Surprisingly, the most talented disciple of the sword sect was defeated in just one move. Long Yi muttered, "I lost." Yang Qi retrieved the Yuan Tu Abi sword. "This Taoist friend, there is a world outside of people. Taking up your spot today is really a helpless act. If there is an opportunity, I will make amends." After saying that, he directly ascended the sword training stone. The moment he ascended the sword training stone, Yang Qi felt a sound of a sword echoing in his ears. An illusory figure automatically appeared in his mind. "Practice your sword on this rock." Looking at Yang Qi, he was mesmerized and deeply immersed. Yang Qi once again took out the Yuan Tu sword and practiced one move at a time while acting like an illusory silhouette. Yang Qi realized in his heart, could it be that this illusory silhouette was the legendary Tongtian sect master? Not bad for a saint. Merely practicing the sword on a piece of stone could make the stone so divine. Outside the field, the crowd watched as Yang Qi quickly fell into comprehension. They were still immersed in Yang Qi's sword. That flash of sword light was not to say that it was earth-shattering, but it can also be shocking. Zhang Qian walked forward and looked at his disciple. Slowly, "This person is a genius. It's normal for you to be inferior to him. Your talent isn't bad. If you cultivate hard in the future, you might have a chance to surpass him." Long Yi listened and nodded slowly. Turning around, he looked at Wu Yunxian. Holding his sword in both hands, he arched his hand in obeisance. "Disciple has eyes but no eyes. Please punish the patriarch." Wu Yunxian shook his head. "This disciple is not a bad seedling. Punishment won't be necessary. Practice well." After saying that, the figure dissipated in the same place. Zhang Qian followed closely behind, his figure directly disappearing. Long Yi lost his mind and looked at his back on the sword training stone. Ashamed of himself, decided to go back and practice. Also left the place. The many disciples were relieved when they saw the patriarch leave. With Wu Yunxian here again, they were under a lot of pressure. They look like the figure on the sword practice stone. Start talking about it. I didn't realize he was so strong. Yeah, it's the same heavenly immortal realm. Why did he defeat senior brother Long Yi in one move? Could it be that he has comprehended the legendary power of laws? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the heavenly immortal realm comprehend the power of laws? Numerous sword sect disciples discussed the battle just now, but with their eyesight, they simply couldn't see that Yang Qi had already comprehended the law of time and had an even more terrifying exorcist sword intent. However, there were also people who started conversing about whether Yang Qi could comprehend the laws of the sword Dao and felt skeptical. Do you guys think he can comprehend the laws of the sword Dao? Comprehending the laws of the sword Dao, how can it be that simple? Last time, there was a senior brother who sat on the sword training stone for 100 years, but he only comprehended a wisp of sword intent. I see nah, at most 5 days, he's going to come down on the sword training stone. Do you know why this sword refining stone cannot be comprehended all the time? The many disciples shook their heads. The man let out a soft laugh. Although this sword practice can help comprehend the laws of the sword Dao, the true meaning of the sword Dao in it is just too dense. The average person who stays up there for 5 days will have to come down for a rest. If it's a gifted person, they'll only stay until the 8th day at most. In my opinion, this Yang Qi, at most, can only stay for 6 days. As for comprehending the laws of the sword Dao, I don't know how long it will take. The many disciples nodded their heads slowly as they listened, very much agreeing with the man's words. The rules of the sword practice stone were not a secret among the sword sect. They had more or less heard such legends. A disciple said, "I'll wait here and see when he comes down." Great goodness, senior brother, as it should be. Yang Qi was immersed in his sword Dao comprehension, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The silhouette in his head, every move contained the true meaning of the way of the sword. If one did not comprehend it carefully, one would only think that it was just the usual sparse sword practice. Yang Qi had long since comprehended the immortal execution sword intent. He also has a deep understanding of the way of the sword. The silhouette gently swung his sword, and Yang Qi felt endless sword intent being wielded. The silhouette came down with a set of sword moves, and Yang Qi could only slightly feel that it was unusual at first. The silhouette in his head a set of sword techniques looped continuously. It keeps repeating. After watching the silhouette fight a set of swordsmanship, Yang Qi immediately adjusted his mindset and prepared to watch the next set. The second set of sword techniques came down, and Yang Qi had a slight realization. Gradually, Yang Qi began to slowly go deeper. A little bit of time passed. On the first day, Yang Qi had watched 18 sets of sword moves. On the second day, Yang Qi could see even more sword moves, a full 36 sets. On the third day, Yang Qi could see 72 sets of sword moves. On the fourth day, Yang Qi could see 81 sets of sword moves. On the fourth day, there was a sudden burst of clarity in Yang Qi's heart. A transparent silk thread was born inside Yang Qi's body. This wisp of silk, filled with the true meaning of the sword Dao, was clearly the law of the sword Dao. After 4 days of comprehension, Yang Qi finally comprehended the law of sword Dao. Right now, it was only 10% of the sword Dao laws. However, Yang Qi could clearly feel a qualitative increase in his strength. His entire strength was basically built on the Dao of the sword. The laws of the sword Dao were not as weird as the laws of time. The laws of the way of the sword were very pure, just pure destructive power. The increase in the power of the sword moves was huge. Yang Qi's casual moves now had 10 times the destructive power of before. This is the law of the sword. After comprehending 10% of the laws of sword Dao, Yang Qi clearly felt that the silhouette on the sword training stone was no longer suitable for his comprehension. If he continued to sit here withered, he would not be able to improve. This sword practice stone only can help the living soul to step into the door of the law of the sword if you want to deeply comprehend. Another opportunity needs to be found. To Yang Qi's shame, there was no aura of the law of exorcism on this sword training stone. Sect leader Tong Tian only comprehended the laws of immortal execution after he was a saint, and this sword practice stone was left over from his early years of sword practice. Without the law of execution, it was normal. After Yang Qi harvested the laws of the sword Dao, he no longer stayed on the sword training stone. Straight away, the disciples who were outside the sword training stone saw Yang Qi get up and immediately spread the news. That sword sect disciple looked at Yang Qi's back and muttered, "This guy's sword Dao talent is normally sparse. Alas, I really can't figure out why the patriarch let him come to the sword training stone to comprehend the sword Dao. It's a waste to stay like this." The news that Yang Qi had placed the sword training stone on the 4th day spread unchecked in the sword sect. All the sword sect disciples knew the news. None of them had a smile that said it was true. What kind of person is more gifted in the way of the sword than a disciple of my sword sect? Sword sect Great Hall. The two of them, Wu Yunxian and Zhang Qian, sat across from each other. In the middle of the two, a pot of fragrant tea was steeping. "Sovereign, this senior brother of yours, his talent is truly impressive. To think that the heavenly immortal realm has comprehended the laws of time. I wonder how many days he can stay on the sword training stone." In the next second, Yang Qi's figure appeared outside the Great Hall. Chapter 137, Sword Sect Discussion. Long E gets fortunes. Wu Yunxian froze as she looked at Yang Qi outside the hall. The same goes for Zhang Qian. It was only the 4th day now, and Yang Qi came down on the sword training stone. It's not scientific. Didn't you say that Yang Qi was gifted? How come so fast? It was hard to believe that his talent for swordsmanship was strangely poor. Yang Qi entered the main hall on foot. Senior brother Wu Yunxian, elder Zhang Qian. As soon as Yang Qi came in, he greeted the two. Wu Yunxian laughed. Senior brother, comprehending the laws of the Sword Dao is not something that can be accomplished in a day. There is no need to be discouraged. Just rest for a few days and continue to comprehend. Zhang Qian, who was at the side, also nodded. Although Yang Qi's Sword Dao talent was not as good as he wanted, in other aspects, he was already extremely strong. He wouldn't underestimate Yang Qi because of this. Wu Yunxian made tea for Yang Qi. Yang Qi laughed. Senior brother Wu Yunxian, I've already have comprehended the laws of the Sword Dao. It's thanks to brother's spirit tea. If it wasn't for the fact that this tea has greatly increased the power of my divine soul, I wouldn't have comprehended the laws of the Sword Dao in a short period of time. Both men were surprised by this statement. Zhang Qian even stood up. Little friend, you've comprehended the laws of the Sword Dao? Yankee nodded. For a moment, both men were silent. For days to comprehend the laws of Sword Dao, what kind of concept is that? In the Sword sect, the average disciple would have to comprehend at the Sword Training Stone for years or even decades. It was only then that he had the chance to comprehend the laws of the Sword Dao. This speed of Yang Qi was the first of its kind in the Sword sect. Yang Qi waved his big hand, and the threads of the laws of the Sword Dao within his body appeared in his hand. Senior brother Wu Yunxian, this is the Sword Dao law I comprehended. The two of them were only willing to believe it after they saw the Sword Dao law filaments. The two of them as Taiyi true immortal powerhouses. One as the Sword Sect's patriarch and the other as the Sword Sect's elder. The self had also comprehended the laws of the way of the sword. However, in front of Yang Qi, they felt ashamed of themselves. Which one of them hadn't gone through years to comprehend the laws of the Sword Dao, which is as simple as Yang Qi? Wu Yunxian was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. Senior brother, I am ashamed to be inferior to your Sword Dao talent. In the history of the Sword Sect, there hasn't been a single disciple as talented as Senior brother. However, Senior brother has only comprehended 10% of the laws of the Sword Dao, and if he wants to continue to go deeper, he still needs to keep comprehending the Sword Dao. Yanqi listened and nodded. Having comprehended just 10% of the laws of the Sword Dao, in the heavenly immortal realm, one would already be considered an invincible existence. Long Yi was able to be called the most talented disciple in the Sword Sect just by comprehending a single cold ice sword intent. One could imagine the difficulty of comprehending the laws at the heavenly immortal realm. Now, Yang Qi had already comprehended two kinds of laws at the heavenly immortal realm, and none of them were the most basic of the 5 elemental laws. His fighting strength was estimated to be above Xian immortal. At this moment, Zhang Qian's look at Yang Qi's eyes changed. Such a seedling has a great future ahead of him. He also politely poured tea for Yang Qi. Inside the palace, the three of them are happy. An in-depth exploration of the laws of the sword. But among the disciples of the Sword Sect, all of them circulated the news that Yang Qi couldn't last 5 days on the Sword Training Stone. Long Yi, who heard the news, was instantly annoyed. If you don't have a talent for Sword Dao, why do you still have to occupy the Sword Training Stone? It's a waste of opportunity. So he transmitted his voice to his master, Elder Zhang Qian. Upon hearing that his master was drinking tea within the Great Hall of the Patriarch, Long Yi instantly came to have confidence. Since the Patriarch was also present, then we should tell the Patriarch this news together. Let him know that Yankee was really wasting resources. But as soon as he arrived, he saw the three of them drinking tea within the Great Hall. There was talk and laughter, and they were referred to as equals. Apprentice, you're actually here. Don't come in yet. Long Yi listened and walked in apprehensively. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Sovereign. But he was oblivious to Yang Qi. Zhang Qian frowned at this. Unhappily, why don't you pay your respects to your senior uncle Yang Qi? Hearing this, Long Yi's face was ugly. Yang Qi has now become his senior uncle? Zhang Qian continued. Your senior brother Yang Qi, a heavenly genius, comprehending the laws of the Sword Dao in just a few days. Don't be rude. When Long Yi heard these words, he only felt a wang sound in his brain. Comprehending the laws of Sword Dao in a few days? What's going on here? Didn't they say he walked off the Sword Training Stone on the 4th day? Could it be that it wasn't that he couldn't hold out, but that he had already comprehended the laws of the Sword Dao before walking off the Sword Training Stone? Long Yi felt like he had been deeply struck. This is outrageous. For days to comprehend the laws of the Sword Dao was simply astonishing to him. It had all come to this, so Long Yi had no choice but to bow his head and salute Yang Qi. Greetings to senior uncle Yang Qi. Only then did Zhang Qian nod his head. Master nephew Long Yi, sit. Wu Yunxian reached out and a small stool appeared. Place it behind Zhang Qian. As Zhang Qian's disciple, Long Yi naturally could not sit with his elders according to etiquette. It only made sense for the stool to be placed behind Zhang Qian. Long Yi thanked him and sat down. Apprentice, listen well and don't talk nonsense. Zhang Qian secretly transmitted his voice and said. Long Yi was puzzled. Is it possible that there's some kind of golden nugget of advice? But in the next second, his face changed drastically. It was because what the three were talking about surprisingly involved profound laws. You know, he hasn't even comprehended the laws yet. These laws and avenues were obscure to him, yet he felt greatly impacted, tranquilizing his mind. After listening to half a day, Long Yi felt mesmerized and deeply involved. The three saw his appearance, but knew that this Long Yi enlightenment is considered excellent. Surprisingly, in a few rounds of the road, the sword rode and have a deeper understanding. The temperature of the teacup in front of Long Yi suddenly plummeted, and the tea, which was steaming hot, instantly solidified into a cup of ice and snow. The three were surprised. Surprisingly, Long Yi wasn't comprehending the laws of the sword Tao. Instead, he was comprehending the laws of ice. The law of ice was one of the basic laws. It's comparable to the law of 5 elements, sort of a variation of the law of water. The power was even better than ordinary 5 elemental laws. However, it was still slightly inferior to the laws of the Tao of weapons. Long Yi was only at the heavenly immortal realm now. To even be able to comprehend the laws was already extremely difficult. The power of the ice was still spreading. For a time, the entire hall was plunged into a world of cold ice. A sword roar emitted from Wu Yunxian's body, and the cold ice in front of his body shattered as much as it could. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, reached out and a green glow appeared, which was clearly the power of the law of wood. The laws of cold and ice came into contact with this flash of green light and dispersed as much as they could. Yang Qi resisted in a slightly different way. He didn't use the laws of time, nor did he use the laws of sword Tao. Instead, he released the immortal execution sword intent. After coming into contact with the immortal execution sword intent, the cold ice power unexpectedly melted on its own and could not advance an inch. This scene was a surprise to Zhang Qian. As the cold ice power of the Great Hall became more and more dense, Long Yi also opened his eyes. Chapter 138, The Sage's Scroll, The 100 Spirits of Water. A blue silk thread appeared in the palm of Long Yi's hand. A smile appeared on his face. Senior nephew has been blessed by misfortune. Congratulations! Wu Yunxian laughed. This law of cold ice, amongst the heavenly immortals, was already of an extremely strong battle power. Zhang Qian looked at his disciple with great satisfaction. Long Yi got up and bowed down to the three. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Uncle Yang. At this point, Long Yi was convinced. Yang Qi's 3 men were discussing the Tao. He was merely listening from the sidelines, and it didn't take long for him to realize the law of cold ice. Originally, he had scoffed at Yang Qi, but one of the discourses came down. He realized that Yang Qi had a profound understanding of the great Tao. In particular, his understanding of the way of the sword was beyond his reach. At this point, he realized how naive his was to have a problem with someone so powerful. In fact, Yang Qi's understanding of the way of the sword was very shallow. However, the way of the sword was purely a method of killing. Yang Qi came from killing all the way. He also had a unique understanding of the way of the sword. After Long Yi comprehended the law of ice. This is the end of this discourse. At this time, it was time for Yang Qi to leave the sword sect small world. He's been coming in for days, counting the hours. The second round of the tournament is about to begin. So yes, after the discourse ended, Yang Qi proposed to leave this place. Senior brother Wu Yunxian, I've come on this trip. Thank you for your hospitality. I should get back too. Wu Yunxian pondered for a moment and took out a calligraphy and painting in his arms. Handed over to Yang Qi's hand. Senior brother, earlier you asked me how to comprehend the laws of exorcism. I thought you were overly ambitious at the time, but I didn't know that you had already comprehended the immortal execution sword intent. This is a word painting left by the sect leader sage, and within it may be the true meaning of the law of exorcism. My brother, I have been enlightening myself for many years, but it is one that has not yielded any gains. Instead, I'll give it to you, and maybe I'll find something. Wu Yunxian looked at the painting and calligraphy with slight reluctance. Yankee picked it up. Heavily, he bowed to Wu Yunxian. I won't forget the cultivation of senior brother. Wu Yunxian nodded. On the sidelines, Long Yi was more than a little curious about the outside world, but he wanted to go out with Yang Qi. But this small world now also restricts the entry and exit of native beings. There's no good way to do it for now. Before leaving, Yang Qi told Wu Yunxian about the small world being merged and fused. Uzumaki-san didn't care. It just said, senior brother doesn't have to worry. After Yang Qi put the word paintings away, then he directly left the sword sect small world. After a trance, Yang Qi appeared in front of the entrance and exit of the spirit world. With a flash of his body, Yang Qi directly returned to the spirit world. The first thing Yang Qi did when he returned to the spirit world was to take out the calligraphy and painting gifted by Wu Yunxian. This painting of words was left by Sage Tong Tian. Yang Qi also didn't know what it contained. This one rolled up. Yang Qi opened it slowly. The display of a complete set of word paintings in front of Yang Qi's eyes. There are words and pictures in this one scroll. The characters were dragons and phoenixes, and when Yang Qi took a look at them, he felt the sword aura overflowing. As for the paintings and the scrolls, they are quite ordinary. It's a sword. Yang Qi felt dizzy just by taking a light look at the one. The laws of the sword Dao within his body constantly shook. Yang Qi felt his brain tingling in less than 3 seconds of what he had watched, not daring to read further. Put the scroll back inside the storage ring. Yang Qi's heart palpitated. At this time, Yang Qi realized that the immortal execution sword intent he had comprehended actually had a feeling that it was about to metamorphose. This scene surprised Yang Qi. By observing sect leader Tong Tian's calligraphy and paintings. One day, one will definitely be able to comprehend the law of immortal execution. The immortal sword intent was a fusion of the laws of immortality and the laws of the way of the sword. Now that Yang Qi had comprehended the laws of sword Dao, the power of the immortal execution sword intent skyrocketed. If you are able to comprehending the laws of exorcism, then his strength would once again experience explosive growth. However, right now, Yang Qi could only view one glance at a time. If you read too much, it will only be harmful. Half a day later, Yang Qi felt the power of his divine soul recover. Once again, the scroll was taken out and viewed. This time, it was still a matter of seconds before it felt like he couldn't withstand such divine might. After stopping, the immortal execution sword intent was enhanced a little bit more. Yang Qi was about to continue when he heard a roar from the border of the spirit realm. The figure came directly to the border of the spirit realm. At this moment, Yang Qi discovered that the light cocoon transformed by the 100 spirit water had begun to shatter. The previous rumbling sound was precisely the sound of this light cocoon shattering. The light cocoon was only broken a little, and Yang Qi felt a powerful aura. It's a touch from the blood. The green ox was also on the sidelines, eyes fixed on the cocoon of light. It had been some days since the 100 spirit water had refined the ancestral dragon skeleton. Now, presumably, is also the day when she will be transformed into a butterfly. This movement is not simple. The green ox mumbled from the sidelines. He had seen a lot and had never seen such a powerful bloodline. It hadn't even left the gate yet, and it could cause such a commotion. It's really rare. Big brother Qingyo, 100 spirit water this bloodline. It won't directly transform into an ancestral dragon? Yankee questioned. Green ox shook his head. The ancestral dragon is a powerful person from the ancient times, and its bloodline is the top in the world. I see that this little girl's aura is estimated to be less than 10% of an ancestral dragon's. What is, however, is much more powerful than an ordinary dragon race. Yang Qi nodded his head as he listened. This was already considered a huge boost for 100 spirit water. It was important to realize that 100 spirit water was nothing more than an augur before, not even a dragon. Now after refining the ancestral dragon skeleton, the bloodline was even more pure than that of an ordinary dragon race. For her, it was off the charts change. In the middle of the field, the light cocoon shattered inch by inch, revealing the white body inside. A white divine dragon rose into the sky with an elegant body. The white divine dragon roared up to the sky as if venting the pleasure in its heart. The 100 spirit water roamed above the clouds a few times after that. Then he transformed into a human form and landed beside Yang Qi. At this moment, after 100 spirit water had taken human form, her aura was even more dusty. In the past, 100 spirit water took on a human form and dressed extremely sexy. Although the temperament was also out of the world, it was inevitable that Yang Qi's mouth was dry. But now, 100 spirit water was directly in a white dress. A long black hair draped over her shoulders, and in her eyes, she added a few points of spirituality. 100 spirit water seemed like a fairy above the 9 heavens, and an ordinary person who looked at it would not be able to have any evil thoughts at all, but instead would feel that such a fairy was not to be insulted. Master, 100 spirit water owed a bow by Yang Qi's side. This made Yang Qi very surprised. Good man, even learned the etiquette? The spirit pupil operated, and Yang Qi discovered that 100 spirit water was now at the realm of transformation, and all of his breath had already reached the peak of the transformation god. I'm afraid that I'm only 1 foot short of the threshold to the refined void realm. This lift is truly off the charts. Chapter 139, a 3-state master? 100 spirit water had successfully refined the bones of the ancestral dragon and had successfully advanced to the transformation god realm, and in the spirit realm, she was no longer some kind of vase. The day after 100 spirit water broke through the realm, the spirit realm welcomed a group of people. Zhang Ao had brought thousands of first group employees with him, each of whom was an expert in the Jindan realm, vastly come to the spirit world. Earlier, Yang Qi promised Zhang Ao that he could use the spirit world's time domain to break through the realm. After Zhang Ao went back, he immediately let his staff practice desperately, and finally, a large group of Jindan realm gathered enough experience value for promotion. Zhang Ao was godly in front of his many men. You guys are blessed this time. Yang Qi's mysterious treasure that can pause time. The reason why China won the challenge is because of this baby. Zhang Ao's many subordinates were curious when they heard this. I can't believe it's this baby. The news that Yang Qi took very little time to break through the realm was not a secret. I didn't realize they had the privilege of using such a treasure. Zhang Ao didn't just bring someone to break through the realm this time. He had already been in existence in the Yuaning realm a long time ago. This time, he had gathered enough experience value to advance to transformation spirit. As soon as he saw Yang Qi, Zhang Ao immediately greeted him. Mr. Yang. Yang Qi was also surprised when he looked at the thousands of people in the first group. The first group is really growing fast. After this breakthrough in the realm, I'm afraid that no one within China would be able to shake the position of the first group. Except, of course, Yankee. Since he had already promised Zhang Ao, Yang Qi was not ambiguous. Directly lead the crowd to the realm of time. Luckily, the time domain hooked up, or else it really wouldn't have been able to accommodate thousands of people breaking through at the same time. It was the first time that the crowd of the first group had seen such a scene. There was a lot of talk. This is the legendary treasure. When you go in, time is suspended? This is too strong. Big brother Yang Qi is bullish. Mr. Zhang has really made a fortune by hitching a ride with Yang Qi. Nonsense. Without Yang Qi, could we be here today? The crowd was in awe of Yang Qi. Yang Qi was speechless when he heard this. Zhang Ao didn't know what he had told them. Isn't it just a real-time field? Given some more time, he would comprehend the laws of time a bit more thoroughly and would probably be able to erect a domain as well. But Yankee didn't say much. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the time domain was opened up. Once the crowd was inside, Yang Qi received a message from Wu Yingfei. Yang Qi couldn't help but rejoice after reading the message. After a few days of practicing, Wu Yingfei finally arrived at advancing to the refined void realm. Wu Yingfei is not bad. The inheritance obtained was even more advanced than Yang Qi's. After another period of teaching by Qingniu, his mastery of the Dan Dao was estimated to be out of this world. It was expected that Wu Yingfei would be able to advance to the refined void realm. However, after Wu Yingfei was promoted, he did not intend to return directly, but instead chose to continue practicing. Yang Qi estimated that she was stimulated by Yang Qi's rapid promotion, wanting to quickly rush up to the heavenly immortal realm. Yang Qi spent the next few days in the spirit world comprehending the heavenly scroll. With all the times Yang Qi comprehended more and more. Now, Yang Qi could basically watch for a few minutes. It won't make you dizzy just by looking at it, like it did in the beginning. The harvest is also full. Yang Qi estimated that the day he could view the scroll without being affected, he would be able to comprehend the laws of immortal punishment. But that day is a long way off. Yanqi wasn't someone who couldn't afford to wait. The law of exorcism was powerful enough to deserve the amount of time Yang Qi had spent on comprehending it. During this period, Yang Qi did not go out to practice. At present, with his strength, he can basically do a global rampage that, as long as those replicas of the being don't show up. There's another reason for that. Oddly enough, he counted the minutes, and the second race was about to begin. It's really not a good time to go out. On a windy and beautiful day, Yanqi was interrupted from his thoughts by a sound. Big brother Yang, help! This is someone outside the spiritual realm who is calling. Yang Qi was puzzled when he heard this. How is it that someone comes to their doorstep begging for help? After the game descended, personal force levels increased, and some violence was frequent. Basically, every single day someone died in combat, either by the hands of a demon or by the hands of his own kind. It's a very normal phenomenon. Yanqi couldn't care less. But, it was the first time he had seen one that came to his doorstep for help. Yang Qi came directly outside the spirit world. Instead, they saw a man in rags lying on the ground, breathless, a tattered outfit, and you can still tell it's all excellent armor. And this person's rank had also reached the Yuaning realm. This made Yanqi puzzled. This was the Yuaning realm. In terms of China, it was already considered an expert. Other than a handful of transformation god bigwigs, who else could beat this person like this? By now, the injured man had fallen into a coma. Yang Qi took out a healing elixir in his storage ring and threw it directly into the man's mouth. This elixir was an extremely high-quality item procured by Yang Qi. An elixir doesn't say bring back the dead. As long as it's not dead, it can drag back a life. It was a long time before the man finally woke up, but the breath on his body remained shriveled. The man was thrilled to see Yanqi. Big brother Yanqi. Thank you, big brother Yanqi. Yang Qi nodded slightly and didn't say anything. There must be some reason why this man came here to ask for help for himself. Sure enough, the man stated the cause. Big brother Yang Qi, the third king among the 5 kings of the 3 kingdoms of Agua, has come to China. I stumbled upon it unintentionally and wanted to come back to report it, but I was discovered. And if it weren't for the inheritance I received being good at escaping, I wouldn't have had the chance to come back here. The man spoke in tears. Yang Qi's eyes stared as he listened. The 5 kings of Agri? Except for the first place winner, who was of the 8th order. The remaining ones were all of the 6th order. How dare you come to China? The 6th rank was equivalent to the refined void realm, and it was still quite simple to injure a Yuaning. What made Yang Qi furious was that the three kingdoms had messed with him, and he hadn't even descended on the three kingdoms to make things happen. But the three kingdoms had sent someone to China? Is this bullying him that there's no one in China? Where is this expert of the three kingdoms? Now, Yang Qi opened his mouth and asked, I don't know, but he's been after me. The man shook his head, his heart palpitating as he answered. Hearing this, Yanqi looked strangely at the man sitting on the ground. Oh, yes? So, sooner or later he's going to find it? The man nodded. Yang Qi's expression became even more odd. In that case, wait for me here first. I see your mouth is dry. I'll go back and get you 2 oranges. The man heard something strange about that, but couldn't figure out what. Only nodded. Then thank you big brother Yang Qi. Come out quick big man. He should be here soon. Chapter 140, Seconds to Kill. After Yang Qi finished speaking, his figure directly disappeared, but did not return to the spirit world. Instead, he was hidden in the void. With his strength in the heavenly immortal realm, wanting to hide in front of the eyes of the Yuaning realm was as easy as a slap in the face. The difference between the two realms was too great. If this man didn't have any special inheritance, he wouldn't be able to tell even if Yang Qi was in front of him. The reason why Yang Qi was hidden in the void was very simple. The man wasn't telling the truth. How could the three kings of the three kingdoms of Agua descend to China and be run into by a man who keeps chasing after them? The experts of the three countries of Agua descended on China, obviously coming with a strong sense of purpose. China has a strong person like Yang Qi. Even if the A3 masters had a pit in their heads, they wouldn't waste too much time chasing down a witness, but rather grab time to fulfill their purpose. What was the purpose of the A3 masters Yang Qi did not know, but Yanqi was certain that it had nothing to do with this injured man. Yang Qi had to observe a bit in the dark. Designing the A3 masters, Yanqi had to be on guard. After all, the three kingdoms in China were not friendly with each other. In front of the spirit world gate, the man watched Yang Qi's departure and became anxious. It had been some time since Yang Qi left, but it still didn't show up. It made him anxious. He's going to be cold when the masters of the three kingdoms arrive. He also didn't understand why the three kingdoms would send people over to hunt him down. What's more, he didn't expect that the one who came after him was still one of the 5 kings of Agua. If it wasn't for his superb recluse skills, he would have been killed in the Yellow Springs. Alas, the three kingdoms are truly uncooperative. He sighed in a low voice. Obviously the information he gave was true. At the end of the day, A.S. failed and blamed him. That's right, he's the one who leaked all the intel about China. With this information, the three kingdoms dared to challenge China 3 times in a row, and he also announced the weaknesses of China's immortal cultivation heritage on the forum, causing China to be challenged by 19 countries. Although, China still won all the challenges, but there's no water at all in his intel. The man felt very aggrieved. In the dark, Yang Qi thought that there was indeed something fishy. Just at this moment, there was a sound of breaking air from the distance, and a figure came at great speed. The man had brown skin and long hair that flowed freely. All over his body, a golden glow emanated. From a distance, it looked as if it were a small golden man. This man is the 3rd king, one of the 5 kings of Agri, 6th order realm. Globally, it's considered masterful. When the 3 kings saw the man's figure, they instantly increased their speed. The men's livers cracked at the sight of it. Hurriedly casting the recluse method, the man was seen chanting, and then he raised his hand and pointed. Surprisingly, there was an extra passage in the ground. This passage was exactly the transportation aptitude that the man was so proud of. When the 3 kings saw this, how could they let the men continue to vanish? His figure sped through mid-air, waving a golden light from his hand. It landed directly in front of the man. The golden light did not attack the man. Instead, it blocked the passage at the man's feet. The man was in despair, shouted towards the entrance to the spirit world. Big brother Yang Qi, the experts of the 3 kingdoms are here. Come out and save me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Agua expert had already arrived at his heels. The 3 kings had a sardonic smile on their faces. This weak Chinese man had teased him 3 times. This one finally caught up with him. Golden light shone in the hands of the 3 kings as they struck out with a palm, and a powerful aura appeared as the heavens and earth lost their colors. The man watched as the huge golden palm struck down at him. Wanting to resist, he realized that his entire mana value was still empty after using the transportation technique. Before that, he had run out of gas. If Yang Qi hadn't given him an elixir, it was estimated that he couldn't even perform the transported manner. Just as the men were desperate, Yang Qi's figure appeared in front of him. Looking at the golden palm that was getting closer and closer, Yanqi smiled disdainfully. Such an attack was really inferior to the Chinese immortal cultivators. Divine soul power stirred out. Attached to it was a hint of the power of the laws of the sword. The golden palm unexpectedly dissolved inch by inch after getting close to Yang Qi. It directly turned into flying ash and disappeared between heaven and earth. The 3 kings were instantly shocked. Fixing his eyes, he realized that a man had appeared in front of the man. In a flash, he immediately thought that this person was the legendary Yang Qi. In the entire country of China, Yang Qi was the only one who had the ability to block his attacks at will. Escape! There was only one thought in his mind, but when he turned around, he found an unseen force holding his body in place. This was Yang Qi's divine soul power. Yang Qi was now at the heavenly immortal realm, and his divine soul power would grow explosively with every promotion. By now, it was simply no big deal for Yang Qi to randomly fix a 6th rank. Yang Qi didn't bowl *******. The Yuan 2 sword appeared in his hand, and it flew out with great speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the 3 kings. With the powerful law of the sword, the powerful force directly shattered the 3 kings. It turned into a rain of blood falling from the sky. The mighty 3 kings of the 3 kingdoms of Agua had fallen at the drop of a hat at Yang Qi's whim. Yang Qi's face was indifferent as he retrieved the Yuan 2 sword. The man was shocked to see this. He had a deep understanding of how powerful the 3 kings of this Asan country were. Such an expert couldn't even receive a single move from Yang Qi. Just how powerful was that Yang Qi? There, that settles it. Yang Qi's voice came out. The man woke up like a dream. Thank you, Big Brother Yankee. If it wasn't for Big Brother's intervention, I'm afraid I would have died here today. This people from the 3 kingdoms of Arabia, how dare they come to our country of China? Their guts are just too big. The 5 kings of Agri. This is provoking us, the man said evenly. Attempts to muddle through. Just when he thought he had escaped, Yang Qi's voice came. Right, the 3 kingdoms are provoking China. So why did you sell out your country? Yang Qi's voice was flat. No joy or sorrow could be heard. When the man heard that, he was struck by lightning, and his whole body stiffened in place. Ryogas turned around awkwardly. What do you mean, Biggie? You don't understand? The man shook his head. Just don't get it. The man breathed a sigh of relief. In the next second, his expression froze. A long sword penetrated his chest. All he saw when he looked down was the tip of the sword with blood on it. I think you still get it, Yankee whispered. Retrieved the Yuan 2 sword. Disappeared directly into place. An ordinary sword would not be able to kill a Yuaning realm. But Yang Qi's sword came with endless sword Dao laws. It explodes inside a man the moment it penetrates his body. Destroy his vitality. After Yankee left, all that was left in place was a warm body. After Yang Qi returned to the spirit world, he sent a message to Zhang Ao at the first time. From now on, all the teleportation formations in China will be guarded. Zhang Ao, who had just broken through to transformation spirit, was uncertain. Just now the 3 kings of the 3 kingdoms of Agua descended on China. Chapter 141, the second round begins. Zhang Ao was shocked when he heard this news. The 3 kings of Agri. The 3 kings of Asangua were 6th-order existences, and if they were to be replaced by the immortal cultivation system of China, they would be void refining experts. It was a big deal that such a character had descended on China. If such an expert were to cause trouble in China, countless Chinese would be killed at any time. Where is he now? I'll be right there. Zhang Ao directly prepared to go over. How dare the people of the 3 kingdoms come to China? It's simply bullying. Before Zhang Ao could get up, he heard Yang Qi's reply. Don't have to come. Just died. Only then did Zhang Ao's heart settle down. With that, Zhang Ao said, I'll immediately arrange for someone to monitor all the teleportation formations in China. The efficiency of the first group's operations. Yankee is trustworthy. After some contemplation, Yanqi continued. This time, the descent of the experts of the 3 kingdoms is related to the previous leakage of intelligence from China, but it's just that things have worked out. Later on, you pay more attention to news in this area. If you find something that eats out of your mouth, you'll be directly executed on the spot. Zhang Ao sniffed and felt more than a little guilty. As the number 1 force in China, this is something that can't be done. Understood. Only then did Yankee hang up the communication. The reason why they were monitoring the teleportation formations in China was to prevent experts from other countries from coming to China to cause trouble. Teleportation formations are an official setting of the game. This kind of thing is one of those things that can't be destroyed. What Yang Qi could do was to receive the news at the first moment when the foreign experts descended. This will minimize the damage. Most people in China are not strong now. If someone steals the home, China will lose a lot of money. After Yang Qi told Zhang Ao about the matter, he continued to return to the spirit world to comprehend the heavenly scroll. Meanwhile, the A.S. inside the royal palace, the 4 figures settled on top of the throne. 5 thrones, 1 empty. That position was none other than the 3 kings. Third brother has been in China for so long, how come no news has come back? What are you worried about? He's almost at the 7th rank, so it's not like he can clean up a 4th rank? Shouldn't have met China's Yang Qi. Speaking of which, everyone's face went bad. Impossible. Third brother's purpose this time is clear. He's just going after someone. How could he have met Yang Qi? And I heard that Yang Qi is now hogging a copy, settling inside the copy, and generally won't come out without anything. That's good. Once they heard that Yang Qi wouldn't just appear, they were relieved. But in the next second, all four of them had a feeling of palpitations. Everyone's face changed drastically. Sandy, just now, their own brother, died. They are 5 brothers. The inheritance is all from the god of destruction. 5 brothers say his heart to heart is not too much. This kind of palpitation they had never felt before. It coincided with the 3 kings' former trip to the kingdom of China. What the hell these palpitations are for to buy? They know it with their asses. It must be Yang Qi. In the entire country of China, other than Yang Qi, there is no one who can kill my 3rd brother. Avenge Sango. We're going to China now. The big brother on the throne looked at the brothers who were about to be blinded by hatred and opened his mouth. Shut up. His face was grim, and hatred filled his eyes. But he knew that going to China at this time was no different than sending him to his death. Yang Qi was very strong. Yang Qi was able to do amazing things every time, and had a very rich base. The best thing to do for now is to wait for the next race to start. Empower yourself. Then go after Yankee again. Yang Qi, who was far away in China, naturally didn't know that he had been targeted. As time passed, his comprehension of the laws of exorcism became deeper and deeper. It was believed that it wouldn't take long to comprehend 10% of the laws of exorcism. On the 5th day after Yang Qi killed the experts of the 3 kingdoms, a global notice appears. It's the 2nd round of the tournament that Yankee has been waiting a long time for. The 2nd round of the tournament begins. The 2nd round of the tournament is the battle for the replica. 10 copies of each country are randomly drawn into the global copy space. The copies within the global copy space are freely accessible to all, including the living beings within the copies. Players from various countries can compete for copies from other countries, and for guarding copies from their own country, for a period of 30 days. At the end, ranked by the number of copies owned, the game official will use the ranking to distribute the resources. First resource, unconditional release of all national heritage. Second place resources, 80% of the country's heritage unconditionally open. Third place resources, 60% of the country's heritage unconditionally open. If all copies are lost, the copies within the territory will be unrestricted and the beings within the copies will be free to come and go as they please. The next rankings have a decreasing number of open legacies. The final 20th place is unconditionally open to 10% inheritance. Yankee looked at the contents of the second race. This has been the game's official equivalent of a perk, the flood system within China. In fact, most people get poor legacies. If we can open up all the inheritance, China's power will grow dramatically. It is important to know that these legacies are extremely difficult to obtain. If Yang Qi hadn't hitched a ride on the line of the elder Lord Taishang, the inheritance he obtained wouldn't have been too good. Yang Qi was still like this, not to mention the others. Now, the legacy is open to anyone who places in the copy battle. What is this if not an official game perk? The moment the notice went out, across the globe, a mysterious force is randomly selecting 10 copies. Come to the global copy space. A total of 2,000 copy spaces for the bonuses available. In the midst of the game's official global replica space, through a teleportation array, you can descend into the global copy space. It's going to be a killing. Anyone's from any country can teleport to the global copy space. Fighting within the space. On the World Chat channel, there was already an uproar of yes, grass. This is going to change. Mandatory participation for all countries. If we give up, this country is finished. Hell knows what the attitude of the beings inside the copy is. Go guard your own copy. This is getting complicated. Within the global replica space, replica beings are not restricted by the replica. Does anyone know what copies were randomly selected? If we were to draw a copy with malicious intent towards us, we wouldn't even have to guard it. We'd just have to cool off. All the countries, after getting this news, the first thing they did was to go to the global copy space to poke around. Find out which copies of your own are actually available. At the same time, strong men were sent forward to guard it. The teleportation array teleports to the global copy space and directly waives the teleportation fee. Anyone can get involved. Chapter 142, The Cave of Master Tai. Countries were the first to send people to the global copy space. China, led by the first group, had also sent a large number of experts. Before that, Yang Qi's figure had long arrived within a space. Inside this space, it was no different from the normal world. There are mountains, grasses and rivers. As soon as Yang Qi descended, he saw a prompt. China player Yang Qi, are you traveling to the China resident? Yang Qi was stunned that there was even such a hint. Clicked yes straight away. When Yang Qi chose yes, the space around Yang Qi twisted. In the next second, Yang Qi found himself in front of the valley. This is where China is stationed. What about the 10 small worlds in China? Yankee was puzzled. Yang Qi searched a bit and finally found 10 small world entrances. These 10 small world entrances are all the same. It's 10 portals. numbers 1 through 10 respectively. This was intentionally designed like this in order to facilitate the fight for small worlds. Straightforward. Yanqi didn't rush in. These small worlds are drawn at random. Who knows what's in there? Yangqi's current heavenly immortal realm could only be considered the bottom tier when placed in the flood. If you come across a truly great power, all it took was a breath of air, and Yanqi would have to cool off. Think about it. Yangqi had to open the copy atlas. At once, 10 small worlds were displayed. Taiyi's Cave, legendary copy of the strongest person, Dala Golden Immortal. Yanqi was stunned. The great Luo Jingxian, Taiyi Zhenjin was one of the 12 personal disciples of Yuan Shi Tianzun. In the hierarchy, it is known as one of the 12 Golden Immortals, a strength that was as great as a mighty one in the floodplains. In the flood, Taiyi's status belonged to the highest group under the saints. Wu Yunxian was only the attendant of the Tongtian sect leader's saint, and he had such a cultivation level, mastering a vast legacy. The amount of energy of this Taiyi master can be imagined. What the hell kind of small world did the game program pump up to get here? But the remaining small worlds were uneventful. It's mostly normal elite copies. There aren't even a few strong ones. It was the kind that Yanqi could crush at any time. Yanqi looked away. There would be no interest. This kind of small world. Wait until Zhang Yao brings people over. Straight up clear. Then just let the Chinese move in. Relying on the demon race inside the small world was better than relying on one of their own. As for Taiyi's Cave, it would take some communication. Thinking of this, Yangqi directly came to Taiyi Zhenzi's cave small world entry and exit. The entrance to the cave of the Taiyi realist was in the know. One small world. As soon as Yangqi approached, he was directly sucked in. After a moment of heavenly spinning, Yangqi found himself at the foot of a large mountain. Qianyuan Mountain? In the legend, Taiyi's Cave is located in the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan. The background of the only large mountain in front of Yangqi's eyes called out. Yanqi didn't act rashly. He bowed to Qianyuan Mountain. Junior Yangqi seeks to meet Senior Taiyi Zhenjin. Yanqi's voice wasn't small. The sound kept echoing through the mountains. With this move, Yangqi was worshipping the mountain. As a junior, I pay my respects to Taiyi. When Yangqi's voice dispersed, he didn't even see any response. Yangqi was not humble and continued. Late generation Yangqi, greet Senior Taiyi Zhenjin. Just then, a golden light fell on the mountaintop. The golden light was dazzling, illuminating Yangqi's eyes as he squinted. This golden light contained a powerful force. Yangqi had a palpitating feeling when he even took a look at it. However, this golden light didn't have any malicious intent. Yangqi didn't take out his own weapon either. The golden light landed in front of Yangqi and transformed into a small child. The little child was about 6 or 7 years old and looked very cute. The boy's eyes were open. Looking at Yangqi, the expression seemed to be a bit more displeased. Why are you screaming so loud? You guy? The master is waking up to you. Yanqi smiled awkwardly. Isn't that what mountain worship is all about? My name is Yangqi. I would like to request an audience with Senior Taiyi. I still hope this little brother will inform us. Yanqi sneaked a look at the little boy. The mind guessed at the identity of the little child. This little boy called Taiyi Zhenjin Master. Could it be Taiyi Zhen's mountain human form? The child said impatiently. It's all said and done. The master's asleep. And quarrel. Yangqi was speechless. It's not very polite to wake someone up, so asked in a whisper. I don't know how you call your little brother? The child said impatiently. I'm a spirit bead. Yangqi was shocked when he heard this. Spirit beads? Isn't this the reincarnated predecessor of the legendary Neza? In the myths and legends, there was a powerful being who was the reincarnation of the child spirit pearl in front of him. He was also eventually taken as a disciple by Taiyi Zhenjin, achieved a legendary life, and as a former body of that person. Spirit beads also have a very peculiar heel. He is the spirit of Taiyi man's magic treasure. After a magic treasure reaches a certain grade, it will give birth to a spirit and can even cultivate on its own. This is the case with this spirit bead. Yangqi's 2 swords of Yuan Tuabi, if he continued to cultivate them, perhaps one day they could also give birth to a spirit and take on a human form. So its fellow Taoist spirit pearl. Yangqi made a salute to the spirit pearl, and continued. I don't know when Elder Taiyi will wake up. I really have urgent matters to find Senior. Spirit bead's eyes went white, and he said without a trace of anger. How would I know? The master sometimes sleeps for 100 years, sometimes for 1,000 years, and there is no exact number. Hearing this, Yangqi's face darkened. A sleep of 100,000 years. So outrageous. However, when he thought of Taiyi Zhenjin's cultivation realm, he shut his mouth. The great Luo Golden Immortal Realm was already the same as heaven and earth. It was even said that he would live even if heaven and earth collapsed. And, Yangqi guessed, The strongest existences that survived in the Flood world were estimated to be the Great Luo Golden Immortals. It was because Yang Qi had already obtained 2 weapons of the strongest people above the Great Luo Golden Immortals, and it's all battle-damaged weapons and magic. The first piece was naturally the Immortal Punishing Subsword, the watchful weapon of the Tongtian Sect Sage. The other piece was the Yuan Tu Abi sword used now. That's Old Man Styx's treasure. Again, there were battle losses. That would be enough to show that they are not in good shape. For the rest, it was the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Taizhenjin was the top existence among the Dala Golden Immortals. It was also an existence that Yang Qi couldn't afford to offend right now. Thinking of this, Yanqi said politely, "Fellow Daoist Spirit Pearl, I wonder if you've ever been out in the outside world." Spirit Pearl's eyes went out of focus when she heard this, but in an instant it was low again. "But I can't get out. Even the master can't get out." Hearing this, Yang Qi burst out laughing. "Now, you can get out." Chapter 143, The Spirit Beads Cave. Spirit Pearl was overjoyed to hear this. Skeptically again. "You lied to me. Can't get out at all." Yang Qi smiled faintly. "You can go out now. Try it if you don't believe me." During this time, Yang Qi also used his spirit pupil to take a look at Spirit Pearl's cultivation level. The Spirit Bead Z body was an innate spiritual treasure, which was considered the top magic treasure in the Flood. As an artifact spirit, he also had true immortal cultivation. Yang Qi had nothing but eyes for such a battle power. Celestial Immortal, Xianxian Immortal, True Immortal, Tai True Immortal, Dala Golden Immortal, and Sage. Spirit Pearl's cultivation level was 2 realms higher than Yang Qi's, adding to the fact that it was a treasure of the Tai True Immortal. It was richly endowed, and its battle power was estimated to be considered strong amongst the Tai True Immortals. Yang Qi was so persuasive that he finally tricked the spirit bead into going to the entrance of the cave. The spirit bead was pleasantly surprised after some experimentation. He and Taizhenjin had been trapped in this cave for an unknown amount of time. Now it's finally free to go out. "Your name is Yankees, right? I'll cover you from now on. Anyone bullies you, you tell me and I'll go beat him up for you." Spirit bead's childishness, bumper to bumper. Straight away, he forgot that there was still a Tai master in the cave. Yankee was happy to do the same. Tai doesn't know when he'll wake up. Anyway, if these small worlds were to be occupied, they would first have to be cleared of all living beings within the small worlds. Tai realist cave. Yang Qi didn't have to worry at all. Just ask, who can beat the Great Luo Golden Immortals now? Instead, the remaining 9 small worlds would require a great deal of effort. The beings in these 9 small worlds were not strong. The strongest being was a demon race at the heavenly immortal realm. For Yang Qi, it belonged to the kind of living beings that could be destroyed with his hands. For other countries, it is not expected to take much effort. It's nothing more than a sea of people. Yang Qi thought about it for a while and decided to clean up the living beings of these 9 small worlds first. "Fellow Daoist Spirit Pearl, I'm going to kill the demons." Spirit Bead was confused as he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings outside the cave. As soon as he heard talk of going to kill a demon, he was instantly interested. "Fellow Daoist Yang Qi, take me with you." Yankee nodded, directly taking the Spirit Bead into a small world. The Yuan Tu Abi sword flew out and killed the living beings in the small world in a rattling mess. Looking at Spirit Bead, he was dumbfounded. He didn't recognize the Yuan Tu Abi sword though, but also as magic treasures, he could vaguely sense that these 2 swords were unusual. At its peak, it might be even more powerful than its own body. Spirit Bead was even more curious about Yang Qi. The beings in this small world were not powerful. Yang Qi directly cleared the air after a messy kill, and succeeded in refining the core of the small world. The small world within the global copy space. The core cannot be taken away even if it is refined. Instead, it was transformed into a stone tablet and placed in the deepest part of the small world. The next person comes in and simply dispels the branding of the previous person and hands it over to the refining of the small world. This is the process of fighting for small worlds. The person who directly branded the core of the small world was still a Chinese, and this small world hadn't even been taken by another country yet. After the branding was done, Yang Qi took the Spirit Bead to the next small world. During that time, Spirit Pearl jumped at the chance to do it herself several times. However, Yanqi directly stopped it. How could Spirit Pearl be said to be a golden immortal powerhouse? When he made his move, how could there be anything left for Yang Qi? Will the experience value that was delivered to your mouth not be lost? Yang Qi's experience value had now been calculated in terms of what percent. Just now, Yang Qi had killed a small world's living being, and his experience value had unexpectedly increased by a mere 1%. Although Nose took Yankee too much time. But where did so many small world demons come from to give Yang Qi a brush? It's just too hard to find. As his level got higher and higher, Yang Qi felt that the demons were becoming insufficient. But other than the demons, all the other beings are titled characters. It made it hard for Yankee to do it. All from other worlds though. But these are also Chinese myths and legends. The spirit beads made a trip out without doing anything and were doubly bored. It turned into a spirit bead flying up and down across Yang Qi's circumference. The aura emanating from it made Yang Qi's heart flutter. This is an innate spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, it was Tai Yi's magic treasure. If it was a masterless magic treasure, Yang Qi would have to do it. After Yang Qi finished packing up a small world, just out, a group of people were seen just inside the Chinese compound. The group was all black, all over his body, only his eyes and teeth were white. As soon as this group of people saw Yang Qi, they immediately took out their weapons. Their weapons were oddly shaped, ranging from crescent-like blades to short spikes the length of chopsticks. This made Yang Qi very surprised. As the saying goes, the weirder the weapon, the faster you die. Yankee meets a stranger within his own quarters. He hasn't even done it yet. The opposite side was in a hurry. I don't know what was said in the gibberish. Drawing his weapon, he rushed towards Yang Qi. Yankee didn't know which country these people were from. The inheritance is rather strange. A black light emanated from the weapon. Then it possessed the power to make people's hearts palpitate. Weapon enchantment? In all countries of the world, the system of inherited power is different. It was the first time that Yang Qi had seen the inheritance of weapon enchantment, so the curiosity arose. Yang Qi's figure flashed, disappeared directly into place. The spirit beads in midair saw these people. It was a moment of amazement. Yankee, why are these people so dark? Could it be the demon race? Yankee crowed. Black people are not found in the flood. It was normal that the spirit beads had never been seen. They're a type of human. Yang Qi patiently replied. Spirit beads are not buying it. These strange beings are attacking us. Kill. Spirit Pearl let out a loud cry. Turning into a stream of light, he rushed straight into the crowd. The black light on the group's weapons actually dissolved inch by inch after coming into contact with the spirit beads. It transformed into a black aura that wrapped around the spirit bead substance. Spirit beads took shape beside Yang Qi, and his face, which was originally carved out of jade, was even stained with a little bit of black color, like a big fancy cat. This annoyed Spirit Pearl. With a wave of his small hand, a watery light appeared in the void, pouncing on his face. These black spots were indifferent, as if they were glued to Spirit Pearl's face. Getting my face dirty, kill you all. Spirit Pearl let out a furious cry. In midair, a fire appeared. Yang Qi could feel the sizzling temperature from just being on the sidelines. It was hot enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. In the crowd across the street, the faces of the people all changed drastically. At this point their weapons had dissolved. Now there's a blaze. It would have been scared out of its wits long ago. Spread your legs and run. Spirit Pearl was furious at this time. How to let them get away? The sea of fire poured directly into the crowd. Amidst a scream of misery, a crowd of people were reduced to a cloud of flying ash. Chapter 144, Zhang Ao in danger. The reason why Yang Qi didn't stop Spirit Pearl from killing, it was because these people could not have come to China's compound with good intentions per se. There was only one possibility for coming here, and that was to come and occupy the small world of China. If it wasn't because Yang Qi wanted to see what was so unique about this group's inheritance, he would have already done it himself. After the spirit bead kill is over, the dark spots on his face were finally slowly dissipating. Spirit Pearl was very surprised. My face is back. No, that black spot didn't go away. Spirit beads suddenly blushed profusely. Yang Qi cast a curious gaze. The strongest of those people was only at the 4th rank. It was simply difficult to reach the sky if one wanted to injure Spirit Pearl. Spirit Pearl closed her eyes in midair with an enraptured look on her face. A moment later, he opened his eyes. I seem to have gotten stronger. He surprised. Yang Qi was also surprised. He also detected that the spirit bead's aura had gotten slightly stronger. However, it wasn't overdone. If we can keep absorbing the power of this inheritance, maybe even further, it looked like the power of that inheritance could enhance the magic treasure. His Yuan 2 Arnica sword had already traveled a distance in the extreme fabulous treasure grade. Now it was just a step away from a Hotian spiritual treasure. If you gain the power of this inheritance, it might be able to break through to the Hotian spiritual treasure grade in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Yang Qi's mind came alive. But now, there was no way for him to find the country of this heritage. The spirit beads directly burned them into a pile of ash just now. Yang Qi couldn't ask even if he wanted to. It looks like I'll ask Zhang Ao about it later on. Thinking of this, Yang Qi realized a problem. Where's Zhang Ao? Shouldn't Zhang Ao have brought people to come and guard the small world of China at this time? How come it's not here yet? Thinking of this, Yang Qi sent a message to Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao's reply made Yang Qi furious. Mr. Yang, we're under siege. They've been interrupting our teleportation to Chinese territory. They should be sending someone to our China resident to directly take away the China copy. Yang Qi frowned. It seems that the group that just came here wasn't an accident. Rather, it was intentional. Who the hell is besieging you? China is now a first-class presence on a global scale. Who the hell is that ungrateful? Many countries, but I got it all down. Mr. Yang, make sure to hold the China resident. With that said, the communication went straight down. Yang Qi's eyes went cold. These people, they want to put China to death. It's amazing that they came up with this scheme in a short period of time. There must be powerful countries behind it. Now Jiang Ao is facing attacks from multiple countries, although China as a whole is powerful. But there are too many enemies. I guess it's now a one-trick pony. If you don't go over yourself, in the end, he might only be able to collect Jiang Ao's corpse, but the Chinese compound is expected to have people coming back. Thinking of this, Yang Qi turned his gaze to the spirit bead. Spirit Pearl was still basking in the joy of her increased strength. His strength as a magic treasure into a spirit was generally limited by his body. It is extremely difficult to enhance. Only what the essence elevates, he has a chance to elevate. The spirit bead was suddenly stared at by Yang Qi and froze. Yang Qi revealed a harmless smile. Fellow Daoist Spirit Pearl, that power just now, do you still want it? Spirit Pearl nodded. Want? Can you give it to me? It's been millions of years since I've raised my strength, and my master hasn't been able to help me raise my essence. Yang Qi said patiently. Now, just do one thing for me, and when I'm done, I'll take you to this power. Spirit Pearl blinked, hesitated, and nodded. Go ahead. What is it? First things first, I can't betray my master. Yang Qi shook his head and said, how could I possibly let you betray Elder Tai? Now there are people coming to rob these small worlds. I'm not available. You just have to kill everyone who comes here. Spirit Pearl was puzzled upon hearing this. Robbing the small world, then the master's cave as well? Yes. Yankee nodded. Spirit Pearl was instantly angry. Good. I'll kill anyone who comes here. They're so bad. Trying to rob the master's cave. I'll protect this place even if you don't ask. Yang Qi was a bit afraid that the spirit bead would only guard Tai Yizhenzi's cave and cause the other small worlds to be robbed, and had specifically said that anyone who came here would be killed. Remember, there are 10 small worlds here, not one less. When it's done, that black power, pipe down. Spirit Pearl nodded heavily, seeing Spirit Pearl's solemn appearance. It was only then that Yang Qi put his heart down. With the spirit beads around, he could be distracted to save Jiang Ao and the others. Even if the spirit beads weren't there, he would still have to go. The first group of Jiang'o belt is an important force in China. If they were gone, no amount of small worlds would be of any use. Thinking of this, Yang Qi directly opened the panel and chose to leave the China resident in the outside world, teleporting to a global copy space. The first descent point is a public space. In the public space, there is an option to teleport to a country's compound. Right now, Yang Qi was just going to go inside the public space. A spatial force wrapped around Yang Qi's figure. In the next second, he left the Chinese compound. Come to the public space. The public space is a large mountain range with a very vast territory. After Yang Qi descended, the first thing he had to do was look for Jiang Ao and their location. So Yang Qi flew with his sword. It came directly into mid-air, but in mid-air, there was no movement coming from the fight. Yang Qi had to fly at an extremely fast speed. Finally, after a few minutes, Yang Qi's powerful divine soul power sensed the fluctuation of mana coming from the distance. Mana is a power unique to Chinese immortal cultivators. It's Jiang Ao without a doubt. With this thought, Yang Qi turned into a stream of light and went away. Within a valley, all sorts of powerful forces fluttered about haphazardly, and a palpitating aura filled the entire valley. Around the valley, there were countless silhouettes swaying. Catalyze your own power and send out a powerful attack. The target of their attack. It's the basin right in the center of the valley. At this time the basin of the valley had been blasted to shreds by all kinds of forces, and the vegetation had all been swept away by the powerful force. Exposed black land. The black land is also pitted with puddles. There are also broken branches of plants mixed in between. In the center of the basin, there were dozens of people gathered in a circle, each facing outward, looking warily at those around them. These dozens of people, every single one of their faces were pale and incomparable, and there were even some whose mana was already overdrawn, and could only stand with the help of their weapons. In the center of dozens of people, there was only one standing. At his feet was a corpse with a Chinese face. Chapter 145, You're surrounded by me. In the middle of the field, Jiang Ao looked at the people surrounding him who were besieging him, and the hatred in his eyes slowly grew. He had brought over 100 men with him, and now there were only a few dozen left. Every one of these men is an elite member of the first group. All of them were in the Yuaning realm, and they were still experts in the Yuaning realm. If not, it wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long against such an onslaught. Watching those around him fall one by one, Jiang Ao was heartbroken. There were thousands of people surrounding them, from different countries. One by one, they were hidden above the valley. These people, every one of them is a master. There are all sorts of attacks that are sent out. Brothers, hold on. Jiang Ao let out a loud shout. Jiang Ao was in the center of the crowd. Not that the crowd was protecting him, rather, it was because among those present, he had the highest cultivation level, reaching the transformation god realm. Jiang Ao was in the center, ready to support everyone. The people around Jiang Ao, one by one, were already exhausted. At Jiang Ao's command, the spirit was raised again. The Dharma weapon in his hand is clenched here, eyes forward, ready for the next attack. Above the valley, the people who were besieging saw Jiang Ao and the others doing a trapped beast fight and couldn't help but let out a sneer. These Chinese pigs, still talking tough at the end of your life. Kill them, take away China's copy, and expel China from the list of powerful nations. They come from different countries, but they have the same goal. That's pulling the state of China down. China is now in the ascendant and has an unstoppable momentum. This is not the result they want to see. Among them were countries that had lost to China in the first round of the tournament, and their subjects hated China even more. I hate to see the country of China fall in the mud for eternity. Now, someone else is leading the charge, and they're happy as can be. Kill them. I don't know who shouted. Countless radiant attacks fell above the valley. Jiang Ao's face changed drastically when he saw this. This wave, they can't hold out any longer. These people who surrounded them were very shrewd. Never fought an encounter with them, not even close combat, hiding in the shadows to deliver an attack, depleting their numbers. When they are exhausted, take them down in one fell swoop without wasting a single soldier. At that time, even if China wanted to pursue retaliation, they couldn't find who it was. Jiang Ao, as the veteran president of the first group, was old enough to have seen through all of this a long time ago. I hope China's compound hasn't been overrun, he murmured and whispered. He was ready to die a generous death. Just at this time, a bizarre scene appeared in the field. Those attacks that were rampaging in midair were unexpectedly wrapped by an invisible force, and their speed instantly slowed down. Everyone in the arena was shocked. What's going on here? Why are my attacks so slow? Damn it, did this group of Chinese use some forbidden equipment? How come? Keep attacking so that the forbidden equipment all have a time limit. I just don't believe that they still have forbidden equipment. Hearing this, the besiegers sent out another attack. Taboo gear exists in all countries. It is usually an existence that is difficult for ordinary people to access. Each of these has a bizarre power, reality, some weird maneuvers. Their attacks couldn't work, and their first thought was forbidden equipment. Another round of hard-hitting offense. However, to the surprise of the crowd, this round of attacks slowed down in midair like before. At this speed, it was a fool's errand to kill this group of Chinese. By the time these attacks landed in the center of the valley, the group of Chinese had long since run out of sight. They even have forbidden equipment. Why didn't you take it out in the first place? They were puzzled. Jiang Ao and the others in the field were also stunned by this scene. The Yuaning realm expert on the side wiped the blood on his face and laughed at Jiang Ao. Mr. Jiang, what is this? Is this the heavens favoring us? Jiang Ao frowned. How do I know? Everyone get ready to run. Run out one by one. Brothers who ran out. Remember, go and get Yankee help. The crowd nodded heavily. Now, the only way is to run. Even if they ran, most of them would have to be on the way out. The chances of escaping are also very slim, but there is a silver lining. If you don't run away, you'll only end up worse off. Take advantage of this bizarre force interfering with the battlefield. Just their chance to escape. If they didn't run away, after this weird power disappeared, they would only die. Just when Jiang Ao was about to escape from this valley with his remaining men, a mellow voice resounded throughout the valley. You are surrounded by me. Drop your weapons and prepare to die. The people on the valley were puzzled when they heard the voice. For one thing, it's because they don't understand Mandarin. Secondly, they didn't know where the source of the sound was, but it was also known that a powerful being had descended here. Among them, there was no lack of people who could understand Mandarin. He's speaking Mandarin. He's Chinese. Who the hell is it? Jiang Ao smiled when he heard this voice. He could hear that it was Yang Qi's voice, but then the sadness came back to his face. If Yang Qi came here, wouldn't that mean that there was no one to hold down the garrison in China? Yang Qi gave up his quarters to come to their rescue. Thinking of this, Jiang Ao sighed. Young people, they are just spirited. Still, he was very pleased in his heart. A figure appeared above the dome, feet on flying swords and a dusty demeanor. It was none other than the belatedly arriving Yang Qi. As soon as Yang Qi got close, he cast the law of time and blocked the two waves of attacks. With this free time, his divine soul power scanned the valley, memorized the scent of 1,000 people. These people dared to besiege the Chinese. They must be taught a deep lesson. The Jiang Ao crowd was relieved to see Yang Qi. They don't have to die in this ing place today. With Yang Qi around, they had confidence. And those above the valley, seeing Yang Qi appear, all of them were searching for information about Yang Qi in their memories. Yankee is very recognizable. At least on the air, the globe has seen it. Soon, Yang Qi was recognized. It's him, Yang Qi. Why is he here? Isn't he in seclusion in a private copy? How did he appear here? As soon as Yang Qi appeared, there was only one thought in their minds. Escape. Yanqi was too prestigious, and at the moment, he was still the #1 ranked being in the global rankings. In front of him, none of these people had the desire to fight. The only thing to do now is to run away. The last moment, they were hunters, the Chinese in the center of the valley, thinking about how to escape. Just as Yang Qi appeared, the attack instantly reversed. Chapter 146, Kill All. Those who had surrounded Zhang Ao had taken out their own watchful recluse techniques at this time and fled for their lives. Yang Qi stood above mid-air, looking at the people fleeing in all directions, revealing a cold smile. Escape? Can you escape? Both. And, if an ordinary heavenly immortal saw thousands of people fleeing around, he might not really be able to handle them all. But who is he? He's Yanqi, an existence that had comprehended 2 laws at the heavenly immortal realm. The sword Dao Law threads throbbed inside Yang Qi's body. It turned into a stream of pure power that climbed onto the Yuan 2 Abi sword. The next second the 2 flying swords flew out in 2 streams of light, stabbed at those fleeing around. The flying sword's flight speed was extremely fast. Those who had dared to try to escape could not do so at all. In less than a second, the flying swords took several lives. The strongest being of these people was only at the 5th rank. Under Yang Qi's as high as 8th rank level, there wasn't even a hint of resistance. It was nothing but a slaughter with no suspense. Yang Qi's face rippled as he listened to the screams coming from the distance. It was as if those who died under his sword were just ordinary chickens and ducks. How could Zhang Ao not know at this point that the means to resist the 2 waves of attacks just now was executed by Yang Qi? He was extremely shocked by Yang Qi's strength in his heart. He didn't know exactly what kind of ground Yang Qi had reached. The gap between the 2 grew wider. Or the gap between Yanqi and the combined power of China is getting wider and wider. Look at the people who are running around. Zhang Ao gave an order. Go, kill over them, he said and took out his magic weapon. With a touch in his hand, a few more pills appeared. Distribute these elixirs. Restore some mana. Previously, they hadn't had the opportunity to take the elixir. Causes mana to dry up. Now that an elixir was in his stomach, the mana value gradually recovered. They were very suffocated by the group of people surrounding them. Plus there were dozens of bodies of his companions lying at his feet. If you don't kill him now, when will you do it? Kill. Zhang Ao took the remaining dozens of people and flew out directly. Circle around the person who was running away. Their opponents had long been scared out of their wits by Yang Qi. Now they were only concerned about escaping. How could they have the heart to fight against Zhang Ao and the others? Plus, Zhang Ao and the others were full of hatred, and their strikes were killing moves. A fight also killed several of them over. Yang Qi watched this silently from above the dome. In fact, even if he didn't need Zhang Ao and the others to do anything, he could easily kill all these people. But to think that Zhang Ao was the real victim, it's only right to vent a little. For this reason, Yang Qi also separated a little bit of his divine soul power and attached it to dozens of people, so that they wouldn't be counter-killed. As the Yuan 2 arboreal sword flew up and down, after a few moments, most of the thousands of people had been killed. The remaining hundreds had their livers and guts split. They had never seen such a terrifying tactic before. Those 2 flying swords that flew up and down became their nightmare. No matter what speed they ran away at, they would easily be caught up by the 2 flying swords. No matter what such means of defense they used, they would have been easily pierced through. It was at this moment that they realized why Yang Qi was #1 in the world. It turns out that the global #1 has such horrible tactics. They regret it. Regret listening to slander and besieging the people of China. Unfortunately, there are no pills of regret in this world. With one life passing by, in just 10 minutes, thousands of people were slaughtered. The only survivor was a young man wearing glasses and black clothing. His legs were trembling at this point and his face was pale. It was as if he had seen the most horrible thing in the world. This was because Yang Qi's 2 flying swords were clamped above his neck on the left and right. If he moved slightly, these 2 flying swords would directly cut off his head. At this time, Zhang Ao was carrying hatred. Also came before him. Mr. Yang, ask them exactly which some countries they are. Yang Qi's figure fluttered down. He already knew which countries were besieging Zhang Ao. With a little searching, Zhang Ao could be right. The only thing that made Yang Qi curious was where these countries got the courage to surround Zhang Ao and the others. There must be someone behind this. In a slow push for this action. Maybe it's a 3 country. He left this man behind. It was precisely to make some inquiries. Speaks Mandarin, right? Yang Qi asked. That young man with glasses shuddered in his heart when he heard Yang Qi's light words, stumbling in broken Mandarin. Yes, a little. Yang Qi left this young man unkilled. It was because before, Yang Qi's divine soul power explored that this person could understand the words he said. Say, who the hell is behind this? I said don't kill me. Raising a frown. I say, I've heard that it's the A.S. behind it, but I have no proof. Don't kill me. I can help you find it. I know people in the A.S. I can. Before the words were finished, his head shot up into the sky. Yang Qi said contemptuously, if you don't know, you can't say. Yang Qi felt great contempt for such people who wasted other people's time, wasted more than 10 seconds of his time for nothing. Now even if this person didn't say anything, Yang Qi would still be able to find out the person behind the curtain. Zhang Ao looked at the corpses filled with blood. There was an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Soon, he thought again of the China residency. Mr. Yang, how is our compound now? Yang Qi smiled mysteriously. Our compound is still there. Ms. Wu Yingfei is here. Zhang Ao asked curiously. Before he came, he remembered that Wu Yingfei was still practicing in the small world. How did you get here so fast? Wu Yingfei's level was high, and with her guarding the compound, it wasn't foolproof. Other countries, except for those of the Three Kingdoms, were not qualified to attack the Chinese compound at all. Yang Qi shook his head. This time Zhang Ao was puzzled. The 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers? Yan Qi shook his head again. Those 4 brothers are still in the herding stage. I've heard that he's already advanced to the realm of the transfigured god. You'll know when you go and see it. Zhang Ao and the others had no choice but to follow Yang Qi back to the China resident. Public spaces can be teleported directly to the premises. Zhang Ao and the others were interrupted before they could even teleport. Now they are very curious about the China residency. A glow enveloped the crowd. The crowd came directly to the Chinese compound. As soon as they descended, they saw a field full of ashes. Everything that came into view showed signs of being scorched. Also, there were signs of a struggle on the ground. Apparently, there was a battle here at one point. A man walked into a pile of ashes to take a look and his mouth dropped open. Mr. Jiang, this is human ash. Zhang Ao was startled by the words. Looking closer, the pile of ashes, although messy, could still vaguely make out the outline of a human figure. This field of ashes, each pile of ashes is a person. Zhang Ao froze. Who did Yang Qi get to come over to guard the garrison instead? Chapter 147, The Plan. Zhang Ao and the others looked at the ashes all over the ground, shocked and speechless. How many people died here? It was estimated that more people had come here than had besieged them. The fundamental reason for the siege of Zhang Ao was that it was China's residence, and it was normal for more people to come to this place. However, the other thing that Yang Qi was puzzled about was that the spirit beads were nowhere to be seen. Spirit Pearl is a golden immortal cultivator. For now it's the ceiling that's there. It's impossible to be hurt by these shrimps. Yang Qi looked at the empty and wild China's resident, and finally decided to go to Tai Chi Realist's cave to have a look first. The spirit beads can't say they've gone back. Yang Qi looked at Zhang Ao and their dozens of people. After some thought, it was decided to take them on first. It was impossible for Yang Qi to be stationed here all year round. In the future, the mainstay of the township of China's residents will still have to look to the first group. Sooner or later, the spirit beads in Tai's moving mansion will have to get to know and deal with them. Meeting first to make a good impression will make it easier for future townships. I'll take you to someone, Yang Qi said indifferently. Zhang Ao immediately became interested upon hearing this. Is that the master? Yang Qi nodded. The crowd all revealed curious gazes. They were curious as to what kind of god had such battle power. Did China have other experts they didn't know about? Yang Qi brought Zhang Ao's crowd directly into the Tai realist cave world. The expert you speak of is within this small world? Zhang Ao became even more curious. He knew very well how many experts there were in China. Now it seemed that Yang Qi's helpers might be the flood characters in the small world. As soon as he entered Tai Yi's small world, Zhang Ao saw a few big words carved on the huge mountain peak. This is the cave of the Tai Yi master? As a Chinese with a pure bloodline, he grew up listening to these myths and legends. The legend of Tai Yizhen was not unfamiliar to him. Yan Qi nodded, affirming his doubt. The crowd was shocked to hear this. Tai Yi's cave. This is actually the cave residence of the Tai Yi master. I wonder what level of strength Tai Yi man has reached. This is great. With Tai Yi master's cave in place, it's impossible for this small world of our country of China to be taken away. The crowd was shocked and very happy about the news. In the second round of the replica scramble, the rules are stated very clearly. In order to take over a copy, you must take care of all the living beings within the copy. With a mythical figure like Tai Yizhen, his strength wouldn't be too bad at all. With the power level of the global players, it was impossible to be his opponent. Just at this time, Yang Qi poured a pot of cold water on them. Although Tai Yizhen's strength is strong, there may be powerful characters in the copies of other countries as well. Now the beings inside the global replica space can freely enter and exit the replica. If other countries communicate well with the living beings within their own country's copies, they can totally make those living beings fight for them. It was only at this time that Zhang Ao and the others reacted. The one who just stepped in to help us subdue our quarters was Senior Tai Yi? Yang Qi shook his head. If it was really true that the ethereal was willing to make a move, then it would be good. According to Yang Qi's estimation, Tai True Lord's strength as a great Luo Golden Immortal was a ceiling existence even if he was placed in other countries' copies, and there were not many people who were his opponents. If Tai Xinjin were to make a move, China could basically sweep all the countries, but Tai is still sleeping now, because he was not clear about Tai Xinjin's attitude. Yang Qi did not dare to disturb him hastily. After the crowd entered the Tai Master's cave world, they saw a red light flashing across the sky. Zhang Ao and the others were all startled, thinking that this was some enemy trying to make a move against them. At ease, Yang Qi stopped them from taking out their magic treasures. This firelight was none other than the spirit beads. As expected, the firelight in the sky transformed into a child with a smiling face full of satisfaction as it approached Yang Qi. Yang Qi, that group of people is really too ineffective. I'll burn them all to death with a single fire. Don't forget what you promised me about finding that black power. Yang Qi also revealed a smile when he saw the unharmed spirit bead, and said with a nod, "Don't worry, naturally I won't forget." Yang Qi then questioned, "Fellow Daoist Spirit Pearl, how did you suddenly return to Senior's cave?" The child transformed by the Spirit Pearl tapped his head and let out an "Oh, Master just woke up." Yang Qi was surprised. Tai Xinjin woke up from his nap? Wouldn't that make it possible to pay homage to Tai? I also hope that the Daoist you're staying with will help introduce your predecessor. Yang Qi said very politely. Spirit Pearl shook her head. The master has not really awakened. Just now, he merely gave me a transmission. Hing sensed the mana fluctuation of my strike. The master awakens for a moment. My master has instructed me to cooperate well with you. When Yang Qi heard this, he was disappointed and a little surprised in his heart. Although Tai Xinjin had not awakened, the spirit beads had been tied to their ship of war. Spirit bead golden immortal strength wasn't bad enough. At the very least, Yang Qi wasn't sure as he was a match for the spirit pearl now. With spirit beads as a helper, they already had a big advantage in the second round of the tournament. That's a good feeling. I'll just thank Senior Tai here first. I wonder when Elder Tai will awaken. Pearl said, scratching her head. The master is now practicing a technique, and it's estimated that he won't be able to wake up for a while. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Yang Qi. With my help, there's nothing I can't solve. The attackers that Spirit Pearl had faced before saw that these attackers were so weak. Self-confidence is now high in the mind. Yang Qi nodded. He didn't deny that the spirit beads were powerful. But in terms of calculating today's cultivation converted into ranks, the rank realm of the spirit beads was the 10th rank. Keep in mind that global player leveling is very fast. Maybe in another 10 days and half a month, people from other countries would appear as 9th rank experts. Your own strength is fundamental, Yang Qi secretly said in his heart. Although his current rank was at the 8th rank, he had the laws of time and the laws of the sword Dao to add to it. He could confidently kill a 9th order existence in seconds. Still haven't done it in real life though. It looks like it's time to compete with the spirit beads, so as to validate your strength. Zhang Ao was on the side to see Spirit Pearl talking freely with Yang Qi, not daring to interrupt in the slightest. The aura emanating from this mysterious child was very strong, a powerful presence at first glance. This person appeared again in the cave's small world of the Tai realist, and I am afraid that he has a great relationship with the Tai realist. In the face of such an existence, he didn't dare to interrupt easily. But listening to the conversation between these two people also made it clear that the Spirit Pearl was about to help China. That's good news. At that time, he was again shocked at Yang Qi's strength. Even the living beings in the Tai cave called Yang Qi by his peers. Yang Qi's strength was feared to have broken through the heavens, reaching a situation they couldn't imagine. Fellow Daoist Yang Qi doesn't know who these people are? Collar Beads inquired. It was only at this time that Yang Qi came to his senses. He himself had yet to introduce Zhang Ao and the others to Spirit Pearl. This is Zhang Ao, a companion from my country of China. For the next little while, you are comrades in arms. The rest of the people Zhang Ao's subordinates. Spirit Pearl nodded thoughtfully, then whispered, "That's a little too weak." His voice was small, but his words fell intact into the ears of the crowd. Zhang Ao and the others were embarrassed to hear this. Their strength was indeed insignificant compared to the one in front of them. They didn't expect Spirit Bead to say it directly like that. Yang Qi was also embarrassed as he listened. However, it was normal to think that the spirit bead was slightly deficient in human feelings as an artifact spirit. Don't worry, your true comrades are me. They are merely aiding us. Spirit Jewel heard this before she put her heart down. If I had gone out with them to kill the enemy, I would have taken care of them before they could do anything. That's too meaningless. They're not even immortals. A group of Yuaning realm. A Huanshan realm. Spirit Pearl's words were full of disdain. The Yuaning transformation god realm was just a figure that could be destroyed by blowing his breath to him. Yang Qi held his forehead with one hand and was filled with helplessness. The spirit bead was powerful, but his mind seemed to still be a child. No wonder Naja, who became Naja after his reincarnation, is also a master of no saving. In the end, Yang Qi decided to separate Zhang Ao from Spirit Pearl. He didn't seem to have a problem with this language from Spirit Pearl. The world of the flood is a world of Muqiang. Any living being is honored by strength. In their eyes, only the same strength could talk to them as equals. In the crowd it was estimated that Yang Qi was also called to have such qualifications. A few people didn't delay too long after the rendezvous. The next task for the first group was quite clear. The first time the town guarded a Chinese garrison. The second thorough investigation of the people who laid siege to China. At this time, other than the cave of Taibeijianzi, the other 9 small worlds had long since been cleared by Yang Qi. Zhang Ao and the others only needed to guard the Belt Chinese country resident and did not need to enter the small world. If a strong enemy comes, simply repel it with a thunderbolt. As for the thorough investigation of those who besieged China, it is a very complicated task. When Yang Qi rescued Zhang Ao, he had already recorded everyone's inheritance characteristics. Yang Qi took out a pen and paper in his storage ring and recorded the characteristics of thousands of people and dozens of heritages, handing them over to Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao looked at the long piece of paper with the dense information recorded on it and frowned. There are simply too many countries involved. This is a difficult thing to pursue. Mr. Yang, this is too much. Zhang Ao's meaning is very obvious. So many people really want to pursue all? Yankee smiled. This is not much. If you add up the Chinese resident of these attackers involved in the country is estimated to be more. But they had already been turned into ashes by the spirit beads. Instead, it can't be pursued. As for these, it is already known which country they are from. Yang Qi was not prepared to let them go. Don't worry about it. Yang Qi gave Zhang Ao an affirmative reply. Are you kidding me? They're all bullies. How can they be let off so easily? Zhang Ao nodded. Now that it is determined to be pursued, it will be pursued to the end. Already knowing the inheritance information, it was very simple to find out which country it was from. Zhang Ao took the list and went straight to pursue the matter. The spirit bead had been pestering Yang Qi, wanting to go find that black energy. Yang Qi was also helpless. Only Zhang Ao was allowed to prioritize the pursuit of which country this black energy came from. The spirit bead was only too happy to do so. This black energy was too much of a temptation for him. Yanqi could only mourn for the people of that country in his heart. The piker is not guilty of a crime. It's the sadness of the weak. But Yanqi didn't feel sorry for them. It's all been done to China, so there's no need for mercy. It wasn't just the spirit beads, but he was actually very interested in that black energy as well. The magic treasure in his hand also needed to be promoted. After putting a series of things in order, later it was decided to call the few remaining people in the critical mass. He can't always hold down the fort here at the Chinese compound. If he was out of the house and was invaded by someone with an intention to invade the Chinese compound, Zhang Ao and the others would not be able to defend themselves at all. It would be different if the people in the spirit world were called over. Wu Yingfei was now at the refined void realm. It is now in a position to stand alone, plus a peak transformation spirit by Ling Shui. It basically guarantees that the Chinese compound will be safe and sound. Of course, Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers Yang Qi also called on. So many resources have been invested in them, and now it's time for them to return the favor. As for the other forces of China, Yang Qi had no intention of calling on them at all. For one thing, because there are so many of them, it is inevitable that they will leak some information. Secondly, it was because they were so weak that they couldn't be of any help at all, and might even drag everyone down. The leakage of information about the Chinese immortal cultivation system was fresh in our minds. Yankee didn't want to see a second time of this. The Chinese side, plans are in full swing. Within a dark space, countless silhouettes, sitting in all directions. Their figures were hidden in the darkness, and it was impossible to see who they really were. Ha! I blame you bunch of idiots for the failure of this plan. Surprisingly, I didn't receive the intelligence that Yang Qi had already arrived in the global replica space, and the mysterious presence within the Chinese compound. What exactly is it? Why has there been no intelligence? An angry growl echoed through the darkened space. The entire hall was silent, and no one actually dared to refute this person's words. It was a long time before the voice continued. It's amazing that we've already formed a force against China. It would already be a grasshopper on the same rope. The next time any of our countries is attacked by China, the other countries will have to lend a helping hand. At these words, whispers were heard within the lobby. They were not happy with the directive. They had gathered together for no other reason than to divide the big cake of China. Now they are asked to contribute. How can this be done? Quiet. You can't escape now. Any country that makes a move against China will sooner or later be approached by China. These words silenced the entire hall, and once again there was silence. There is no way back for them. The only way is to go to the end with China. Chapter 148 Counterattack. Soon, the news of the siege of the Chinese spread around the world. Both the World Chat Channel and the game forums this matter has set off a lot of discussion. What they hadn't expected was that there would be people to mess with the power of China today. It can't be the Three Kingdoms, can it? Other than the Three Kingdoms, what other country has the guts to do this? Upstairs you guessed wrong, and it wasn't the A state. Not just one country is besieging China, but many. According to the information I've gotten, many countries have formed anti-China societies. Prepare for a complete siege of China in the second round of the tournament, trying to bring China down. When this news broke, it caused a furor, but they were relieved when they thought of China's strength. The Chinese nation is now a veritable global number one with Yang Qi as its big brother. Again, allowing China to continue to develop in this way is an outcome that many people do not want to see. This is typical of not having a good time yourself and not being able to see others having a good time. At this point another informed source broke the news. The Anti-Hua Society has received news that Yang Qi is in closed-door cultivation in a replica within China. So gather the people first to besiege the first group of China in the global copy public space. Then a large number of people were gathered. Prepare to contribute to the Huagua copy residence. A two-pronged approach, ready to take China in one fell swoop. The crowd heard the news. All of them felt sorry for China. With such powerful symptoms, the first group will certainly not be able to defend itself. And it's not like China's main warhorse, Yang Qi, showed up. The result of this sneak attack has been guessed by everyone. But it was at this time that those supposedly in the know broke another dose of news. Guess what? What else can happen? China lost. In this case, China loses, no doubt about it. Just when the crowd was not looking favorably on China. I'll start with the battle inside the global replica space public space. Thousands of experts, besieging hundreds of people from the first group, wiping out most of the first group's experts in a short period of time. Yang Qi then made a strong appearance, killing thousands of experts with mysterious and unpredictable means. This mysterious blabberer, who had just told this war story, everyone was very shocked. Wasn't it agreed that Yang Qi was in seclusion within the copy space within China? How did it suddenly appear in a public space? Isn't this a classic case of not getting the intel right? Yang Qi had this strength, everyone had no doubt. Not only did Yang Qi have a record of cross-rank kills, but he was also currently the highest-ranked person in the world. If there were no experts out to hold him back, not to mention thousands, tens of thousands wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Now with everyone getting higher and higher levels, 1 against 100 is no longer a legend. Yang Qi shot down the first group, then won't the Chinese country's quarters be seized? So this sneak attack was still a success. It's typical for China to win the man and lose the battle. The fact that China's quarters were seized meant that China no longer had an advantage in the second round of the tournament. Even if China's Yang Qi was superbly strong, there was no way that he could, in the midst of many countries resisting, win an advantage. Hey, you guys guessed wrong again. Next I'll talk about the war situation in the Chinese compound. On that day, a full 2,000 men attacked the Chinese compound at the first opportunity. They were preparing to take the copies within the China residency in a short period of time. And just at this time, a mysterious strong person appeared within the China residency. Anyone who sees this wallpaper for what it really is dead, reduced to ashes. I only know that at that time, the fires in China's compound were filled with light, and the scorching heat was so hot that people felt despair. Well, that concludes the briefing on the first battle and the second event. I'm Charlie's Mark, the game forum owner. The knowledgeable blabberer blew his cover directly after those words. Everyone was still stuck in the shock of this wave of operations in China. Who cares about the identity of Charlie Marks? What they didn't expect was that China actually won the advantage in this close plot. Who exactly is the mysterious master of China? Could there be someone else in China besides Yang Qi? Yang Qi looked at the many people in the world on the game forums talking about it. A smile broke out. Since that group of people wanted to sneak behind the scenes, he'd put that on the table for everyone to see. The anti-Chinese society? Yang Qi let out a sneer. It seems the people behind it are not simple. Surprisingly, an organization has been formed. But Yankee didn't care. As long as Jiang Ao gets the list, he'll find them one by one. Thinking of this Yang Qi, he immediately contacted Jiang Ao. Which is that country with the black power heritage anyway? Mr. Yang, I found out. It's a country of black-skinned people. A country with a small population, but they have a very interesting system of inherited power. They have access to an energy that is responsible for being on the weapon, adding power to the weapon. So far it looks like the strongest person in their country is only at the 6th rank. Yang Qi nodded after hearing this. The world is a big place. A small country in the district dares to attack China. Then let them taste their own wrath. Fellow Taoist Spirit Pearl, let's set off. Spirit Pearl was pleasantly surprised to hear that. Fellow Taoist Yang Qi, you found the group. Yankee nodded. Let's go. I can't wait. Spirit Beads jumped at this point. That energy was too much of a temptation for him. Who would refuse to be stronger? Yang Qi didn't talk nonsense and directly brought the spirit bead to the public space. Teleport to the Sini State compound. with Yang Qi clicking on the teleportation to the Sydney country residence, a flash of light that included the two figures. With that, the two of them directly disappeared in place. The next second they arrived within a valley. After Yang Qi descended, the first time he observed the surroundings, the environment was found to be no different from that of the Chinese compound. 10 copies of the portal side by side, but by this time, there was already a blackened crowd inside the Sini Kingdom's compound. The men were cloaked in black skin. Show the whites of your eyes and your teeth. When they saw someone descending, they were instantly alert. A strand of black power climbed onto the weapons in their hands. Each one of them had a fierce look on their faces. It was as if they were a bunch of wild beasts that chose to devour people. The spirit beads smiled when they saw the black energy in their hands. Fellow Taoist Yang Qi, it really is that energy. My essence is going to be promoted. Yang Qi also smiled. This country has such a legacy and is not strong enough to be targeted by others sooner or later. Besides China, people from other countries also own equipment. This energy could enhance magic treasures, and perhaps other systems of equipment as well. Chapter 149, A Great Victory. The crowd was shocked to see Yang Qi's appearance. Yankee is a celebrity around the globe. Who doesn't know what he looks like now? The black man in the lead gabbled for a while, and Yankee didn't know exactly what he said, only to see that after he had finished speaking, several thousand people were gathering black energy, attached to your own weapon. Spirit Bead was instantly delighted, turning into a ray of fire. He was about to prepare for a killing spree. However, it was blocked by Yang Qi. According to the Spirit Bead's momentum, this was a preparation to catch up and kill everyone, extracting the black energy and enhancing itself. Looking at the thousands of people within the valley, it didn't feel necessary later. So cruel. He shook his head at the Spirit Bead and said, if they will cooperate, then they will be spared the death penalty. Is that okay? Spirit Pearl hesitated for a moment and nodded, agreeing to Yang Qi's suggestion. Yang Qi flew in the air with his imperial sword, said to the thousands of people below, I know some of you understand Mandarin. Now here's your chance to talk to me. After saying that, Yang Qi looked around with a torch-like gaze. Yang Qi's gaze was caused. Everyone lowered their heads. Not long afterward, a robust young man stepped forward. I speak Chinese. What the hell do you guys want? Yang Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud at these words. You messed with someone yourself. They came to your door, and you asked them what they want? But Yanqi didn't get mad right away. I know your inherited power enhances weaponry. Now I'll give you a chance to hand over all your power. The burly youth's face changed when he heard this. Yakking to the thousands behind him, he spoke again, phrasing Yankee's words one by one. Thousands of people were suddenly furious. The eyes were fixed on Yang Qi and the Spirit Beads. It has the feel of a big fight if you can't talk about it. After we hand over our inherited power, we will be reduced to an invalid and all our levels will be zeroed out. I'm willing to give up the person who stole from China, but making us give up our black power won't work. Yanqi shook his head as he listened. He's already given them a chance, but they won't appreciate it. These people probably think they can't take them. Only then will you reason with them and make conditions. One thought to this. Yang Qi said to the Spirit Pearl at his side, do it. It was as if Spirit Pearl had heard the most wonderful language in the world. It was directly transformed into a ray of fire, rushing into the crowd. There were screams in all directions. Spirit Pearl was already at the golden immortal cultivation level, and his strength was said to be through and through, trying to kill these people who were no more than 6th rank at the highest. It's as simple as eating and drinking. A roaring fire appeared within the valley. The moment Spirit Pearl struck, it was a killing move. These people couldn't even block a single move under him. Within a short time, a ball of black energy converged in the hands of the Spirit Bead, and the thousands of people in the field had been reduced to piles of ashes. Yankee rippled. These people are not worth dying for. Spirit Bead looked at the black energy in his hand. The color of surprise in his eyes was hard to hide. Fellow Taoist Yang Qi, this mass of energy, I'll use it first. I feel like my essence could be promoted a rank. Yang Qi didn't want to have any differences in interests with Spirit Pearl at this time. These black energies will still be there later. So nodded. You use it first. There is no way that all the people in this country have come to this global copy space. There are presumably tons of other masters in the real world. When the time comes to walk up on your own, how much energy is there? Spirit Bead Z was overjoyed when she heard Yang Qi's words. Then thank you, fellow Taoist Yang Qi. It won't take me any time at all to refine these energies. Fellow Taoist Yang Qi can directly command me for anything again. Spirit Beads are extremely good at talking after they get what they want. Yang Qi revealed a smile. Spirit Beads' childishness. Earlier, I was worried that the Spirit Beads were too rowdy. Now it seemed that his fears were unwarranted. Now Spirit Pearl said straight out that he could command him to do things. Now don't things come to a head? Yang Qi looked at the 10 replica entrances of the valley. Surprisingly, no one is attacking for copies right now. Then it's up to China to start this war. Fellow Taoist Spirit Bead, This massive energy is remarkably effective for you, but that seems a little less to me. There are 10 small worlds here now, and there must be black energy remaining in them. Fellow Daoist, help me. The energy of these 10 small worlds is yours. These 10 small worlds belong to me. How? Spirit Pearl nodded as she listened. Things that could enhance his strength. He had always come to the table. The two rushed straight into the copy. These copies serve as legacy copies of the Sini kingdom. The beings within it also possessed the same heritage. All of them condensed a black energy, attached to the weapon, and utilized the weapon to kill the enemy. These means were insignificant in front of the cultivation system of China. The inheritance of the immortal cultivation system in China was about having many means. There are also multiple systems that can be split out. The sword Dao cultivation that Yang Qi had taken was one of them. The beings within these replicas were no more than 9th order at the highest. In front of the powerful strength of the spirit beads, the two quickly pushed through 10 copies across the board. Yang Qi also managed to brand these 10 copies with his mark. At this point, all 10 copies of the Sini country were in the possession of China. As Yang Qi branded the copies, these copies unexpectedly slowly disappeared in place. On the other hand, inside the Chinese compound, the entire space suddenly shook violently. A single copy is visible all around. These copies are exactly the same copies that are available in Sydney's country. The whole 10. All of them are now being pulled into the residency by China. The people of the land of Sinai, if they want to recapture the copy, it is necessary to enter the Chinese compound. And the difficulty of not branding yourself in these copies is no different than robbing a copy of China. Once a copy is taken, it takes a lot of manpower to get it back. Jiang Ao and the others looked at the manifested copy. Big surprise. It was only half a bell when Yang Qi went out. Surprisingly, he grabbed 10 copies so quickly. This speed is also too amazing. If Yang Qi continued to snatch like this, China can surely be the biggest winner. Meanwhile, a full board briefing appeared. China takes away the copy of Sini. China takes away the copy of Sini. The whole 10 briefings. At this time, people from all over the world, seeing this briefing, were stunned. I didn't realize that China had said it was the first to make a move. The first strike is to crush a nation with a thunderbolt. The capture of 10 entire copies had represented the annihilation of all of the Sini kingdom's forces in the global copy space by the Kingdom of China. I seem to remember that the country of Sini was part of that alliance of some sort. Now there's a good show to watch. China is starting a counterattack. China made a blatant move, directly alarming everyone. Chapter 150, Traveling to the Country of Sydney. China's swift movements caught everyone off guard. It's only been 2 days since the attack on China. Just one country's compound was cleared by China. The people who eat it don't have to think about it. This is an act of retaliation by the state of China. All of a sudden, globally, everyone was in danger. Those countries that had already formed an alliance were worried that China would suddenly come to their door, hit them with a defense. In the halls of the anti-Chinese society, dozens of people were silent. They are all the strongest in their respective countries. To attend this meeting of the anti-Chinese society, the general public is not qualified to come at all. It was a long time before a voice came from the hall. Sydney's country is finished. Their quarters have now been cleared and not a single copy remains. Even the strongest of them died in the attack. The strongest person in the Sini kingdom is of the 6th order. In fact, most of the people here were only of the 6th rank. Now that they see the Sini kingdom in such a state, they can't help but feel chilled. The hall fell into silence again. They all waited for the leader of the anti-Chinese society to speak. Who the leader of the anti-Chinese society is, they don't know. This expert was as if he had popped out from inside a stone, and it was impossible to determine his place of origin, even the heritage. It's unique. It was because this person had great power that these countries willingly joined the anti-Chinese society. Many more of these countries were forced to join. Now, the majesty of the anti-Chinese society has suffered a blow. It would be unreasonable for the Anti-Hua Association's ally not to come out and speak at this time. I have been informed of the situation in the country of Sydney. Next, I'll show up in global copy space, and I'll be the first to rush over if a battle occurs within any of the alliance's premises. Also, continue to observe Yang Qi's movements. If he appears, realize the siege immediately. I've been stronger than Yang Qi for a long time. You don't have to doubt me. The mellow voice resounded through the hall. The words spoken by this voice broke through the limitations of language and fell into the ears of the crowd, transforming into the languages of various countries. Hearing the mysterious ally promise so, it took everyone a moment to let go. This anti-China society is still a scattered bunch of people fighting on their own. Adding the appearance of Yang Qi forcibly annihilating the Sini kingdom had already made the many members even more scattered. After receiving the promise of an ally, the people returned to their homes in peace. Meanwhile, Yang Qi had arrived at the public space. Before leaving, he also specially instructed the spirit beads that must guard the China resident. The spirit bead was obedient to Yang Qi after obtaining the black energy, patting his chest and promising that as long as he was there, nothing would happen to the Chinese compound. Together with the presence of Wu Yingfei and the others, Yang Qi was also relieved. This trip was for the black energy. The sword of Yuan Tu Abi had now stayed in the ranks of the very best magic treasures for a long time, although Yang Qi had been killing the two precious swords after obtaining them. But it was still a hair's breadth short of being promoted to a lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. Now with Yang Qi's strength, the increase of the extremely high-quality magic treasure to him was already extremely small or even negligible. If they were not promoted lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasures, these two swords would not be of much use to Yang Qi. Yang Qi had possessed this divine effect after learning that the inheritances of the Sini kingdoms possessed this divine effect. Moved on a long time ago. Unfortunately, with the spirit beads present, the black energy of the global copy space was taken by the spirit beads through and through. Yankee had to find another way. That's right, he's going down the line to Sini Nation. In the real world, the country of Sydney is not very strong. I don't know who gave him the courage to attack China's compound. Now, Yankee had the list of those besieging China. Right now, though, he didn't want to deal with it. In the global copy space, these guys must be tightly packed, waiting for him to come to the door. Although Yang Qi was confident in his strength, but if these countries dare to form an alliance, they must have something to fall back on. Hard knocks. Who's in no good shape? Yang Qi directly teleported back to Dragon City of China, and then through the Dragon City's teleportation array, teleported directly to the country of Sydney. Several tens of thousands of immortal crystals were spent during that time. As a light wrapped around Yang Qi, his figure came straight to a strange country. The country of Sinis is a small black state country. The population is small and exists in the form of tribes. As soon as Yang Qi descended, he found himself in the wilderness, a vast expanse of yellow land and dense woods. Other than that, the rest of the stuff is gone. Yanqi was all but frozen. It was the first time he had seen a country's capital teleportation array placed in the wild. Could it be that this is their capital city? Yankee was puzzled. Powerful divine soul power swept out like a tidal wave. Soon, the entire territory of the Sini kingdom was under the shroud of Yang Qi's divine soul power. Right now, all the things within the Sini kingdom couldn't hide from Yang Qi's eyes. Even the ants under the ground were known to Yang Qi. In less than a few moments, Yanqi learned about the situation in the country of Sydney. Looking at this country, the corner of Yanqi's mouth twitched. This country, it's so rare. There are thousands of tribes in the whole country. Each tribe had tens of thousands of people, and in larger numbers, hundreds of thousands. This copy of the country is also around the tribe. Yang Qi thought about it and directly came to the largest tribe. This tribe is the royal court in the eyes of the people of the Sinai nation. It's the royal court of the entire Sydney nation. With a sweep of Yang Qi's divine soul power, he took in the situation of this tribe, the imperial tribe, totaling over 400,000 people. Those who had received the inheritance made up the majority of them, and only less than 10% were ordinary people who hadn't received the inheritance at all. Other than that, the strongest person here is a sixth order. It's an old black man. His skin seemed like pine bark, covered in furrows and cracks, white hair, sparse teeth. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like one of the strong ones. Instead, he looked like a regular old man on his way out. In fact, he's the chief of the entire tribe. In the tribe, it has supreme power. At that moment, the chief of the tribe was enjoying the delicious sweet rains in an ornately decorated tent. In front of him, there were several other wonderful women who were dancing a unique dance. On the side, there were several men with odd musical instruments, playing vigorously. A satisfied smile appeared on the tribal chief's face. Who would have thought that a year ago he would be an ordinary old man, in the field ready to die, and now, he became the most powerful man in the country of Sydney. Even other people of the same rank had to obey his orders. Just as the chief remembers the bad old days, a figure appeared inside the tent. Everyone was shocked. Who, exactly, possesses such means? Yang Qi looked at the frightened and panicked wonderful woman, full of disgust. Where's this old onion plucked from? 151st harvest. The women weren't really that old, though they looked extraordinarily aged because of their skin color. Yang Qi took one look at it and felt sick to his stomach. I don't know what the old man was thinking, asking this kind of person to dance for his own pleasure. Yang Qi's appearance clearly startled the crowd inside the tent. After a brief moment of panic, the old man immediately took out his own weapon. His weapon was a scimitar. The body was pitch black, and it was even attached with a ball of black energy. Yanqi gave him a strange look. He found the people of this country using weapons that were unique. So far, Yanqi hadn't found the same weapon here. The old man's eyes showed a fierce light, and the weapons in his hands circled out like darts, flying around inside the tent. The target of the attack was naturally Yang Qi. Yang Qi sneered. Fancy. The power of the divine soul poured out. directly solidifying everything inside the tent. The scimitar stayed in front of Yang Qi's eyes and was not allowed to advance an inch. With the divine soul power of the heavenly immortal realm, if Yang Qi was willing, he could directly kill all these people in seconds. It was only at this point that the old man's face changed drastically. Give you two choices. 1. Make all your tribesmen give up the black energy. 2. I kill everyone and extract myself. Yang Qi's divine soul power transmitted the thoughts out. The power of the divine soul transmits information without the impassibility of language. That old man listened, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded his head. Only then did Yang Qi reveal a smile. That's right, there's no point in resisting unnecessarily. Then play the music and then dance. Yang Qi laughed. After 3 days, gather up all the black energy and give it to me. After Yang Qi gave the last order, his figure directly disappeared in place. In fact, he was hidden in the void, always observing the old man's movements. If there was a move to pass information to the outside world, Yang Qi would have killed it at the first opportunity. In fact, the old man didn't even have the courage to do such a thing. After seeing Yang Qi's mysterious and powerful strength, there wasn't a trace of resistance in his heart. An order was issued in the imperial tribe. Let all the cultivators of the Shini kingdom come to the imperial court tribe. Yang Qi also didn't have the thought that this old man possessed such a strong calling power. But yes, in a day's time, the royal court tribe was already overcrowded. The whole country, all of them, came to the imperial tribe. This made Yanqi look high on the old man's. The man was only of the 6th rank, but his hold on this small country was outrageous. Maybe it'll come in handy later. Yanqi mused for a moment. The chief of the imperial court directly made the many cultivators abolish their cultivation and draw out the energy in their bodies. This was naturally met with resistance, but in the face of absolute strength, this bit of resistance seemed somewhat insignificant. As he watched the black energy in the royal court chief's hands grow, the corners of Yang Qi's mouth cracked to the base of his ears. With this wave of energy, the 2 swords of Yuan Tu Anyao were, at the very least, elevated by 2 minor steps. This absurd fratricide lasted 2 days. After the power was drained from the last one, the black light clusters in the hands of the imperial court chief were all 2 meters in diameter. The rich energy within it made Yang Qi's heart flutter. The chief of the royal court was also very much moved. He had done a lot of things to draw on the power of others to enhance himself, but it all sneaks up on you in the dark. Now, after the threat to their lives, it's starting to become blatant. However, he didn't dare to have the slightest idea about this energy mass. Within these 2 days, he could clearly feel that this mysterious strong man was still nearby, observing the situation here at all times. Now, how is it that he doesn't know who this mysterious powerhouse is? Except for the world's know. One Chinese Yankee, who else would have the means to do so? The chief of the royal court said to the air in front of him, "Dear sir, I have done what you asked. Please show yourself." Only then did Yang Qi reveal his figure. Yang Qi looked at the old man, satisfied. He nodded. This black energy mass was dozens of times more than the one obtained by the spirit beads. After all, it's the energy of the whole country. Under the strong-arm tactics of the royal chiefs, the entire country of Sydney, where everyone's rank is zeroed out, the only strong person was this old man in front of Yang Qi. Yang Qi reached out and directly took the mass of energy into his hands. As soon as he came into contact with this energy mass, Yang Qi felt the Yuan Tu Abi sword in his storage ring start to vibrate. It was as if he saw something very seductive. Seeing this scene, Yang Qi was also stunned. I didn't realize that the Yuan Tu Abi sword still possessed such spiritual intelligence. The spirits of the 2 swords had long since died and fallen. The spirituality that appeared now was cultivated by Yang Qi's many killings. All this time, Yang Qi hadn't detected the existence of the artifact spirits. Now it's a good thing there's a favor to be gained. These 2 artifacts have popped up. Yang Qi didn't give the black energy mass to the 2 artifact spirits in the first place. Instead, he looked to the chief of the royal court. When the imperial court chief looked at Yang Qi's eyes, a chill arose in his heart. Now, let him have accomplished what Yang Qi had explained. What happens next is actually clear to him. Nothing more than being killed off. Now he had no more use for Yang Qi, but he still wanted to struggle. "Sir, can you not kill me?" Yang Qi couldn't understand what he said, but in his eyes, it was still clear that this guy was begging for his life. In fact, according to Yang Qi's preconceived notions, this guy could not be kept. But after seeing the hold this guy has on this country, he changed his mind. The Sini kingdom was now free of any drop of black energy though. However, there are still many copies within this land. Everyone's leveling power is actually gained from copies. As long as the copies remain, there will be a steady stream of new masters in this country. Now, kill the chief of the royal court. Undoubtedly, it is killing the chicken to get the eggs. Keeping him would help Yankee control the country. When that happens, there will once again be a great deal of black energy in this country. Yankee can still come and get it. After thinking for a long time, Yang Qi used his divine soul to send a message. I'm going to give you two choices again now. Self-termination. 2. Help me control this country and provide me with black energy, in exchange for which I can help you expel your enemies. Without even thinking about it, the chief of the imperial court immediately chose the second one. No one wants to accept death. The imperial court chief turned to Yang Qi and instantly had to kneel down, performed one of the highest global rites of passage as a sign of loyalty. Yang Qi wasn't worried about this old man being disloyal to himself. The resources of this country that one looks at will be looked at by the rest. If Yankee hadn't come today, there will be people tomorrow too. Chapter 152, A Superb Latter-day Soul Treasure and the Law of Killing. After accepting this little brother, Yang Qi didn't stay much longer. Taking the black energy mass, he came directly to the teleportation formation. After spending tens of thousands of immortal crystals again, he teleported to Dragon City. Go directly back to the spirit world to retreat. This time, the main purpose of the retreat was to promote the 2 Yuan 2 Abhidharma treasures. Right now, his experience value was only at 20%. It's still a long way from being promoted to Xianxian, and now that the beings in the small world had all joined together strongly, most of them were finding their own alliances. Under the strong combination, it was already extremely difficult to kill the enemy and brush the experience value. Plus now the second round of the tournament begins. Yang Qi also couldn't take time out to practice anytime he wanted. In the center of the spirit world, Yang Qi operated the laws of time. At that instant, a white light was emitted from the time law filament within his body, enveloping Yang Qi. Now, the flow of time around Yang Qi had been suspended. No matter how long he had been inside, the outside world was but a moment. 2 flying swords appeared in the storage ring, turning into 2 streams of light. They surrounded Yang Qi's body. Right now, it was still Yang Qi's divine soul power that was controlling these 2 flying swords. If the flying sword had a spirit afterward, Yang Qi could save a lot of trouble. At the very least, there was no need to be distracted from harnessing the flying sword. Instead, it is controlled by the spirit of the vessel. Moreover, it didn't affect the law enhancement on Yang Qi in the slightest. It will even be stronger. Looking at the 2 flying swords, Yang Qi had more than a few feelings. The heel of these 2 flying swords was not simple. It just doesn't have the same glow it used to have. I don't know if I can restore the 2 flying swords into peak flood sword weapons. If that day really came, Yang Qi would be able to sweep through the flood with just these 2 swords. Under the paragon, being unrivaled was not a problem. Thinking of this, Yang Qi took out the black energy mass. The energy mass as soon as it appeared. The 2 flying swords then became abnormal, emitting bursts of sword sounds in mid-air. There was even a great feeling of breaking free from Yang Qi's control. Yang Qi grunted lightly. Naughty! It took 2 flying swords to settle down. Just at the extreme magic treasure grade, to have such a spirit is enough to show that these 2 flying swords have extraordinary potential, and at this time, they have already recovered a certain amount of power from their peak period. Subsequently, Yang Qi didn't fight with these 2 flying swords with low spiritual intelligence, directly releasing the power of the divine soul. I didn't expect that after the 2 flying swords lost control of the power of the divine soul, shaking in mid-air, it slowly flew into the black energy mass. Randomly, Yang Qi felt 2 powerful suction forces appear. It had been absorbing the power of the black energy mass. The black energy mass, surprisingly, was slowly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in Yang Qi's divine sense, the aura of the 2 flying swords of Yuan Tu Anyao was slowly growing. After reaching a critical mass, a sword sound rang in Yang Qi's ears. Yang Qi was overjoyed when he heard this. In the sound of the sword chime, he could completely feel the joy in it. Promoted, the 2 flying swords, after absorbing a small half of the energy, finally broke through the shackles of a magic treasure and reached the category of a lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. After being promoted to a lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasure, the 2 flying swords' spiritual intelligence increased greatly. You can use the sound of the sword to represent your emotions. However, it was still a long way from the stage where spirit beads would take human form and go out to fight directly like that. The spirit bead's body was an innate spiritual treasure. It was 2 grades higher than a Hotian spiritual treasure. Moreover, there are several small orders of lower, middle and upper extremes among them. The 2 flying swords directly rushed out of the black energy mass. Very intimately, it flew around Yang Qi. Yang Qi looked and laughed out loud. It seems that this is really a newborn artifact spirit. If it was the previous Yuan Tu Abi sword artifact spirit, it must have been 2 old demons with deep minds, and could not have been so active. Old and new vessel spirits, each with their own merits. If the old weapon spirit was revived, it would naturally be stronger. Moreover, it could help Yang Qi comprehend in the killing method. But this was after all not an artifact spirit that he had cultivated, so there was more or less a disconnect. The new artifact spirit was a blank sheet of paper and still needed to be slowly cultivated by Yang Qi. They would all be based on Yang Qi's character. In comparison, Yang Qi's preferred the newborn artifact spirit. The two flying swords let out another sword roar. Surprisingly, he was extremely eager for the remaining black energy. Go on. Yang Qi laughed. The two flying swords flew directly into the black energy mass after receiving permission. In a flash, two larger suction forces appeared. The black energy mass was slowly being absorbed. After a long time, the black energy mass was absorbed by the two flying swords. At this moment, the grades of the two flying swords had already reached the extreme Hotian spiritual treasure level. The rest of the energy, surprisingly, helped the two flying swords to raise the three small steps. After upgrading to an extreme Hotian spiritual treasure, the increase in strength of the two flying swords was very obvious. The most intuitive thing was that the Yuan Tuabi sword could now fly out to kill the enemy completely on its own. Yang Qi reached out. The two flying swords returned to his hands very obediently. The power of the divine soul gently probed. The aura emanating from within the Yuan Tuabi sword caused Yang Qi's face to change drastically. He surprised. The law of killing. Yang Qi unexpectedly felt the aura of the law of killing in the two flying swords. Seeing the degree of comprehension, it had reached 10%. In these two flying swords, they actually came with the law of killing. Although it wasn't personally comprehended by Yang Qi, it could be used completely. The power was no worse than what he had comprehended, even a little better. This was surprising to Yang Qi. The Yuan Tuabi sword, the sword of Old Man Styx. The Old Man of the River Styx killed his whole life, and after the Tao became complete, when he specially created the Azura tribe, the whole tribe, all of them, are to kill for a living. What Old Man Styx comprehended was the law of killing. Unexpectedly, the law of killing had survived in his saber. Yang Qi estimated that this Yuan Tuabi sword had accompanied old ancestor Styx in his battles in all directions, and had itself accumulated a rich heritage. After the two flying swords' sword bodies were damaged and their spirits obliterated, the laws of killing did not directly dissipate. Instead, it's hidden in the deepest part of the sword. It wasn't until the two flying swords were promoted to extreme Hotian spiritual treasures that they became visible. Feeling the violent killing laws within it, Yang Qi's mind swirled. This law of killing was not even remotely close to the law of sword Tao. It will even be stronger. Yang Qi developed a strong curiosity. This law of killing, he must comprehend. The game descends and everyone is killing monsters and upgrading. That's a kill in itself. Yankee knew the meaning of killing well, plus the fact that one's own magic treasure possessed the law of killing. As the saying goes, you're close to the water. With these preconditions, Yang Qi's success rate in comprehending the law of killing was already quite high. Yang Qi opened his mouth, and the two flying swords turned into two streams of light and rushed into Yang Qi's mouth. This is one of the skills of the latter-day spiritual treasures. It can be integrated directly into the owner's body. No need to put it in a storage ring. Yang Qi got up and directly dispersed the laws of time. Now was not the time to comprehend the laws of killing. The only way to realize the true meaning of it was to be in the midst of killing. Chapter 153, The First Encounter. Yang Qi decided to go to the global replica space first after the Yuan Tuabi sword completed its promotion. Now, it's time to give those people a clean slate. Anti-Chinese society. Who was the person behind this organization? Yang Qi was very curious. How would the average person dare to set up such an organization? Even the manga, which was in the middle of the day, didn't make a sound after the three kings were killed. Yang Qi stood up after dispersing the laws of time, only to find an old cow in front of him. Big brother Qingyo. The green ox looked at Yang Qi with unblinking eyes and said quietly, "Just now, I detected the aura of the law of killing. I thought you had comprehended a new laws." Only then did Yang Qi realize that it was for this. He had just wondered. The green ox was usually soaking in the pool, so why did he suddenly come to himself? It turned out that Yes had detected the aura of the law of killing. Cultivation had reached a realm like Qingyo's, and the aura of the laws could not escape their eyes. Although the law of killing only leaked for a moment, it was still detected by the green ox. Yang Qi smiled and directly took out the two flying swords of Yuan Tuabi in his storage ring. When the green ox saw the two flying swords, his pupils shook dramatically. This is the Yuan Tuabi sword. Old Man Styx's magic treasure. The green bull was startled. After he probed into the Yuan Tuabi sword's aura, he was obviously a bit dismayed. Extreme Hotian spiritual treasure. I didn't expect that the hall's extreme innate spiritual treasure would be reduced to today's state. And then, he looked at Yang Qi. Senior brother Yang, these two flying swords have extraordinary potential. They should be treated well. Don't want them to be dusty. As soon as the words fell, his figure directly disappeared in place. Yang Qi looked at the place where the green ox had disappeared, also shaking his head. How could he not understand the potential of the Yuan Tuabi sword? But there was a long way to go to raise the two flying swords to their peak. Yang Qi threw away the thoughts in his head. Straight away, he left Dragon City, appeared directly in the global copy space. Inside the public space, Yang Qi looked at the vast territory and didn't teleport to the Chinese country's quarters at the first opportunity. Instead, they wandered around the public space. This vast public space is, by definition, the place where many nations fight. But now, because of an attack by China, everyone has gone into their own country's quarters. Fear of being attacked. Now, the public space is devoid of people. Yang Qi didn't know how long he had been flying. Suddenly a figure was seen ahead. The figure wore black robes. Standing in mid-air, the black robes fluttered as the gusty wind blew by. Yang Qi was alert at the first moment, because he couldn't see through the man at all. Even when applying the spirit pupil spell, the man was a void. Only by looking with the naked eye could the black silhouette be detected. Yang Qi didn't believe it and utilized the power of his divine soul to crush over. Under the powerful power of the divine soul, Yang Qi was unable to see the black silhouette. Yang Qi was shocked in his heart at this moment. This black silhouette came from an unusual place. Yang Qi's figure slowly retreated. The whole planet, there can't be anyone like that. Or, this person, a being within a copy of some country. Now that the restrictions on the copies of the global copy space disappeared, the beings inside could freely walk around the global copy space. Just as Yankee was about to retreat, the black figure turned his head. Yankee glanced at it. It was found to be a young man, the face of a yellow man with handsome features and an unusual temperament. The man glanced at Yan Qi. A smile followed. Yang Qi's heart was horrified. Who the hell is this guy? Yang Qi's retreating figure was unexpectedly wrapped by an invisible force at this moment and could not move. This power was extremely unfamiliar to Yang Qi. This is not the inherited power of any nation on this planet. Yang Qi had already come into contact with the inheritance of most countries, and yet there is no legacy that has such power. The man sneered. Ha, let me guess who you are. You must be the Yang Qi of China. His voice was unique, not belonging to the language of any country, but perfectly intelligible. Yang Qi calmed down when he saw that he could no longer leave. So what if it is? Yang Qi said coldly. Then you die. The man struck out brazenly. The figure rushed straight over, extremely fast, leaving a residual shadow in midair. Yang Qi's face changed drastically, hurriedly running his mana. A sword and shield spell was cast by him. He had gotten the sword and shield spell for a long time, but had never used it, because all along, Yang Qi had not encountered any very powerful opponents. But today, he had to use defensive spells. The man's fist blasted directly on top of the sword shield. Yang Qi immediately felt a huge force coming. The sword shield disintegrated away in an instant, dissolving into a trace of mana value that dissipated between heaven and earth. Yang Qi was hit by a huge force and his body exploded back. Before Yang Qi could react, the man's figure followed again. Another punch. Yang Qi carefully felt the man's power system, trying to figure out the man's heel. Instead, they found that the man's power system was extremely peculiar. In addition to the powerful physical strength, there was also a power in that added to the physical strength. This power was somewhat similar to the power of law. Yang Qi naturally wouldn't sit around and wait for death. The laws of the sword Dao were directly exerted. A stern sword Qi appeared. Instead, it was the most powerful strike of Yang Qi's sword Dao. That's not all. The laws of time were unleashed at the same time. The time ladder appeared between the two. It was at this point that the man's face changed drastically. He was affected. In front of the powerful force of the laws, he struggled and moved slowly. This is the immortal cultivation heritage of China? Humph. Just a bunch of homeless wretches. A bright light emanated from the man's hands and a powerful aura appeared. Surprisingly, this broke the boundaries of the laws of time, and it was a punch at the oncoming sword aura. A powerful aftershock was transmitted. The heavens and earth shook and the ground caved in. Under this powerful punch, the two law attacks that Yang Qi was proud of were unexpectedly broken. At this moment, Yang Qi's face was ugly. This man's legacy is not simple. It was in no way inferior to the immortal cultivation heritage of China. Even, it was more advanced than the immortal cultivation inheritance. Right now, if one does not defeat the person in front of him, I'm afraid it's hard to save myself today. It was obvious that this man was coming for himself, and, very much aware of his own bottom line, with such an enemy, Yang Qi could only forcefully deal with it now. Exorcist sword intent. Yang Qi suddenly thought of his half-comprehended law of exorcism. The law of exorcism was not fully comprehended though, but it's also half-comprehended. With the addition of 0.5% of the immortal execution laws, the power of the immortal execution sword intent was different from before. At this point, the most powerful means in his possession was probably this. One thought to this. The longsword in Yang Qi's hand emitted a sword sound. Across the room, the man's face changed drastically once again. Chapter 154, Mysterious Identity is a Mystery. The moment the man saw the immortal execution sword intent, he had lost his bearings. Isn't that the man's power? How did it get here? He was full of shock. It was as if he had seen the most horrible thing in the world. Yang Qi was puzzled when he saw it. This person even spoke like this? This was having met Sage Tong Tian? The immortal execution sword intent was sent out like a thunderbolt, heading straight for the man. The man panicked and took out a token in his arms and directly crushed it. In the next seconds, his figure directly disappeared in place. The punishing sword intent that had lost its target of attack stirred in midair. Randomly, it loses its power. Yang Qi was on guard. There was a sigh of relief after making sure the man had actually left. This man's origins are too mysterious. Not only do you know your own bottom line, and one that knows of the existence of the Tongtian sage, it is important to realize that the legacy spans tremendously from country to country. It's as if there won't be many foreigners who know the legends of China. But this person was not only extremely familiar with the immortal cultivation inheritance system of China, moreover, it also knew the Tongtian sage. Yang Qi pondered for a while before he came up with a bold guess. This person, presumably, is from the mysterious game official. Moreover, many saints, such as the Tongtian sage, were related to them. This would explain why there were no saints in the flood's small world. The only thing that puzzled Yankee was, why is this man coming against himself? Could it be because of Lord Tai Shan Lao? Yankee guessed again. He shook his head at the thought. It's unlikely. Taishan Lao Jun died directly with the being who controlled the game. There should be no trace left behind. After experiencing this battle, Yang Qi was no longer in the mood to continue strolling. Who would have thought that a casual stroll in a public space could lead to such an adversary? Yang Qi directly teleported back into the China resident. Just after arriving, Zhang Ao came to Yang Qi's side. Mr. Yang, those countries. Zhang Ao wanted to say something. The list of those attacking China had long been cleared by him. The list was also handed over to Yankee. After so many days had passed, Yang Qi merely just attacked a small country. If it wasn't for Yang Qi's orders, Zhang Ao's would have long ago gone out with many Chinese experts to counterattack. Zhang Ao really couldn't swallow this breath. But for Yang Qi's sake, he was only willing to defend the garrison here. How could Yang Qi not know Zhang Ao's thoughts? Don't worry, soon, none of them will escape. Yang Qi gave Zhang Ao an affirmative reply. Zhang Ao was relieved. Right now, Yanqi was not in the mood to attack and retaliate against other countries at all. The appearance of the mysterious expert had caught him by the throat. If it wasn't for the existence of the immortal execution sword intent, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to return today. That person's was targeting himself so much, and the reason hadn't been found yet. So how could Yang Qi not go out at will? Meanwhile, in a dark space, the black-clothed youth revealed himself. His face was long gone by now. Instead, the heart is in the right place. Breathing heavily, his eyes were filled with incredulity. How? Hasn't that man already been killed by us? How did his power get here? It's time to call for help from headquarters. No, I've just arrived here. How disgraceful to ask for help from headquarters like this. It's impossible for Yang Qi to have fully grasped that person's power. Go and try it later. If I can't, I'll just take office. The man thought for a moment and decided to probe further. The bracelet on his hand vibrated. With a flick of his finger, a message appeared. Alliance Master. Something big is wrong. Yang Qi just attacked the Shini Kingdom. Now the entire Shini Kingdom only has 1/6 rank left. Everyone else, not even a first rank. Within the alliance, numerous members want to quit. Seeing this information, the man's face became even more ugly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Qi, I won't share the same fate as you. He calmed himself and replied. Yang Qi's has just been injured by me. Now, gather all members and call a meeting. Within a shadowy space, dozens of figures were hidden in the darkness. The man appeared directly in front of the crowd. His face was blurred, though, making it hard to see what he looked like. As soon as he appeared, numerous members of the anti-Chinese society stood up. Allied Lord, what can we do about this? Sydney's is now no different from extinction. In case Yang Qi wants to come and attack me, how do we have to fend it off? Not only did he attack global copy space, but he attacked the country itself. The rest of the group is grumbling. The man looked at these people and was instantly irritable. Shut up, he gave a shout. Just now, I was in the global replica space and had a fight with Yang Qi. Yang Qi has been injured by me now. Not enough to worry about. And yes, the country of Sini is nothing more than a small, rotten country. I've given you guys a lot of resources already. What's the point of having you guys if you can't even break through the realm with this? Within 5 days' time, if the current realm that everyone here can't break through, even if Yang Qi didn't do it, I will personally clean up the door. The man's words echoed in the ears of the crowd. At once, everyone dared not speak. They knew the strength of the man in front of them. I'll only give you 5 days. If after 5 days, you don't meet my requirements, not only will you die, but the country you're in will also be destroyed. Finishing the last sentence, the man simply disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a message appeared on the global chat channel. The entirety of not only copies of the Sini Kingdom's globe have been taken. Even those within the country's borders are patronized by Yankee. Next, please move to the game forums and I'll launch into a detailed explanation. Remember, in the presence of the owner of the game forum, Charlie Mark, everyone was drawn to Charlie's mark when they saw it appear. Now Charlie's journal is the benchmark for global journalism. As soon as he appears, the information that comes out is bound to be explosive. Now, everyone is attracted to the message of the Sinai Nation. Yankee directly patronized the Sinai Nation proper? The news took everyone by surprise. Could it be that Yankee went on another beheading operation? Charlie's mark is directly expanding on the explanation here in the forum. Yankee descended upon the land of Sydney proper. A total of 3 days were spent stranded in the Sinai Kingdom, and 3 days after that, Yang Qi left and returned to China. What happened within those 3 days is unknown. After Yang Qi left, all the experts of the Sinai Kingdom were abolished in rank. The news shook everyone. One man challenges a nation. There is not a single person who owns a rank in the entire country of Sinai. Is Yankee really not afraid of a sea of people? Chapter 155, The Laws of Death are finally complete. Yang Qi didn't pay attention to the World Channel. The shock of the melon eaters. After determining that the mysterious man was really scared away by the punishing sword intent, Yang Qi entered a long seclusion. This time, he felt unprecedented pressure. All the power of the laws could not work in front of that mysterious man. The only thing he was afraid of was the immortal execution sword intent, or the immortal execution laws. Yang Qi's seclusion this time was mainly for the immortal execution sword intent comprehension. Now, he was able to observe the heavenly scroll to comprehend the immortal execution laws within it. So long since, it's never been broken. Now, Yang Qi had to use the power of the laws of time to pause his time flow. Without comprehending the laws of immortal execution, one would never leave the gate. Yang Qi directly closed his eyes in the Chinese resident. With a wave of his hand, the laws of time appeared, suspending the flow of time around him, and then Yang Qi took out the scroll. Now, he can watch the scrolls for half a bell at a time. After half a bell, the power of the divine soul was depleted. It was necessary to restore the power of the divine soul before continuing to observe. Often, Yang Qi did not rely on means such as pills. It would take a day to recover the power of the divine soul. But there is the law of time. Yankee didn't have to worry about time. Anyway, it was all just a little while later in the outside world. In order not to spend time, Yang Qi still purchased a large number of pills in the mall, used to restore the power of the divine soul. This time, it cost him 100,000 immortal crystals. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more immortal crystals it would cost. After organizing the supplies, Yang Qi carefully observed the scroll. A heavenly aura was revealed in the scroll. Yang Qi immediately felt a tingling in his soul and his eyes were dry. This is a must for viewing the scrolls. With each glance, a large amount of divine soul power was consumed. Waiting for the power of the divine soul to be exhausted and depleted, Yang Qi could only stop, but it was all worth it. Yang Qi clearly felt that the threads of the law of exorcism belonging to his body were slowly brewing. For the first time, Yang Qi could only observe the scroll for half a bell. Yang Qi's after swallowing the elixir, the power of his divine soul rapidly recovered. This is immediately followed by the next comprehension observation. Second, third, within the space filled with the laws of time, Yang Qi didn't know how many pills he had taken. How many times has it been observed? Yang Qi was almost already numb. The pills in the storage ring were getting less and less. The threads belonging to the law of exorcism within Yang Qi's body were also slowly growing. When the elixir was about to be consumed, a hint of realization surfaced in Yang Qi's eyes. Inside his body, the filaments of the law of punishment were on the verge of manifesting, just 1 foot short of the threshold. Yang Qi would be able to comprehend the most special law power of the flood, the law of exorcism. The root of exorcism is the restraint of other laws. Immortal, law comprehender too. As long as it's the power of law, it will be restrained by the law of execution. Although the law of exorcism is also a type of law, it is filled with raging power, and its relationship with the law is like the relationship between sulfuric acid and flesh and blood. As soon as it comes into contact, it dissolves quickly. It is a much higher power. No wonder that mysterious man is so afraid of the immortal execution sword intent. Yankee muttered. At the end of his words, a force is slowly growing within it. It eventually turned into a silvery thread. This is the filament of the law of punishment. It was the manifestation of the law of punishment in Yang Qi's body, along with the silver threads. The other 2 threads in the body were as if they had met a natural enemy. It traveled haphazardly through Yang Qi's body. It was only after Yang Qi's mind moved that he pacified the sword Dao laws with the law of time. The moment the threads appeared, it meant that Yang Qi had comprehended 10% of the law of punishment. As Yang Qi's comprehension of the law of punishment deepened, the threads in the body that represented the laws of punishment would also gradually grow. A more advanced power. Yankee was ecstatic. The law of the exorcist was now what he relied on. Now even if he encountered that mysterious man, he would still be able to take out the law of execution. Instead, he utilized the cursory application of the few laws in the Immortal Punisher's sword intent to scare off the enemy. The laws of the Way of the Sword were purely laws of attack. After comprehending the laws of exorcism, Yang Qi realized the brilliance of the Tongtian sect sage. The two laws fused together to form the Immortal Execution Sword intent. It is a match made in heaven. One primarily restrains, the other primarily attacks. The two work together without fail. Right now, Yang Qi's Immortal Execution Sword intent was already very powerful. If an ordinary 30% law power was in front of the Immortal Execution Sword intent, it would only be obliterated. Yang Qi looked at the dregs of pills on the ground and let out a bitter smile. The amount of immortal crystals it would cost to raise your strength was just too much. But 100,000 immortal crystals aided in comprehending the laws of exorcism. Yang Qi felt it was worth it anyhow. If it was a dark cloud immortal, I'm afraid that he would give his life and family to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the laws of immortal punishment. Unfortunately, he did not obtain the Immortal Execution Sword intent. Yang Qi estimated that the reason he was able to comprehend the laws of immortal execution in the scroll was entirely because he had already comprehended the Immortal Execution Sword intent. The Immortal Sword intent was a precondition for comprehending the law of immortal punishment. If not for this, Wu Yunxian had observed the scroll for countless years and would have already comprehended the law of immortal punishment. At this time, the scroll remained the same, and the divine light inside was undiminished. Right now, Yang Qi could only observe for just one day in a row. In the scroll, the law of exorcism had not yet been comprehended to the end. Yang Qi can still continue to observe. If there was a day when Yang Qi no longer needed to consume the power of his soul to observe the scroll, at that time, this scroll also lost its usefulness to Yang Qi. But according to Yang Qi estimates, he was at the very least very capable of comprehending the laws of exorcism to 50% in this scroll. Moreover, according to his estimation, 50% of the immortal punishing laws was already the limit of the Tongtian sect leader's saints. It was important to realize that the law of punishment was a more advanced power than all the laws. I wonder to what extent sect leader Tongtian has comprehended the law of immortal punishment. Yang Qi was very curious about sect leader Tongtian's strength. If what that mysterious man said is true, I'm afraid Lord Tongtian has been in contact with the people behind the game's officialdom, and it gives them a huge psychological shadow. Whatever, one step at a time. Sooner or later, one day, I will be able to stand in the same position as sect leader Tongtian. Yang Qi smiled. Scatter the laws of time around you, out of the gate and away. As soon as he came out of the gate, Yang Qi saw Wu Yingfei. Wu Yingfei was emanating the aura of the refined void realm at this moment. The whole person became immortal. It's slightly different again compared to the 100 spirit water. There's an extra air of imperiousness. Mr. Yang, it's now been 5 or 6 days since the first round of the tournament. I think it's time to do it. Wu Yingfei smiled faintly. Yang Qi nodded. It's time to do it. He feared no one now. Wu Yingfei took out another white porcelain bottle from his storage ring. Nah, this is the potion I made, for you to use. When Yang Qi took a look at the elixir, the information that appeared made his face change. Chapter 156, The Liquidation Begins. Descends on Nissan's residence. In the white porcelain bottle in his hand, there was only one elixir. After seeing the efficacy of this elixir, Yang Qi's face changed. This was surprisingly a vitality pill. It was Wu Yingfei's that refined his own life element into a potion. This type of elixir has only one effect. That's saving lives. As long as Yang Qi takes it, this elixir would be able to counteract a fallout calamity for Yang Qi. The price is that Wu Yingfei then dies in place of Yang Qi. This kind of elixir is usually made by someone close to the family. Therein lay the reason for Yang Qi's dismay. What was his virtue and ability to make Wu Yingfei treat him like this? In Yang Qi's mind, Wu Yingfei's life emerged. Wu Yingfei is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. After he had succeeded in his studies, he became Yang Qi's personal assistant directly. This elixir, I can't take it, Yang Qi said. A frost floated up on Wu Yingfei's face with a displeased expression. Mr. Yang, you are not only my boss, but also a pillar of the entire country of China. This is the first elixir I've ever refined. Yang Qi's expression was extremely unnatural. I won't be able to use this elixir. No one is my opponent now. Yang Qi once again refused. You can't use it like you said. So what happens if you eat it? Wu Yingfei's voice suddenly got louder. It startled Yang Qi. After thinking for a while, Yang Qi said, Alright, I'll take the elixir for now. I'll take it if I need it. This statement was met with Wu Yingfei's rejection. No, eat it now. Can't use it anyway. Right. In case someone else gets it and eats it, won't I be at a loss? At Wu Yingfei's displeased expression, Yang Qi thought for a moment. Nothing will happen to you anyway. What's the harm in eating it? So Yang Qi took out the elixir and put it in his mouth. When the elixir was imported, it turned into a wave of energy that dispersed and entered Yang Qi's limbs and bones, lurking. If Yang Qi could really use it one day, this elixir would save Yang Qi's life. Only after seeing the elixir that Yang Qi had consumed did Wu Yingfei's expression ease up. Well, I'm going back, Wu Yingfei said with a big grin and turned around. Yang Qi looked at her back with a complicated expression. This was just a small episode of Yang Qi's exit. On the first step out of the gate, Yang Qi was ready to perform a clearing. It's time to liquidate those who have besieged China. Yang Qi first found the spirit beads. Ling Zhuzi was in the cave of Tai Realist, and when Yang Qi found him, he was splashing around in a pool. When he saw Yang Qi, his eyes instantly glowed. Fellow Daoist Yang, going out to work again? The work that Spirit Pearl was talking about was going to compete for the copies in the other quarters. Last time, Spirit Bead Z obtained a large amount of black energy in the Shini Kingdom's compound to raise its own strength. Now, it is so-called food for thought, and the more I miss it. But unfortunately, those energies that weren't enough to promote the spirit beads. The spirit beads aura was stronger than before though, but it was still a bit of a distance from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Yankee nodded. Yeah, gotta get out there. I've got to help them get back. Hearing Yang Qi's affirmative answer, Spirit Bead immediately laughed. Good, that's the way to get it back. The matter of Zhang Ao and the others being attacked had long been known to Spirit Pearl, although he looked down on Zhang Ao and the others, but very much despised those who surrounded it. In his eyes, one should fight alone. What kind of hero is a siege? Spirit Pearl's words changed. Fellow Daoist Yang, this time, is there that kind of energy? Yanqi shook his head. Spirit Pearl was instantly disappointed. Still, he patted his chest. Your business is my business. I'll help you even if it doesn't do any good. Let's go, Yankee, on this trip. Only the spirit jeweler was the only one who brought it with him. Now, the prestige of China has been played out. Forgive them if they have eaten bear heart and leopard guts, but they would not dare to attack the Chinese compound at this time. Even if they attacked, Wu Yingfei's and the others were not vegetarians. Except for Wu Yingfei, 100 spirit water also came into the garrison at this time. 100 spirit water's cultivation at the peak of 100 spirit transformation god was only at the 5th rank. But she had obtained the ancestral dragon's inheritances. Combat power could no longer be measured purely by realm. Yang Qi estimated that even the Mahayana stage was not her opponent. With these people guarding the China resident, Yang Qi was also relieved to go out. He goes out and it doesn't take too long. Yang Qi's first stop was in the Nissan country. To Yang Qi's surprise, the Nissan nation had provoked the Chinese nation 3 times, and each time, they had suffered heavy losses. But this country seems to be like the undefeatable little strong man who rises up and bites people every time. Yankee also wondered what the Nissanites were thinking. At this rate, the Nissan nation is not far from extinction. Yankee, when he saw the name of the Nissan country, it was decided that the first target for liquidation would be the state of Nissan. The two of them came to the public space, and Yang Qi's divine soul power explored a bit. There was no sign of the mystery man, and then, he took the spirit beads and teleported directly to the Nissan kingdom's compound. In one of the valleys, a person dressed in a samurai uniform was neatly practicing his moves in a clearing. The movements were neat and the shouting was deafening. As the saying goes, sound and fury is nothing more than that. As soon as Yang Qi descended, he saw hundreds of Nissan countrymen practicing a certain kind of formation. Then he took the spirit beads with him in the concealment of the void. He had learned about the formations of the Nissan nation long ago. It's rather esoteric. In the immortal cultivation inheritance system of China, there were also peoples who had obtained the formation inheritance. It's even more terrifying than the formation in Nissan's country. Yang Qi was bent on walking the sword path and had little interest in formations. What made Yang Qi feel interested was the formations that these Nissans practiced were clearly not the inheritance of the Nissan nation. It was because the style gods behind them were not visible at all while the formation was being practiced. The ones that are passed down in the Nissanate are all by the power of the Shikigami. Without their style powers, their combat power is basically zero. This formation, I'm afraid it's not a simple origin, Yang Qi secretly said in his heart. Chances are, it's from the forces or people behind the anti-Chinese society. Yang Qi looked at it for a while, but didn't see the reason for one. Then it lost interest. So with the spirit beads, he manifested his form directly in mid-air. Hundreds of Nissan people, looking at the front of the mid-air above, suddenly appeared a large and small 2 figures. Suddenly a shock, muttering the Nissan language under his breath. When they saw Yang Qi's appearance, the scene was in direct chaos. Those who still wanted to summon their style gods, after seeing Yang Qi's appearance, their legs immediately went limp and their livers cracked in fear. Some, moreover, fled in all directions. But the entire Nissan countryside is just this big. With a slight exertion of Yang Qi's divine soul power, he was able to completely cover it. Where else could they run? Seeing this scene, the two Yang Qi laughed. Chapter 157 but pathetic. Facing a group of people from the Nissen country who only had a maximum of 6th rank, Yang Qi didn't have an ounce of interest. Nissen Nations is now so green that it would be nice to have a 6th rank. However, Yang Qi was more interested in that formation, so using the power of his divine soul, he said, "I'll give you guys a chance of attacking me with the formation you just rehearsed." The many Nissenites who had fled in all directions were dismayed after hearing these words. Didn't understand what Yang Qi meant by this. Only the strongest person of the Nisan country, that of the 6th rank, revealed a cold smile. Ha! In his eyes, Yang Qi was being too big for his britches. Surprisingly, he wanted to see the formation gifted by the ally. The formations gifted by the unknown allies were astonishing. The sneer he wore on his face. If Yang Qi took advantage of the Nissanese countrymen fleeing around and killed them one by one, there was really nothing he could do. But Yankee was being a dead man. Immediately, he let out a shout, getting the many Nissen nations to focus. A formation was set up below. It's a circular formation. In the center of the formation was the 6th order expert of the Nisan kingdom. Looking at the Nissanese countrymen's chesty look, Yang Qi became even more curious. Looking at them, they could be confident in this formation. Every 4 or 5 Nissan stood to one side, and in the blink of an eye, the formation had taken shape. Yankee looked down from a high place. The entire formation was in the shape of a tortoise shell. It looked like it was still a defense formation. Yankee muttered. Spirit beads on the side saw a tortoise shell appear on the ground. There was also a smile. Fellow Daoist Yang, look, their formation is a tortoise shell. Are they going to be shrunken turtles? Spirit Pearl was mouthy and straightforward. The Nisan nation is no shrinking violet. Yang Qi said darkly. Nisan nation is the quintessential clown. Every now and then they run out and jump. As soon as Yang Qi opened his mouth, the Yuan Tu Abi sword flew out in his mouth. It turned into 2 streams of light in midair. It blasted at the turtle armor at his feet. This formation contained a powerful force. This power has nothing to hide under the power of Yang Qi's hypostatic power. Therefore, with this sword, Yang Qi had made use of the laws of sword Dao. Under the enhancement of the laws of the Dao of the sword, the Yuan Tu Arnica sword suddenly had a great sword light, and its aura became even more powerful. The Spirit Pearl on the side looked at the 2 flying swords in midair. An envious look came over his face. The last time he saw these 2 flying swords, they were still of the extreme treasure grade. After only a few days of not seeing each other, it's already an extreme Hotian spiritual treasure. Also, it's possible to cast a law. This made Spirit Pearl envious. The Yuan Tu Abi sword carried the aura of the laws of killing and the laws of the Dao of the sword as it slammed into the formation turtle armor below. At once, the sound of metal colliding rang out in the valley. 2 flying swords of the extreme Hotian spiritual treasure grade, plus the addition of 2 types of law power. Surprisingly, he didn't break the formation in the first place. Where the hell did this formation come from? The spirit beads on the side were also surprised. The attack that Yang Qi sent out, even if he faced it, he had a feeling that his heart was jumping. The hundreds of people below were only the highest equivalent to the refined void realm. Most of them were in the Yuaning realm. The formation they had cast was surprisingly able to withstand an attack of this magnitude. It is truly amazing. Watching the 2 flying swords fly out backwards, Yang Qi frowned. This formation, I'm afraid, is from that mysterious man. It was impossible for the Nissen country to have such a powerful formation. The 2 flying swords circled in midair for a week, about to continue their attack. But Yang Qi reached out his hand and the 2 flying swords flew back to him. The Nissanese people below were overjoyed at the sight of this scene. Yankee couldn't help them. It was only then that they realized how powerful this formation was. They themselves understood that with this number of people, it was impossible to be a match for an expert like Yang Qi. But with the array, everything is reversed. This formation was a defensive formation though, and they couldn't attack. But they just need to block Yankee. The other side would be able to notify the anti-Chinese society's allies. Let the ally come and kill Yang Qi. Once Yang Qi died, the huge country of China would become their sustenance. Thinking of this, the first expert of the Nisan kingdom immediately took out a special communicator, spread the word about this place straight away, and he begged allies from all sides to come and surround Yang Qi. In mid-air, Yang Qi looked at one of the Nisan countrymen sneaking around, looking like he was ventilating, but Yankee didn't stop it. With his current strength, he was completely unafraid. Even if the mystery man came to his door, he could confidently give him a head start. On the contrary, Yankee was looking forward to Nisan Nation calling in others. Spare him the trouble of going one by one. Yang Qi waved his hand again. The 2 flying swords were instructed to stab down again. This time, the 2 flying swords also failed to break through their defense. The Nissanites' face grew more and more smug. This Yang Qi has some strength, just too cocky. Seeing this, the Spirit Pearl on the side opened his mouth. Fellow Daoist Yang, why don't we strike together? Break this turtle armor. Spirit Bead was watching from the sidelines, and his hands had been itching for a long time. Yang Qi, however, shook his head. The Yuan Tu Abi sword flew straight back. This time, Yang Qi directly attached the just realized laws of exorcism to it. Immediately, an additional aura of unspeakable intensity appeared on the two flying swords. Spirit Bead was thinking of making a move, but he saw that Yang Qi still had to come himself. In his heart, he was also curious as to what other means Yang Qi had, until the moment he saw the law of execution. The whole thing was mind-blowing. He merely looked up. It felt like it was locked by a powerful aura, as if in the next second, it would be annihilated in one fell swoop. Spirit Pearl swallowed. Looking at the Yuan Tu Abi sword, he said with difficulty, "Fellow Daoist Yang, what exactly is this?" Yanqi turned around and smiled. "The law of execution. Ever heard of it?" Spirit Pearl's entire body froze. The weak mind was shocked. Surprisingly, it was the legendary law of exorcism. Yang Qi ignored the spirit bead that had frozen in place. With a finger of his right hand, the two flying swords flew out merrily. In the smug expressions of hundreds of Nissans, it pierced directly within the turtle armor. A loud bang rang out in the valley. The turtle armor formation that was solid as gold just now was in the midst of the power of the law of execution. It was crushed in just one blow. It turned into a little bit of starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this point, the smug expressions of hundreds of Nissans froze on their faces. It turned into a look of dismay. What the hell is going on here? Didn't we agree that nothing could be broken? How was it that it was crushed by Yang Qi's gentle stabbing of the sword? After the formation was broken open, the numerous Nissanese countrymen unexpectedly forgot to run for their lives and stayed frozen in place. Yang Qi already had a reckoning of the power of the formation at this point. This was a power that was even more advanced than the power of laws. Ordinary power of law cannot be broken. However, the strength of this power was again below the law of immortal punishment, and was completely restrained by the law of immortal punishment. In front of the immortal punishment laws, this powers was no different from ordinary law power. With the slightest touch, it will be crushed. Yang Qi knew that the law of exorcism was not as simple as it seemed. I'm afraid that the power of the laws of exorcism is extremely high in fruitfulness, overriding most powers. One thought to this, Yang Qi decided to focus on developing the law of exorcism in the future. Looking down at the Nissanese nation below, Yang Qi didn't hold back. The Yuan Tu Arnica sword swung back directly in midair. It flew over the heads of hundreds of Nissanese countrymen. Wherever two flying swords flew over their heads, the Nissan nation would fall to the ground. At the same time that the two swords of Yuan Tu Anya flew by, their lives were also harvested. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire valley, except for Yang Qi's spirit bead Z2 people, no more living beings. Yanqi was quite satisfied with the result. Turning his head to the 10 replica spaces in Nissan's country, the legacy of the Nissan kingdom comes from the style gods, and within these replica spaces, I'm afraid that's where the style gods are. Yang Qi didn't have much interest in the power of the style god. After contacting the Nissan nation many times, Yanqi was more aware of the power of the gods. A style gods itself is a special kind of being that has special abilities. The legacy of the Nissangoku people is to communicate with the gods and make themselves their spokespersons, and at the same time, gain access to some of the gods' power. Fellow Daoist Spirit Pearl, wait, take you to a special kind of living creature. Ling Zhuzi heard this and was immediately interested. He was very curious about everything in the world. That's because he got the ability to enhance himself the first time he went out. The two went straight into the first copy. As soon as Yang Qi and his two men entered, they found that this copy was dark, and at a glance, it was very gloomy, as if they were in hell. An eerie aura drifted around. Yang Qi looked at the environment and couldn't help but mutter, "It's a shame not to make a ghost movie in this setting. Even the effort of setting up the scene is saved." After Yang Qi took a cursory glance at his surroundings, the power of his divine soul poured out. Soon, the first being was spotted not far away. It was a black void. One could vaguely see that this person's silhouette was short in stature, clad in heavy black armor, wearing a ghost face mask on his head, and holding a long sword in both hands in front of him. The silhouette also emitted a wisp of black smoke and looked imposing. Ghost warrior? Yankee froze. Wu Yingfei had once shown him the intelligence of the Nissan country. This ghost samurai is a common god in the Nissan country, with average strength, but extremely powerful in combat. When Yang Qi took a look, this ghost warrior had actually reached the 7th rank, 7th stage, equivalent to a Mahayana stage of existence. No wonder the Nissanites didn't enter the replica space. Turns out it's because they can't beat this god either. After the ghost warrior sensed the presence of the two men, taking stiff steps, one step at a time, he walked towards the two. Spirit Pearl was amazed. What is this? Souls? Again, it doesn't seem to be a soul. Spirit Pearl muttered to herself, and a flash of fire appeared in her small hand. It directly wrapped the ghost warrior in it. The sound of fire burning dry wood came from the firelight. The fire is getting brighter and brighter. A few moments later, the fire disappeared. The ghost warrior surprisingly disappeared. It's so boring. One fire and it's gone. Spirit pearl deflated. The ghost warrior, who was enough to make the people of Nisan shun, was dispersed between heaven and earth with a single blow from the spirit pearl. Yang Qi also laughed bitterly. The spirit beads that continue to be carried deeper into the replica space. Several ghost warriors were encountered during this time. It was all lost in a fire by spirit pearl. That fire was burning quite brightly. When he reached the deepest part, Yang Qi didn't find any big bosses or anything like that. Refine the core of the copy directly. As the two walked out of the copy, this replica entrance disappears into place. On the other hand, on the Chinese resident side, there will be an additional copy space. Yang Qi also wanted to continue refining the next copy space. I didn't expect it. Just then, Nisan State Residency came in, only to see that above the dome, crowed silhouettes of people stood neatly on one side. In front of the figure was a man dressed in black. The man's face was blurred and unreadable. Who else could it be if it wasn't the mysterious man that Yankee scared off? Yang Qi watched the group appear. Not unexpected. The Nisanites had long ago spread the word about this place. The group was pretty fast though, just cleared a copy and rushed in. He looked to the dozens of people behind the man in black. Most of these people, the aura on their bodies was just around the 7th rank. Each one exudes a different aura. These are not exactly members of the anti-Chinese society. Yankee saw this. It was also known that the mysterious man was the ally of the anti-Chinese society. I just don't know why he is targeting China at every turn. Before the mysterious man could strike, behind him, 4 brown men stepped forward. There was a burst of gibberish at Yankee. Yankee was puzzled. Look at the breath cultivation of these 4 people. Surprisingly, he found one person with a higher realm rank than himself. It has reached the 9th order. The remaining 3, 2, had reached the 8th rank. In China's immortal cultivation system, the 8th rank was already a heavenly immortal. 9th rank, all of them are already in the Xian immortal realm. Such strength, globally, is found only in the 3 countries of the Arab world. These 4 people were the remaining 4 kings of Agua. With the mysterious man's support, their cultivation levels directly broke a large realm. It even surpassed Yang Qi. It reached a staggering 9th order. Yang Qi coldly looked at the 4 people who were gabbing. It's not like he can understand it anyway. Ling Zhuzi looked at the crowd's kingly appearance and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Ha! The strongest is only at the Xian immortal realm, and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? But when his eyes focused on the mysterious man at the head, his face suddenly changed. Fellow Daoist Yang, what is this person's origin? Why does he have an internalized cultivation yet a powerful aura? Yanqi shook his head. How could he know what this man was about? He guessed that this mysterious man had something to do with the people behind the official game. But these words could not be said to Ling Zhuzi. The 4 agnates spoke to Yankee for a while before stopping. After saying that, the 4 of them actually stood right in front of them. With an expression of "you come over and hit me." Yang Qi had a grudge against the 4 of them. Yang Qi had killed their brothers. The result is that of the 5 kings of Agri, only 4 are now left. It was at this time that the mysterious man at the head of the group spoke. The syllables of his language were strange, but the meaning of it fell intact on the ears of the crowd. Humph. It's just a broken world's artifact soul plus a poor bastard who has received a broken world's inheritance. Today, you will be the stepping stones to my ascension to the throne. Chapter 158. I lost, but you didn't win. When these words came out, both Ling Zhuzi and Yang Qi didn't look too good. This person's origin was mysterious, and although Yang Qi had guessed, he had been unsure of where he came from. Hearing him say this, Yang Qi could be sure that this guy really came from the mysterious forces of the game's officialdom. For reasons unknown, the game's official people are directly involved in the internal strife within Blue Star. This was something that didn't happen in Yang Qi's previous life. Because Yang Qi came back to life, the trajectory of this world was already far from Yang Qi's previous life. Yang Qi coldly looked at the dozens of people across the street. The spirit bead then transformed into a fiery red pearl that hovered above Yang Qi's head. Fellow Daoist Yang, do him directly. When Spirit Bead heard the mysterious man being so arrogant, he had long looked at him with displeasure. Simple-minded as he was, he didn't even think elsewhere. Yanqi shook his head. The mysterious man was powerful and came from an unusual background. If he made the first move, he might even fall behind. The 4 members of Asangwa had long been eager to rush up and tear Yang Qi apart right away. Alliance Master, let the 4 of us brothers make a move to kill this man. The mystery man listened and nodded. The 4 men of Agri were ecstatic to see this. If it was before, when Yang Qi's level was higher than theirs, they really wouldn't have dared to trouble Yang Qi. But now, most of them were higher ranked than Yang Qi. And there's the mysterious ally marauding on the sidelines. This is the right time and place. If you don't do it now, when will you do it? With that in mind, the 4 of them took out their equipment weapons. The 4 people took out a scimitar in their hands. The blade of the scimitar was snow white, and it was incomparably sharp and cold. On the hilt of the knife, There were also precious items such as gemstones and glazes adorning it, which looked very gorgeous. 4 knives, all in one mold. It looks like a kit. When Yang Qi saw this, he couldn't help but frown. In these 4 blades, he actually felt the aura from the game's officialdom. It didn't take much thought to realize that this outfit, from the mysterious man behind them, it seems that the mysterious man gave these people quite a lot of benefits. Otherwise, a few people from the 3 kingdoms wouldn't have surpassed Yang Qi in a short period of time. At this stage, every promotion of one level required a large amount of experience value, and without a long period of accumulation, it would be difficult for the average person to be promoted. Yang Qi's eyes changed when he looked at the mysterious man. So much good stuff on this guy? Yang Qi was thinking about how to get the treasures on the mysterious man in his mind. As for the 4 people from Agnus Dei on the opposite side, their bodies emitted a burst of golden light, like a golden god, and even the curved swords in their hands changed color. A powerful aura flowed out. The spirit bead son's main body was shaken after seeing this might of the 4 brothers of Agua. Yang Qi, the magic treasures in the hands of these 4 are very strong. Spirit bead's slightly worried voice rang in Yang Qi's ears. Yang Qi coldly smiled. Fabulous, he has it too. The Yuan Tu Abi sword appeared in his hand. With both swords in his hands, Yang Qi's entire aura changed. Suddenly it became sharp, as if a sword had been unsheathed. Yang Qi took the lead and reached out to the 4. The Yuan Tu Abi swords flew out in 2 streams of light, to which the laws of the sword Dao were already attached. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the 4. When the 4 people from Agua saw how fast these 2 flying swords were, their faces changed drastically. Hurriedly, he brought the scimitar in his hand to meet him. At once, the sound of metal clashing resounded in the field. The 4 kings of Agua only felt their arms tingling, and the golden light on their hands unexpectedly became much thinner under Yang Qi's strike. The Yuan Tu Abi sword made a pirouette in midair and went up again. Spirit Pearl saw that the battle had been fought. With a brazen strike, a sheet of fire appeared around the 4 members of the Argonauts, and sizzling temperatures appeared in an instant. In the distance, people were sweating profusely and their mouths were dry. In his eyes, there was a look of shock. A mysterious strong man had appeared in the country of China. They had heard about it for a long time, and when they saw it today, it was really extraordinary. As soon as he made a move, he made them feel a great pressure. However, the spirit bead's attack didn't cause much damage to the 4 Agnus Dei, only to see a giant golden-colored hand appear above the dome. As soon as the giant hand appeared, it opened its 5 fingers and held the flaming region in one hand. The firelight manifested by the Spirit Pearl Z avatar was grasped by the giant hand as if it had a form and a body. With a gentle grip of the giant hand, the firelight was directly annihilated. The 4 of the Agnus Dei had a smug look on their faces. Their strength is now different from what it used to be. Today, Yang Qi will definitely be killed by them. One blow was effective, and the 4 Agnus Dei didn't pause for a second. A golden cloud appeared under his feet, and his body directly rushed towards Yang Qi. Yang Qi started directly with the law of time, slowing the 4 down. With a finger pointing into the air, the Yuan Tu Abi sword rushed towards the 4 with the sound of a sword chime. This time, both laws struck at the same time. The 4 of the Agri nations were suddenly under a lot of pressure. The Yuan Tu Abi swords were extremely fast, and not many people in the field could see the shadows of the twin swords. With a scream, a head shot up into the sky. One of the slim men among the 4 men of the A tribe covered his empty neck with both hands as blood fountained out. When the remaining 3 saw their brother screaming miserably, they all revealed a look of anxiety. Hurriedly, he turned back to check, only to see a scene that horrified them. The youngest brother of the 5 kings of Agri was surprised to have his head cut off. Before they could pass, the headless body staggered and crashed to the ground. The 5 kings of the 3 kingdoms of A.S. are one less. When the remaining 3 saw their brother's life fall, the attack on their hands became even more violent. Unfortunately, within the laws of time, none of their more violent attacks could work against Yang Qi. The mysterious man saw that the 4 brothers of the Agri state were so bad. A sudden frown. Yang Qi's means were indeed powerful. In this world, it's considered one of the best in the world, but he's seen it all before. If there was no immortal execution sword intent that made him fearful of the existence of the immortal execution sword intent, this means of Yang Qi's could be destroyed with the flip of his hand. Yankee didn't delay. The Yuan Tu Abi sword flipped in midair and once again chopped off a person's head. The 2 remaining men in the field were the 2 most powerful of the Agnus Dei. One of them was still a 9th order existence. However, under the laws of the sword Dao and the laws of time, the 2 were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. The 2 men saw their brothers die one by one. A look of sadness crossed his face. Yang Qi being this powerful was something they hadn't thought about. All of them had surpassed Yang Qi by a level. In front of Yang Qi, it was like a mole cricket, knowing that he was undefeated. The boss in the A3 kingdoms hurriedly turned his head to look at the mysterious man. Ally, save us. As soon as the words fell, The Yuan 2 sword had already arrived in front of the 2 flying swords, each taking 1 person. 2 heads fall off. Up to this point, the 5 kings of Asangwa were all killed by Yang Qi. The mysterious man saw the 4 people die without any emotional fluctuation, dressed in black and standing in mid-air. It was as if it wasn't one of their subordinates who had just died. The rest of the people's faces changed drastically when they saw the death of the 4 persons of Asangwa, the 4 brothers of the Agri state. Among them were already the strongest existence. All 4 of such people could not go more than 2 rounds in front of Yang Qi. At this time, they were very clear about the gap between them and Yang Qi. At this point, most of them are beating a retreat. But seeing the mysterious man who showed no sign, they didn't dare to act rashly. The Alliance Master hadn't given the word yet, so how could they dare to retreat? Only an Alliance Master's hand can kill him now. Right, Allied Master, make a move. You're the only one who's a match for him. Dozens of people, at this point in time, could only pin their hopes on the mysterious man. The mysterious man smiled disdainfully. Waste. His figure disappeared directly in place. Yankee frowned. The power of the divine soul poured out, focusing on the fluctuations in various places, just in case the mystery man sneaks up on you. Sure enough, the mysterious man came directly behind Yang Qi, probing out his all-along palm. He slapped at Yang Qi's back heart. Yang Qi was aware of this and his figure exploded back. Yuan Tu Abi recalled to his side, ready to deal with the next wave of attacks. The mysterious person's figure disappeared once again when he failed to land a blow. Yang Qi coldly smiled. It was a power similar to the laws of space, but instantly moving to a certain location. But the traces of space law use were very obvious. Yang Qi only needed to use his divine soul power to gently sense a bit, and he would be able to know where the mysterious person was going to appear next. This time, Yanqi took the initiative. Yuan Tuanyao flipped in midair and stabbed at a void. As expected, a bloodlight splashed out, and the mysterious man, full of incredulity, fell out covering his stomach. In the distance, dozens of strong men from various countries changed their faces when they saw that the person they had been expecting for so long was injured under Yang Qi. Always be ready to run away. There were even a few people who had crept to the back of the crowd. If the situation in the field was not right, they fled at the first opportunity. Yanqi didn't take it lightly. Just one sword. Couldn't stand the mystery man for a minute at all. He could sense that the sword Dao laws left behind in his mystic's wound had dissipated. A bottle of liquid appeared in the mysterious man's hand, and with a lift of his head, he drank it. The wound that was still dripping blood healed in a flash. Ha! Native, you're hurting me. That's great. Next, taste death. With that, he disappeared back into place with his bare hands. Yankee frowned. Again? Is this a case of not stopping until you see the Yellow River? Another sword thrust was made at a piece of nothingness. This time, there was no blood splatter. Instead, there was a loud noise. The Yuan Tu sword flew out backwards and landed not far away. Above the sword, a spiritual light flashed. Yang Qi's mind probed and discovered that with this strike, the Yuan Tu sword's blade was actually harmed. At a glance, an additional powerful aura appeared on the mysterious man's 2 fists. It was the higher power that had broken the laws of the sword and the laws of time last time. Mystic struck out swinging. A smug grin was vaguely perceptible on the blurred face. Yang Qi, use that person's inheritance. Within 3 moves, if you don't use that person's inheritance, you will surely die. You don't think you didn't get that person's inheritance, do you? I can't believe you scared me last time. Die. Your legacy should not survive in this world. The mysterious man spat out a few words and his figure disappeared once more. Yang Qi sneered. Now, the laws of the sword Dao and the laws of time could no longer affect the mysterious man's movements. His power is much more advanced. The only thing Yang Qi could fight against was the law of immortal punishment. As you wish. At that moment, the aura of Yang Qi's body changed. The last second, his breath was as sharp as a sheathed sword. In the next second, a strong and domineering aura emanated from his body, making people take one look at him and feel that this was a king from the ancient times, and they couldn't help but want to submit. Humph, pretending. In the void, the mysterious man's voice came. Last time, when he saw the presence of the immortal execution sword intent, he was like a scared bird and directly fled. Going back to think about it, how could Yang Qi get that person's inheritance? Countless geniuses at headquarters had wanted to obtain that inheritance and were unable to comprehend it. How could this guy born on a backward planet comprehend? According to his guess, Yang Qi had probably obtained some object of that person that could emit that person's aura. Confident, he continued to strike. Coming behind Yang Qi, he threw another punch. Just when his fist was about to land on Yang Qi's back heart, the arboreal sword appeared and blocked directly in front of his fist. Rumble. There was a loud bang. The abyssal sword stayed put. Instead, the mysterious man flew out backwards. The mysterious man felt both his fists burning with pain after he landed. When he raised his hands, they were already bloody. and the exposed bones were faintly visible. His fists, imbued with great power, can't break a sword's defense even. Surprisingly, he was even injured by the recoil. It was only at this time that he looked squarely at Yang Qi. Only Yang Qi had a cold face. The aura emanating from his body was the very same immortal execution laws that made him flee everywhere like a scared bird. You really comprehended it. Who the hell are you? You're him? Mystic lost control of his emotions for a moment. The face, which had been blurred, was now revealed. It was a handsome-looking youth. If he smiled, he might still be a sunny, beautiful man. But now, the beautiful man with the potentially great smile had a look of horror on his face. Looking at Yang Qi was like looking at a demon that had crawled out of hell. Yang Qi shook his head. The arbutus sword hangs in the air. Leave your last words, he said coldly. The mystery man's eyes rounded. Today, count me out. But you didn't win either. Yang Qi was not happy or sad, and a stiff upper lip. The abyssal sword no longer stayed. Stabbed straight through. The mystic hastily raised a defensive light shield, wrapping himself within. However, under the might of the immortal execution laws, which was enough to destroy the world, this light shield shattered like a bubble. The arboreal sword pierced directly into the mysterious man's heart. The mysterious man's face was filled with terror, feeling a powerful force rampaging across his body, but unable to do anything about it. One can only feel one's life gradually draining away. Suddenly, his bloodied hands took out a token. The token emitted a burst of white light, directly into the mysterious man's forehead. His form was dissipating. When Yang Qi saw this, the Arhat's sword stabbed over again, but the mysterious man who stabbed, as if stabbing the air, no feedback. In less than a moment, the mysterious man had disappeared. Only the blood on the floor proves he was here. Chapter 159, Shocking Taiman. The rest of them haven't even reacted yet. The alliance leader of the Anti-Hua Association, who had been unbeatable the previous moment, had fled. Everyone was stunned. The next second, everyone fled in all directions. The most powerful among them had gone cold. With just them, they were completely no match for Yang Qi. They came here today because they wanted to see Yang Qi fall and die. But now, Yang Qi was still alive and kicking in front of them. If you don't run away now, you'll die? Yang Qi laughed coldly as he looked at these people who were fleeing in all directions. You're running away now? Late. Spirit beads showed their human form at this time. Just now, when Yang Qi fought with the mysterious man, he couldn't intervene at all. Shame at this point. He was originally a helper brought out by Yang Qi. So far, he had only struck out once and had his divine ability broken. Immediately, he stopped Yang Qi's movement. Fellow Daoist Yang, this little matter, let me do it. Yang Qi froze, then nodded. With the spirit beads out of the way, it's basically crushing, though it wouldn't take much effort for him to deal with them. However, one could not let the spirit beads go in vain. Spirit Pearl opened his mouth and a ray of fire erupted from his mouth. It turned into a blaze of fire in midair. Immediately, it wrapped several of the people who were fleeing, with a few screams ringing out. A few wisps of flying ash drifted away. The others who were fleeing looked back and saw that their companions were already dead. By now it was scared out of its wits. It's picked up the pace even more. At this time, they were in the small world of the Nissen country, and if they wanted to get out of here, no one had to interrupt them in order to teleport out. But now, how could there be time for them to teleport? Spirit Pearl's eyes had turned into a sheet of fire at an unknown time. His expression was hideous, and with his small childlike body, he looked very gruesome. Just this image alone caused the livers of many experts to split. Spirit beads are slaughtering, and Yankee looked at the blood left on the ground. A secret pity. This guy from the game's officialdom has some serious life preservation skills. Surprisingly, he ignored the effects of the law of punishment and directly teleported away. What Yang Qi was most unfortunate about was that he didn't get the mysterious man all equipped with magic treasures. This man is from the official game and has a lot of treasures on him. If Yang Qi got it, all of them would be upgraded. If he was lucky, Yang Qi could even get the official information of the game from the mysterious man's mouth. Unfortunately, got away. However, Yang Qi was no longer alarmed at this point. Now his own strength had surpassed that of the mysterious man. Even if the mysterious man made a comeback, he was no match for himself. The only thing I have to worry about is this guy going back to bring in help. Yang Qi could ascertain that the power behind the game had mastered a kind of power that was above all laws. Right now, only the special existence of the law of punishment was their opponent. Now I'm in the light and the enemy is in the dark. Yang Qi could only seize the time to improve himself. Respond to what's going to happen next. Just as Yankee was thinking, the spirit beads have completed the slaughter. Dozens of experts, all of them turned into a wisp of ash. Seeing this result, Yang Qi just nodded his head. Next, there was no longer any need for him to make a move. There were no masters among these countries already, and the first group of people could easily take care of them. so Yang Qi directly took the spirit bead to return to the middle of the China resident. Huak was compound. Wu Yingfei and the others gathered together. A building had been constructed within the originally empty valley. Supply the Chinese people to rest here. Not long after Yang Qi went out, an additional copy appeared within the China resident. Without thinking, they all knew where Yang Qi had gone. They are very worried. The existence of the anti-Chinese society cast a gloom over the faces of all Chinese people. The strength of the opponent is unknown. And that's the scariest thing. Right now, half a day has passed. There is still no increase in the number of copies in the China residency. On behalf of Yang Qi's side, I'm afraid that he has met his match. Throughout the world, the only thing that could serve as a rival to Yankee, only the anti-Chinese will. Zhang Ao hemmed and hawed. Everyone, don't worry, this guy Yang Qi is powerful, he'll be fine. Instead of reassuring the crowd with these words, he became even more apprehensive. Zhang Ao could only fall silent. No, I'm going to help the master. Hayakarenazu stood up, but he was pulled back by Wu Yingfei who was on the side. Wu Yingfei said faintly, there's no point in you going. Wu Yingfei hit the nail on the head. None of the people present could really help Yang Qi. A battle of that level was no longer something they could intervene in. 100 Spirit Water was slightly displeased. Wu Yingfei's face is bland. Yang Qi hadn't shown any signs of arousal yet after taking the life elemental pill that she had refined. The illustrated Yankee is still safe for now. That's what allowed her to be so calm. Ugh, keep waiting for news. Bailing Water had to sit down. Just at that moment, Yang Qi and Spirit Bead appeared within the hall. The crowd was pleasantly surprised. The hearts were all relieved. Both stood up. That fast? Zhang Ao took the lead. Yang Qi smiled faintly. It won't take much time to take care of a small Nissan country. Nissan country? It turns out that Yankee could only go to Nissan country and come back. They thought that Yankee had gone to trouble the anti-Chinese society. Oh, right. Yang Qi suddenly said, Mr. Jiang, you're free to go and clean up those dozen countries in the next few days. This sentence made Zhang Ao puzzled. The dozens of countries that Yankee was talking about. He naturally knew that. None other than those countries that joined the anti-China society in the last siege of China. Zhang Ao was embarrassed. Mr. Yang, I'm afraid I can't beat them. These countries are not strong in terms of strength though, but every single one of them has a 6th-ranked expert. Zhang Ao took the first group with him. Isn't this a food delivery? Yang Qi shook his head. No, you beat it. The anti-Chinese society is gone. When Yang Qi said this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Really? Zhang Ao was a bit unconvinced. That anti-Chinese society ally escaped. Don't worry, he won't dare come back. Zhang Ao then put his heart down. I'll be right there. Zhang Ao was excited. Now it was finally his turn to strike. With the presence of the anti-Chinese society, he had never dared to make a move. But now, the anti-Chinese society is no more. The only guys left in these countries are the ones who can't get on the stage. Anyone who joined the anti-Chinese society was the #1 expert in each country. Zhang Ao had long wanted to go win them over. Zhang Ao immediately opened the communication panel, sent out the troops and went out in a flurry of wind. The ones in the field, the rest of them were the spirit world crowd. Yang Qi said directly, everyone, hurry up and practice. Time waits for no man. Just leave everything within the global replica space to Group 1. We're still practicing. The crowd nodded. The allies of the anti-Chinese society were not ambushed. There was always a sharp sword suspended over the heads of the crowd. That spurred the crowd to work hard. Yang Qi resolved the matter within the complete sphere replica space, directly following Ling Zhuzi to the cave of Tai Yizhenjin. Just now, Ling Zhuzi transmitted a message that Tai Yizhenzi had awakened. When the two Yang Qi came here, a Taoist-robed man with white hair was seen standing in midair. A powerful force was brewing around the man. The man's silhouette, bright and dark, as if he was in the same place, and as if he was in another space. Yang Qi was shocked when he saw this. This is the power of the laws of space. Tai Yi's spatial laws were estimated to have been comprehended to a very high degree. Yang Qi conservatively estimated that it was more than 90%. Yang Qi didn't dare to slack off, bowing to the silhouette in midair. Late generation Yang Qi greets senior Tai Yi master. Spirit Pearl, on the other hand, exclaimed in excitement, Master, you're awake. The Tai Yi master in midair dropped his gaze down. There was a look of relief on his face. In an instant, Yang Qi felt that everything about himself had been seen through by Tai Yizhen. Tai Yizhenjin was a great Luo golden immortal powerhouse. It was the highest person Yang Qi had ever seen in terms of cultivation. At this moment, Yang Qi's heart palpitated. If Tai Yi man is going to be unfavorable to himself, I'm afraid that Tai Yizhenjin would be able to kill himself with a single glance of his eyes. However, looking at Tai Bei with a kind smile, Yang Qi's palpitations gradually disappeared. Most of the flood characters were quite favorable to Yang Qi. One of the reasons for this was that Yang Qi was a friend of Tai Shan Laojun. He had also received the Sword Dao inheritance from the Tongtian sex lineage, hooked up directly with the two great saints. In the flood, it was all about mentorship. Many powerful people were inextricably linked to saints. Naturally, Yanqi got a lot of convenience in it. A flash of Tai Yi's figure. It landed directly in front of the two. He looked to the spirit beads, nodding in relief. Not bad. This time out. You are blessed. Spirit Pearl was happy to receive a verbal commendation. Master, I'm so lucky. I got some inexplicable powers that can enhance the body. It won't be long before my principal body's promotion. Tai Yi's divine soul power made a probe into Spirit Beads' body. When he saw an unfamiliar power filling the Spirit Bead's body, he frowned. Strange. I've never seen this power before. I didn't realize that outside of the flood, when there was such a power. You are so blessed. Then, he looked at Yang Qi again. Little friend Yang, the blessing is not shallow either. Not only did he get the inheritance of Golden Turtle Island, he also has the scent of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun on his body. There's even the scent of the old man of the river Styx. Yanqi smiled awkwardly. I can't hide it from senior's eyes. By chance, I have quite a lot of inheritance in me. Tai Yi Jinjin nodded slightly. Luck is also a form of strength. I would also like to thank little friend Yang for helping my family's spirit bead to obtain this power. After this magic treasure of mine transformed into a spirit, I've been treating him as an apprentice, and he's been following me around all these years, not having seen the big world. So it's causing trouble for little friend Yang. As soon as Yang Qi heard the polite words, he said, Nope, fellow Daoist Spirit Pearl also helped me a lot. This is what I should do. Tai Bei listened and nodded imperceptibly. In his heart, he had a high opinion of Yang Qi. This son is not humble, and is considered to be a viable talent. I wonder, how is this power within the Spirit Pearl obtained? I'm very curious. Old Taoist. Yanqi opened his mouth before he could make a sound. The spirit beads on the side then said, Of course you get it from killing people. There is a country in this world who practices this power. When Tai Yi Jinjin heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. Yang Qi's heart jumped as he watched. Secretly, the spirit beads didn't know how to be human. Looking at Tai Yi Jinjin this way, he was quite bothered by the matter of killing and taking the treasure. Sinner, how dare you kill for treasure? Tai Yi gave a loud shout. Spirit beads scrunched their necks. Master, listen to me. They started it. Yang Qi hurriedly informed the matter in full. Only then did Tai Yi's face ease up. He frowned, an indescribable lack of feeling in his eyes. Ryoga murmured, I didn't expect to wake up with a start, but the flood world has collapsed. Is this the blue planet? It's kind of interesting. The world had changed drastically, leaving Tai Yi unable to accept it for a while. The great floodplain was now a small world attached to the blue star. This is unacceptable to anyone. Tai Yi adjusted his emotions before saying, For our first meeting, it's only right that I should give little friend Yang a gift. Unfortunately, all my belongings were lost in the spatial turbulence. I see that little friend Yang is now at the heavenly immortal realm, and should also comprehend the power of the laws. This spatial law comprehension will be gifted to little friend. With that, a light emanated from his fingertips and fell directly into Yang Qi's head. At that instant, Yang Qi felt a huge wave of information enter his brain. It was the perception of the laws of space. Tai Yi Realist was helping Yang Qi comprehend the laws of space. Yang Qi knew that the opportunity had come. Immediately sit on your knees, trying to digest the epiphanies in my head. Before comprehending it, he also didn't forget to cloth himself with a layer of time law. Allow yourself a relative pause in the flow of time. Tai Yi was shocked when he saw this scene. It's the law of time. He actually comprehended the laws of time. Tai Yi was confused. It was the first time he had seen the laws of time that someone had comprehended at the heavenly immortal realm. The spirit beads on the side said, Master, Yang Qi, not only does he know the laws of time, he also knows the laws of Sword Dao. There is another powerful law. I don't know what it is. Tai Yi was once again surprised. The heavenly immortal realm comprehends 3 laws. What kind of talent is that? Thinking back to the time when he was seeking the Dao and comprehending one of the basic 5 elemental laws at the heavenly immortal realm, he was already considered to have a powerful talent, and he could defy the crowd amongst his many masters and brothers. Now, this fellow had actually comprehended 3 types of laws, and they were all high-level laws. That law of his is very strange. Anyone who is touched by the power of that law of his will dissolve. Even my fire path law is the same. Spirit Pearl continued to mutter. Tai Bei heard this and fell into deep thought. A law that can dissolve the power of the rest of the laws? Could be the law for that one? In the flood, the only thing that was right was the law of execution. Spirit Pearl, when little friend Yang used that law, did it give off a feeling of obliterating everything? Tai Yi asked with a sincere face. Spirit Pearl nodded. Yeah, that's it. Master, do you know what law this is? Tai Yi was shocked. This person had actually comprehended the law of exorcism at the heavenly immortal realm. Chapter 160, Laws of Space. Gamekeeper? Tai Zhenren looked at Yang Qi, who was sitting cross-legged, and his eyes were filled with admiration. I didn't expect to meet such a seedling as soon as I came out of my slumber for many years. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Qi was shouldering multiple legacies, he would have wanted to take Yang Qi as his disciple. He turned to Spirit Pearl. You sinner, you're not even a millionth as good as the others. In the future, you have to befriend Yang Qi, Tai Zhenren instructed in a serious tone. Spirit Bead nodded plausibly. We're friends. Tai didn't explain the reason for this. Spirit Bead's son's spiritual wisdom was extraordinary, but his heart was like a child's. It would be futile for him to say more. Yang Qi was already immersed in endless spatial law comprehension at this time. Tai True Lord's cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal realms. His comprehension of the laws of space had reached the state of realization. Yang Qi was so immersed in it that he couldn't help himself. The law of space is the manipulative use of space. Although the difference between the laws of space and the laws of time was not that big, it's all one order of existence. With Tai Zhen's spatial law sense in hand, Yang Qi comprehended it effortlessly. It's even pretty fast. But there is the law of time. The speed of Yang Qi's comprehension was no longer important. Without realizing it, another silk thread appeared inside Yang Qi's body. This is the law of space manifested. This strand of silk took on a light red color. After appearing inside Yang Qi's body, it didn't go everywhere, but with the laws of time in general, settled down. Yang Qi knew that this was the shock of the law of exorcism. Right now, within Yang Qi's body, the law of punishment was the main focus, and the rest of the various law powers were supplementary. Counting the spatial laws, Yang Qi had now comprehended a total of 4 laws. Such an achievement at just the heavenly immortal realm. Yang Qi's battle power had already reached an unknown level. He had a premonition that even if it was the spirit beads of the golden immortal realm, it was already no match for him. Yang Qi dispersed the power of the laws of time. At this point, only an instant had passed in the outside world. As soon as Yang Qi came out, he bowed to Tai Zhenren. Many thanks to Senior for giving me the law. Tai Zhenren smiled faintly. Young friend Yang is polite, although Tai Zhenren acted like he didn't care. But Yankee still got the etiquette right. I wonder if Senior wants to go out. Now that the world has changed drastically, seniors this side of the small world are rather free to go out, Tai said with a shake of his head. The old Tao has already known that outside of the old Tao's cave, it's just a temporary piece of condensed space. Yang Qi laughed bitterly at this. At a realm like Tai realists, the power of the divine souls could already be explored without a sound. Not even the boundaries of the small world could stop it. The old road will not go out. Spirit Pearl, return to the cave to cultivate. With a rebuke from Tai Zhenren, Ling Zhuzi couldn't help but shrink his neck. Little friend Yang, the two of us will close the door here, and I will close the entrance to the small world. If there is fate in another day, you and I will meet. Yang Qi had no choice but to leave Tai Zhenren's cave first. Before leaving, the spirit bead's son's eyes were very fond of it, obviously not wanting to cultivate hard within the small world. But he couldn't disobey Tai's orders. Then the late generation will leave. Saying that, Yang Qi directly left the Tai realist's cave small world. As soon as Yang Qi left, the entrance to the small world behind him directly closed. No matter how Yang Qi searched, he was unable to discover the location of this entrance. Yang Qi didn't continue searching, but simply gave up. As long as this small world was still within China's compound, it was considered China's small world and had not been taken away by other countries. Even if other countries attacked within China's compound, they wouldn't be able to take away this small world. Yang Qi let his eyes look towards the Chinese compound, except for a hall that was temporarily constructed. At this point in time, the number of copies was extremely high in the China residency. It's now over 50. If there are no surprises, China is the eventual winner of the second round of the tournament. At this moment, Zhang Ao was traveling between the various national quarters with the strongest members of the first group, include a small world in the Chinese compound. The fact that China has acted in such a way is also shocking to those outside. There has been a heated conversation about this on the game forums. What's going on in China? How dare they? It's already the 6th country. Is that Zhang Ao still really going to drive everyone to extinction? What about the anti-Chinese society? Why didn't they do anything to stop it? Quickly, someone asked for the key. Not long had passed since the anti-Chinese society had been exterminated. These people haven't gotten the message yet. At this point they were very curious. Why didn't the mysterious anti-China club come out when China made such a big move? China has dared to let a 6th order come out. Guess how the anti-Chinese society is doing now? The crowd was shocked at these words. How is that possible? Where in China is such a powerful force? The anti-Chinese society is a collection of the strongest people from dozens of countries. And I heard that the origin of their alliance leader is extraordinary and does not belong to any country. It's impossible. Even if China's Yang Qi had heavenly skills, it's impossible for him to do it? No way? Take a closer look. The countries Jiang Ao attacked are all members of the Anti-China Society. If the Anti-Chinese Society is still around, how could they let it go? China is so horrible? As Jiang Ao and the others continued to go deeper and deeper, one by one, the quarters were cleared. People on the outside are convinced of this fact as well. The Anti-China Society was really exterminated by Yang Qi. They were very curious about Yang Qi's strength. There weren't many strong people in China, and the only one who could hold his own was Yang Qi. There was no doubt that if something happened to the Anti-Hua Association, it would definitely be Yang Qi's hand. By now, they know. I'm afraid that China has become the strongest country in the world. Along the way, all the countries that were on the opposite side of the line from China ended up extremely miserable. Some of them immediately went back to restrain their own countrymen from ever messing with the state of China. Messing with the state of China at this time was no different than seeking death. Yanqi looked at the news on the game forum. A smile appeared. China is getting stronger by the day and will stand out in this compulsion. As the game grows, China gets more and more benefits. More lives will be saved in the ensuing Holocaust. As for other countries, Yanqi couldn't care less. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with Yang Qi. Actually, Yanqi had been very restrained. With his strength, he was already an invincible existence on a global scale. But he didn't strike out at random people. Anyone that he had made a move to deal with was the one who had first sought out Hot China, or had messed with Yang Qi. Looking at the forum, Yan Shi suddenly thought of someone. He did remember that when the Anti-Chinese Society appeared, Charlie's note also gave a wave of publicity to the Anti-Chinese Society. Yang Qi's face grimaced as he thought of this. This after Charlie Mark became the owner of the game forums, and there was no more sound. I didn't realize that this time, he even personally created a momentum for the Anti-Chinese Society. But under Yang Qi's absolute strength, it didn't make an impact on Yanqi. Treason? Yang Qi frowned. Charlie's journal brought the cause of the matter right out in the open at that time. There was no favoritism intended. Instead, it's what a game forum owner should do. Yanqi directly opened Charlie's Mark's private chat interface. Tell me, what's the situation on your side? Yang Qi directly opened the door. Shortly after the message was sent, Charlie's note replied, Big brother Yang Qi, I was also forced to do something. Within a mysterious space, Charlie Mark looked at the chat interface and cried without tears. How he didn't know why Yanqi had found him. Nothing more than him building up the Anti-Chinese Society. But this kind of thing is not up to him. Oh, Yang Qi was instantly interested. Charlie's marker gets to be the official legacy of the game and is the owner of the game's forums. And there's a forced situation? Biggie, don't believe me. I'm getting screwed by myself now. This inheritance, it's a pit. I'm restricted to people everywhere now. The new game warden is here. He's the one who put me up to these things. I can't do it if I don't. This game administrator can control everything in the game, including me. I'm just an assistant to aid him in managing the game. And if I don't do as I'm told, he can just kill me. But in the conscience of heaven and earth, Big brother Yang Qi, I haven't done anything to betray the country of China. Yanqi watched as Charlie Mark sent over a large string of messages. After looking at it for a long time, it dawned on him. According to Charlie's notes, that alliance leader of the Anti-Chinese Society is, I'm afraid, the newly appointed game administrator. And Taisho died the same way as the last gamekeeper. Ever since Taisho died with the last gamekeeper, the globe has been functioning according to an inherent set of procedures. Even the tournament a few years later in Yanqi's memory was a rushed outing. What Yang Qi was puzzled about was that the previous game administrators all wanted an existence like Taishan Laojun to die with them. How is it that the administrators of this one, themselves, can be defeated? Soon after, Charlie's note gave a reply. This administrator hasn't really taken office yet. If he takes office, he won't be able to interfere with what's going on in the game. And at the same time, he'll be strengthened to an unreachable level. I also don't know why he is so hateful to China. After he came to Blue Star, he didn't take office directly, but disguised himself as a mysterious person and set up the Anti-Chinese Society. When Yang Qi saw this, he already had an answer in his heart. This new administrator hates China so much. I'm afraid it's because of saints like the Tongtian sect master. The administrator panicked directly after seeing the law of execution. The law of execution had cast a great shadow over him. He had definitely met sect leader Tongtian. He had even met other saints in the flood world. And there have been less than friendly experiences. Charlie remembered to say a whole lot. And finally he was able to make Yanqi believe in himself. Big brother Yang Qi, in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to speak for China. But I will definitely be fair and impartial and won't take sides. Yanqi didn't care. Charlie remembered such opinion fighters. In the face of absolute strength. It's just that Charlie Marks had already revealed too much information to him this time. Okay, I get it. Just be yourself. By the way, are you still in China now? Yang Qi asked curiously. People like Charlie Marks, who have been given the official legacy of the game, have a great deal of convenience. Even using a teleportation formation didn't require immortal crystals. Now Yankee didn't know where this guy had run off to. Biggie, I don't even know where I am right now. This seems to be a game manipulation space, a home base for administrators. I can go anywhere with a thought now. By the way, the administrator came back 2 days ago and is still all bruised up. Biggie, did you type this? Yankee admitted directly. I'm the one who hit him. Where is he now? Can you give me the coordinates? Yang-Chi would like to take advantage of the game administrator's injuries and directly touch over to kill him. I didn't expect Charlie Marks to be in a hurry straight away. Biggie, are you trying to make a move? He's taking control of the game now. It won't be long before he's a Midwest administrator. Besides, I don't know where I am right now. I think it's better not to kill administrators. I have learned the news that the position of administrator is not vacant, and that when one dies, the next will be sent. If you are not sure of a direct overthrow, it is better not to kill. Yan-Chi listened and nodded. As it stands, there's not much to be gained by killing admins. Game administrators can't meddle in things within the game. This was good news for Yankee. At least there won't be a situation like the anti-Chinese society. The only thing to watch out for is that the game administrators are expected to target China through the rules of the game. Yang-Chi's strength is low now, and it can't reach the kind of Tai Shan Lao Jun who can die with the administrator. All that can be done is to go by the rules of the game. Yang-Chi could now feel a sharp sword hanging over his head at all times, ready to fall at any moment. Within the rules of the game, is Yankee really an adversary to the administrators or even to the official presence behind the game? The answer is yes. The law of execution is an example of this. Taishan Lao Jun is also an example. The difference, though, is that the law of punishment is still within the rules of the game. Taishan Lao Jun, on the other hand, attempted to directly overturn the table, not realizing that in the end it only overturned a table of dishes. The table is still there. Hosts can still recover if they keep serving. Yan-Chi now understood. The so-called official game is presumably a more powerful world getting his power. Game official? Yang-Chi's eyes went cold. He didn't believe that by the time his strength continued to rise, he still wouldn't be able to match the existence behind the game. Before that, he watched Taishan Lao Jun martyr himself and die with the gamekeeper. He only felt that he should rely on his advantage of being born again to quickly increase his strength. Didn't think about it, the official game thing. Now, against the power of his strength, the more he could feel the presence of the game's officials. This old path of Taishan Lao Jun, Yang-Chi was now eager to take a trip. But not now. There was only one thing that Yang-Chi had to do now, and that was to continue getting stronger. It's when he's so powerful that the game's officials can't even ignore him that he can step outside of this game's limitations, become a truly free man. Chapter 161, Global Changes. Duplicate beings appear. Charlie Marks will now have to follow the game warden for the time being. This way Yankee can also be the first to know the actions of the game administrator. After hanging up the chat interface with Charlie Marks, Yan-Chi was silent. After the administrators come into power, there are bound to be moves against China. Yan-Chi could only accept it passively. Otherwise, China will end up in a bad situation. The second round of the tournament ended quickly as time passed. There is no doubt that China, without the suppression of the anti-Chinese society, managed to take the first place. The second round of the tournament is over. First place, China. Reward for opening up all inheritance. Inheritance can be purchased in the mall. Second place, White Bear Country. Reward for opening 75% inheritance. Inheritance can be purchased in the mall. In addition to the first place finisher, China, the White Bear Nation took second place. The White Bear Nation was already one of the world powers. Finishing second to Yankee wasn't a surprise. What made Yang-Chi curious was that China had opened up all the inheritances, but it was obtained by purchasing them with the mall. Curious, Yan-Chi directly opened the game mall, found an extra section in the mall, Heritage section. In the Heritage page, the same heritage is listed. Hongjun Dao Ancestor Inheritance, priced at 100 billion immortal crystals. Inheritance of Sage Nuwa, priced at 50 billion immortal crystals. Inheritance of the First Heavenly Father, priced at 50 billion immortal crystals. Inheritance of Sage Tai Ching, priced at 50 billion immortal crystals. Inheritance of Daoist Receiver, priced at 45 billion immortal crystals. Inheritance of Daoist Paramount, priced at 5 million immortal crystals. Yang-Chi was speechless. The asking price for these legacies is a little too high. Globally, there should be no one whose immortal crystals could surpass his own. Even he was unable to purchase a saint-level inheritance. The cheapest receiving Taoist inheritance would require 45 billion immortal crystals. Right now, Yang-Chi's total number of immortal crystals was just 1 billion. To Yang-Chi's surprise, the Tongtian sage's inheritance was not included in this list. Yang-Chi associated it with the law of exorcism and the sage inheritance of Lord Tongtian. It was probably because of the power of the law of punishment. The inheritance of all Tongtian saints is excluded. there is more than one possibility. These saintly legacies that can be sold, their masters have fallen. I'm afraid, but this was just Yanqi's guess. Now, the saintly beings are no longer in the copy. The most powerful existences in the copy were only as strong as a de Luo golden immortal like Tai Yizhenjin. Even the paragon powerhouses above the great Luo golden immortals, all without a trace. There was something fishy about it that Yanqi didn't know. The only way to explore it slowly is to wait until you are strong. In addition to saintly inheritances, there were also the inheritances of some quasi-saintly powerhouses and even the great Luo golden immortals. Stygian ancestor inheritance, priced at 20 billion immortal crystals. Inheritance of Bodhi elder, priced at 20 billion immortal crystals. Jade emperor's legacy, priced at 20 billion immortal crystals. Inheritance of Gong Gong, one of the 12 ancestral witches, priced at 10 billion immortal crystals. Not an outrageous price for this level of heritage, but it can also be an existence that ordinary people cannot afford. For Yang Qi, buying these inheritances was not cost-effective. He now possessed the law of punishment, plus the heritage of the sword sect. He had already obtained most of the things in the Tongtian sect leader's inheritance. These inheritances were merely the icing on the cake for him, even though they could enhance his strength. Yang Qi looked at the list for a long time. It was discovered that the sword sect's legacy was among them. The asking price is not particularly expensive. 5 billion immortal crystals alone. The game's officials really didn't go back on their word. Other than the inheritance of the Tongtian sect sage, everyone else's inheritance had been able to be obtained. Only, most people can't afford it. Even for Yanqi, it was more practical for him to obtain the inheritance on his own than to purchase it with immortal crystals. However, there are two sides to everything. High-end legacies sell for a lot of money, but some of the harder common legacies sell for a friendly price. As in the case of the Five Thunders Dao sect's inheritance that Yang Qi had already obtained, it was merely priced at 5,000 immortal crystals. It's a cheap and good deal type of thing. All of the Five Thunder Road sect's inheritance stone tablets were still in the spirit world. As announcements appear, the territory of China was abuzz. This is down. All the inheritances are open. I can change my inheritance now. That's right. When I first obtained a random, ordinary inheritance, now I can finally change it. When they opened the game mall and found the selling price of the Hongjun Dao Ancestors biography hanging high above, they were stunned. Asterisk 100 billion immortal crystals. Who can afford this? Big brother, forget it. Let's just look at the cheaper inheritance. They can all be exchanged by then anyway. Alas, this is good. A mere 5,000 immortal crystals. The inheritance of the land goddess. It's great to be rich. I just spent 1,000 immortal crystals and bought an inheritance. Yang Qi looked around and realized that most of them had obtained their desired inheritance. Seeing a nice legacy is heartwarming anyway. Seeing this, Yanqi closed the chat channel. The global replica space has disappeared after the tournament. The copy inside, too, is back in place. One of them, the small world of the cave of Tai Yizhenjin, also returned to the territory of the state of China. However, Taipei had already closed the cave. It wasn't good for Yang Qi to go up and pay a visit. This time, China was able to win the first place, but still relied on the spirit beads to help in the process. Tai Yizhenjin even gave Yang Qi a copy of the comprehension of the laws of space. If there was an opportunity, Yang Qi would have to come to his door to thank him. With that round over, the third round is next. But Yanqi reckons the third round will be delayed, because a new game warden is on board. After most of the month, in the first few days, Yanqi received a message from Charlie's Mark. The administrator has been successfully on board. The administrators are now in control of the rules in the game, but not in person. Yanqi was also waiting for the game administrator to make a move. Until the third day of the second round of events, another global announcement has appeared. As of today, global copy access restrictions are lifted. This piece of news was a direct sensation around the world. Beings within the original copy cannot leave the copy. If you want to leave, then you have to kill and sacrifice a being of the same level. The ones that make it out are extremely rare. The 100 Spirit Waters still had the opportunity to step out of the spirit world because Yang Qi had fused other small worlds. Other than the 100 Spirit Water, Yang Qi hadn't seen any other living beings that had left the small world. Of course, the Jindan realm was not included in this list. Yang Qi sneered. Is this a move against China? Maybe it's because the rules of the game limit it. He opened up copies of the globe, instead of opening up a separate copy for China. At this moment, everyone in the global chat channel was wailing. It's over. Why is this? Why do you want to open up the copy access restrictions? The beings inside our country's replicas are all demons. What are we going to do when it opens up? Yeah, the beings inside the copy are powerful and not at all on the same level as us. After they come out, we'll be directly enslaved. Some people are happy and some people are sad. There are some countries with a single heritage, and the replicas are filled with a few normal beings. They were quite happy instead. Everyone knew in their hearts what kind of goods the living beings in their own country's copies were. Yang Qi opened the copy icon. Now the strongest character in China's copy is the Great Luo Golden Immortal, which is divided into several factions. Many factions Yankee had never touched, which is also not well understood. However, Yanqi thought of something else, but he remembered that the living beings in the replica had a pretty high demand for immortal crystals. Having immortal crystals, it was entirely possible to utilize the living beings in these copies. I wonder if this rule will still work when a new administrator takes over. Fairy crystals are the currency of the game. The creatures in the copy are only considered NPCs. They are unable to obtain immortal crystals. The only way to get the immortal crystals is for the player to kill the living creatures. The NPCs in the replica survive in the present world, and it's the immortal crystals that are needed to sustain them. One could even enhance oneself through immortal crystals. That's how fairy crystals relate to NPCs. In Yang Qi's previous life, some of the flood forces had joined forces with the state of China to target opposing forces, use the Chinese to destroy the enemy and get the immortal crystals. Because of the disparity in strength, the Chinese can never talk to the flood forces as equals. To put it simply, the flood powers would use, and even enslave, the Chinese people. Yang Qi recharged his immortal crystals, and his biggest purpose was here. Since he had been reborn in a new life, it was impossible for him to let the flood forces intervene in the country of China again. Although there were some great powers in the flood that were quite friendly to the Chinese nation, but it still doesn't change the stakes. Now, these 15 billion immortal crystals finally had a use. Even the great powers of the flood could not enslave the country of China. Just shortly after the announcement, one shock at a time on a global scale, countless figures appeared in the present world. Beneath them is a copy. It was as if they had been imprisoned for a long time and had seen the light of day again, and a hiss was venting the anger in their hearts. Nisan Nation. The populace panicked as they watched an illusory figure above the dome. These figures were the style gods of their heritage. These gods were in strange shapes and forms, either human or animal shadows, or plant shadows. These shadows covered the sky and made a loud noise. Agri, a god emanating a golden light, stepped out in the copy. Their figures appeared unusually tall and majestic under the shroud of layers of golden light. When the people of the three kingdoms saw these gods and goddesses that existed only in mythology, they all fell to their knees and bowed down to these gods. In the land of Eagle Jam, a single figure stepped out in a replica to a chorus of Hail to Freedom. They were either armed with revolvers and dressed as Western cowboys, or wearing battle armor and wielding an ancient war spear. These people, all of them, are legendary figures in the Eagle Jam country. They have vampires, werewolves, and the legendary cowboys of the West. A myth, a legend. When the vampires saw the people who wanted to be alive, they broke into bloodthirsty smiles and opened their scarlet mouths to pounce on the populace. These populace were nothing more than some of the lower ranks, and could not stand up to these ancient vampires. More vampires show up. The wolves, also attracted by the blood at this moment, attacked. All the countries are in a state of confusion. Some replica beings attack the crowd. There are also replica beings that protect the populace. Among them, evil and good, but it's hard to tell. In China, Yang Qi summoned all Wu Yingfei and the others at the first time. Even the first group was on standby anywhere at his request. Yang Qi stood in midair, waiting in a strict formation. Zhang Ao on the side was a bit puzzled. Mr. Yang, the copy beings from other countries come out. All of them will be destructive. We rode over not to the amount. They can be gods. There's no way it's going to come down on the likes of us. Yanqi shook his head. The beings in the Chinese copies are all gods though, but there are other races among them. There was even the presence of a demon race. The demon race has always viewed the human race as food rations. There were even some forces that hated the human race. Those high and mighty will not be in conflict though, but over time, when they needed immortal crystals, it was inevitable that the enslavement of Chinese people would occur. Yang Qi didn't explain too much. Right now, Zhang Ao had only one mission, and that was to listen to orders. The crowd was silent as they looked at the tragic situation of the other countries on the World Chat channel. Some small countries have only one legacy, and all the beings in the copies are demons. That small country was swallowed by the devil in one gulp the first time the replica was opened. Become the first country to be exterminated. The crowd didn't look too good. If other countries are like this, how much better will China be? Yanqi had already arranged for the crowd to evacuate at the first opportunity. With some teleportation formations in place, this work is going well. Now, Dragon City became the only bastion for the Chinese. Yang Qi even developed a few small worlds to supply people who came to Dragon City to live. All forces within China must support this mission unconditionally. Those that didn't support it had been extinguished by Yang Qi with a thunderous strike. Mr. Jiang, are the populace concentrated now? Yang Qi turned his head to look at Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao nodded. Right now, more than 90% of the people within China have come to Dragon City. The remaining 10%, 80% of which are on their way. Won't take 10 minutes to come to Dragon City. As for that small part, Yankee frowned. Let's forget about that small portion, and let's listen to God. Whether or not they can come here depends on their luck. Yang Qi, after hearing that the populace had been mostly concentrated in Dragon City, there was a sigh of relief. Dragon City itself could not accommodate such a number of people, but with the existence of small worlds, rather, it's achievable. Now, within the Dragon City, all of the replica small worlds had been cleared out by Yang Qi, accommodating the population. On the contrary, can be done. It was also unknown what kind of reason the living beings in the Chinese copy never appeared. At this moment, Yang Qi and the others were standing in front of Dragon City. Dragon City is backed by a large mountain with only one exit. For now, Yankee is going to stand guard. Soon, copy beings appeared in China. A single figure stepped out in the copy. Most of them were in human form, immortal and extraordinary. There are also some furs with limbs and faces that are abominable. They see unfamiliar surroundings. The first time, he released his divine soul power to explore. When the entire population of China was found to be concentrated in one place, they ran straight to Dragon City. In the distance, a shadow that covered the sky appeared. ______.